Leave a child for your brother, I'm begging you as his wife. My alluring sister-in-law tearfully threw herself into my arms, her delicate body going limp, her charming and beautiful face flushed with emotion. I was trapped in a dilemma between gratitude and temptation. Agreeing would mean betraying my brother, yet it was almost her only way out. Just as my resolve wavered and I was about to succumb, a young girl's desperate cry awakened my instincts. I rejected my sister-in-law, but then turned around and saved the mad cow at Cuihua's house, unexpectedly awakening a system that allowed me to understand the hearts of animals. My name is Tiezhu, an outsider who traveled back to the rural 1980s, and I'm currently facing an absurd situation. As soon as I opened my eyes, a voluptuous young woman was desperately clinging to me, tearfully begging me to repay my debt to the paralyzed brother Chang by helping him leave behind an heir. I struggled to push my sister-in-law away as unfamiliar memories came flooding in. The original host received favors from Chang and stayed to take care of him, but ended up being forced by Chang's family to join their gang. Sister-in-law, I never agreed to that matter, please don't be like this. I refused, but my sister-in-law wouldn't give up, her face flushed red as she pressed close to me again. Just as my rationality was wavering, anxious shouts came from outside the house, "Hey, go help quickly, Cuihua's family's cow has gone mad." Hearing this, we immediately rushed out the door, no longer entangled. Dust was flying at the village entrance as an old yellow ox was rampaging wildly. Ding! The beast taming system has been unlocked. Detected tameable beast, yellow ox. I didn't have time to examine the prompt carefully and hurried forward. A fresh-faced village girl of about 17 or 18 was being held back by the crowd, her fair, oval face filled with grief and helplessness. "She is strong brother's younger sister Cuihua, % you can't slaughter it. This ox is our family's only hope," Cuihua wailed. Everyone advised her to give up and hire a hunter to slaughter the ox. Just as the hunter raised his gun to take aim, I struggled desperately to break free from Uncle Lu's grip. "Uncle Lu, I can cure this cow, don't slaughter it yet." But in the end, I was still pinned down by the crowd. Cuihua also cried out in despair, "Brother Juzi, just forget it, let them kill us." But unexpectedly, the hunting rifle jammed. The mad bull charged straight toward us. Everyone scattered, forgetting about me lying on the ground. Cuihua screamed in despair. However, the expected tragic scene did not occur. The old yellow ox stopped and stood obediently in front of me, allowing my hand to stroke it. Detected that the host has tamed the wild ox, reward 10 points. "Juzi, how did you do it? Even a mad bull can be coaxed into submission?" The villagers are astonished. I pretended to be simple and honest, smiled, and pointed at the motionless mad cow. I just shouted, and it stopped moving. I handed the ox rope to Cuihua and casually lied that the ox was just frightened. "Brother Juzi, you know veterinary medicine?" Cuihua's big eyes were exceptionally bright. But one thing was clear, she couldn't cure serious illnesses. Cuihua smiled happily. "Brother Juzi, you're amazing, my brother and sister-in-law are going to be overjoyed." She suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Has my sister-in-law asked to borrow your seed yet?" Feeling irritable, I grumbled in response, "Don't ask around carelessly. We're all family, what's there to be embarrassed about?" She stomped her feet and, leading the old ox, hopped and skipped ahead. The original owner had struggled to find a wife, as the village girls looked down on him for being poor and an outsider, even demanding an exorbitant bride price of 2 piglets. Chang's family had done me a favor, but at this moment, being roped into their group left me in a difficult position. Returning to Cuihua's house, sister-in-law Xiulian came out to greet them, wearing a blue cloth jacket. Seeing the docile old yellow ox, she was first startled, then moved. "Duozi, thanks to you, I never knew you were this amazing before." She invited me inside. The room reeked of medicine, and Chang's face was sallow as he leaned against the head of the bed, coughing. "What nonsense, you even messed with Crazy Bull." Brother Chang glared at me, still treating me like his own younger brother in his heart. When Xiulian went to the kitchen to cook, Brother Chang lowered his voice. "Juzi, with my health like this, I probably don't have much time left. Marry Cuihua, and leave a child for your sister-in-law. Just think of it as doing me a favor. Our family won't ask for any bride price, Cuihua will surely stay devoted to you." Before he could finish pleading, he suddenly started coughing violently. He coughed up a bloody, sticky phlegm, a horrifying sight. I quickly nodded and said, "Changji, I promise you, please don't get worked up. But refusing to pay a bride price when taking a wife is unacceptable. I'll discuss it with my parents tomorrow." However, Changji's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The two women anxiously shouted. I knew, Chang couldn't wait much longer. That night, I tossed and turned, the faces of my sister-in-law and Cuihua, as well as Chang's pleading expression, kept replaying in my mind. I bolted upright, the loud noise drawing a concerned voice from my sister-in-law. "Juzi, your brother told me, if you really refuse to team up, we won't force you, just marry Cuihua, that's all." "Open the door, let's talk this over," Xiulian said outside. Hearing Brother Chang's concession, I stepped forward and opened the door. Suddenly, a warm, delicate body threw itself into his embrace. Xiulian changed into a sheer undershirt, seductively sliding the doorbolt home with a coy glance, then pressed close with a tearful whimper. "Juzi, your brother is coughing up blood. Just take pity on him, %." I forcefully pressed her onto the bed and said earnestly. I will marry Cuihua, and I won't abandon you and brother Chang either. Brother Chang might not make it. If things really take a turn for the worse, I can leave you with offspring later. How does that sound? Slap. Xiulian gave me a fierce slap across the face and shouted through tears, do you really have to see your brother die with his eyes wide open before you're satisfied? She wiped away her tears and stormed out the door in anger. The matter of you marrying Cuihua, she's already agreed to it herself. The young girl is shy, so you should inform your family first. The rest, you explain to your brother yourself. I can't make the decision. The next day, I returned to my own dilapidated adobe house. Dad, Mom, I need to tell you something. I took a deep breath and said to my parents who came out to greet me, I've decided to marry Cuihua. Both my parents were stunned. My mother worried that I might be too soft-hearted and would still be forced into a shotgun marriage. Mom, I'm just bringing Cuihua into the family first. I absolutely won't do anything I shouldn't. I quickly added. Mom, our family is barely settled in Sangu village right now, far from putting down roots. And even this is thanks to Chang Ji. We should be grateful. Marrying Cuihua means I've truly integrated into the village. Cuihua is a good girl, hardworking and capable. From now on, our family will work together with one heart. There's nothing we can't overcome. Chapter 4, The Sow's Difficult Birth. Tiezhu's father stubbed out his pipe bowl, tapped the ash onto his shoe sole, and mused, alright, old woman. Our son has a point. We'll do as he says. He turned to look at Tiezhu again. But Tiezhu, this is no small responsibility. Are you sure you've thought this through? If you marry Cuihua, you won't be able to ignore the Ma family's affairs from now on. Tiezhu shot his father a grateful glance. He knew his father had always been open-minded. He nodded firmly. Father, I've thought it through. Juzi, since you've made your decision, your parents won't stand in your way. But given our family's current situation, how will we afford to marry her off? Iron Pillar's mother asked. Mother, don't worry. I'll figure it out. I'll work hard to earn enough for the dowry and marry Cuihua in style, Tiezhu assured her. Good, good, good. With such determination from our son, your father and I can rest easy, Iron Pillar's father said happily. Just then, Cuihua entered from outside. Her cheeks were flushed and beads of sweat dotted her forehead. She must have jogged all the way. Spotting Tiezhu and his parents, she flushed slightly and greeted them shyly, Uncle, Auntie. Tiezhu's parents looked at Cuihua, their faces lighting up with satisfied smiles. Cuihua, sit down, sit down. We're family now, no need for such formality, Iron Pillar's mother said, taking her hand. Uncle, Auntie, Cuihua looked earnestly at Tiezhu's parents. I will live well with Tiezhu. I will honor and care for you, and look after this family. Good, good, good. With those words from you, we can rest assured. Tiezhu's parents beamed with joy. The family gathered around, chatting about the wedding plans in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Just then, Old Li, the accountant from the village pig farm, rushed over breathlessly. Juzi! Quick, quick! Go see the sow at the pig farm. She's having a difficult birth. The village chief heard you cured Cuihua's mad cow yesterday and wants you to check it out immediately. Old Li gasped, breathless. The sow is having a difficult birth? Tiezhu was startled by the news and immediately stood up. Uncle Li, don't worry. I'll head over right now, Tiezhu said. I'll go with you. Cuihua, feeling uneasy, also stood up. Tiezhu thought for a moment and nodded. Tiezhu and Cuihua followed Old Li, jogging all the way to the pig farm. The pig farm was the village's largest collective enterprise and the primary source of income for the villagers. Many villagers worked there, earning their living through pig farming. However, Tiezhu's family, being outsiders, had always been excluded and couldn't find work at the pig farm. They had to rely on hunting for a living. Upon arriving at the pig farm, Tiezhu saw a crowd gathered around a pig pen, discussing anxiously. Village chief, what's the situation? Has the sow given birth yet? Old Li pushed his way to the front of the crowd and asked. Not yet. She's been struggling all morning and still hasn't delivered. If this continues, the sow might not make it. Where's the person you asked to come? The village chief said with a worried frown. Tiezhu's here, he's in the back. But can he handle it? What are we going to do? This sow is our factory's treasure. If she dies, the loss will be huge, Old Li said anxiously. How about we call a vet, someone suggested. A vet? Where would we find one in this village? Even if we did, it'd be too late. The village chief shook his head. Village chief, how about letting me try first? Tiezhu pushed his way through the crowd. Tiezhu? Are you sure you can handle this? I've never heard you studied veterinary medicine. The village chief looked at Tiezhu skeptically. Village chief, just let me try. You can't get a vet here now anyway. Everyone saw me cure that mad cow yesterday, Tiezhu insisted. The village chief thought it over. Tiezhu's point made sense. With no other options left, he had no choice but to let him try. Alright, Tiezhu, give it a shot. If you cure it, I'll give you credit for it, the village chief said. Rest assured, chief. I'll do my best, Tiezhu nodded. Tiezhu walked over to the pigsty and carefully examined the sow's condition. The sow lay on the ground, moaning in pain, her belly swollen and distended, clearly in great distress. System, scan the sow's condition. Tiezhu silently commanded in his mind. Scanning. Scanning complete. Target, sows in difficult labor. Cause, malpositioned fetus causing dystocia. Treatment plan, perform manual delivery to adjust fetal position and assist the sow in giving birth. Seeing the system's prompt, Tiezhu felt more confident. Cuihua, could you boil some hot water and bring a few clean towels over? Tiezhu said. Okay. Cuihua replied promptly and hurried off to gather the supplies. Tiezhu took a deep breath, walked over to the sow, and began the manual delivery. Villagers gradually gathered around, whispering and pointing. What's Tiezhu doing? What does he know about helping sows give birth? An old man with a face full of wrinkles shook his head, looking disdainful. Exactly. This sow's been in labor for ages, and even the vet couldn't help. He's never treated a pig before, how could he possibly manage? Another villager chimed in. Village chief, I think we should pull him out. What if he ends up killing the sow? The loss would be huge, someone called out to the village chief standing behind the crowd. The village chief frowned, watching Tiezhu's busy figure, torn with indecision. He wasn't confident either, but seeing Tiezhu's earnest expression, he couldn't bring himself to interrupt. Tiezhu seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him. Following the system's prompts, he began gently massaging the sow's belly to help her relax. The villager assigned to assist with the sow's delivery immediately frowned at Tiezhu's actions. Village chief, what is he doing? The sow is already weak, how can she endure such pressure? Tiezhu naturally heard these words. He forced himself to ignore the villager's concerns, slowly inserting his hand into the sow's birth canal to locate the fetus. I don't think this piglet will make it, murmured another villager. And the sow might die in his hands. The other villagers watched as Tiezhu not only continued his actions but actually inserted his hand into the birth canal. They sighed and shook their heads in dismay. Found it. Just then, Tiezhu located the fetus. He murmured softly, carefully adjusting its position, and slowly pulled the piglet out. It's out. It's out. Cuihua cried excitedly from the side. Tiezhu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the newborn piglet with a sense of relief. There's another one. There's another one. Cuihua pointed at the sow's belly. Tiezhu nodded and continued assisting with the birth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tiezhu helped the sow deliver 5 piglets in succession. Only after the last one was safely born did he exhale a long sigh of relief. Chapter 5, Protecting his wife. All done, Tiezhu said with a smile. The crowd gathered around, gazing at the 5 rosy-cheeked piglets, their faces lighting up with joy. Tiezhu, you're incredible. You actually cured the sow, exclaimed the village chief, patting Tiezhu's shoulder excitedly. Tiezhu, you're our village's miracle healer, someone praised. Tiezhu, from now on, all the sows in our village will rely on you for care, someone joked. Tiezhu smiled and shook his head. You're all flattering me. It was just blind luck, a fluke, really. Stop being so modest, Tiezhu. We've all seen your skill. Starting today, you're the veterinarian for our pig farm. We'll pay you a monthly salary. What do you say? The village chief looked at Tiezhu earnestly. Veterinarian? Pay me a salary? Tiezhu froze at the words. He never imagined he'd be hired as the pig farm's veterinarian. So, are you willing to take the job? The village chief asked. I'm in. I'm definitely in. Tiezhu exclaimed excitedly. And just like that, Tiezhu became the pig farm's veterinarian, securing a stable job. The village chief had someone bring Tiezhu some wild game and pork as a reward for saving the sow. Tiezhu carried the reward home with Cuihua. His parents were quick to act. Perhaps they felt their son had made them proud, and now they could hold their heads high about the marriage. The news that Tiezhu was to marry Cuihua from the Ma family spread like wildfire, reaching the village before he even arrived home. Along the way, Tiezhu encountered many villagers who warmly congratulated him. Hey, Zhuzi's back? Congratulations. Heard you're marrying Cuihua, great news. That girl's hardworking and sensible. Zhuzi, you're doing great, double good fortune. First you saved the team's hero, now you're starting a family. Your future looks bright. Zhuzi, when's the big day? You've got to treat us to a wedding feast. Tiezhu's face flushed red from everyone's chatter, but his heart was filled with joy. He smiled and replied to each one, soon, soon. I'll definitely treat all the uncles and aunts to a simple celebration when the time comes. Back home, Tiezhu's parents had already spread the news of his upcoming wedding. As soon as Tiezhu stepped into the courtyard, he saw Aunt Wang from next door standing at his family's door, chatting with his mother. Aunt Wang's expression instantly changed when she saw Tiezhu return. With a sarcastic tone, she said, "Oh, Tiezhu's back. I hear you've become a veterinarian at the pig farm. Congratulations." Tiezhu ignored her. He knew Auntie Wang had always looked down on his family. Years ago, when his parents tried to arrange a marriage with her daughter, she flatly refused, dismissing them as outsiders with poor prospects. But I never knew you could diagnose illnesses before. Must be pure luck, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. What's a veterinarian anyway? Just tending to pigs. What's so great about that? Aunt Wang continued. Tiezhu's mother felt a pang of displeasure at Aunt Wang's words, but she was never good with words and didn't know how to respond. As a grown man, Tiezhu felt it inappropriate to argue with an elder woman over such matters, so he simply kept a straight face. Auntie, you're right, veterinarians aren't exactly high status. But earning a living with your own skills is better than making a living with your mouth, isn't it? At that moment, Cuihua stepped forward. She walked a few strides to the center of the courtyard, looked directly at Auntie Wang, and spoke in a voice that wasn't loud but was clear and distinct. Besides, brothers, you saved the factory's sow. That's real skill. Not luck. Remember how everyone stood around helplessly? It was Brother Zhu who worked all day long, giving injections and feeding medicine, pulling that sow back from the brink of death. You call that luck? I call it real ability. Auntie Wan was momentarily speechless at this unexpected retort. She hadn't expected the usually timid Cuihua to dare challenge her, and her expression darkened instantly. Hey! You're not even married yet, and you're already sticking up for him. Skill? What kind of skill could a greenhorn kid possibly have? You wouldn't know, would you? Cuihua straightened her back, her face radiating unabashed pride, her voice rising slightly to ensure it carried throughout the courtyard and beyond. Because of Brother Zhu's genuine skills, the village chief announced it in front of everyone. From now on, Brother Zhu will be hired as our pig farm's full-time veterinarian. He'll earn work points and get paid. This is a proper job. It's not something just anyone can get lucky enough to land. Aunt Wang's face stiffened. She hadn't expected Iron Pillar to become a full-time vet. Who knows if he's any good? What could a young girl like you possibly know? You haven't even married into the family yet, and you're already pushing so hard. Tiezhu held back, but couldn't quite manage it. Auntie Wang, did you come to my house for something else? Are your pigs sick too? Oh right, I forgot you don't have pigs. Auntie Wang, I'm not much of a healer myself, just good with animals. If you want me to treat people, that's a bit tricky. But if you don't mind, I could always treat humans like livestock. Auntie Wang fell silent, pursing her lips as the words that had been on the tip of her tongue were choked back. Tiezhu, what do you mean by that? How dare you insult people? Then what's your point, Auntie Wang? Coming into my house and criticizing my soon-to-be daughter-in-law? That's a bit presumptuous, don't you think? Afraid of what Tiezhu might say next, she turned and left, looking like she was fleeing in panic. She turned and left, as if afraid Tiezhu might say something else, looking like she was fleeing in panic. Brother Tiezhu, Aunt Wang's tongue is so sharp she's talking nonsense. I only spoke up for fairness. You won't blame me, will you? When she came over, my brother and sister-in-law warned her repeatedly not to stir up trouble, to always listen to Iron Pillar and her in-laws. But just now, she couldn't hold back at all. Why would I blame you? You didn't do anything wrong. Our family may not be well off, but we shouldn't let outsiders push us around. Now that I have a stable job, things will definitely get better for both our families. Cuihua nodded, her face beaming. I'll head back for today and come again tomorrow. After all, Cuihua hadn't officially married in yet. With her brother bedridden, her sister-in-law had to care for him, tend to the cattle, and manage the vegetable patch. She was completely overwhelmed. She was taking advantage of not being married yet to do extra work, giving her sister-in-law some relief. Tiezhu nodded. His mother's face glowed with satisfaction. Though Cuihua's family wasn't well off, she was beautiful and capable, a perfect daughter-in-law. Chapter 6, The Pigsty's Awful Conditions. Tiezhu, Cuihua is a good girl. You mustn't let her down. Mom, I know. The next day, Tiezhu officially started his job. His first task was to inspect the pigs in all the pigsties. Before he even stepped inside, he heard whispers about him coming from within. Heard we got some parachute in vet here. The factory pays him more than us regular workers. All he does is check on the pigs. What gives him the right to such a high salary? Exactly. We've been working here for years. Why did the factory hire an outsider as a vet? Isn't that redundant? Besides, Tiezhu doesn't seem like he knows much about medicine. Probably treats illnesses by luck. Last time he delivered a sow, he clearly wasn't professional. Who treats pigs like humans? Probably picked up useless knowledge from who knows where. Wang Hu snorted coldly at this, his eyes brimming with scorn. He despised such people the most, yet he couldn't do anything about it. The factory paid him a salary that was undeniably higher than his. Don't you get it? The village chief was duped by Tiezhu. Anyone could have handled that sow's delivery. If I hadn't been absent, I'd have stepped in myself. No chance for Tiezhu to meddle. Anyway, I don't respect this vet. He's all show. Just wait and see what trouble he'll cause. As the saying goes, a new broom sweeps clean. If he starts treating animals, he'll probably give us a lot of headaches. You'll see. Wang Hu spoke with righteous indignation. Tiezhu had been listening outside for quite some time, but he couldn't care less about these words. After all, he really was parachuted in. The original owner of this body truly didn't know how to do these things. But he wasn't. Having received favors, he couldn't blame others for their envy. He walked past the window under everyone's gaze. The crowd inside the room, cracking sunflower seeds, froze in shock. Had he not heard their earlier remarks? If he overheard and tattled to the village chief about us gossiping behind his back during our free time, we'd be in big trouble. Wang Hu retorted, what's there to fear? We're just stating the facts. If the village chief comes, I'll say the same thing to his face. Let him strut around all he wants. As Tiezhu stepped into barn number 1, surveying the surroundings, his brow slowly furrowed. The conditions in this pig pen were appalling, utterly unbearable. Beyond the overpowering stench, the temperature inside was even higher than outside. It felt like you'd get heatstroke just standing in there for a moment. Controlling temperature is crucial in pig farming, yet this place was completely substandard. The troughs were filled with sour, uneaten feed. It was impossible to tell what the pigs were being fed. The buzzing of flies had been constant since he entered. The water in the ditches had turned black, and even the pig manure inside hadn't been cleaned out. No wonder the pigs at this factory were constantly sick. It was no surprise that several died every year. He used to envy pigs eat, sleep, repeat, no worries. If he lived in this hellhole, he'd bang his head against the wall and die. Several middle-aged women looked gloomy. What's wrong with these pigs? They look so listless. Are they sick? Exactly. The same thing's happening in my pigsties. These past 2 days, they've barely touched their feed, but they've drained the water troughs completely. It's been hot lately. Make sure to give the pigs extra water. Tiezhu approached and found the pig exactly as they described, listless and weak, lacking even the energy to eat. He mentally queried the system, scan the pig pen. Scanning. Scan complete. Target, pig herd at the pig farm. Cause, excessive heat, poor feed quality, moldy residue in feed troughs, clogged drainage ditches, ineffective ventilation system. Prolonged exposure increases susceptibility to heat-related illnesses and risks infectious disease outbreaks. Solutions, improve pen environment, enhance diet quality, install fresh water systems, and augment ventilation facilities. Just as Tiezhu had suspected, the conditions in the pig pens were indeed alarming upon his arrival. Even the hardiest pigs would fall ill from prolonged consumption of moldy feed. Compounding the issue, the current hot and dry weather meant nearly all pig pens lacked proper ventilation, relying solely on a few windows along the walls for airflow. Upon learning this, Tiezhu realized that to improve the pig pens, he first needed the village chief's approval. He sought out the village chief and relayed the potential hazards the system had flagged. As they walked and talked, they found themselves entering the pig pens. You mean there's a problem with the pig pens? Exactly. With the current heat, the conditions in the pig pens are terrible. There's even moldy feed near the troughs, and ventilation is poor. If just one pig gets sick, it could affect the entire pen. You can imagine how much trouble that would cause. I just inspected the place. The pigs are losing their appetite due to the dry heat, and some are even showing signs of stomach issues. If this continues, they might catch some infectious disease. I think we should build several new pigsties or renovate these ones to fix the sanitation and ventilation issues. That would significantly reduce the risk of disease. The village chief's brow furrowed upon hearing this. The pig farm was the lifeblood of their village. If something went wrong, it would take considerable effort to fix. But we've raised pigs this way for generations. They're not exactly delicate creatures. How could they just fall ill like that? The village chief's concerns were understandable. Rebuilding pigsties would naturally require considerable manpower and resources, not to mention the financial investment. Observing the surroundings of the pigsty, it was indeed as he said. The temperature inside was considerably higher than outside. The pigs looked listless, and the food in the feeding troughs remained largely untouched. In the past, pigs were raised outdoors, which naturally solved many problems. But now, with large-scale pig farming in such a relatively enclosed environment, it's only natural that they get sick. I'm sure you've noticed, village chief, that the temperature here is higher than outside, and the pigs are listless. Moreover, in recent years, the number of pigs dying each year has been substantial. If we could address the issues I mentioned, it might significantly reduce the mortality rate. The village chief felt a stir of interest. The pig farm had been in disarray for years and truly needed reorganization. Just as he was about to agree to Tiezhu's proposal, someone eavesdropping nearby interrupted him. Wang Hu burst out laughing. Chapter 7, Epidemic Strikes. The prophecy comes true. You mean our pigs aren't thriving because of the pigsty? After hearing Tiezhu's words, the village chief frowned deeply as he stared at the pigsty. That's right. The pigsty environment is the main reason. Nonsense. We've been raising pigs for over a decade using the same methods, and none have died under our care. How could it possibly be the pigsty's fault? The village chief instinctively retorted. Though he hadn't personally raised the pigs, he checked on them periodically. While the pigs did look somewhat sickly, they had grown over the years, just not as big or robust as those in other villages. It seemed the village chief wouldn't accept this without a detailed explanation. Tiezhu patiently explained, look, the feed troughs are surrounded by pig manure that hasn't been cleaned. The corners are filled with rotting, foul-smelling feed. The drainage ditches are clogged, so the manure is soaking in water. The pigs are lying in areas so filthy people can't even step, and no wonder they get sick. What's more, the pigsty has no ventilation or heat dissipation. The temperature inside is at least 7 or 8 degrees higher than outside. You couldn't last 5 minutes in there yourself, let alone the pigs. Even we humans can barely endure going in to feed and clean. I don't know if you've read any relevant literature, but pigs raised for different purposes require different optimal temperatures. These are fattening pigs, which should live in an environment between 18 and 22 degrees Celsius. But just look at this one condition, the temperature, it's already unsuitable. So we need to change things, big changes. Tiezhu's point-by-point analysis seemed to persuade the village chief, yet the creases on his brow didn't ease, they only deepened. Unfazed by the reaction, Tiezhu waited patiently. After several minutes of deep contemplation, the village chief finally asked, "So what do you propose we change?" Tiezhu had already planned the changes, or rather, the beast control system had laid out the entire renovation plan. He only needed to recite it. But following the system's suggested modifications would be too cumbersome. The village chief's brow remained deeply furrowed. "Your methods are too time-consuming and costly. It's impossible. Impossible. Village chief, we can't afford to say it can't be done. If we don't fix this pigsty soon, the pigs will get sick. Sickness is unacceptable. As the newly appointed veterinarian, you should treat the pigs first. We'll address the rest gradually." Tiezhu grew impatient. The pigs were crammed together in the pen, making it hard to see clearly. But the system indicated several had reached the critical threshold for illness. Without urgent action, even with the system's help, he might not be able to save the sick pigs. In his haste, he proposed an idea. "Village chief, here's the thing, overhauling the entire pigsty is a huge undertaking. If you could approve some funding, I'd start with a small experimental pig pen. At least it would allow me to isolate the sick pigs I've identified, preventing them from infecting the healthy ones. It would serve as a quarantine area." "That's feasible," the village chief silently agreed, about to give his approval when a voice suddenly piped up from the side. "Oh my, who'd have thought these pigs would want their own private quarters? Some people really have wild ideas. Village chief, if you can build new houses for the pigs, why not build us one too? Let us enjoy the perks of a new home as well." The speaker was none other than Wang Hu, whom the village chief had noticed when approaching the pigsty. So while Tiezhu was talking to the village chief, he'd been hiding in a corner eavesdropping. He had already dismissed Tiezhu's words with contempt, but upon hearing that Tiezhu wanted money specifically to build a pigsty, he suddenly felt that Tiezhu posed a huge threat to him. If the village chief actually agreed, this man would inevitably start splitting the profits with him at the pig farm. He had toiled away at the pig farm for years without any promotion, yet here came this outsider, Tiezhu, whose job was not only easier than his but also paid better. If he had to share profits too, how would he survive? Don't underestimate this pig farm. Every single expense passed through his hands. How much went toward feed, and how much ended up in his pocket? It was a substantial sum. Those women only fed the pigs, they never touched these matters. In the villagers' eyes, he was the backbone of the pig farm. He absolutely couldn't let Tiezhu steal his thunder and profits. That's why Wang Hu blurted out when the village chief made his decision he couldn't hold back. Before the village chief could react, Wang Hu pressed on, "Chief, building a pig shed costs a lot. Just the materials and labor alone will eat up a hefty chunk of change. I recall we just spent a large sum on feed last time. Where would we find the money for this? Besides, it's not like we don't have a pigsty already. Look at the one we have now, it costs several thousand yuan to build. What's lacking about it? Take my advice, village chief. I've raised pigs the longest and know their habits best. Every pig farm is messy and dirty. They're just not eating right now. Give them a few days to rest and they'll be fine. As for all that talk about temperature and environment, do pigs need to be treated like royalty? We never complain about the conditions when we're working. If you don't believe me, ask the women who've been raising pigs with me all this time. They've been through it all." Hearing Wang Hu speak, the other workers nodded in agreement. After all, if there were real issues with the pigsty, problems would have surfaced right after it was built. Why wait until now? I think Wang Hu's got a point. People get sick easier than pigs, right? I've been raising pigs for ages and I'm as healthy as a horse. But Tiezhu has a point too, what he said makes sense. Didn't you just mention the pigs looking listless? He was elbowed by someone beside him and immediately stopped talking. The village chief's head was pounding from the barrage of chatter. He was already uncomfortable in this pigsty, and the constant chatter in his ears felt like it was about to explode in his head. Wang Hu noticed the village chief's grim expression and immediately signaled his staff to stop talking. He then pulled the village chief to a well-ventilated spot and waited until he seemed more comfortable before continuing. "Village chief, don't let Tiezhu's one successful farrowing assist fool you into thinking he's truly competent. I wasn't present that day, but had I been there, I would have done a better job than him. He just read a few books at home and then came showing off to you. You actually took him seriously. Don't let this pigsty end up poorly built. Wasting money is one thing, but if the pigs die, that's a whole different story." He turned and shouted loudly, "Some people get lucky once, stumble into solving a problem, and think they're geniuses in the field. Talent my foot. If he were truly gifted, why would he be scraping by in our village, relying on Ma Chang's charity? He could have taken Ma Chang and soared to success. And now? Ma Chang's bedridden for life, and instead of helping him, you're fretting over pigs? What? You want to marry a pig? Why not just build the pig a villa? Make sure it has a swimming pool too. Then you can live with the pig. Wang Hu's words sent the crowd into uproarious laughter. Tiezhu's expression darkened. Seeing the village chief show no reaction, he didn't want to argue with Wang Hu. Just as he was about to leave in disappointment, he suddenly heard an unusual sound coming from deep within the pigsty. He followed the sound and saw a sow in the corner convulsing in agony, foaming at the mouth. The system immediately flashed a warning: acute swine erysipelas symptoms. Highly contagious. Oh no! Tiezhu lunged forward in a single bound. Chapter 8, knocking someone to the ground. Just as he was about to examine it, Wang Hu stepped in front of him. Who are you trying to impress? This pig just ate too much. Saying this, he grabbed a nearby wooden stick, ready to strike. Stop! Tiezhu grabbed the stick. Its condition was clearly abnormal. Look, its ears are purple. If it really spreads, with so many pigs in the farm, treating them won't be easy. Or if we delay any longer, it might turn into swine fever. Then every pig in the entire farm would be affected. The treatment plan suggested by the system mostly involved taking effective herbs or plants, not using artificial drugs. Tiezhu knew better than anyone that all medicine carries some risk. Treating with pure, natural Chinese herbs was the wisest course. The moment Tiezhu's finger touched the pig's ear, he felt an abnormal heat. The system's holographic display flashed before his eyes. Body temperature, 415 C. Purple rash has spread to the abdomen. Immediate isolation recommended. Move aside. A few whacks with a stick will fix it. The wooden club whistled through the air. Tiezhu abruptly raised his arm to block it, a sharp pain shooting through his forearm. Yet he didn't budge an inch. If you hit him, the whole village will be eating diseased pork tomorrow. The onlookers sucked in their breath. Old Chang stammered, could it be swine erysipelas? That's what hit Li village 2 years ago. Over 30 pigs died. Seeing Tiezhu's doubt, Wang Hu grew even more brazen in his mockery. Impossible. You're just scaremongering. Then see for yourself. Tiezhu stepped aside, letting Wang Hu and old Chang squeeze close to the sow. Look carefully, purple spots cover her belly and back. Feel her temperature. Doesn't it burn your hand? Her heart's racing too. The most obvious signs of swine erysipelas are purple spots on the body, a temperature exceeding 42 degrees Celsius, a heart rate over 140 beats per minute, and foaming at the mouth. Take a good look for yourselves. Every detail he described matched perfectly. Old Chang's heart sank. Forgetting the filth in the pigsty, his legs buckled and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Hu tried to argue, but the facts left him no room for debate. With both men reacting this way, what more was there to say? The village chief, aware of the dangers of swine erysipelas, made an immediate decision: move it out. Get that pig out of here right now and separate it from the others. Juzi, that experimental pig pen you mentioned, we're building it now. Come with me immediately to sign the paperwork. Wang Hu. What are you standing there for? Get moving and help out. Turning, the village chief was about to lead Tiezhu to handle the paperwork. Wang Hu grew even more anxious. Staring at the sow before him, he gritted his teeth and called out to the village chief. Village chief, don't rush. This sow is only showing early symptoms of swine erysipelas. I can treat it. The village chief halted and turned to look at Wang Hu. Since when did you learn to treat swine erysipelas? I've never heard of it. I've been at our pig farm for years, and I've visited other villages and communities plenty of times. Seeing it often means I know how to treat it. Truth be told, Wang Hu felt uneasy inside. He didn't really know how to treat swine erysipelas. He was just trying to seize an opportunity in the heat of the moment. But Tiezhu didn't trust his words. He sternly snapped, don't gamble with the pigs' lives. If you can't cure this sow, it'll infect the entire pen. I know that. Wang Hu retorted stubbornly. Village chief, give me 3 days. Just 3 days. If I can't improve the pig's condition within 3 days, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. With such a solemn pledge, the village chief harbored a sliver of hope and agreed. Tiezhu cast a pitying glance at the sow lying on the ground, shook his head, and walked away. Since no one believed him, there was no point in arguing. Let the facts speak for themselves. What if this Wang Hu really had some skill? Wouldn't that just make him a nuisance? Though he said this, Tiezhu couldn't shake his concern for the sow suffering from swine erysipelas. He came to check on her every day. On his third visit, the sow, which should have been in critical condition, had actually stabilized. No one knew what treatment Wang Hu had administered, but curing the sick pig was a good thing. Noticing Tiezhu's daily visits, Wang Hu couldn't resist sneering. What are you here for? To watch the pig? This pig doesn't need you. You're wasting your time as a vet. Tiezhu's expression darkened, but he ignored Wang Hu and tried to walk into the pen to examine the sick sow closely. The pen entrance was barred by an iron fence, with Wang Hu leaning against it. Tiezhu couldn't push it open easily. Leaning heavily against the bars, Wang Hu sneered at Tiezhu. What? You really want to see the pigs? I suggest you save your breath. You'd be better off going home to take care of Ma Chang. I hear he even married Cuihua off to you just so you'd look after his family. Honestly, marrying Cuihua to you is a waste. Cuihua's family might not be well off, but she's a looker, pretty face, great figure. You're wasting her on yourself. Why not look at Widow Lu over in the east end of the village? Your family's poor and you're an outsider. I'd say Widow Lu would be marrying below her station if she took you. As soon as he said this, Cuihua, who had come looking for Tiezhu, overheard him. She immediately sprinted over, kicking through the iron fence and landing a blow on Wang Hu's calf. If not for the fence blocking her, she would have aimed for his groin. What business is it of yours that Iron Pillar and I are discussing marriage? Shut your filthy mouth. If you like Widow Lu so much, why don't you marry her yourself? If she could marry you, Mr. Wang, I guarantee Widow Lu would be overjoyed and come knocking on your door with gongs and drums. You can't handle real work, just glaring at Iron Pillar all day. I think you're just jealous that Iron Pillar became the village vet. His pay's higher than yours, his job's easier, and he does more skilled, capable work than you. You're just green with envy. Wang Hu's face flushed bright red, partly from the pain in his calf and partly from being enraged by Cuihua's words. Ma Cuihua, you haven't even married him yet and you're already defending him. Looks like it wasn't Tiezhu who took a liking to you, it was your family who latched onto him. Brother Tiezhu is kind and good-hearted. Even though he's not responsible for the sick pig, he still comes to check on it every day. Who wouldn't like a man so responsible and dependable? Only someone like you, with that jealousy-induced red-eye disease, spends all day spewing sour words and bitter remarks. Who knows how people are secretly mocking you behind your back? Cuihua's sharp retort left Wang Hu's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. As soon as she finished, Wang Hu glared at her, his eyes blazing red. Ma Cuihua, you're deliberately picking a fight with me, aren't you? What I said was perfectly true. Your husband just happened to deliver a sow. If the village chief hadn't taken pity on you, how could he possibly have hired him as a vet here? Others were just being polite, but you lot? You took it seriously. How shameless. Cuihua rolled up her sleeves. Who's shameless? I think you're the shameless one. After all these years, you're still just an ordinary worker at the pig farm. Is it because you don't try hard enough, or because you're just not cut out for it? Wang Hu, don't forget this job was only secured because my brother pulled strings for you. Without him, would you even be working at this pig farm? Ever since you joined this place, you've never once visited my brother at home. Now he's sick in bed, and you're showing your ingratitude. You're the most disgusting ingrate in the world. Cuihua was telling the truth. Wang Hu had indeed received plenty of help from Ma Chang in the past. Before joining the farm, he'd come begging for help every single day. But once he got the job, the Ma family never saw him again. And now that Ma Chang is sick? He doesn't even bother to say hello when he passes by their door. What else could he be but a thankless bastard? Wang Hu lost his composure and blurted out, "Why are you bringing that up? Your brother's bedridden, and you're flirting with Tiezhu every day. Next thing you know, you'll be lying in bed with your legs spread, waiting for him. If he found out, he'd spit blood and die." What are you saying, Wang Hu? Cuihua was so enraged tears welled in her eyes. Tiezhu swiftly shielded her behind him, then landed a solid left hook squarely on Wang Hu's face, knocking him flat on the ground. Chapter 9, Final Words. Tiezhu unleashed a flurry of punches on Wang Hu. Except for the first blow to the face, the subsequent strikes landed in hidden spots, ensuring no one would notice. Before he could land many more blows, the village chief rushed in from outside. Seeing the scene in the pigsty, he immediately ordered his men to separate them. What the hell? What are you doing? Tiezhu, you can't handle things, so you resort to violence? Startled by the commotion at the pigsty entrance, the workers rushed over. Two pulled Tiezhu away while two helped Wang Hu to his feet. Once freed, Wang Hu cried out in grievance, "Village chief, this is the veterinarian you recommended. He attacks without discerning right from wrong. If we don't fire him, he'll end up riding roughshod over you." The village chief's face darkened. He hadn't expected Tiezhu, who seemed like such a quiet young man, to lash out without warning. Cuihua quickly interjected, "Village chief, it's not brother Tiezhu's fault. It was him Wang Hu who started it with his insolent remarks. He said I. Village chief, if everyone slanders others like Wang Hu does, will any of our village girls ever marry? Will our young men ever find wives? My son already struggles to find a bride. If outsiders hear about Wang Hu spreading such baseless rumors, my hopes of marrying him off will vanish completely." Several women who'd heard Wang Hu's words were also furious, and they all came forward to rebuke him. The village chief listened for a moment, then shot Wang Hu a fierce glare. This man, accustomed to his freedom at the pig farm, had grown so brazen he now spoke without restraint and flaunted his power. Urgent erythrolysis toxicodermal warning. Urgent erythrolysis toxicodermal warning. Affected pigs will show worsening symptoms within 10 minutes. Without immediate treatment, they will die within 2 hours. 3 adult pigs in this pen are already infected. Immediate quarantine is advised. Immediate quarantine. The sudden system alert startled Tiezhu, who hadn't yet caught his breath. He frantically queried the system, "What's happening?" Just moments ago, that pig seemed to be maintaining vital signs and improving. Why is its condition suddenly worsening? Previous treatment involved emergency medication with incorrect dosage, merely suppressing symptoms without curing the disease. After 3 days of suppression, the virus will erupt instantly, causing rapid deterioration. Emergency treatment method 12. No time to argue with Wang Hu. Iron Pillar pointed at the sick pig and shouted at the village chief, "This pig is about to die. I need to treat it immediately, or its condition will worsen in 10 minutes and it will be dead within 2 hours." Everyone assumed Tiezhu was merely trying to divert attention. No one paid heed to his words, especially since the sick pig still appeared to be in a suppressed state of swine erysipelas. "Enough, Tiezhu. We're discussing your assault case. Don't change the subject," the village chief snapped. "Village chief, there's truly no time." Tiezhu's voice had turned pleading. "This pig really won't make it. In 10 minutes, white foamy fluid will pour from its nostrils, accompanied by swimming like convulsions. 2 hours without treatment, and it will truly die." Wang Hu, clutching his bruised stomach, burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Tiezhu, you're joking. Are you jealous I cured the pig? Making up nonsense like this? You think the village chief will believe you? Dream on." Old Chang, however, was quietly convinced by Tiezhu. After all, Tiezhu had been the first to notice the sow's illness. He approached the sick pig. Sure enough, after 10 minutes of commotion, white foam suddenly spewed from the sow's nostrils, and its hooves began galloping uncontrollably in midair. What else could this swimming like convulsion be? Old Chang panicked and shouted, "The pig's sick. It's sick. Tiezhu, save the pig's life." Tiezhu didn't hesitate. His first instinct was to treat the sick pig. The village chief watched him darting back and forth fetching herbs, stuffing medicine into the pig's mouth, feeling its ears and belly, then shouted, "Tiezhu, if you cure this pig, I'll let you build that pigsty right away. The experimental one you mentioned earlier." Tiezhu paid no heed, fully focused on treating the sick pig. Besides the sow, 3 other infected pigs also needed medicine. Fortunately, after an hour, the pig stopped convulsing and could stand up. Tiezhu's treatment had worked. Seeing the pig recover, the village chief's heart settled. He nearly collapsed from relief. Wang Hu's face drained of color. He was finished. The village chief was going to come down hard on him. Unexpectedly, the village chief ignored him and instead pulled Tiezhu aside to discuss matters. With the pigs saved, the pigsty construction project must proceed. The village chief entrusted Tiezhu with full responsibility for building the experimental pigsty. Though not an architect, constructing a simple pigsty was straightforward. As long as he completed the system required modifications, it would be sufficient. The familiar mechanical hum of the system followed immediately. Detecting host modifying pig pen design. Presenting the following solutions. A transparent barrier suddenly appeared before Tiezhu, clearly displaying 3 design options. Each proposal was perfectly suited for construction in this era, with all materials readily available on the market. Tiezhu decisively chose the first option. The system's proposal excelled in ventilation, shade, and rain protection, while also being straightforward for manual operation. Tiezhu sketched out the design blueprint for the workers to review, but Wang Hu couldn't help but step forward. Seeing this design that looked intricate but was actually quite complex, everyone's expressions froze. "Tiezhu, we're raising pigs, not growing flowers. There's no need to build something this fancy. That's just a waste of money. I think our current setup works fine. Just keep the pig pens clean, and it'll be just as good as that one." "Exactly. Building one might be fine, but constructing many would be a huge expense. That money could buy plenty of piglets to raise and sell." Wang Hu couldn't hide the sarcasm in his expression as he listened. Typical superficial posturing. What can we do? They insist on treating pigs like humans, and they've won the village chief's trust. We just have to accept it. Anyway, we're the ones running around doing all the work. How could he possibly care about that? Tiezhu ignored the sarcastic remarks entirely, stepping right past Wang Hu to hand the materials list to one of the male workers. "Brother Chang, these are the materials needed for the experimental pig pen. The village chief said to hand them over to you. You're in charge of organizing the purchase of everything required for the pig facility." Brother Chang nodded and took the list. "Whether building this pigsty will be worthwhile remains to be seen. Our current one is dilapidated. Controlling temperature is crucial for pig farming. It's clearly hotter inside than outside here. Even people feel uncomfortable staying too long, let alone pigs covered in thick layers of fat." Yesterday, the village chief publicly reprimanded Wang Hu for deliberately picking fights and openly sided with Tiezhu. So now, who dares say anything more? "Fine, we'll do as you say. We'll see how your experimental pigsty turns out. I've always suspected these pigs are under the weather. If it really is an environmental issue, then we definitely need to make improvements. Let's make their living conditions more comfortable." "Exactly. Tiezhu, we'll get back to work now." That day, besides taking charge of the experimental pigsty construction, Tiezhu also treated 3 or 4 sick pigs. He was relieved it wasn't him who was sick. That evening, Tiezhu was the last to leave. The night air was slightly cool. Wang Hu quietly found brother Chang, the security guard and manager of this pig farm, responsible for procurement for the entire pig barn. Wang Hu slipped back quietly, bringing 2 bottles for brother Chang. Brother Chang, it's been ages since we shared a drink. I brought some snacks and a couple bottles of wine. Let's have a proper drink tonight. He knew Zhang Yichuan loved having a drink, whether there was a reason or not. Bringing him liquor was exactly what he wanted. Sounds good. Come on in. I haven't had a drink in days either. Things been crazy at the factory lately and I haven't felt like it. But since you're here, let's have a little sip and enjoy ourselves. Wang Hu sighed, sounding almost like he was complaining. You're telling me. That new vet at the factory is always stirring things up. We didn't notice it before, but now it feels like she's the village chief size. You can't slack off even a little. Now they had to build an experimental pigsty. They were already swamped with dirty, exhausting work, and now more trouble was piling on. 2 vegetarian dishes sat on the Ma family table. Shulian set out bowls and chopsticks. Cuihua, how's your relationship with Tiezhu coming along lately? You'll be marrying into that family soon. You need to understand things. Our family is poor, and now your brother's in trouble. Our whole family depends on Tiezhu. As long as you treat him well, he won't abandon us. She knew this was selfish, but the Ma family had no other options. If Ma Chang left, what would become of her? What about Cuihua? The thought choked her up. Cuihua patted her sister-in-law's shoulder. Don't worry, sis. Tiezhu and I are doing just fine. He's become the veterinarian at the pig farm and even proposed an experimental pig pen project. If it goes well, the village chief promised him a bonus. It's a reward for his initiative. Tiezhu's family really likes me. I'm grown up now and not so clueless anymore. But you, sister-in-law, mustn't break down. I have to take care of Tiezhu's parents, so my brother can only rely on you. No sooner had Cuihua finished speaking than a series of violent coughs erupted from the room. Xiaolan stumbled in, her eyes brimming with worry. Seeing the black blood he coughed up, tears streamed down her face. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably, yet no words came out. When will this suffering ever end? Stop crying. My time is up. There's nothing to be done. I'm truly sorry for putting you through so much hardship by my side all these years. I, Qiang, have no real talents to speak of, and I've failed you in this life. Tiezhu is a responsible man. Even after I'm gone, he won't abandon you. I've thought it through these past days. You're still young. After I'm gone, find a good man to marry. Cuihua has Tiezhu. You're the one I worry about most, the one I can't let go of. He clutched Xiulian's hand tightly, his eyes filled with nothing but exhaustion and bitter resignation. You're both still so young. You've never done anything wrong in your lives. In fact, whenever the villagers faced hardship, he was always the first to step up. Yet heaven proved so unfair, bringing this upon him. People must learn to accept their fate. If I'm gone, do as I say. If Tiezhu truly refuses, then let it be. Having a child shouldn't hold you back from future happiness. That's where Cuihua comes in. Xiaolan sniffed back tears. What are you saying? Both Cuihua and I are still waiting for you. What would I do without you in this family? You're not even gone yet, and you're already talking about me remarrying? Do you really think I, Xiaolan, am that kind of person? Qiang, we grew up together. I've always known you were the man for me in this lifetime. We haven't given up yet. Why are you saying such discouraging things? The more Xiaolan spoke, the heavier her heart grew, as if a lump in her throat prevented her from breathing. The next moment, the door creaked open. Tiezhu walked in from outside, a bundle of medicinal herbs in his hands. Chapter 10, Trouble in the Pigsty. Tiezhu reacted swiftly, wrapping his arms around her waist. She stumbled backward, landing in his embrace. His warm body pressed through her thin clothes, mingling with the coolness of the rain, sending a subtle shiver through her. Why were you running so fast? Cuihua lifted her face. His palm still pressed against her waist, its heat making her heart skip a beat. Raindrops trickled down his jawline. Instinctively, she reached out to wipe them away, but the moment her fingers touched his skin, she jerked her hand back as if burned. Tiezhu froze, suddenly aware of their intimate posture. He quickly released her, but his hand accidentally brushed against. I brought you an umbrella, Cuihua murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, her cheeks flushing crimson. Tiezhu looked slightly uncomfortable, especially recalling the soft touch he just felt. Thanks. The next afternoon, most of the materials for the experimental pig pen were purchased. Brother Chang handed the list to Tiezhu. See if there's anything else we need to buy. I've gotten everything on this list. Surveying the truckloads of goods, Tiezhu replied casually, that should cover it for now. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Chang. No trouble at all. What's the trouble in helping the factory? Uncle Zhang didn't linger, his gaze shifting restlessly. Seeing Tiezhu didn't press further, he left. Wang Hu watched the whole scene coldly from the sidelines. He was eager to see how Tiezhu would build a wind and rain-resistant pigsty with these substandard materials. If this job went south, he'd be in big trouble with the village chief. As time passed, the pig pen construction got back on track. Following the system's suggestions, they installed simple ventilation equipment and set up an isolation observation area, all completed. In just 3 days, the experimental pigsty was finished. The village chief came to inspect the work, and Tiezhu explained the purpose of each facility inside. The traditional water troughs were replaced with flowing water basins. These basins connected directly to underground water sources and were supplemented by mountain spring water above. This eliminated the need for frequent water changes by workers, ensuring the water remained fresh. The stone troughs remained largely unchanged, though they would be cleaned more diligently. Ventilation systems on the roof allowed all vents to be opened on sunny days and closed during rain, reducing the risk of infectious diseases among the pigs. The village chief listened to Tiezhu's explanation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well. I didn't expect it to be built so quickly. It certainly looks more professional and is a significant improvement over the old pigsty. Anyway, I'm putting you in charge of this. As long as it reduces the monthly mortality rate among the pigs, it's worth the investment. Our pig farm's future depends on you. His decision to bring Tiezhu into the pig farm had proven correct. Despite the recent rumors and gossip circulating outside, many unfavorable remarks about Tiezhu, he chose to ignore them all. He believed Tiezhu was an honest and dependable man. The entire village knew about the Ma family's situation. Though Tiezhu owed a debt of gratitude to Chang, he had also helped the Ma family greatly afterward. By all accounts, that debt should have been repaid. Yet when Ma Chang fell ill, Tiezhu remained by his side, tending to him tirelessly. He even proposed to Cuihua. Everyone understood Ma Chang's intentions. Fearing the two women would struggle after his passing, he sought to secure their future by finding them a new protector. Once Cuihua married Tiezhu, they would become family in every sense. Tiezhu simply couldn't abandon them. These days, Tiezhu didn't strike him as a fool. Even though he saw through Ma Chang's intentions, he didn't expose them. Instead, he decisively agreed to marry Cuihua. A man of such loyalty and integrity couldn't be all bad. Go select a few healthy pigs and send them to the new pigsty for a month-long trial. If after that month, the pigs here prove superior in every way to those in the old pigsty, then we'll adopt your plan. Tiezhu nodded and dashed off to select pigs from the various tents. By then, Wang Hu had already herded the pigs out. These pigs are from the village chief for you. Take them to the new pigsty. His tone was cold as he tossed the pigs to Tiezhu and turned to leave without waiting for a response. Tiezhu frowned, unconvinced the other party was being so generous. System, scan these pigs for any issues. Scanning. Target, pig herd. Scan results, sick pigs. Long-term consumption of medicated and moldy feed. Nutritional imbalance. Accompanied by bacterial diarrhea and bacterial rhinitis. Overall emaciation. Slow growth due to viral infection. Solutions: improve the pig's living environment, switch to healthier feed, increase vegetable-based feed intake, administer medication. The system offered numerous solutions, and he knew Wang Hu would surely interfere with this, personally helping him lead the pigs out, certainly with ulterior motives. At least it wasn't a serious illness. As long as he followed the system's instructions, a cure would be straightforward. He'd have to keep an eye on Wang Hu from now on. That man was consumed by jealousy. Who knew what worse schemes he might cook up someday? Watching Tiezhu herd all the pigs into the experimental pen, Wang Hu wore a smug expression. He was waiting to see Tiezhu fail. This pen cost far more to build than ordinary ones. If it failed, the village chief would surely make him pay for the loss. Tiezhu's family was dirt poor. Where would they find the money to pay? Wang Hu had given him 5 pigs, and he had no intention of letting anyone else interfere. Even the feed was something he'd researched extensively before giving to the pigs. Most pig farms fed their animals a mix of commercial feed and rice, but Tiezhu fed his pigs only the discarded vegetable leaves from the villagers' fields. The new pigsty maintained a comfortable temperature, and soon the pigs regained their vigor, devouring every last scrap in their troughs. A fierce storm raged through the night, rain lashing against the new pigsty. With a loud crack, the drainage pipe fell from the roof, crashing to the ground with a clang. Tiezhu sat at home, suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Cuihua, who hadn't returned yet, noticed his expression and pressed him. "What's wrong, brother Tiezhu? I just have this feeling that with such strong winds and heavy rain, something might happen to the pigsty. I should go check on it first." Hearing this, Cuihua immediately volunteered. "It's so late now, and the pigsty must be pitch black with no lights. I'll go with you. If anything happens, I can help." Tiezhu nodded in agreement. The two hurried through the rain, umbrella in hand, and upon reaching the pigsty, their fears were confirmed. The drainage pipe of the experimental pigsty had collapsed for some reason, and torrential rain was relentlessly pounding the roof. If drainage wasn't fixed soon, the pigsty might collapse. "Brother Tiezhu, what on earth happened? When I brought lunch earlier today, everything seemed fine. The experimental pig pen should have been fully constructed by now." Chapter 11, Applying Medicine. How could this have happened now? It was indeed built, but the materials used were not what he had selected. They were practically the lowest grade, substandard materials available. Not only were the drainage outlets impossible to install, but even the pig pen roof itself was of such poor quality that it would inevitably collapse under prolonged exposure to sun and rain. These substandard materials, combined with the missing drain, meant that the first rain would wash away the accumulated water and bring the whole thing down. He couldn't fathom that Zhang Yiqian would deliberately sabotage him out of jealousy over his promotion. There was definitely more to this than met the eye. The immediate priority now was to fix the experimental pig pen. Otherwise, the 5 pigs inside would likely face trouble. Cuihua, you've worked hard today. I'm afraid I really need your help. I'll climb up and shovel all the water off the pig pen roof. You stay below and pass me tools. Cuihua agreed decisively. Sure, brother Tiezhu. Just tell me what you need. She felt fortunate to be able to assist Tiezhu, proving she wasn't entirely useless. Ever since their engagement was set, Tiezhu had been distant toward her, acting nothing like a couple about to marry. Tiezhu surveyed the area. Besides the drainage issue, the pigsty was already leaking. Not only did they need to deal with the water on the roof, but they also had to patch the holes in the roof. No wonder no one had deliberately picked a fight with him lately, they were just biding their time. He worked steadily alongside Cuihua in the downpour, not stopping until the rain ceased the next day. Cuihua was utterly exhausted. The kerosene lamp had long since gone out. Ignoring the dirt on the floor, she collapsed onto it, her body nearly giving out. Their night could be called a series of hardships rushing from one task to the next. Fortunately, they managed to keep most of the rain out, and the 5 experimental pigs remained safe and sound in the pigsty. Brother Tiezhu, the materials for this pigsty are so shoddy. It might hold up this time, but it won't last the next downpour. Before anyone arrived for work, he hastily reinforced the pigsty. Once he got to the bottom of this, he'd report it to the village chief. A sudden cry of alarm made Cuihua jump to her feet, a look of worry flashing in her eyes. Oh my god, brother Tiezhu, you're hurt. There's a huge gash on your back. Tiezhu tugged at his torn shirt. Though he couldn't see it, the stinging pain on his back was unmistakable. It's nothing. I'm a man. A little injury like this is nothing. How can it be nothing? You're bleeding heavily. Let's go back first and tend to the wound. If it gets infected, it'll be trouble. Cuihua stamped her foot in frustration, splashing water onto her calves. Her blue cotton blouse clung tightly to her body, outlining the curves of a young woman just coming into her own. Tiezhu caught the sight by accident and immediately looked away as if burned, his ears stinging painfully. Only then did Cuihua notice her predicament and hurriedly crossed her arms over her chest. But the soaked fabric offered little concealment, only making her movements more conspicuous. A raindrop slid down her crimson earlobe, disappearing into the collar of her shirt along the curve of her neck. Tiezhu looked at the reinforced pigsty. Now that the rain had stopped, it probably wouldn't rain again anytime soon. We should head back too, Tiezhu stammered, his throat tightening. He tried to take off his outer coat to drape it over Cuihua, only to find it was equally soaked wet enough to wring out. Cuihua blushed and nodded. On the way back, they walked silently, keeping an arm's length apart. Cuihua stole glances at Tiezhu out of the corner of her eye and saw that the wound on his back was still oozing blood. Her heart clenched. Forgetting her shyness, she hurried forward to take hold of Tiezhu's arm, her voice urgent. Brother Tiezhu, let's hurry. We need to tend to your wound right away. Tiezhu startled at her sudden touch. Cuihua's hand was cool yet soft, like a piece of silk soaked in water pressed against his arm. His heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. He forced himself to keep his gaze steady. Tiezhu's parents looked worried when they saw them return. Why are you only coming back now? Did something happen? Tiezhu explained last night's events. What kind of people are these? Back in their room, Cuihua examined Tiezhu's wound. It appeared to be a gash from the pigsty roof material, nearly 2 feet long. Fortunately, it wasn't deep. Cleaning the wound and applying some tetanus ointment would suffice. But first, the wound needed attention. Brother Tiezhu, I'll fetch a basin of water. You should take off your clothes first. Cuihua said, hurrying out of the room, though her heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Tiezhu's mother, seeing this, pulled her husband aside and excused herself. Soon, Cuihua returned with a basin of clean water, half a bottle of white liquor, and some clean cloth strips. When she returned to the room, Tiezhu had already stripped off his clothes. His muscles tensed with each movement, his skin dark and weathered. Cuihua quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head. Brother Tiezhu, I'll apply some white wine to disinfect it, but it might sting a bit. You'll have to bear with it. Okay. Cuihua's fingers circled around the wound, carefully spreading the liquor to cover every inch of the injured skin. Each touch felt like tiny electric currents running from her fingertips, making her hands inexplicably hot. Cuihua's ears gradually flushed crimson. All done. Let me bandage it for you. She picked up the prepared clean cloth strips and moved around Tiezhu's front. This motion made her almost embrace him from behind, her cheek nearly touching his shoulder. Tiezhu's breathing suddenly grew heavier, his body stiffening slightly. After the wound was treated, Tiezhu felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He changed into a fresh set of clothes and prepared to head out. Brother Tiezhu, won't you stay home for a bowl of ginger soup? You got soaked in the rain too, you'll catch a cold. It's fine. I still need to go to the pigsty and figure out what happened. He couldn't just throw away this hard-won job opportunity. Though the village chief wouldn't fire him over this if he failed to handle it properly, it would leave a bad impression on both the chief and the other workers. If he hits roadblocks everywhere, won't that be the same as leaving the pig farm on his own? Cuihua, you should head back early too, don't keep Chang waiting. Cuihua muttered a few words. Don't worry about me, brother Tiezhu. I already told sister-in-law I was coming to find you. Zhang Yiqian paced restlessly in his guardhouse. When he arrived for work, he'd just seen Tiezhu and Cuihua emerge from the pigsty, soaked to the bone. The experimental pigsty clearly showed signs of alteration. Those subpar materials couldn't withstand such a violent storm. He surmised that Tiezhu must have been here all night, not only guarding the pigsty but also reinforcing it. Chapter 12, Substandard Materials. After last night's downpour, the experimental pigsty's materials were all substandard. If the village chief discovered this, it would all be his responsibility. After all, it was the village chief and Tiezhu who had sent him to buy the materials. He had worked here for so long and had never made a single mistake. Just as his anxiety was reaching its peak, Tiezhu pushed open the gatehouse door. The moment Zhang Yiqian saw Tiezhu again, a distinct look of guilt flashed in his eyes. Tiezhu, you're here so early? It's not even time to start work yet. Youth really has its perks, you're up so early. With that downpour outside and me staying up late last night, I almost stayed in bed. Tiezhu's face remained impassive, showing no intention of engaging in pleasantries. Brother Zhang, I'm sure you know why I'm here. I've already copied the materials for the experimental pigsty construction over to you. You've been in this business for so many years, you should know the difference between substandard materials and quality ones. I never go looking for trouble, but once someone crosses me, I remember it well. We're all human, just trying to get by in this world. Why make things difficult on purpose? You agree, right? Without waiting for permission, Tiezhu sat down decisively, adopting a confrontational stance. Zhang Yiqian's expression visibly stiffened. Tiezhu, I don't know what this is about. I just started working here. Has something happened? He couldn't possibly be unaware. What I'm saying, brother Zhang, you should understand perfectly well. I used to believe you were an upright man. Even if I came to work here as a veterinarian, it wouldn't affect you. So someone must have egged you on behind my back. Brother Zhang, think carefully. I will report this to the village chief. After all, I proposed this plan. If it fails, I'll face punishment. At that point, I won't be bound by any sense of loyalty. Cold sweat poured down Zhang Yiqian's forehead. The thought of Tiezhu reporting this to the village chief, revealing how he'd abused his power for personal gain, made him fear for his job security. Tiezhu, I owe you an apology for this. That day, you entrusted me with the procurement task. Wang Hu came over late at night with liquor. I got drunk and mentioned the matter to him. He said he had a friend in the building materials business. He asked me to give him the order list, and the materials bought the next day were all delivered by him. Zhang Yiqian didn't seem to be lying. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he begged Tiezhu for mercy. You know, I've been doing this for years. Whatever materials the factory needs, I'm the one who buys them. How could I possibly not know the difference between good and bad materials? But now that everything's been purchased, returning it all would not only cost the factory money, but also... He hesitated, swallowed hard, trying to hide his nervousness. But it's useless to say any of this now. If I'd stopped it back then, maybe this wouldn't have happened. I bear responsibility for this. But Tiezhu, I have a family to support. Everyone depends on this job to get by. Could you please spare me and not tell the village chief? No. But the direct responsibility lies with Wang Hu, not you. Even if I tell him, the village chief won't blame you. You won't lose your job. Tiezhu rose and left, unwilling to linger. Now that he knew the truth, there was no need for further pretense. Still, he wasn't ready to report this to the village chief just yet. He not only had to care for the pigs in the experimental pen but also intended to push this project forward. Wang Hu disliked him and made things difficult at every turn, so he wasn't going to keep swallowing his pride. Watching Tiezhu emerge from Zhang Yiqian's guardhouse, Wang Hu felt a sense of foreboding. He walked inside, breakfast in hand. Brother Zhang, I brought you breakfast. That rain yesterday was something else. I just saw Tiezhu come looking for you. What happened? Zhang Yiqian's expression turned cold at the mention, anger welling up inside him. Wang Hu, look at the mess you've made. Who gave you permission to buy substandard materials for the experimental pigsty? Do you have any idea how hard it rained yesterday? The pigsty nearly collapsed. If not for Tiezhu working all night, who knows how this would have ended today? Let me tell you this, you took the order from me when I was tipsy, and you're the one who bought all the materials for that experimental pig pen. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to explain it to the village chief yourself. Wang Hu's brow furrowed slowly as his hand nervously tugged at Zhang Yiqian. Brother Zhang, you didn't say anything out of line to Tiezhu, did you? No matter what, we're in the same boat. If this gets back to the village chief, we'll both get punished. Neither of us will come out unscathed. Zhang Yiqian paused, his eyes narrowing with fury. So he'd been set up. Wang Hu, are you out of your mind? Jealous that Tiezhu earns more than you and got hired as the factory vet? Now you're resorting to dirty tricks behind his back? If you hadn't deliberately made me drink that night, would I have called you brother? When I was inspecting the materials, you obstructed me repeatedly and even tried to bribe me. Have you forgotten all that? He'd never seen such brazen audacity. This was all his own fault. He hadn't been cautious enough to fall for this villain's tricks. He was just the gun he used to make things hard for Tiezhu. So what? It's already happened. Zhang Yiqian, you and I are in this together now. If you dare betray me, I'll turn you in too. I have plenty of excuses to wriggle out of this, but you? Not so lucky. Wang Hu slammed the door shut, breakfast in hand, his rage palpable. A loud thud echoed, and the room fell into complete silence. Zhang Yiqian slumped into his chair, his mind a blank. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he'd stoop to such a thing. His regret reached its peak in that moment. For 3 consecutive days, Tiezhu didn't seem to report the incident to the village chief. Zhang Yiqian kept a close eye on him, terrified he might go snitching. But Tiezhu, sharp-eyed as he was, couldn't have missed it. Zhang Yiqian had tried repeatedly to talk things out with him, but Tiezhu already knew the truth and simply didn't want to get involved. He hadn't reported it to the village chief immediately because he knew where to strike to be most effective. Merely citing the building materials issue, Wang Hu had every reason to make excuses. Perhaps the village chief, considering his long service at the factory, might show some leniency and settle for a mere monetary penalty. But he refused to believe Wang Hu would simply stand by. Once the experimental pigs recovered, Wang Hu would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics again. Chapter 13, Poisoning. A person with such intense jealousy will strike again after the first attempt. He waited for Wang Hu to take the bait. Sure enough, 3 days later, all 5 pigs in the pen developed low-grade fevers, severe diarrhea, and vomiting, some even passed bloody stools. System, investigate what's going on. Scanning. Scan complete. Target, experimental pig herd. Cause, artificial poisoning. Rat poison and castor beans mixed into pig feed. Solution, administer an oral emetic or gently stimulate the throat with a wooden stick to induce vomiting, expelling all ingested toxins. Cleanse the digestive tract with laxatives to expel the poisonous substances, followed by administering large quantities of water to flush the system. Tiezhu frowned slightly. Since the experimental pig pen was built, he had personally prepared all the feed. How could rat poison possibly be mixed in? The only possibility that crossed his mind was Wang Hu. Amidst the crowd, Wang Hu's lips curled into a smug smile, an uncontrollable smirk that betrayed his true feelings. Tiezhu was certain this was undoubtedly his doing. Just then, someone approached. What happened? It hadn't even been half a month, and the pigs that were perfectly fine before are now like this. It's lying motionless on the ground, looks like it's dying. Tiezhu, what's going on? Aren't you a vet? Check it out. Tiezhu emerged from the pig pen, unable to offer a detailed explanation. If the pigs had accidentally ingested rat poison, the mortality rate would be high. Likely, Wang Hu, fearing discovery, had used a low dose, resulting in the current symptoms: vomiting, abdominal pain, and even bloody stools. Had the dose been larger, they would have died instantly. He even suggested they'd been given castor beans. Apparently, the rat poison wasn't enough, so he added castor beans to make them die from diarrhea. No big deal. He didn't want the factory workers to handle it. Instead, following the system's instructions, he bought some medicine and cola himself. He induced vomiting in the pigs, then administered laxatives. After a full morning of work, when he tested them again with the system, the toxins in the pigs' bodies had gradually been flushed out. Tiezhu fed them some vegetables mixed with corn bran. But they were clearly still listless. Wang Hu, seeing this, had already reported the situation to the village chief. Upon hearing that 5 fat pigs were in trouble, the village chief hurried over to investigate. In those days, a pig was worth a fortune. Losing 5 pigs in such a short time meant a huge financial blow to the village. Upon arriving at the scene, he saw Tiezhu already stepping out of the pigsty. He approached urgently and asked, Tiezhu, what on earth is going on? You said the new pigsty would reduce illness rates, but these clearly look sick. They've only been here a few days. Did the ventilation cause them to catch colds? Tiezhu glanced at Wang Hu standing behind the village chief, his eyes devoid of any warmth. His entire face remained calm and composed, radiating a unique aura of his own. Maybe it's because of the heavy rain 2 days ago. They might have caught a slight chill, but they're doing fine now. No need to worry too much. No sooner had Tiezhu finished speaking than Wang Hu leapt to his feet. You're talking nonsense. I've raised pigs for years. Do you think I've never seen a pig with a cold? This is clearly sickness. And they're passing bloody stools. They might be poisoned. These pigs are definitely done for. You can't eat poisoned pigs. It'll kill you if you do. What? Poisoned? How could perfectly healthy pigs suddenly be poisoned? The village chief's face clouded with confusion, desperately wanting Tiezhu to explain. He trusted Tiezhu implicitly, but this incident forced him to question. Tiezhu paused briefly before speaking slowly. Are you the veterinarian or am I? I said it was just a cold, yet you claim it's poisoning. What evidence do you have? I personally oversee all the pigs' feed. I know exactly what they've eaten. It's not poisoning, it's a cold. Wang Hu sneered sarcastically. And you call yourself a vet? You don't even know when pigs are poisoned by rat poison. What qualifications do you have to be a vet? Tiezhu had been waiting for this. He chuckled softly, a confident smirk of triumph spreading across his face. Ever since the pigs got sick, you haven't touched them once. You haven't even laid a finger on them. How could you possibly know they ate rat poison? Wang Hu felt a chill run down his spine. In his overzealousness, he'd just let the cat out of the bag. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap himself. I'd just seen these symptoms before, which is why I recognized it as rat poison ingestion. Wang Hu's panic was palpable, and to Tiezhu, it was a giveaway. Tiezhu pressed further. Whether it's poisoning or fungal infection, the symptoms are nearly identical: fever, diarrhea, even bloody stools. Even dietary issues can cause similar signs. How can you be so certain they ate rat poison? Besides, our factory doesn't even have rat poison. If you're suggesting I deliberately poisoned them, then I think you're brainless. I was the one who proposed this experimental pig pen. If anything happens to these pigs, I'd naturally bear the greatest responsibility. This is like shooting myself in the foot. Well, that's just your own carelessness for not paying attention, so the pigs ended up eating food laced with rat poison. Besides, with all the rats in this village, who knows if the vegetables you cut contained rat poison or not? Wang Hu defended himself with utter disdain, his arguments sounding perfectly reasonable. Since you won't see reason until you're forced to, I'll be blunt, these pigs were indeed poisoned. And as you said, it was rat poison. But I didn't put it there. Judging by the pig's condition, they must have ingested the poison recently. Rat poison has a strong odor that lingers for 3 or 4 days after contact. Wang Hu, dare you let me smell your hands? A veterinarian's nose is the most sensitive. Hearing this, Wang Hu thrust his hand forward. How dare you accuse me falsely? You messed up your own work, and now you're blaming me? I'm asking if you dare. I'll check everyone else one by one, starting with you. This isn't targeting you personally. As soon as Tiezhu finished speaking, she reached out to examine him. Wang Hu quickly flung her hand away. The village chief witnessed the entire scene, and his mind was already as clear as a mirror. Wang Hu, this is outrageous. If you're not the one, why are you so nervous? I never imagined you'd stoop to such a thing out of jealousy. You poisoned the factory, do you even care about it anymore? Chapter 14, Fired from the Pig Farm. Pigs are the livelihood our entire village depends on. How dare you poison them? Wang Hu's face darkened instantly, looking utterly grim. Village chief, it really wasn't me. Then show your hands to Tiezhu to smell. But you won't dare. You were the first to claim the pigs were poisoned by rat poison. I refuse to believe you know that much about pigs. Village chief, I've worked here for years and never done anything like this. You must believe me. Tiezhu is just an outsider. He got into a fight with me in the shed last time and is using this to frame me. Frame you? Before anyone could respond, Zhang Yichuan stepped forward from behind. Every single detail points to your guilt, village chief. I'm reporting you. Everyone instantly turned to look. Tiezhu remained unruffled, as if he'd known all along that Zhang Yichuan would step forward to report Wang Hu. What are you reporting? Spit it out. The village chief was baffled. Things had been peaceful at the factory until now. He'd merely hired a veterinarian, yet it had caused so much trouble. I'm reporting Wang Hu. He procured substandard materials to build the experimental pig pens and even used diseased pigs as control subjects in Tiezhu's experiments. His goal was to drive Tiezhu out. He resents Tiezhu's higher salary and resents Tiezhu's ability to land a job at the pig farm without connections, so he makes life difficult for him at every turn. You saw it yourself, village chief. The pig pen was barely built before it ended up like this. If it hadn't been for that downpour and Tiezhu staying up all night to guard it, all 5 pigs inside would have died. The village chief grew increasingly puzzled. Zhang Yichuan, didn't I send you to procure the building materials? That's right, I share responsibility for this. That night, Wang Hu approached me and even brought 2 bottles of liquor. You know how I get when I drink, I start calling everyone brother. Wang Hu took advantage of that moment to grab the order form, claiming he had reliable contacts. Little did I expect he'd bring in such substandard materials. The village chief's eyes narrowed menacingly at Wang Hu. What else do you have to say? Wang Hu broke out in a cold sweat, stammering incoherently. Village chief, Zhang Yichuan inspected these materials too. He said they were fine. If there had been a problem, he would have pointed it out. I only mentioned I had a friend in construction, but I can't tell good from bad myself. Zhang Yichuan was so furious he couldn't utter a word. You. Tiezhu interjected coldly, Brother Zhang speaks the truth. But I must ask, you took responsibility for this. Since you couldn't tell the material's quality, what about the remaining funds? All this time has passed, and you still haven't returned it to the factory. That can only mean you knew full well the materials were substandard and were lining your own pockets. When you gave me those 5 pigs, I knew something was off, though nothing major. They were the factories anyway, and with careful tending these past days, they've recovered well enough. Now you've poisoned them to frame me? Is my position that tempting to you? So jealous you'd risk harming everyone's interests? The village chief snorted coldly, utterly disillusioned with this man. Wang Hu, there's no place for a pest like you here. Return every penny, or don't expect this month's wages. And these substandard materials? They'll be deducted from your pay. Starting today, you're no longer welcome at the factory. Zhang Yichuan, you share responsibility for the materials issue, but considering your past contributions, I'll overlook it this time. From now on, you'll be in charge of procuring all materials needed for Iron Pillar. Replace every single old pig pen with new ones. Despite this incident, he didn't look down on Tiezhu. Instead, his trust in him only grew. Tiezhu, you should have told me about this sooner, but it's not too late now. Work hard, and I believe you can lead our pig farm to greater heights. Tiezhu nodded. The village chief didn't spare Wang Hu another glance. Village chief, you can't fire me. I know I was wrong. Village chief. Watching the village chief walk away without a second glance, Wang Hu gritted his teeth and glared viciously at Tiezhu. At that moment, his rage burned with unparalleled intensity. Damn it! You think I won't kill you? Wang Hu lunged forward and yanked Tiezhu by the collar. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tiezhu kicked him flat on the ground. An unprecedented chill emanated from his body, and for the first time, Wang Hu felt a flicker of fear in his aura. Wang Hu's bravado instantly crumbled. What the hell do you think you're doing? Someone's attacking. Someone's attacking. Tiezhu had no desire to waste any more words on him. Zhang Yichuan spat, you filthy dog. You dare slander me? Look at yourself, what do you think you're made of? Fortunately, the village chief isn't blind. Get lost. You're not welcome here, and you never will be. Having worked as a gatekeeper for years, Zhang Yichuan was built like a tank. He grabbed the man and dragged him out. Locked outside the pig farm, Wang Hu's eyes were bloodshot with rage, grinding his molars so hard they nearly shattered. Tiezhu, you just wait. After work, Tiezhu had barely returned home when his mother, her face full of worry, told him, Cuihua's brother doesn't seem to be doing well. We've saved up some eggs. Take them over and see how he's doing. If there's anything you can do to help, please do. Tiezhu immediately grabbed the eggs and rushed to Cuihua's house. There he found Cuihua and her sister-in-law tear-stained, while Chang lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. He couldn't utter a word, struggling even to open his mouth. Before long, he slipped into unconsciousness. The entire room was filled with a heavy, deathly atmosphere. Just as they were at a loss, Tiezhu's voice echoed from outside the courtyard. He'd borrowed the village ox cart from the village chief and urgently said, Sister-in-law, help me take brother Chang to the hospital. Don't worry about the medical bills for now, saving his life comes first. Xiulan wiped away her tears. Together, they lifted Chang onto the ox cart. Along the way, Tiezhu never rested for a moment until they delivered Chang to the hospital. He was drenched in sweat. Xiulian stood beside him, unable to cry out loud, covering her mouth to stifle her sobs as she silently endured her worry. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Now that we're at the hospital, the doctors will surely find a way. What sin has our Ma family committed? Your brother Chang has done countless good deeds in his life, yet heaven has played such a cruel joke on him. What have we ever done to deserve this? Brother Chang will be fine. Moments later, the doctor emerged from the emergency room. The patient's wound had worsened, and he had fallen into a coma. He must be admitted for treatment immediately, otherwise his life would be in danger. Thankfully you brought him in early. Had you been any later, he would have lost his life. Not even a god could have saved him. Moreover, the patient requires surgery. Someone come with me to handle the admission paperwork. Xiulian looked deeply worried. Where would their family find the money for hospitalization? Alright, sister-in-law, Cuihua, you two follow brother Chang to the inpatient ward. I'll join you after I finish the admission paperwork. Xiulan frowned. Where would Tiezhu get that much money? She couldn't bear the thought, yet she feared Chang might not survive. Tiezhu put the hospital bill on credit. Though he didn't have enough cash for the admission fee now, he was fortunate to have a job. The village chief was kind-hearted, so he could ask for an advance on his wages. At least Chang's life could be saved. Chapter 15, Your life belongs to 3 people. After a night of frantic activity, Tiezhu returned the next day to find the village chief and request an advance on his wages. The village chief paused before speaking. Tiezhu, I know your family's situation. I can advance you this pay, but you must exercise restraint. Don't exhaust yourself only to see it all go to waste in the end. He had visited Chang after he fell ill. The injuries were far from minor. The man himself had lost the will to live. Even with Tiezhu's help, it might be futile. Spending the money would be nothing but a waste. Tiezhu was deeply loyal and honorable. Though Chang did him a favor, now that he's in trouble, Tiezhu hasn't abandoned him. He's supporting 2 households single-handedly. Village chief, I know brother Chang did me a favor. Even if I spent my entire life repaying him, it wouldn't be enough. If it weren't for Ma Chang back then, his family would never have been able to establish themselves in the village. The village chief advanced him 3 months' wages, which would cover Ma Chang's hospital stay for a while. Plus, with the current national policies, the poor could get significant discounts on medical treatment. When Tiezhu returned to the hospital, Ma Chang had regained consciousness. His face was etched with regret and shame so profound that he even blamed Tiezhu for bringing him to the hospital. "Didn't I tell you long ago that my illness is incurable? Stop wasting money. Tiezhu, Ma Chang, have lived a worthless life. My only request is that you take good care of your sister-in-law and Cuihua. That's all." His tone was bitter, his expression even more so. This broken life of his was beyond repair. Standing up was out of the question, and no amount of money could change that. Yet Tiezhu kept dragging him along. His heart was torn with pain and conflict. He wanted to leave, but couldn't abandon Qiang and Cuihua. He wanted to live, but it was futile. He couldn't let Tiezhu drain the family's savings on his treatment. He couldn't ruin Tiezhu and Cuihua's entire lives. "I want to go back. Help me back now. I don't want to stay here anymore. I told you I don't want treatment. I want to die." The next second, a vicious slap landed on his face. Qiang frowned, tears blurring her vision as she sobbed breathlessly. His words seemed to have provoked such a fierce reaction. "Ma Chang, can't you stop being such a coward? You know Tiezhu has been busting his ass for you, never slacking off. All the hospital bills were paid out of his salary. He just started working. I'm telling you this because we all want you to live. Yet you're so pathetic. How can you face us?" Ma Chang seemed struck by the words. He lowered his head, silent, his face buried in shadow, his emotions unreadable. Then a hot tear slid onto the bedsheet. His shoulders shook uncontrollably, and choked sobs rose and fell. Tiezhu sighed helplessly and sat down beside the bed. If it were him, he might have made the same decision as Ma Chang, not wanting to burden his family, not wanting to let his friends down. Yet deep down, who wouldn't want to live? Ma Chang was a man who prided himself on strength, valued his reputation above all, and understood reality more clearly than anyone. Regarding this matter, they all made their choices. "Brother Chang, I'll say this one last time, this life isn't yours alone, it belongs to all 3 of us. Don't worry about the money. Can money ever be more important than a human life? Just focus on getting treated at the hospital. Besides, your injuries might just heal completely. Medical technology will only advance further in the future. Even if the treatment costs a fortune, I wouldn't hesitate. We all want you to live. Just relax and let go of those thoughts. Otherwise, none of us can live with ourselves." Ma Chang broke down in tears. The entire hospital was filled with anguish. How could he not want to live? But fate was cruel. If he wanted to treat this injury, he couldn't drag Tiezhu down with him. "Tiezhu, I'm so distressed, my heart aches." Tiezhu stayed at the hospital for a while before hurrying back home with Cuihua. Before leaving, he entrusted his sister-in-law with matters at the hospital. Qiang felt uneasy too, so she could only ask Cuihua to make it up to him. Outside, the dew was damp, and last night's light rain had made things even worse. Running around non-stop these past 2 days, Cuihua hadn't uttered a word about her discomfort. Since returning home, she'd already sneezed several times. "Sit here for a moment. I'll make you some ginger tea. The weather's unpredictable, sunny 1 minute, cloudy the next. Don't let this cold wear you down." Cuihua gave a faint smile and hurriedly stood up. "Brother Tiezhu, I'll go. Don't you still have to go to work? Don't trouble yourself. I'll have it ready soon. You sit down for a bit." "No, I'll go." The town hospital couldn't perform complex surgeries, only treating the worst parts of Ma Chang's leg. From lying still too long and hating his legs that wouldn't let him get up, he'd beaten himself raw in many places. Ma Chang sat in the hospital for 3 days. After 3 days, he insisted on going home. "This hospital can't fix me. Let's go home. Don't waste money here. I feel much better now. Tiezhu's money didn't just fall from the sky. It's a miracle I'm still hanging on." He did feel a bit more vitality than the previous days, and his mind wasn't as gloomy. "All right. Tiezhu told me to get some medicine. I'll handle the discharge paperwork. Let's go home." Seeing Ma Chang looking so much better lifted Qiang's spirits. As long as he had the will to live, this wasn't over yet. Tiezhu came personally to pick him up. Neither spoke a word on the way until they reached the village entrance, where villagers came to greet them. Only then did Ma Chang's expression shift slightly. "Brother Chang, you're out of the hospital?" He was Qin Hanxin, a contemporary of Ma Chang's who had even worked alongside him. Just moments ago, he'd been at home, but now seeing Ma Chang being pulled back by Tiezhu on a cart, he somehow found himself drawn over. "Brother Chang, did the doctor say you'll be able to walk again? The boss is waiting for you to get back to work. You used to be the most capable one, you could handle 2 men's work by yourself. The boss really liked you. I still remember one time at work. There was a job nobody wanted to do, no matter how much they paid. But you stepped up because the pay was good." Qin Hanxin's words were laced with subtle insinuations. They weren't unaware of Ma Chang's current predicament, and such remarks inevitably stung like a knife to the heart. For some time now, the village gossip had nearly drowned him. Though Ma Chang lay bedridden, how could he not hear the whispers outside? They say he's a burden on Tiezhu's family, a burden on Xiulian. Now crippled, he still had to drag Tiezhu along to save his worthless life. Some even called his family ingrateful. Upon hearing this, Xiulan frowned. Xin Hunxin, what do you mean by that? Sister-in-law, what could I possibly mean? I'm just concerned about brother Chang and hope he can earn more money in the future. Tiezhu ignored him, pulling Ma Chang away. What a patient needed most was peace of mind. Even the smallest illness wouldn't heal with a poor attitude. Ma Chang clenched his fists tightly, staring at his paralyzed legs, unable to utter a word. Seriously. Look what happens when you're reckless and risk your life for money. Now he's not only ruined himself but dragged Tiezhu's family down too. How much will this hospital stay cost? The future medicine bills will flow out like water. Marrying his sister off to Tiezhu was just a ploy to tie him down and make him work like a beast of burden for their family. Hypocritical righteousness. Fake kindness. Hearing this, Tiezhu froze. Sister-in-law pushed Chang back. I can't stand this. He released the cart and lunged forward, slamming a fist into Xin Hunxin's face. If you can't speak properly, just shut the up. Who the hell do you think you are? Just as Xin Hunxin was about to speak, he saw Tiezhu's deep, dark eyes seeming to emit a cold glint. Even his own aura weakened. He'd never seen Tiezhu like this before. He'd always thought of him as an honest guy, always trailing behind Ma Chang, calling him brother Chang all the time. But now, he felt a genuine fear stir within him at Tiezhu's gaze. Clutching his stinging cheek, he snapped, Tiezhu, you're out of your mind. I was speaking up for you. Tiezhu gritted his teeth, his face utterly expressionless. No need. Mind your own business. Otherwise, next time I see you, I'll beat you again. If you don't want that mouth, just donate it. Ma Chang and Xiulian remained frozen in place, watching the scene unfold. She felt a flicker of surprise. She never imagined Tiezhu would resort to violence. At home. Tiezhu carried Ma Chang to bed. Cuihua hadn't been seen all day. As soon as he pushed open the door, a figure bathed in milky white light came into view. Chapter 16, flirted with by a woman. His hand froze mid-motion, his expression stiffening. He quickly closed the door. Cuihua, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were changing. Cuihua had been completely unclothed moments ago, her pear-shaped figure appearing rather petite. He had taken in every detail of her form, his face flushing from his neck to his ears. Neither in his past life nor this one had he ever touched a woman, let alone seen one so intimately. Soon, Cuihua finished changing and opened the door. Brother Tiezhu, you didn't knock. I thought you were at my place. I wanted to bring you some clothes to change into, but I didn't know you were here. Come in. Cuihua pulled him inside. I came back to change myself. Tiezhu, really, you don't need to be shy. We're getting married anyway. I've already been yours for a long time. So what if you saw me? It's no big deal. A faint, unconcerned smile played on her face, as if she truly didn't mind. Tiezhu was momentarily stunned. People of her generation really were more open-minded. If this happened in modern times, barging into someone's room so soon after arriving and seeing them completely naked, wouldn't you be suspected of being a pervert or a dirty old man? Brother Tiezhu, you seem like such a rough and tumble guy, but I never expected you to be so shy. Your ears are all red. Cuihua teased him. The next second, she pulled his hand toward her blouse. The moment it touched that warmth, Tiezhu felt completely overwhelmed. What are you doing? Tiezhu sprang up and snatched his hand back. How reckless of him to be flirted with by a woman in this era. Cuihua was just too clever. Nothing, just wanted brother Tiezhu to get used to things sooner. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go, auntie's waiting for me. You should stay home these next couple of days to look after your brother. He's in a bad mood. You need to help him cheer up and keep his spirits up. Otherwise, even the medicine won't work. As long as his heart stays strong, this illness won't be fatal. Cuihua hesitated. After all, it was her own brother lying in that bed. She nodded. Then I'll come by in a couple days. Please help my sister-in-law take care of him for now. Alright, don't overwork yourself. Brother Tiezhu, you too. Tiezhu cleared his throat and turned to leave the room. As he walked out, his eyes grew redder. The faint, warm, smooth sensation still lingered on his hands, and a fiery heat burned within him. He'd taken a half day off work today, so there was no rush to return. Upon learning he'd returned, Tiezhu's parents grew anxious. Tiezhu, how is Ma Chang? He's still the same, but his complexion looks much better than before. Don't overwork yourself. Earning money is hard enough as it is. You have to go to work every day and still run around taking care of the Ma family. Your mother feels for you. Yet despite her words, she knew Tiezhu had done the right thing. A person must never forget loyalty or betray their own conscience. The family was now destitute, subsisting on boiled greens daily. Tiezhu's mother often foraged for wild greens to make ends meet. When Tiezhu finished work one day, he spotted a grassy vacant lot. Such open spaces were prime hunting grounds for small animals. He decided to try his luck, hoping to hunt some game. System, scan nearby animals. Scanning. Scan successful. 152 meters away, rabbit burrow. 350 meters underground, for field mice. 25 meters to the left, 2 hedgehogs. Detected tameable creatures, rabbits, field mice, hedgehogs. Close contact may calm and capture them. Upon hearing this, Tiezhu was delighted. He had his sights set on the rabbits. They always lived in groups of at least 2. He only needed 2, one for the Ma family and one to supplement his parents' nutrition. Following the system's instructions, he crept toward the rabbit burrow. Sure enough, a large hole lay hidden beneath the ground, covered by thick weeds easy to miss if you weren't paying attention. As Tiezhu approached, seemingly due to the system's influence, the rabbit actually collided with him. He had been worrying about how to lure the rabbits out of the burrow, since close contact was necessary for taming. Little did he expect the rabbit to be this stupid. Detected host capturing rabbit. Reward, plus 10 points. His eyes crinkled with amusement. One rabbit was caught and rubbed against his hand like a cat. The soft, fluffy feel made him feel a twinge of reluctance. He crouched nearby for a while, using one rabbit to lure another. Soon enough, movement stirred within the burrow again. With lightning reflexes, he grabbed the rabbit by the ear. The moment his fingers touched it, the rabbit ceased struggling. Each rabbit weighed about 7 or 8 pounds plump and plump. It's just the 2 of you. Don't blame me, I had no choice. Just as Tiezhu was about to stand up, Cuihua's sweet voice came from behind him. Brother Tiezhu, I didn't know you could catch rabbits. She was visibly excited, having never touched a wild rabbit up close before. Take one home. You, your wife, and brother Chang all need to build up your strength. I'll give the other one to my parents. Cuihua froze, her eyes misting over. She threw herself at him, jumping up in sheer delight. Brother Tiezhu, you're amazing. She was scantily clad, and the moment she landed on the bed, he felt that same creamy white he'd glimpsed that morning now soft against his chest. He cleared his throat. Cuihua, you really are quite a sight. What? Seeing she hadn't grasped his meaning, Tiezhu didn't bother explaining further. Brother Tiezhu, this rabbit's so plump it could be a dowry. I might as well marry you tomorrow. Tiezhu's mouth twitched. Is that all it takes to satisfy her? In modern times, wedding dowries easily ran into tens of thousands, sometimes even astronomical sums, nothing like the simplicity of this era. Back then, even a pig tied with a red ribbon could serve as a dowry to marry a fine woman. Of course, this rabbit weighed 7 or 8 pounds, selling it would bring in a decent sum. But you, brother Tiezhu, just don't want to. Her voice softened. Truthfully, after all these days, she could see clearly. If Tiezhu truly liked her, how could he possibly feel nothing at all? Even when she'd been so forward last time, Tiezhu wouldn't even look at her, whether from shyness or something else, she couldn't tell. What nonsense are you talking about, silly girl? I just think you're such a good girl. If I got you so easily, what if I didn't cherish you later? So wait a little longer. Once our family's situation improves, I'll marry you in style. Seeing Tiezhu's earnest gaze, Cuihua felt a pang of emotion. Brother Tiezhu, our family truly thanks you. She meant it. Even without Tiezhu saying it, she understood his heavy burden supporting 2 families, while her own brother treated her like a chain binding him. She didn't want things to be this way, but Tiezhu was her brother and sister-in-law's only hope and her own. She had no choice. Brother Tiezhu, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? I'll cook for you myself. Sure. Just as Tiezhu was about to leave, Cuihua threw herself into his arms. The thin summer clothing allowed the heat from their bodies to transfer without any barrier. Tiezhu could clearly feel her softness pressed against his chest, the sensation sending a shiver through his entire body. Tiezhu, Cuihua tilted her face up, her watery eyes reflecting the evening glow. Are you hot? Tiezhu's Adam's apple bobbed as the rabbit in his hand squirmed restlessly. Cuihua's hair clung to her neck with sweat, carrying a faint scent of soapberry. He suddenly noticed a corner of her collar had opened during their earlier movement, revealing a patch of skin. The rabbit's going to run away. Tiezhu's voice was hoarse, yet he couldn't bear to push her away. Cuihua pressed closer instead, tiptoeing to whisper in his ear, Brother Tiezhu, what did you just call me? Her warm breath tickled his ear, sending a shiver through him. Chapter 17, The Borrowed Seed Incident. Cuihua's hand had crept onto his shoulder unnoticed, her fingertips teasingly grazing the skin at the nape of his neck. I meant, Tiezhu stammered, suddenly grabbing her restless hand. It's getting late. I should go cook dinner. Cuihua snorted derisively, her eyes glinting as she leaned in suddenly, planting a swift kiss on his cheek. That fleeting kiss struck Tiezhu like lightning, freezing him solid in place. Off I go. Cuihua winked at him. Tiezhu, your ears are redder than a rabbit's eyes. Tiezhu touched his burning cheeks, watching Cuihua's bouncing figure retreat. His heart pounded as if it would burst from his chest. The evening breeze rustled through the grass, yet failed to dispel the heat enveloping him. Tiezhu carried the rabbit as he followed Cuihua, unaware when they'd reached the Ma family's doorstep. Qiang was busy in the kitchen when she looked up and saw the rabbits in their hands. Where did you get such plump rabbits? Cuihua bounced over, handing the rabbit to Xiulian. Brother Tiezhu caught them. He's amazing caught too, both this plump. Sister-in-law, let's do rabbit meat tonight to help brother build up his strength. Goodness gracious, Tiezhu is truly amazing, he can treat pigs and catch rabbits too. With all that muscle, Cuihua, you're in for a treat. Xiulian gave Cuihua a teasing look and nudged her playfully with her elbow. Cuihua blushed, flustered. Sis, what are you saying? Sis, you two keep busy. I'll head home now. Tiezhu knew the village women could be quite blunt at times, but being discussed like that still made him uncomfortable. As he turned to leave, Cuihua hurried out to stop him. Brother Tiezhu, don't leave yet. Stay for dinner tonight. We have meat, which is rare. I'll buy a couple ounces of wine. You can have a drink with your brother. No, I still need to take this rabbit home. Tiezhu held up the rabbit in his hands. This rabbit was meant to be taken home to help his parents regain their strength. It served as the perfect excuse. He certainly didn't want to drink tonight and cause any trouble. Just as he lifted his leg to leave, a clatter of noise erupted from inside the house. The three of them paled and rushed into the room. There lay Ma Chang, half his body sprawled on the floor, his legs twisted and tangled. Brother Chang! What happened to you? Xiulian rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Ma Chang's shoulders to help him back onto the bed. Cuihua joined in, but even the combined strength of the two girls couldn't lift Ma Chang, who had once been a strong laborer. Tiezhu shoved the rabbit into Cuihua's hands, then took Ma Chang from the two women. With a mighty heave, he hoisted him back onto the bed. Ma Chang grunted a thank you. Made a fool of myself, didn't I? Brother Chang, you trying to get up? Tiezhu sat beside him, helping adjust his legs. Brother Chang, if you need anything, just call out to us. If Sister Cui can't manage, have her call me. Don't struggle on your own, it's not worth risking injury. Tiezhu sent the two women out first. Ma Chang remained silent the whole time, and Tiezhu wanted to have a proper talk with him. Once they were alone, Tiezhu began massaging Ma Chang's legs. As he worked, he said, Brother Chang, your wife and Cuihua have it tough. Taking care of yourself is the best help you can give them. Ma Chang listened silently to Tiezhu's chatter, lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, he raised both hands high, his fists poised to smash down on his crippled legs. Tiezhu's face froze, and he quickly reached out to block the blow. What are you doing, Brother Chang? Tiezhu, help me out, brother. I know you're a good man. Help me out. Ma Chang looked up, his face streaming with tears. Once the pillar holding up his entire family, now reduced to such a pitiful state, Tiezhu couldn't bear to watch. Brother Chang, tell me anything I can do to help, I will. Then give your sister-in-law a child. Ma Chang opened his mouth, bringing up that same old request again. Tiezhu felt utterly helpless and could only repeat the same old plea, brother, I can help with anything else, but this one thing I just can't do it. Forget everything else, if I did this, I'd be betraying Cuihua. Brother, I beg you. I beg you. I was useless, I couldn't give your wife a son or daughter before this happened. Give her a child, boy or girl, and I'll treat it as my own. Consider it leaving me an heir. I beg you. As he spoke, Ma Chang threw himself onto the con, attempting to kowtow to Tiezhu. Tiezhu could only hold him tightly, refusing to agree. Helping someone commit suicide crossed his moral line. No matter what, he wouldn't do it. So you'd only help if I died before your eyes, is that it? Only if I'm dead will you lend a hand? Then I'll die now. I'll die right this instant. What use is a cripple like me anyway? He violently shoved Tiezhu away and slammed his head into the corner of the wall. Brother Chang. Hearing Ma Chang's cries from inside the room, Xiulan couldn't help but peek in. She witnessed him about to smash his head against the wall. Panicked, she lunged forward, using her own body to shield Ma Chang. Ma Chang's head slammed hard into Xiulan's abdomen. Ignoring the sharp pain in her stomach, Xiulian clutched Ma Chang and wailed, Brother Chang, what are you doing? Are you trying to leave me behind? We promised that no matter how hard life got, we'd keep going together. How could you break your word? If you leave, what am I supposed to do? Ma Chang buried his face in Xiulan's chest, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm useless. I'm dragging you down. Xiulan, let me go. Find someone better. Don't let me ruin your whole life. Cuihua, leaning against the doorframe nearby, wept uncontrollably. Tiezhu, please help your brother. Help your sister-in-law. Hope flickered in both their eyes, but Cuihua's gaze was torn with conflict. Part of her wanted Tiezhu to help her brother and sister-in-law, yet another part felt deeply uncomfortable. Who could feel at ease? Who could accept their future husband and sister-in-law plotting over a child? Tiezhu didn't want to either. After a moment's thought, he said, Brother Chang, sister-in-law, please don't put me in this position. Tomorrow I'll give my brother a surprise. From now on, I'll help Brother Chang get back on his feet. I'll make sure you have a child of your own. Then, without looking back, he headed to the kitchen to fetch the rabbit and took it home. The next day, he enlisted help to haul a pile of materials to the Ma household. Xiulian watched his busy figure curiously. Tiezhu, what's this all about? I won't tell you yet. You'll see when I'm done. He worked for over an hour, assembling a wheelchair from the materials. The parts were salvaged from old bicycles. The wheelchair couldn't compare to the ones in hospitals, but it worked. Now Ma Chang could get around on his own. Brother Chang, take a look. What do you think of this? He wheeled it into the room and gave the backrest a pat. Ma Chang's eyes lit up instantly. Tiezhu, this must have cost you a fortune, right? They'd inquired at the hospital before a wheelchair cost more than a bicycle, and they couldn't afford it. Not at all. I bought the scrap parts and assembled it myself. Give it a try, Brother Chang. As soon as Tiezhu finished speaking, he helped Ma Chang into the wheelchair and pushed him out into the courtyard. Brother Chang, once you build up your arm strength, you'll be able to get into the wheelchair yourself. Then you can go anywhere in the village. Great. This is truly wonderful. Tiezhu, my wife and I don't know how to thank you enough. Since Ma Chang's accident, Xiaolian hadn't seen him leave the house. This was the first time. Watching him try to move independently in the sunlight, she was so happy she felt like crying. Tiezhu turned and headed toward Cuihua's room. Sister-in-law, you've helped me more than enough already. No need to be polite with me from now on. I'll go get Cuihua to come out and take a look. Cuihua's door was ajar. He pushed it open and was met by the sight of a snow-white, exquisitely shaped figure. Her tender, pale skin and the bold curves before him sent a rush of blood to his head. A fiery heat surged through both his body and mind. But he snapped back to his senses, spinning around to close the door. But Cuihua reached out, grabbed his hand, and pulled him inside. With a swift kick, she slammed the door shut. Her jade-like arms wrapped around iron pillars, and she giggled coquettishly, "Iron pillar, you're blushing." Cuihua, no, don't do this. This isn't right. Put your clothes back on quickly. The body he'd accidentally glimpsed moments ago was now pressed tightly against his own, threatening to overwhelm Tiezhu's self-control. Cuihua's clothes hung around her neck. Iron Pillar closed his eyes tightly, his hands frantically pulling her clothes down, trying to wrap them around her exquisite form. Brother Tiezhu, this is just fine. We're going to marry someday. I'll be yours sooner or later. What's wrong with just looking now? Later, I'll be all yours. Tiezhu's face flushed even redder as he struggled to free himself from Cuihua's arms. Cuihua, get dressed quickly. Your brother and sister-in-law are outside. It'd be worse if they found out. And come out to see your brother, he can go for walks now too. With that, he bolted out the door, fleeing in a panic, and didn't forget to shut the door behind him. Before Cuihua could step outside, an anxious shout came from the courtyard. Tiezhu, hurry to my house. My donkey is dying. Chapter 18, Breeding. Tiezhu heard he had work to do and didn't bother continuing the fun with Ma Chang's family. He said a quick goodbye to the two people in the courtyard and followed the visitor. The man was surnamed Shen. In the entire village, only his family and the village chief's family owned donkeys. His donkey handled all the farm work at home. They'd raised it for 4 or 5 years and it had never caused any trouble. This morning, however, the donkey refused to work. Even whipping it didn't help, it kept brayed incessantly, its mouth unable to close properly. After discussing it, the family sent someone to find Tiezhu. Ever since Tiezhu had subdued the mad cow and cured the sick pig, his reputation had spread throughout the village. Whenever there was a problem with the village's poultry or livestock, people came to him. The Chen family was no exception. The messenger led the way, chattering incessantly, "Our donkey never gets sick. It's always been obedient and hardworking. We've never even given it medicine. Who'd have thought today it wouldn't work, would drool with its mouth open and keep whining and whimpering nonstop? Tiezhu, please check it out. I hope it's not sick. My family relies on it for work. We've never skimped on its food or water. If it can't be cured, my grandfather will be heartbroken." Brother Chen, don't worry. These symptoms sound familiar, it shouldn't be anything serious. I'll take a look and let you know. Chen's donkey shed housed only this one animal. Now it paced restlessly inside, kicking its legs and stamping its feet. It winced softly, occasionally chewing as saliva dripped from its gaping mouth. Tiezhu had already formed a rough diagnosis in his mind, but he still double-checked with the system. Scanning. Scanning complete. Scanning target, female donkey. Scan results, female donkey exhibits frequent lip smacking, incessant whinnying, protruding head and neck, drooling, and jaw misalignment. Diagnosis, estrus phase. Hooves unclipped, accompanied by bacterial infection. Solution, breeding, trim hooves. Alright then. Tiezhu brushed the dust off his hands and stood up, explaining to Brother Chen, "No worries, this donkey isn't sick, it's just in heat. Plus, its hooves need trimming, they're infected and inflamed. I can only ease the pain for now. You'll still need to find a male donkey for breeding. Once that's done, it should be fine. The hooves are easy enough, just have the village hoof trimmer take care of them later. But finding a male donkey is another story." After hearing the diagnosis, Brother Chen's face briefly lit up with a smile before immediately clouding over again. Few in the village kept donkeys, and suitable breeding males were even rarer. Where on earth was he supposed to find one? Indeed, even in the 1980s, donkeys weren't common livestock in every household. In this village, only 4 households kept donkeys. Excluding Chen's family, that left just 3. Only the village chief's family had a male donkey. Tiezhu thought for a moment and said, I'll go talk to the village chief and see if I can borrow his donkey for a couple of hours. The village chief's? Isn't his donkey only 2 years old? Will that work? Tiezhu nodded in confirmation. It's fine. It'll be 3 years old soon. I just checked it for him a few days ago. Most donkeys mature at 2, but they're ready for breeding by 3. Brother Chen hadn't realized the village chief's donkey was nearly 3 just a fortnight away, so borrowing it for breeding wouldn't be a problem. With that, Brother Chen expressed his gratitude repeatedly, pulling 2 yuan out of his pocket. Here, for the treatment. This is a bit much, isn't it? Not at all, not at all. Brother Chen insisted, pressing the money into his hand. This is actually less than it should be. If it weren't for you, we'd have had to go to the next village to find their vet. Not only would that have been a hassle, but they'd have charged 3 yuan for the treatment. 2 yuan is already a bargain for me. In the village, veterinary work was considered highly skilled, commanding wages nearly on par with human doctors. Over this period, he'd resolved several difficult cases in the village, even curing infertile dogs. Besides money, he'd earned quite a few points. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability to tame the following animals: pigs, cattle, rabbits, donkeys, dogs, ducks, chickens, geese. Total accumulated points, 210. What are points used for? Points serve as the system currency. They can be used to upgrade the system or purchase necessary tools from the system store. Tools within the system exceed the scope of this era. Host, please use them rationally. Tiezhu opened the system store. Soon, a blue transparent screen appeared before him, and he could even swipe effortlessly across it. This was far more advanced than anything in the modern world by how many times, he couldn't say. The system store offered numerous items, most originating from the modern era but proving immensely useful in this time period. He even discovered a special medicine in the store that could treat Chang's leg injury. However, this special medicine was extremely expensive, requiring 5,000 points to exchange, and could only be purchased after upgrading the system to level 5. At his current rate of earning points, even upgrading the system would take considerable time. Taming the mad bull added 10 points, and taming the rabbit also added 10 points. But capturing that donkey only added half the usual points. Tiezhu couldn't help but wonder if more dangerous animals yielded more points, or if curing severely ill animals granted greater rewards. This theory gradually proved itself as Tiezhu continued treating all kinds of livestock. People came to Tiezhu for animal treatments in a steady stream every day. Watching the constant flow of visitors and the growing pile of money in Tiezhu's hands, Auntie Wang next door grew increasingly envious. That afternoon, she sat by her door with a handful of melon seeds, cracking them with a satisfying crunch as she watched the neighboring yard. Her eyes darted when she spotted Cuihua arriving with a basket for Tiezhu. Cuihua wore a faded, patched plaid shirt and cloth shoes with holes in the soles. Auntie Wang's eyes darted about as an idea formed in her mind. Why, isn't this Cuihua, Tiezhu's fiancé? Now Tiezhu's a big shot in the village, rich and capable. But look at your family. The status between your two households isn't equal anymore. Not long ago, they were outsiders, shunned by the villagers. Now Tiezhu is welcomed everywhere, but you, Cuihua, are different. Your brother is bedridden, with no income at all. In the end, you'll be completely unworthy of him. Men turn bad as soon as they get money. You'd better hurry up and marry him. Otherwise, when Tiezhu dumps you someday, you'll be the one crying. TSK. I say, Tiezhu never intended to marry you at all. Otherwise, after earning so much money, how could he still let you wear such rags? He probably set his sights on someone else long ago and spent all his money on her. Chapter 19, Drugging Cuihua. These words weren't just mocking Cuihua, they were mocking the entire Ma family. Cuihua stopped in her tracks. Ever since Tiezhu recovered, their family had endured plenty of cold stares. She and her sister-in-law had long grown accustomed to it. As long as her brother didn't hear it and have his mood spoiled, nothing else mattered. But bottling up this anger wouldn't last forever. Since Aunt Wang had come looking for trouble, Cuihua wasn't about to hold back. Auntie Wang, you used to look down on my husband at every turn. Now you're suddenly all over him. Is it because you want to curry favor with him, or are you just jealous and can't stand to see others happy? Whether my husband wants me has nothing to do with you, at least he doesn't want you. Ma Cuihua, your tongue is venomous. No wonder Tiezhu dragged his feet about marrying you, he never wanted you. If your brother hadn't used his favor to force you into this marriage, do you really think you could find a decent man in this village? This village is full of snobs. When Ma Chang was doing well, plenty of people were drawn to Cuihua's looks. But after the trouble started, no one wanted to get involved in this mess. Everyone's life was tough enough without having to deal with in-laws who constantly needed support. Naturally, suitors grew scarce. Cuihua fell silent. Aunt Wang spoke the truth, her brother had indeed forced her into marriage with Tiezhu. This union had never been Tiezhu's own choice. The next moment, a sturdy figure swept past her. Tiezhu had appeared before her without warning. Auntie Wang, I already warned you last time. Stop picking on Cuihua for no reason. Got nothing better to do? Auntie Wang, I've spared you trouble out of neighborly courtesy. Instead of meddling in Cuihua's marriage, why not focus on whether your own children, especially your son, can find partners? Cuihua is already my fiancé in name. Once I've saved up the dowry, I'll marry her in style. You needn't trouble yourself. Tiezhu pulled Cuihua inside. He'd always thought her strong-willed nature would protect her from trouble outside, but he couldn't stand listening to those words just now. Don't worry about whether I'll marry you. I, Tiezhu, keep my word. I won't go back on my promise to brother Chang. But Cuihua didn't seem particularly pleased by his words. Brother Tiezhu, if you don't want to, I'll talk to my brother. We can just be like brother and sister. A smile flitted across her face, obedient and sensible, yet not truly happy. Ever since Dai Tu had come to their home, she had genuinely grown fond of this man, not merely obeying her brother's command. If she had to choose a man in this village, Tiezhu would be her first pick. Tiezhu froze, as if he'd seen straight through Cuihua's heart. Women were naturally suspicious. His earlier words might make her think he only wanted to marry her out of gratitude. Watching her bow her head in guilt, a sharp pang pierced his heart. Stop overthinking this. I genuinely want to marry you. As for why I waited this long, it's because I wanted to give you something better. I, Tiezhu, have no real skills. I couldn't bear to have you follow me and be laughed at together. Cuihua's eyes widened in surprise as she stood rooted to the spot. Brother Tiezhu, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. I swear on my honor, Tiezhu. You're the only one I'll ever marry. Where could he find another woman as sensible, obedient, and good at managing a household as her? And when it came to looks and figure, Cuihua was among the most attractive in the village. Cuihua felt comforted. She stepped forward and took Tiezhu's hand. Alright, brother Tiezhu, I'll wait for you. Wait until you've saved enough for the dowry to marry me. Given Iron Pillar's current circumstances, the dowry was already more than sufficient. He had his own reasons, and Cuihua no longer pressed the matter. Meanwhile, Wang Hu arrived at the bride's home at the agreed time, carrying gifts for the matchmaking meeting. He had assumed the matter was a done deal. But his suspension from the pig farm had thrown a wrench in the works. Wang Hu, you used to have a stable, respectable job at the pig farm. But now you've gotten into trouble and lost that job. If I marry you, am I supposed to starve to death? Do you expect me to support the family? You're getting older, but I can still wait. Let's call off this marriage. I don't want to marry a penniless man, nor do I want to marry a jealous scumbag. Her words cut deep. Wang Hu flung everything he'd brought back at her. Furious, Wang Hu spat in disgust. You snob! You're just an orphan, fatherless and motherless. You should be grateful I'm willing to take you. Yet here you are, picking and choosing. You don't know how good you have it. You'll regret this sooner or later. Marrying you is what I'll regret. A few curses echoed from inside the room, followed by a basin of filthy water splashing toward him. Wang Hu flung everything to the ground, but then, remembering he'd paid for it, he turned back to pick it up. His anger boiled over. Not only had Tiezhu cost him his job, but he'd also ruined his marriage. And now the bastard was parading around the village like some big shot. What was so great about treating animals? He'd make sure he paid for this. He'd been tailing Cuihua for days. Since she was Tiezhu's woman, he'd help him get a taste first. While Cuihua was picking wild greens in the mountains, he followed her, pretending to gather plants himself. But with each step, he closed the distance between them. Cuihua sensed Wang Hu's approach and immediately walked away. Wang Hu immediately followed. Cuihua, don't go. I was wrong last time. I apologize. I'll visit your brother at your place when I have time. Cuihua snorted coldly. Get out of my sight. My brother doesn't need your visits. Stay away from me. Don't be so heartless, Cuihua. We've always gotten along well. Bull. You're shameless, but don't assume everyone's like you. You know exactly how you made life miserable for my man at the pig farm. Now that Tiezhu's recovered, he actually has fewer enemies in the village. How ironic. Seeing she remained wary, Wang Hu stopped in his tracks. His gaze fell on Cuihua's vegetable basket beside her, where a water cup sat with half a bottle of water still inside. A sudden idea struck him. He slipped the object from his pocket into the water. He hurried over with the cup. Cuihua, I truly regret what I did. When the time comes, I'll go apologize with your husband. We also need help with Changa's situation. I know a doctor friend in the city who can examine your brother's leg. He graduated from a prestigious university. Maybe he can even cure your brother's leg. The one I recommend won't charge much. Cuihua hesitated upon hearing this. Seeing his sincerity, she took the water he offered and drank a sip without hesitation. Alright, I'll discuss it with my brother when I get back. Wang Hu watched her drink the water, a sly smile curling his lips. No need to discuss it. Your brother's just a cripple, he'll never get better. You're not leaving today either. Cuihua sensed trouble and warned him, what do you think you're doing? Tiezhu won't let you get away with this. Wang Hu scoffed at her words. What a laughable joke. As if I'd fear some outsider? If not for him, how could I have lost my job? If not for him, how could my blind date have failed? If not for him, why would my life be so miserable? Everything is your husband's fault. Since he ruined me, isn't it only fair I take his woman? Wang Hu advanced step by step, while Cuihua retreated steadily. The physical disparity between men and women was stark, and this desolate place meant no one would come to her aid even if she screamed herself hoarse. It was all her fault for giving Wang Hu an opening. She picked up the sickle lying on the ground. I'm warning you, if you dare make a move here, I'll cut you down. Watch me. I don't know if you dare, but do you even have the strength left? Cuihua frowned in confusion. The next moment, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to her knees. Her pupils contracted sharply as she recalled the water cup Wang Hu had handed her moments ago. He must have drugged that cup. What did you give me to drink? Of course it was a love potion meant for pigs. It doesn't work that fast on pigs, but for humans, it's a potent drug. Cuihua, you're so beautiful, with such a great figure. If I defile you, do you think the whole village including Tiezhu will still want you? He already thinks your family is a burden. Now that you're defiled, he'll want you even less. Wang Hu wore a sickening grin, his excitement reaching its peak. Cuihua's looks and figure were among the best in the village, even surpassing his arranged marriage partner. Naturally, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He grabbed her hand with deadly force and dragged her toward the cornfield. As soon as they reached the deeper part of the field, Wang Hu lunged at her like a starving tiger. Cuihua's body burned hot, clinging to her last shred of reason as she kept backing away. Why run? Don't be scared. I'll be better than your husband. Cuihua felt like crying but had no tears left. She screamed in fury, her entire being on the brink of collapse. Little beauty, the potion's kicking in. Soon you'll be begging me to take you. As his kisses rained down relentlessly, she felt nothing but revulsion, yet her body went limp beneath him. Wang Hu ripped open her blouse. The sound of fabric tearing echoed piercingly in the silent cornfield. Chapter 20, The drug's effect burns like fire. Cuihua tried to struggle, but her body was utterly limp. Her limp hands couldn't even resist Wang Hu's actions, and the voice that escaped her lips was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Her faint gasps were drowned out by the beast's obscene whispers in her ear. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I'll make you scream. I'll make you scream for help. Wang Hu pinned Cuihua down, pressing his foul-smelling mouth against hers in an attempt to silence her cries. No matter how she tried to dodge, it seemed impossible to escape. Suddenly, everything blurred before her eyes. The weight of Wang Hu, heavy as a boulder, was lifted off her, and she felt an immediate sense of relief. Tiezhu had rushed over. Witnessing Wang Hu's beastly actions, his rage boiled over. He delivered a flying kick that sent Wang Hu flying. Wang Hu crashed to the ground, sent flying 3 or 4 meters by Tiezhu's kick. But even after Wang Hu was down, Tiezhu didn't let up. He ran over and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks with pure, unadulterated force. Only when Wang Hu could no longer fight back did Tiezhu turn to help Cuihua. Though still in pain, Cuihua had regained some mobility after a few minutes of recovery. Using Iron Column's strength to steady herself, she staggered over to Wang Hu and planted her foot squarely on his groin. One stomp wasn't enough. Cuihua's toes ground into him several more times before she finally released him. Wang Hu had been on the verge of passing out, but the agony in his third leg jolted him back to consciousness. Clutching his groin, he let out the most piercing scream he'd ever uttered in his life. Unconcerned about how many people his screams might attract, Tiezhu stripped off his own shirt to wrap around Cuihua, whose clothes were torn to shreds. He hoisted her across his shoulder, ready to carry her home. From the moment he lifted her, Cuihua grew restless, likely still under the drug's influence. She pressed herself against Tiezhu's chest, grinding against him, her cherry red lips leaving repeated marks on his ear. Tiezhu's arms and legs went limp, nearly dropping Cuihua to the ground. Unconsciously, Tiezhu's resolve began to waver. He glanced back and forth down the road, finding it completely deserted. But this was the road to the Ma family's house. Though few people were out under the blazing sun, someone could appear at any moment. What if no one appeared? Would he? No, Tiezhu, stay clear-headed. This is Cuihua. Even if she's your soon-to-be wife, you can't do something wrong like Wang Hu did. Tiezhu steeled his resolve. No matter how Cuihua tried to tempt him, he kept running toward the Ma family's house without stopping. Fortunately, he encountered no one along the way. Upon reaching the Ma residence, he kicked open Cuihua's door and safely carried her to her bed. Xiaolian and Ma Chang, who were tending the vegetable patch in the courtyard, saw Tiezhu carrying Cuihua and panicked. Ma Chang urged, Xiaolian, go see what's going on. Did Cuihua faint? Saying this, he pushed his wheelchair toward Cuihua's room. Xiaolian brushed the dirt off her hands and rushed inside first. What happened? What's wrong with Cuihua? Sister-in-law, please fetch some cold water to wash Cuihua. This is really hard to explain. Let's just have Xiaolian give Cuihua a cold bath first. Cuihua had been given a pig aphrodisiac. A cold bath wasn't the best choice, but it was the only option available right now. Tiezhu stepped outside to avoid suspicion. Ma Chang saw his expression was calm and guessed nothing serious had happened. He parked his wheelchair beside Tiezhu and asked what had occurred. Just as Tiezhu was about to explain, Wang Hu was carried into the Ma family courtyard on a stretcher, led by none other than Wang Hu's father. Before even entering the courtyard, he bellowed, "Where's Tiezhu? Get out here, Tiezhu! You cut off our family line, I'll make you pay with your life." The moment he entered the courtyard, Wang Hu's father spotted Tiezhu and swung his fist at him. Ma Chang quickly intervened, "Uncle Wang, let's talk this out calmly. Whatever the issue, we can discuss it properly." "What dispute?" "I'd like to ask Tiezhu what dispute he's talking about. Look at my Wang Hu, what he did to him. A couple of punches, we could overlook. But he shouldn't have gone for the groin and killed him." Wang Hu lay on the stretcher, wailing in pain. He must have been discovered while screaming in the fields, which is why they brought him here. Ma Chang couldn't bear to look after just one glance. Wang Hu was a mess, black eyes, blood on his cheeks, bandages wrapped around his exposed arms and legs. Worst of all, his groin was swaddled like a ball. "Uncle Wang, where exactly is he hurt? Why is he wrapped up like this?" "Where he's hurt? You have the nerve to ask where he's hurt?" "Tiezhu, I know Wang Hu wronged you before, and you've got a grudge against him. Beating him up is one thing, but you can't go so far as to cripple him and ruin his future." "Ma Chang, you wouldn't believe it when I saw Wang Hu, his crotch was covered in blood. After I checked him, he's missing a testicle. My family's been an only son lineage for 3 generations. My grandfather had only my father as a son, my father had only me as a son, and I had only one who was a son. Now he's missing a testicle, that means my family line is cut off. Tiezhu, you've lost your soul. How could you be so heartless? I'll make you pay with your life. Give me back my grandson." Wang Hu's father wailed with heart-wrenching grief. He knew he wasn't a saint, but he'd never done anything truly wicked. He knew Wang Hu had his flaws, but he never shielded his son. He always compensated others when he should and apologized when necessary, all to ensure Wang Hu could marry safely and give him a grandson. But now, his hopes for a grandson were shattered. This was tantamount to wiping out his entire family. Tiezhu must pay. No, he didn't want money. He wanted Tiezhu to pay with his life for his grandson. "Uncle, Tiezhu isn't that kind of person. There must be another reason. Don't get so worked up. I'll ask him." Ma Chang believed Tiezhu had inflicted Wang Hu's injuries, but he couldn't fathom Tiezhu harming Wang Hu's vital organs over a minor dispute. But Wang Hu cut him off before he could finish, shouting as if terrified Tiezhu might say something, "He did it. Every single wound on me inside and out, he did it. Right. I did it. You want me to pay? I don't have any money. But pay with your life? I doubt you'll get that." Tiezhu never denied his actions from the start, even taking the blame for Cuihua's kick. He looked at Wang Hu and sneered coldly, "If I were you, I'd hide at home and not show my face. I never thought you'd have the guts to come to the Ma family to settle accounts with me. Do you want me to tell you exactly what you did?" Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat at Tiezhu's icy expression. If he revealed that he'd drugged Cuihua, he might truly have no place left to live in this village. Wang Hu's father caught the implication in Tiezhu's words and asked, "What did he do? What could my Wang Hu possibly have done?" "He said he was just picking wild greens in the fields, and you started beating him up. Isn't that right? Picking wild greens?" "Oomph." Tiezhu let out a cold laugh. He'd never seen anyone so shameless. Chapter 21, Evidence Galore. Just dig deeper. Ma Chang inquired, "Tiezhu, what exactly happened? What's going on?" Tiezhu sneered coldly, his face twisted with endless scorn, treating every item in this yard like worthless trash. "Ask your precious son Wang Hu what he's done. I wouldn't even feel guilty about killing him today." Wang Hu's father's face darkened instantly. He hadn't expected Tiezhu to be so brazen, threatening to kill his son right before his eyes. A flicker of guilt crossed Wang Hu's face. "Tiezhu, no matter what, you shouldn't have struck me first. You were the one who initiated this fight. You were the one who broke the village rules. You cost me my job and ruined my matchmaking. I didn't seek revenge, yet you come looking for it." Tiezhu, seeing he still showed no remorse, snapped angrily, "Then let me ask you, why were you out in the wasteland today? If you say you were gathering wild vegetables, where are your tools? Cuihua ended up like this, do I need to say more?" Ma Chang and Xiaolian were utterly baffled, but the mention of Cuihua instantly filled them with a sense of foreboding. Wang Hu had repeatedly come to ask for her hand in marriage, wanting to wed Cuihua, but he had rejected him every single time. Wang Hu was a scheming man. Though he appeared carefree and had a decent job, he was greedy and arrogant, utterly mismatched with Cuihua. He couldn't bear the thought of her marrying such a man, fearing she'd face a life of hardship in his household. Tiezhu's words made him wonder if Wang Hu had ulterior motives toward Cuihua. Everyone was utterly confused. Wang Hu clenched his fists, tense as a bowstring. "Why couldn't I just be going out to pick wild vegetables? How dare you slander me? If you've got the guts, call Cuihua over. Ask her yourself, did I say I was coming to apologize to you? Did I say I was coming to see Brother Ma?" Tiezhu raised his fist. Wang Hu flinched in fear. "Keep talking nonsense, and my fist might just land on you." Wang Hu's father rushed to shield his son. "Tiezhu, what do you think you're doing? You dare raise a hand in front of me? You clearly have no respect for the law. Since you refuse to settle this privately, we'll take it to the station. He'd expected Tiezhu to cower, but the man's aura was even more intimidating than his own. Fine. I'll see how Wang Hu explains giving Cuihua that aphrodisiac at the station. Everyone froze upon hearing this. Chang clenched his fists tightly, eyes wide. What? You're saying Wang Hu drugged Cuihua? Everyone here knows Wang Hu used to work at the pig farm handling precisely the task, so he could easily get his hands on aphrodisiacs. Maybe he even has some leftovers at home. Besides, purchases of such substances are always recorded with dosage details. Wang Hu's father stared at his son in utter disbelief, unable to fathom that his son could do such a thing. Need I say more? After Wang Hu failed to frame me at the pig farm and got suspended by the village chief, he stalked Cuihua to take revenge. He planned to assault her and even laced her drink with pig aphrodisiacs. When I arrived, he was dragging Cuihua toward the cornfield. How could I stand by? Killing him today is the least I could do. Chang knew Tiezhu never lied. This story had to be true. Cuihua had always been healthy since childhood. How could she suddenly fall ill and become like this? No wonder Tiezhu was acting so secretive when he came back. Well done, Wang Hu. A fine example of the guilty party crying foul. You did such a vile thing to my sister, yet you dare come to my house demanding justice? Wang, I may be crippled, but we're not pushovers. You wanted the police? Fine, let them judge this mess. Wang Hu was so consumed by guilt he couldn't even meet his father's gaze. He whispered, "You're slandering me. Got any proof? How dare you say I drugged Cuihua? I could just as easily say he drugged himself to seduce Tiezhu." Bull. Chang slammed his fist into the wheelchair, his pain-fueled rage making him want to leap at Wang Hu and tear him apart. He knew Cuihua better than anyone. How could she possibly do something so despicable? If Wang Hu's lies get out, who would believe him? Blood surged to Chang's head, triggering a violent coughing fit. If not for his crippled legs, Wang Hu would have lost an arm today. I've helped you countless times, and this is how you treat my sister? How can you live with yourself, you bastard? Wang Hu snorted coldly. What's it got to do with me? Got any proof? Of course I do. You wanted to report this? Let's go to the station right now and clear this up. That aphrodisiac is powdered. When it comes into contact with water, it leaves reddish-brown stains on your hands that last 2 to 3 days. If you say you didn't put it there, then let's go to the station for testing. Let the police examine it properly and prove your innocence. The moment Tiezhu spoke, Wang Hu's face darkened instantly. His eyes darted nervously, betraying his guilt. He even instinctively hid his hands, a gesture that didn't escape the crowd's notice. Wang Hu's father looked utterly disheartened, shaking his head in shame. Who would have thought it was really his son's doing? And yet they still had the nerve to come demanding answers. So what if it was me? It was Cuihua who seduced me. She thought you were too poor and wanted me instead. How is that my fault? At that moment, Cuihua emerged from the room, the effects of the drug clearly wearing off. Wang Hu, have you no shame? What did I seduce you with? What did I see in you? Your lack of work, your age, your ugly looks? Could you ever compare to brother Tiezhu? You're just jealous of him. If you hadn't offered to find a doctor for my brother, I wouldn't have spoken a single word to you. Uncle Wang Hu secretly followed me to Huangshan to pick wild vegetables. He drugged my cup. Brother Tiezhu has already provided evidence. If he hadn't arrived in time, my reputation would have been ruined. Wang Hu's father's face darkened. Several relatives left in disappointment, leaving only Wang Hu and his father in the courtyard. Coincidentally, the village chief and others heard the commotion and entered the courtyard. Wang Hu's battered appearance made the chief frown slightly. He questioned Tiezhu about what had happened. Upon learning the full story, he angrily rebuked Wang Hu. He never imagined Wang Hu would attack Cuihua just to get back at Tiezhu. Village chief, we've decided to report this to the police, Wang Hu's father said. Cuihua is innocent, but that doesn't mean this case can't be filed. The police will definitely handle it. With a little investigation, the truth will come out. Chapter 22, No Dowry Needed. Wang Hu's legs went weak at the words. He clutched his father's hand desperately. Dad. Wang Hu's father sat down in the courtyard, utterly defeated. How could I have given birth to a son like you, shameless, depraved, and vile? Your mother's been unwell lately. If she found out, she'd be driven to her grave by your actions. Wang Hu's lips trembled. Seeing Tiezhu and the others show no mercy, fear gripped him. I was wrong about this. You can hit me, I won't hold it against you. Dad, please take me back. Going back won't be that easy. Come on, I'm dragging you to the police right now. As he spoke, Tiezhu moved to grab him. Wang Hu's father, completely stripped of his earlier bravado, pleaded, Tiezhu, Chang, this matter is our Wang family's fault. We're all villagers here. Can't we just settle this privately? He's my only son. If anything happens to him, his future will be ruined. Chang gritted his teeth, refusing to listen to the plea. But the village chief stepped in. Reporting this to the police wouldn't be wise. He pulled Tiezhu aside to speak with Chang. The village was up for a civilized household award. Reporting this would tarnish the village's reputation. Moreover, it would damage Cuihua's reputation if word got out. The village chief wanted to settle this privately. After all, there was no substantial evidence. Under the current legal system, Wang Hu would likely only face a few months of detention at most. And since Tiezhu had struck someone, who knew how the authorities would rule? Rather than making it public knowledge, it was better for the village to handle it privately. Tiezhu, Ma Chang, rest assured I will severely punish Wang Hu for this. Tiezhu conceded there was some logic to this, though the rage in his heart remained unchecked. Fine then, he declared. Wang Hu, get down on your knees and apologize. Kneel even if your legs break. Wang Hu's eyes widened in shock. He glared at Tiezhu viciously, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, he truly feared Tiezhu would drag him to the police station. Wang Hu glanced at his father, who snorted coldly, clearly unwilling to get involved in this mess. You'll have to deal with the consequences of your own actions. Otherwise, you can just wait to be arrested and sent to jail. I won't be responsible for you. If you end up behind bars, I'll disown you. The Wang family can't afford this disgrace. Only then did Wang Hu grit his teeth and tremblingly kneel down. I'm sorry, Cuihua. I'm sorry, Tiezhu. This was my mistake. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me. Don't call the police, I beg you. Whatever compensation you want, I'll give it. The matter was eventually swept under the rug. The village chief punished and reprimanded the Wang family, and they compensated Ma Chang with 2 sheep. Those sheep were bought with money Wang Hu had saved from working at the pig farm. He'd bought them specifically for his upcoming wedding, only to have the marriage fall through. Now he had to give them away. Those 2 sheep had cost him a pretty penny. After everyone left, Ma Chang was seething inside, cursing his own uselessness for failing to protect even his own sister. Cuihua frowned. Brother, I'm fine. Besides, I have brother Tiezhu. He didn't do anything to me. You mustn't blame yourself. Brother Tiezhu said you need to relax and focus on getting better. Ma Chang shook his head helplessly. His gaze shifted to Tiezhu. Tiezhu, why don't you just marry Cuihua in the next couple of days? Who knows if something like this might happen again? With my legs like this, I can't protect your wife or Cuihua. I'll have to rely on you. The day after tomorrow seems perfect. Why not set the wedding for then? Tiezhu fell silent for a moment before flatly refusing. No, that's too soon. Ma Chang frowned slightly, assuming Tiezhu was rejecting Cuihua, otherwise, why would he keep delaying? Brother Chang, don't misunderstand. I genuinely love Cuihua. You know we're not fully accepted by the village yet, and I can't provide her with a good life. Once I work harder and save enough for the betrothal gift, I'll marry her in style. Even if that bastard had taken advantage of her today, I wouldn't have rejected Cuihua. To me, she deserves so much better. Hearing this, Ma Chang could only silently concede. He trusted Tiezhu's word above all else. What he said, he would do. Ever since I became paralyzed, you've changed a lot. You're not as timid as before, and your ability to handle things has really impressed me. Cuihua will surely have a good life with you. Cuihua flushed with embarrassment, but the memory of that day still stung. Even after she'd taken the medicine, brother Tiezhu still wouldn't touch her. Was it really about saving the dowry, or did he genuinely dislike her? Privately, she confided her worries to Tiezhu. Brother Tiezhu, the dowry isn't really important to me. We're family now. I just want to marry you sooner. Tiezhu paused, then reassured her. Cuihua, don't worry. I know you feel insecure, but I promise I'll fulfill what I've pledged. My words are true. Then why won't you even touch me? Couples usually kiss and hold hands, but you're so proper and reserved. My brother once said, if a man has no desire, he doesn't love you. This was the first time Cuihua had ever thrown a tantrum at her. Hadn't they already kissed? Tiezhu's face held a hint of teasing, as if recalling his reckless actions after taking the herbal medicine. Cuihua's face flushed instantly. Brother Tiezhu, you really? Though the Wang family had compensated them, how many wealthy households were there in the village? Ma Chang had Cuihua lead one of the 2 sheep to deliver to Tiezhu's family. And these were young lambs they needed to be raised before slaughter. Killing them now would be a waste. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let the wind through in this village. Soon, the whole affair was common knowledge. Though Wang Hu hadn't succeeded in the end, Cuihua still bore the shame. The womenfolk at the village entrance turned the incident into their after-dinner gossip. With so many people talking, word inevitably reached Tiezhu and the Ma family. Ma Chang, paralyzed from the waist down, rolled his wheelchair out of the courtyard unnoticed by Sholan. He wanted to see for himself who was gossiping. Arriving at the village entrance, he indeed heard the women's words, each more vile than the last. If Cuihua hadn't flaunted herself, how could Wang Hu have gotten the chance? Chances are, the Ma family is looking for a new patron. Tiezhu is now the village veterinarian. What more could they possibly want? Cuihua is stunningly beautiful, but that's not how one uses such looks. To stoop to such filthy deeds only proves how depraved the Ma family's thoughts truly are. If my daughter-in-law were groped like that, I'd never let her step foot in my house. Who knows if they actually did it? Tiezhu wouldn't tell the truth for the sake of his pride and the Ma family's reputation. The point is, that place is a desolate mountain with few people around. How could Tiezhu have arrived so quickly? Cuihua's innocence was likely long gone. Ma Chang clasped his arms across his forehead, gripping the wheelchair tightly as his eyes burned with fury at the group of women. What nonsense are you spouting? It was Wang Hu made the mistake, not my sister. Chapter 23, You try. You women don't know the whole story, so stop spreading rumors here. Don't you fear divine retribution? Ma Chang was furious. In the past, he would never have stooped to arguing with the village women. But now, with his legs paralyzed and unable to do anything for his sister, his inner rage burned fiercer than ever. The women's faces darkened the moment Ma Chang approached, their expressions practically begging for a beating. They showed no fear whatsoever. Even if they gossiped, what could Ma Chang possibly do to them? If you dare to do something, don't you dare stop us from talking about it. Ma Chang, you're a grown man, yet you're picking a fight with us women? Have you no shame? You're the only man here? What about us? Husband, come out. That lame man is causing trouble for us. He says we falsely accused his sister, claiming she's still pure and untouched. A sturdy man emerged from the house, wielding a long stick sharpened to a point at one end, clearly flaunting it in Ma Chang's face. The Chen Xiaoquan family lived off hunting. The village often organized hunting trips into the mountains, and Chen Xiaoquan was one of the few skilled hunters in the village, practically a small-time leader. Having hunted for years, Chen Xiaoquan possessed considerable expertise. Many villagers depended on him, so no one dared cross his family. Ma Chang had even accompanied him on hunting trips before. Chen Xiaoquan's gaze swept over him. If you're crippled, you shouldn't be out and about. What, you think you can bully my wife just because you're disabled? Ma Chang, you weren't always such a petty person. Now you're nitpicking over every little thing. Could it be you really can't live anymore? I felt sorry for your family. I even planned to share some of the hunt with you this time, even though you couldn't help out. But I never expected you to be so ungrateful. Ma Chang gritted his teeth. The moment he heard the word paralyzed, his heart sank. He blamed all his frustration on those useless legs. Back when he was able-bodied, the entire village sought his help and treated him with respect. But now that his family had fallen on hard times, everyone seemed eager to kick him while he was down. He, Ma Chang, had been a decent man for most of his life, only to end up like this. How ironic. Before his despair could fully take hold, Tiezhu appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Brother Chang, why did you come out alone? What Ma Chang needed now was peace of mind. His fragile state after the injury meant hearing the gossip outside would only deepen his guilt. That wouldn't be good for his recovery. How could he not come out? He couldn't even protect his own sister, yet he just yelled at women, what a loser. Chen Xiaoquan snorted coldly, his contempt for them palpable. One was a country bumpkin who treated animals, the other a penniless cripple. Truly a family cut from the same cloth. Tiezhu lifted his head coldly, his gaze fixed squarely on the robust Chen Xiaoquan. The hunting tools in his hands were polished to a glossy black sheen, evidence of how treasured they were. Chen Xiaoquan, show mercy where you can. From now on, our families will mind our own business. If I ever hear another word of slander about the Ma family from your mouths, you'll regret it. Chen Xiaoquan laughed. Fine, no interference then. As if I enjoy looking at you lot. It would be a laughable joke if told aloud, thinking he's something special just because he works at a pig farm? If you're so tough, why did you ask me to hunt in the mountains? Tiezhu's eyes were razor sharp, like a bloodthirsty beast. Even standing there silent, he could make Chen Xiaoquan freeze in fear. He shifted his gaze. Let's go. No more talking out here. We don't want people saying we're picking on the poor. Tiezhu pushed Ma Chang back, and the two chatted about everything under the sun along the way. Cuihua's house had been leaking for days. Ma Chang couldn't walk well, and Xiulian didn't want to trouble Tiezhu again, so she had to climb onto the roof herself to fix the tiles. Seeing this, Tiezhu rushed over to steady the ladder. Sis-in-law, come down. Just call me for this kind of thing, it's too dangerous. Let me handle it. Xiulian felt a bit embarrassed. Alright, then. I'll leave it to you. Afterward, Tiezhu and Ma Chang reassured him again, Brother Chang, life is for yourself, not for others. Whether it's good or not, we know it ourselves. People shouldn't be too kind. When you're kind to others, they won't necessarily remember your kindness. This village is full of opportunists. If you take everything to heart and listen to every word, you'll only bring yourself unnecessary trouble. Ma Chang clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. I plan to head into the mountains to hunt. See if I can bring back some meat. My family is wasting away. If this keeps up, they won't last much longer. People need meat. Hearing this, Ma Chang assumed Tiezhu was going to beg Chen Xiaoquan for help and immediately tried to dissuade him. Didn't we eat rabbit meat just the other day? What's the big deal? If I go begging Chen Xiaoquan, he'll only humiliate us. Going there would only make us look foolish. There's no need to grovel for a bite to eat. But Tiezhu refused. I plan to go alone. No, absolutely not. This mountain is full of fierce beasts, man-eating tigers and brown bears are everywhere. If you go alone and something happens, what about your family? Absolutely not. Our family isn't so poor we can't afford meals, we just won't have meat. It won't kill us. Hearing this, my sister-in-law and Cuihua both frowned and gently tried to dissuade him. Tiezhu, listen to your brother. You said you've hunted in these mountains before and even witnessed a tiger devouring a person. If something happens to you out there, what about Cuihua? What about your parents? Tiezhu remained calm. Don't worry. I've been up the mountain before. I'm confident. I'll just wander around the outskirts. If I can snag a wild chicken or rabbit, that'd be great. Plus, I've recently learned some hunting traps. I don't need snares, I'll just go collect the catch later. Seeing Tiezhu's resolute stance, Chang relented. He reiterated his warning, don't venture deep into the mountains. There are fierce beasts there. If something happens, not even your bones will be found. The next morning. Today was Tiezhu's day off. Xiulan and Cuihua watched him leave. As his figure faded into the distance, Cuihua's heart raced with worry. Don't worry, she reassured herself. Yesterday afternoon, Chen Xiaoquan organized the villagers to go hunting in the mountains. 5 people went. If Tiezhu gets into trouble, he'll definitely call for help. Besides, he's only staying near the edge of the mountains. There shouldn't be any danger. Cuihua's heart remained tightly knotted. How could she truly not worry? System, scan for the nearest medium to large edible animals within the mountain. Since Chen Xiaoquan said he couldn't hunt in the mountains, he was determined to prove them wrong. Not only would he hunt something, he'd hunt something big. Chapter 24, Wild Boar Hunt, System Upgrade. Soon, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Tiezhu's mind. Scanning. Scan successful. Scan results, 2 wild boars feeding within 1,000 meters straight line distance from host. A herd of elk drinking at a stream located 1,523 meters straight line distance away. Within moments, the system reported no fewer than 10 animal sightings. However, nearly all required venturing deep into the jungle. Though Tiezhu carried no gun, the system's presence meant he feared no attacks from other animals. Still, he remained extremely cautious, just in case. With every step into the woods, he felt the eerie terror of this desolate wilderness, punctuated by occasional bird calls overhead. After walking for an unknown duration, Tiezhu thought he heard movement. Detected a pack of wolves 700 meters ahead. Host, approach the alpha wolf and stroke it to successfully tame the alpha and subdue the pack. Wolves? Tiezhu hesitated. Taming a pack of wolves might not be such a good idea. What if they followed him down the mountain? That would be trouble. Being spotted by others would surely be a strange occurrence. But before he could decide, a sudden cry echoed through the woods. Chen Xiaoquan's hunting party was being surrounded by a wild boar that appeared to weigh a full 300 or 400 pounds. Its hide was thick, and their shots were off target. The bullets merely grazed the skin, leaving only minor wounds that were far from fatal. The hunters scattered in panic. Chen Xiaoquan, holding his bow and arrows, seemed to have provoked the boar, which charged at him with sudden ferocity. Chen Xiaoquan froze in panic. His nerves were so frayed he couldn't even aim properly. Besides, the boar's thick hide rendered his arrows largely ineffective, they merely scraped against the bristling fur. At that critical moment, a pack of wolves burst out from somewhere, viciously tearing into the boar. The hunters froze in place, watching the wolves and boar locked in a brutal struggle, their agonized cries echoing through the air. The sight of the wolves turned the men's faces deathly pale. Run! Just then, Chen Zhao spotted Tiezhu's faint figure in the distance. He couldn't help but wonder if Tiezhu had summoned this pack of wolves. After all, they knew this terrain well. Such a large pack of wolves approaching would be impossible for them to miss. Moreover, Tiezhu and the wolves were heading in the same direction. Why, in the brief time since they'd spotted each other, hadn't the wolves attacked him? Instead, they seemed to be helping them deal with this rabid boar. Chen Xiaoquan frowned. The next second, Tiezhu picked up an arrow lying on the ground. With a sharp whistling sound, the arrow pierced the boar's abdomen. The boar let out a muffled groan, twitched twice on the ground, and then lay completely still. The wolf pack, seemingly startled, fled deep into the mountains. Only a robust wolf king remained, pausing where he stood. His gaze fixed intently on Tiezhu. As if sensing Tiezhu's gaze, the wolf finally turned and vanished into the thicket. Congratulations, host, on subduing the wolf king. Reward, 20 points. Current points, 130. The others were astonished. Why hadn't the wolves attacked them? But they quickly surrounded Tiezhu. Chen Xiaoquan looked at him with a complex expression. He had accompanied Tiezhu on mountain trips before, yet Tiezhu couldn't even draw a bow, let alone shoot. How could Tiezhu have learned to shoot in such a short time? And how did he suddenly manage to fire a gun? Tiezhu, how could it be you? Did you go up the mountain alone? Tiezhu nodded faintly. The group was instantly stunned. How could you come up alone? This mountain is so dangerous, one wrong move and you could be dragged off by wild beasts. You can't be so reckless next time. Did you follow us up the mountain? That can't be right. We set out yesterday afternoon. And how did you learn to shoot arrows? You never showed any skill when you joined us before. Who knew you'd become such a sharp shooter? Even Ma Chang can't do that. Who taught you? Tiezhu's gaze lingered briefly. He'd forgotten the original owner couldn't use a bow and arrow. Not only that, but he'd barely dared to kill anything. If not for Ma Chang, he'd be pitifully timid. But he could shoot. In his previous life, he loved going to the shooting range to practice with guns and bows. He'd even competed in tournaments. Killing a wild boar? That was nothing. Tiezhu could only make up an excuse to brush it off. You guys just watch people shoot. Besides, I just got lucky. Chen Xiaoquan stood silently nearby, his gaze still complex. If not for Tiezhu's intervention just now, he might have lost his life on the spot. Getting rammed by a boar that heavy would leave you crippled if not dead. If it weren't for you just now, Brother Chen would have been in serious trouble. You should have shown off your skills sooner. Exactly. That boar was enormous, the biggest we've ever encountered. It charged like a mad beast, charging at people with its thick hide, making it impossible to aim accurately. A while back, we hunted a female boar. Maybe this male came seeking revenge for her. We hadn't even tracked it down yet, and it sniffed its way right to us. Strange, isn't it? Chen Xiaoquan swallowed hard, recovering from the shock. He snorted coldly, not even offering a word of thanks. Poof. This prey was ours to track down. It had nothing to do with him or Iron Pole. Chen Xiaoquan made his stance clear. Anyone wanting to hunt with me in the future shouldn't waste time here. Get this boar processed. Tiezhu sensed his displeasure but couldn't care less. He'd only used the wolf pack to help because he didn't want other villagers threatened. As for Chen Xiaoquan's life? That was none of his concern. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait, Tiezhu. These mountains are dangerous. You should come with us. If something happens to you, we won't be able to explain it to Ma Chang. Tiezhu refused decisively. I only plan to hunt around the mountain's edge, never venturing deep into the woods. I came when I heard commotion nearby. I'm leaving now. Don't worry about me. The others watched Tiezhu's retreating figure, wanting to dissuade him but afraid to defy Chen Xiaoquan's orders. If they uttered a single word in Tiezhu's defense, Chen Xiaoquan might never take them hunting again. Stop wandering around. Watch your back, you could lose your life here. If you know what's good for you, follow us. If you're suicidal, do as you please. Chen Xiaoquan snorted coldly, his expression utterly unwelcoming. No need for your concern. Tiezhu tossed back the words before turning to leave. Suddenly, the system popped up at that moment. Congratulations, host. Your points have exceeded 200. Would you like to upgrade the system? What changes will upgrading the system bring? The system will advance to level 2, granting the beast speech skill. The host will be able to understand animal language, significantly aiding in hunting tasks. Tiezhu's eyes widened. A perk like that? Upgrade. Received. System upgrade in progress. Please wait. Chapter 25, Discovering the Ultimate Purple Lingji. After an unknown period of silence, the previously dormant system suddenly stirred within his mind. In an instant, the system displayed another prompt. Congratulations, host. System upgrade successful. Acquired ability, beast speech capable of understanding animal languages and even communicating with them. The system upgrade succeeded. He now possessed a new skill. Before he could ask the system for details, a mournful beastly howl echoed in his ears. Tiezhu knew instantly it was the howl of a mountain wolf, but this time, the sound was different from anything he'd heard before. Mixed within the howl were words he could understand. The wolf was clearly crying out in pain, pleading for help. Judging by the sound, the wolf seemed to be quite close. Furrowing his brow slightly, he moved slowly toward the sound. Perhaps because it was so faint, he walked for a long time before reaching the spot. A female wolf lay sprawled on the ground, her massive belly conspicuous as blood flowed steadily from beneath her. A wolf was, after all, a fierce creature. Iron Pillar didn't approach rashly but instead used the system to assess the situation. System detecting female wolf. Difficult labor. Carrying 4 pups. Fetal malposition at birth canal preventing smooth delivery. Pups showing signs of oxygen deprivation. If delivery assistance is not provided immediately, none will survive. This was no time for hesitation. Iron Pillar couldn't afford to think twice. He crouched down, ready to help. The howling mother wolf, sensing Tiezhu's approach, abruptly switched to a distress call for her pack. Using her 3 free legs, she struggled desperately to escape. Tiezhu quickly called out, "Stop calling for help. I'm here to assist you. You mustn't move around during this difficult labor. The pups inside are in the wrong position. If you keep moving, they might all be lost." The mother wolf paused, startled. She could actually understand the words of this human before her. Though unsure if she could trust his words, she didn't want anything to happen to her unborn pups. The next moment, a massive wolf with jet black fur leapt beside the mother. Spotting Tiezhu, it bared its teeth and let out a fierce growl. It was the very wolf king he had seen earlier. The mother wolf called out to the wolf king. After the 2 wolves sniffed each other for a moment, the ferocity in the wolf king's eyes faded, and he took a few steps back. Human, I don't know how you understand our language, but my mate and cub are in grave danger. Please help us. Of course, if I didn't want to help, I wouldn't have come. Tiezhu slowly reached out toward the she-wolf. The giant wolf sensibly lay down on the ground, but as Tiezhu's hand neared her, it growled a warning, don't you dare have any bad intentions. There's more than just me around here. You won't escape our jaws. Tiezhu nodded, feeling a bit nervous about handling the mother wolf. Tiezhu inspected the nearest trap. After fumbling with it, he pried it open forcefully. The she-wolf swiftly pulled her leg free, let out a muffled whimper, and gently licked her wound. Tiezhu wondered if the she-wolf was still pregnant. He had considered bringing her back to feed her, but seeing this scene, his heart couldn't bear it. Wolves, like dogs, possessed profound intelligence. Tiezhu stood up, intending to leave. Behind him, the female wolf limped to her feet and let out a mournful howl directed at him. Are you taking me to find prey? The wolf nodded, then limped ahead, glancing back occasionally to see if the man was following. With nothing else to do and plenty of time, Tiezhu leisurely followed the wolf until it stopped at a cave entrance. Rabbit fur traces marked the entrance. The wolf had been crouched nearby for some time. She then thrust her head into the hole. After an unknown struggle with the rabbit inside, moments later, she emerged with a plump rabbit clamped in her jaws. This rabbit was far larger than any he'd found in the wasteland before. Tiezhu's eyes lit up as he slowly approached. The mother wolf placed the rabbit beside him, watching as Tiezhu stowed it into his burlap sack. Oh human, thank you for saving me. I'll repay you. Seeing this, Tiezhu chuckled. This was something he'd never encountered in either his past life or this one, being able to communicate with animals. How peculiar. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the grass. Scattered noises suggested numerous large creatures were closing in. Tiezhu's expression tightened with tension. The she-wolf, seemingly sensing the scent of her pack, gave another howl, drawing all her kin out into the open. Only when Tiezhu saw the Wolf King did he realize these were the same pack from earlier. The Wolf King approached the mother wolf and gently licked her wounds, offering comfort. The two wolves conversed incessantly before him, leaving Tiezhu painlessly eating a bowl of dog food. So they were husband and wife. No wonder he didn't notice they were hunting when he encountered this pack of wolves. They must have been searching for the missing she-wolf. Now that you're reunited, I'll be on my way. I'll take the rabbit with me. Until next time. These wolves possessed a certain intelligence, having heeded his commands and aided him on multiple occasions. He had no intention of killing them. He cautioned, don't run back to that place, there are hunters there. The Wolf King seemed to understand, responding with a deep howl. Then, without a trace of fear, it leaped over and tugged at Tiezhu's pant leg. Soon, he was following them as the Wolf King led him back to their territory. It kept softly howling at Iron Pillar, as if expressing its request. Do you want me to help deliver your wife's baby? The Wolf King nodded. Perhaps it was because of the system that the animals trusted him so completely. He had originally intended to use this system to hunt them down. Animal emotions were truly pure. Fine. Then catch me a few rabbits as repayment. Old Wang blinked, signaling his agreement. This pack of wolves had chosen their territory exceptionally well, deep within the jungle. Iron Pillar had followed them for quite some time before finding them. The wolves worked together in a division of labor, being social creatures, they almost always stayed together. Their sheer numbers deterred even the tigers of this forest from venturing in carelessly. For now, he was safe. Later, Tiezhu learned from the Wolf King that the female wolf would give birth tonight. Her last delivery had nearly cost her half her life. That was why she sought Tiezhu's help. He gave the female wolf's wound some basic treatment. The alpha wolf had somehow procured some medicinal herbs, chewed them up with her mouth, and then gently spat them onto the female wolf's leg. Witnessing this, he found it truly remarkable. He had only known dogs to seek out herbs when poisoned. He never imagined wolves could be even smarter than dogs. Sure enough, by nightfall, the she-wolf went into labor. Tiezhu used the system to scan her condition. It was dire. 4 pups were inside, but one was lodged sideways at the entrance, causing a difficult birth. He hadn't anticipated this situation at all when he came up the mountain, and he didn't even have gloves. Following the system's guidance, he gently massaged the mother wolf's belly to help position the pups. Then, he carefully inserted 2 fingers into the birth canal and adjusted the position of one of the pups. He then gently pulled outward, assisting the mother wolf in delivering the pup. The alpha wolf watched nearby, his eyes glistening with concern. Within half an hour, all 4 pups were safely delivered. With the successful delivery of the mother and her 4 pups, the alpha wolf let out a long howl to the heavens. Tiezhu distinctly sensed the pairs of green eyes nearby all vanishing. He was safe. Ever since the alpha wolf appeared, he had noticed no fewer than 10 pairs of green eyes lurking in the surrounding woods. One wrong move and he would have met his end in the jaws of the wolves. Thankfully, the mother wolf was unharmed, and the pups had all been born safely. He breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground beside her. The Wolf King licked the mother wolf and her pups with deep affection. After a few words of instruction, he warned Tiezhu not to leave before leaping back into the woods. Tiezhu had no idea where the Wolf King had gone. Daring not to wander freely in the woods, he crouched beside the mother wolf, watching her tend to the newborn pups. As dusk fell over the forest, the Wolf King returned with his pack. Among them was a roe deer. The deer bore antlers on its head, a special gift the Wolf King had his pack hunt down as a token of gratitude for Tiezhu. Alongside the deer were 2 plump rabbits. In the Wolf King's mouth, he held something black and branch-like. He placed the object into Tiezhu's palm and nudged his hand with his muzzle. "Human, this is also for you. Thank you for helping my mate. You've allowed me to finally have offspring." It turned out the she-wolf had been pregnant before, but whether due to the Wolf King's large size causing the pups to be oversized or other reasons, she had failed to give birth successfully after 3 pregnancies. The Wolf King had buried all the stillborn pups together. The 4 cubs iron pillar helped deliver were the first living offspring he had ever seen. Tiezhu stared at the object in his hands, hesitating to accept it. "This is far too precious. Your wife needs it. Are you certain you want to give it to me?" The system confirmed it was a supreme purple lingji mushroom capable of restoring vitality, replenishing lost blood, and even regenerating broken bones. For Tiezhu, such a treasure was a once-in-a-century find. With it, Ma Chang's leg might have a chance. But the mother wolf had just given birth and was in desperate need of nourishment herself. The she-wolf shook her head in refusal. "Take what our king gave you. If I ever need it, I can always find another." With that, Tiezhu accepted it with a smile, carefully wrapping the purple lingji in layer upon layer of cloth. He then processed the sika deer, separating the antlers and meat. Along with the rabbit, he packed everything into his bag, slung it over his back, and prepared to leave the mountains for home. The forest at night was no place to linger, especially with his heavy load. He needed to hurry home under cover of darkness. The wolf pack led the way, with the alpha wolf maintaining a distance of about 10 meters behind him, escorting Tiezhu home. Barely 100 meters out, Tiezhu suddenly heard the sharp crack of a dry branch snapping nearby. Someone! His muscles instantly tensed. Both wolves immediately went on high alert, baring their teeth and crouching low. Through the gaps in the bushes, Tiezhu saw 3 unfamiliar men carrying hunting rifles approaching. One of them was holding a blood-stained trap. It was the very trap that had mauled the mother wolf. Moreover, he realized these men weren't from the village. All unfamiliar faces. "Old Lu, you sure that beast ran this way?" The scar-faced leader kicked at the wolf tracks on the ground. "These prints are fresh as can be. No doubt about it." Old Lu grinned savagely, shaking the trap. "That she-wolf's got pups in her belly, she won't get far. We'll catch them all alive. Wolf pelts fetch a good price in the city now." Before he could finish, the Wolf King suddenly let out a low whimper. Tiezhu looked down and saw it nudging the lingji mushroom toward him with its head. Its ice-blue wolf eyes flashed with an almost human-like urgency. "Warning! Hostile target detected. Side quest triggered, protect the wolf pack to obtain advanced beast master skills." Tiezhu gripped his wood-chopping knife tightly, suddenly noticing a dark red powder clinging to the back of the lingji. He dabbed some between his fingers and rubbed it between his palms. His pupils contracted sharply. This was no ordinary soil, but Chapter 26, Using Living Bait. Blood. And it carried the distinct, rancid stench of dried human blood. "Hey! Something's moving over there." Scarface abruptly raised his hunting rifle toward the thicket. Tiezhu hurriedly restrained the restless Wolf King, fumbling through the sack for the freshly picked hallucinogenic herb. This antidote herb had been discovered when the wolf pack led him on a shortcut, but now it would serve a different purpose. He swiftly smeared the hallucinogenic herb's juice onto his axe blade, then whispered to the Wolf King, "Lead your pack back. I'll handle this." But the Wolf King clamped his jaws onto Tiezhu's pant leg, growling anxiously. "Don't worry," Tiezhu patted its furry head. "I have a plan. I can protect your territory." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, the axe blade flashing as it sliced straight toward the nearest tree trunk. With a thunderous crash, a pine tree as thick as a bowl toppled, landing squarely in front of the hunter. "Who?" Scarface fired 2 shots in shock, bullets whizzing past Tiezhu's ear. Seizing the moment, he rolled behind a boulder and deliberately shouted in a distorted voice, "The mountain god is furious. You fed live men to the traps, you'll face retribution." The 3 hunters turned ashen. Old Lu's trap clattered to the ground, revealing human tissue still clinging to its inner jaws. It was clearly a deliberately designed double trap, the outer layer for beasts, the inner layer concealed with spikes to target humans. Superstitious nonsense. Scarface forced himself to stay calm as he cocked his rifle, only to discover the trigger was jammed. The resin tiles that Iron Column had hidden in his sleeve while chopping wood had melted under the intense heat, seeping silently into the firearm's mechanism. Fortunately, he had learned marksmanship in his past life. The crunching sound of wolves scurrying through the woods echoed from all directions, mingling with Tiezhu's deliberately deep, beastly growls. The 3 men were on the verge of breaking down. The youngest suddenly knelt down, wailing, "We were wrong. It was all Wang Mizi's idea to use a living person as bait to lure them out." Tiezhu acted decisively, signaling to the alpha wolf. The clever alpha wolf understood immediately, leading the pack into a rhythmic howl. Layers upon layers of wolf cries echoed through the valley, sounding like 100 wolves roaming the night. The mountain god. The mountain god has truly answered our prayers. The young hunter's pants were soaked through, and he scrambled down the mountain in a panic. Seeing this, the other two abandoned all caution and followed suit. Only after the footsteps faded completely did Tiezhu exhale a long breath. These men will return. You're no longer safe here. Take your wife and children and move away immediately. Those three hunters were skilled enough to find this place, which meant they were already close to the mother wolf's den. If they realized their mistake and came back up the mountain, there was no guarantee they wouldn't discover the mother wolf and her pups. The Wolf King clearly understood this too. After instructing his pack to escort Tiezhu down the mountain, he turned back to find the mother wolf. Tiezhu safely exited the deep mountains, though it was already the early hours of the morning. At the village entrance, Cuihua paced anxiously, her heart racing. She walked a few steps, then glanced toward the deep mountains. How could she not worry? Tiezhu had never hunted in these mountains before. He had no experience, no gun, and no idea where to find shelter for the night. If something happened tonight, he might never make it back. As dusk began to fall, Chen Jiaquan and his companions emerged, panting heavily as they hauled the massive wild boar out. Cuihua spotted people arriving in the village and, unsure if Tiezhu was among them, hurried forward to greet them. She scrutinized each person closely before returning to the village entrance, her disappointment evident. Chen Jiaquan held his breath as he carried the wild boar to the village entrance and set it down to rest. Panting, he said, Cuihua, you're waiting for Tiezhu? Don't wait. He probably won't be coming back. What? You mean he won't be coming back? Cuihua rushed to Chen Jiaquan and demanded, don't talk nonsense. My brother Tiezhu knows everything. How could he not come back? Don't say such things, you jinx. Bad luck? If my words bring bad luck, I'll curse him to be devoured by wolves on the mountain. Don't think just because he helped us subdue this boar, he can survive the night out here. Look at the time. Everyone in the village is asleep by now. Besides us, who else is still out here? Cuihua, even we wouldn't dare spend the night in these mountains. How could someone like him, who knows nothing, possibly survive? Never mind what he knows, he doesn't even have a hunting rifle. How would he escape if he encountered wild beasts? The mountains aren't just home to one kind of beast, bears, wolves, even tigers have been spotted. Cuihua, find yourself a new partner. Don't wait for Tiezhu anymore. Chen Jiaquan ignored the protests of those around him and blurted out everything he wanted to say. Cuihua trembled with rage and slapped Chen Jiaquan across the face. She wouldn't believe Chen Jiaquan's words until she saw Tiezhu herself. A fellow hunter stepped between Cuihua and Chen Jiaquan. Cuihua, brother Chen's words may be harsh, but he's right. Tiezhu hasn't come out yet, he won't be coming out. Exactly. Look at us carrying this huge boar out, can you imagine how slow we are? Tiezhu was alone with no load. If he weren't an idiot, he'd have come out ages ago. How could he still not be back when we're all here already? Cuihua shook her head fiercely. Impossible. Impossible. Brother Tiezhu just went into the mountains to look for small game. He never intended to go deep into the wilderness. He'll definitely come back. He'll be back any minute. Chen Jiaquan, slapped across the face, couldn't possibly let it go. Rubbing his stinging cheek, he took a few steps forward, ready to slap Cuihua back. Just as Chen Jiaquan's hand came down, a familiar voice rang out nearby. Stop. It was Tiezhu's voice. The wild wolf had escorted him to the edge of the mountains before returning. Now, alone with a sack full of meat on his back, he hurried back. From afar, he could hear the commotion at the village entrance. The faint light came from the flashlights held by Tiezhu's father and Chen Jiaquan's group. The voices clearly belonged to Cuihua and Chen Jiaquan's group. He hadn't seen Cuihua slap Chen Jiaquan earlier, only Chen Jiaquan's raised hand. Only then did he shout, stop. Seeing Tiezhu suddenly appear before them, Cuihua was overjoyed. She sprinted toward him, leaping and throwing herself onto his back, wrapping her arms and legs tightly around him. Tiezhu patted her back helplessly. Get down first. Everyone's watching, and I've got stuff on my back. Cuihua slid off his back and turned to flash Chen Jiaquan a big, exaggerated grimace. See? My iron column brother is back. Your jinxed mouth will get you in trouble someday. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing Tiezhu had truly returned, Chen Jiaquan dared not attack again, merely glaring at him coldly. Cuihua asked curiously, what are these? Deer meat and rabbit meat. I couldn't carry it all back alone, so I had to butcher it on the spot. He set down the bag and opened it for Cuihua to see. The venison inside caught everyone's attention, making the hunter's eyes light up. Who knew you could actually bag game? And venison, no less? You're something else. Holy crap, is that antler velvet? I've been hunting with Brother Chen for 5 years and never seen antler velvet. Have you seen it, Brother Chen? That guy doesn't think before he speaks. Chen Jiaquan shot him a glare, then called everyone to carry the pork back. Tiezhu couldn't just hand Cuihua her share of meat at the village entrance. It was late at night and she wouldn't be safe alone. So he took her home first before returning to his own place. Early the next morning, Cuihua came running to Tiezhu's house for the venison, alerting his parents that he'd returned. Before his parents could scold him, a crowd of villagers arrived at his house. They'd all heard from last night's hunters that Tiezhu had succeeded in his hunt and came to see the commotion. Chapter 27, Sister-in-law, Trust Me. The entire village witnessed Tiezhu actually returning with his prey, and not a single scratch from the animal was visible on his body. Tiezhu, you're amazing. Next time you go into the mountains, take us with you. These rabbits are so plump and big, yet so fast they're incredibly hard to catch. That you managed to catch one shows just how skilled you are at hunting. Exactly. Take us with you next time. We can help you out. We heard you helped Chen Zhaoquan and the others bring back that wild boar. We really underestimated you before. The old Tiezhu always trailed behind Ma Chang, with a rather timid personality. If not for Ma Chang's support, his family would have drifted off to who knows where long ago. How could they have learned any of this? But now that I think about it, Tiezhu never claimed he couldn't do it. It's just that the harsh environment forced him to show his true abilities. Meanwhile, Lu'er, who'd received pork from Chen Zhaoquan, followed the villagers to Tiezhu's home. He set aside his share of wild boar meat. Tiezhu, this is yours. You earned your share of that boar. This wild boar meat is far tastier than rabbit. Take it. I won't let my conscience weigh me down by owing you. After all, Tiezhu had contributed to catching this boar. If he didn't share it with the villagers, how could he stop them from talking behind his back? Chen Zhaoquan wasn't ashamed, but he was afraid. Tiezhu froze, staring at the dozens of pounds of meat Lu'er carried. He quickly refused. No, thank you. The game I hunted is enough to feed us for a while. Take it back. Lu'er wouldn't listen and insisted on shoving it into his hands. Tiezhu, I told you to take it, so take it. This belongs to you anyway. If it weren't for you, we never would have taken down this boar. Lu'er placed the pork before Cuihua and Tiezhu. Just as he turned to leave, Tiezhu called him back. I'll keep that. Here, take this rabbit instead. Consider it in exchange. I can't let you come out short. Hearing this, Lu'er hesitated for a moment. This arrangement actually worked out well. No one else had given Tiezhu any meat, so his share was much smaller than theirs. But he hadn't expected Tiezhu to be so considerate, returning the favor with rabbit meat. Alright, I'll take it. Tiezhu understood clearly what was genuine goodwill and what was insincere flattery. Lu'er had risked Chen Zhaoquan's scolding to bring him meat. It took effort and internal struggle. His gesture proved his heart wasn't cold. Soon, the townspeople dispersed one by one. Many villagers regretted not following Tiezhu up the mountain, for they too could have gotten a share. But who could have imagined Tiezhu would bring back so much game with his bare hands? They began to secretly praise Cuihua for her good fortune, marveling at Tiezhu's prowess, a man with a good job, scholarly knowledge, and now even hunting skills. They no longer regarded Tiezhu as an outsider. Tiezhu shared part of the game with the Ma family, taking the rest back for his parents. His parents were startled by the sight. You rascal, you're finally back. Your father was worried sick. Next time, don't be so reckless. No matter how hard or tiring it gets, you mustn't risk your life, understand? Oh, right. Tiezhu nodded. Mom, I have things to do. We'll talk later. He was about to head to the pig farm for work. Right now, his mind was focused on processing the premium purple lingji he'd gathered from the mountain into medicine according to the system's instructions, so he could deliver it to Brother Chang as soon as possible. He still didn't know if the lingji had an expiration date. If he delayed, it would truly be a waste. How to process the purple lingji? He silently summoned the system in his mind. Soon, a transparent blue light screen appeared before him, detailing the precise method for processing the purple lingji into medicine. After over half an hour of meticulous work, the entire reishi mushroom was ground into powder. In a rush to leave for work, he entrusted the task to his mother. Mom, please dry this powder in the sun. Don't let it get wet. Just wait until I get back. This is crucial for Brother Chang's life. Don't spill a single grain. Tiezhu nodded firmly. Glancing at the small bowl of dark brown powder, he didn't ask any further questions. If Tiezhu said it was important, then it must be crucial. By the time he returned that night, Tiezhu Ma had dried the powder completely, not a trace of moisture left. Tiezhu was pleased. Achieving such thorough drying required constant turning and careful tending over a long period. Thanks, Mom. He turned, took the powder, and headed out to the Ma household. At that moment, Xiulian was cooking, with rabbit stew simmering on the stove. Tiezhu, you're just in time. I was about to send Cuihua to call you for dinner. Where are Uncle and Auntie? Why not invite them too? Tiezhu replied calmly, they've already eaten at home. No need to trouble yourselves. I came today to bring medicine for Qiang. I picked this in the mountains. It should help Brother Chang's illness. Hearing this, Xiulian and Cuihua hurried over. Seeing the dark brown powder in Tiezhu's bowl, they were utterly puzzled. This must be expensive, Brother Tiezhu. Where did you get it? Found it in the mountains. But it smells so bitter. Are you sure, Tiezhu? Did you ask the doctor about what you found in the mountains? What if it's poisonous? Tiezhu's mouth twitched. Admittedly, his recent unusual behavior had strayed from the original character's persona. He casually made up an excuse to brush it off. It couldn't be poisonous. This is our family heirloom. It has some efficacy in treating Brother Chang's paralyzed leg. It's just that this time in the mountains, I only found this one plant. Otherwise, Brother Chang should be able to stand up again soon. The system's instructions were absolutely infallible. But relying solely on this one plant to bring Ma Chang's leg back to life would take time. If Ma Chang himself lacked the will to recover, or even doubted his ability to heal, then even the finest medicine would be useless. Upon hearing this, Xiulian's brows slowly furrowed as she hastily declined. I remember Uncle's legs aren't in great shape either. They ache terribly whenever it rains. We simply can't accept such precious medicine. Tiezhu, you've already helped our family so much. This medicine would be much better suited for Uncle. Seeing their hesitation, Tiezhu walked straight to the stove. Don't worry, my father has medicine more suited to his condition. This medicine is specifically for Brother Chang. Sis, trust me. They watched as Tiezhu placed the medicine into the ceramic cauldron. Though they felt somewhat uneasy, they could only silently accept it. According to the system's instructions, the medicine could be applied externally or taken internally. He divided the medicine into 2 portions, the decoction for Chang to drink, while the residue was wrapped in gauze. He then used the remaining liquid to thoroughly coat both of Chang's injured legs, tightly bandaging them with gauze to allow absorption. Xiulian and Cuihua froze in place upon witnessing this entire procedure. Chapter 28, Ma Chang's New Hope. Tiezhu, will this really work? Your brother's legs have lost all sensation, only faint pain remains. Even if he takes the medicine, he won't feel it. Xiulan frowned, watching Tiezhu's actions with skepticism. After all, applying herbal poultices to paralyzed limbs seemed absurd. Even Ma Chang himself found it hard to believe, thinking perhaps Tiezhu had found some random recipe to offer him false comfort. Tiezhu nodded firmly, his eyes unwavering. Trust me, if I say it works, it will. And this herb is rare. I stumbled upon it by accident. No matter what, it'll have some effect. Brother Chang's leg will definitely be cured. Whether he could return to his former self was uncertain, but getting him back on his feet was guaranteed. After applying it for over half an hour, Tiezhu removed the gauze to rinse Ma Chang's leg. Ma Chang felt something faintly, not pain, but as if his legs had gained a little strength. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with a mix of tension and disbelief. How could this be possible? Though he still couldn't move, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't stand up, his legs clearly had sensation. I can feel it. Tiezhu, I can feel it. Hearing this, smiles spread across their faces. Xiulian's eyes welled up with tears of joy, 2 hot streaks running down her cheeks, unable to conceal the happiness in her heart. Is it true? Ma Chang, don't lie to me. Honey, why would I lie? This medicine really works. Before, my legs only felt sharp pains. Now I can sense a little warmth in them, though moving them is still very difficult. Tiezhu sighed in relief, then gently lifted Ma Chang back onto the bed. This herbal remedy is definitely effective, but your recovery depends on you, Brother Chang. If you want your legs to heal, you must keep exercising. Otherwise, even the best medicine will be wasted. On a daily basis, have your sister-in-law help you walk around outside whenever possible. But remember, don't overexert yourself. Otherwise, you'll strain your muscles, and that'll only make things worse. Ma Chang nodded, his eyes reddening. A man of his stature couldn't help but shed 2 hot tears at that moment. Tiezhu truly didn't know how to thank you. Without you, I'd have no hope left in this life. Not long ago, he'd even contemplated ending his life. Had Tiezhu and Xiulan not held him back, he likely wouldn't be here today. What are you saying? Keep thanking me like this, and I'll start charging you. We're family. No need for such formality. If you insist on being so polite, I'll have to get rude. They knew Tiezhu was joking. Not long after, Tiezhu's mom and dad arrived, carrying some fruit, wild bananas they'd picked from the mountains. Seeing the untouched meal on the table, Tiezhu's mother realized they'd arrived too early. Looks like we're early. We brought some fruit for Qiangzi. Xiulian sniffed the air and hurried over to greet them, sharing the good news. As long as it works. Ever since Tiezhu came back, I'd been studying these herbs. Thank goodness it wasn't in vain. Hearing this, Ma Chang and Xiulian felt not only gratitude toward Tiezhu, but also deep remorse. Alright, we just came to bring some fruit for Qiangzi. You two eat. We'll head back now. Cuihua, make sure to wear extra layers tonight, it gets chilly. If you need clothes, tell Tiezhu to buy some. It's only right to take care of your future wife. Don't let her suffer any hardships in our family. Cuihua smiled and nodded. Don't worry, uncle and auntie. Brother Tiezhu treats me very well. Erlao turned and left. That evening, the family gathered happily around the table, a joy they hadn't felt in a long time. Ma Chang, too, was gradually regaining hope in life as his leg improved. He wasn't as despondent as before, and even his complexion had brightened considerably. The night passed. The next morning, as Tiezhu stepped into pig pen number 1, he ran into the village chief. He was troubled by the breeding issue. Although the quality of the pig herd was improving, some boars still failed to impregnate the sows. Upon seeing Tiezhu, he shared his concerns. Tiezhu, do you have any way to select superior breeding boars from this large group? The last batch was of such poor quality that even as they grew, they remained subpar. The village chief had recently visited pig farms elsewhere to study their methods and discovered their pigs were far inferior to those raised in other places. An inexplicable anger welled up inside him. Compared to other farms' pigs, theirs were not only smaller but also noticeably thinner, despite feeding them essentially the same diet. Even after Tiezhu made adjustments, the feed from other farms couldn't compare to the nutritional value of their own. I just couldn't figure it out. Clearly, our pig farm had better conditions in every aspect than other farms, yet our pigs weren't as robust as theirs. I thought it must be a breeding issue. After hearing this, Tiezhu observed the pigs in barn 1. They were indeed on the smaller side. Leave this to me. I'll do my best to select some high-quality breeding boars for mating. Alright, I trust you to handle it. Seeing Tiezhu agree, the village chief felt somewhat relieved. He had intended to entrust this matter to Tiezhu all along, but wasn't sure if he would agree or if he had the capability. But seeing his confident assurance, the village chief's anxiety eased. Then it's yours. Next year, the pigs in our pens must be bigger and stronger than any others. Tiezhu assured him he'd do his best. After the village chief left, he scanned the premium breeding boars in pigsty number 1 with his system and even selected high-quality sows for mating. If both parents possessed exceptional genetics, the offspring would naturally have a lower error rate, inheriting the superior traits from both the sows and boars. Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. Tiezhu emerged from pig pen 1 and entered pig pen 2, where a boar was raging violently. He rushed over and scanned it with the system, discovering it was a boar in heat. Using the system's special skill, he could even hear the boar's discontented grunts clearly. Upon learning the reason, Tiezhu found it somewhat amusing. Tiezhu, you're just in time. What should we do? We've selected several sows to go in, but this boar just won't cooperate. It's as if he has no desire at all. See if you can figure something out. Is this pig sick? Not desire, he thought. More like excessive desire, but it can't find a sow it likes. It's not sick. It's just dissatisfied with the sows you've chosen for him. Chapter 29, Successful Breeding with a Premium Boar. The woman guarding pig pen number 2 froze upon hearing this. Pigs aren't humans, how could they be so picky? Tiezhu, did you misjudge? This boar is the most aggressive and robust in our facility. When he mated with a sow before, the piglets born were both sturdy and handsome. That entire litter became our premium breeding stock. Tiezhu knew this well. The village chief had mentioned it when he first arrived at the farm. Typically, top-quality sows are paired with selected boars for breeding. But this boar was different. He believed himself to be the strongest pig in the pen, with a naturally bad temper. You could say he had a touch of mania. To draw an analogy, in a wolf pack, the strongest and most capable wolf is usually the alpha. This boar, having been in the pen too long, believed itself to be the strongest and the leader of the herd. It was dissatisfied with every sow you selected, and whenever dissatisfied, it would become agitated. The others were baffled. They'd never heard such an explanation before, never in their lives, nor had they ever encountered anything like it. Hearing it from Tiezhu's mouth now, it sounded almost magical. If Tiezhu hadn't treated so many sick animals in the village and pigsty, proving himself a capable and reliable doctor, they wouldn't have believed such nonsense. Tiezhu, if what you say is true, what should we do? Where can we find a quality sow for her? We've tried several over the past couple of days, but she's just not satisfied. She even attacks indiscriminately. Tiezhu stepped closer. Leave it to me. I'll check the other pigsties for quality sows. He turned and left, scanning the other pens with his system. The workers in pig pen number 2 stood dumbstruck, unable to help but tease. Do you think Tiezhu's story is true? This pig is acting like an emperor choosing a concubine. Are we treating it too much like a human? We've tried so many sows, clearly this pig is sick. Could Tiezhu have misdiagnosed it? So what if he misdiagnosed? He's the trusted veterinarian of this pigsty, deeply trusted by the village chief. If we question him, we'll end up like Wang Hu. Don't go looking for trouble. Just wait until Tiezhu gets back and we'll find out. Tiezhu scanned several pigsties, marking several high-quality sows with the system's help. These sows were already accustomed to their own pens. Returning to pig pen 2, Tiezhu approached the boar in heat. He communicated with it using his system abilities, then gently patted its head. Soon, a notification popped up in his mind, prompting him to subdue the boar. Alright, he murmured, since none of these here satisfy you, go choose one yourself. But be good, no getting agitated. The boar's 2 jet black eyes never left him, as if truly understanding his words. Its agitation vanished instantly. Tiezhu attempted to open the iron gate but was stopped by the attendant nearby. Tiezhu is dangerous. If released, he might charge at people that would be perilous. And with its massive size, what if it actually collided with someone? He probably won't listen anyway. Just open the gate, it won't charge around. The others were skeptical. Could a pig really become docile just because Tiezhu had exchanged a few words with it? Impossible. Unless the pig could actually understand what Tiezhu said. The moment the iron gate opened, the boar cautiously stepped out. Iron Pillar led the way, and the boar obediently followed behind, neither making a fuss nor running off. Witnessing this, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded. They followed as the boar entered pig pen number 4 behind Tiezhu, their faces frozen in disbelief too profound for words. This is unbelievable. I've raised this pig for 3 or 4 years and never seen it behave this well. It's either been raging mad or wildly restless, even once breaking through this iron gate to run loose all over the pig farm. Exactly. How could it possibly be so obedient now? It's as if it truly understood Iron Column's words just now and suddenly stopped fussing and running around. This is too amazing. No wonder Iron Column is a veterinarian. Tiezhu led the boar to pig pen number 4. The boar wandered around inside before finally settling on a plump sow. It gave Tiezhu a knowing glance and even tilted its head slightly, as if signaling that he had made his choice. Tiezhu smiled as he opened the door. Go on in. The boar dashed inside in a flash. Moments later, he and the sow were busy playing cards in the pen. Everyone was dumbfounded, praising Tiezhu's remarkable skill. Tiezhu, you're incredible. You actually calmed down this temperamental pig. Looks like we underestimated you. The village chief was right to choose you. We're impressed. I'm just doing what I should, Tiezhu replied modestly. Nothing special. The village chief asked me to assist with breeding the village's sows to improve the quality of the next litter of piglets. If I just told the pig farm workers, some might have doubted me. But after this, they've seen Tiezhu's skills firsthand. They can only admire him now, not refuse. Alright, having you here makes the breeding work much easier. We were worried you hadn't handled breeding before, unsure of the process or how to handle it. Now it seems we were just ignorant. If you need any help, just call us. We'll follow the village chief's orders without question. Tiezhu, you're incredible. Not only can you hunt and heal, but now you're breeding pigs too. I don't know how to praise you enough. The woman who marries you will be truly blessed. Tiezhu gave a faint smile. After several days of hard work, he'd used the system to complete breeding for all the premium boars in the pig farm, leaving him utterly exhausted. That day, as he stepped out of the pig farm gate, he saw Cuihua waiting to greet him. Spotting Tiezhu, she sprinted over and threw her arms around him. Cuihua, I'm filthy and stinky. Let go first, I'll get you dirty. What's the big deal? I don't mind. Besides, brother Tiezhu, you're doing this to earn money. If I were to complain, that would make me heartless. The two left together. The next day, the village chief publicly commended Tiezhu, further recognizing his capabilities. Not only did he manage the pig farm's temperamental princess, but he also completed the breeding work which should have taken half a month in just a few days. Such efficiency was truly astonishing. Everyone should learn from Iron Pillar and cut back on the jealousy and nitpicking. I believe our pig farm will only get better and better. To boost morale, the village chief specially awarded Tiezhu a bonus as an incentive for everyone. After this incident, those who had once looked down on Tiezhu now fell completely silent. Tiezhu now enjoyed the village chief's full trust. If they continued acting as before, they'd only be asking for trouble. Chapter 30, Struck by Lightning, Frozen in Place. Tiezhu had successfully earned the trust of the entire village. Who wouldn't admire someone who solved the livestock problem for the village and gained fame in other villages? Except for one person. Aunt Wang next door watched Tiezhu's house bustling with visitors while her own home remained cold and empty. The poor beggar she once looked down on had become the object of everyone's admiration. Her heart was filled with both envy and resentment. So, she began to play petty tricks near the shared wall between their houses, today tossing sunflower seed shells, tomorrow secretly cutting down the cucumber vines Tiezhu's mother had planted. Day after day, her mind was consumed by the house next door, forgetting she even kept a flock of chickens at home. Until this morning, when she went to collect eggs and discovered one of her old hens had died. Her world collapsed. Those chickens were her lifeline. She wailed at home, my chickens. I only had a few to begin with, and now one more is gone. Heaven is blind. It picks on widows like me. Her wails from the chicken coop drew the villagers' attention, and naturally, Tiezhu's family heard them too. Tiezhu paid no mind to Aunt Wang. He was already keeping his distance. Why would he voluntarily ask about her hen? A nosy villager suggested, the vet lives right next door. Why didn't you ask Tiezhu to check your chickens sooner? Before all your hens die, hurry over and get him to help. Bah! Aunt Wang spat out a mouthful of saliva. That Tiezhu is all bluff and no substance. What skills does he have? If I let him examine my chickens, it'd be like sending them to their deaths. How could someone be so ungrateful? The man flicked his sleeves and hurried away from Aunt Wang's doorstep. Tiezhu's mother had a soft heart. Unable to bear seeing the animals die needlessly, she urged her son, they're just our neighbors. Sure, they have their quirks, but the hens are innocent. You should still check on those chickens. At that moment, Aunt Wang's daughter, Li Fangfang, grew anxious about her own chickens. Ignoring her mother's objections, she called Tiezhu over to examine them. With his mother's persuasion and the neighbor's request, what reason was there to refuse? Tiezhu went to Aunt Wang's chicken coop and examined the situation with his system. The problem wasn't severe, but the coop's environment was appalling. Chicken droppings weren't being cleaned up promptly, allowing bacteria to breed in the buildup. As a result, the entire flock had contracted coccidiosis. Was this treatable? Li Fangfang worried about her remaining chickens. Though still alive, they were listless, necks tucked in, staring blankly. It's treatable. I'll bring you some medicine shortly. First, clean out the coop thoroughly and maintain good hygiene. Then mix the medicine into their feed daily. The total cost for the treatment and medicine came to 4 yuan 50. Li Fangfang paid discreetly, then returned home to instruct Aunt Wang on administering the medicine to the chickens. She herself set about thoroughly cleaning the chicken coop. With the coop clean, not only were the chickens more comfortable, but Li Fangfang felt happier too. Yet Aunt Wang seemed devastated after Li Fangfang gave Tiezhu 4 yuan 50. Are you out of your mind, giving him money? And so much? Was it worth that much just for him to say a couple words? Mom, this is for the chicken's medicine. I'm not just throwing money around. Li Fangfang thought her mother was being unreasonable. How could she not care about something that concerned the chickens' lives? Aunt Wang couldn't care less about that. She stormed straight to Tiezhu's doorstep and started yelling. Who does he think he is, taking my daughter's money? 4 yuan 50. Does his mouth turn gold? 4 yuan 50. That's enough to feed our family for 7 days. You've all been duped. He's a con artist, scamming our village for money. How hard we worked for that 4 yuan 50. He just slips it out of his mouth like it's nothing. Is making money really that easy? Damn that bastard. May his whole family die for deceiving us. May his entire lineage be cursed for generations. Give it back. Give it back. Aunt Wang's words grew increasingly harsh, and Iron Pillar's mother began regretting sending him to help. Tiezhu's face darkened. Choosing to pay up for peace, he pulled out the 4 yuan 50 and flung it over the courtyard wall. Here's your money back. If your chickens get sick again, don't come to me for treatment. With that, he went inside. Auntie Wang, having won the first round, happily pocketed the 4 yuan to stash away. As for the medicine? She tossed it aside long ago. She wasn't about to feed her chickens something she didn't understand. But before 2 days had passed, Auntie Wang found another dead chicken in the coop. She blamed it all on Tiezhu. This time, she blocked the entrance to his courtyard, waiting for him to give her an explanation. Everyone, come see. Come see for yourselves. My chickens. When I took them to Tiezhu for treatment, they weren't in great shape, but not a single one died. But the moment Tiezhu came to my place, not only did they not get better, another one died. Tiezhu, pay up. If it weren't for you, how could I have lost another chicken? Aunt Wang's demands seemed to have no bottom, as she stared at Tiezhu demanding compensation. Li Fangfang couldn't bear to watch any longer. She dragged Aunt Wang home, pleading all the way, Mom, stop this. You didn't even give the chickens medicine. How can you blame Tiezhu for killing our chickens? But as soon as they got home, they found another dead chicken. Mom, we can't let any more chickens die. We don't have many left, and we need them to lay eggs. Li Fangfang was frantic. She'd spent money, yet the chickens kept dying. She hadn't been able to watch the chicken coop every moment these past 2 days, so naturally she didn't know Aunt Wang had thrown away the medicine Iron Pillar had prescribed. Now, seeing the chickens dying one after another, she could almost guess what happened. Impossible. This isn't my fault. It must be Tiezhu. Tiezhu poisoned our chickens. Aunt Wang was baffled too. The coop was spotless, right? Losing 1 or 2 chickens could be blamed on neglect, but a third? Mom, 3 have already died. Don't you know what's wrong? What about the medicine? Did you feed it to the chickens? Where is it? I threw the medicine away. Mom! Li Fangfang's voice snapped Auntie Wang back to reality. Could she really be wrong? Mom, these chickens won't survive on our own. We have to go find Tiezhu and ask him to take another look. Apologize to Tiezhu. If you apologize, he'll definitely help us again. Li Fangfang dragged Aunt Wang toward Tiezhu's house. Aunt Wang still put up a front, but inside she was panicking. If we delay any longer, the chickens will all die. Still, she couldn't quite swallow her pride. Just then, a series of urgent honks sounded outside. A brand new jeep pulled up by the roadside. The door swung open, and a man in official attire strode forward, calling out loudly, "Which one of you is Comrade Tiezhu?" The villagers fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to Tiezhu. Realizing something, the man broke into a warm smile and stepped forward to grasp Tiezhu's hand. I'm Director Chang from the neighboring village. I heard you cured the epidemic at the pig farm? We've come specifically to ask for your help. Tiezhu looked at him, somewhat puzzled. You see, our chicken farm has an outbreak of avian influenza. The situation is urgent, you're our only hope. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wang froze in place as if struck by lightning. Chapter 31, What kind of wife isn't even married yet? Tiezhu was a bit surprised, but he couldn't exactly leave just like that. What's the situation with the chickens at your farm? Director Chang immediately spoke up. After listening, Tiezhu found the situation somewhat similar to what was happening in the village. Did you buy these chickens from the deputy director of the farm? Tiezhu asked casually. Director Zhang paused, puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. Learning that the chickens in their village were also bought from the deputy director of the farm, he sneered inwardly. After that, he instructed the other person to feed the chickens according to the medication prescribed by the system. Director Zhang hesitated. Brother Tai, why don't you come with me to take a look? No need. Just follow my instructions. If it still doesn't work, then come find me. Hearing this, Director Zhang couldn't press further. Worried about the village's chicks, he agreed. After Director Zhang left, the village erupted in excitement. Tiezhu, you're amazing. Even Director Zhang from next door came to you for help with the chickens. Exactly. Watching the commotion from outside her door, Aunt Wang felt a twinge of regret. She hadn't expected Tiezhu's reputation to grow so rapidly. Now even the neighboring village, hit by chicken plague, was seeking his help. Could the medicine she'd tossed out earlier really have cured her own chickens? Deep down, Aunt Wang knew Tiezhu had some real skill. It was just her own jealousy that made her stubbornly deny it. As Auntie Wang's mind raced with thoughts, Li Fangfang tugged at her sleeve, urging her to go plead with Tiezhu and ask him to check on her own chickens. But before they could take a step, Aunt Wang suddenly doubled over, clutching her stomach and groaning in pain. Mom, what's wrong with you? My stomach. It hurts so much. Aunt Wang's body slid down uncontrollably. Li Fangfang, who had been pulling Aunt Wang's arm, shifted her grip to support her under the armpits. Seeing Aunt Wang's state, she was terrified. Aunt Wang was rather plump, and the slender Li Fangfang couldn't support her weight. As Aunt Wang's full weight fell onto her, both women tumbled to the ground together. Hearing the commotion outside, Tiezhu and his mother rushed out to see what was happening. Li Fangfang looked up and saw Tiezhu. She immediately cried out for help. Tiezhu, please help. I don't know what's wrong with my mom. Aunt Wang clutched her stomach tightly, moaning softly. Seeing this, Iron Pillar's mother rushed over and helped support Aunt Wang's body. What's wrong? Did she eat something bad? I don't know. She didn't say. Li Fangfang's face was drawn with worry. Auntie Wang wasn't just moaning, she was trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat. Fangfang could barely keep up with wiping the sweat from her brow. Tiezhu, hurry up and help us get her home. Tiezhu frowned, unwilling to help. But with Aunt Wang lying right at his doorstep and his soft-hearted mother urging him, he had no choice but to carry her back to her home. As soon as he set her down, Tiezhu turned to head home. Behind him, Li Fangfang suddenly dropped to her knees. Tiezhu, please. Help check on my mom. She's never had such terrible stomach pain before. She must be sick. If she's sick, she should see a doctor. I'm just a veterinarian. Veterinarians are doctors too. Please, just take a look. As she spoke, Li Fangfang tried to kowtow. Tiezhu's mother quickly stopped her. Seeing the mother and daughter like this, her heart softened once more. Tiezhu, just take a look. Even if you can't help much, at least understand the situation. Sigh. Faced with a soft-hearted mother and the woman's genuine suffering, Tiezhu sighed deeply. Reluctantly, he walked over to Aunt Wang, first lifting her eyelids to examine her eyes, then taking her pulse. Though he didn't actually know how to take pulses, he could feel her heartbeat and such. Judging by these two signs alone, Auntie Wang didn't seem to have any issues. That left only one question: had she eaten anything she shouldn't have in the past couple of days? No, Li Fangfang thought carefully. We've eaten the same things these past 2 days, vegetables from our own garden, nothing out of the ordinary. Aunt Wang, who had been keeping her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide. Chicken. Those 2 dead chickens. Li Fangfang heard this and turned back to Aunt Wang in disbelief. Mom. You ate those 2 dead chickens. They died from illness. You shouldn't have eaten them. What should we do? Tiezhu, what should we do? Tiezhu shook his head. Here's what we'll do. You go to the clinic first and find the doctor. Explain the situation and have him bring some medicine to check on them. Don't eat any of your chickens until they're fully cured. Alright. Auntie Tai, please keep an eye on my mom. I'll go find the doctor right now. Tiezhu, could you please take another look at my chickens? This time I'll make sure to give them the medicine properly and take good care of them. Fearing Tiezhu wouldn't believe her, she raised her right hand and swore. Auntie Wang, lying in bed, also kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Tiezhu, it was my fault. Please help us. We can't afford to lose any more chickens. I don't want this pain either. I was just talking nonsense in a daze. Please forgive me. I truly made a mistake. Seeing Auntie Wang's sincere apology, Tiezhu decided to give her another chance. He went straight to the chicken coop and administered the medicine himself. After Aunt Wang saw the doctor and took her medicine, she instructed Li Fangfang on how to care for the chickens in the coop. Only then did this farce finally come to an end. After taking the medicine and drinking warm water, Auntie Wang felt much better after a while. Lying in bed, her thoughts wandered. Li Fangfang followed the doctor's advice, simmering a pot of light vegetable broth. She brought it to Auntie Wang's bedside for their evening meal. Aunt Wang held her chopsticks, picking at grains of rice, unable to take a single bite for a long while. Mom, eat. Is it too bland? The doctor said you need light food and plenty of water. Drink more of this soup. Auntie Wang nodded, but she still picked at her rice sporadically, putting a few grains in her mouth without actually eating a full bite for a long time. By the time Li Fangfang had nearly finished her meal, Aunt Wang finally spoke. Fangfang, what do you think of Tiezhu? He's great, she replied, setting down her chopsticks and thinking carefully. Our chickens haven't been well for ages. You've said so many bad things about him, but if it weren't for his help today, I don't know what I would have done. You'd probably still be rolling around in bed. I asked him to treat our chicken today, and he did. He even helped feed the medicine without charging a penny. Oh no, I completely forgot. I haven't paid him yet. Mom, give me 5 yuan. I'll take it over to him later. Aunt Wang grabbed her chopsticks and gave Li Fangfang's hand a light tap. Is that what I meant? What I meant was, do you have feelings for him? Mom, what are you talking about? Li Fangfang lowered her head, seemingly resisting the topic, but her flushed ears betrayed her thoughts. I mean, do you want to marry Tiezhu? I think he'd be a good match for you. Mom, stop it. You've always been against me dating anyone. Why bring up Tiezhu now? Chapter 32, Tiezhu is a good man. Li Fangfang's face flushed crimson. She'd had crushes before, but Aunt Wang hadn't approved of any of them, consistently refusing to let her date or marry. Over time, she'd buried those feelings. Yet thinking about Tiezhu's behavior today in front of her, she grew flushed with embarrassment the more she pondered it. Aunt Wang set down her chopsticks and sat up straight. Fangfang, you have feelings for Tiezhu, don't you? Don't lie to me, I know everything about you. Tell me, do you have feelings for him? If you do, I'll go to Tiezhu's family to propose marriage for you. Li Fangfang looked up at Auntie Wang in surprise. Mom, how could that be? Regardless of my feelings for Tiezhu, you can't ruin his relationship with Cuihua. Their marriage is only a matter of time, how could I? What do you mean? They're both unmarried. As long as they're not married, you have a chance. Besides, these days, even married couples can get divorced. What's there to fear? Divorce? Even if it's possible nowadays, divorced people never have a good reputation. Never mind that. Breaking up someone else's engagement is just wrong. Li Fangfang shook her head. No, Mom, don't do this. People will hate me. Alright, I understand. Leave it to me. I have my own way of handling this. Aunt Wang had long since read Li Fangfang's thoughts from her expressions. She gripped her chopsticks firmly, uttered a single sentence, and began finishing her meal. Meanwhile, Tiezhu's family was just about to eat when someone started banging loudly on their door. A voice called out from outside, Tiezhu. Is Tiezhu home? Tiezhu. Tiezhu's mother peered out to see who it was, but his father told Tiezhu to hurry and open the door to check. Tiezhu recognized the voice instantly and went to open the door. It's Sister Xiulian. I'll go see. He opened the door to find it was indeed Xiulian. The moment the door opened, Xiulian grabbed Tiezhu's arm, her face filled with panic as she cried out, Tiezhu, help me find Cuihua. She went up the mountain and hasn't come back yet. What? Why would she go into the mountains? Without waiting for Xiulian's explanation, Tiezhu dashed out. His mother called after Xiulian, asking what had happened. Only then did they learn the truth. Cuihua had learned from the doctor that Ma Qiang's condition could benefit from herbal baths, and those herbs grew deep in these very mountains. So, after telling Xiulian, she ignored her protests and went up the mountain alone. By the time Xiulian waited until dusk, Cuihua still hadn't returned. Panicking, she hurriedly informed Ma Chang and then rushed to see Tiezhu's help. After hearing the story, Tiezhu's mother grew anxious too. How could that child go up the mountain alone? Those herbs aren't so easy to gather. It's enough to worry someone to death. As they discussed this in the courtyard, Aunt Wang, who was strolling through her own yard, overheard them. After eavesdropping, she dashed to the kitchen to find Li Fangfang. Cuihua is gone. Your chance has come. Li Fangfang, washing dishes in the kitchen, frowned at the news and asked, how could she be lost? She's a grown woman. Maybe she just wandered off somewhere without telling her family. No, she went into the mountains alone. It's already dark, she won't make it back. But Tiezhu went into the mountains to look for her. If he doesn't find her, won't that be your chance? Aunt Wang thought it over and over, finding it increasingly plausible. She went back to her room, rummaged through a pile of things, picked out a few items, and hurried over to Tiezhu's house. As soon as she entered, she called out, Big brother and sister-in-law, are you home? Without waiting for Xiulian to leave, she shoved the items directly into Tiezhu's mother's hands. Tiezhu's mother pushed them away with her palm. What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why did you come running over? Oh, I just came to thank you both, she exclaimed. Thank Tiezhu for saving my life today and my chickens too. Xiulian shot Aunt Wang a sidelong glance and sneered, oh, so someone here knows gratitude after all. I thought you were like the snake in the story of Donghua, unable to repay kindness. Aunt Wang shot Xiulian a withering look and shoved her aside with a thud. Sister-in-law, Tiezhu saved my life today. No amount of money could ever repay that. My daughter Fangfang is just 20 this year, she'd make a perfect match for your Tiezhu. Let her repay you instead. Xiulian's face froze in shock. She shoved Aunt Wang away. What are you talking about? Making Li Fongfong repay you? I think you've got your eye on Tiezhu. Yes, I do fancy Tiezhu. He's a good man. What's wrong with wanting him as my son-in-law? Aunt Wang laid her intentions bare. Sister-in-law, we've been neighbors for some time now. You know Fongfong well, she's an excellent girl who respects elders and takes good care of her husband. Your Tiezhu is an only child, right? Well, my Fongfong has a wide hips and can bear sons. She'll definitely give Tiezhu twins. She's absolutely better than that skinny little Cuihua. Xiaolian's face turned pale with rage. She pushed Aunt Wang out forcefully. Get out. What big hips can bear two? Your big hips haven't produced two either. Our families were discussing this marriage peacefully. Why are you meddling? Better to tear down a temple than break a marriage. You'll be struck by lightning for this. Aunt Wang wasn't as strong as Xiaolian, so after being pushed out, she spat on the ground. Today your families are celebrating a match, but tomorrow yours might be holding a funeral. Iron Pillar knew nothing of the family turmoil. He hurried up the mountain, calling out as he searched. Unnoticed, the Wolf King had crept close. Tiezhu appealed directly to him. Have you seen a girl? She should be wearing a floral blouse about as tall as my ears, with 2 braids. Or have any of your wolf subordinates seen her? Lead me to her. I've spotted her. Follow me. The Wolf King led the way, glancing back to make sure Tiezhu was following while muttering about what he'd seen that afternoon. I spotted that girl the moment she entered the mountains. She carried your scent, so I knew she must be someone you know. She seemed to be searching for some kind of medicinal herb, muttering to herself about whether this was it or that was it. I didn't want to startle her, so I stayed out of sight. But she kept venturing deeper into the mountains. Just now, I spotted her near the cliff edge. Seemed like she'd found some medicinal herb. The cliff edge. That's extremely dangerous. Even though it didn't rain today, the mountains are damp. One slip could send her tumbling down. Cuihua has never been in these mountains before. What if she falls? Tiezhu couldn't bear to think about it. He could only follow the Wolf King, running for his life. At the cliff's edge, guided by the Wolf King, he discovered traces of Cuihua's slippery footsteps. Terrified, Tiezhu's legs gave way. He knelt on the ground and shouted toward the cliff, Cuihua. Cuihua. Brother Tiezhu. Brother Tiezhu, I'm here. Tiezhu's pupils suddenly contracted. He leaned close to the cliff edge and looked down, discovering Cuihua wedged against a thick tree trunk several meters below. Without a rope, Cuihua would never make it back up. And he couldn't go down either. Don't talk yet. First tell me if you're hurt anywhere. I'll find a vine nearby to pull you up. I'm fine, just stuck. Can't climb up. Cuihua's voice trembled with sobs. The moment she fell, her leg had twisted and been scraped by the rock face. The excruciating pain made climbing impossible. Moreover, the tree wasn't very sturdy. She feared that any movement might cause her to fall along with it. After an unknown amount of time, Tiezhu's voice finally echoed from the cliff above. He twisted several vines into a sturdy rope and tossed it down to the cliff's edge. I don't know if this tree can hold 2 people. Tie the vines tightly around your waist. I'll pull you up. Chapter 33, Cuihua falls off the cliff. Cuihua nodded and did as Tiezhu instructed. Once she was secured, he began pulling her up. He was furious inside, furious that Cuihua had come running into the steep, remote forest without a word. Do you realize how dangerous this is? Is this forest a place a woman should be wandering alone? If not for me today, if not for this tree, you would have fallen to the bottom of the cliff. That abyss is bottomless. Even if you somehow survived the fall, wild beasts lurk down there. Are you out of your mind? Perhaps Tiezhu's tone was too harsh. Cuihua lowered her head, her body trembling uncontrollably. Brother Tiezhu, I'm sorry, she choked out, looking utterly remorseful and wronged. Tiezhu remained silent. Seeing her like this, he sighed. Even if you came to the mountains to find medicine, you should have told me. If something happened to you, I'd worry. Your sister-in-law in Qiang would worry too. I know. I was wrong for not telling you first. She pressed her lips together as Tiezhu examined her injuries while helping her to her feet. I'll take you home. We can talk about this when we get there. Only after climbing onto Tiezhu's back did Cuihua notice a robust wolf leading the way ahead. Tiezhu, there's a wolf ahead. Cuihua's voice trembled, terrified the wolf might suddenly turn and attack them. It's fine. He's my friend. He won't bite. Or more accurately, it doesn't bite him. Hearing this, Cuihua was stunned. When did Brother Tiezhu make friends with a wolf? A friend? Brother Tiezhu, when did you tame this wolf? Last time we went hunting up the mountain, I accidentally saved its mate. That's why I asked it to find you earlier. Cuihua marveled at Tiezhu's ability and hesitantly nodded. But as luck would have it, the weather turned from fine to torrential rain, drenching them both once more. Descending the mountain now would be even more dangerous. They were still quite a distance from the base. Seeing the situation, Tiezhu could only find a place to settle for the night. He recalled discovering a cave nearby during his last hunting trip. Guided by the Wolf King, he carried Cuihua into the cave. Tonight we'll have to stay here. Who knows when this downpour will stop? Going down now is too risky. You should sleep first. Finally, he shook his head. The pain in her legs made sleep impossible. The Wolf King sniffed at Cuihua's leg, then dashed off. Moments later, it returned with a rabbit and some medicinal herbs in its mouth. Tiezhu instantly understood its intent. After scanning the herbs with the system, he learned they could alleviate pain. He prepared the herbs and fed them to Cuihua. Tiezhu built a fire and roasted the rabbit. Old Wang remained guarding the cave entrance, showing no intention of leaving. Brother Tiezhu, I'm truly sorry for today. I've been a burden to you. You're already busy enough with work every day, and now I've caused you trouble. Brother Tiezhu, you know, I really like you. I don't want to bother you often because I feel like I'm just a burden. It's our family that's dragging you down. You always tell me not to mind the village gossip, but how can I not care when I hear it? Our Ma family values its reputation. How could we not understand my brother's intentions? Everything you said was right. Back then, Ma Chang wanted her to marry Tiezhu precisely to make Tiezhu shoulder a responsibility that never belonged to him. Cuihua's speech was slurred and confused. Tiezhu sensed something was terribly wrong. He touched her forehead. It was burning hot. Who knew how long she'd been on that cliff, how long she'd been exposed to the wind? Now she'd been drenched in rain, and with her injured leg, a fever was only to be expected. You've got a fever. Come closer. I'll hold you, it'll be warmer. He pulled Cuihua into his arms, wrapping his coat tightly around her. In these harsh mountain conditions, there was no way to cool her down. The herbs the Wolf King had found earlier could treat fever and heat. Thankfully, her temperature wasn't too high yet, otherwise, they'd have to turn back home immediately. The next moment, Cuihua buried her face in his neck. Her warm breath sent tingles through his entire body. Brother Tiezhu, I want to marry you. I mean it. Will you marry me? Outside, the rain poured down in torrents. Amidst the pelting downpour, he could actually hear his own heart pounding wildly. The next morning, guided by the Wolf King, Tiezhu carried Cuihua down the mountain. They hadn't returned the previous night, so Xiaolian informed the village chief, hoping he would organize a search party. But the sudden downpour that night made it impossible for them to go up. As soon as the rain stopped this morning, the village chief prepared to organize a search party, only to discover Tiezhu had already returned carrying someone on his back. Xiaolian's heart finally relaxed. Ma Chang watched from his wheelchair. Given his condition, he hadn't planned to come out, but his worry had been too much to bear. Xiaolian stepped forward and examined both of them thoroughly from head to toe. Cuihua, you're injured. There's blood on your leg. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let you go out alone yesterday. If I hadn't, none of this would have happened. Her voice trembled as she spoke, her nose stinging with the urge to cry. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I caused you such worry. I went up the mountain yesterday to gather herbs, but I accidentally fell off a cliff. I was saved by hanging onto a tree. Tiezhu already scolded me. I'll never be so reckless again. But Aunt Wang couldn't help but interject. Cuihua, really? Tiezhu works so hard every day, and you're still so inconsiderate. That mountain is so dangerous. Going up there alone is like throwing your life away. Tiezhu rushed out the moment he got off work looking for you. He's so exhausted every day, we all feel for him. Auntie Wang's words carried hidden meaning, praising one while criticizing another, clearly blaming Cuihua. Many other women in the village nodded in agreement. Tiezhu's just a young man in his early 20s, yet he has to take care of 2 families. You should think about others before doing anything. Tiezhu really has his hands full with this family. Enough. Cuihua's heard, let's all hold our tongues. The village chief couldn't bear to listen to this anymore and stepped in to stop him. Tiezhu spoke slowly. It's not her fault. She meant well. Cuihua still has a fever. I'll take her home first. Back home, Ma Chang, who'd been silent until now, suddenly turned grim. Cuihua, what were you thinking? Do you have any sense? Running off into the mountains alone, did you want to die? Did you discuss this with all of us? Did you even tell Tiezhu? You're old enough now, how can you be so inconsiderate? When did my leg ever become your problem? Cuihua kept her head down, silent, tears falling in big drops onto the floor. Tiezhu couldn't sit still after hearing this. Hohat was his sister, how could Ma Chang not be worried? But worry breeds confusion, and what he said now wasn't entirely his true feelings. Chapter 34, Unwarranted Kindness Hides Deception or Thievery. Ma Chang was clearly overreacting. Cuihua remained silent with her head bowed, and the more she did so, the angrier he grew. Brother Chang, this really isn't Cuihua's fault. As long as she's safe, that's all that matters. Ma Chang shook his head helplessly. How could he not know? He simply didn't want Cuihua to take such risks and cause trouble for Tiezhu anymore. Cuihua finally couldn't hold back, sniffling as she bit her lip until it nearly bled. Brother, I won't do this again. I'll never make you worry like this. Ma Chang sighed heavily and pushed his wheelchair toward the house, lost in his own thoughts. Tiezhu comforted Cuihua, telling her not to dwell on what had just been said. She lifted her head and forced a smile. Brother Tiezhu, I know. But this really is trouble I've caused. You didn't sleep last night. Can you still go to work today? Cuihua's eyes brimmed with concern. The village chief already gave him half a day off, so he can catch up on some sleep. Hearing this, Cuihua finally relaxed. With Tiezhu's reassurance, she returned to her room to sleep. The village barefoot doctor picked some herbs for her and instructed Xiulian to boil them according to the prescription. It was just a common fever. As long as the temperature came down, there wouldn't be any major issues. At Aunt Wang's house, Li Fangfang sat before a copper mirror as Aunt Wang patiently combed her hair. It's been so long since I last combed your hair, mother. I realize my hands have grown a bit rusty. But my daughter looks beautiful no matter how her hair is styled. Tiezhu will be back soon. We've stewed some soup at home. Take some over to him. You're too stiff. Only warm and lively women can attract men. Of course, being hardworking and capable is also essential. Li Fangfang blushed and lowered her head at these words, her small hands clenched tightly. Mom, even if you braid my hair like this, Tiezhu won't like me. Who says? Does he just decide he doesn't like it? Trust me, just do as I say and you'll win Tiezhu's heart. Besides, my daughter is far better than that poor thing Cuihua. How could she be inferior? In her eyes, Cuihua only had to flick her fingers, and Tiezhu would come running like a puppy. Plus, with all the trouble Cuihua caused in the village today, Tiezhu must be exhausted. Now's the time to really highlight Fang Fangbai's hardworking and kind nature. Who wouldn't love a woman who serves a bowl of hot soup the moment you walk through the door? Li Fangfang nodded firmly, her gaze growing resolute. She even tinted her lips red with safflower juice, radiating an extraordinary aura. The moment Tiezhu stepped into his courtyard and closed the gate, Li Fangfang and her mother heard the commotion. Aunt Wang gave her a gentle nudge, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Go on, dear. I trust you, Mom. Be generous in your actions, don't be petty like Cuihua. Li Fangfang poured the simmered soup into a porcelain pot and knocked on the door of Tiezhu's courtyard. Tiezhu's mother answered the door. Tiezhu had just returned, and she was preparing breakfast for him so he could rest afterward. Fangfang, what brings you here? I heard brother Tiezhu was back, and I just happened to have some soup simmering. It rained last night, so he must have caught a chill. This soup will help warm him up and prevent him from catching a cold. Li Fangfang stepped inside. Tiezhu was sitting in the courtyard, and she placed the soup on the wooden table before him. Brother Tiezhu, let me pour you some soup. Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of unfamiliar emotion flickering in his eyes. Ever since he'd helped their family, Li Fangfang and Aunt Wang kept dropping by, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not. Though her tongue wasn't as sharp as before, his sudden change in attitude still made him feel a bit wary. Aunt Wang was notorious in the village for being a complete scoundrel. How could she suddenly have a change of heart? Thank you. Iron Pillar's mother, broom in hand, called out, Fangfang, did your mother know you were bringing soup over? If Li Fangfang had sneaked the soup over herself and Aunt Wang had caught her, there would surely have been another scene. But then her heart eased. Don't worry, Auntie. My mom told me to bring it over. Brother Tiezhu caught a chill, and this will help him get better. She thoughtfully ladled a bowl for Tiezhu and another for his mother, looking every inch the dutiful and dignified daughter-in-law. Tiezhu didn't hesitate after all, some soup would do him good. When Li Fangfang's soup was finished, her heart felt warm, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. I simmered this morning. What do you think, Brother Tai? It's delicious. Thank you. You're welcome. You saved our family's chicken last time without holding a grudge, so consider this my way of thanking you. Li Fangfang was quite different from Aunt Wang, much more likable. She wanted to say more, but just then Cuihua pushed open the door. She too was carrying soup, but saw the empty ceramic pot on the table. She knew Tiezhu had already drunk it. Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why did you get up? You still have a low-grade fever. Cuihua glanced at Li Fangfang. It's fine. My sister-in-law asked me to bring you this rabbit stew soup. Since brother Tiezhu has already had some, I'll just drink it myself. She hid the awkwardness on her face. Li Fangfang was Aunt Wang's daughter. Before Ma Chang's accident, the two of them hadn't gotten along very well. But they never had a full-blown falling out. Now that I'm being so attentive to Li Fangfang, I hope she's just overthinking it. You remembered to bring it. I could drink some more. Li Fangfang paused, sensing his kindness toward Cuihua, or perhaps it wasn't kindness, just a desire to spare her embarrassment. Brother Tiezhu, after getting caught in the rain, it's best to avoid rich, greasy foods and stick to light vegetable soup. Overdoing the nourishment can cause health issues too. Li Fangfang offered her well-meaning advice as she tidied up and prepared to leave. After Tiezhu finished another bowl, Cuihua returned with her things. Tiezhu couldn't shake the feeling that Cuihua seemed less talkative than usual this time. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. When Tiezhu returned from work, Li Fangfang was waiting at the door again. This time, she held embroidered shoe pads in her hands. From the outside, the needlework looked quite professional. Brother Tiezhu, these are for you. I noticed your shoes didn't seem to fit well during the day, so I made you a pair of insoles. They might be more comfortable to wear. I made them to your exact measurements. How did you know my size? I often make shoes for my parents so I can tell someone's foot size just by looking. His shoes were indeed uncomfortable to wear. Without insoles, his feet hurt after walking too long. These insoles came at just the right time. Thanks. How much are they? I won't take them for free if I'm buying from you. Chapter 35. I'm a bit of a narcissist. No charge. I made a pair for you while I was making some for my dad today. It didn't cost much to make anyway. Neighbors should help each other out. Li Fangfang smiled sweetly, hands tucked behind her back. After several rains, tonight's moonlight was perfect. A crescent moon hung high overhead, casting their shadows distinctly upon the wall. Night had fallen. Li Fangfang chatted with Tiezhu, their conversation drifting from the porch into the inner room. But this scene happened to be witnessed by Cuihua. She frowned slightly. Li Fangfang, you really do have a lot of free time. Li Fangfang paused slightly. Cuihua, you're here? Brother Tiezhu and I were just chatting. Why don't you join us? Cuihua rarely came to the house at night, so this visit clearly wasn't just for conversation. Cuihua, what brings you here? Is there something at home that needs my help? Cuihua, ever sensitive, took the question as a subtle rebuke for interrupting their quiet time. No, I just couldn't sleep. I came out for a walk. Cuihua felt a pang of jealousy, but she forced herself to sit down. Li Fangfang was a woman who could find conversation on any topic, from ants crawling on the ground to the moon in the sky. They chatted about the past and the future. As long as someone was sitting there, her chatter could always cheer them up. Tiezhu didn't particularly dislike her, but today Cuihua was unusually quiet. He seemed to understand why. It was getting late. Time to wrap things up and head home. Li Fangfang stood up frankly. Brother Tiezhu, it's settled then. Next time, take me rabbit hunting too. I want to help put food on the table at home. Tiezhu gave a faint nod. You can't refuse a gift, especially when someone's already given you soup and shoe pads. It was just a request to go rabbit hunting together, so he didn't refuse. After everyone left, Cuihua kept her eyes fixed on him. Tiezhu propped his head up with one hand, his gaze softening slightly. Why so quiet? Not happy? Cuihua snorted coldly. Why wouldn't he be happy? Having such a charming beauty to pass the time, how could he not be pleased? Brother Tiezhu, it's getting late. I should head back now. Sweet dreams. Seeing her stubborn refusal to admit it, Tiezhu said no more. He could clearly see Li Fangfang's intentions crawling up to her, offering gifts left and right, but that wasn't something the Li family would ever do. But it was true Li Fangfang was far more adept at navigating social situations than Aunt Wang, and she certainly knew how to talk her way through things. Tiezhu's mother emerged from the house when the courtyard grew quiet. Tiezhu, I overheard your conversation earlier. You're unmarried, and you're already betrothed to Cuihua. If word gets out that you were alone in the courtyard talking with Li Fangfang, the villagers will gossip about you. Since you're betrothed, you must avoid any appearance of impropriety. Cuihua was clearly upset just now, yet you deliberately teased her. Tomorrow, you'll go apologize properly to both Cuihua and me. Understood? His mother was trying to emphasize Li Fangfang's feelings, but how could he not already know? The next morning, as soon as Tiezhu got up, he saw Cuihua standing by the kitchen stove. Ever since their families had begun preparing for the betrothal, Cuihua had come almost every morning to help Tiezhu's mother prepare breakfast. Day after day, she never missed a single morning unless she was ill. Usually, when Tiezhu got up, Cuihua would greet him warmly, but not this time. She looked at him indifferently, then lowered her head and continued chopping scallions. As Tiezhu approached to explain things that evening, Cuihua's body suddenly jerked. Her hand had been scalded by the pot, and she reflexively stepped back. Tiezhu immediately rushed over, pulling her into the courtyard and rinsing the burn with cool well water. How careless of you. Nothing, I was just lost in thought. Her mood was foul, yet seeing Tiezhu's face made her hesitate. Bringing up him and Li Fangfang would be overly sensitive. What if Tiezhu accused her of being unreasonable? Nothing had happened between them, they were just ordinary neighbors chatting in the courtyard. Getting upset over something so trivial would be utterly inexplicable. Brother Tiezhu might even call her petty. Why are you spacing out? Nothing, I was just thinking about my brother. That clearly wasn't the whole truth. Cuihua had never been this cold toward him before. Just then, Li Fangfang arrived at the door, holding 2 freshly steamed buns still puffing with hot steam. Tiezhu smiled knowingly. Perfect timing. It would be easier to explain in front of Cuihua. After dealing with Cuihua, he saw Li Fangfang arrive and felt even more irritated. He turned and walked into the house out of sight, out of mind. Tiezhu smiled indifferently, fetching the pair of insoles from the room. Take these back. They don't quite fit me. Don't fit? Impossible. I made them precisely to your measurements, Brother Tiezhu. Could it be your shoes are too big? Li Fangfang was puzzled but still accepted the insoles the man handed her. Tiezhu's gaze remained unflinching. It's not the shoes that don't fit, it's these insoles. And you giving me insoles isn't appropriate either. Cuihua and I have already agreed to marry. If I rashly accept your insoles, wouldn't others misunderstand? My wife wouldn't be pleased either. Unless there's a real need, don't keep coming over to my place. I don't need soup, I don't need breakfast, and I certainly don't need insoles. You keep showing up, and people will think you're trying to get close to me. This would tarnish both our reputations. As a man, I might not mind, but you're a young woman. If gossip about me ruins your good name, that would be most unfortunate. He felt he'd made himself perfectly clear. Though he showed no ill will, any sensible person could hear the implication. Li Fangfang instantly felt a wave of shame wash over her. Tiezhu was clearly humiliating her. Why else would he accept her shoe insert last night only to return it this morning in front of Cuihua? She glanced at Cuihua inside the room. Could it be that Cuihua had said something to Tiezhu? Li Fangfang clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Brother Tiezhu, what do you mean by this? I was only trying to maintain our neighborly relationship. Maintaining neighborly relations sounded polite, but the truth was she was trying to hit on him. In this era, unmarried women cherished their reputations above all. Over the past 2 days, while he was at work, people had been teasing him about getting too close to Li Fangfang. Even Aunt Wang was spreading nonsense around the village, saying how close and affectionate he and Li Fangfang were. This is unnecessary. I'll come when our family needs veterinary care and requires payment. That's how relationships are maintained. Besides, I'm rather self-absorbed. If you keep this up, I'll think you're desperately trying to curry favor with me, trying to be the third wheel. Li Fangfang felt utterly humiliated. Before finishing breakfast delivery, she flung the insole to the ground, stomped on it twice, then fled Tiezhu's house as if escaping a disaster. Chapter 36, Brother Tiezhu, I don't care about my reputation anymore. The walls were thin. Cuihua couldn't have missed their conversation in the courtyard. Tiezhu's demeanor just now had been utterly cool. He wasn't clueless, he understood her feelings perfectly. In that moment of confrontation with Tiezhu, Cuihua blushed deeply. Seeing this, Tiezhu's mother couldn't stop grinning. Cuihua, our family has already accepted you as our future daughter-in-law. We won't let anyone bully you. Tiezhu is a good man, he'll never let you down. You can rest assured. Cuihua nodded coyly. I don't doubt Brother Tiezhu. What about me? Tiezhu knew exactly what was going on. A woman acting moody always had a reason. If Cuihua truly trusted him, she wouldn't have been distracted enough to burn her hand over this. Catching Tiezhu's gaze, she paused in surprise. Brother Tiezhu, why are you staring at me? Why? I'm heading to work first. Since you burned your hand, don't do anything strenuous for now. Cuihua finally smiled, completely unlike the coldness of last night and this morning. Tiezhu felt a weight lift from his heart. Auntie, do we have any sewing supplies at home? I want to make a pair of insoles for Tiezhu. Yes, but my eyes aren't good enough for this sort of work. Your help would be perfect. Tiezhu's shoes were worn thin. Though he never mentioned it, his feet were always rubbed raw after taking them off. Making a pair of thicker insoles would make them softer and more comfortable to wear. Cuihua nodded. Li Fangfang knew how to make insoles, and so did she. Aunt Wang noticed her daughter hadn't delivered the breakfast and her expression darkened. Her eyes were red, clearly on the verge of tears. She hurried over and asked, What's wrong, my dear? Why do you look so upset? Does Tiezhu refuse to eat this breakfast? Li Fangfang pressed her lips together. Tiezhu rejected me, she said. He said if I keep pestering him like this, I'll ruin his relationship with Cuihua. Mom, what Tiezhu meant was that I'm immoral, that I don't respect myself. As a woman, she'd already gone to great lengths for him more than most would. Yet Tiezhu was clearly humiliating her. If that was his intention, why hadn't he rejected her sooner? Aunt Wang's face darkened instantly, her whole demeanor souring. What did you say? It's because Cuihua said something to him that made Brother Tiezhu treat me this way. Everything was going perfectly fine. Auntie Wang gritted her teeth. Fine. That woman is constantly opposing me. She hasn't even entered the door yet, and her jealousy is already this strong. Tiezhu isn't even her man yet. What right does she have to stop you two from communicating normally? She's clearly jealous of you. Mom won't let you suffer this injustice for nothing. Aunt Wang's eyes were sharp, as if she wanted to devour Cuihua alive. A cool breeze blew gently through the night air as Cuihua returned home. Xiulian looked troubled, unsure whether to speak up. You're back? What's wrong, sister-in-law? You don't look well. Nothing. Don't listen to what people say outside. Cuihua's brow furrowed slightly. What talk? She was just doing housework and taking care of his parents at Tiezhu's place. Why were people gossiping about it? Don't you know? Seeing Cuihua like this, it seems she hasn't heard the vicious gossip from those spiteful old women in the village. Sister-in-law, just say what you mean. Auntie Wang often chats with those old women. Today she was gossiping about you, saying you and Tiezhu have long been rolling around in bed together, that you two have already done something dirty, calling you immoral and unprincipled. Don't even listen to that nonsense. If you run into her, just yell right back. Lately, Auntie Wang's been acting all weird and picking on you for no reason, like she just can't stand the sight of you. Cuihua's mind raced as she pieced it together. She immediately told her sister-in-law about Li Fangfang's affair with Tiezhu. Upon hearing this, Xiulan's face turned ashen. How could her family be so shameless? Tiezhu was already betrothed to her, the whole village knew it. And yet Aunt Wang still dared to send her daughter to fawn over him. What nerve! Cuihua didn't say much. If she'd been angry, she would have confronted them long ago. What did Tiezhu say? Brother Tiezhu was wonderful, of course. He stood firmly by my side. This morning when Li Fangfang came to deliver breakfast, he humiliated her so badly she ran off crying. Auntie Wang probably resents that, which is why she's spreading rumors around. That must be the real story. Within days, the rumors had snowballed, even reaching Tiezhu's ears. He was usually too busy working to pay attention to village gossip. But his mother knew. She'd held it in for days before finally telling him. It seemed he had offended Li Fangfang last time, displeasing the Li family. Auntie Wang was also adept at these underhanded schemes. When Cuihua came to help at his house again, he brought up the matter. Don't bother explaining or paying attention to what people say outside. Don't try to prove your innocence. We're clean and upright, what's there to fear? With so many mouths in the village, you can't control one, let alone two. Don't let it get to you. Cuihua nodded. Brother Tiezhu, I stopped caring about reputation long ago. You still should care, Cuihua. Just wait a little longer. Once I've saved up enough money, I'll definitely marry you. I'll do it as soon as possible. Earlier, to cover Ma Chang's medical expenses, he'd advanced a significant portion of his wages from the village chief. For the time being, his only income came from the fees he earned when the village invited him to treat animals at people's homes. To earn money quickly, he had to find other ways. Hunting in the mountains was the best option. Not only could he sell the meat, but it could also support both families. Even if no one in the village bought it, he could take it to the city. As long as he had enough high-quality goods, he wouldn't worry about connections or making money. Brother Tiezhu, I'm not in a rush. You already explained it to me last time, and I trust you. When his vacation came, he planned to head back into the mountains to hunt. This time, Cuihua insisted on going no matter what, but he flatly refused. If someone were around, using the system wouldn't be nearly as convenient. He had the system, but Cuihua didn't. He couldn't guarantee her safety. The whole place is dangerous. If you come, I'll be distracted and won't be able to protect you. Can you stay home and wait for me? Cuihua thought it over, frowned, and agreed. As a woman, she couldn't really help with the hunt. She might even slow Tiezhu down. Early that morning, she watched Tiezhu depart. Chen Xiaoquan and the others saw him enter the mountains. Brother Chen, that kid went into the mountains alone again. Last time he got lucky, but this time might be different. Should we go hunting up there? No. Chen Xiaoquan snorted coldly, his heart filled with deep scorn at Tiezhu's blind confidence. Chapter 37, Beyond Taming Capacity, Host Must Fend for Themselves. Tiezhu followed the same path deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he could hear all kinds of animals whispering among themselves, as if treating him like an outsider. System, scan the area. Is there anything valuable nearby? Understood, host. Scanning. Scanning complete. In under a minute, the system compiled a list of all valuable prey within a 2-kilometer radius centered on him. A transparent blue screen materialized before him, displaying no fewer than 30 animal species. Tiezhu's gaze locked onto a red deer. These beasts were massive, easily twice the size of sika deer. Male elk typically sport antlers with 6 points, rarely exceeding 8. Yet the system's scan revealed this elk possessed a full set of 8 points. In his previous life, red deer were classified as protected animals, but in this era, they could be hunted freely. Moreover, its antlers possessed exceptionally high medicinal value, far surpassing that of sika deer antlers. And the venison itself was a delicacy. This would be enough to clear the path back, and as a lone hunter, he might just manage to carry it. Following the system's prompt, Tiezhu slowly approached the stag's location. But in the next instant, a massive wild boar suddenly charged out from somewhere. This boar was considerably larger than the one Chen Xiaoquan had hunted last time. Moreover, this boar was male. Tiezhu estimated it weighed around 200 kilograms. It charged at him like a mad beast. Had he not dodged in time, he would have likely broken several ribs. Tiezhu froze in shock. Wild boars rarely attacked humans, yet this one's eyes were fierce, locked on him, clearly targeting him. Damn it! What did I ever do to it? The boar was snorting heavily, its eyes locked on Tiezhu. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt. Using the system's animal language ability, he finally realized that the boar he'd injured while saving villagers last time was this male boar's mate. This time, having caught Tiezhu's scent again in the jungle, it charged at him like a mad beast. System, can you subdue this boar? Tiezhu silently pleaded, only to hear the system's calm, mechanical voice echo in his mind. This boar harbors 1,000 hatred toward the host, exceeding taming capacity. Host, you're on your own. Tiezhu. 1,000 hatred points? Who the hell did he offend? Me. Facing a 400-pound wild boar, he had no chance of escape. He remembered a video explaining that if you encounter a wild boar, you should avoid its line of sight and never run in a straight line, otherwise, you'd be knocked flying. If it collides with you even once, you won't get back up. These wild boars are nothing like domesticated pigs. The boar's nostrils flared with heavy breathing. It stamped its hooves, then charged violently toward Tiezhu, bellowing intermittently every sound a declaration of its rage and contempt. The system failed him at the critical moment, abandoning his life without a second thought. Is this the so-called golden finger? This was the promised life turnaround. Bull. He darted through the woods, desperately searching for a tree he could climb. He needed to get up into the trees there. The boar couldn't touch him for the time being. But where in this forest could he find a sturdy tree to climb? And he'd never climbed a tree before. How could he possibly scramble up the moment the boar charged? Iron Pillar was frantic. He didn't find a tree, but he did find a massive boulder. He strained every muscle to climb onto it, while the boar stomped its feet in frustration at the original spot. After circling around casually a couple of times, it suddenly charged at the rock wall. But the wall was quite high, and scaling it wouldn't be easy. He only had a sharp knife on him, no other weapons. He'd have to find a gun from the villagers soon. Otherwise, if the system malfunctioned again, he'd be as good as dead. This time it was just a wild boar, but if he encountered a tiger or a bear next time, his life would be forfeit. Perched on the cliff, escape was impossible now. If he slid down the rocks, the boar would surely chase him. Just as he was at a complete loss, a wolf's howl echoed from the woods. The sound was all too familiar. The Wolf King had returned. And this time, it brought a pack. The wolves swarmed the boar, biting relentlessly. Chaos erupted. A single wolf stood no chance against a boar, but a pack was another matter entirely. After 49 fierce battles, the pack emerged victorious. Tiezhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Wolf King looked down on him with utter contempt, his gaze fixed on Tiezhu as if mocking his incompetence. The female wolf, now fully healed, stood beside the alpha. She approached Tiezhu and gently licked his wounded hand. Only then did he notice a shallow cut on the back of his hand, likely caused by a branch. It wasn't deep. Disinfecting it at home would heal it. Thanks, you guys showed up just in time. The Wolf King tilted his head back, his face radiating pride as he surveyed the 400-pound boar sweeping the ground. Tiezhu abandoned his plan to hunt the roe deer. Since this boar was determined to take his life, he would simply eat its meat. But he couldn't haul this boar down the mountain alone. He'd need to go down to the village for help. He gathered some poisonous taro leaves nearby and covered the boar with them. Old Wang not only didn't snatch his food but even sent several wolves to guard the spot. Thanks, but I'll handle this alone. Stay hidden, don't let anyone spot you. The Wolf King nodded and led his pack deeper into the woods. After traveling some distance, they halted, watching Tiezhu's kill from a short distance away. It seemed they intended to guard it until his return. Tiezhu thought to himself, these truly are animals with a spirit. From now on, if he ever ate a wolf, he wouldn't be human. This time, he noticed the pack had grown again. Wolves matured rapidly within a month. They gained 10 gene, about 50 pounds, increasing their weight roughly 610 times. Meanwhile, the cub of the female wolf Tiezhu had saved earlier was now being taught hunting techniques by the pack. Upon seeing him, it bared its teeth and let out a high-pitched, whimpering howl. On his way back, he overheard two ground squirrels whispering in the bushes, their voices barely audible. What they revealed piqued his interest. Not far from him, beneath a tree laden with red berries in the woods, lay a prime wild ginseng root. Gophers loved gnawing on the seeds at the base of ginseng roots, making them the perfect hunters for this plant. Finding ginseng was far easier for them than it was for humans. The resurrection system prompted at this moment. Wild ginseng, indicated for severe qi deficiency following major or prolonged illness, presenting with cold limbs and faint pulse nearing cessation. Often combined with aconite for emergency yang restoration. Effectively regulates symptoms of spleen-lung qi deficiency such as shortness of breath, lethargy, poor appetite, and weak cough. May be used alone or with astragalus or atractalodes to enhance efficacy. Yet the efficacy of this wild ginseng extends far beyond these uses. Beyond addressing physical debility, it can treat insomnia, enhance memory, and even nourish yin, moisten dryness, and harmonize qi in blood. Wild ginseng fetches a hefty price in the city. The system's official response was identical to modern search engines like Baidu. Tiezhu located the mole hole and employed his beast taming ability, compelling the mole to obediently lead the way. Chapter 38, Premium Wild Ginseng, System Compensation. Moments later, the mole led him to the ginseng. He skillfully dug up the wild ginseng root while two moles dug around, seemingly searching for their own food. Just as he hesitated between giving this wild ginseng to Ma Chang or selling it in town for money, after all, Ma Chang's leg still needed more medicine. Just as Tiezhu hesitated, the system's voice sounded in his ear. Host, no need to worry. To compensate for my earlier neglect of you, this system will personally gift you a ginseng root more suited to Ma Chang's condition. So you do know you ignored me. The next moment, a thick ginseng root appeared in Tiezhu's hand. This root looked to be 30 or 40 years old, several times larger than the wild mountain ginseng he had dug up. He had never seen anything like it in either of his 2 lifetimes. Tiezhu's eyes lit up. You really are generous. Serving the host is my honor. Tiezhu wrapped the ginseng carefully and descended the mountain. Seeing him return so soon after climbing up, the curious crowd gathered around him. At the village entrance, 7 or 8 people pressed Tiezhu for details about his trip up the mountain. They saw him wrapped in clothes, but otherwise, they didn't see a shred of fighting spirit. This definitely wasn't meat. If it were meat, why wrap it in clothes? I told you, Tiezhu, going up the mountain isn't easy, and hunting is even harder. Don't be discouraged about not catching anything this time. Next time, go up with the main group. Exactly. You only brought a dagger with you. If you'd run into a fierce beast, you might have lost your life right there. We warned you last time, but you still didn't learn your lesson. If something really happened to you, who would support Ma Chang's family? These words were clearly meant to mock him, and Tiezhu felt a surge of irritation. Seeing Tiezhu's face turn ashen, Wang Hu pressed on with a smile. The Ma family is counting on you. Otherwise, who'd want to be the sucker for this? Your life isn't yours anymore, it belongs to the Ma family of 3. You. Before he could finish, Tiezhu's icy glare froze him in place. Tiezhu merely stared at him calmly, and Wang Hu instantly felt his aura crumble. Why are you glaring at me like that? I'm only looking out for you, showing concern. The others immediately caught Wang Hu's meaning. They knew this man was a gossip, it wasn't news to them. Wang Hu often accompanied Chen Zhaoquan on hunting trips up the mountain. But because he loved cutting corners, he always ended up with the smallest share of meat. Tiezhu, what's that in your hands? A rabbit? Why's it wrapped in cloth? Could it be alive? Tiezhu denied it. No, it's wild ginseng I dug up on the mountain. 2 roots. One's for Qiang to strengthen his body, and I plan to sell the other. Hearing this, the barefoot doctor in the crowd instantly pushed his way forward, his eyes fixed intently on the ginseng in Tiezhu's embrace. His father had taught him herbal medicine since childhood, and villagers almost always sought him out first when someone fell ill. And how could he not recognize this ginseng? Wild ginseng was extremely rare. The one in Tiezhu's hands was at least 15 years old, while the other was even more astonishing, likely over 40 years old. He stood there in disbelief, speechless for a long moment. Tiezhu, where did you dig this up? You're one lucky bastard. Do you have any idea how valuable this is? It's a top-grade specimen. Take it to town and sell it. 1 root could fetch 2 oxen. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in unison, their eyes glued to the ginseng in Tiezhu's hands. Exactly. Why don't you sell it to me at a discount? How cheap? How about this, I keep some chickens at home. I'll give you all of them. Even the medicine to treat Ma Jiao's ailments, I'll cover it for a month. Whenever I go up the mountain to gather herbs, I'll keep an eye out for the medicinal plants brother Chang needs and personally pick them to brew for him. Tiezhu immediately refused. No need. You said it could be traded for 2 oxen. I wouldn't even consider these chickens. 10 chickens aren't worth a single ox. Qin Yaoshan was quite the negotiator, thinking Tiezhu was gullible and honorable, certain he'd sell him the ginseng. Seeing Tiezhu refuse, Qin Yaoshan remained undeterred. Then let me sell it for you. You can split the profits with me. Perhaps the sheer excitement of the opportunity, coupled with his own desire to profit, made him speak so bluntly. A nearby villager chuckled. Qin Yaoshan, you're hopeless at dealing with people. Tiezhu has a family to support, while you get by on your village medical fees. Why try to rip him off? Cuihua pushed her way through the crowd. Just as Tiezhu spotted her, he handed her the ginseng. Take it home and store it safely. I still need to make another trip into the mountains. Cuihua froze, utterly baffled by what she held. Yet she caught a faint, refreshing herbal scent. All right. Cuihua did as Iron Pillar said. Brother Iron Pillar, please be careful. Tiezhu nodded. Folks, I killed a wild boar in the mountains about 400 jin. I can't carry it back alone, so I came looking for help. If any of you are willing to help carry it back with me, once we get it home, I'll only take half. The rest is all yours to share. At these words, the villagers' eyes lit up instantly, their pupils reflecting a hint of disbelief. What did you say? A 400-pound boar? Tiezhu nodded. No way. You didn't even bring a gun. How did you kill it? Exactly. You're not trying to trick us into going hunting with you, are you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. First come, first served. I don't need too many people anyway, too many and you won't get your share. Tiezhu looked dead serious, not like he was joking. Hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly changed. Their initial skepticism turned to flattery. I'm in. I'm in. Count me in. Wang Hu, who'd been watching the spectacle from the sidelines, was stunned. He suddenly pushed his way to Tiezhu's front, grabbing his hand. Count me in too. Forget it. I don't like you. If we get any prey, you won't get a share. Tiezhu's gaze was cold and indifferent, and his single sentence crushed Wang Hu's hopes. Wang Hu froze in place, his face turning ashen, utterly livid. They picked out 7 or 8 people, grabbed their tools, and followed Tiezhu up the mountain. Along the way, they still couldn't quite believe it, but when they finally reached the destination, a massive wild boar lay sprawled on the ground. Its body was covered in bloody wounds. Damn, it really is a wild boar. It's even bigger than the one we hunted last time. Tiezhu, you're incredible. How did you take it down alone? As the others pressed him for answers, Tiezhu's mind raced. Earlier, he'd saved a wolf on the mountain. Seeing him in danger, the wolf had led its pack to his aid. To repay the favor, they tore this boar to pieces. The others stared in disbelief, but the boar's body was covered in bite marks of all sizes, clear evidence of an animal attack. Tiezhu's face flushed with embarrassment, a hint of guilt creeping in. He hadn't exactly lied. Chapter 39, True Skill. They worked together to butcher the boar, discarding all the useless innards. It took them several hours of hard labor before they finally carried the carcass back to the village. Seeing Tiezhu truly hunt down a 400-gene male boar single-handedly, everyone was astonished. Even Chen Xiaoquan, who had always looked down on Tiezhu, now wore a face dark as night. Last time, they'd struggled mightily with that female wild boar, nearly getting injured in the process. Yet Tiezhu had effortlessly taken down an even fiercer boar without even carrying a gun. It was utterly unbelievable. It really was a boar. How did you do it, Tiezhu? That's incredible. You didn't even bring a gun, and yet this boar is dead. Amazing. Who knew you were such a skilled hunter? Next time you go hunting in the mountains, remember to take me along. I have a hunting rifle and can guarantee your safety. Count me in too, Lu Er. Upon hearing about Tiezhu's boar kill, Lu Er was the first to volunteer. Tiezhu effortlessly carved out his share with his knife. Chen Xiaoquan, overhearing this nearby, furrowed his brow deeply. The few brothers who had come hunting together also sneered at the scene. There he goes again, sucking up to Tiezhu. When he hunted with us before, he was always the loudest. What a phony. The moment Tiezhu bagged that boar, he was scrambling to be his lackey. All he wants is to be someone's lapdog. I despise him. From now on, we won't bring Lu Er along on our hunting trips. That kind of opportunist is just disgusting to look at. Lu Er finally caught their hostile glances, but he couldn't care less. He'd endured plenty of their cold shoulders when hunting with Chen Xiaoquan before. Tiezhu, however, was much easier to get along with. His character was far superior to Chen Xiaoquan's, and interacting with him felt effortless. Lu Er snorted coldly and walked straight up to Tiezhu. From now on, I'll call you brother. Next time we go hunting, can you take me along? I'd rather hunt with you than put up with Chen Xiaoquan's abuse. As long as you'll have me, I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Besides my mom, I only have an older brother. Iron Pillar, if you ever need me for anything, just say the word. As long as you're willing to take me along. Lu Er looked dead serious, his eyes fixed with determination. He'd made up his mind to hunt with Tiezhu from now on. Besides, his father had left him a hunting rifle. With two of them in the mountains, they could watch each other's back safety-wise. It made sense. Plus, I've been in the mountains many times. I know the terrain well, and I have a rifle too. Last time I saw you could shoot. If we go together, it'll be much safer, and auntie and uncle won't worry so much. Lu Er's words struck a chord with Tiezhu. During their last trip into the mountains, he'd nearly been attacked by that wild boar and almost lost his life. Having another person with a weapon for self-defense meant they could avoid danger as much as possible in such critical situations. Alright, but I'm not one for beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it straight up. As long as you don't play dirty behind my back. He despised that sort of person most of all. Lu Er was straightforward. He'd even warned him last time and shared the pork he'd gotten from Chen Xiaoquan with him. His character couldn't be too shabby. Seeing Tiezhu agree, Lu Er's eyes lit up with delight. Then from now on, I'll call you brother. Fine by me. Being 2 years younger than Tiezhu, calling him brother was only natural. Tiezhu divided his share of meat. Seeing the village chief standing nearby, he took an extra 2 gene for him. It was important to maintain good relations. He divided the remaining portion, giving half to the Ma family and bringing the other half home. He'd originally planned to take the meat to town to sell it for cash, but now that he had the premium ginseng, the pork seemed redundant. Keeping it for his parents to nourish their health would be far better. The next day, Tiezhu hurried into town, intending to sell the wild ginseng he dug up himself. He planned to use the remaining ginseng gifted by the system to make soup for Ma Chang. Cuihua went along with them. Upon arriving at the herbal shop in town, Tiezhu inquired of the proprietor. Do you buy herbs? Ginseng. Hearing this, the shopkeeper at the counter frowned slightly. What did you say? Ginseng? Do you even know what grade of herb ginseng is? You dare come here trying to swindle people. Judging by the man's attire, he certainly didn't look like a herbalist. He was just a burly fellow. Except for his somewhat handsome face, he was every bit the rough and tumble type. How could he possibly know anything about herbs? I'm serious. Wild ginseng. Do you buy it here? The shopkeeper at the counter sneered coldly, not expecting him to put on such an act here. If you had it, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. But if you dare try to scam me here, just wait till I call the cops to arrest you. Tiezhu shot him a cold glance and pulled the carefully packaged ginseng from his pocket. The shopkeeper's brow furrowed slightly. This ginseng looked at least 15 years old. If this guy had stumbled upon it by sheer luck, he'd eat his hat. This is fake, right? Bringing some cheap knockoff to fool me? Do you know how hard it is to harvest wild ginseng? And this looks like it's 15 to 20 years old. If this is real, I'll take your last name. Tiezhu was speechless. He hadn't expected city folks to be so snobbish. Take it or leave it. If you won't buy it, I'll take it elsewhere. Get out. Don't bother me while I'm working. We've had more than a few con artists trying to rip us off this month. You're no different. I never thought your gang would keep coming up with new tricks. We've been scammed once, we won't fall for it again. If you don't want to get arrested, you'd better leave right now. Their pharmacy had been scammed last month. Someone tried to pass off fake medicine and swindled them out of a large sum. That's why the boss told him to be extra cautious. If anyone like that shows up again, just kick them out. Just as Tiezhu was about to leave, a man emerged from the back room and immediately spotted the ginseng in Tiezhu's hands. Hold on, brother. He slowly approached for a closer look. He couldn't be mistaken, this was genuine wild ginseng. He'd been fortunate enough to see one root in his lifetime, but that one was only 510 years old and barely half the size of the one Tiezhu held. Tiezhu paused. That manager just said this is fake. I'll go ask other shops if they'll take it. His words were clearly sarcastic. If it were fake, he wouldn't have brought it here. My apologies. He's my apprentice, new here, still learning about herbs. I'm the owner. You can discuss it with me. My apologies for earlier. Only then did Tiezhu calm down and follow the owner into the inner room. The attendant beside him looked utterly bewildered. Could it be that the item this fellow brought was genuine? Chapter 40, Selling Herbs Down the Mountain. Cuihua knew nothing of these matters. New to the city, she planned to buy some daily necessities while waiting for Tiezhu. Inner room. The shopkeeper examined the ginseng Nan Du had brought with meticulous care. It was truly top grade. He was absolutely overjoyed. How much are you asking for it? He wasn't very knowledgeable about herbal medicine prices to begin with, and he knew nothing about the market value of this ginseng. But he absolutely wouldn't sell this precious herb for a song. In modern times, a single rare ginseng root could fetch anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and some even sold for tens of millions at auction. As long as the ginseng was rare enough, he wasn't worried about finding someone willing to pay a good price. Honestly, boss, I don't know much about herbs. I stumbled upon this ginseng root in the mountains by accident. I got lucky, but it's useless to me. My family needs money, so I just want to sell it. Name your price. If it's right, I'll sell it. The next moment, the shopkeeper's eyes narrowed. A first-time seller? A bit of a ripoff wouldn't be out of line. Easy pickings. Well, since you're being so honest, I'll make you an offer. I truly admire this ginseng, it's top-notch, at least to me. For such a rare, century-old treasure, I'll give you this amount. The shopkeeper held up 5 fingers. 500. Tiezhu had expected at least 1,000, but never imagined it would be a mere 500. His face turned cold as he stood up and turned to leave. The big boss, startled, quickly grabbed him. Just kidding. I'll give you 1,000. This price was double what he'd offered moments before. In those days, that amount was truly a fortune. An ordinary worker earned only about 100 yuan a month. Just one ginseng root was worth more than someone's annual salary. Young man, I can see you're straightforward. I was just testing you earlier. Go ask around outside, you'll find my offer is perfectly fair. This ginseng is extremely rare. I run the biggest herbal shop in town, and I guarantee no one will offer you more than this. He waited for Tiezhu's confirmation, and his words were indeed true. Tiezhu decisively handed over the ginseng. Alright, I'll take your offer. If I find any more up in the mountains, I'll bring them to you. The shopkeeper's face lit up with a smile. Hearing there might be more, he couldn't contain his excitement. He pulled Tiezhu to the counter to settle the payment, practically treating him like a prized possession. Alright, for saying that, I'm definitely making you my friend. This is the largest herbal shop in town, he added. Perhaps we can get some medicine for Brother Chang to take back. Shopkeeper, do you know what medicine is good for someone with paralyzed legs? At this, the shopkeeper immediately retrieved several herbs from the cabinet, blended them together, and packed them into a large bundle. Inside was a wooden spoon. 1 spoonful should be boiled each time, taken once daily for a month. It would regulate the body, but it only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. If the patient lacks the will to recover and refuses to stand and exercise, no medicine will help. Well then, knowing it can regulate Brother Chang's body is good enough. Alright, how much? No charge. This is for a month's supply. Consider it a free gift for making your friend. Next time you have such good herbs, bring them to me. My shop also carries other items, here's the herbal catalog. If you can find them, I'll buy them all. Tiezhu took the herbs and money, leaving under the shopkeeper's watchful gaze. The moment the shopkeeper stepped inside, he unleashed a torrent of abuse on his dim-witted apprentice. Do you realize you nearly lost a major deal just now? After all this time with me, you can't even recognize ginseng? Such expensive herbs, we can't even get our hands on them. Now that a customer comes knocking, you dare insult the giant beast? You must have eaten a tiger's heart. The boss grabbed a feather duster and lunged at him, filling the shop with cries of pain. Outside, the crowd flowed steadily. Tiezhu waited a moment before Cuihua returned, carrying 2 bamboo baskets filled with chicks. Look, aren't they adorable? I got both for less than half the asking price, otherwise I couldn't have afforded them. Tiezhu noticed something was off with the chicks. After scanning them with the system, he learned they had avian influenza. If taken home, they'd die within a week. They could even infect other animals. We have a sheep and a cow at home, they might really get affected. Where did you buy them? Tiezhu's expression turned serious. Cuihua instantly sensed something was off. At the poultry market just up the road. There are lots of stalls selling chicks and ducklings. This one's sick. Go find the vendor and return it. They'll die if you take them back. Cuihua frowned deeply. She'd actually been tricked by a chicken seller. No wonder they were so cheap, they were diseased. Luckily she bought 2, there are still over a dozen left in the basket. Get lost. How dare you cheat me? The 2 returned to the stall with the chickens. Cuihua placed them before the vendor. You can't do this to people. How could you sell me sick chickens? No wonder they were so cheap. I want my money back now. These chickens are sick. They'll die if I take them home. I don't want them. The chicken vendor sneered. You say you bought them from me? I could just as easily claim you swapped my healthy chickens. Get lost. Stop interfering with my business. I've seen plenty of scammers like you. Cuihua's brow instantly furrowed at this. Hearing the accusation, she flew into a rage. Damn you. I bought it right here from you. The duck vendor over there saw it too. And this bamboo basket is yours too, it's identical. You still want to argue? If you don't give me my money back today, you won't be doing business here anymore. Cuihua's straightforward attitude caught the vendor off guard. He'd initially thought she'd be an easy target, but never expected this girl to confront him right in the street. Passers-by gathered to watch. The bamboo basket and chicken were clearly identical to the ones he was selling. You're not being fair, boss. Selling sick chickens to people, they take them home and they die. Isn't that just ripping people off? Exactly. Give the young lady her money back, we're all struggling these days. What do you know? I only sell good chickens. If they were sick, why would I bring them here? Who'd buy them? Besides, I saw she was kind-hearted and sold it to her for half price. Never imagined she'd bring her husband back to deliberately scam me. The vendor defended himself, skilled at twisting the truth. Tiezhu saw right through him. He knew the no returns after sale rule and had played it perfectly. Chapter 41, a big score, she's the daughter-in-law. Cuihua tried to argue with him, but Tiezhu cut her off. Wasting words here was useless. His system scanned the unsold chickens, every single one was infected. You just claimed these chickens weren't bought from you, then said we swapped yours out. Why all the excuses? I won't waste words with you. These unsold chickens of yours are all diseased, identical to the ones you sold us. Proving it is simple, call the police. They'll bring in a vet to examine whether your chickens and mine share the same illness. At the mention of the police, the stall owner's face flashed a hint of guilt and his earlier defiance vanished. You. Fine, I've had enough of your nonsense today. I'll give you your money back right now. Here, take it and get out of here. Running into you lot is nothing but bad luck. Tiezhu turned and walked away with the money, while Cuihua followed behind, seething with anger. Aren't we calling the police? We should have them arrested. I don't want any trouble. Don't buy chickens in places like this in the future. Fine, I figured raising chicks would be cheaper than buying full-grown chickens. Plus, I specifically picked 1 female and 1 male so they could breed. Tiezhu took the items she was carrying, bought some bed sheets and mattress pads, and even got a pair of shoes for Xiulian. Yet she hadn't even replaced her own worn-out shoes, frayed and fuzzy from years of use. Seeing this, Tiezhu felt an inexplicable pang of sadness, like needles pricking his heart. Brother Tiezhu, where are you taking me? To buy chickens. He took her hand and scanned the healthiest chickens nearby with the system. He then selected 4 small black chickens and 4 small yellow chickens, both male and female, 2 of each variety. Brother Tiezhu, aren't you buying too many? Not at all. 4 per family. Raising just 2 would be too much trouble. Cuihua had intended to say that once they grew up, they could lay eggs, but she hadn't expected Tiezhu to buy so many at once. Or even afford it. Seems he made a decent profit selling that ginseng earlier. Cuihua carried the chickens, feeling overjoyed. Their family had cattle and sheep, and now they finally had chickens too. Very few households in the village could afford to buy chickens. Even a single chick sold for a high price, let alone a mature hen. Brother Tiezhu, have you struck it rich? Not exactly rich, but I definitely have money now. Her heart warmed. As long as Tiezhu saved enough money, he would marry her. She just didn't know if he had enough yet. Shall we go home? Tiezhu took her around town, buying shoes and clothes, replacing all of Cuihua's belongings with new ones. Xiulian didn't miss out either. They even bought things for Chang and Tiezhu's parents. They were loaded down with bags, big and small, yet neither felt the slightest bit tired. Brother Tiezhu, buying all this, are you planning to marry me? He bought a brand new set of bedding, clearly meant to be the wedding quilt for their first night together. This is part of your dowry. I'll buy it now and save it. When I've saved enough, I'll give it all to you at once. Cuihua lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson, the blush spreading all the way to her ears. She saw every kindness Tiezhu showed her. Brother Tiezhu, thank you. Gathering her courage, she leaned in and placed a warm, gentle kiss on his cheek. Tiezhu froze momentarily at a loss. His entire body stiffened in place, yet he felt the lingering warmth on his cheek, a fiery heat burning within him. It was getting late, so they boarded the bus for the return trip. In those days, transportation wasn't very developed. The vehicle only took them to the foot of the mountain, still a distance from the city. Occasionally, a tractor would pass by, and they'd pay for a ride. When they reached the village entrance, Xiulian was still washing clothes by the river. An auntie who had just arrived to do laundry came over cheerfully. Xiulian, Tiezhu brought your sister back from the city with bags and bags of stuff. They bought quite a lot of things. Yesterday the villagers said that ginseng was worth 2 oxen, now we see it's true. Your family must be getting rich. Xiulian's hands, busy washing clothes, froze instantly. Could it be that Tiezhu had bought a dowry and was spending a fortune? But how could she not know what the neighbor was saying? After all, it was Tiezhu's money, not hers. Still, the news made her happy. She quickly finished washing the clothes and hurried home. Sure enough, she saw large and small bundles of goods in the house, and they had even bought a chicken. Buying so much, how much must that have cost? Chang sat in his wheelchair. Tiezhu had bought him a massager, though it was made of wood, so he could massage his entire legs without help. At first, Chang felt a bit embarrassed. Tiezhu had bought him clothes and supplements, and now he was thoughtfully teaching him how to use it. You know what? It actually works. The wooden roller makes my feet tingly. It works for me. Sister-in-law, you're back just in time. These are what Cuihua bought for you. Xiulian set down the clothes and immediately spotted the shoes. But besides the shoes, there were several new outfits. How much did this cost? Things are tough at home now. You didn't have to spend so much. As for my second aunt's side, don't worry, my parents wouldn't forget. They sold everything they had, and were the only ones left in the family. Of course, he wouldn't shortchange himself either, though men's things were fewer. Chang felt happy yet guilty. His family couldn't keep relying on Tiezhu to support them like this forever, and the village gossip was getting to them. They didn't care, but Tiezhu heard it often enough and couldn't help but feel. Brother Chang, I sold that ginseng for 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, Chang's eyes lit up. It meant Tiezhu had made a trip to the mountains and earned a full year's salary for an ordinary person. I spent over 100 on supplies, he continued. The remaining 400 is for Cuihua, her dowry. She can use it however she likes. You mean you two are getting married? But Chang didn't get the answer he wanted. No rush. Things are hectic right now. Those baseless rumors are spreading all over the village. If we rush into marriage, Cuihua will just become a laughingstock. This dowry is nowhere near enough. Not enough? Chang couldn't fathom how much money Tiezhu needed to save. He claimed he didn't want to marry, yet he clearly cared deeply for Cuihua, treating her exceptionally well, even making solemn promises and vows. But if he truly wanted to marry her, why was he dragging his feet for so long? When he married Xiulan, he only needed a pig weighing less than 100 jin. Xiulan reassured him, don't rush it. Tiezhu is at the peak of his career right now. Let him focus on that first. As long as Tiezhu treats Cuihua well, there's no need for us to rush. Chang nodded. You rascal, keep this up and even my sister-in-law will envy my little sister. I treat Cuihua well because she's my future wife, and I treat my sister-in-law well because she's my brother's wife. Chang had no idea he'd always been so smooth with his words. Chapter 42, The Kind-Hearted Leader. But now that I think about it, kindness does pay off. He once helped Tiezhu's family, and now they're supporting his family in return. They worked tirelessly without a single complaint. Tiezhu gave the rest of his savings to his parents. While living expenses still needed money, this sum was enough to sustain his family for a while, certainly enough for daily living costs. Son, you have a kind heart. Help others as much as you can. I've never opposed you. One must know how to repay kindness. When we first came to this village, no one welcomed us. We didn't even have a place to stay. The villagers wouldn't let us in at all. Only Chang was willing to help us. One must never forget one's roots. This was the principle she had instilled in Tiezhu since childhood. Mom, I know. If I still don't know how to live right after growing up this long, then I truly lived in vain. Early the next morning, he went to work at the pig farm as usual. The village chief looked troubled, as if grappling with a difficult problem. Seeing Tiezhu arrive, he motioned for him to come over. As soon as he entered, the village chief got straight to the point. Tiezhu, I know you're sharp. I've got a problem on my hands. The higher-ups are urging us to raise ducks in the village. I don't see it as a huge issue, but lately I've been wondering, could raising ducks impact our village environment? Plus, ducks are hard to raise, they eat a lot. Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly. Before he could react, the system provided the answer. Target, Taihan Village. Proposed livestock, ducks. Scanning village environment. Scan complete. Scan results, the village is unsuitable for duck farming. The settlement lies in a basin surrounded by mountains, adjacent to a vast natural lake with a minimum depth of 2 meters. Ducks require water depths of 0.305 meters. Raising large flocks risks significant losses, and dense populations pollute water quality. Artificial ponds or lakes would necessitate regular water purification, incurring high labor costs. The system's conclusion is that Tiezhu village is unsuitable for duck farming. Not only does it pollute the ecosystem, but accidents can also lead to severe losses. Subsequently, the system proposed a superior solution. Instead of raising ducks here, it would be better to raise geese. The system clearly indicated that the conditions for raising geese were fully met, and even offered advantages. It's a break-even venture. I believe raising ducks is unsuitable. Located near Hengshan Mountain with a large lake nearby, ducks require deep water for diving and swimming to clean their feathers, yet the water cannot be too deep. Moreover, raising a large flock of ducks densely packed together will inevitably impact the water quality of the lake. Given our current conditions, both geographical environment and temperature, raising geese is far more suitable than ducks. The village chief's brow furrowed as he listened. Are you certain? Raising geese costs far more. Besides, the higher-ups have explicitly ordered us to raise ducks. That's a leader sent down from the town's breeding farm, and they're currently inspecting our village. Before she leaves, I must announce the conclusion to the villagers. Tiezhu's words weren't entirely without merit, but he was just a veterinarian. While a genius at treating illnesses, this was about farming. His advice might not be entirely accurate. After all, the leader from the town's breeding farm has extensive experience. If they say raising something is feasible, then it must be feasible. Yet Tiezhu was adamant that we should do the opposite. His mind was filled with hesitation and conflict. Thus, he could only convene the villagers for a meeting in the village. The village chief presented both the higher-ups' proposal and Tiezhu's suggestion. Many villagers voiced their doubts. Tiezhu is a veterinarian, he should stick to his expertise instead of opposing everything. The leader from the city runs a farm, he must have extensive experience. Exactly. What does Tiezhu know? Tiezhu, no offense, but raising geese costs way more than raising ducks. Raising geese is harder than raising ducks. Why bring trouble upon the village? Of course geese cost more per bird than ducks, but you can't just raise whatever's more expensive. We still need to consider practical conditions and labor costs, right? Tiezhu sighed deeply. In this era, people believed whatever the higher-ups said and whatever the experts claimed. But that's often wrong. They have no independent thinking or critical awareness, they're easy targets for scams. If modern con artists came here, they'd likely have fleeced the villagers out of their life savings by now. Those scammers could become world's richest overnight. Listen to me, everyone. Our village has good conditions and a beautiful environment. Geese are much cleaner than ducks. If we raise ducks densely, the whole village will stink to high heaven, and our only lake will definitely be polluted. Many fishermen depend on that large lake for their livelihood, fishing in different sections. Once we start raising ducks, forget about fishing. Our village's title as a beautiful rural environment will be revoked. I've weighed the options. Raising geese is indeed costly, but it's far safer than ducks. Our environment is better suited for geese. Tiezhu spoke for over half an hour, leaving everyone deep in thought. But they weren't the village chief or the leaders. How could they possibly grasp the full picture? They'd just follow the crowd. Suddenly, Cuihua slowly raised her hand from the crowd. I trust Tiezhu. He's the village veterinarian and knows animals best. Naturally, he understands the environmental considerations better than we do. This is where our families have lived for generations. If the environment gets polluted, what will happen to our descendants? Cuihua's words voiced the collective sentiment. The village chief ultimately agreed with Tiezhu's decision. The next day, the village's decision was reported to the higher-ups. After some persuasion, they agreed as well. That afternoon, when Tiezhu came home from work, he thought of bringing Cuihua a small gift. Before he even entered the door, he heard the unfamiliar voice of a woman inside. Your family's situation is truly tough. I'm from the city, so naturally I want to support our local villagers. Besides, look at your brother paralyzed in bed, with almost no income for the household, relying entirely on Tiezhu. What will outsiders say about you? They'll only call your family shameless, say you climbed into a man's bed just to support your family. Don't blame me for speaking bluntly. The woman studied Cuihua's expression, speaking with convincing logic. She took her hand, clasping it as if they were sisters. We're both women, and I'm only looking out for you. This money comes from the town moneylender. You can borrow it and pay it back slowly, and the interest isn't high. I'm the village headman's assistant, and I only come when a family needs help. You can borrow for as long as you need. Just pay back a little each month, or repay it all at the agreed time, no problem. Borrow to fix your brother's leg. Once he's back at work earning money, won't the loan pay itself off? Cuihua hesitated. The rumors in the village were indeed growing uglier by the day. Chapter 43, Tiezhu confronts the loan shark. Tiezhu listened to all this outside, his mind going blank as if it had crashed. He never imagined loan sharks existed in any era. And the man sitting there talking to Cuihua? He was the one from the town's breeding farm. They'd set their sights right here. Rest assured, I wouldn't harm my fellow villagers. I'm only telling you about this great opportunity because I understand your family's difficulties. Cuihua pondered for a moment, about to agree, when Tiezhu abruptly walked in from outside, cutting her off. If it's such a great deal, why didn't you keep it for yourself? Why come here to swindle people instead? Tiezhu's words were sharp, showing no regard for the standing official's face. He was called a leader, but really he was just a high-ranking manager at the pig farm. Besides meddling in the pig farm's affairs, did he think he could stick his nose into other people's homes too? Brother Tiezhu, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? She's a con artist. Her goal is to borrow money from you, borrow 10,000, pay back 20,000, borrow 100,000, pay back 200,000. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And she expects to repay whenever she feels like it. Tiezhu's face darkened, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The manager frowned, sipping his tea with unruffled composure. Just when everything was about to go smoothly, some guy suddenly barged in. Tiezhu, why are you here? This doesn't concern you, does it? Ask her, does this concern me or not? Cuihua was momentarily confused, but upon hearing Tiezhu's words, she sensed something was amiss. The moment this woman walked in, she started pointing out all the flaws in their home. Brother Tiezhu, who's seen it all, said this was fishy, and fishy it was. Thank goodness he arrived in time, otherwise I would have been duped. Deputy Director, this is my fiancé, my man. Once she realized the woman's ulterior motives, Cuihua's attitude shifted completely. A flicker of panic crossed the woman's face. She knew exactly what was going on. She really was no good. Just moments ago, she'd been all smiles and pleasantries, calling her fellow countrywoman one moment, then trying to push her into a pit of fire the next. If Brother Tiezhu hadn't arrived in time, she'd have signed the damn contract and then she'd have nowhere to cry about it. She'd heard stories before about moneylenders, how borrowing led to ever-increasing debts that became impossible to repay, ultimately destroying families. People assumed the village leader meant well, so naturally they wouldn't think he'd push them into a pit of fire. The village leaders would surely take responsibility. She'd assumed they were people sent by the village chief. But it turned out to be a complete scoundrel. You want to lure Cuihua over and then get money from the moneylender, right? Tiezhu's eyes held no warmth whatsoever, cold as ice. What nonsense are you spouting? Exposed by Tiezhu right there, the woman's face flushed with embarrassment. Her expression turned ugly, and her voice grew shrill. She set down her teacup, stood up, and tried to intimidate Tiezhu with sheer presence. I'm the deputy director of the town's breeding farm. I came down here for the future development of your village and to help those in need. Who do you think you are? Do you have any evidence to back up your words? How dare you slander me here? Deputy director? Tiezhu sneered coldly, sizing her up from head to toe. The deputy director of the breeding farm can just show up at people's homes to lend money at exorbitant rates? In the 70s, it was money lending, now it's evolved into the prototype of usury. The money borrowed can never fill those people's bellies. Once you're hooked, you're trapped for life. Fail to repay, and thugs would storm your home. Severed limbs were all too common. In this era, with limited internet access, the only principle was borrowed money must be repaid, considered natural and just. Who would listen to common folks' grievances? Who told you this is usury? This is support funding from our factory, with very low interest. If it weren't for Cuihua's family hardship and the scorn they face outside, I wouldn't have come. The woman stubbornly tried to salvage the situation. Is that so? I wonder if the director knows we're just ordinary villagers who can't bear such consequences. If what you say is true, you shouldn't be afraid. I'll go to town and ask around. Tiezhu pressed relentlessly, refusing to back down. Her face darkened visibly, turning grim. She glared at Tiezhu with malice, never expecting someone in this village to know the ropes. This was clearly a rash move. If he really reported this to the town authorities, would she even keep her position? Support? Don't you dare accuse me of anything. It's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person's kindness. Borrow 10,000, repay 20,000, and you call that support? If it's support, why the guilty conscience? Tiezhu carried an air of unquestionable authority, his voice devoid of any warmth. Each word pierced her heart like a needle. She couldn't find a single reason to argue back. Cuihua finally snapped out of it, trembling with rage. How could you do this? My family is struggling, but we don't steal or rob, we earn our living through hard work. You come to my home to deceive me, what were you thinking? Let me explain, it's not like that. I'm a leader. Would the department head deceive you? Whether it was a lie or not, she didn't know. All she knew was that she had to unconditionally believe what Tiezhu said. If you're not lying, why are you so nervous? You're a leader, right? I'm going to town to verify if this policy even exists. If you've deceived me, I'll see if you can keep your position. Cuihua was sharp-witted and quick to catch on. She abused her power, deliberately leveraging her position to make villagers trust her unconditionally, then proceeded to swindle and cheat them. Who knows how much money you've swindled from the village? How many families have you ruined? Cuihua's anger boiled over as she grabbed the broom nearby. The woman was rendered speechless by the two of them, her face alternating between pale and flushed. The situation had completely spiraled out of her control. This was the first time she'd ever failed. She'd assumed this countrywoman was uneducated and could be easily fooled with a few lies, but then a wildcard appeared out of nowhere. "You're not welcome here. Grab your things and get out." Tiezhu stepped forward, his towering figure nearly engulfing the woman. The aura radiating from him sent an inexplicable chill down her spine. You just wait. She knew today's scheme had failed. Staying any longer would only invite further humiliation. She spat out a threat, grabbed her bag, and slunk out in a hurry. If he crossed her, Tiezhu wouldn't have an easy time at the pig farm either. But before she could get far, Tiezhu's voice caught up with her from behind. "You messed this up, and they'll definitely blame me. If you start giving me trouble at the factory, I'll have to go talk to your boss." Cuihua was right, just see if you can even keep your job. Chapter 44, People like this don't deserve to be leaders. He couldn't afford to give such people any leverage over him, and this incident was precisely the kind of leverage others might exploit. Watching the woman's disheveled retreat, Cuihua exhaled a long breath, feeling as if she'd just fought a battle. "Brother Tiezhu, thank you. If it weren't for you..." "Don't thank me. You're just too careless. Last time you accidentally drank the drugged water Wang Hu gave you, and this time you almost fell for another scam. You just jump right into every pitfall you see. Luckily sister-in-law and Chang weren't here today, or they'd have been driven mad by Cuihua's antics. She'd have been scolded too." Xiulian had pushed Ma Chang into the village to clear his head. The two were now fishing by the river. Though Ma Chang was paralyzed, with Tiezhu's wheelchair, they could reach most parts of the village. Tiezhu waved his hand, the sternness on his face softening slightly. "Next time someone like that comes calling, keep your guard up. Don't trust them so easily." Cuihua nodded vigorously, her heart brimming with gratitude toward Tiezhu. However, the matter did not end there. The deputy director, stung by the humiliation and seething with anger, stormed straight to the village chief, his face dark as storm clouds. "Old Wang, your village's Tiezhu has some nerve, daring to interfere with a leader like me. I actually had high hopes for him, but never expected him to be so ungrateful." The deputy director's tone was laced with venom. She couldn't possibly tell the village chief she'd been lending money herself. The village chief was startled, his brow slowly furrowing. "What happened? Weren't you out assessing the people's conditions?" "Yes. I wanted to help our struggling comrades find solutions to their immediate hardships. But as soon as I arrived at Cuihua's home, Tiezhu barged in, accusing me of having ulterior motives and trying to swindle their money. What did I do? He bit the hand that fed him, cursing me out from the get-go. You see, a dignified leader like me being humiliated like this, you've certainly promoted a fine worker." The deputy director's words clearly blamed him, while subtly hinting at targeting Tiezhu. "I had intended to support your village, but now it seems different. Your ducklings will be distributed normally." She spoke with anger, but the village chief knew full well that normal distribution meant she'd sabotage it. The ducklings would definitely be fewer than other villages' farms. The village chief's face turned pale. He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Tiezhu wasn't the type to stir up trouble. Why would he provoke the village leadership for no reason? There must be some hidden reason behind this. Now, with a new farm about to open in the village, if livestock chicks were forcibly withheld, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the village. "Deputy Director, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding here." The village chief hurried to placate him. "Tiezhu's usually a level-headed kid. He's not unreasonable. I'll go talk to him and get to the bottom of this." "Clarify? Let me tell you, this isn't up for discussion. Either that boy apologizes to me, or your village can kiss its livelihood goodbye." The deputy director spat out his threat and stormed off. Watching her retreating figure, the village chief's brow slowly furrowed. He wasn't senile, he wouldn't unjustly accuse Tiezhu without cause. He trusted Tiezhu's character. There must be something else behind this. The higher-ups in the engine room aren't easy to deal with. After the deputy director left, he made no attempt to stop her. It had been mere posturing. Moments later, he sought out Tiezhu. Tiezhu was in the courtyard. Seeing the village chief's grave expression, he guessed what had happened. It was likely that the official he'd upset had gone to complain. He'd been made to suffer in his previous life, and now he'd have to endure it again in this one. "Village chief, I'm not sure why you're here, but this matter isn't my fault." The village chief sighed and repeated the deputy director's words. "Tiezhu, I know you're not the type to deliberately cause trouble for others. But I don't know the specifics yet. How did you provoke her?" She exploited her position as a leader to deceive Cuihua into taking out high-interest loans from moneylenders. Those loans carry sky-high interest rates. Once you borrow, it becomes a bottomless pit impossible to repay. It ends in ruin and despair. Someone like her deserves worse than a beating. Just kicking her out is lenient. Hearing this, the village chief's brow furrowed deeply, his fists clenching tightly. He never imagined she'd do such a thing, constantly claiming to act for the village's good, yet secretly swindling and cheating within it. Tiezhu set down his tools, his expression darkening. This situation had undoubtedly been sparked by him. This year, we'll likely get very few seedlings from the township. The village chief wore a worried expression, yet Tiezhu was also a victim. He couldn't very well blame him. This whole mess had been started by that deputy director. After a moment of silence, Tiezhu said, "Village chief, rest assured. Since this started because of me, I'll handle it. As we discussed before, we'll raise geese." Raising ducks or geese wasn't the issue. He simply wanted to protect the villagers' interests as much as possible and see the village thrive. "You have a solution?" That deputy director clearly holds a grudge. She won't budge easily, and Tiezhu is stubborn. He won't apologize to her. "Yes. If they won't give us chicks, we can buy them ourselves from the town. That's actually more cost-effective. The higher-ups have no idea how much they profit off us every year. Instead of giving that money to others, we might as well use it to buy more chicks." The village chief's brow slowly furrowed. He wasn't sure if this plan was reliable, but seeing Tiezhu so confident eased half his worries. "All right. Since you're the village veterinarian, I'll leave this matter in your hands." After giving a few final instructions, the village chief turned and left. Cuihua, eavesdropping outside, felt both anxious and ashamed. When their eyes met, she bowed her head guiltily. "Village chief, I'm sorry. This is all my fault." "It's not your fault. If you'd been deceived by those leaders and borrowed that thing, we'd be the ones to blame ourselves." The village chief gently patted Cuihua's shoulder. The Ma family had suffered enough. He hadn't been able to help them much, but he couldn't bring harm upon others either. Cuihua nodded and stepped inside. "Brother Tiezhu, have some water." Tiezhu saw her guilt and took the bowl, gulping down more than half in one go. "Don't worry, it's okay. The village chief just said it's not your fault and I'll figure something out." He reassured her. Cuihua bit her lip and whispered, "Brother Tiezhu, should I go apologize to her?" "Apologize for what? We didn't do anything wrong. Don't you dare go apologize. If you apologize to someone like that, your ancestors from 18 generations back would rise from the dead to strangle you. You'd drive Brother Chang to his grave too. You should feel lucky, not guilty. People like her don't deserve to be in charge." Chapter 45, "Brother, you don't know the business. But she is the boss now. They can't do anything about it. The more you back down to people like her, the more she'll push her luck. Didn't you sound so decisive earlier? I wonder how many people she's deceived. But the village ducklings. I'll figure out the ducklings. We've got hands, feet, and brains. We can just go buy them in town ourselves." Tiezhu stood up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. "I'm filthy. I'm going to take a shower. Working in the pig farm all day makes me stink." "Tiezhu, you dog, I don't mind you." Hearing this, I playfully nuzzled him before pulling out a shirt and gently slipping it over Cuihua's head. She hadn't caught on at all. "Tiezhu, you're teasing me. Didn't you say you didn't mind? Does it smell?" "It is a bit. I'll go get you some water. You should go take a bath." That night, he had already formed a preliminary plan in his mind. The next morning, Tiezhu headed straight to town. He made his way around, inquiring at several young stock breeding farms. Visiting each one, he was sure to find what he needed. The one Tiezhu found was quite large. Flocks of little white geese honked noisily within the fenced area, creating a tremendous racket. Tiezhu approached the owner, a dark-skinned man who looked sharp and shrewd. "Boss, I'd like to buy some goslings." Tiezhu got straight to the point. The man eyed him up and down, his attitude somewhat cold. "Buy goslings? Young man, I'd advise you to steer clear of this business." He looked Tiezhu up and down. Tiezhu didn't look like a wealthy man, but rather a farmer. Those who came here to buy chicks always purchased in bulk for business purposes. But Tiezhu just didn't look the part. "Why?" Tiezhu looked surprised and asked coldly. "Why? You ask me why?" The owner gave a cold laugh. "Raising geese isn't easy these days. After buying goslings, some inexperienced people struggle to keep them alive due to environmental and temperature factors. Many don't even survive long enough to thrive. Plus, with all the epidemics lately, once they catch a disease, entire flocks die off. Now geese in town are ridiculously expensive. Even so, folks in town aren't jumping at the chance because geese are just too hard to raise. Why not try ducks instead? I've got ducklings here too. Raising ducks is much easier than geese, and the conditions aren't nearly as demanding." He seemed to be pointing Tiezhu toward a clear path. Few people raised geese, and even though they knew geese were valuable, they were prone to infectious diseases that were beyond their control. Rather than risk losing money, it's better to raise something that can actually make you a profit. Tiezhu's brow slowly furrowed as he seemed to grasp the meaning. Before coming, he'd already asked around, and the moment he mentioned wanting to buy goslings, he was met with nothing but ridicule. Only then did he learn that a contagious disease affecting geese was prevalent in this era. Once infected, it could decimate entire flocks. And with current technology, there was simply no way to control it. But unlike him, he had the system to help. "Dad, thanks for your concern, but our village has already decided to raise geese. Our conditions are ideal. Just tell me, will you sell me these goslings?" The boss chuckled softly, shaking his head at the young man's audacity. You won't listen anyway, so don't blame me for not warning you. Over the past year, at least 10 people have come to buy ducklings from me, and not a single one has made a profit. Not only did they fail to earn money, but they also lost their life savings. He was young and headstrong, and his excessive warnings were simply to prevent such tragedies from happening again. Money is hard to come by in these times. Raising geese isn't a wise choice. Besides, you say you want to raise geese, do you even have the capability? What if they get sick? Are you just going to watch them die off in droves? Tiezhu didn't want to waste any more words on him. Are you selling or not? If not, I'll look elsewhere. The owner quickly called him back. Sell. How many do you want? 200 for starters. The number made the owner's face freeze in shock. He stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. You're out of your mind. You're not here to make a fool of me, are you? Most people buy just 20 or 30 at a time. You want 200 all at once? What are you planning to do with them? Tiezhu knew the number was indeed large, but he wasn't a private breeder, he was buying for the village's breeding farm. This quantity of goslings wasn't enough, he just wanted to check the quality of this batch. Our village is building a farm dedicated to raising geese, so we need a lot of goslings. The shopkeeper finally snapped out of his daze. That made sense. Where's your village? Taihan Village. Taihan Village? I thought the town's farm assigned you to raise ducks. Why are you raising geese? This isn't a good strategy. You might end up losing money and getting scolded by the higher-ups. Tiezhu couldn't care less about that. On the way here, he'd heard countless people say raising geese was a bad idea, that it would lead to losses. But he refused to believe the naysayers. Sell or not? Name your price. Alright, I'll show you around. The owner led the way. During the day, the goslings were kept in a pen. On this side were lionhead geese, the meat-focused buyers usually chose these. Males could reach 12 gene 60 kilograms, while females could hit 10 gene 50 kilograms. To the right were the snowy-headed geese, pure white all over. People usually bought the females, which could lay 90 to 120 eggs annually. These geese were easier to raise and had the lowest disease rate. The owner enthusiastically introduced several goose breeds. After scanning with the system and considering Taihan Village's geographical conditions, Tiezhu ultimately settled on the large breed lionhead goose. This breed boasts high meat yield. With proper cultivation and their village's conditions, it would be an absolute moneymaker. I'll take the lionhead geese. The owner looked displeased. You clearly don't know what you're doing. How did your village send you to buy ducklings? Normally, people buy laying ducks. Lionhead ducks are the hardest to raise, they demand perfect conditions. One slip up and they'll die on you. Trust me, buy the laying ones. Tiezhu was speechless. He'd been here for so long, and this boss had been trying to talk him out of this deal the whole time. What kind of boss acts like this? That flock of spotted-eye geese you just bought is already infected with a disease, though it's not severe. Dilute some penicillin and mix it into their feed to treat them, and it should improve. If you don't isolate them, they might infect the other geese. Hearing this, the big boss slowly furrowed his brow. Even he hadn't noticed that this flock of white geese had fallen ill. How did you know? You could tell just by looking? The boss stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 46, Plan Deviates. This guy seemed like he didn't know what he was doing, but who would have thought that just by glancing at the flock of young geese, he could instantly tell if they were sick? Seems he'd underestimated him. Tiezhu didn't answer him, just silently observing the flock of lionhead goslings the man wanted. So, boss, are you selling? Sell. Sell. I'll pack them up for you right now and deliver them to your Iron Hero village. He didn't want to waste any more words. Since the buyer was clearly knowledgeable and even more capable than himself, any further discussion would only invite humiliation. How much? 3 yuan each. These are premium goslings, you won't find better anywhere. My price is already very reasonable. Since you're buying so many at once and mentioned the goslings are sick, I'll give you a discount $2.50. The vendor thought he was being generous, but in Tiezhu's eyes, he was just trying to make a killing. Goslings might be pricey, but they certainly wouldn't exceed 2 yuan. Add in the current market fluctuations, and the price should be even lower. This guy's probably trying to rip me off. Too high. I'll check other places. Wait, we can negotiate the price. The boss immediately stopped him, his gaze fixed intently on Tiezhu. Tiezhu froze in place, as if the man had seen right through him. On my way here, I visited more than just your hatchery. I carefully compared prices everywhere. Since you're not being honest and don't want to do business properly, I won't force the issue. He swallowed hard, a wave of guilt washing over him. He deserved to die. How could he have tried to rip off his own money tree? The owner quickly corrected himself. Alright, my mistake. How about this, I'll sell you each for $1.50. That's already the lowest price on the market. And I'm not bragging, but go look around, where else will you find ducklings as sturdy as mine? If you can find even one batch, that's better. I'll never show my face in this chick market again. Tiezhu didn't doubt him either, otherwise he wouldn't have passed up the ones outside. This price really is rock bottom. Alright, load them up. The boss drove the Lionhead ducklings back to Iron Hero Village. After all, as a major client, such treatment was only fitting. Upon reaching the village outskirts, as soon as Tiezhu entered the village, he saw over a dozen villagers gathered at the entrance, seemingly discussing something. Tiezhu couldn't help but chuckle. He then realized what the villagers were gathered around baskets upon baskets of baby chicks. Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly. How could so many chicks possibly appear in the village? A bad feeling crept over him. Had the village chief changed his mind? He'd only been gone a day. The village chief wouldn't abruptly halt their plans without reason. Someone from higher up must have arrived. Tiezhu's back. The villagers spotted Tiezhu, then glanced at the cart loaded with goslings behind him. Their expressions immediately turned unsettled. Tiezhu, you really did buy the goslings back. But the village decided we wouldn't raise geese, we'd raise chickens. This is what the higher-ups decided. They even brought in experts to survey our village's terrain. It's better suited for chickens. Tiezhu frowned, his expression darkening. The moment the village chief saw Tiezhu, the smile on his face turned into a look of worry, his brows furrowing slightly. Tiezhu, you're back. This was a last-minute decision. The deputy director of the breeding farm personally delivered these chicks, bringing several experts along. They said our village should try raising chickens, claiming our terrain is ideal for it. He had expected the deputy director to settle a personal grudge, but unexpectedly, the man had repaid grievance with kindness. In that case, there was nothing more to say. He naturally had to be respectful. Even if Tiezhu and the deputy director had some misunderstanding, the village's interests had to come first. So he had no choice but to alter the plan, inconveniencing Tiezhu. Tiezhu's frown deepened. Village chief, didn't we agree on raising geese? I've already bought the goslings. What's more, he'd paid for these ducklings out of his own pocket. If the village suddenly refused reimbursement, he'd have to raise them himself. He despised this kind of sudden change of heart. Was that deputy director really that kind-hearted? To send him this batch of chicks despite their past grievances? He never believed in the notion of repaying evil with kindness. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Tiezhu, head to town this morning. I didn't get a chance to tell you, but since they're repaying a grudge with kindness, we shouldn't be so petty. We must prioritize our village's interests. You're the sensible one who never causes me trouble. The chicks aren't bad either. While the goose seller is still here, return the geese. The vendor by the truck paused slightly upon hearing this. Wouldn't that mean he'd made a wasted trip? After all, this was their village's business. He had no intention of interfering, but stood silently nearby, his dissatisfaction plain. Tiezhu's face turned cold as he glanced at the deputy director smirking smugly nearby. Instantly, he understood what was happening. He mentally summoned the system, instructing it to scan this batch of chicks. Scanning. Scan complete. Target scanned, chick flock. Scan results, mild avian influenza accompanied by coccidiosis. Just as he suspected. Tiezhu gritted his back teeth. Damn it, our village isn't suited for raising chickens. And these are all sick birds, they might not even survive to adulthood. I've crossed swords with the deputy director, how could he possibly help us calmly? Yet he brought us these chicks. Haven't you ever wondered why? Who in their right mind would be that generous nowadays? The village chief's brow furrowed slightly. Tiezhu, I've always trusted your judgment before, but this time it's different. The experts from above have arrived. These are top-tier veterinarians from the township. Their university graduates with professional certifications. You're just a quack. I wouldn't blame you for misjudging them, but the deputy director is repaying our debt with kindness. He's selling us this flock at a discount. And once the chicks are grown, the town's poultry farm will buy them. The village chief spoke with solemn conviction, even carrying a hint of reproach toward Tiezhu. He had no idea what that woman had told the village chief during his absence, what kind of spell she'd cast on him. Village chief, there really is something wrong with these chickens. Tiezhu, stop talking. If the leaders hear this, we'll get into trouble again. Because of you, we almost offended the deputy director before. You have to consider the village's interests, you can't just think about yourself. He even suspected Tiezhu was claiming the chickens were sick just to get the village to raise geese instead. He wasn't stupid. He'd had his suspicions when these chickens were first delivered. But the experts they brought in said the chickens were perfectly fine. Why pass up such a lucrative deal and take the risk of raising geese instead? Chapter 47, Villains never repay kindness with kindness. Tiezhu felt helpless. The village chief simply wouldn't believe him, and no amount of arguing would change that. He warned one last time, these chickens are problematic. If anything goes wrong later, I won't take responsibility. The village chief's brow furrowed at this. It seemed he had overestimated Tiezhu's loyalty. After all, he was still his benefactor. He'd secured Tiezhu a job at the pig farm. Now he was turning his back on others. While he felt guilty for letting Tiezhu work for nothing, surely he hadn't forgotten their past connection? Tiezhu, if you still won't give up, I'll tell you straight, an infectious disease is spreading among the geese in the city lately. Once it infects a flock, the entire group will die. The deputy director already told me, and I sent people to investigate. I wouldn't wrong you. As the village head, I have to consider the villagers. If the village agrees to let you raise geese and they catch an incurable disease, how can you be sure you can cure them? The town has plenty of veterinarians. Even those renowned ones can't cure it. No matter how skilled you are, how could you possibly compare to the town's veterinarians? His tone was cold, tinged with a faint edge of anger. Tiezhu understood the implication. He was merely a village bumpkin, no match for the renowned veterinarians in the city. The villagers watching this scene took the village chief's words to heart. This was the first time anyone had ever defied the village chief. And the village chief had even helped Tiezhu's family. No matter what, Tiezhu shouldn't have snapped at the village chief. Tiezhu, stop arguing with the village chief. He has his own difficulties. He always puts the villagers first. Besides, the town's veterinarian has already come and confirmed it's truly impossible to raise geese here. We won't buy these goslings you've bought either. If you want to raise them, do it yourself. I don't want to risk losing everything if the flock gets infected with an incurable disease. Exactly. Everyone knows raising geese is risky these days, yet you're the one pushing it. The village chief supported your family, giving you a proper job. Now you're defying him for your own selfish gain? That's not how decent people act. Everyone thought the village chief just felt sorry for Tiezhu having to support 2 households, so he arranged a job for him. Return these geese, no one in the village will raise them. The village chief snorted coldly. Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly. Getting hired at the pig farm was my own skill. The village chief is generous-hearted, he wouldn't fire me over something like this. I'm just stating the facts. If you insist on buying chicks to raise, I can't stop you. I'll raise these geese myself. Tiezhu ignored the others' protests and walked step by step toward the goose seller. Since the villagers wouldn't raise them, he couldn't buy so many. Seller, I'll take 100 chicks for now. Return the other 100. Once these goslings grow up, I'll buy more from you. Given the situation, what reason did he have to refuse? He didn't try to dissuade Tiezhu from buying the ducklings either. He couldn't very well come all this way for nothing. Sure thing, no problem. Where do you live? I'll drop them off at your place. The vendor was very enthusiastic, completely ignoring the murmurs of the villagers nearby. After delivering the ducklings to Tiezhu's home, he turned his vehicle around and drove off, afraid the customer might change his mind. He was quite curious to see if Tiezhu could raise this batch of goslings successfully in the near future. At Tiezhu's house, the Ma family heard the commotion in the village. Xiulian pushed Ma Chang over to Tiezhu's place. Tiezhu, you're being foolish. How could you go against the grain? Acting contrary to common sense at this critical juncture will only lead to trouble. Though Tiezhu understood their concerns, the Ma family differed from the villagers. They only came to feign concern and mock him. Unlike the Ma family. Brother Chang, rest assured. I know what I'm doing. The chicks from the town farm are diseased. Buying them would mean losing a large batch anyway. And without treatment, once they get sick, they won't even have a chance to grow up. Cuihua listened from the side, offering unconditional support to Tiezhu. In the end, she pulled out the money from her pocket and handed it to him. Last time, Tiezhu had given their family 500 yuan, but the Ma Chang household had only kept 50 yuan for living expenses. The rest was returned to Tiezhu in full. Brother Tiezhu, here's your money back. We need it for raising geese. The man looked at the money offered but didn't take it. I have enough for now. Buying the geese only cost 150, leaving over 200 left over, more than enough. Besides, what he really wanted was that natural lake. Take it, Iron Pillar. Consider it our partnership. Whatever happens, profit or loss, we share the responsibility. This was also Ma Chang's intention. Tiezhu had helped his family so much he couldn't possibly side with the villagers against him. At this critical juncture, they needed to stand firmly with Tiezhu. All right. Tiezhu only took 300. If anything went wrong, this money could serve as an emergency fund. After all, he wasn't buying just a few geese, he also needed to build a goose pen, which was another significant expense. Brother Tiezhu, where do you plan to raise them? Raising geese requires water. Tiezhu knew that well. I plan to build a pen by the lake behind our house. The environment there is ideal for raising geese. Alright, I'll help you out during this period. Great. The next day, Tiezhu arrived at Qinghu Lake. The lake boasted a long shoreline, and it lay right behind his home. Though his family lived closest to the village's edge, he never imagined this unexpected twist would provide him with such ideal geographical conditions. The next day, Tiezhu woke up early and, following the system's prompts, built a solid goose pen. Both the ventilation and the overall environment were top-notch. This time, it cost 50 yuan. Building a goose pen inevitably required some initial investment. The next day, the first batch of goslings successfully moved into the pen. Nation came to bring Tiezhu his meal. Watching the little goslings scramble eagerly toward the shallow water area was utterly adorable, and she couldn't help but smile. These little goslings are so adorable. I hope they grow up well. Brother Tiezhu, I made you some lunch. She carried the lunchbox to the lakeside. Some of the goslings had already learned to swim, so the two sat on the shore watching them. Tiezhu ate while observing. As he took a bite, he realized Cuihua had made braised pork today. I bought this meat from the village butcher this morning. Tasty, right? Delicious. Everything you make is delicious. I need to go to the village tomorrow. Could you feed the geese for me? I'll be back this afternoon. Sure. Tiezhu had already taught her for 2 days how to prepare food for the goslings, and she picked it up quickly. It would come in handy tomorrow. Brother Tiezhu, go ahead and leave it to me. The next day, after giving a few instructions, Tiezhu set off for town. He needed to buy some medicines. As the village's official veterinarian, he had to stock up on all the medications required for treating various animals. Chapter 48, Hemlock in the Goose Feed. Now that he kept geese himself, he had to be even more diligent. If any mishap occurred, he'd be able to treat them promptly. In this day and age, geese only suffered from a handful of diseases, and 90% of them were curable. No sooner had he reached town than a piercing, heart-wrenching cry split the air. A large yellow dog, teeth bared, was savagely biting into a boy's leg. Help! Save my child! Help! Someone, please help! My child's leg is about to be torn off. Her eyes were tear-filled, her pupils dilated with terror. A crowd had gathered at the street corner, wanting to help but afraid of being bitten by the rabid dog. Someone had been bitten by a rabid dog before and died shortly after. Who would dare step in? If bitten by this dog, they'd risk their life. There's a stick over there. Hit it with the stick. Where did this mad dog come from? People whispered among themselves, but not a single soul dared to step forward. Tiezhu, overhearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. How could a frail mother possibly stand up to this dog? And once that dog latched on, it wouldn't let go. The child was wailing in pain, his calf bleeding so badly it had soaked through his pants. That stray dog again, it's bitten 3 people this month. Poor kid. Stay away. If it bites you, you're done for. Tiezhu pushed his way through the crowd. The woman clung to him like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, wailing, please. Save my child. Tiezhu's sharp gaze swept over the big yellow dog. He silently chanted in his mind. Tame him. Touch to subdue. Target, Chinese farm dog. Status, frenzied, highly aggressive, and infected with rabies. Host, proceed with caution. Tiezhu stepped forward and grabbed the rabid dog. He pulled hard, and the dog seemed to snap out of its frenzy. Let go. Tiezhu landed 2 solid punches on its head. In that instant, it froze and instantly released the boy. Congratulations, host, on successfully taming the Chinese native dog. The mother's eyes welled with tears as she kowtowed to Tiezhu. He hurriedly helped her up. Tiezhu pulled the dog to its feet. A dog infected with rabies was beyond cure. It had to be put down. Got a sack? A nearby shopkeeper tossed over a sack. Tiezhu stuffed the dog inside, intending to find a place to kill it. Watching the mother and daughter, he warned, that dog was rabid. If the girl doesn't get the vaccine, she could get it. Dogs infected with rabies only transmit the virus to humans when they bite during the active phase, and it's highly contagious. If bitten and left untreated, death occurs within 10 days. In those days, everyone called it mad dog disease. Community hospitals had vaccines for it, but they weren't widely known or used. We need shots? Hearing this, the mother's pupils suddenly contracted, her face filled with worry for her child. Yes, that dog is rabid. It carries the virus. That's why the person you mentioned died after being bitten. It was the rabies virus. So take the child for the shot immediately. Don't delay any longer. The mother thanked Tiezhu profusely before turning to take her child to the town's community health center. Tiezhu bought the medicine he needed, filling his hands with large and small packages enough to last at least half a year. He bought all the medicines the system had recommended. Host's current points, 305. He was still 195 points short of 500, at which point he could use the system to examine Chang. By afternoon, Tiezhu finally returned to the village. Cuihua's eyes were bloodshot. Spotting him, she hurried over anxiously. Brother Tiezhu, something's wrong with the ducklings. They're listless and won't go out to bask in the sun anymore. She felt it was her fault for not caring for them well enough and was extremely anxious. Tiezhu didn't blame her. He followed her to check on the flock. Sure enough, as Cuihua had said, the ducklings weren't as lively as when they were first bought. It was only their 3rd day in the pen. This shouldn't be happening. After scanning them with the system, he realized it wasn't illness at all, they were poisoned. Did you feed the goslings according to the formula I taught you? Cuihua nodded. To be thorough, she'd been meticulous every step of the way. If the flock suffered, Tiezhu's hard work would go to waste, and he'd become the village laughingstock. How could she dare to be careless? The system alerted him that someone had laced the flock's feed with heartbreak grass. The herb had been finely chopped and mixed in, making it completely undetectable. Tiezhu went to the feeding trough and, after carefully sifting through the feed, indeed found traces of the poison. He picked it out deliberately. Did you put this in? Impossible. I inspected everything meticulously. Besides, how could this herb even exist in the vegetable patch? She had never even seen this weed before. Tiezhu had specifically instructed that the food for the geese must be chopped into fine pieces and mixed with antibiotics. She followed his instructions meticulously, even washing vegetables he hadn't touched until they were spotless. It was impossible for such a weed to slip in through carelessness. Is there something wrong with this weed? This weed is poisonous. It's called the gut-severing herb. Upon hearing this, Cuihua's nerves were stretched taut, her face filled with self-reproach. Brother Tiezhu blamed me. If it weren't for my carelessness, this thing wouldn't have ended up in the feed trough. But I had checked so many times and hadn't noticed this unusual weed. Could someone have secretly added it? Cuihua's suspicion wasn't unfounded. Exactly. What should we do now? The goslings haven't eaten much yet, so we can still treat them. Following the system's prompts, Tiezhu mixed different medicines to create an antidote. Don't blame yourself, this has nothing to do with you. I raised geese openly in the village, and no one ever made fun of me for it. After preparing the medicine, Tiezhu fed it to each gosling one by one, with Cuihua assisting nearby. They finished quickly. The medicine must be administered for 2 consecutive days, and whoever poisoned them certainly won't come back just once. That meant they'd have to catch the culprit red-handed. That night, Tiezhu pretended to leave, then secretly returned to stake out the area. After midnight, he spotted a figure sneaking toward the goose pen from nearby. His nerves instantly snapped taut. Just as the other was about to poison the food, he lunged out from the side. Startled by the sudden commotion, the poisoner scrambled to flee. But how could he outrun Iron Pillar? He was caught in an instant. Trying to escape after poisoning someone? Cuihua emerged from nearby, shining a flashlight directly into the man's face. Stone? Cuihua couldn't believe her eyes. Oh, you was the village's most honest man, how could he possibly do such a thing? I'm sorry, brother Tiezhu. His heart pounded wildly as tears streamed down his face. I really had no choice. I didn't mean to. Chapter 49, You're My Informant. Yu's eyes betrayed the panic of being caught, and the bottle containing the powdered strychnine plant slipped from his grasp, shattering on the ground. He'd been in the village for so long yet knew little about Yu, only that he was an honest villager. He never imagined Yu would be the one to betray him. They had no grudge against each other. What possible reason could Yu have? The flashlight's beam illuminated Yu's simple, yet now terrified face, a stark contrast to his usual honest and upright demeanor. Stone, why did you do this? Cuihua's heart was filled with confusion, and a surge of anger welled up inside her. Yu trembled violently. Tiezhu released him, his face dark with terror. Stone, our families have no grudge against yours. You used to be an honest man. Why did you target our goslings? Since you've already done this, why pretend to be deaf and dumb now? I didn't mean to, brother Tiezhu, sister Cuihua, I truly didn't mean to. Stone suddenly burst into loud sobs. The pent-up frustration in his heart made his eyes redden, and tears streamed down his face like a grown man's. No way out? No way out, so you just go after our family? I remember your mother is still sick. If she found out what you did, how heartbroken she'd be. Cuihua gritted her teeth, utterly stunned that Yu could do such a thing. But brother Tiezhu, I had no choice. Yu let out a wail, his entire body convulsing. The night you brought back those goslings, the deputy director came to me. She threatened me with my mother's medical expenses. If I didn't do as she said, she'd make sure the village stopped giving me subsidies. Tiezhu's brow furrowed. Yu's family was in a very special situation. They were even classified as impoverished households in the village, just like them. Stone had an elderly mother who required frequent medication due to illness, and a 5-year-old sister studying at their schoolteacher's home, both needing financial support. Their entire livelihood depended on the township's subsidies. Stone was barely 18 this year. He took on any hard or exhausting work the village offered, but that meager income was nowhere near enough to cover their expenses or sustain the family. Without the village subsidies, how could the 3 of them possibly survive? Upon hearing this, Cuihua's brow slowly furrowed. Such things actually exist. Brother Tiezhu, Yu's family is special just like mine. He wasn't lying about that. Tiezhu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yu. Someone was definitely stirring trouble behind the scenes. Brother Tiezhu, sister Cuihua, I truly didn't mean to do this. I had no choice. If the village subsidies stop, my whole family won't be able to survive. He didn't want to do something so unconscionable. Yu sobbed, gasping for breath. My mother is near death. The town doctor said she needs medication to keep her alive. Just buying the medicine each month eats up half our family's living expenses. He suddenly jerked free, not to flee, but to kneel before Tiezhu, banging his head on the ground as if atoning for his sins. Brother Tiezhu, sister Cuihua, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Please, just this once, let me off. Tears and snot streamed down his face as he went mad, smashing the gun butt into the ground. Tiezhu's face darkened with fury. If he spared Yu, who would spare his family? Where there's one, there's bound to be another. Perhaps the deputy director hadn't bribed only Yu. Better to make an example of him than let this go. If we let him go, what about our two families? Cuihua, a mistake is a mistake, it has nothing to do with anything else. Cuihua's brows furrowed slowly at these words. Seeing Oyu's state, her heart ached too. Wasn't he also a victim? Brother Tiezhu, if it weren't for you back then, I almost fell for that deputy director's tricks too. She's always pulling these underhanded stunts. She threatened him directly with his subsidies. He's a victim too. Maybe we should let this one slide. She quietly tugged at Tiezhu's sleeve, pleading on Oyu's behalf. Brother Tiezhu, Oyu's mother really is gravely ill. I can vouch for everything he said, it's all true. Maybe we could give him a chance to make amends. Cuihua whispered softly into Tiezhu's ear. At that moment, Cuihua's heart was filled with nothing but deep loathing for the deputy director, a woman who abused her power to commit such vicious acts. Tiezhu's heart churned. Watching Oyu kneel on the ground, sobbing bitterly, he felt a complex mix of emotions. The deputy director, it was him again. But Cuihua's words jolted him awake. Sending Oyu straight to the police station might vent his anger for the moment and serve as a warning to others, but it wouldn't solve the root problem. The deputy director could easily wash his hands of the whole affair. For his mother's sake, Oyu would likely never implicate him. And what about Oyu's mother's medical bills? What about his family, an ailing elderly mother and a younger sister? If he really went through with it, he'd be driving the entire family to their doom. Get up. Stone paused, lifting his tear-streaked face before stumbling to his feet. Tiezhu's tone softened slightly. Cuihua, in this day and age, there are no saints. I can overlook this matter, but this is the only time. There are still some things I need to settle with him. It was getting late. You should go home first. Cuihua glanced worriedly between Tiezhu and Oyu before finally nodding. All right, brother Tiezhu. Come back early. There are mountain peaks around here at night, stay safe. She turned and walked away slowly. Stone stood frozen, utterly bewildered, unsure what Tiezhu intended to do. Stone, you're still young, and your whole family depends on you. But when you do wrong, you must face the consequences. We're all from the same village. I can let this slide this time, but you must agree to my terms. Stone nodded violently. Brother Tiezhu, tell me. What did the deputy director offer you? No benefits yet. She's just threatening me with subsidies, but promised money once the deal's done. Tiezhu understood hush money. But judging by the deputy director's character, whether he'd actually received that payment was far from certain. Stone answered honestly, not hiding a single detail. This matter must remain secret. She threatened me if a third person finds out, she'll make sure my family has no rice to eat. Stone's voice trembled with tears as he clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage and resentment. Tiezhu patted Oyu's shoulder, making him flinch in fright. I want your mother to get proper treatment, and I don't want you to end up in jail over this. There's only one way now. Tiezhu spoke slowly. Stone's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking sharply. What way? Brother Tiezhu, if it can save my mother, I'll do anything you ask. It's simple. Tiezhu leaned closer, lowering his voice. Chapter 50, Sister-in-law, you're something else. Come with me to the village chief's house. Tell him what the deputy director asked you to do. No, I can't. If the village chief finds out, he'll stop looking out for my family. Stone's family relied heavily on the village chief to secure their poverty relief benefits. If the chief found out he'd laced the ducklings for Tiezhu with poison, he'd surely withdraw his support, and that would be the end of their livelihood. Tiezhu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. Only a few of us knew about the poisoning. I won't tell the village chief. All I need is for you to tell the deputy director what she asked you to do. When she comes looking for you, let me and the village chief know and tell her you've already laced the feed. Oyu remained silent. Tiezhu didn't press him, waiting 3 minutes before finally seeing him nod in agreement. Afterward, Tiezhu avoided the other villagers and took Oyu to see the village chief. He told her about the deputy director and Oyu, but the village chief didn't believe a word of it. She's the deputy director, why would she do this to you? Because I blocked her path to making money. Tiezhu, I've told you many times the deputy director has helped us immensely. She's from the city, how could she care about our village's trifling matters? A pittance, he retorted. What about the loans everyone took out? Is that a pittance? Tiezhu was nearly exhausted from arguing, but the village chief remained stubbornly unpersuaded. Alright, keep this in mind for now. Don't go looking for the deputy director. When she comes to see Oyu, we'll eavesdrop. After you hear it, you'll understand the truth. The village chief was, after all, the village chief, not just an ordinary villager. Though he didn't believe the deputy director was deceiving them for money, he took Tiezhu's words to heart. He nodded in agreement. Alright, Oyu, go home first. When the deputy director comes looking for you, have someone notify us. I want to see if she's telling the truth. Rest assured, if what we say isn't true, you can punish us however you see fit. Very well. If you're found to be slandering the deputy director, you must publicly apologize to her before the entire village and resign from your position as the village veterinarian. That punishment was too harsh, but Tiezhu had agreed and he was telling the truth. Seeing him agree without a moment's hesitation, the village chief felt a twinge of doubt. Could Tiezhu really be telling the truth? But then he remembered his position as deputy director and shook his head. He'd deal with it when the time came. After returning home, Tiezhu never left the gosling's side. He even kept them confined in the goose shed, preventing them from going into the water. For every feeding, he personally measured out the feed and placed it in the troughs himself, ensuring no one could slip in any medication. After 3 consecutive days of treatment, the goslings had fully recovered. Everyone in the village was praising the deputy director. In their free time, they'd chat about how big their own chickens had grown. When the Ma family wasn't around, they'd occasionally throw in a few jabs. As usual, Xiulian went to the fields to gather wild greens. Passing by, she overheard Aunt Wang gossiping with others. Hey, isn't that Ma's daughter-in-law? Your son Tiezhu is so well off now, yet she's still eating wild greens? When are your daughter and Tiezhu planning to get married? It's been so long, I wonder if they don't want to marry at all. Honestly, you shouldn't pressure Tiezhu anymore. He's done so much for your family, it's unreasonable to force him to marry your daughter. It'd be utterly shameless if word got out. Xiulian stopped in her tracks, her gaze fixed on the sharp-tongued Aunt Wang. Looking at the motley crowd gathered around, she knew another verbal storm was inevitable. Auntie Wang, are you bored out of your mind? You're implying only your daughter is worthy of Tiezhu, but Tiezhu only has eyes for my sister, he doesn't even look at your daughter. She walked straight over and sat down on a nearby chair, showing no hesitation. If they wanted to talk, she'd talk right back. I remember not long ago, your daughter was constantly bringing iron pillar shoe inserts and breakfast, running over to his place every day. Those who know you might think you're just good neighbors, but those who don't would assume your daughter was flirting and trying to seduce my sister's fiancé. Xiulian spoke with such conviction, leaving Aunt Wang with no room to save face. The others' expressions grew increasingly complicated as they listened. They knew about the recent events too. Aunt Wang suddenly seemed like a different person, praising Tiezhu's virtues. She even claimed her daughter and Tiezhu were a perfect match. Wasn't this all about Xiulian's hand? Aunt Wang's face turned ashen as she erupted in fury. Xiulian, you crazy woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Tiezhu is just an outsider, how could he possibly be worthy of my daughter? If that's the case, why are you so angry? Did I hit the nail on the head? Your daughter isn't young anymore. Stop obsessing over other people's fiancés. What business is it of yours? You're so good at gossiping, you should be afraid your mouth will rot. You're past your prime, yet your tongue remains as foul as ever. Accumulate some virtue for yourself or you'll shorten your own lifespan. Xiulian's words were highly offensive, infuriating Aunt Wang so much she nearly couldn't catch her breath. Xiulian, everyone, stop this. We're all from the same village, why make things so awkward? Auntie Wang started spreading rumors about my sister here first. No one gets to bully my sister. If I hear such words again, don't blame me for tearing her mouth to shreds. Xiulian turned and walked away with her things, a wave of complexity washing over her. The gossip in the village would only grow worse. She had to find a way to get those two married quickly. As usual, Cuihua arrived at noon to deliver lunch. Sitting on the stone stools, she took out a towel and gently wiped the sweat from Tiezhu's forehead. Brother Tiezhu, you're working so hard, day job and night watch at the goose shed. I could help you with that. Tiezhu ate his meal as Cuihua's warm hand gently brushed the sweat-soaked hair from his forehead. It's fine. It's not much trouble. Brother Tiezhu, my sister-in-law made your favorite braised pork tonight. My brother wants you to come over for dinner. Alright, I'll head over later. After Tiezhu finished eating, Cuihua packed away the lunchbox. Her gaze fixed on Tiezhu as he bustled about, she called softly, Tiezhu, Qiang? The next second, a shadow lunged toward her. Cuihua pulled her close, and warm lips pressed against hers in an instant. In an instant, Cuihua released her grip and shyly scampered away. Brother Tiezhu, keep working. I'll head back now. Tiezhu stood rooted to the spot, slow to recover. This was only his second intimate encounter with Cuihua, and his heart felt as if something had tugged at it. When he returned to work, he couldn't even suppress the smile tugging at his lips. That evening, he arrived at Cuihua's home for dinner as invited. Xiulian thoughtfully poured him wine. Chang tried to drink, but Xiulian shot him a glare that sent him back. You have no sense of boundaries. You're injured and shouldn't be drinking. Chang pouted, though his mood had already improved considerably. Yet by the end of the meal, he instantly sensed something was off. An inexplicable heat surged within him, spreading rapidly throughout his body in mere moments. He shook his head, only to feel an unusual sensation below the waist. Picking up the wine cup he'd just used, he sniffed it and realized his sister-in-law had poured him Iron Hero wine. Iron Hero could knock you flat with just one cup, and in this era, it was considered a virility-enhancing liquor. The kind that could get you up 3 times in one night. Brother Tiezhu, what's wrong? Cuihua noticed his face was an alarming shade of red. As soon as she touched him, she felt Tiezhu's body was burning hot. Tiezhu's throat went dry, leaving him speechless. He felt his blood boiling throughout his body. When Cuihua's cool hand touched him, a tingling sensation ran through him, as if something was tempting her. I am fine, he croaked, instantly realizing what was happening. Xiao Lian was trying to force herself on him again. How can you say you're fine looking like that? Quick, let me help you back to your room to rest. She steadied him, preparing to lead him inside. The man's scorching heat radiated through his thin clothes, making her own heart race. Before Cuihua could react, Tiezhu was already on his feet. In the blink of an eye, he scooped her up and carried her toward the room. Xiao Lian and Ma Chang watched the scene unfold from inside the room, their lips curling into faint smiles. No wonder you wouldn't let me drink earlier. Inside the room, Tiezhu closed the door. Since his sister-in-law and the others wanted to see this, he'd play along. Otherwise, who knew what mischief they'd cook up next to torment him? Tiezhu's breathing grew heavy, his mind a whirl of confusion as he set Cuihua down. Your sister-in-law really is something else, pulling this trick again. Cuihua looked utterly bewildered, clueless about what had just transpired. Her cheeks flushed crimson as Tiezhu pinned her against the door. Hearing what sounded like eavesdroppers outside, he let out a soft chuckle. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh, the only way he could maintain his composure. If he touched Cuihua now, and word got out, she'd be the subject of the village's gossip. The rumors outside would only grow louder. But the next second, Cuihua's icy hands cupped his face again. The taut string in his mind snapped instantly. He yanked Cuihua's hands away, breathing heavily. Cuihua seemed to understand something. Her face flushed crimson, spreading to her ears. The next instant, she cupped Tiezhu's face and pressed a kiss upon his lips. Brother Tiezhu, I can help you. She chose her words carefully. He couldn't help but lower his head. Warm lips descended, and his tongue gently parted her icy lips. In that moment, his mind went completely blank. Chapter 51, Why Hold Back? I can help you. The burning heat in his body tormented him, but the next second, he snapped back to his senses and gently released Cuihua. Just wait a little longer. We'll get married soon. I won't touch you now. Tiezhu took a deep breath and sat down in the room, trying his best to calm the heat within. The moment Cuihua touched him, he couldn't control himself. But he still had his conscience. Brother Tiezhu, why are you so stubborn? Since we're getting married anyway, why hold back? I can help you, I don't mind. She slowly drew closer, but the moment she touched Tiezhu, he pulled her gently beside him. He pulled Cuihua down to sit beside him. There's no rush. I don't want the villagers gossiping about you. If I marry you, it'll be proper. If I touch you, it must be proper too. Tiezhu was different from other men. It wasn't that he was unwilling, it was that he'd never done such a thing in his previous life. He always felt that in this era, purity was paramount. It wasn't that he didn't want to marry Cuihua. But what if something happened later? What if some accident occurred? If they hadn't married, what would become of Cuihua then? He simply didn't want such misfortune to befall her. He just wanted to give Cuihua some security. But continuing like this was unsustainable. His sister-in-law and brother Chang kept watching him and Cuihua, pushing for her to marry him quickly. He understood their mutual worries, so he wanted to make things official to solidify their bond. But things were moving too fast out here. So to put his sister-in-law and the others at ease, he had to sleep here tonight. I'll sleep here tonight. If you mind, I'll just crash on the floor. No, I don't mind. After what just happened, Cuihua was already satisfied. Her face flushed. I'll fetch some water for you to wash up. You'll feel better. Don't go out. If you do, your sister-in-law and the others will just come up with more tricks. Cuihua had never seen Tiezhu like this before and couldn't help but laugh. All right. Then I'll fan you. Cuihua picked up the bamboo leaf fan beside her and gently fanned Tiezhu. That night, neither of them slept well. Tiezhu's inner heat kept him awake, and they chatted until dawn before finally drifting off. The next morning, Cuihua and Ma Chang exchanged knowing glances as they looked at him, their lips curled in mischievous smiles. Did you sleep well last night, Tiezhu? My sister's pretty good, huh? After Xiao Lian teased him a few times, Tiezhu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I gotta get to work. Sister-in-law, next time you offer me wine, I won't drink it. His face flushed as he hurried away in 3 quick steps. Xiao Lian sighed helplessly. The kid's still so shy. Seeing Cuihua get up, Xiao Lian didn't press further. That day, Ou sent someone to fetch him. He pulled the village chief along and hid behind Ou's house wall, ensuring the deputy director couldn't see them but they could hear the voices inside. The deputy director visited Ou's house again, still clutching the 200 yuan in her hand. How did things go? Ou swallowed hard. I did as you said. I put the medicine in Tiezhu's goose pen 3 times. The geese are sick from the poison now, and Tiezhu can't cure them. Hearing this, the deputy director's lips slowly curled into a smile before she handed the 200 yuan to Ou. You've earned this. Take it. Keep this matter confidential. If I find out you've spoken of it, you can kiss your family's subsidies goodbye. Stone stared at the money on the table, saying nothing. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. If only he had the means, he wouldn't be held hostage by such a villain. After the deputy director left, the village chief, his face dark, followed Tiezhu into Ou's home. Village chief, you heard everything just now. That deputy director really ordered OU to poison my goslings. She's got something to hide. The evidence was undeniable, leaving the village chief no choice but to believe. But the deputy director only targeted Tiezhu, she didn't harm anyone else. And she did offer those chicks at a discounted price. After pondering for a long while, the village chief left with just one statement. This matter ends here. OU, you are forbidden from agreeing to do such things for anyone in the future. Since the poisoning failed, Tiezhu is also forbidden from targeting the deputy director. Tiezhu watched helplessly as the village chief walked away. OU stared at the 200 yuan on the table, swallowed hard, and finally pushed the money toward Tiezhu. Brother Tiezhu, this money is for you. It was Tiezhu's first time visiting OU's home. The place was utterly dilapidated, not a single piece of furniture was intact. The bed in the corner was missing a leg, propped up with bricks to keep it steady. Keep this money yourself, Anshin said. Use it to improve your home. With that, Tiezhu also left. Stone stared at the money on the table for a long time, unable to move. For 3 whole days, Tiezhu never left the goose pen, and Cuihua hadn't properly interacted with him either. The villagers noticed the tension between them, especially Aunt Wang. Ever since Li Fangfang had spoken to her last time, Auntie Wang harbored nothing but resentment toward Tiezhu. Noticing the change in Tiezhu and Cuihua's relationship, she seized the chance to gossip with others again. Do you know why Tiezhu hasn't married Cuihua after all this time? Wasn't it because Cuihua's family was struggling and Tiezhu felt pressured to earn more money? But I heard it's because Cuihua has issues? Rumor has it she injured herself in the mountains last time and isn't fit for marriage now? Aunt Wang pursed her lips at the rumors. What nonsense! Where did you even hear that? I live next door to them, do you think I know less than you? I overheard them saying. She stopped abruptly. Never mind, better not say it. People might think I was eavesdropping on Tiezhu's secrets. If she really didn't want us to hear, she wouldn't play these cover-up games. All this secrecy just makes everyone more curious. Come on, if you already know, is it even a secret? Tell us. Exactly. That's how we pass the time with their little affairs. Come on, tell us. You're the worst, you've got us all hooked and now you won't spill the beans. Aunt Wang met everyone's eager gazes and whispered, but you all promise not to tell anyone. I'll only say this once. Alright, hurry up and tell us. She cleared her throat. Tiezhu, he's not up to par in that department. What? Don't be ridiculous. How could that be? Someone questioned. Tiezhu's in great shape. Haven't you noticed his bulging muscles? A guy that's strong can't possibly be inadequate down there. Ever heard of a flower-embroidered pillow? Sure, he's got muscles, but he's as sharp as a needle. Otherwise, how could Cuihua cling to him day after day without him feeling tempted? You can't say that. What if he's saving himself for his wedding night? Honestly, oldly, if Cuihua were clinging to you every day, hugging your arm and calling you brother, could you handle it? Could any of you young men in your teens or 20s resist? You're right. Tiezhu is a young lad in his prime, the age when he's most susceptible to a woman's charms. With such a fresh, beautiful woman right in front of him, how could he not be tempted? Honestly, none of the men present felt they could resist. Mr. Wang, what the hell are you babbling about? Auntie Wang didn't bother to hide her words from others. Right there in the fields, her voice just happened to be overheard by Sholian nearby. She had once doubted Tiezhu's capabilities, but after several intimate encounters, she had felt the size and hardness for herself. Of course, such matters couldn't be discussed openly, so she could only help Cuihua scold him. But her attitude gave Aunt Wang an opening. Oh? Seems you know quite a bit. Could it be you've tasted the goods? Well, your husband Ma Chang can't perform anymore. You probably haven't had much experience, so you've been relying on Iron Pillar lately, right? How about it? A young man's taste is different from a cripple's, right? Her words were truly vile. Someone who'd caught on questioned, but didn't they say Tiezhu couldn't perform? How come Xiolian's the one who's tasted the flavor? What are you talking about? We've all been played by that Wang woman. There's no way to explain it, they were the ones begging for gossip. But Xiaolan exploded like a grenade, her face flushing crimson as she lunged forward to tear Aunt Wang's mouth apart. You'll pay for your filthy lies. Shut your filthy mouth. Have you even seen one? How dare you spout such nonsense? You gossip about us. Go find yourself an eggplant if you can't get a man. Are you so empty inside that you have to slander others all the time? I'll tear your mouth off. I'll beat your mouth to a pulp. That stinking mouth of yours should be shoved in. Xiolian straddled Aunt Wang, completely disregarding her seniority, and began slapping her face hard with both hands. Within moments, Aunt Wang's face was red and swollen, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, the crowd intervened. Though Aunt Wang's words had been vile, they couldn't let things escalate to serious harm. Several people rushed to pull them apart. Aunt Wang stood up, puffing out her cheeks as she spat out 2 teeth. Auntie Wang hadn't expected Xiolian to overhear. This time, she was clearly in the wrong and had no defense. She could only swallow her anger and the blood in her mouth. Though Xiulian was the one who struck first, she had been seething inside, her eyes still brimming with tears. Even after returning home, she hadn't regained her usual composure. Ma Chang was practicing using his wheelchair at home when he saw Xiulan's expression. He maneuvered his chair closer and asked gently, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Tell me, and I'll go settle the score." Xiulian held her breath, glancing at Ma Chang. She wanted to speak but dared not. Telling him would only make him angry and anxious, yet keeping it bottled up left her heart heavy. Ma Chang feared she might harm herself by bottling it up, urging her repeatedly. "Come on, tell me. We're husband and wife, what could possibly be too much for me to know? Don't shoulder this alone. Even though my legs aren't healed yet, I'm your man. I can help you handle it." That's right, they were husband and wife. The wine guy hadn't just slandered Tiezhu, he'd slandered Ma Chang, Cuihua, and her too. After some thought, Xiulian told Ma Chang what had happened, though she didn't repeat the ugly words verbatim. Even so, Ma Chang was shaking with rage. He rocked his wheelchair, ready to confront Auntie Wang. Xiulian quickly stepped in front of him. "Don't go. As a woman, I've already given her enough of a beating. Her mouth must be sore right now. If you go, people will say we're guilty." Her reasoning made sense, and Ma Chang could only swallow his anger. "Don't tell Cuihua about this," Xiulian added. "She'll just get worked up and angry." Xiulan nodded. She didn't want Cuihua to hear about this either, it was too awful. "But Chang, we need a plan," Xiulian insisted. "Tiezhu never married Cuihua. If things keep going like this, it'll happen again. Today it's Auntie Wang, tomorrow it might be Auntie Li, the day after that, Auntie Zhang." "Yeah, you're right." Ma Chang pondered for a moment before suggesting a plan. "Here's what we'll do. You go buy some liquor later. We still have that venison Tiezhu gave us last time, right? Venison stimulates blood flow and boosts virility. We'll stew it tonight and invite Tiezhu over for dinner." "That's it? What do you mean, just that?" "You're like." After whispering for a while, Xiulian went to make preparations. Tiezhu wasn't in the village today. Director Zhang from the neighboring village had come looking for him again, saying there was something wrong with the village's sheep. He'd taken Cuihua to check on them. Everyone involved in this mess knew it wasn't something to be discussed openly, so no one told Tiezhu or Cuihua. As soon as Tiezhu and Cuihua returned to the village, they ran into Xiulian waiting for them at the village entrance. Tiezhu had intended to go home first, but Xiulian and Cuihua talked and pulled him along until he had no choice but to head straight to the Ma family's place. Xiulian had prepared quite a spread for tonight. Besides that pot of fragrant venison stew, there was braised rabbit, chicken with mixed vegetables, scrambled eggs with broad beans, and stir-fried seasonal greens. Tiezhu exclaimed in surprise, "What special occasion is it today that you've prepared such a feast? And this wine, brother Chang, you must have spent a fortune." "Don't worry about it. Tonight, I just want to drink with you. You've taken such good care of us these past months. Without you, I wouldn't have this wheelchair. I might have left my sister-in-law and niece long ago." "Bro, don't say that. Whenever you want to drink, just come find me. I'll keep you company. But you should cut back, I'm still preparing your medicine. It's best to avoid certain foods while you're healing." He'd learned numerous prescriptions from the system and was already gathering the herbs. Mostly, it was that purple lingji from last time that gave him confidence. He felt he could heal Ma Chang's legs sooner. Ma Chang remained silent, simply drinking with Tiezhu. After a few cups, both men felt the effects. "Bro, this liquor." The moment Xiulan and Ma Chang heard the question about the liquor, their hearts leapt. "This stuff packs a punch. But it's genuinely delicious, where'd you get it?" Ma Chang let out a long sigh. "From Old Su's place at the east end of the village. I bought his treasured reserve. If you want more, he probably wouldn't sell it to you." "What a pity. Well then, I'd better drink more of this stuff. But why does this wine make me feel hotter the more I drink?" "Hot? No, you're just drunk. No worries if you are, you can crash in Cuihua's room later." This heat felt abnormal. Tiezhu didn't feel it on his skin, it seemed to radiate from within his very core. Especially his lower abdomen and, well, that third leg. The sensation was almost like when he couldn't control himself. Thinking about the wine, the venison on the table, and Ma Chang's earlier words, he couldn't help but understand. Add to that Cuihua's small hand resting on his arm, worried he'd drink too much to say he wasn't tempted would be a lie. But he couldn't act on it. Tiezhu shot Cuihua a meaningful glance before suddenly leaping up and dashing out. "Brother, what's gotten into Tiezhu?" Cuihua had no idea what they'd been up to, while Xiulian grew concerned. "Brother Chang, is he okay?" Tiezhu's actions caught Ma Chang off guard, but he truly began to see Tiezhu in a new light. He didn't regret what he'd done tonight, though, and simply reassured the two women, "It's fine. He'll be back soon." Sure enough, within minutes, Tiezhu returned, soaking wet. "Tiezhu, I'm sorry for what happened tonight. All this time, you never came to propose. I was just afraid you didn't want to marry Cuihua. Brother, I won't dwell on tonight's events. I won't hold what you did against you. Rest assured, I will marry Cuihua. Once I've saved enough money, I'll bring the betrothal gifts." The Ma family's affairs remained unknown to outsiders. However, Cuihua sensed something was off with her brother and sister-in-law's unusual behavior tonight. Under her relentless questioning and persistent pestering, Xiaolian finally told Cuihua everything. Early the next morning, disregarding her status as an unmarried young woman, Cuihua confronted Aunt Wang at her doorstep. "Wang family. If you're short on salt, go scoop it from the sea. What business is my relationship with brother Tiezhu any of yours? All you do is pry into other people's business day in and day out. Are you desperate to get married? The old ones bring misfortune to their husbands, the young ones can't find anyone. I say you're just cursed to never have a man in your lives. You'll never find a man in this lifetime, not even the village's welfare recipients would take you." Auntie Wang had been hiding in her room. Xiaolian's slaps had already left her reeling, and she didn't want to be hit again. But hearing Cuihua's words, she couldn't hold back and stepped outside. "What's the big deal? What did I say wrong? If Tiezhu doesn't want to marry you, that's his problem. You flaunt yourself all day long, and he still doesn't want you. He's got issues. Sick? I don't need your cure." Tiezhu rushed out upon hearing the commotion. "Have some dignity, will you? I don't know why Cuihua was here berating you, but knowing you, that foul mouth of yours must have been at it again. You think I don't know what you're up to? All this drama just to get me to marry your Li Fangfang? Forget it. Even if she were the only woman left on earth, I wouldn't marry her. I don't want her, and I certainly don't want you." With that, he dragged Cuihua away. Chapter 52, Expanding the Farm. Aunt Wang was left speechless, her anger simmering inside her. Unable to vent it, she returned home with a flushed face. Li Fangfang asked what was wrong, and she repeated her tirade against Cuihua. "Mom, didn't I tell you? Stop bothering them. Don't you think we've embarrassed ourselves enough already? They're already engaged, the whole village knows it. Why would I go running after them now?" Though her words were true, the shame of what Tiezhu had said that day still gnawed at her. She always avoided him when they crossed paths, turning away the moment she saw him. How could she dare to have any real interaction? "Mom knows, that country bumpkin Tiezhu could never be good enough for you. The man you end up with will be 100 times better than Cuihua." Li Fangfang remained silent, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, Fan Juhua, having heard the recent village gossip, deliberately sought out Cuihua. They'd grown up together since childhood, attended school together, and were close in age. Yet they constantly compared themselves in everything, never truly becoming close friends. With the Ma family's troubles, Fan Juhua had visited even less frequently. She cautiously warned, "Cuihua, you need to be careful. It's not that I'm overly suspicious, but your families have been engaged for so long, and Tiezhu still hasn't married you. Usually, a man like that just doesn't love you. You won't find happiness if you marry him. It's better for both of you to let go. You'll just suffer and be treated poorly." Before, Tiezhu was poor and said he needed to save money. But now he has a new job and bought goose chicks. Does he still not have the money to marry you? I think that's just an excuse. Do you really want to believe a man like that? Her words made perfect sense. If Tiezhu really were that kind of person. Cuihua listened, stunned, then slowly curved her lips into a charming smile and let out a soft laugh. "Brother Tiezhu isn't that kind of person. Why not? How can you trust him so blindly? I think he's got you under his spell. Men are the most fickle creatures. He might be playing the good guy again, only to end up rejecting you." Though Fan Juhua didn't spell it out, Cuihua understood perfectly. Cuihua shook her head, patting Fan Juhua's shoulder gently. "Don't worry too much. Brother Tiezhu said he'd marry me, and he will. Brother Tiezhu is a good man, not like you say. You're not allowed to speak ill of him anymore. If you spend more time with him, you'll see how genuine he really is. More sincere than anyone else in our village." As Cuihua spoke, her eyes seemed to glow. After the flowers fell, she left, not giving Fan Juhua a chance to criticize Tiezhu further. Fan Juhua watched Cuihua's retreating figure, the smile slowly fading from her face. Her earlier words had been meant to drive a wedge between Cuihua and Tiezhu, but she hadn't expected Cuihua to trust Tiezhu so deeply. She pursed her lips, inwardly displeased. Tiezhu was now the village's most eligible bachelor. If he weren't tied to the Ma family, how many women would be lining up to marry him? He'd been stringing her along for so long without marrying her. The Ma family really didn't know a good thing when they saw it. The next day, the village chief gathered everyone in the square for a meeting, seemingly to announce something important. Every household was required to send at least one representative. Tiezhu happened to be heading to work, so he came straight over. By the appointed time, the small square was packed. The village chief stood at the front, chatting with the leader of the breeding farm, his face brimming with flattery and eagerness. Tiezhu didn't care much about all this. Since his last argument with the village chief, he hadn't seen him once. Privately, they hadn't shared a single meal, nor exchanged a single word. Yet his job at the pig farm remained unchanged. If the village chief wanted to fire him, it would only take a word. Tiezhu spotted Cuihua in the crowd immediately and made his way over. Cuihua spotted him at the eyeglass shop almost immediately. "Brother Tiezhu, you're here. I heard the village chief is in high spirits today. Seems he has something important to announce," Cuihua whispered. Tiezhu gave a faint nod. As the loudspeaker blared, all eyes turned toward the front. Fellow villagers, I've gathered you all today to share some good news. The village chief's face broke into a smile. Comrade Qian Sanling, the deputy director of the breeding farm, has brought us some good news. Chicken chicks are currently available at low prices, and we hope our village can expand its breeding scale. A murmur rippled through the crowd below the stage. The village chief raised his hand, signaling for quiet. Expand production? Exactly. With so many, there's bound to be unexpected problems. I think it's a good thing. If Comrade Qian and our village chief weren't close friends, how could he bring us such a great deal? These chicks are half the market price. Come to think of it, I regretted not buying 2 more last time. I wonder how many the village chief brought this time. The villagers buzzed with chatter, though most comments revolved around vowing to buy more. Tiezhu and Cuihua listened quietly without saying a word. The deputy director will provide more chicks. Those wanting to raise more can register with me. The more you buy, the cheaper the price. Plus, once the chickens are fully grown, the town's poultry farm will repurchase them at market prices. No one will be shortchanged. I reckon this is a solid deal that could boost our village's development. It's work that can help everyone live a better life. The village chief was thrilled, eager to attract more participants. After all, such favorable terms are rare. But village chief, even if we wanted to buy them, we just don't have that kind of money. Our incomes are low, and raising chickens requires costs. For those with more affluent families, it's one thing, but for ordinary folks like us who just want to make a little extra, it's simply unaffordable. Exactly. The last batch of chicks I bought already wiped out my savings. If we had more money, we'd definitely buy more from the village chief. The village chief has already considered everyone's situation. Don't worry about the money. Deputy Director Yan Ming said that if funds are insufficient, the town's breeding farm can provide loans up front. Just start raising them first. Just repay it on time when the deadline comes. The villagers exchanged glances, many faces showing hesitation. But will there be interest on the loan? And when exactly do we have to pay it back? Exactly. Our chickens aren't even grown yet. How can we possibly repay? Is this even reliable? The residents all murmured among themselves. After all, they'd never done anything like this before, so some concern was only natural. Zheng patted his chest reassuringly. He had just noticed online that everything was above board. Rest assured, this is legitimate. Comrade Qian deliberately investigated the village to understand the people's situation. He discovered the Ma family's circumstances, their poor household conditions and need for assistance, so he proposed the loan to them. But for some reason, Tiezhu misunderstood the situation. Chapter 53, Loan for Chicken Farming. Today I brought this up to apologize to Comrade Qian. We misunderstood his good intentions. Comrade Qian meant well, Tiezhu. You misunderstood him. This is legitimate. Fellow villagers, this is Deputy Director Yan Ming's Goodwill Initiative. What is this called? It's called investing first, then reaping the rewards. Our village has secured this opportunity. No other village has it. Only our village receives this special treatment. The village chief is doing this for the village's benefit. Everyone should participate enthusiastically and make money together. One person has already stepped forward to lead the effort, and others are following suit. The deputy director said that once our chickens are grown, he'll bring people to buy them. Not a single one will be left behind. All qualified chickens will be purchased. Tiezhu stood in the crowd, his brow furrowing deeper by the second. They'll take every single qualified chicken, but what about the unqualified ones? Not only might these sick chickens never grow to maturity, but even if they did, they'd be riddled with disease and fail inspection. The town's poultry farm had played a clever trick, selling nearly dead, diseased chickens to villagers at half price while calling it a benefit and special treatment. Only the gullible would fall for it. There were few villagers as clear-headed as Tiezhu anymore. After a long silence, Tiezhu finally spoke up. Taking out loans to raise chickens was unrealistic. Who could guarantee the chickens would grow to maturity? Who could guarantee the mature chickens would pass the town's safety inspections? If something goes wrong during transport, the villagers will bear the losses. What does the town's farm stand to lose? They're leaving all the risk to us while they reap the rewards. If anyone's interested, we can start small first. Why rush? Let's wait until this batch grows up before deciding whether to expand. Tiezhu didn't explicitly say the temperament was problematic, but the implication was clear. The village chief's face darkened. Tiezhu, what do you mean by that? The deputy director meant well, yet here you are nitpicking. Last time was all a misunderstanding. Why do you hold such hostility toward her? I'm just concerned the risks are too high. What risks? Does anyone here not know how to raise chickens? Besides, if anything goes wrong, you're the vet. What's there to fear? The villager who'd led the chicken purchase snorted sarcastically at Tiezhu. Wang Hu chimed in, you bought geese, but we didn't follow your lead. Now you blame Comrade Qian for ruining your dream of getting rich. That's why you're nitpicking and making things difficult. What's the deal? Aren't you the village vet? If the chickens get parasites and you can't treat them, what good is a vet like you? Hearing this, Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly. Tiezhu, deputy director holds our village in high regard, that's our good fortune. Don't throw a tantrum. Just as Tiezhu was about to retort, Cuihua gently tugged at his sleeve and whispered, Brother Tiezhu, stop. If you keep this up, the village chief will get angry. She could see the village chief's face darkening. How could he not be furious when someone publicly undermined him like this? Fine. If you think it's okay, then if anything happens to this batch of chickens later, I won't take responsibility. Tiezhu didn't want to say more. He'd pleaded with them countless times. What could he do if these fools wouldn't listen? He couldn't very well cry and beg them not to buy these chickens. This was Qian Sanling's trap. The villagers debated briefly, concluding this was a surefire deal. Raising the chickens to maturity promised high income and returns. Most were eager to try. One by one, they raised their hands. Village chief, I'll take 20. I'll take out a loan to buy them. Me too. I'll take 30. 40 for me. Wang Hu raised his hand. He and his group had placed the largest second-round orders. Having been laid off from the factory, he was now jobless thanks to Tiezhu. If he could make a killing with this batch of chickens, who in the village would look down on him then? With money, wouldn't a wife come knocking on his door? When buying the chickens, the village chief noticed Wang Hu's high enthusiasm and had just helped him out of a bind. He slowly said, Wang Hu, since you've been suspended for so long, I'm sure you've reflected on your mistakes and won't repeat them. Once these chickens grow up and you sell them, you can come back to work at the pig farm. You'll return to your original position. Wang Hu's eyes lit up instantly. The incident with Li Cuihua's laughing gas had left him bedridden for a long time, costing his family a fortune. Now that this period had passed, his job was being restored, truly a string of good fortune. I'll work my hardest for the village. It was all my fault before, I swear it won't happen again. Thank you for helping us earn money, and thank you for giving me this chance. Wang Hu bowed and scraped, showering the elder with flattery. Tiezhu pulled Cuihua away from the crowd. The more they bought, the more they'd regret it later when they realized they'd been duped. Brother Tiezhu, you shouldn't have humiliated the village chief in front of so many people. How will he ever look at you the same again? Even if you have doubts, you could have discussed them privately with him. He is the head of the village after all. If you offend him, your life here won't be easy. After all, it was the village chief who found Tiezhu his job at the pig farm. Just you wait. Once this batch of chickens grows up, the village will be in trouble. No, make that very soon. Tiezhu lowered his voice, his face darkening ominously. If these villagers wouldn't listen to him, they'd have to learn the hard way. He couldn't reach into anyone else's pockets. Cuihua nodded. Brother Tiezhu, I believe you. If you say the deputy director isn't a good person, then he definitely isn't. I don't buy that the farm would be so kind as to sell the chicks at such a low price. These are diseased chicks. They'll fall ill soon enough. Without treatment, they won't grow properly and the disease could even spread to other livestock in the household. Cuihua's pupils contracted sharply. My sister-in-law was planning to raise a few. Thank goodness she didn't. Otherwise, we'd have lost a fortune. Cuihua trusted Tiezhu unconditionally. If he said these chickens were sick, then they definitely were. But no one in the village trusted him. Even if he said the chickens wouldn't grow or had problems, the villagers wouldn't believe him. After all, Qian Sanling had brought in the town's most renowned veterinarians. The village chief trusted the town's veterinary experts far more than Tiezhu, a simple country bumpkin. As the two were talking, they suddenly heard footsteps approaching behind them. Tiezhu turned around and saw it was Uncle Wang. Tiezhu, I heard what you were saying earlier. Uncle Wang was Tiezhu's neighbor. Their homes were very close. Only he and his wife lived in Uncle Wang's house. Their daily life was frugal. A plate of vegetable leaves could suffice for lunch, and they never wasted anything. Having no children and growing old, they had no income. They relied on the village's subsidies to get by. Chapter 54, No Free Lunch. Occasionally, old Mrs. Wang would dig up potatoes and sweet potatoes from her own plot to sell to villagers. When they first arrived in the village, old lady Wang had shown them kindness, treating them to a meal of roasted sweet potatoes. Tiezhu never forgot that kindness. Tiezhu looked at him earnestly, his eyes bright. Uncle Wang, I remember you bought chickens last time too. Yes, I bought 5. It cost me a pretty penny. If these chickens are really sick and won't grow, I won't even recoup my investment. Uncle Wang frowned, his face clouded with worry. The dense network of wrinkles etched across his face bore witness to the hardships of his life. Thinking about it made him angrier and angrier. Qian Sanling even cheated an old man out of his money. Just how many people did she intend to harm? Uncle Wang shook his head helplessly, his worries mounting. I'd long suspected something fishy about this deal. Why would the town sell them to us at half price? And they're a farm too. Why would they give up profits to let us make money? They're not even related to us. As business people, why would they be so generous? If he'd seen through it sooner, he wouldn't have been duped into buying 5 sick chickens. And he trusted what Tiezhu had said. After all, for so long now, whenever any animal in the village fell ill, no matter how big or small the household, it was always Tiezhu who took care of it. His skills speak for themselves. Tiezhu, Uncle Wang, although this chicken is sick, it's not untreatable if we intervene early. I'll stop by tomorrow when I'm free to mix some medicine for the chicken you bought. It should grow up just fine. However, even if it does grow, it'll remain a stunted chicken. Once infected with this disease, there's no cure. It'll affect the chick for life, making it difficult for it to gain weight. In town, they usually call this disease chicken dwarfism. Uncle Wang's eyes lit up slightly. Alright then, thanks a lot. You're sharp, kid. I'll trust you on this. I won't be buying a single chicken from now on. You still have that flock of geese you brought back last time, right? Why don't you sell me a few so I can try raising them too? He had faith in Tiezhu. The young man was capable and not foolish. As the village veterinarian, he understood these matters. If he said raising geese was good, then it must be good. Maybe they could even make a profit from it, recouping some of their losses. Besides, the money they'd saved up was enough to buy a few. Tiezhu didn't refuse. He simply fetched 5 geese from his pen and handed them to Uncle Wang. Just as he was about to pay, Tiezhu refused. Once you've raised them to maturity, I'll come collect them myself. With me around, there won't be any problems. As long as you raise them properly, they'll all grow strong and healthy. Tiezhu then gave him some important tips, which Uncle Wang committed to memory. Qian Sanling's entire batch of chickens sold out completely, snapped up by the villagers. Wang Hu bought a large number at once, becoming the household with the most chickens in the village. Many regretted not buying more, as this was clearly a profitable venture. Qian Sanling watched her entire flock disappear, her heart bursting with joy. Deputy Director, all the chickens are gone. If these villagers find out these chickens won't grow big at all, that they're all diseased chickens our factory rejected, I can't imagine their reactions. Qian Sanling shot him a fierce glare upon hearing this. What nonsense are you spouting? We're still in the village. How can you be so brazen? Aren't you afraid someone will find out? So what? They've already bought them. Do you think they'll take them back? Better safe than sorry. Anyway, once the batch is sold, whatever happens afterward is none of our business. Let's get out of here fast. But these words were overheard by Tiezhu, who had deliberately followed and hidden nearby. Tiezhu made no attempt to hide, stepping straight into the room. Deputy Director Qian, you really have a knack for calculating. I underestimated just how despicable you are. Qian Sanling jumped at the sound of someone approaching, but upon recognizing Tiezhu, her panic vanished instantly. So what if you know these chickens are all diseased rejects from our factory? Even if you spread that around, would anyone in your village believe you? Do you think they'd believe me, the deputy director of the town's poultry farm who can summon experts at a moment's notice, or you, a newcomer who's only been here a few years? Tiezhu, let me warn you, if you make this too awkward, the village chief will kick you out. I did underestimate your cleverness, but you're not qualified to take on big business yet. Aren't you raising geese? I'll just see if your geese can grow up properly. Do you have what it takes? Or will they end up like these sick chickens? Qian Sanling's face wore a merciless sneer, as if Tiezhu were nothing but a joke. She was convinced no one in the village would believe him, which only emboldened her further. Is that so? We'll see about that. What goes around comes around, Qian Sanling. Don't you fear retribution? Tiezhu spat out the words before turning away, unwilling to engage with them any further. As soon as he arrived home, he found Oyu already sitting in the courtyard, waiting for him for who knows how long. Why are you here? Brother Tiezhu, I came to see you. The village is buying chickens lately, and I'm not sure if I should get some. You're against it, so I wanted to ask your opinion first. But mainly, I want to buy geese from you and go into business together. Tiezhu understood. You want to raise geese with me? Tun nodded. You know my family's situation. If raising geese can make money, I want to join you. Whether we make a lot or a little, at least we'll make something. Brother Tiezhu is a vet. If anything goes wrong with the goslings, he can handle it right away. Unlike with these chickens, if they get sick, they can't exactly go to the town for the deputy director. I want to start with just a few to test the waters. I've never raised geese before and lack experience. Brother Tiezhu, could you mentor me? Tiezhu hesitated for a moment, still somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that a few people in this group would still be willing to trust him. And earlier, when he'd been forced to harm them, they'd chosen to trust him unconditionally. Sure, I can. But how many do you want to raise? Raising geese costs more than chickens. Are you sure? I'm sure. Even if I lose money, it's fine. I'll take the hit. Alright, I'll pick out a few strong ones for you. Sneak them back tonight. The deputy director won't leave until tomorrow. We don't want him seeing them and stirring up trouble. Now Oyu was his eyes and ears. If Qian Sanling found out they'd been conspiring together, she'd likely target his goslings again. Stone's face lit up with delight, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. That night, his sister had a slight fever, so he didn't go to Tiezhu's house to get the geese. He waited until the next day when Qian Sanling had left the village. Only then did he go to Tiezhu's house and take 5 goslings home. Tiezhu still didn't charge him, but promised to buy all the goslings once they were grown. This, too, was a form of indirect support. Chapter 55, Sick Chickens Everywhere. Early the next morning, word spread that Stone had begun raising geese with Tiezhu. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Some even hurled baseless taunts. Stone, what on earth possessed you to follow Tiezhu into goose farming? It's high-risk business, you'll bleed dry sooner or later. Have you forgotten your family's situation? Tiezhu's already an outcast in the village, but now look who's followed him. Just listen to the village chief, we raise chickens. Selling them to the city farms won't lose us money. Stone, raising geese will lose you money. Return them now while you still can. Tiezhu deliberately defied the village chief at yesterday's meeting, going against our village's interests. You're getting mixed up in this mess too? Have you forgotten your family's situation? You still rely on the village subsidies to get by. Oh, you hadn't forgotten, of course. He pretended not to hear all the gossip. He simply followed Tiezhu's instructions and prepared the feed needed for the young geese. You won't listen, but Tiezhu is setting himself up for failure. He's not only angered the village chief but also the town's poultry farm. Who's going to buy his geese? Your mother's still sick, and you're being so unreasonable? You used to be so dependable, now you're just lost and confused. They couldn't fathom what had gotten into Stone, of all people, to start raising geese with Tiezhu. The most honest and upright man in the village, OU, has turned rebellious. He must have picked up bad habits from Tiezhu. Stone didn't utter a word, just kept busy with his own tasks. But Cuihua, passing by, couldn't stand it. They could talk about OU all they wanted, but bringing up Tiezhu over and over? What kind of talk was that? What nonsense are you spouting? How could raising geese possibly lose money? Have you ever tried it yourselves? How would you even know? Spouting nonsense with your eyes wide open. I could just as easily say raising chickens would lose you money. You're just jealous of others' success. What business is it of yours what Tiezhu chooses to raise? Got nothing better to do? Cuihua shut down every one of those gossipers. Seeing they couldn't win, they could only whisper among themselves. But it was as if Cuihua had spoken the truth. Before long, something seemed to go wrong with the chickens in the village. At first, only a few households noticed their chicks looking listless and unenthusiastic. They huddled in corners, barely moving, and didn't scramble for food. Each day, the feed in the troughs remained untouched. The old woman from the Huang household kept 10 chicks, and the more she watched them, the more uneasy she felt. The chicks clearly looked sick. They even started having diarrhea. What's going on? Did they get food poisoning? The old man came out to take a look and confirmed something was indeed wrong. They must be sick. When they first arrived, every one of them was lively and energetic. Now they won't even eat their food, just huddling in dark corners. What else could it be but sickness? Maybe we should ask Tiezhu to take a look. He's the village vet after all, he'll know what's going on. But the moment he suggested it, Wang Hu shot him down. No way. Everyone in the village knows Tiezhu has crossed the village chief. If we go to him now, we might just become the scapegoat. If the village chief comes down on us, my family won't get off easy. But there was nothing to be done. Huang could only hope for the best. Maybe it was just a simple cold, and his chickens were the only ones in the village with problems. They hadn't taken it seriously or spread the word, but as time slowly passed, it wasn't just Huang's family that had problems. The Li family lost 4 chicks outright. They too initially thought it was nothing serious and kept it quiet. But now they were dead. Only then did panic set in. Oh my god, what are we gonna do? Half my chicks are already dead. Yesterday they were just listless, but this morning they were stiff as boards. They must be sick. The Li family's outcry drew all the other households whose chicks had fallen ill to gather together. My little chick was perfectly fine just a while ago, but lately, I don't know what's gotten into it. It hasn't even finished eating the feed in its grass and just hides in dark corners without coming out to move around. It's clearly sick. How are yours doing? Ours is the same, all wet and droopy. Is it really sick? Could Iron Pillar have been right after all? Is something wrong with these chickens? That can't be. So many people in the village raise chickens, but only a few households like ours have issues. Wang Hu's family has the most chickens, and theirs are fine. Ours must just be minor problems. What should we do? How are your chicks doing? Mine look listless, and one died yesterday. Oh no, mine too. I thought it was just mine. One died, and it's been listless for days. What's going on? Could they be sick? Everyone felt uneasy. After all, these chicks and goslings were their livelihood. Some families had even traded all their household belongings for the young chicks. They were counting on raising the chickens to make money. But now, with some dead and others listless, forget about growing up, it's uncertain if they'll even survive. People in the village were already getting restless. I'm going to find Tiezhu to take a look right now. Otherwise, if all my chickens die, won't my money be wasted? I refuse to let my money go down the drain. If they're sick, we'll treat them. Aren't you afraid of offending the village chief and deputy director? Everyone in the village knows Tiezhu goes against them, yet he acts like nothing's wrong working at the pig farm while raising his own goslings. Folks around here figure if you side with Tiezhu, you're against the village chief and the deputy director from town. Everyone fears trouble coming their way. Just as someone was rushing to fetch Tiezhu for an inspection, Wang Hu appeared out of nowhere. "You old women are worrying over nothing." He spat to the side and waved his hand dismissively. "Chicks are delicate creatures to begin with. They're hard to raise. They get sick easily from eating the wrong thing, getting diarrhea, or just catching a bug. A few dying isn't the end of the world. Who hasn't lost a few chicks hatching before? Besides, look around now, every household has at least a dozen, some have dozens, and mine has over 100. With so many chicks, losing one or two is perfectly normal. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Wang Hu spoke with righteous indignation, spittle flying from his mouth, though deep down he knew full well their own chickens were looking pretty sluggish. That's why he'd come out to check on them. Wang Hu's family kept the most chickens. Hearing his explanation, everyone finally relaxed. "Really? Your chickens are having problems too?" Wang Hu nodded. "My chickens are doing well. Only one or two have died. The chicks are so small now, isn't it perfectly normal for a few to die?" Chapter 56, Li Tiezhu's plea. Besides, Tiezhu openly defied the village chief. By declaring the chickens problematic in front of everyone, going to confront him now would be slapping the town director in the face. Watch out, the town might refuse to buy your chickens. If you insist on going, go ahead. It's no big deal. Just get some medicine from the doctor in town, and they'll be fine in no time. Wang Hu seemed utterly unconcerned, since he'd already bought medicine in town today. The chickens might recover soon enough. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. It seemed he had a point. Back when they raised fewer chickens, losing one hurt. But now that they had so many, a few deaths didn't seem like such a big deal. Besides, their business calculations were below market prices, they bought half at cost. Even if one or two died, the loss wouldn't be significant. The main thing was to keep the remaining chickens alive and raise them to market size. Selling them in town would bring in a decent profit. Yeah, Wang Hu's right. I'll go buy the medicine today. Who needs it? Give me the money, and I'll bring it back for you. Maybe we were overthinking it. Get me 2 packets then. Wang Hu's words were like a stabilizing force, calming their nerves considerably. Back when every household raised chickens, it was inevitable that a few chicks would die shortly after hatching. That's just how it is. And the chickens hiding in the shade? Probably just because it's too hot. Wang Hu snorted coldly. If he let them go find Tiezhu, wouldn't that just be handing him easy money? He certainly didn't want to watch Tiezhu rake in a fortune. He'd finally managed to win the village chief back over to his side, and now he needed to keep building goodwill with him. For days on end, he'd been making frequent trips to the village chief's place, either delivering gifts or discussing matters concerning the village's chicks. He'd charmed the village chief into being overjoyed. If Tiezhu were to meddle now, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Yet despite this, some still harbored doubts. Li Dazhu felt something was off about the situation and insisted on bringing in a professional veterinarian. Ignoring the village's objections, he resolutely headed to Tiezhu's house. Tiezhu had just woken from his afternoon nap, his eyes still half closed. "Tiezhu, hurry over to my place. Something's wrong with my chickens. They seem sick, 4 have already died. I only bought 10 chickens. If they keep dying like this, I'll lose everything. I don't care what the village says, please come check them out. I'll pay you as agreed." Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly, a groggy irritation settling over him. He'd known this day would come, that Sun Mingwen would eventually come knocking. It was only a matter of time. He wasn't the least bit surprised. This venture was doomed from the start. "I warned you all before, but you wouldn't listen. Now that something's gone wrong, you come running to me. I told you before, I won't look into any basic issues in the village. Find someone else." He had declared this publicly before, and everyone knew it. Now that they were coming to him again, if he went, some would dismiss his earlier words as empty talk. After enduring all this criticism for so long, was he just going to let it slide? No way. Li Dazhu's brow furrowed slowly, his face betraying unmistakable anxiety. "Tiezhu, don't take what was said earlier to heart. The village may not trust you, but I've never doubted a word you've said. We raise chickens just to make ends meet, just to earn a living. The village chief said this project was good, so naturally we believed him. But now that this has happened, I'm asking you to please check on my chickens. Our family depends on these chickens to survive." Tiezhu paused for a moment. He wasn't that narrow-minded. He got up, grabbed his tools, and followed Li Dazhu to their home. Upon reaching the chicken coop, the birds indeed appeared even more sickly than when they'd first arrived. The chickens had been problematic from the start. That they held out for over half a month before showing symptoms was actually quite fortunate. "Scan the flock," Tiezhu silently commanded in his mind. Soon, the familiar mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. "Scanning. Scan complete. Target scanned, chicken flock. Scan results, severe coccidiosis infection, potentially triggering bacterial complications leading to COVID-19. Mortality level 3. Current condition, below average. If left unchecked, the virus may induce avian influenza within the flock. Once avian influenza emerges, it will spread to other animals beyond chickens. Host, please address this promptly to prevent further losses. Solutions as follows. The system provided multiple solutions, nearly all of which were feasible for this era, with required materials readily available at the local market. Tiezhu's face darkened. The situation was far more complex than he'd anticipated. He'd initially considered ignoring it, but the system's warning about potential spread to other animals in the village left him no choice. If his flock of geese became infected, all his investments would be lost. Qiang Sanling was truly despicable, selling diseased chickens to the village, exploiting the villagers' trust to act with impunity. The chickens weren't just infected with coccidiosis, they also had COVID-19. It wasn't just your chickens, even blowhard's chickens were probably infected. If this continued, it could trigger avian influenza. It could even spread to other animals. These chickens were already problematic. By delaying treatment for so long, the viral infection has only worsened. I might not even be able to cure them, I can only try. Tiezhu had stockpiled a wide range of household medications at home, capable of treating most viral infections. Following the system's prompts, he tried administering medication to the sick chickens. This medication should be mixed into the feed trough once daily. Additionally, the chicken coop must be cleaned frequently, as the virus is present in the droppings. This will help prevent cross-infection. Li Dazhu understood Tiezhu's instructions, quickly thanked him, and pulled out the medical fee. Tiezhu accepted it without hesitation. After 2 or 3 days of treatment, the chickens at Li Dazhu's house showed clear signs of recovery. By the time Tiezhu returned for a follow-up check, they were already much better. They're fine now. Thankfully, we caught it early and started treatment promptly. Thanks, man. If it weren't for you, my chicken would have been toast. Li Dazhu apologized to Tiezhu. It's just business, I'll head back now. You still need to keep the area well ventilated. There are still many sick chickens in the village, and I only treated yours. Plus, since these are chicks, they're highly susceptible to infection. Use some antibiotics. Li Dazhu nodded repeatedly, praising Tiezhu as a good man. The villagers noticed that Li Dazhu, who had been gloomy and worried, now looked refreshed and radiant, like a completely different person. They approached him, asking, Li Dazhu, what's gotten into you? Did something good happen at home? We saw you looking so worried about your chickens before. What's going on? Are your chickens better now? Li Dazhu smiled. You bet. Chapter 57, Pride Comes Before a Fall. Hearing this, several villagers who were worried about their own sick chickens immediately gathered around, their interest piqued. Li Dazhu, your chickens really recovered? How did you cure them? Did you give them medicine? Li Dazhu chuckled softly. How else could they be cured? Who's the only veterinarian in our village? You didn't want to ask Tiezhu for help yourselves, afraid of offending someone. If you keep dragging your feet like this, by the time all your chickens are dead, you'll be in for it. Don't forget, many of your chickens were bought with loans. If you go to Tiezhu now, there might still be a chance. When he treated my chickens, he said if it had been any later, they probably wouldn't have survived. You're clinging to your pride and suffering the consequences. I'm not going to cover your losses. Their chickens are all healthy now, and they don't want the sick ones in the village infecting theirs. Hearing this, everyone's faces instantly turned grim. They never imagined Li Dazhu would seek Tiezhu's help. Even after using the medicine Wang Hu recommended, their chickens showed no improvement. Now, nearly every household was experiencing sudden deaths among their young chicks. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they grew. If Tiezhu's words proved true, wouldn't all their chickens perish? What on earth could they do? Huang Debao slumped to the ground, utterly dejected. Is it true? Did Tiezhu really say that? My chickens have been acting strange lately too. Even with the medicine, 2 more died this morning. I'm so worried I'm pulling my hair out. If it's really like Tiezhu says, then doesn't that mean the chickens we bought are actually diseased? Wu Er frowned as he spoke. Every household in their village had bought so many chickens, even taking out loans on the village chief's advice. These chickens haven't even grown yet, and they're dying before we can sell them. How are we ever going to pay back the loans? Many people were growing increasingly anxious. I don't care. I'm going to find Tiezhu for help right now. Who cares who he offends? Li Dazhu was right. Xiang's face is purple red, and my chicks are all drooping and listless. If they all die, how am I supposed to pay back this money? Most of them bought them with loans. If the chickens died, it meant they couldn't repay the loans. And now they couldn't help but suspect that Tiezhu's words might actually be true, that Qiang Sanling might have really cheated them, selling diseased chicks to the village. Li Dazhu patted his chest. Trust me, he declared. Go find Tiezhu for treatment right now. He's the real deal. He's cured so many sick animals in our village. He diagnosed my chickens with coccidiosis at a glance and warned that if left untreated, it could spread into avian flu. Then every animal in the village would suffer. Yet you still doubt him. Hurry up and go, don't let my good chickens get infected too. After this ordeal, Li Dazhu knew exactly who spoke truth and who spoke lies. The chickens sold to them in town were indeed problematic. There was no doubt about it. Avian flu? The villagers' faces turned pale at the mere mention of those 3 words. They might not have heard of coccidiosis, but avian flu was all too familiar to them. The pig farm had been hit by swine flu before, wiping out several barns of pigs in one fell swoop. That year brought massive losses, nearly forcing the village to abandon pig farming altogether. Tiezhu insisted this batch of chickens was problematic from the start. As the village veterinarian, he had warned everyone, but no one listened. They trusted the expert Qian Sanling brought in. Now that the chickens were truly sick, it was clear that expert's diagnosis had been false. Who's the fraud and who's the good guy? Everyone should know by now. We've wronged Tiezhu all along, even accusing him of blocking our livelihood. He was warning us not to be deceived, yet we were ungrateful, cursing and mocking him. How unconscionable. Li Dazhu had long been reflecting on his own actions. That's why, during the days of treating the chickens, he kept bringing quality supplies to Tiezhu's house just to ease his conscience. The news spread like wildfire, instantly setting the village abuzz. People chattered wildly, each panicking. Several major chicken farmers rushed straight to Tiezhu's house. Tiezhu was busy working in the yard when he saw the crowd surging toward him. He knew exactly what was happening. He calmly closed the door, having no intention of letting these villagers in. Seeing this, the villagers rushed forward. Just as Tiezhu closed the door, a hand reached through the gap. Tiezhu, don't close the door. We're here to see you. 2 or 3 dozen people, young and old, crowded around his door. Help? If it's a problem with the chickens, I won't get involved. But if it's any other animal, I might be able to help. The villagers' faces darkened. They remembered Tiezhu's earlier words: if anything happened to this batch of chickens, he wouldn't lift a finger. Tiezhu, we were wrong before. We wronged you. Please help us now. These chickens really are problematic, just like you said. Several of our household's chickens have fallen ill. Please help us. I raised 30 chickens, and nearly 10 have already died. If this keeps up, I'll lose all my money. What kind of situation is this? I took out a loan to buy these chickens on the village chief's advice. If they all die, I'll not only lose money but also have to repay the loan. Tiezhu, please save my chickens. My chicks are sick as dogs too, go check them out. Me too. Me too. Tiezhu was instantly surrounded, completely cut off. This scene stood in stark contrast to the villagers' accusations against him just a short while ago. They weren't admitting fault, they knew their chickens were dying. I told you all this batch of chickens would be trouble, I won't take responsibility. You didn't listen to me back then, insisting on buying so many yourselves. Now you come to me? What can I do? The villagers understood Tiezhu was sulking. Who wouldn't be after enduring so much scorn and ridicule from the village for so long? To remain unruffled would be nothing short of saintly. We understand. Aunt Huang dropped to her knees with a thud. After hearing Li Dazhu's words, she realized that pride meant nothing compared to money. If these chickens died, her family would be left with nothing to eat. Tiezhu, I beg you, even Aunt Huang begs you, please examine my chickens. You cured Li Dazhu's flock. I'm begging you to examine my chickens too. I'm truly at my wit's end. Tiezhu's expression darkened. This wasn't a scene he wanted to see either. What are you doing? Get up. I can take a look, but that doesn't mean I can cure them. This batch of chickens was already sick to begin with, and now that so much time has passed, it'll be very difficult to treat them. Li Dazhu was just lucky. Who knows what state other households' chickens have deteriorated into by now. Chapter 58, The True Face. Huang Dapo's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Iron Column helped her up from the ground, and the villagers followed him straight to Huang Dama's house. Huang Dama kept only a few chickens, and their condition was roughly similar to Li Dazhu's flock. Tiezhu knew this day would come eventually, so he had stockpiled plenty of medicine at home. He prescribed some medicine for Huang Dama's chickens and instructed her on feeding and treatment methods. Is that all it takes to cure them? Tiezhu replied calmly, not necessarily. This is only the initial treatment. Whether they recover depends on the fate of this batch of chickens. Li Dazhu's chickens recovered because they were caught early, before the virus spread throughout their bodies. That was pure luck. As for the others, I can't say. Hearing Tiezhu's words, their hearts sank even further. Some even began to regret their decisions. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have bought so many. Our family bought 50 chickens. If this drags on, half of them will be dead soon. That bastard actually dared to sell us these sick chickens and call it support? What a load of bull. I'm returning these chickens, I don't want them. And I paid cash up front. The village chief must have been deceived by that deputy director from town too. Those farm owners really have no conscience. I want my money back too. What good is yelling now? It's too late for complaints. Haven't you forgotten we signed a contract when we bought the chickens? Once delivered, no refunds. There's no way they'll give refunds. The group sighed and grumbled. Those who bought more were the most bitter, some even arguing with their wives. They'd hoped to make a killing with this batch of chickens, but now it seemed making any profit at all was doubtful. Not losing money would be a blessing in disguise. Who dared ask for more? After curing the chickens at Mrs. Wang's house, Jinanzhuo moved on to the next household. Sure enough, the chickens there were in exactly the same condition as those at Li Daju's house, if not worse. Tiezhu frowned. Following the system's instructions, he mixed the prepared medicine into the feed troughs and then meticulously explained the precautions for each household's virus. This medicine must be administered continuously for 3 days, once daily. Remember to clean the chicken coops frequently, or the virus will keep coming back. The villager nodded repeatedly, pulled a stack of bills from his pocket, counted out a few, and pressed them into Tiezhu's hand. You've worked hard, Tiezhu. This is the medical fee we agreed on earlier. If it weren't for you, my chickens would have been wiped out. Tiezhu accepted without hesitation and continued on to the next household. By the end of the day, he had visited over a dozen households, each with the same story. The villager's attitude toward him shifted from earlier mockery to respect, with some even flattering him behind his back. For several days in a row, Tiezhu's home received numerous gifts. Cuihua witnessed this, feeling 1,000 frustrations welling up inside her, yet she said nothing. They had berated Iron Pillar for so long, yet now they completely changed their tune. People are like that, they don't learn who's right until they've tasted a bit of hardship. Tiezhu had treated nearly every chicken brought to him by villagers seeking help. Today, when he took Cuihua to follow up, they found most of the chickens had improved. For the few that hadn't, he prescribed new medicine based on their symptoms. After several days, nearly all the chickens treated by Tiezhu were on the road to recovery. Whenever villagers saw Tiezhu, they greeted him with extraordinary warmth. They never failed to praise him during their chats. Tiezhu really knows his stuff. In just a few days, all my chickens have come back to life. Not long ago, they were listless and lethargic, but now they've cleaned out the entire feed trough. That's right. If it weren't for Tiezhu, we would have suffered huge losses this time. We raise over 50 chickens, half of which were bought with loans. If they had all died, our family really wouldn't have been able to survive. Over the next few days, as long as those seeking his help showed decent manners, Tiezhu would usually go. Wang Hu sensed something was off. With over 20 of his 100+ chickens already dead, his anxiety grew. Son, our chickens are clearly sick. I've asked around the village, everyone's going to Tiezhu for help. If we don't go to him soon, they'll all die. No way. These chickens are perfectly fine. I've already treated them, and they're clearly getting better. Besides, Tiezhu is just a big empty shell, he's got no real skills. How can you trust him? But this isn't about belief anymore. So many households in the village with sick chickens have been cured by Tiezhu. Whether he has the skill or not, the results are right before our eyes. If we don't get treatment now, you'll just be throwing money away. No way. I've got beef with Tiezhu. I'm not going to beg him for help. Besides, who knows if his treatments are even legit? What if something goes wrong later? Seeing Wang Hu so stubbornly obstinate, Wang's father felt no point in arguing further and could only sigh silently. Wang Hu stuck to his guns. Within days, nearly half of the 100 chickens he'd gathered had already perished. His father's face was etched with worry. He wanted to seek Tiezhu's help, but his son was so stubborn he simply couldn't bring himself to trust the man. Even if there had been past grievances, that was one thing. Paying Tiezhu to handle the matter was another. There was nothing wrong with that. The neighbors next door also raised chickens, but they often sought Tiezhu's help, and now their flock was nearly recovered. After dinner, when neighbors chatted under the moonlight, Wang Hu's name occasionally came up. But it was mostly his neighbors complaining. Chicks were dying daily at Wang Hu's place, probably half the flock by now. With so many chickens, they just couldn't bring themselves to ask for help. We urged him to get Iron Pillar to check them, but he refused, saying he'd rather lose every last chicken than let that quack treat them. Li Daju chuckled. He'll regret it when his chickens are all dead. Calling others quacks without looking at his own abilities. You might not know this, but Tiezhu used to work at the pig farm. Wang Hu couldn't stand him and deliberately made things difficult, which is why the village chief kicked him out. Now that he's cozying up to the village chief, he bought so many chickens at once yet still won't admit defeat, stubbornly clinging to his pride and suffering the consequences. Exactly. I confronted him right then. If it weren't for Tiezhu, all the chickens in our village would have been wiped out this time. Guess what he said? He claimed it was just luck the chickens would have recovered on their own. Not a single bit of credit for Tiezhu. Everyone burst out laughing. But their conversation just so happened to reach Wang Hu's ears. Wang Hu stormed over, his face twisted into a menacing grimace, a flash of fury in his eyes. Chapter 59, Who gave you the courage? What nonsense are you spouting? You're cursing my chicken, aren't you? The crowd froze in shock. Wang Hu's neighbors, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, instantly grew displeased. Did I say something wrong? Our houses are so close, just a wall apart. If your sick chicken isn't treated, what if it infects all my healthy chickens? This is just making me waste money going to Tiezhu for treatment for nothing. Everyone knows you and Tiezhu's family have a feud. Maybe they don't even care about you, you're just being petty. Wang Hu spat in disgust. I don't need him. Who does he think he is? Acting like he's some kind of expert? I can handle this myself. Wang Hu, you're being unreasonable. Tiezhu saved every chicken in the village. If you keep being stubborn, your chickens will all die. Exactly. My half-dead chickens were hopping around again in 3 days after taking Tiezhu's medicine. If your own chickens die, that's your loss, but don't let them infect our healthy ones. Li Dazhu chimed in with a fair point. As for Wang Hu's family, whether they treat their chickens or not is none of our business. The main concern was preventing infection. Wang Hu's face flushed red, but he still stubbornly held his ground. I don't trust him anyway. I saw through his so-called skills long ago, it's just luck. You guys are the ones with money to burn, that's why you go to him. You're the ones being foolish. What are you talking about? Li Dazhu couldn't hold back. If it weren't for Tiezhu, every chicken in the village would have been wiped out this time. The town experts said there was no problem. How could Tiezhu, a Zhang family lad raised in the mountains, possibly spot the issue? Is he really smarter than those city experts with degrees? Can't you use your brain? The next moment, Cuihua and Tiezhu returned from somewhere and overheard the entire exchange. Tiezhu hadn't intended to get involved, but Cuihua beat him to it. She grabbed Wang Hu by the collar. Then she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Is this ever going to end? Yelling like that out here, you think we can't hear you? Seeing Cuihua again, Wang Hu's face darkened. Ever since that incident last time, he hadn't had the nerve to face her. Now she suddenly appeared and slapped him. Though he felt anger, he couldn't do anything about it. Besides, Tiezhu was standing right behind her. If he retaliated, who knew what this madwoman might do next? Try hitting me again. You'll see if I don't sue you. Go ahead and sue me. I'll sue you for spreading rumors and deliberately insulting people. I heard there's a crime called defamation and rumor mongering. Seeing this, Wang Hu swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. I won't stoop to your level, woman. Then stop spouting nonsense around town. Since your chicken is perfectly fine and doesn't need brother Tiezhu to heal, never come begging him for help again. Mind your own business and keep your legs away from brother Tiezhu's chickens. With that, Cuihua scurried over to Tiezhu, her puffed-up expression resembling a bloated pufferfish. A few days later, most of Wang Hu's chickens had died. Wang Hu's father insisted they must seek Tiezhu's help. If this continued, all the chickens would perish. They'd taken out loans for all those chickens. If the chickens weren't raised in time, they wouldn't be able to repay the loan. Their family would be utterly ruined. Standing in the yard, Wang Hu stared at the chicks that had died not long ago, their bodies already stiff and cold. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Could Tiezhu really have been right? There was definitely something wrong with this batch of chickens. Out of over 100 chicks raised, more than 50 had died in the blink of an eye. He'd thought it was just a minor illness, but if this kept up, all the chicks would die. Son, why don't we go see Tiezhu? Watching these chicks die one by one, how can your father and I sleep at night? Wang Hu sighed helplessly, her face creased with even more wrinkles. No way. Wang Hu turned his head away. Who in the village doesn't know our family and Tiezhu's family don't get along? Going there would be so embarrassing. Besides, how could a veterinarian without formal education compare to the town doctor? What real skills could he possibly have? Wang's mother grew frantic. What was the point of clinging to pride at a time like this? Wasn't this just dying for face and suffering for it? Do you really want to watch all our chickens die off? Wang Hu fell silent. Neighbors heard the argument and peered over. Recalling Wang Hu's arrogant boasts just days ago, they now found it bitterly ironic. But no matter what, they couldn't let those chickens contaminate their own prized flock. Wang Hu, stop being stubborn. Tiezhu saved my chickens too. If you keep dragging this out, by tomorrow there won't be a single live one left. Besides, Tiezhu's a kind-hearted soul, how could he possibly hold a grudge over the feud between our two families? Wang Hu's face flushed red. Mind your own business. My family's affairs don't concern you. The neighbor shook his head with a sigh. Who gave you the courage to talk back like this? Your chickens are nearly all dead, and you're still being stubborn. Wang Hu clenched his jaw and said nothing, but his heart grew heavier by the moment. Father Wang's face turned ashen. Another dozen died last night. I told you not to raise so many. Not so many. You insisted this was a surefire way to make money. And look at the result. Do you even know how to raise chickens? You bought so many and took out a loan for it. Go get Tiezhu to treat them right now. Dad. Wang Hu protested urgently. He's a good-for-nothing with no real skills. He'll just humiliate our family. Wang's father exploded, slapping him across the face. You're dying for face. Do you know how much we borrowed for these chicks? If they all die, we won't just lose money, we'll be drowning in debt. The words hit Wang Hu like a bucket of cold water, chilling him to the bone. If you won't go, I will. Wang Hu's father slammed the door and stormed out. Lately, their family had become the laughingstock of the village, all because of Wang Hu's pride. If he'd let go of his pride sooner, they wouldn't have lost so much. Wang's father knocked on Tiezhu's door and saw him busy in the yard preparing various medicines to treat animal diseases. Lowering his tone, he approached. Tiezhu merely glanced up briefly before returning to his work. Tiezhu, I'd like to ask you to come to my place and take a look at my chickens. You've cured every chicken in the village. We're truly at our wits' end. We bought about 100 chickens and nearly half have already died. If this keeps up, our family will be ruined. Tiezhu fell silent for a moment, hesitating to speak. Father Wang didn't know what this meant. Tiezhu, what do you think? Our family wronged you before. That good-for-nothing Wang Hu was too proud to admit his mistakes and spread lies about you. I'm apologizing on his behalf. Please forgive him. Forget the petty quarrel and come take a look at our chickens. Tiezhu lifted his head slightly, his eyes as still as stagnant water. Only then did he speak quietly. No. Chapter 60, Triple Treatment Fees. Why? Father Wang froze in place, a hint of disbelief in his expression. Was he still holding a grudge? Your son nearly bullied my fiancé, and now I'm supposed to watch your chickens? You think a token apology means we can just move on? Nothing's that simple. Your son bragged around town just the other day that he wouldn't invite me to treat him, even calling me a good-for-nothing with no skills. Now he's finally come crawling back to you. No way. And I won't be persuaded. With Tiezhu having made his position so clear, Father Wang knew he was in the wrong and didn't press the matter further. But the situation with their chickens couldn't be put off any longer. Father Wang had no choice but to seek out the village chief. Chief, please help persuade Tiezhu. There's some bad blood between our families. Now, because of Wang Hu, he flat out refuses to come to our house for treatment. If you step in, he'll surely agree. The village chief hesitated. Ever since that last incident, his relationship with Tiezhu had grown strained. He had openly questioned Tiezhu's words then, which was nothing short of a humiliation. He hadn't yet figured out how to approach Tiezhu to apologize. Moreover, he was partly responsible for the recent trouble in the village. At first, when just 1 or 2 households in the village had problems, it wasn't unusual. But when incidents kept happening one after another, he couldn't help but suspect that there really was something wrong with this batch of chickens. Tiezhu had warned him earlier that these chickens were diseased, but he hadn't believed him. That was why things had turned out this way. The villagers trusted him, and through him, they trusted the deputy director. The current situation was inextricably linked to him. Alright, bring some supplies tonight and come with me. By evening, Cuihua's entire family was having dinner at Tiezhu's house when the village chief, along with Wang's father and Wang Hu, arrived carrying supplies. Tiezhu's mother warmly welcomed the village chief and his companion. The others sat almost motionless in their places. They all knew Tiezhu had been wronged in this matter, enduring insults for so long and suffering much injustice. It was like a weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken. Wang Hu's father had already visited earlier that day. This time, bringing the village chief along was nothing more than an attempt to get Tiezhu to examine their family's sick chickens. Tiezhu, I haven't come to apologize to you in all this time. I wronged you before it was my fault. The village chickens have been falling ill one after another. I've finally realized the problem. It seems I was deceived by Qian Sanling. The village chief looked gloomy, apologizing to a younger person, but it was only right. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Only deep self-reproach remained. As the village leader, he bore undeniable responsibility for the villagers' suffering. Tiezhu, Wang Hu's chickens are nearly all dead. We're all fellow villagers. Would you mind helping out and taking a look at their flock? They'll cover all medical expenses. Tiezhu set down his bowl and chopsticks, silently raising his head. He hadn't sought the village chief's apology. But since the chief had spoken, he couldn't refuse. After all, he still had to live in Iron Hero Village. There was no need to completely alienate the village chief. For the village chief's sake, I'll go, but the price has to be doubled. You know what Wang Hu did before, and lately he's been spreading rumors about me around the village. Even someone as honest as me has his limits. I won't work for the original rate. Medical fees double what others charge once, he pays me 3 times. Otherwise, he can find someone else. I'm not going. Hearing this, Father Wang's face instantly turned pale. How can that be? Our family has already lost so much. To charge us triple? We simply can't afford it. Wang Hu stood silently nearby, his face also filled with shock upon hearing about the triple medical fees. Charging 3 times the usual rate. You're robbing us blind. Tiezhu smiled indifferently. Treat them or not, it's not my chickens dying. Wang Hu gritted his teeth and turned to leave. If you can't afford it, that's your problem. But when your son cursed at me, he sure didn't hold back. Regarding the triple medical fees, the village chief couldn't say much either. Fine, I'll go home and raise the money. Tiezhu, come by my place tomorrow when you have time. Wang's father gritted his teeth, thanked the village chief, and turned to head home. Dad, he clearly ambushed me. I don't even know if he can treat me properly, and we're paying him this much? He's just extorting us. Shut your mouth. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have ended up in this mess, wouldn't be humiliated like this. Triple the price? Fine. Once all the levels are wiped out, you'll be happy. At least paying some medical fees now means we can recoup some losses when the chickens grow and we sell them. If all the chickens died, they'd be losing big time. Wang Hu suppressed his rage, saying nothing. Seeing Tiezhu's earlier arrogance filled him with fury. But he couldn't do anything about it, forced to swallow his anger as his face flushed crimson. The next day, Tiezhu dragged his feet all afternoon before finally arriving. The Wang family had already sent people to urge him 3 times. When Tiezhu finally arrived, his face was clouded with worry. Several more chickens lay dead beside the coop. Tiezhu snorted lightly, showing not a shred of sympathy. He scanned the chickens in the coop with his system and discovered the illness was far more severe than he'd imagined. After all, they'd been the ones to delay the longest. With so many dead, it was only natural that the remaining ones were in worse shape. I can't guarantee a cure, he said, but I'll do my best. You've let this drag on far too long. Some chickens may develop drug resistance. Just because I treat them now doesn't guarantee they won't die later. If you come bothering me later, I won't take responsibility. Wang Hu was about to curse out loud when his father quickly pulled him back. Fine, do your best to cure them. We've got the money ready. Tiezhu coming to help today was already a blessing. If Wang Hu messed things up again, he'd likely never set foot in their place again. If they ever needed his help again, Tiezhu wouldn't come back. So the family had to do their best to placate him. You've been paid, so treat him properly. If you can't cure him, why should we pay? Shut your mouth. Tiezhu ignored him, silently checking the chickens instead. Once he identified the cause, he mixed the medicine. I bought the same medicine, so why couldn't I cure them? I gave the medicine to the chickens right when they first got sick. Hearing this, Tiezhu gave a soft, cold snort. You can blame your own stupidity. Even if you know which medicine to use, you still have to judge how to administer it based on the sick chicken's condition. Blindly using it won't work. Not only will it be ineffective, but it could worsen the illness. No wonder your chickens got so sick. It seems your foolish son is largely to blame. Misusing medicine only hastens their death. Chapter 61, so-called experts, all slaughtered. Wang Hu was completely shut down by that single sentence. No matter how much resentment he felt inside, he had to swallow it all at that moment. After giving a few final instructions, Tiezhu turned and walked away. While the village was tackling the issue of diseased chickens, several strangers suddenly appeared and went straight to the village chief. We received a tip that your village is raising diseased chickens. We're here to inspect. The visitors were county disease control officers who had received an anonymous tip about large-scale infected chicken farming in the village. Diseased chickens are highly contagious. Once the infection reaches a certain stage, it can spread avian influenza to humans. So, adhering to the principle of better safe than sorry, the county sent 3 disease control officers to investigate. If infected chickens were found, they would be confiscated and disposed of. If avian influenza were detected in the village, all residents would face movement restrictions and be barred from leaving. The village chief was utterly perplexed. No one from the village had recently visited the county, so how could the county officials have received a tip? The anonymous tipster was none other than Qiang Sanling. After she sent the anonymous letter, her subordinates worriedly asked, Sisterling, what if someone cures our chickens? Impossible. Every chicken we sold was sick. Even if they had supernatural powers, they couldn't cure them all. Qiang Sanling remained confident in her actions. But if we don't want to collect the chickens, we could just wait until collection time. Why involve the quarantine department? Of course we should go while the chickens are still young and sick. Even though they're all diseased, what if? We can't let that what if happen to us. She couldn't very well admit she had ulterior motives. Years of work experience had taught her never to voice her true thoughts, not even to her own husband. Truthfully, she wanted more than just the chickens to be taken by the quarantine officers. She also wanted Tiezhu's geese gone. It would be best if those geese caught the disease from the chickens too, dealing Tiezhu a massive blow, preferably one that bankrupted him completely. As soon as the quarantine team entered the village, they asked the village chief, how many households in your village raise chickens? How many chickens are there in total? They weren't here to pick a fight, so the village chief could only answer honestly. Nearly every household kept chickens, with only Tiezhu's and Ma Chang's families exempt. However, Tiezhu's family raised geese. Geese? The geese must be inspected too. This avian flu doesn't discriminate between chickens and geese. Yes, which household should we inspect first? The village chief nodded repeatedly. Though he didn't know who had summoned the disease control officers, these 3 were county officials. He couldn't refuse their inspection. Besides, he wasn't sure if Tiezhu's treatment was effective. Avian flu wasn't like other illnesses. It was better to have these disease control officers check it out. Following the inspector's instructions, the village chief led them to Wang Hu's house, where the most chickens were kept. Villagers working in the fields spotted them along the way and gathered to ask what the 3 were doing. Upon hearing they were there to inspect for avian flu and that all chickens would be culled if confirmed, the villagers erupted in protest. No way! What inspection of our chickens? Why should you slaughter our chickens? Those chickens are meant to be sold for money. Go away! Our chickens are perfectly fine, they're healthy and thriving. We don't need your inspection. We bought our chickens from the town's poultry farm. If you want to inspect chickens, go inspect the farm. Exactly. If you want to cull our chickens, start with the farm first. The villagers immediately surrounded the quarantine officers, blocking their path to the chicken farms. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the quarantine officers turned to the village chief in frustration. Is this how your villagers behave? We're here to check for diseased chickens, not to slaughter them. Yes. Are you blocking us because your chickens are indeed problematic? It seems the anonymous letter was true. Then all your chickens must be slaughtered. If they hadn't mentioned slaughtering chickens, it might have been fine. But the moment they brought it up, the villagers erupted. You won't kill our chickens. Get out. Leave our village. If you want our chickens, you'll have to get past me first. Those chickens are our lifeblood. How could we not care for them? Killing them is like sentencing us to death. An elderly woman plopped down on the ground, slapping her hands on the earth to kick up a cloud of dust. She wailed incessantly, as if this might make the quarantine workers abandon their inspection. The faces of the epidemic prevention workers turned grim. What's this talk of death? We never said we'd kill the chickens outright. The village chief quickly explained, the chickens the villagers raised were bought at great expense from Deputy Director Qiang in town. Many families even borrowed money to buy the chicks, hoping to sell them to farms once grown to repay their debts and make a profit. Please bear with them, they're just desperate. If you slaughter these chickens, no one will be able to repay their debts. It's a tough situation. Our village's chickens did have some issues earlier, but we have a veterinarian here who treated them all. Though the village chief had previously harbored some resentment toward Tiezhu, now one side demanded the slaughter of all the chickens while the other side blocked the inspection, leaving both sides at an impasse with no progress. A stalemate is bad enough, but if it escalates into a fight, that's trouble. There was no time to think about it, they had to bring Tiezhu forward. Sure enough, upon hearing there was a veterinarian, the quarantine officers demanded to see Tiezhu. Xiao Chao, go get Tiezhu right now. The village chief sent someone to fetch Tiezhu, then introduced him to the three. Tiezhu is our village's only veterinarian. He's only been practicing for a few months, but he's cured many of our livestock: pigs, donkeys, dogs, chickens. There's nothing he doesn't understand or can't treat. To be honest, those chicks in our village did have some issues at first, but Tiezhu cured them all. Now they're running around lively as can be. So Tiezhu is the one raising geese? With so many people in your village raising chickens, why didn't he join in? The quarantine officer asked curiously. Well, it's all because of those chicks. He said from the start they were sick. Our village had been poor for years, and raising chickens was the first chance to make money, so nobody believed him. Everyone borrowed money to raise chickens. But after raising them for just a short while, the chickens became listless and lifeless. With no other choice, we had to call him to treat them. Luckily, it turned out well. The chickens recovered their feathers, became glossy and smooth, they ate normally every day, though they did get a bit thinner. But Tiezhu assured us that if we cared for them properly, the chickens would plump up again. After all, we were counting on selling them for money. When it came to Tiezhu's help, everyone had plenty to say, each praising his kindness. But the quarantine officer questioned, as a veterinarian, does he possess the proper medical credentials? Chapter 62, Medical License? Practicing qualifications? What qualifications? He's just a vet treating pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese, not humans. Why would he need qualifications? Don't only doctors who treat people need those qualifications? I've never heard of vets needing them too. Tiezhu probably doesn't have one. Can he still treat our chickens? The quarantine officer finally understood, he's an unlicensed vet. Aren't you afraid he'll kill all your chickens? Even though he's a vet, the old village doctor never had any qualifications either, and he can't practice medicine now. Treating patients privately is called illegal practice. So anyone who wants to practice medicine must obtain the relevant qualifications and get state approval. What's to be done? Can Tiezhu no longer be a vet? I was hoping he could check on our sheep. And our chickens, we still want his help figuring out how to fatten them up. You're from the township, can you guys issue that thing? If you give Tiezhu that thing, can he treat livestock then? Yeah, just give him one. One would be enough. The quarantine officer patiently explained, adding, we can't issue medical licenses. Of course, veterinarians in our town or even our province haven't been required to have licenses yet. But if he treats your livestock privately, that's beyond our jurisdiction. I recall your village has a pig farm. Does he also treat the pigs there? If so, he must obtain a veterinary practice license. Yes, all veterinarians at our quarantine station hold valid licenses. He must obtain one. By the way, wasn't our veterinarian supposed to arrive a bit earlier than us? This quarantine officer is named Lu Qianxue, and he's the leader of the three. Another voice immediately replied, here they come. Look, there they are. Several veterinarians in white coats hurried over. It was unclear whether they had already conducted a covert inspection or where they had been. Lu Qianxue didn't bother to urge them on. Has that Tiezhu from your village arrived yet? Are we just going to wait here idly? It would be best if he came now to confront their veterinarians. He refused to believe that after all these years in disease control, he'd never seen anyone completely cure avian flu. They waited a full 10 minutes before Tiezhu finally strolled over, accompanied by Xiao Chao. This is your village vet? What an attitude, making all of us wait this long for him. Lu Qianxue had only intended to inspect the situation, confirm the avian flu, and take the chickens away. He hadn't expected his work to go so poorly. First, he was surrounded by a crowd, then made to wait in the open for so long. He'd never endured such treatment before. In every village he'd visited before, he'd been fawned over and treated with respect. Seeing Tiezhu arrive so late, they naturally gave him the cold shoulder. "Are you the veterinarian here?" "Yes, I am. I heard you're here for an epidemic inspection?" "I've examined all the livestock here. Any that needed treatment have been treated. There's no problem." Tiezhu's words were technically correct, but to Lu Qianchui's ears, they sounded overly confident. Who could guarantee the chickens he'd treated wouldn't develop problems? Even the veterinarians from the disease prevention station wouldn't dare guarantee that. Even the veterinarian felt uneasy. "You say there's no problem, so there's no problem? If we find any sick chickens during our inspection, we'll take them all away. Keeping these sick chickens here will only infect other livestock. We absolutely cannot allow villagers to keep diseased birds." "Exactly. Don't even think about hiding the truth about your sick chickens. The anonymous letter we received clearly stated your chickens have avian flu. Even if you hide them and fool us now, those chickens will still die eventually. You'll still be at a loss, and you'll still get nothing." Bull. The mention of losses in chickens dying set the villagers off again. Tiezhu quickly stepped in to restrain the impulsive villagers. "These aren't ordinary villagers, we can't let them get physical and give them ammunition. Fellow villagers, please calm down. They just want to inspect your chickens, let them. I trust my medical skills, and your chickens are healthy now. We have nothing to fear from their inspection." Turning to Lu Qianchue, Tiezhu declared, "Go. Inspect them now. If even one sick chicken is found, take it away. I'll cover the villagers' losses." That young upstart talks big. He doesn't even have a single hair on his chin yet, and he dares to make such bold claims. "I'll see if the facts match your words. I heard you don't raise chickens, you raise geese, right? Chickens and geese can both get avian flu. We'll start our inspection right here at your place." Geese were harder to raise than chickens around here. Even the biggest goose farmers in town couldn't prevent outbreaks in their flocks. Lu Qianchue was determined, if they found even one sick goose, he'd confiscate the entire flock. Aren't you here to inspect chickens? Come to my house, inspect my chickens. His geese are healthier than our chickens, Tiezhu. Let them inspect, you said you weren't afraid. Some villagers agreed, others disagreed, but Lu Qianchue paid no mind. He simply turned and walked away. Let the village chief lead the way. If it's really as he claims, why would he fear our inspection? Could it be he's hiding something? How could Tiezhu have anything to hide? Besides giving OU medicine once, he'd cared for his geese with the utmost diligence. He wasn't afraid of an inspection at all, so he led the way straight ahead. The goose pen was already open. Under Cuihua's care, Tiezhu's half-grown geese were busy, some swimming, some eating feed, others diving underwater to forage for water plants, small fish, and shrimp. Occasionally, they'd surface to bask in the sun, flapping their tails. Upon reaching the pen, Tiezhu asked Cuihua to help herd the geese back inside before inviting the veterinarians to enter for their examination. Dressed in white coats, they conducted a thorough professional examination. Tiezhu stood by with his arms crossed, completely unflustered. He had a system. He scanned the flock almost daily. Any issues were nipped in the bud. The flock was in perfect health now, each bird robust and strong. How could there be any disease? Lu Qianchue stood nearby, his face showing no particular emotion, silently and patiently waiting for the veterinarian's examination. Moments later, the veterinarians emerged from the shed. Villagers stood nearby, watching the scene unfold. With hundreds of eyes watching, there was no room for deception. "Well?" Lu Qianchue asked calmly. The veterinarian removed his mask, a trace of embarrassment flitting across his face. "Based on the current examination, no symptoms of avian influenza have been detected. This flock is perfectly healthy, free of any disease." The reason for their astonishment was that over the past 6 months, the most common problem among goose farmers had been an incurable goose plague. Almost every case was fatal, with no chance of recovery. A single infected bird could spread the disease to the entire flock. Chapter 63, Too quick to be humiliated. Yet Tiezhu's geese were perfectly healthy, showing no signs of infection whatsoever. That was the most astonishing part. At this remark, the surrounding quarantine officers exchanged stunned glances. Lu Qianchue's face flushed alternately crimson and ashen. He hadn't expected this village's veterinarian to actually possess some skill. "Did you examine it thoroughly?" Lu Qianchue forced out. The vet nodded. "I've used 3 different testing methods, and all results indicate these geese are fine. But we've only checked the flock, no other animals have been tested." Hearing this, Lu Qianchue finally felt somewhat relieved. "Then go check the chickens in other households. If it's avian influenza, this village must have chickens carrying the virus." The villagers seemed to see through something, bursting into laughter as they turned to the so-called expert disease control officers. "Are you convinced now? We told you there was no problem. If you had gone ahead and slaughtered these geese, would you have compensated us? Talk is cheap when you're not the one suffering. You're treating us villagers like monkeys. Check mine first." Mine won't be cold if they're sick, you can deal with them yourselves. The villagers crowded around, each feeling a sense of vindication. The village chief gave Tiezhu a thumbs up. He really had a way with things. Otherwise, the village would suffer huge losses. Soon they began inspecting every household with the veterinarian. Aside from minor ailments, they really didn't find any signs of avian influenza. But you said you found avian flu earlier. How come now you say there isn't any? Lu Qianchuei turned to the veterinarian who had conducted the earlier examination. I did test for it, the vet replied, but the results showed only foul plague. It was still in the incubation period and hadn't spread. But avian flu always starts this way. To be safe, I said it was avian flu. Their conversation was hushed, but Lu Qianchuei's expression instantly turned icy. You've ruined everything. Lu Qianchuei inwardly cursed his luck. They had assumed this would be an easy resolution, but never expected the veterinarian's careless remark to derail everything. The higher-ups' order was clear: if avian flu was confirmed, all poultry must be culled as a precaution to prevent human health risks. Did you cure the illness in the village before? Several veterinarians asked incredulously. This disease is nearly impossible to cure. If Tiezhu really did cure it, it would prove he's got real skills. Yes, it was me. When the chickens were first bought, they did suffer from many illnesses. Coccidiosis was the most common, and there were also cases of avian influenza. But by treating each condition separately and using the right medicine, they could be cured. Hearing this, the veterinarians perked up instantly. Could you write down the medications you used? We want to verify their effectiveness. That's not within your scope of work, is it? You just need to know the chickens are fine now. How I cured them is none of your business. Besides, you keep saying I'm just some uneducated village vet. How could I possibly compare to you professional doctors? The veterinarians swallowed their pride, their faces darkening. Tiezhu had thrown their earlier mockery back at them like a knife, stabbing it deep into their hearts. We've visited other villages hit by avian flu. Once infected, it's nearly impossible to cure, and it spreads to other animals. You claim you can treat it? Without concrete proof, we won't believe you. Tiezhu laughed bitterly at this. Who cares? Believe it or not. There's no one else in other villages like me. How would I know if it works? All I know is my geese are fine, and my treatment method is sound. You'll see for yourselves once you check the chickens in other villages. Lu Qianchuei was momentarily speechless, and the other quarantine officers also lowered their heads in silence. The earlier aggressive demeanor had vanished without a trace. Tiezhu looked around. The villagers were watching him with hopeful eyes. Soon, Lu Qianchuei returned with the veterinarian to examine other villagers. Without exception, every bird showed signs of past avian flu infection, yet nearly all had recovered. This was truly strange. The current strain of avian flu was incurable. For someone to suddenly appear claiming they could treat it, how could it not be shocking? After a day of examinations yielding no results, the chickens that had contracted avian flu were not only healthy but seemed stronger than ever. The veterinarian's gaze toward Tiezhu had changed. The next day, Lu Qianchuei's attitude had completely shifted. Those veterinarians rushed to Tiezhu's home seeking his advice, their once proud demeanor as town experts now gone. Comrade, please teach us. This could prevent so much unnecessary loss. After this experience, we realize how ignorant we were. Don't take it personally. Exactly. This is our tuition money we pooled together. It's not much, but we're genuinely eager to learn. Tiezhu glanced at the 300 yuan on the table, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's actually quite simple. First, Tiezhu handed them the avian flu treatment plan. After listening, the veterinarians all had an aha moment. Why didn't we think of this method before? What a waste. All that education went straight to the dogs, completely wasted. Thank you, comrade. Rest assured, with this plan, we'll make the most of it and minimize losses for the villagers as much as possible. Tiezhu nodded. He wasn't trying to antagonize them or refuse to cooperate. But the phrase "call them all" was too jarring. It instantly soured his mood. Lu Qianchuei departed the next day with his team, scheduling a follow-up inspection in a month. Should circumstances change, the animals here would still have to go. Taihan village was like a temporary experiment. If, after a month, all the chickens, ducks, and geese in the village remained healthy, they would have achieved a major breakthrough in treating avian influenza. This would greatly simplify epidemic prevention efforts. The moment Lu Qianchuei departed, Tiezhu became the center of attention. Didn't you see the expressions on those veterinarians' faces? Once they learned avian flu could be cured, they all rushed to Tiezhu's house like dogs chasing after. What are you saying? Who are you calling? Realizing he'd misspoke, he quickly corrected himself. My bad. I didn't say Tiezhu was crap. I was talking about how those so-called expert vets in town are so clueless. Now it seems our village's Tiezhu really has the skills. He even cured the incurable avian flu. My only regret is not listening to him back then. If we were raising geese now, we probably wouldn't have so many problems. The village chief overheard every word. He'd misunderstood Tiezhu recently, causing him no end of hardship. It was high time to find an opportunity to thank him. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, our village would have suffered huge losses. It's nothing. It was my duty. Besides, I never agreed to slaughter all my geese. The village chief sighed deeply. I should have listened to you earlier. Our village should have raised geese. Keeping these chickens has caused us so much trouble. I regret it. Chapter 64, Selling them for money. Tiezhu froze. He had warned them long ago, but the villagers wouldn't listen. This mess was entirely their own doing. Qian Sanling was a smooth talker from the start. It was only natural the village chief fell for his tricks. Chang brought 2 bottles of liquor and chatted idly in Tiezhu's courtyard for a long while. If not for me, they wouldn't have been deceived. Now I just hope these chickens grow well enough to earn back all the money the villagers borrowed. They weren't even hoping to make a profit, just to break even. As the village chief, he couldn't shirk responsibility for the situation today. All he could do now was try his best. Tiezhu downed the wine in his cup. What's done is done. Move forward, look ahead, and stop overthinking it. Regret was useless now. Besides, Qian Sanling was a smooth talker who knew how many villages and people she'd swindled. Village chief, you shouldn't blame yourself. Besides, it was true ever since the chickens fell ill, he hadn't slept a wink. How could he possibly get a good night's sleep? But now everything was resolved. The flock was healthy. As long as these chickens grew up without any mishaps, the villagers would get their money back. The village had been quiet for a long time, everyone busy with their own affairs. Tiezhu's geese were gradually growing up, now twice as big as when they were first bought. Cuihua stood nearby feeding the geese, a satisfied smile on her face. Brother Tiezhu, these geese are growing splendidly. They've put on quite a bit of weight. Keep raising them a little longer, and we'll get a good price for them. Tiezhu replied indifferently, no need to wait. I'll take them to town to sell in a couple of days. I have a use for the money. But they're still so young. They haven't even reached their full size yet. Cuihua frowned slightly. Grandpa Fong once helped me. He was tricked by Qian Sanling and took out a high-interest loan. I need to help him pay it off first. He lives alone. He has no other source of income. I want to lend him a hand. Tiezhu never imagined Qian Sanling would target a lonely old man living alone at home. When he first moved to the village, he settled next door to Grandpa Fong. Back then, his family was so poor they could barely scrape by. Whenever Grandpa Fong had food, he'd find ways to invite them over for meals. During their early days, though brother Chang helped them, they couldn't bear to freeload every meal. In his memory, Grandpa Fong had also helped his father when he was sick with a fever. He had never forgotten it. So when he learned Grandpa Fong had been tricked into taking out a high-interest loan, his entire being erupted in rage. He couldn't rest easy until that debt was repaid. Cuihua's brows furrowed tightly at the news. That damned scoundrel scamming even a lonely old man out of his money. We'll go confront him right now. Surely the authorities won't just stand by? Even if they wanted to, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was a matter of mutual consent. In this day and age, the law isn't developed enough to regulate everything. Even if they wanted to, they'd be powerless. In this day and age, such things happen far too often. First, let's pay back the money. Then we'll buy new goslings, stronger ones. Once we make a big profit, I'll marry you. Tiezhu patted her shoulder. But you'll need to wait just a little longer. Cuihua's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm already yours. What's a little more waiting? Besides, Grandpa Fong's situation is far more important. Tiezhu knew these words came from a place of understanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen her so resolutely. All right, he conceded. I just worry about putting you through hardship. Having you gossiped about by so many in the village makes me feel terrible too. But he always wanted to give her the best. With little money now, marrying her wouldn't be grand. He used to be the outsider everyone in the village looked down on. He just wanted the village to know that this outsider had earned a fortune through his own efforts and was marrying a good wife with every right to do so. Cuihua's face flushed crimson. Tiezhu, as long as I'm with you, I don't feel wronged at all. And why are you saying this? Out in the open like this, talking about divorce? What's the big deal? Aren't you the most straightforward? Cuihua felt a touch of embarrassment, but she could see the sincerity in Tiezhu's face. For this moment of sincerity, she was willing to wait. Early the next morning, Tiezhu borrowed a truck from the village chief. He selected several of the healthiest geese, planning to head to town to try his luck finding buyers. Once he found buyers, he'd transport all the geese from home down to sell. Though small, each goose was healthy and twice the size of ordinary goslings. They should fetch a good price. Their appearance was excellent. The only issue was that they were still too young to eat. Would anyone be willing to take them? Arriving in town, Tiezhu headed to the poultry market and inquired with several shop owners, but met with rejection everywhere. What's the point of such tiny geese? They're worth next to nothing. Come back when they're bigger. Where'd you get these geese? Just a few little ones. They look decent enough, but they're too small. You can't eat them now. With avian flu running rampant, who'd dare take your geese? No one's buying geese now. Look around this street. How many vendors are selling geese? Go home already. Don't waste your time here. No one's buying your geese. Tiezhu took a deep breath but kept carrying the geese around, asking everyone. After coughing for a while, he still hadn't gotten any results. He squatted down to rest when suddenly someone peered into his bamboo basket at the geese. These geese are actually in good condition, but you won't sell them on this street. People are scared of bird flu now, and geese are easily infected. No one will buy them from a stall here. You could try asking over east. There's a goose merchant there. He might be willing to take your geese. He'd watched Tiezhu ask around this street for ages without success before coming over to advise him. We're all just trying to make a living out here. It's tough for everyone. If you can help, you should. Thank you, sir. Tiezhu arrived at the rendezvous point, shouldered his basket, and left. Upon reaching his destination, Tiezhu knocked on the door, only to find it wide open. He stepped inside. The courtyard was vast, surrounding a lake. In the lake swam a flock of lion-headed geese. Several workers were busy loading a truck. Spotting this stranger barging in, they slowly furrowed their brows and approached him, bellowing. Who are you? Who are you looking for? Did you get the wrong place? Tiezhu's voice was calm as he called out, I'm here to see your boss. I have a batch of fine geese to sell. Hearing this, a middle-aged man walked over from the lakeside. He'd overheard Tiezhu's words and found it rather unusual. A goose seller like him actually had someone wanting to buy from him? His geese were already considered the best in town. Could there really be someone better? Chapter 65, Long-Term Partnership. The man glanced at Tiezhu, then eyed the bamboo basket on his back. I'm a goose seller here, not a goose market. Your geese aren't up to par. Tiezhu set down the bamboo basket and carefully lifted a goose from within. Mr. Chen, please take a look at the quality first. Mr. Chen impatiently took the small goose, intending to glance at it casually and dismiss the matter. Yet upon closer inspection, he froze. This goose's quality is truly exceptional. Though small, it was plump and meaty, its feathers smooth and glossy. Even when he squeezed it in his palm, its legs kicked vigorously. This one looked full of life. He stared in disbelief at the stocky man standing before him. From head to toe, he didn't look like someone who raised geese, yet he had managed to raise this one so well, far surpassing his own. How old is this goose? How did you raise it? Mr. Chen was puzzled, eager to learn the man's rearing methods. Tiezhu quickly replied, this one's just over a month old. I have dozens more at home, and I guarantee every single one is in the same condition. If you're interested in buying them, just name your price. If it's right, I'll sell them to you. Tiezhu abruptly changed the subject. The specifics of his methods were private. Mr. Chen's eyes lit up. Your geese are excellent. I underestimated you earlier. With avian flu so prevalent now, geese are the hardest to raise. To get them in such fine condition, you must have put in tremendous effort. I have to admire you. I'm a professional goose farmer, and I can't even match the quality of yours. Though Tiezhu's geese were still young, not ready for slaughter, and unlikely to attract buyers, many townspeople preferred purchasing larger goslings because the smaller ones were harder to raise. The males are just right, much larger than the ducklings, but not quite up to the standard for meat geese. Are you selling them all? Yes, I still have about 80 or so left, all of this quality. You can pick them out. I just want to get a good price. Mr. Chen's lips curved slightly. He seemed honest enough. All right, the ones you brought are indeed good. If the rest at home match this quality, I'll take them. He carefully inspected each goose Tiezhu brought, growing more satisfied with each one. These geese are indeed excellent. I'll give you 2 yuan per bird. Is that acceptable? Tiezhu's brow furrowed slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the offer. When he bought these young geese, they had all been priced at 1 yuan 50. Mr. Chen, this price is too low. These geese are top quality. I bought them at 1 yuan 50 each. To be honest, I can't accept your offer. I've raised these geese for over a month now. Though they're still young, everyone is top quality. They're robust and highly resistant to viruses. You'll sell them quickly once you get them. Mr. Chen chuckled softly. He'd only intended to test Tiezhu's expertise, but the man wasn't as clueless as he'd expected. 5 yuan each is the absolute highest I can offer. 5, not a penny more. Tiezhu wouldn't budge an inch. This price was already quite favorable. He knew the market well. So even if he bought them at this price, he'd still make a profit. Alright, you know your stuff. A faint smile touched the corner of Boss Chen's mouth. Tiezhu felt a surge of satisfaction. Deal. This way, he could make 4 yuan per goose, 90 geese in total. 360 yuan. But after adding this money to his savings and repaying Grandpa Fong, he'd barely have enough left to order new goose feed. Mr. Chen handed him half the money as a deposit. The rest will be paid after you bring all the geese over and I verify they're in good condition. Tiezhu took the money, his expression calm. No problem. I'll deliver them tomorrow. All right. If there's business in the future, I'll take whatever quantity you have. If you're interested, come work with me raising geese. I'll pay you monthly, you'll be satisfied, I won't shortchange you. Tiezhu smiled politely. This is just a side gig. I have other work. I'll definitely come to you next time I get the chance. The next day, Tiezhu brought all of Xingxia's geese to sell. Boss Chen was very satisfied and bought the entire batch. Tiezhu took all the money and rushed back to the place where he'd bought the goslings. The owner rushed over as soon as he saw Tiezhu. Just over a month in and you're already giving up? Is there a problem with the geese? The owner's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired. Tiezhu's voice was calm as he looked at the anxious-looking owner and replied unhurriedly. The ones I bought last time grew well. I'm planning to buy another batch from you. I've already sold the previous ones. Tiezhu replied with a smile. You sold them in just over a month? Where? I don't believe anyone would buy them. Who would buy such small geese? They're not even edible. No one wants to be that sucker. I sold them. I'm a bit short on cash lately. How much did you get for them? A measly 5 each. Hearing this, the owner's expression instantly changed. His pupils contracted sharply, revealing a flash of disbelief. No way. A gosling barely bigger than a duckling couldn't possibly fetch such a high price. Yours certainly can't. These are all meticulously raised by me, each one a premium specimen, robust and sturdy. They'll grow huge later on. Hearing this, the shop owner scrutinized Tiezhu from head to toe. This guy had only made 4 yuan, he really knew how to make money. Tiezhu had bought them from him for just 1 yuan 50. What a reversal of fortune. He didn't waste any more words. I just happen to have a batch here, the same as last time, but even better quality. Come take a look. How many are you planning to buy this time? Tiezhu, same as before, 100 pieces. Alright. But this time, the price has to be lower. What? Last time's price was already rock bottom. You're asking me to cut it further? You've already made a killing, why are you being so stingy? How can I possibly lower it? 1 yuan 50 is already rock bottom. And this batch of goslings is better quality than the last one, they'll sell for at least 2 yuan each. The boss glared at him, not budging an inch. He was green with envy over Tiezhu's profits. Tiezhu remained calm. Sell them to me at 1 yuan this time, and I'll be a regular customer. You won't lose out. I'm short on cash right now and don't have enough funds. The owner fell silent for a moment, studying the man's earnest expression, still wearing those flip-flops. Alright then, he finally said. I'll give you 1 yuan per goose, but if you make a profit on these geese, share a little with me. I don't want much. Deal. You know how to do business, boss. Tiezhu agreed readily. Cash for goods. Tiezhu used the deposit he got from Boss Chen to buy a new batch of goslings. The rest of the money went toward helping Grandpa Fawn pay off his high-interest loan. Now, he had barely any money left in his hands. Chapter 66, True Colors Revealed. Tiezhu returned to the village with the newly purchased goslings. Old Lady Wan was somewhat surprised, not expecting Tiezhu to actually sell those little geese. Geese were worth far more than chickens. But Tiezhu's batch of geese weren't even fully grown, they were far too young to eat. Why would anyone in the city buy them? Could it be they bought them to raise? You really sold the geese? And bought so many new ones? Yeah, I needed some cash urgently, so I had no choice. Tiezhu's voice was flat, his face expressionless. Auntie Wang gave Tiezhu a thumbs up. You're the only one in our village who knows how to make money. That once bookish, timid young man has turned into such a capable fellow. Tiezhu added the new batch of goslings to the flock and used the system to give them a full checkup. Only after confirming everything was fine did he feel somewhat relieved. News of Tiezhu selling geese quickly spread throughout the village. Tiezhu, how much did you sell the geese for? You're just too foolish. Those geese are all top-notch. If you'd raised them a bit longer, you could have made so much more. Selling them now is practically throwing money away. Sure, you'll make some money selling them now, but if you'd raised them longer, you could have earned several times more. Now that you've bought new goslings, don't be so hasty. Make sure to raise them to maturity before selling. I should have joined you in raising geese from the start. I underestimated your skills back then, and now I regret it. Once I sell this batch of chickens, Iron Pillar, I'll start raising geese with you. After this experience, whenever villagers ran into Tiezhu outside, they couldn't help but shower him with praise. The constant praise made him feel a bit flustered and embarrassed. I understand. I desperately need money right now, so I have no choice but to sell them first. Tiezhu answered honestly. Hearing this, the villagers stopped trying to persuade him further. Time flew by. The chickens in the village had all grown plump and sturdy. Soon, they would be ready for market. Qian Sanling led her people up the mountain. On the way, she had already imagined the scene of those villagers wailing and lamenting. I sold them all sick chickens. Only the people in this village are so pitifully foolish. It's laughable they bought a batch of diseased chickens and still praised me everywhere for being a good person. Even the village chief is a fool, leading the villagers to take out loans to buy these diseased chickens. When word gets out, people will laugh at him for 3 years. The group burst into laughter, already knowing the whole story. Qian Sanling, followed by several burly men dressed up like proper gentlemen, went to the village to collect money. The chickens were sick, dying young, and never grew properly, but the money was still demanded. Upon arriving in the village, Qian Sanling first met with the village chief. Her expression instantly changed as she greeted the villagers warmly. But the villagers offered no response, far colder than during her last visit. Qian Sanling's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of sarcasm in her heart. Surely it was because the chicken had died that she was now unwelcome in the village. But so what? They wouldn't get a single penny less than what they owed. Qian Sanling went to see the village chief first. The chief remembered Tiezhu's earlier words and kept quiet for now. The village chief led her to the square. At this very moment, the square was packed with people, each holding a chicken. Deputy Director Qian, we've been waiting for you so long. You're finally here. We've raised these chickens to maturity, please buy them back. Only then can we repay our debts. Hearing this, Qian Sanling looked utterly bewildered. She scanned the chickens, they were holding each one plump and healthy, more so than the last. She suddenly thought her eyes were playing tricks on her, but upon looking again, the chickens were indeed real. How could this be? How could these chickens still be alive? They were clearly sick chickens. How could they have raised them so plump and healthy? Qian Sanling's face darkened. How did you raise it? You actually raised it to full size. This is clearly. Realizing she'd said the wrong thing, she quickly swallowed the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. Tiezhu's voice came from below, flat and matter-of-fact. We raised it normally. Is there a problem? Surely you knew all along these chickens wouldn't grow large, Deputy Director. Why else would you look so surprised? Qian Sanling was indeed furious upon seeing Tiezhu's face. He was the one who ruined her plans back then. You didn't even buy the chickens. What business is it of yours? I'm a resident of Taihan village. Wherever I am, does the town's deputy director have to meddle? I just came to see if you'd honor your promise and take these chickens back. That look on your face, you don't want them anymore? Qian Sanling looked uncomfortable. She swallowed hard, composed herself, and said, of course I'll take them back, but only the good ones. If there's anything wrong with them, I won't accept them. One villager noticed the tension and glared at her fiercely. Our chickens are all healthy. Every single one is plump and strong. How could they possibly be sick chickens? The villagers had already seen through this deputy director's true colors. Don't think we don't know. You sold us sick chickens before, and we let that slide. But now we've worked hard to raise these chickens to maturity. If you refuse to take them, we won't let this go. Exactly. You knowingly sold us sick chickens, fully aware they wouldn't grow. You deliberately set our village up for failure. Now that we've poured our hearts into raising them, you come up with excuses to avoid responsibility. You're nothing but a fraud. Qian Sanling's face darkened as if exposed. I never said I wouldn't take them. But I need to inspect your chickens first. Qian Sanling walked down the aisle, examining the chickens in the villagers' hands. They were indeed plump and healthy, just as the villagers claimed. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. How could they have been fine all along? These chickens were clearly substandard, sickly, with rough feathers. No one would want them. I won't accept these chickens. You can keep them for yourselves. Qian Sanling's words instantly enraged the villagers. They surrounded her, each clutching a chicken. She was terrified. What do you think you're doing? Your own chickens are defective, yet you still want to force them on me? And sick chickens aren't fit for consumption. You should know that better than anyone. The villagers looked like demons, surrounding her with no intention of letting her leave. How are they problematic? You can see they're problematic just by looking. The chicks you sold us are the ones with problems, and you made us take out loans to buy them. I'm telling you right now, if you don't take these chickens back, don't even think about us paying back those loans. Exactly. You deceived us first, and now you're making excuses to avoid taking them back. How could things ever be that easy for you? Are you going to take these chickens or not? You'll take them whether you like it or not. Qian Sanling was surrounded in a tight circle, chickens pressed against her face. She shrieked, will you ever stop? Are you guys trying to start a mass brawl and beat someone up? That's illegal, I'm telling you. Village chief, is this the village you're managing? Qian Sanling's anger boiled over. Chapter 67, I said it's unqualified, so it's unqualified. When the villagers saw Qian Sanling daring to criticize the village chief, they immediately grew indignant. They surrounded Qian Sanling so tightly she couldn't move. Some were practically shoving their fingers in her face. Just because you're the deputy director, you think you're so great? You claim to understand the principles of being human, yet you pick on us common folk to bully. You call yourself a champion of the people? You just want to rip us off. If you don't give us a proper explanation today, we'll go straight to the township and county authorities to file a complaint. Qian Sanling wasn't intimidated by these villagers. She hadn't risen to this position by being easily scared, especially since they had no evidence whatsoever to prove there was anything wrong with the chicks she sold them. That was her strongest confidence. As for not buying back the chickens once they grew up, did she not know what kind of chickens they'd be selling? She felt a twinge of unease about that. But Qian Sanling believed that as the deputy director, even if these people were furious, they wouldn't dare to actually do anything to her. Still, she dared not provoke them further. She raised her voice and shouted. What kind of village is this? Truly, poor mountains and harsh waters breed troublesome people. Village chief, can't you do something about this? If you can't handle it, then you shouldn't be in this position. The village chief had been seething with anger earlier, but only because Tiezhu kept urging him to stay calm did he not step forward. He watched as the villagers argued with Qian Sanling. Tiezhu waited for Qian Sanling to reveal her ugly true colors. Now that all the villagers understood what was happening, he couldn't let them suffer a loss. Village chief, seeing the deputy director's attitude, it's clear he won't be buying our chickens. You should go talk to him now. It's only right that the deputy director buys our village's chickens. You don't need to feel so humiliated or be intimidated by threats. The village chief nodded to Tiezhu, pushing through the crowd while addressing everyone. Everyone, make way. I need to see what's going on here. The crowd parted to make a path. Seeing the villagers' agitated state, the village chief now seemed like their anchor. Everyone, hold your horses. I'll speak with the leadership first. Truth be told, he felt a bit uneasy inside, for he never imagined Qian Sanling would act this way. The village chief approached Qian Sanling, his brow furrowing as he met her furious gaze. He knew Qian Sanling had little reason to be angry now. If anyone should be furious, it was all these villagers. Deputy Director Qian, we worked our fingers to the bone raising these poultry. You can't just refuse to take them because of a few words. How am I supposed to cooperate with the higher-ups in the future? And if you refuse to take them, just think of how much everyone will lose. Qian Sanling frowned, surprised that the village chief hadn't first calmed the villagers down before discussing this matter with her. Faced with the villagers, Qian Sanling couldn't simply refuse outright. She deliberately adopted a troubled expression as she explained. Taking these poultry back doesn't mean shipping them to our factory. They're destined for another facility. I have to be accountable to that factory too. Look at these sickly-looking birds. Their feathers aren't glossy at all, and they don't meet the standard requirements for purchase. Qian Sanling casually pointed at a few birds held by villagers, which immediately displeased them. What's that look on your face? Which eye of yours saw our poultry's feathers aren't shiny? Isn't that how everyone's poultry looks? We worked our fingers to the bone feeding them grain, finally raising these birds to maturity, and now you're being picky. Some were civil enough not to resort to profanity. They still hoped to persuade Qian Sanling to purchase their poultry through reasoned argument. Tiezhu had already seen through Qian Sanling's true intentions. It would be difficult for these villagers to achieve their goal today. But he couldn't directly expose Qian Sanling either, because even if he did, she wouldn't continue buying. Instead, Tiezhu risked being framed by Qian Sanling for slandering a leader. So for now, he could only watch and wait quietly in the shadows. A few hotheads were fuming. Their kids had spent a fortune buying these birds. How could they possibly bear to see their hard work destroyed in an instant? Some stood with hands on hips, hurling curses at Qian Sanling. Bull! You say our poultry is diseased? I say you're the one with a screw loose. Name one sick bird, and we'll slaughter it right now. If we eat it in front of you and it's fine, then you can confiscate everything. Qian Sanling's face flushed even redder at the insults. She turned her anger directly at the village chief. Is this how your village promotes civilization? What kind of people are these? Haven't you done any legal education? These people are acting recklessly. If anything goes wrong, we won't take responsibility. Tell them to disperse immediately. We can't accept these goods. Neither the villagers nor the village chief wanted Qian Sanling to leave, so the chief had no choice but to continue negotiating with her. It's really tough for these folks to raise poultry. They're ready for market now. Keeping them any longer would mean losses. These birds eat a lot of grain every day. Just take them all. I don't see anything wrong with them. All the common folk joined in the clamor. Exactly. There's nothing wrong with our poultry. Why won't you take them? Is there some kind of trick going on here? They have to take our goods today. If they don't give us a proper explanation, we're not leaving. An elderly villager, who was well educated and had participated in certain events back in the day, addressed the others nearby. Whoever dares oppose the people must be criticized and denounced by the people. They must be drowned in the vast ocean of the people. When Qian Sanling heard the crowd threatening to criticize and struggle her, a cold smile flashed across her face. After all, this wasn't the old days anymore. 20 years ago, these common folk might have succeeded. But this was the 1980s. Moreover, she herself was a cadre. How could she be manipulated by these ordinary villagers? The solution to internal contradictions among the people was to avoid becoming the focal point of conflict. Thus, Qian Sanling began to lecture the village chief. Is your village trying to force a sale? These poultry are substandard, plain and simple. Chapter 68, Refusing the Purchase. If I take it back, am I supposed to use it for my own household? Your village's development is utterly inadequate, whether in spiritual civilization or other areas. I insist you must submit a written self-criticism. Seeing Qian Sanling elevate the matter to such a level and completely bypass him regarding the purchase, the village chief hesitated. He dared not speak recklessly anymore. Tiezhu sighed quietly from the shadows. The village chief's authority had clearly weakened, meaning he couldn't do much about Qian Sanling. Had the village chief stood his ground, Tiezhu might have secretly helped the villagers find another solution. But now that the leader was in this state, Tiezhu shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, the ensuing developments unfolded much as he'd anticipated. Qian Sanling continued berating the village chief, still brandishing threats from higher-ups. I see serious issues with your work capabilities and an unprofessional attitude. I will report these matters truthfully to higher authorities. This matter ends here today. If you mishandle it and cause further repercussions, you will bear full responsibility. Seeing Qian Sanling's unyielding stance, the village chief switched to a pleading tone. But Qian Sanling couldn't care less about the village chief or the other villagers' plight. She wasn't buying his act. Enough. Stop talking. Your village must handle its own problems. If every factory operated like yours, even the largest ones would go bankrupt. The factory can't accept substandard products, and I can't make any promises. You'll have to figure out a solution yourself. With that, Qian Sanling turned to leave with her team. Villagers surrounded the village chief and Qian Sanling, but the chief dared not forcibly detain them. Everyone, please let the officials leave first. If you keep blocking them like this, you're breaking the law. If you keep this up, I won't be able to handle this matter anymore. Upon hearing the village chief's words, Tiezhu realized the matter was hopeless. He turned to the villagers gathered around him and said, "We'll figure something out later. Even if we keep them here now, they won't accept our offerings. If this escalates and they call the police, we could end up locked up for a few days. It just isn't worth it." Cuihua, standing beside Tiezhu, agreed with his reasoning and began calming those she knew. "Let's not break the law. We should trust the village chief to figure something out for us. If we keep them here now, it'll be just like what Tiezhu said, illegal detention. If it counts as kidnapping, we could be locked up for years." Hearing this, the crowd grew fearful. The crowd parted to let them through, though a few individuals pointed at Qian Sanling's retreating figure and hurled curses, but that wouldn't solve anything. Tiezhu and Cuihua gathered around the village chief, for his stance was now crucial to resolving the situation. The village chief wore a deeply troubled expression, starkly contrasting with the anxious faces around him. Some villagers couldn't hold back their complaints. "Village chief, you can't just abandon us. Without your guarantee, how could we possibly raise so many poultry? Village chief, you must help us find a solution. What if we can't sell them? Our entire families will starve." The village chief knew that 1,000 words would be useless now. His only option was to find a way to help everyone solve the sales problem. Seeing some villagers getting emotional, Tiezhu stepped in to calm everyone down. "Everyone, please don't panic. The village chief understands your feelings. The village chief is the backbone of our community, and we trust his judgment. So this time, we must trust his arrangements." Tiezhu's final words carry profound meaning, not only soothing the villagers' hearts, but also serving as a reminder to the village chief. Outsiders can simply pack up and leave, but the village chief must remain here. If he loses the people's trust, he won't be able to carry out his duties in the future. This current situation is no small matter. If it escalates, the village chief might not even keep his position. Most crucially, the village chief had made a promise back then, and now he must deliver on that commitment. Tiezhu's words weren't meant to fan the flames. He genuinely had the village chief and the villagers' best interests at heart. "Everyone, let's hear what the village chief has to say first." Cuihua was also trying to calm everyone down. After a long, troubled pause, the village chief sighed. He knew what he had to do and agreed that Tiezhu's reminder had come at a timely moment. If he continued to look gloomy and failed to calm everyone down, it could very well lead to a major incident. The village chief cleared his throat twice and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, what's the rush? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Why are you all so anxious already? We don't even know if our goods are any good yet. Even if the deputy director won't take them, that doesn't mean other places won't." Tiezhu nodded along with the others. Seeing the crowd quiet down, the village chief raised his voice again. "We're all one village. If your goods can't be sold, how could I not be worried? I'll definitely find a way to help you all. Everyone, head back home for now. Tomorrow I'll go to the factory and have a proper talk with the deputy director. I'll see if I can negotiate better terms for you all. Just wait for my update." Truthfully, the village chief lacked confidence in his words. Though Qian Sanling was a factory deputy director, she undoubtedly interacted with far more people than a mere village chief ever could. If Qian Sanling truly refused to take these goods, he really didn't have a better solution. But he had no choice but to say it now, otherwise, the villagers would have erupted in an instant. When he mentioned he'd negotiate with Qian Sanling tomorrow, some villagers raised concerns. What if the deputy director refuses to buy them? We can't just sit around waiting. Every extra day means more losses. The village chief first calmed everyone's emotions. "Let's see how tomorrow's talks go. I'll go back and think of other solutions today. Maybe we'll find another way tomorrow." Tiezhu knew crowding around the village chief was futile, so he joined in to calm everyone down. Though I didn't raise these poultry myself, I helped with the work. I want everyone to get a good price too. Surrounding the village chief won't solve anything. I think we should let him go back and think it through first. After Tiezhu and Cuihua's persuasion, the village chief still held some authority in everyone's eyes. Chapter 69. You're the big brother, yet you have no shame. After the villagers dispersed, the village chief wiped sweat from his brow and approached Tiezhu. Tiezhu, I owe you today. You really know your stuff. If not for your mediation, things could have gotten ugly. Tiezhu shook his head, reminding the village chief. I didn't do anything. Your words to everyone carried the most weight. Village chief, you'd better hurry up and figure something out. Everyone's counting on you. After all, you made promises before. If you can't deliver, they'll definitely blame you. The resentment Tiezhu mentioned was merely the mildest consequence. The village chief knew exactly what he had to do. With no villagers around now, he fell back into his earlier worried state, shaking his head as he walked away. Seeing the village chief walk away dejectedly, Cuihua turned to ask Tiezhu. Brother Tiezhu, do you think the village chief can negotiate with them tomorrow? The deputy director's attitude today was already pretty tough. Tiezhu was genuinely impressed by Cuihua. Her reading of the situation and analysis were spot on. As he walked back with Cuihua, they discussed the matter. I also doubt Qian Sanling will buy the poultry. Maybe the village chief has another plan. Otherwise, we'll have to find solutions elsewhere. After all, you can't let yourself be stifled by urine, nor should you hang yourself on one tree. Maybe we can find another factory to buy them. When Tiezhu said this, he didn't sound very confident. He could tell Qian Sanling wasn't someone to mess with, and today the villagers had crossed him. This woman wouldn't just stop at refusing to buy the poultry. She might very well cause other problems. Tiezhu wasn't overly worried though, since Oyu was tagging along with Qian Sanling. Maybe he could pass back some intel. Of course, even if Qian Sanling did cause trouble, it wouldn't directly harm him. But he couldn't bear to see the villagers suffer such losses. Some villagers had even borrowed money from the factory to raise these poultry. If they couldn't sell them now, and Qian Sanling came demanding repayment, those villagers would have a hard time explaining themselves. The two walked and chatted together, eventually returning to the Ma household. Cuihua, her face flushed, told Tiezhu. Brother Tiezhu, why don't you go chat with my brother first? I'll cook dinner for you both, and we'll eat soon. Tiezhu nodded cheerfully in agreement, thinking it wouldn't hurt to have this meal since he'd already repaid the Ma family's debt. If he really refused to eat, it would only make Cuihua and Chang feel uncomfortable. He also thought Cuihua was a good girl, so he'd already decided in his heart to marry her. Now that they were family, he naturally had to consider the Ma family's interests. But after repaying the Ma family and buying some goslings, he had barely any money left. He was still pondering where he could earn some more money. When Cuihua finished cooking, he and Qiang sat smiling in the courtyard eating with her. Tiezhu told Qiang, starting today, you two just need to focus on living your own lives. Those debts have been cleared. Only then did Qiang realize Tiezhu had paid off his family's debts. Overwhelmed with emotion, he declared, this is all my fault. If it weren't for me, my family wouldn't have racked up so much debt. Brother, I'll never forget this favor. When I have the money, I'll pay you back. Cuihua gazed at Tiezhu with a look of deep affection. She felt she hadn't misjudged this man. This man wasn't just capable and good at making money. Not every man who earned money would give it to Cuihua. This proved he genuinely cared for her and was willing to go out of his way for her sake. Brother Chang's face softened as he clasped Tiezhu's hand tightly. Tiezhu smiled broadly and told the siblings, we're family, no need for formalities. I've got this money sitting idle anyway, so why not use it to pay off your debt? I hope we can all live well from now on, and I'll help you run this household together. Brother Chang patted Tiezhu's shoulder with a smile, knowing that saying thank you would feel too formal. Noticing Cuihua's flushed cheeks, he teased her playfully. Sis, you found me a great brother-in-law. I'm looking forward to seeing you two live happily ever after. Cuihua shot Qiang a disapproving look, scolding him coyly. What are you saying? As the older brother, you should be ashamed. Brother Chang replied smugly, as if it were perfectly natural. What's there to be ashamed of? Just tell me if you like Tiezhu or not. If you don't agree, I'll nod right now and let you call off the engagement. My sister's marriage is her own decision. But anyone she likes is someone I like too. Cuihua fell silent. She dared not say she disliked Tiezhu. Any misunderstanding could spell disaster. A man this wonderful was hard to find even with a lantern. Cuihua felt incredibly fortunate to be with Tiezhu. After chatting and laughing over their meal, Cuihua began clearing the table while Tiezhu rose to take his leave. All right, head home. Get some rest, you're busier than us today. If you need anything, come find me. Brother Chang saw Tiezhu off with a smile. After Cuihua finished cleaning up and returned, Chang asked her, do you feel like I'm holding you back? If our family didn't know so much money, Tiezhu could use all that cash to marry you. I truly wish to see the two of you married sooner. That way, I could finally rest easy. Cuihua shook her head. Brother, don't say that. No matter what, you're always my real brother. How could I ever blame you? I only hope you stay healthy. I'm grateful brother Tiezhu paid off our family's debt. Even if we marry later, it doesn't matter, our hearts remain unchanged. Now our family is debt-free and free as a bird. Hearing Cuihua's words, Chang's face softened into a smile. I thought my life was over, that I'd drag our family down forever. I never imagined we'd see a day like this. For generations, our family never cheated anyone or owed such huge debts. Now I truly feel so much lighter, all thanks to Tiezhu. You mustn't let him down. Cuihua twisted her body but nodded nonetheless, her tone tinged with both emotion and solemnity. Brother, rest assured. As long as brother Tiezhu doesn't reject me, how could I ever let him down? He's our family's benefactor. I'll make sure to live well with him from now on, and we'll take good care of you too. Brother Chang nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 70, Shameless Rogue. For 3 consecutive days, the village chief led people out to search for channels to sell chickens, but each time they returned disappointed. This day was no exception. As for places to buy chickens, besides the county's poultry farms, there were indeed other options like the county market or the chicken farm in the neighboring village. The village chief visited all these places, but not a single one would take their chickens. Not only were they refused, but when they visited the neighboring village's chicken farm that day, after being turned away, the village chief was about to lead his men back to the village when the farm manager started gossiping behind their backs. Don't you know what kind of chickens you're raising? They're all diseased and infected. I'm definitely not taking them. What if they infect my chickens? Where would I go to complain then? Qiang, who had accompanied the village chief, heard the remarks from behind. He turned, grabbed the man by the collar, and pulled him close, demanding, "What did you say? How dare you call our chickens diseased?" The man struggled fiercely to free himself from Qiang's grip. After a long struggle, he finally broke free, his face flushed with anger as he cursed. They are diseased chickens. They are diseased chickens. Deputy Director Qiang from the county office said it himself, your chickens have been sick since they were young. They're infected with an incurable disease. If we take them, they'll infect our healthy chickens too. I didn't believe it before, but seeing how you thugs act, now I do. You're a bunch of shameless scoundrels. Even if you threaten or beat me, I won't take your chickens. Seeing this, the village chief quickly pulled Qiang away from the chicken farm manager. Qiang's fist was clenched so tightly his veins bulged. Seeing the village chief pull him away, he had no choice but to obey. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip, his anger still simmering. The village chief was furious himself, but he had come to beg someone to buy the chickens and couldn't afford to cause further trouble. Now that he heard the reason for refusing the chickens, he understood most of it. Clasping his fists in apology, he asked, "Is it only you who know that our village's chickens are diseased? Or do people in the nearby villages know too? Did Qian Sanling tell you all this?" "Well, yes. Who in this area doesn't know your village raises diseased chickens? If Deputy Director Qian hadn't told us, how would we have known? But why won't you even look at the chickens we brought? Seeing is believing. Our chickens are clearly healthy. Why should we just take her word for it?" Qiang was still furious. His family raised plenty of chickens too, how could he not know if they were sick? Forget diseased chickens. After Tiezhu treated their flock, the feathers gleamed, the legs were firm, and the wings could stretch to fly half a meter high. Even these two he brought with him looked better than the chickens at their own farm. But the other party's words only made him angrier. Deputy Director Qian had said, "You'll stop at nothing to sell your village's diseased chickens. The ones you showed us weren't even from your village, they were brought here to deceive us. How could you think that of us? If you don't believe our chickens are good, you're welcome to come see for yourself in our village. Forget it. Why bother making the long trip? It's exhausting, and they might not even be good chickens. We don't need them. You should leave now." The village chief tugged at Qiang. "Let's go. They won't take them. We'll figure something else out back home." The two could only leave sheepishly. As they walked, Qiang muttered under his breath, no wonder. We've been running around for 3 days straight, and not a single place is willing to take our chickens. Village chief, if you hadn't insisted these chickens were fine, we wouldn't have used Qian Sanling's chicks. Now we're drowning in debt and can't even sell them." The village chief flushed red. While he was indeed partly to blame, as the village leader, he couldn't stand being spoken to like this by a mere villager like Qiang. Enough. It's all my fault. The most important thing now is to go back and figure out how we can sell everyone's chickens. Tiezhu probably knew the village chief hadn't sold any chickens in days. If he had, his face wouldn't be as pale as it was now. But he hadn't anticipated a large group of villagers gathering at the village chief's house demanding answers. "Village chief, how many days has this gone on? We can barely afford to feed our chickens anymore. Every meal of feed costs money. Village chief, is there really no one buying chickens? You have to find a solution for us. You were the one who said it would be fine. You promised raising chickens would make us money. You can't just abandon us now. Village chief, give us an answer. Or will you take our chickens?" Trapped by the villagers, the village chief couldn't escape. Even seeking a moment of peace was impossible. When they suggested he buy the chickens, he immediately began making excuses. Buy them? What chickens? How would I buy them? What would I use to buy them? If I buy yours, do I have to buy his? If I buy his, do I have to buy hers? What kind of crazy idea is this? Then what do you suggest? We can't just let these chickens rot in our hands. The money we spent on buying chickens and feed didn't just blow in on the wind. You have to take responsibility for us. The villagers all chimed in, making the village chief's head spin. He wanted to sell the chickens too. Did he stop anyone from selling? But no one wants to buy them. Wang Hu squeezed into the crowd, glanced around at the villagers and shouted amidst the din, Tiezhu shares the blame for this too. He needs to figure out a way to sell the chickens. He's got the connections, why not sell them to him? Right. That's exactly right. Where's Tiezhu? Tiezhu, come out and speak up. When we bought the chicks, he was the one who persuaded us to do it. Why isn't he saying anything now? If he hadn't antagonized Deputy Director Qiang, Deputy Director Qiang would never have sold us diseased chickens. He has to take responsibility. Exactly. We're all caught in his mess. Deputy Director Qiang got so angry at him that she won't take our chickens. That's for sure. Tiezhu, why don't you go beg Deputy Director Qiang? Maybe if you humble yourself, she'll take our chickens. These are all good chickens, she must recognize quality. She's just refusing because she's angry. Seeing everyone turn their anger toward Tiezhu, Wang Hu felt a surge of satisfaction. Let them argue. Let them blame it all on Tiezhu. The louder the commotion, the better. Cuihua stood behind the crowd with Tiezhu. Hearing everyone shift their demands from the village chief to Tiezhu for no apparent reason, she felt a surge of anger too. What are you all talking about? If it weren't for Brother Tiezhu, your chickens wouldn't have grown big enough to sell. Think about it, if Brother Tiezhu hadn't treated your sick chickens back then, would you even be considering selling them now? You lot are just like the snake in the fable of Mr. Donghua. Sadly, no one listened to Cuihua. Snakes or no snakes, I don't know. All I know is that if it weren't for Tiezhu, Deputy Director Qiang wouldn't have sold us those sick chicks, and he wouldn't have refused to buy our chickens. Chapter 71, Are you buying chickens? Enough. I told you before that Qian Sanling was out to sell you diseased chickens. You wouldn't listen, thinking it was a good deal. Now you're blaming me. What I owe you. You tell me, did I treat your chickens with medicine? Or did I poison them to make them sick? You're all grown adults, use your heads. Qian Sanling just wanted to rip you off. If you want to pick a fight, go straight to Qian Sanling. What good does it do to gang up on the village chief and drag me into this? If you've got the guts, go surround the farm and confront Qian Sanling. Tiezhu was genuinely furious. When he'd pleaded with the villagers, not a single one had listened. Now that things had gone wrong, they were all blaming him instead. What kind of logic was that? The village chief knew the villagers had every right to resent him. He had spoken up for Qian Sanling back then. But blaming Tiezhu? That was completely unreasonable. Deep down, the villagers knew they were desperate and resorting to desperate measures. Did they not want to confront Qian Sanling? They dared not. Qian Sanling might only be the deputy director of the county's breeding farm, but he was a veritable feudal lord in the breeding industry across the entire county and surrounding townships. How could they dare challenge Qian Sanling? What if their attempt to confront Qian Sanling only made him angrier and less willing to buy their chickens? The villagers grew increasingly despondent, some even breaking down in tears. The village chief felt equally frustrated and distressed. Seeing his villagers like this, he knew he was partly to blame. After a moment's thought, he spoke up to calm everyone down. Stop crying, all of you. This chicken sales problem has nothing to do with Tiezhu. If it weren't for him, your chickens wouldn't have grown this big. The reason they can't be sold now is entirely Qian Sanling's doing. She never intended to buy back the mature chickens at all. Give us a little more time. We'll find a way to sell these chickens. Tiezhu, look, everyone's struggling. If you have any connections, please help us out. They'll remember your kindness forever. If these chickens don't sell, we won't even have enough to eat. We won't even be able to survive. I'm begging you, please help us out. The village chief's demeanor was now completely subdued, a stark contrast to his earlier stance beside Qian Sanling. Tiezhu's own standing in the village had been bolstered by the village chief's support. Seeing the chief now, his hair streaked with gray and his back bent, tugged at Tiezhu's heart. His resolve softened, and he agreed. If I can find a way to help everyone, I will. But right now, I don't have any channels to sell the chickens. I'll go ask around. As long as someone is willing to take them, I'll make sure to sell them all for you. You all shouldn't crowd around like this. Just standing here wasting time won't help. Right, everyone, disperse. We understand your urgency. I trust Tiezhu will find a solution for us. The village chief followed suit, dispersing the crowd. Having them gathered at his doorstep wasn't a sustainable situation. Feeling reassured by Tiezhu's promise, the crowd gradually dispersed. Cuihua still worried, where will you find buyers? The village chief said the surrounding villages think our chickens have avian flu, no one wants to buy them. Chicken farmers might not want them, but goose farmers might. Tiezhu recalled his previous experience selling geese. That large-scale buyer who took his geese, would they take chickens too? They're both poultry, so it shouldn't matter much. He'd have to find time to ask him, and build rapport while he was at it. That way, his next batch of geese would fetch a good price too. Better to act sooner than later. Tiezhu grabbed the 2 chickens the village chief gave him and headed straight for Mr. Chen's place, the same guy he sold geese to last time. Mr. Chen, are you home? I'm here. How come you're free to visit? Have the geese at home grown again? Mr. Chen was busy in his goose pen when he heard the call. Peering out, he was surprised to see Tiezhu. He brushed the dust off his clothes and came out. Tiezhu held up the chickens in his hands. The geese aren't ready yet, but these chickens are grown. I brought you 2 to try. Indeed, the 2 chickens in his hands weren't for sale, they were gifts. When asking someone for a favor, one must offer a token of appreciation, right? Mr. Chen laughed heartily as he took the chickens. These are plump. Stay for dinner tonight. I'll have my wife cook them. Her earthen pot chicken is legendary, you're in for a treat. Sounds great. I'll gladly take you up on that. Tiezhu chuckled, not revealing his true purpose yet. He simply stayed to build rapport. Mr. Chen's goose shed was simply arranged a makeshift shelter with tables and chairs, while the stove and cooking area were set up outdoors. His wife worked swiftly, preparing the meal in under an hour. A large pot of earthen pot chicken was brought to the table. Mr. Chen pulled out 2 bottles of lea beiju and gestured for Tiezhu to sit down. Here, you brought the chicken, I'll bring the liquor. It's nothing fancy, but it'll do for a drink. What do you mean, just something to get by? This is excellent liquor, what's lacking about it? Tiezhu took the glass from Boss Chen. Seeing the woman about to leave, he hurriedly invited her to stay. Sis-in-law, join us for dinner. No, I've got work to do. You guys eat. If you need more food, just call me. With that, she left. Perhaps because Mr. Chen often had guests over, she seemed quite accustomed to it. Even Mr. Chen said, it's fine. We'll eat. She's got plenty more. With Chen Boss giving the green light, Tiezhu stopped insisting. The 2 sat opposite each other at the table, Chen Boss persistently urging him to drink and eat. Mr. Chen, don't just eat by yourself. Try some. See how tender this chicken is. Ha, alright, I'll try some. Mr. Chen picked a chicken wing drumstick and devoured it in 3 bites. Not bad. This cut has a nice chew to it. The chickens are well raised. Do you bite chickens? After a couple rounds of drinks, Tiezhu finally revealed his purpose. You little rascal, Boss Chen tapped Tiezhu lightly with the back of his chopsticks. I knew you had an agenda. But aren't you raising geese? Why switch to selling chickens? Do you keep chickens at home now? Hey, never mind. These chickens are raised by villagers in our village. Here's the story. Tiezhu recounted the entire feud between Qiang and their village, along with how villagers were framed into buying chickens and taking out loans. At this point, he cared little about saving face. All the surrounding villages believed his village raised diseased chickens, yet no one knew the truth. Tiezhu hadn't intended to tell Boss Chen so much, but he feared others might spread rumors, so he decided to lay it all out. After finishing, Tiezhu felt uneasy, unsure how Boss Chen would react. Chapter 72, What's Wrong with Earning an Honest Living? Mr. Chen slammed his chopsticks down on the table. That Qiang guy is outrageous. He's seizing every chance to exploit people for profit. Hearing this, it felt like there was more to the story. Mr. Chen, why are you so angry? Tiezhu found it odd. If anyone should be angry, it should be him. Why was Boss Chen so upset? This Qiang, I have my own beef with him. It turned out that when Boss Chen first started this business, he also went to the county's breeding farm to select goslings. Back then, Qiang had sweet-talked him, claiming their goslings were the cream of the crop, far superior to anything from rural farms. She insisted that choosing their goslings was the right decision, claiming that goslings from other places were prone to illness. Hers, she said, were superior breeds, perfect for breeding or fattening. At first, Mr. Chen actually believed her. After inspecting a few goslings, he placed an order. But when he went to pick them up, they were nothing like what he'd seen. Each one looked sickly and listless. Though new to this business, he could tell the goslings were subpar. He immediately refused to take them and demanded his money back. Qiang stubbornly insisted that since the money was already paid and the goslings were delivered, she refused to budge. Mr. Chen made a scene right there at their farm. Since he hadn't taken the goslings away, everyone could see their condition. With no other choice, Qiang finally refunded the money. Thus, a grudge was born. From then on, whether buying or selling geese, Mr. Chen avoided the farm entirely. He built his own sales channels, refusing to have anything to do with Qiang. Upon hearing this, Tiezhu shared his outrage. So now that your business is so big, haven't you ever thought about getting back at Qiang? Is my business really that big? Could it ever rival the national farm? Mr. Chen took a sip of wine and continued, Qiang isn't as simple as you think. She's been at the farm for over a decade. Do you really believe the directors and leaders there didn't know about her actions? Without their tacit approval, how could she have dared to do such things? But as for her private lending, that's another matter. Her audacity has grown by leaps and bounds. She's even daring to break the law now. Do you have any evidence? Bring it over. I'll see what I can do to take her down. Tiezhu shook his head. No. The money the villagers borrowed all went to buying chicks. There's no money left, let alone evidence. Actually, evidence does exist. So many villagers borrowed money, and they all have promissory notes. It's just that he doesn't quite trust Mr. Chen yet and remains cautious about this matter. Mr. Chen, look at these chickens. They were lively and healthy when I brought them over, definitely not sick birds. You've tasted them yourself, the meat is incredibly firm. If possible, I'd like to ask. I'll take them all, every single chicken you have. How about 3 yuan per bird? These aren't old chickens, they're all this year's batch, so the price won't be too high. Brother Chen, give me a little more. The villagers work hard raising these chickens, and if sold by weight, they could fetch 4 yuan each. Right now, chickens at the market go for over 90 cents per pound. These village chickens are well fed, each one easily weighs over 4 pounds. Selling them for 4 yuan isn't hard, and whole life chickens fetch even more. Seeing how well Tiezhu knew the market price, Chen had no choice but to say, fine, 350. Just leave me some room to make a profit. Alright, thanks, Brother Chen. This friendship really paid off, Tiezhu thought. You've got to be smooth with your words to make a good deal. After finishing their meal, the deal was sealed. All that remained was to exchange chickens for cash the next day. After eating and drinking their fill, Tiezhu got up to leave. Boss Chen pulled him back, insisting he take some dishes home. Take these. We've got 2 whole chickens in the pot, the drumsticks, parts, and livers are all prime cuts. Take them home for your family to try. Everything left in the pot is perfectly clean. Boss Chen insisted he take it home. Though Tiezhu had already gifted 2 chickens, he felt awkward accepting more food after eating so much. He firmly refused to take anything. The 2 were still tangled up when Mrs. Chen rushed over in a panic. Honey, come quick. What's wrong with our goose? Don't panic, I'll go check. Hearing the geese were in trouble, Mr. Chen stopped arguing with Tiezhu and dashed straight to the goose pen. Tiezhu felt awkward just walking away, so he followed to see what was happening. Inside the shed, several geese appeared listless, their heads bobbing as they panted heavily. Mr. Chen's wife explained from the side, I just came to feed them, but these few won't eat their feed. They just keep drinking water and panting heavily. It doesn't seem like any of the common illnesses we've seen before. Tiezhu's mind stirred. He had the system scan the situation. Scanning. Scan complete. Target scanned, goose flock. Scan results, afflicted with goose aspergillosis. Caused by overcrowding, poor sanitation, and inadequate ventilation. Symptoms include increased respiratory rate, reduced appetite with increased water intake, and lethargy. Not life-threatening but significantly impairs growth quality. Solutions as follows. Mr. Chen couldn't immediately spot the problem, so Tiezhu quickly stepped in. These geese are indeed sick. No medication is needed. Just separate them into smaller pens to reduce overcrowding, ensure the pens are kept clean, and guarantee proper ventilation. Truthfully, Mr. Chen cared for his geese quite meticulously. Aside from overcrowding, the only issue was some unexpelled droppings on the floor. With all the geese crammed into one shed, the odor was understandably unpleasant. It seemed Mr. Chen had likely planned to expand his operation, adding more geese without enlarging the housing. After Tiezhu explained the situation in detail, Mr. Chen nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Wife, let's release the other geese to play in the water for a while. Isolate these sick ones immediately. We'll build 2 more pens this afternoon. The solution seemed simple, but for Mr. Chen, it was anything but straightforward. Though he'd raised geese for years, he hadn't encountered every possible illness. Seeing Tiezhu solve this so easily deepened his respect for the young man. As he saw Tiezhu off, he murmured, I'll bump up the price for your chickens by another 2 cents, 3 yuan 70. But you can just give me 3 yuan 50. That's not right. They're all the villagers' chickens. What's appropriate or not? If neither of us mentions it, who would know? Besides, if you hadn't rushed over to help, I wouldn't have known you had chickens. And they couldn't sell theirs either. No more talk about it. Consider it payment for diagnosing my geese earlier. Well, I suppose I can't refuse then. Tiezhu returned to the village chief's house with the good news. Everyone waiting inside cheered with joy. After instructing everyone to cage the chickens tomorrow, Tiezhu took Cuihua, who had come to fetch him, home. Cuihua couldn't stop praising him. I knew you were the most capable, brother Tiezhu. I bet no one in the village will dare talk about you like that anymore. But that's not all, you won't believe it, but the boss secretly slipped me an extra 2 cents as a tip for running the errand. Is that okay? What if the villagers find out? No one will. I only told you, and Boss Chen won't tell others either. Besides, what's wrong with me earning some hard-earned money? Right. Well, congratulations on making some extra cash, brother Tiezhu. The 2 walked ahead, unaware that Wang Hu was trailing not far behind, overhearing every word Tiezhu said. Chapter 73, See How You Can Still Show Off. When the good news was announced at the village chief's house earlier, Wang Hu was among the crowd. Everyone was overjoyed knowing their chickens had a market, except Wang Hu. He didn't believe for a second that Tiezhu could find any good sales channel. Sure enough, as soon as they left the village chief's house, he stealthily followed Tiezhu and Cuihua. Though he hadn't overheard the specifics of the market, he did catch Tiezhu mentioning he'd only made a measly 2 cents net profit. This delighted him. Feeling he'd caught Tiezhu red-handed, he ran back to the village chief's house, shouting triumphantly, "Tiezhu's taking kickbacks. He's tricked all of you. He's helping sell your chickens, but he's actually pocketing 2 cents per bird as a kickback. Every household has over a dozen chickens, maybe even dozens. With dozens of families in the village, he's raking in hundreds without lifting a finger. Don't let him help sell your chickens anymore, he's not a decent person. If he didn't take kickbacks, you could each get 2 more cents per chicken." Many people remained at the village chief's house, all wanting to ask him how tomorrow's chickens would be transported. Those who hadn't left heard Wang Hu's words. Several frowned and confronted the latecomer Tiezhu. "Tiezhu, how could you do such a thing? How could you profit at everyone's expense? We're all fellow villagers here. It's not that we don't want you to make money. Look, when you treat the chickens, cows, and sheep in the village, who among us hasn't paid you? And who didn't pay you openly and honestly? You absolutely shouldn't have resorted to kickbacks. We're so disappointed in you, Tiezhu. Tell us honestly, besides those 2 mao kickbacks for the chickens, is there more money to be made?" Everyone, calm down. I don't think Tiezhu would do such a thing. Wang Hu must have misheard. "Tiezhu, come explain yourself to everyone. You're not that kind of person." Some well-meaning folks pulled Tiezhu aside, hoping he'd refute Wang Hu's accusations. But Tiezhu didn't explain. He admitted outright, "That's right. The chicken vendor felt bad that I worked so hard finding buyers for you guys, so he subsidized me 2 cents per chicken. What's wrong with me taking that money? I think I deserve it." None of them expected Tiezhu not only to refuse explanation but to declare with righteous indignation that he deserved the kickbacks. They were suddenly filled with heart-wrenching regret. "Tiezhu, you're being foolish. If you keep taking kickbacks like this, how can the villagers ever trust you again? Tiezhu, don't take that 20 cents. Give it to us. Your family has money now, unlike us who are in debt. An extra 20 cents per chicken means we can pay back a few more yuan." Others remained silent. Iron Pillar was technically right, he de-invested time and effort finding the sales channel. Even if he didn't take the dime, they owed him compensation for his trouble. But they had no money, so they chose to stay silent. A 2-cent rebate per chicken seemed substantial at first glance, but when divided among all the households, it wasn't much. Still, Tiezhu had worked hard and deserved some compensation. Opinions varied, but Wang Hu alone insisted Tiezhu shouldn't take kickbacks. "I won't let Tiezhu help sell my chickens. If you don't want to pay kickbacks, why not wait for me to find a market? I'll sell them for you." "You? Wang Hu, are you serious? You can't even handle your own sick chickens, and you're talking about finding buyers? Give me a break." Those who looked down on Wang Hu mocked him casually. "Even Tiezhu wouldn't dare guarantee that, and you're going to find buyers? Forget it, don't get fooled again." Wang Hu spat. "He's just a vet who treats animals. That's got nothing to do with finding buyers for chickens. Just because I can't treat chickens doesn't mean I can't find buyers. You'll see. Wait till I find a buyer offering top dollar, and you'll be begging me. Mark my words, even if you come begging, I won't help you. But if anyone wants to join me now, speak up. Once I secure a market, I'll help you sell your chickens." Some believed him, others scoffed. 3 families raised their hands. "Wang Hu, we believe you. We don't want to pay kickbacks. We'll wait for you to find buyers and help us sell our chickens." "Alright, Lu Debao, Wang Shuzhen, Jin Tiezhu, I'll sell your chickens. Just wait for my good news." Tiezhu didn't believe Wang Hu either. "Hold on, I already have a market, but you don't. What if those 3 families can't sell their chickens through you? If they come back to me later, I won't help sell their chickens." Wang Shuzhen immediately grew anxious. "Yeah, Wang Hu, what if you don't have a market? We can't let our chickens get stuck in our hands. Wang Hu, you come up with a solution. If we follow you and can't sell our chickens, and Tiezhu won't help us sell ours either, what are we supposed to do?" Wang Hu was instantly provoked by Tiezhu's words. He immediately pounded his chest and swore, "If I can't find a market, I'll buy all your chickens myself. You won't lose a single penny." Everyone present heard his words. Someone immediately recorded it. "The chickens from the Lu, Wang, and Jin families won't go with Tiezhu's noodles, they'll go with Wang Hu instead." "Fine, I'll wait and see." Tiezhu left with a cold laugh. Cuihua hurried after him, wrapping her arm around his and asking, "Could he actually find a buyer? What if his price is higher than yours? Won't the villagers resent you?" "I'm not afraid of resentment. I never intended to sell chickens for every villager. Of course, if I could help everyone, that would be ideal. But I don't believe Wang Hu has the capability." Cuihua nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full meaning. Early the next morning, the village chief gathered the villagers who wanted to sell chickens. The chickens were transported by the village ox cart to Mr. Chen's place. The ox cart swayed along ahead. Tiezhu sat on the cart, but the tall stacks of chicken cages blocked his view behind him. Thus, he didn't see Wang Hu repeating his mistake, once again sneaking behind him. By the time they reached Mr. Chen's place, Wang Hu had figured out Tiezhu's sales route. The villagers raised their chickens in similar ways, so the birds delivered were all roughly the same size. Mr. Chen randomly inspected 2 chickens. Finding them perfectly fine, he nodded and accepted them. Outside, Wang Hu hid against the wall, peeking through a crack. He saw Mr. Chen hand the money to Tiezhu, who counted it twice before slipping it into his pocket. Wang Hu's eyes lit up at the sight of the large denomination banknote in Tiezhu's hand. Put. All that money, and you're hoarding it all by yourself? What a waste. Just you wait once I cut off your supply, we'll see how cocky you can be. Once Tiezhu departed in the now empty ox cart, Wang Hu rushed into Boss Chen's house without delay. Hello. Do you buy free-range chickens from the countryside? Chapter 74. Please, we know we're wrong. Mr. Chen was busy sorting through the chickens when Wang Hu suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. Are you buying chickens or not? I've got plenty, $4 apiece. Wang Hu stood before Mr. Chen with his hands empty, coming over to sell chickens with nothing but his big mouth. Mr. Chen found it amusing. He straightened up, scratched his ear with his pinky finger, and asked, "What did you just say?" I said, "Are you buying chickens? I've got dozens at home, $4 apiece. You're selling chickens? Where are they? They're at home. Just say the word and I'll bring them right over. What gives you the right to say your chickens are 4 yuan each? I haven't even seen them, and you're already quoting 4 yuan. Aren't you being a bit too bold? You took all of Tiezhu's chickens at 3 yuan 70 each. My chickens are just like the ones he brought over. Why can't you pay 4 yuan for mine?" Mr. Chen understood this guy had come over with Tiezhu. Clearly dissatisfied with Tiezhu's price, he'd come for a private negotiation. Chen retorted irritably, "I only gave Tiezhu 3.70 because we're friends. What gives you the nerve to demand 4.00 from me? Have you never been beaten down by society? Why should I take your chickens? If I wanted 4 yuan, I wouldn't have offered Tiezhu 3 yuan 70 in the first place. Save your breath. Now get out of here." With that, he waved his hand, dismissing Wang Hu. Wang Hu felt indignant. Why couldn't he sell his chickens when he came, yet Tiezhu could do it so smoothly? He refused to leave. "No way. My chickens are just as good as these. They're definitely worth 4 yuan each. I'll bring you 20 chickens right now. Buy these 20 first and I'll deliver the rest tomorrow." Wang Hu was determined to buy all the chickens, relentlessly pushing even after the clear refusal. Mr. Chen laughed in exasperation. "No wonder Tiezhu doesn't want to help you lot. Just trying to sell your chickens takes half the day. Turns out it's because of people like you. I told you I don't want your chickens, not a single one. Even if you sold them for 2 yuan each, I wouldn't take them. Get out. Get out of here now. All you ever think about is getting something for nothing. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror." Without another word, he swung his goose-herding bamboo pole to chase Wang Hu out of his yard, then slammed the gate shut and locked it. Wang Hu was left humiliated and defeated, unable to fathom why he couldn't sell his chickens. He could only return to the village, head bowed in shame. Lu Debao and the other 2 were waiting at the village entrance. Seeing Wang Hu return with his head bowed, they had no idea he hadn't secured the deal. They crowded around him, asking, "So? Did you find a buyer? How much per chicken?" "I've got 13 chickens ready. Just tell me the price, and I'll round them up right away." "Wang Hu, why aren't you saying anything? My chickens are ready. Just tell me to transport them, and I'll borrow Brother Chen's donkey cart. It's empty today." With 3 men draping their arms around him, Wang Hu remained silent no matter how they pressed. Finally, with a muffled groan, he replied, "Didn't sell them." "What?" Tiezhu released his grip on Wang Hu's arm and took a couple steps back, staring at him in disbelief. Wang Shuzhen thumped Wang Hu's shoulder. "What kind of joke is this? Did you sell your own chickens and refuse to help us sell ours? How much did you get? Who did you sell them to? Tell us, and we'll go ask them ourselves." Wang Hu clenched his teeth, stomped his foot, and shouted, "No. I didn't sell any. Not a single one. Nobody wanted my chickens." The 3 men exchanged stunned glances. Wang Shuzhen lunged forward, pinning Wang Hu to the ground. Mounting his waist, he pressed his hands into Wang Hu's shoulders and demanded, "Didn't you say you had a surefire plan? Didn't you promise all our chickens would sell? Now you tell us none sold. What are we supposed to do? You swore you'd take them even if they didn't sell. You have to take all our chickens. Take them, my ass. I don't even know what to do with my own chickens. I'm not taking yours." Seeing the 2 men about to come to blows, Lu Debao rushed over, pulled Wang Shuzhen up, and pleaded, "Wang Hu, you promised yesterday. You promised to take our chickens if we couldn't sell them. Now you won't take them, and we can't find Tiezhu either. What are we supposed to do? I don't care what you do. I never told you not to go to Tiezhu. Who's to blame when you're so easily swayed and lack resolve?" Wang Hu stood up, shook himself off, and ran away. What are we supposed to do? We can't be stuck with these chickens. Let's go find Tiezhu." We'll beg him. He's soft-hearted. Maybe if we plead with him, he'll agree to help us sell the chickens. Right, let's go. The three of them, supporting each other, made their way to Tiezhu's house. The moment they appeared, Tiezhu knew exactly what they wanted. He kept his head down, busy with his own tasks, completely ignoring them. The three of them plucked up their courage and pleaded with Tiezhu, please help us. We really need you to sell our chickens. Come on, it's just a 2-cent kickback. Take it all. Just help us sell these chickens. Lu Debao, tongue-tied, just stared wide-eyed at Tiezhu without speaking, but kept nodding vigorously while the other two pleaded. Tiezhu didn't even lift his head. Didn't Wang Hu say he could sell them? Didn't you already ask him for help? Don't bother me. I told you yesterday. No, we won't ask Wang Hu anymore. We're only asking you, you're the one with the connections. Yes, please, Tiezhu. We know we were wrong. Tiezhu remained silent, but the trio's commotion drew a crowd of other villagers. Their chickens had sold for dozens, even hundreds of yuan per pound, and all their debts were cleared. Now feeling relaxed and pressure-free, he cracked sunflower seeds and sneered, "Didn't you guys swear you'd never bother Tiezhu? Well, show some backbone, then figure it out yourselves." Oh boy, thanks to Tiezhu, our family's debts are all cleared. Not yours yet? TSK, serves you right. Who told you to follow Wang Hu? The crowd's scorn stripped the three of all dignity. They knelt before Tiezhu with a thud, sobbing and pleading, "Please help us. We truly regret our mistakes." Yes, we know we were wrong, Tiezhu. Wang Hu is nothing but a fraud. He deceived us, that's why we didn't follow you. Please forgive us. It's all our fault. We misjudged him. I beg you, Tiezhu. If I can't sell my chickens today, the interest piles up another day. We can't afford to delay, we really can't. Chapter 75, heeding his sister-in-law's advice. Tiezhu sighed. With all three kneeling before him, his heart softened. He'd observed them over the past few days. They weren't bad people, just blind to reality. And their chickens were actually quite good. All right, get up. Bring the chickens over tomorrow, and I'll sell them. The three bowed repeatedly in gratitude before finally leaving. And Wang next door also relied on Tiezhu to sell her chickens. After witnessing this scene, he returned home and saw Li Fangfang folding quilts and clothes. An inexplicable rage welled up inside him. Useless. I practically handed Tiezhu to you on a silver platter, and you couldn't even seize the opportunity. Li Fangfang grew irritated at the mention. She flung the clothes she was holding onto the bed and snapped, "Like I didn't want to?" Tiezhu refused. "I followed your advice and sought him out, bringing him gifts and food, but he avoided me like the plague." "Mom, he doesn't want me. He said it himself. Cuihua is the only one he'll ever consider. Even if I stripped naked and laid down in front of him, it wouldn't make a difference. He completely ignores me. What can I possibly do?" She'd had enough of Tiezhu's rejection. Pushing herself on him now would be utterly shameless. And Wang, about to take a sip from her teacup, slammed it down on the table upon hearing Li Fangfang's words. "That's because you're stupid. You're so stupid you can't even handle a man. How could I have given birth to such a fool? If you just played a little mind game to win Tiezhu's heart, especially since our house is right next to his, Cuihua wouldn't have stood a chance. I gave you so many perfect chances, yet you missed every single one. It makes me furious. If I'd known you'd be like this, I should have just hired a matchmaker to marry you off to that simpleton in the next village. One fool paired with another perfectly matched. Why bother trying to marry you off to Tiezhu at all?" Li Fangfang's face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists, finding it harder and harder to listen. When Aunt Wang mentioned marrying her off to the simpleton, tears burst forth. "Yes, I'm stupid. I'm old and stubborn, refusing to marry and insisting on staying home. But who was I staying home for? If you despised me so much, you shouldn't have given birth to me in the first place. I should have gone with my father, that would have been so much better." With that, she wiped her tears with her sleeve and ran out. Head down, she ran without a care for the path ahead, colliding with someone ahead. Looking up, she saw it was Tiezhu. A plan formed in her mind. Seeing no one else around, she promptly fell backward onto the ground. "Tiezhu? Tiezhu? I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention and bumped into you." Ow. She clutched her ankle, feigning pain. With tears still streaming down her face, she looked up at Tiezhu. "I've sprained my ankle. Could you help me? Please help me get home." Tiezhu stood nearby, coldly watching Li Fangfang. Before he could speak, Cuihua darted over. "Brother Tiezhu, what are you doing here?" "Oh, Sister Fangfang, why are you sitting on the ground? Quick, get up. The ground is cold and dirty." While urging Li Fangfang to rise, her gaze fixed on Tiezhu, her eyes screaming, "If you dare help her, I'll break up with you." Tiezhu quickly protested, "I didn't help her up. I didn't even touch her." He glanced at Li Fangfang blocking his path and stepped around her. Li Fangfang, lying on the ground, instantly felt humiliated. He wouldn't even give her a hand up, and now he had to go out of his way to avoid her? What kind of monster was she, Li Fangfang, that he had to avoid her like this? The more Li Fangfang thought about it, the angrier she became. She lowered her head and couldn't help but shed a string of tears. But she was like a one-woman show on the sidelines. Tiezhu and Cuihua didn't even glance her way. Tiezhu grabbed Cuihua's hand and explained, "Don't be upset, Cuihua." She suddenly appeared in the middle of the path. I wasn't walking toward her. I didn't touch her at all, and I never intended to help her up. I only touch you, help you, and hold you. Please don't misunderstand me. I'm not misunderstanding, she retorted. I just saw her fall right in front of you, her hand reaching out to you. How could you not help her? Li Fangfang isn't bad looking either. Why didn't you help her? She's so pitiful, twisted her ankle. You could have walked her home. Her mom might even want you as a son-in-law. How perfect. Cuihua shook off his hand and walked ahead on her own. Deep down, she knew Tiezhu only had eyes for her. But in that moment, she just wanted to act a little spoiled. Tiezhu's hand was pushed away, but he persistently wrapped his arm around Cuihua's shoulder again, coaxing her relentlessly. No way. I don't want to be her son-in-law. I only want to be your son-in-law, Cuihua. I'll be your family's son-in-law. I'm saving up for the dowry right now. Once I have enough, I'll marry you immediately. I couldn't care less about Li Fangfang or Li Yuan. I don't even remember who they are. One coaxed, the other listened, and together they walked all the way to the Ma family's doorstep. Cuihua stopped at the threshold and turned back. All right, you can go home now. I'm home. Tiezhu opened his mouth, wanting to say he'd come in for a visit, but after glancing at Cuihua, he held his tongue. He sighed, "Don't be angry, please don't be angry. I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow when I return from Mr. Chen's place, okay? I'll come back tomorrow and bring you a gift." With that, he walked away, glancing back every few steps. Cuihua watched him go. Only after turning away did a smile appear on her face. She kicked at the dirt at her feet and entered the house. Xiulian, working in the vegetable patch, craned her neck to look. Seeing only Cuihua, she pulled her close and began to reason with her. "Cuihua, don't be petty with Tiezhu over nothing. He's got it tough. He supports his own family and takes care of ours too. He's already worn out from work. You should be more considerate of him. Think how good he's been to you. Saving up for the dowry before marrying you shows real respect. Listen to your sister-in-law. There isn't a better man in the whole village than Tiezhu. Don't drive him away. If he ends up leaving you for someone else, you'll be the one crying." Cuihua pouted, her voice already tinged with grievance. "Sister-in-law, I just wonder, am I really good enough for brother Tiezhu? Look at him now, such a good man, and he earns well. Our family can't compare." This thought hadn't just occurred to her ever since Tiezhu gained fame in the village. She'd felt unworthy of him. She knew nothing, only how to tend cattle and clean the house. Even her cooking couldn't match her sister-in-law's. When Li Fangfang appeared, she felt even more threatened. Though Li Fangfang's family was also modest, they were better off than hers. Not only were they debt-free, but they could even afford to buy chicks. Li Fangfang was also more capable at work. She single-handedly managed her family's fields. That's why Li Fangfang's arrival made her feel threatened, prompting her to lash out with sarcastic remarks. After Xiulian spent ages trying to calm her down, combined with Tiezhu's earlier patient coaxing, she finally regained some confidence and nodded to show she understood. Chapter 76, After being your wife for half a day, can I scrounge some mung beans? The Ma family didn't own much land, but they had a few plots. Since Xiulan had to care for Ma Chang and couldn't work the fields herself, Cuihua would harness the old ox to plow the land. But some tasks were beyond the ox's capabilities: weeding and pest control, for instance, requiring someone to kneel in the soil and work meticulously. That day, Cuihua was weeding in the field under the blazing sun, wearing a straw hat. They had no shortcuts, just crouching and pulling weeds one by one. By the time her legs went numb, she'd only cleared a small patch. Cuihua stood up, patting her aching waist. Turning her head, she saw Tiezhu running toward her. "Tired? Hot. My mom made a pot of mung bean soup and asked me to bring it over. Come drink it under this tree. She put in plenty of sugar." Tiezhu showed her the earthenware pot in his hands, urging Cuihua to come to the tree shade by the field ridge to drink the soup. "Auntie, you're too kind. I don't need mung bean soup, just water will do." Cuihua felt a bit embarrassed, but she didn't push Tiezhu's hand away. He pulled her under the shade, and the earthenware pot was brought right to her lips. She had no choice but to slowly take a sip. Tiezhu chuckled, rolled up his pant legs, and waded straight into the field to weed alongside Cuihua. As he worked, he chatted with her. People in the neighboring field teased, "Tiezhu really dotes on his wife. Look at him bringing her mung bean soup under the scorching sun. Talk about enviable. Hey, Tiezhu, if I were your wife for half a day, could I get a sip of that mung bean soup?" "Forget it. Look at your face, it can't hold a candle to Cuihua's. I've got cold water here. If you don't want to be my wife for half a day, I'll give you cold water instead. Get lost. Who wants your cold water? I've got my eye on Tiezhu's mung bean soup. Honey, learn a thing or two from Tiezhu. Why don't you make me some mung bean soup when you get home? I'm craving that ice-cold, sweet stuff too." "You wish. Why don't you go home and cook it yourself? Enough of this. Let's get back to work. After we finish, we'll just have some sugar water at home." Someone set down the weeds they were pulling, took off their straw hat to fan themselves, and asked curiously, "Hey, Cuihua, is that mung bean soup of yours good? Sweet? Is it extra sweet because Tiezhu brought it?" Cuihua's face flushed red, half from the sun's heat, half from everyone's teasing. Hurriedly, she scooped up the earthenware pot and thrust it into Tiezhu's hands, pushing him toward the field ridge. "Brother Tiezhu, you really shouldn't help me anymore. If you keep working with me, I'll be teased to death by everyone." Tiezhu clutched the clay pot, refusing to leave. He casually set it under the shade of a tree and returned to the field to keep working. "What are you trying to accomplish alone? If I help, we'll finish faster. The sooner we're done, the sooner we can go home." Huddled in her own plot, Li Fangfang grew increasingly uncomfortable with each word, feeling Cuihua was utterly undeserving. She sprang to her feet and shouted at Cuihua. "Ma Cuihua, you're shameless. Tiezhu's already swamped with his own work, yet you make him labor for your family too. Your whole clan is like leeches, sticky, clingy leeches you can't shake off." Cuihua had always disliked Li Fangfang. She used to think Li Fangfang's family was just like hers, both struggling to keep their households afloat. But that last shred of pity had been completely eroded by her repeated provocations toward both Cuihua and Tiezhu. When Li Fangfang came over to gossip again, Cuihua immediately stepped in before Tiezhu could react, confronting her head-on. "Li Fangfang, what do you think you're saying? I've always respected you as my elder and called you Sister Fangfang. Who knew you'd be obsessing over Brother Tiezhu day in and day out? Let me make this clear, Brother Tiezhu helps me out of his own free will. Whether he's tired or struggling is my concern, it's none of yours." Li Fangfang couldn't care less. After Tiezhu snubbed her face a few days ago, she kept thinking about it at home and realized her mother was right. Tiezhu was a capable, good man. Ma Cuihua wasn't good enough for him, only she, Li Fangfang, was worthy. Such a fine man shouldn't go to waste. Plus, seeing Tiezhu help Ma Cuihua today made her jealous and feel sorry for him. That's why she blurted out those words. She hadn't expected Ma Cuihua to be so thick-skinned. Li Fangfang's face flushed, but she immediately shouted back, "So what if I care? I do care. Your Ma family treats him like a beast of burden, making him work without food or drink, yet demanding he bring you water? I just feel sorry for him. Your Ma family treats Tiezhu like a beast of burden, making him work without food or drink, yet demanding he fetch drinks for you. That's what breaks my heart. If he were in my family, I wouldn't treat him like that. I'd only feel sorry for him and wouldn't let Tiezhu work for us." Li Fangfang rattled off one sentence after another, as if in her heart, Tiezhu had already become someone special to her. Xiao Lian, who had been working nearby, had been smiling at the sight of Tiezhu and Cuihua being affectionate. She never expected Li Fangfang to come out so shamelessly and spout nonsense about feeling sorry for him. She immediately confronted Li Fangfang and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You Wang family are such good people, aren't you? Just like your mother, who never stopped talking trash about Tiezhu. Day in and day out, you either cling to him or get in Cuihua's way. You're the shameless one. What's the matter? Can't find a man, so you set your sights on our Tiezhu? You're just like your mother, fate has denied you a man. Can't find a two-legged frog? Well, you can't even find a three-legged man in your own house. No wonder your dad died young, he was cursed by you and your mother. Your mother's a star of solitary doom, and you're no better. Get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you again. If I ever catch you talking trash again, I'll slap you silly." With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike Li Fangfang. Li Fangfang threw caution to the wind, thrusting her face forward while shouting, "Everyone, come see. This Wang family widow won't let anyone speak the truth, she's about to hit someone. Hey, your family has no sense of right and wrong. You won't let people speak, and you curse them. I think your family is the real star of misfortune. Your husband's no good, so you want Tiezhu to marry Cuihua. Do you plan to sleep in the same bed with Tiezhu too? I wonder what Ma Chang thinks. Is he willingly wearing a green hat? Or did he actively choose to be cuckolded? Your whole family is shameless, three scheming minds plotting to exploit Tiezhu, milking him dry, then wanting him as your family stud. Oh, I get it now. Ma Chang, that sick pervert can't have kids himself, so he wants to borrow sperm, right? Hit the nail on the head. Xiao Lian, you must be gloating now, thinking Tiezhu is way better than Ma Chang, aren't you? Smirking inside, aren't you? I bet that's exactly it. Besides two women, what else could your family possibly offer to attract Tiezhu? Tiezhu, you can't marry into a family like that. Cut ties with them immediately. They're utterly despicable." Chapter 77, Engagement to Cuihua. Oh no, Li Fangfang blurted out something that actually hit the mark. The moment Xiao Lian heard her mention seeking Tiezhu's support, she froze in panic, unable to speak. Her heart pounded wildly as she tried to explain, her finger trembling as she pointed at Li Fangfang, pacing anxiously. She couldn't let everyone believe Li Fangfang's words. If they found out her family really had sought support, how could Cuihua and Tiezhu ever hold their heads up again? Several villagers nearby had overheard and gathered closer. Some believed Li Fangfang's story about the affair, while others remained skeptical. Hadn't Ma Chang already recovered? Surely they wouldn't do something like this. Could he really tolerate his wife sleeping with his brother-in-law? Who knows? When Ma Chang first collapsed, I'd have believed they were having an affair. But now? Not so sure. I don't buy it. Setting aside what Tiezhu might have done, Ma Chang was always so good to Xiaolian. I just can't see her doing something like this. Quiet down. You're talking so much I can't hear Tiezhu speak. Tiezhu had wanted to speak from the start but hadn't managed to get a word in over Cuihua and Xiaolan. Now, seeing how ridiculously Fangfang's words were, he hurriedly cut in with a rebuke. Hey, you! What nonsense are you spouting? You just make things up out of thin air. Is that how your mother raised you? Oh, and your mom's no saint either, always running her filthy mouth. Looks like you're just like her, cut from the same cloth. I'm warning you, I don't usually hit women, but if you keep spouting nonsense and making up these lies, I won't hold back. To be honest, I used to think you were a devoted, virtuous woman. Never imagined you'd stoop so low to try and steal me away. I warned you before, I have no interest in you whatsoever. I can't even remember your name. Mark my words, don't waste your breath. I'm about to get engaged to Cuihua. You'd be better off cooling your heels somewhere else. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Cuihua's waist, pulling her close with an intimacy that spoke volumes. The onlookers murmured among themselves, see? I told you Li Fangfang was talking nonsense. Their relationship is so strong, and Ma Chang and Xiaolian are so devoted to each other, how could they possibly do something like that? No wonder Li Fangfang looked down on Cuihua. Turns out she wanted to marry Tiezhu herself. If you ask me, she's no match for Cuihua. Her mother already ruined her chances. How could Tiezhu ever see her as a partner? Daydreaming is fine, anyone can do it, but she took her fantasy too seriously. You know what? I never thought daydreaming could be so sweet. Maybe I'll dream up a scenario where Tiezhu marries me. Get real. You can dream all you want, but don't go acting like Li Fangfang and trying to make it happen with Tiezhu. Man, that Li Fangfang sure has thick skin. Even after Tiezhu said all that, she's still standing there. If someone talked to me like that, I'd find a tree to hang myself from or jump into the river. I'd have no face left to live. Shoo! Watch your mouth. If Li Fangfang really kills herself, her mom will come after you for sure. Alright, everyone disperse. We've got our own work to finish. The show's over, back to work. Whether Li Fangfang ended up killing herself or just went home in shame, it was none of Tiezhu's business anymore. His mind was set on the engagement they'd discussed. It was time to get that settled quickly. That evening, after everyone finished their farm work and returned home, he walked straight into the house and discussed it with his parents. Father, I want to go to the Ma family and get engaged to Cuihua. Tiezhu's mother clapped her hands in delight. I've been telling you to marry soon, but you wouldn't listen. This is perfect. Tomorrow I'll go discuss the engagement arrangements for you. No need for you. I can handle this myself. Just wait for my good news tomorrow. Oh, and this mung bean soup is delicious. Mom, please wash this for me, it must have been hard work. Saying this, he handed over the earthenware pot he'd been holding, the one he'd used to bring Cuihua the soup that afternoon. Tiezhu's mother quickly took the pot, her eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. Early the next morning, before everyone headed out to work, Tiezhu went to the Ma family to discuss the engagement. Ma Chang, seated in his wheelchair, kept saying, good. Good. As long as you can get engaged and married to Cuihua as soon as possible, whatever you say is fine with us. The engagement is definitely happening, Chang. My mom says 3 days from now is an auspicious day, and she wants us to get engaged then. I'll give Cuihua 300 yuan as a betrothal gift, plus a gold necklace. I just can't afford a thick one right now. I'm sorry to disappoint her on that point. He'd already saved up enough money recently. Last time he went to the county, he bought a necklace. He figured even if he couldn't afford the full set of 3 gold items, he had to at least get her a gold necklace. But the gold chain was rather thin. He planned to save up more money after the wedding to buy Cuihua a thicker one. Upon hearing about the dowry, Ma Chang immediately shook his head. No, we don't want a dowry. It's not like we're selling Cuihua. Tiezhu, you've already helped us so much. We absolutely can't accept a dowry. Just treat Cuihua well, that's all we ask. We don't want a dowry. Other families only ask for 100 yuan dowry at most, but Tiezhu was so generous, not only giving 300 yuan but also a gold necklace. Ma Chang grew flustered. How could he possibly accept such a large dowry? Besides, Tiezhu had worked hard for that money. It would be better if they kept it for themselves. Regardless of whether Ma Chang accepted it or not, Tiezhu insisted firmly, if I take Cuihua away, you'll have one less person to help with the household. I absolutely must give this dowry. The gold necklace is for Cuihua, and the dowry money is all for you. If you refuse to take it, I won't proceed with the engagement. I'll only formalize it with Cuihua when you're ready to accept it. Tiezhu had thought it through. Ma Chang's family now lacked laborers, relying solely on sister Xiaolan and Cuihua to farm for their food. Once Cuihua married into his family, Ma Chang's household would face hardship. This dowry was his duty to pay. He even added, if you agree to accept the dowry, I'll take Cuihua to buy new clothes tomorrow. We'll hold the engagement ceremony the day after tomorrow. Then you won't have to worry about me not marrying Cuihua. What do you say? Seeing his firm stance and realizing the dowry wouldn't harm the Ma family, Xiaolan nudged Ma Chang and agreed, "We'll take it. Since you insist on giving it, we'll accept." She added, "You two must build a good life together. If you need help, just ask. When you have children, I'll help raise them." The wedding hadn't even happened yet, and Xiaolian was already talking about babysitting. Cuihua blushed at the mention. But with everything settled, Tiezhu left satisfied. The next day, he took Cuihua to the county town to buy bright new clothes for both families. 3 days later, the engagement was formally announced. Chapter 78, The Engagement Banquet. Xiaolian never imagined she and Ma Chang would have new clothes to wear. She couldn't bear to put them on, running her fingers over the fabric instead. Early that morning, she and several helping aunts prepared several tables of fine dishes. Only then did she change into the new clothes, help Cuihua get dressed, and wait for Tiezhu to arrive with his parents to formalize the engagement. Tiezhu arrived at the Ma residence with his parents, gifts in hand, his face beaming. Along the way, he greeted fellow villagers, "Uncle, I'm getting engaged today. You're all invited to the feast." "Yes, Auntie, I'm engaged. Sharing in your joy. The feast is ready over here, come join us. No need to bring anything, just come. Your presence is all we need." Tiezhu had already given Ma Chang 30 yuan earlier to buy food for the engagement banquet. Traditionally, engagements only involved the two families, a simple meal to discuss wedding plans. But Tiezhu was determined to invite the villagers, letting them share in the celebration and show support for Cuihua. By the time Tiezhu arrived, the courtyard was filled with people seated around 6 borrowed large round tables. As soon as they saw Tiezhu and his parents, everyone burst into applause to welcome them. Someone teased, "Tiezhu, are you getting married tomorrow after the engagement? Why not invite us for another meal tomorrow and tie the knot then?" "Exactly. We never have enough celebrations. Set up more tables tomorrow, there's no room for everyone here." "Tiezhu, congratulations. Cuihua's been waiting impatiently for you in the room. What took you so long? Hurry up, hurry up. We're all waiting to eat meat." Tiezhu chuckled in agreement, his feet carrying him swiftly into the house. Ma Chang's family had another table set up for their own household. The three of them were already seated and waiting. Seeing Tiezhu arrive, Xiaolian and Cuihua hurriedly stood up to greet him. "Why did you bring gifts? We told you not to." Xiaolian accepted the gifts while beckoning Tiezhu's parents inside. Outside, people clutched their chopsticks, waiting impatiently for the meal. Some envious ones couldn't stop grumbling. They can only afford a few tables. The Ma family must have spent every last penny just on these few tables. Who knows? I reckon they couldn't afford a wedding, so they just had an engagement ceremony. Could be. Look at Tiezhu's hands, those boxes look pretty substantial, but who knows what's inside? Might even be empty. TSK, looks like Tiezhu and the Ma family aren't doing so well either. No dowry, just a meal for the engagement. Seems Tiezhu doesn't think much of Cuihua after all. Tiezhu seemed to hear the voices outside. He pulled a thick red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Ma Chang. "Brother Chang, this is the betrothal money we agreed on, 500 yuan total. Take it." His voice was loud enough for everyone outside to hear. The few people who had been chattering moments ago instantly fell silent. But one stubborn voice persisted, "Who knows if there's even money in there? Maybe it's just stuffed with old newspapers to save face." Ma Chang's next move proved him wrong. He opened the red envelope and pulled out the cash inside. 50 crisp blue notes fell into plain view. The sight of those blue 50 yuan notes made the onlookers' eyes burn redder than if they'd been bleeding. They truly hadn't expected Tiezhu to actually produce the betrothal money in 500 yuan at that. Who in this village could afford a 500 yuan dowry? Even the village chief's family, considered well off, had only paid 200 yuan when marrying off their son, and that was considered top tier in the village. The men who had just spoken now felt their faces burning with embarrassment. They lowered their heads, staring at the dishes before them, afraid to utter another word lest their shame grow even more acute. And it would get worse. Tiezhu told Cuihua to unwrap the gifts. Cuihua had thought it was too showy and inappropriate. But when she saw Tiezhu reaching out to help unwrap them, she began opening each gift one by one. Inside the smallest box lay the very gold necklace Tiezhu had intended to give Cuihua. Cuihua pulled out the necklace, its golden brilliance dazzling the villagers' eyes. Besides the necklace, there were the latest patterned fabrics, 6 pairs of new shoes, 2 for each person, a set of new bowls and chopsticks, and finally, 2 watches. Ma Chang's eyes widened in shock. No, this is too valuable. We can't accept it. Brother Chang, I haven't managed to get all 3 essentials and a toy yet, but I have to have at least one. I'll buy you the watches now, and later I'll get the bicycle and sewing machine too. Well then, you two can wear them yourselves. You and Cuihua can each have one. Cuihua quickly showed off her wrist. Brother, we already have them. Brother Tiezhu bought me one the day before yesterday. Tiezhu had gotten the watches with help from Chen, the goose farmer. After buying them the day before yesterday, they both had one each. The remaining pair, one men's and one women's, were meant for Ma Chang and Xiaolan. The two had no choice but to accept the gifts. The villagers attending the banquet had nothing more to say. What else could they say? Several people had just been publicly humiliated. Did they think their faces weren't stinging enough, or what? Though they dared not speak, envy was palpable. This engagement banquet became the talk of the village for 3 months, still being discussed with relish. Whenever unmarried girls in the village mentioned engagement, they'd bring up Tiezhu's ceremony, demanding dowries and gifts. For quite some time, no weddings were held. As planned, Tiezhu's father began renovating the house, leaving it temporarily messy and cluttered. Tiezhu was even kicked out to help with the work. He decided to take Cuihua to visit Mr. Chen. This Mr. Chen helps buy my geese and the village chickens. Now that we're engaged, I'll take you to meet him and bring him a little something. It's a happy occasion, so let's bring Mr. Chen a gift to make him happy too. Tiezhu and Cuihua arrived at Mr. Chen's house carrying several gift boxes. As soon as they entered, they saw Mr. Chen gesturing and pointing with 2 others near the goose pen. Mr. Chen, I hope I'm not interrupting your work. I'll just leave these gifts and not keep you any longer. He set down the gifts and turned to leave with Cuihua. Though he didn't know who the other 2 men were, the one in the suit and leather collar clearly had status. Tiezhu knew when to leave. Staying now would be tactless. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chen called out to him, Tiezhu, you're just in time. Come over here, come over here. Let me introduce you. Seeing Boss Chen wouldn't let him leave, he had no choice but to walk over to the 3 of them. Deputy Town Mayor Wu, this is Tiezhu, the one I told you about. That delicious goose you mentioned last time? He raised it. Tiezhu, this is Deputy Town Mayor Wu. Tiezhu immediately extended his hand. So you're Deputy Mayor Wu. I knew from your bearing that you were no ordinary man. That dignified, upright aura of a government official commands respect. I wasn't mistaken. His words flattered both the deputy township chief and himself. Deputy Chief Wu chuckled heartily as he shook his hand. So you're Tiezhu. You're a fine young man, very good indeed. Chapter 79, Looking for You by Name. How do you raise your geese? Any special techniques? Yours taste even better than Chen's. I really enjoy them. After Mr. Chen's introduction, Tiezhu finally understood why Deputy Mayor Wu knew of him. It turned out Deputy Mayor Wu had been buying geese from Mr. Chen all along. After selling his geese to Mr. Chen last time, Mr. Chen had sent 2 of them to Deputy Mayor Wu. He'd assumed all geese were similar and their meat would taste much the same. But to his surprise, Deputy Mayor Wu could immediately tell these geese were different from what he usually ate. For the next while, he specifically requested Tiezhu's geese. But Tiezhu's supply was limited. Mr. Chen had sold off another batch, leaving him with only a few geese remaining. Now, unable to get his hands on Tiezhu's geese, Deputy Town Mayor Wu decided on a whim to visit Mr. Chen and see for himself what made his geese different from Tiezhu's. Just as Deputy Town Chief Wu finished speaking, he suddenly realized he shouldn't ask so casually. What if Tiezhu had some trade secrets? Asking like this was practically begging for someone's core business know-how. He quickly changed his tune. Never mind, never mind. I shouldn't have asked. Just sell me a few more geese next time. Tiezhu chuckled. Honestly, there's nothing I can't share. I'll exchange goose raising tips with Mr. Chen later. But Deputy Town Chief Wu, if you want to eat goose, you'll have to buy it from Mr. Chen. I've contracted all my geese to him. We've signed a contract. I trust you wouldn't want me to break my agreement. In truth, he hadn't signed any contract with Mr. Chen. He simply couldn't compete with Mr. Chen's business. He remembered the help Boss Chen had given him and couldn't betray that trust. Sure enough, Mr. Chen nodded at him with gratitude and satisfaction. Though a few geese weren't worth much, they represented the long-standing friendship he and Deputy Town Mayor Wu had cultivated. Deputy Town Chief Wu seemed like an upright man. He certainly wouldn't hold it against him for not selling the geese directly. Sure enough, he laughed heartily and gave Tiezhu a thumbs up. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. If you ever need help, have little Chen come find me. Is this your wife? Deputy Town Mayor Wu looked at Cuihua, and Tiezhu quickly explained, just got engaged, my fiancé. Cuihua promptly greeted Deputy Town Mayor Wu. Well, congratulations. You're a lucky girl to have found such a good man. Cuihua nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with admiration and reliance as she looked at Tiezhu. Mr. Chen seized the moment to tell Tiezhu, Deputy Town Chief Wu is in charge of economic development here. My goose farm succeeded largely thanks to his help. Your luck has arrived. Tiezhu's eyes lit up. He knew he had to cultivate this relationship with Deputy Town Chief Wu. He was sure to gain valuable policy insights from him in the future. At lunchtime, Boss Chen and Deputy Town Chief Wu didn't let Tiezhu and the others leave, insisting they stay for a meal together. The conversation flowed easily around the table. Seizing this rare opportunity, Tiezhu discussed numerous directions and methods for boosting the town's economic development with Deputy Town Chief Wu. The deputy nodded repeatedly, his gaze shifting from initial favor to genuine appreciation, his eyes now reflecting a newfound recognition. As they departed, Deputy Mayor Wu had his aide hand Tiezhu a business card. Tiezhu accepted it with both hands before leaving with Cuihua. During the meal, Deputy Town Mayor Wu shared several plans for goose farming. This strengthened Tiezhu's resolve to expand his operation by purchasing more goslings. He planned to take Cuihua to buy them soon. He planned to bring Ma Chang and Xiao Lian along to raise some geese too. Any extra income would help. Coincidentally, Ma Chang still had the dowry money untouched. He had intended for Cuihua to take it, but she declined. Seeing Tiezhu's plans to expand the farm, he decided to invest his share of the dowry money as well. Several batches of goslings arrived at his goose shed one after another, and the villagers all took notice. Several envious villagers came straight to Tiezhu's house, wanting to follow his lead in raising geese. Tiezhu, we don't know how to do this, but following your lead is definitely the right move. Just guide us along. All we need is a pond, right? We can raise them in the village pond. With you guiding us, we'll definitely succeed. Tiezhu was pleased by their requests to join him. He'd tried persuading them before, but no one had listened. Now that they were interested, it was a good thing. But after a moment's thought, he asked, I can't just give you the goslings, you'll have to buy them yourselves. The villagers immediately teased him, saying, of course. How could we let you give us the chicks? We'll buy them ourselves, of course. Tiezhu, are these geese hard to raise? How many should we start with? Once they're grown, can we be sure to make money? The number of goslings depends on your budget. If you're tight on cash, start small, 5 or 10. If you've got more to spare, go for 20 or 30. It's entirely up to you. Tiezhu gave everyone a brief explanation while patting his chest and guaranteeing, as long as you raise the geese to maturity, I guarantee the market for them. You'll definitely get a good price and make money. Alright. With your word, damn it, we're in. A long line formed outside Tiezhu's house. Some wanted 5 goslings, others 15, all asking Tiezhu to buy them ducklings. From then on, the number of goose farmers in the village surged. With Tiezhu's careful guidance, the geese raised by the villagers were all lively and thriving, eagerly awaiting a good price. One day, while Tiezhu was cleaning the goose shed, Yu suddenly ran over and called out to him. Tiezhu! Tiezhu! The village chief wants to see you. Yu was panting heavily, leaning against the pen fence to catch his breath. Tiezhu set down his broom, came over to help him catch his breath, and asked, what did the village chief say? Yu shook his head. No clue. A group of people showed up in fancy clothes. The leader specifically asked for you by name. Bro, did you mess up treating some livestock or something? No way. Tiezhu thought back. He'd never offended anyone outside the village. Why would someone come looking for trouble? He reassured Yu, take your time. I'll go check first. It probably isn't anything bad. With that, he headed toward the village chief's house. The moment he stepped inside the village chief's house, Tiezhu broke into a smile. He recognized the man who'd specifically asked for him. It was Deputy Town Chief Wu, whom he'd met at Mr. Chen's place. It turned out Deputy Town Chief Wu had come to inspect the village's livestock farming. Knowing Tiezhu lived in Iron Man Village, he figured Tiezhu would be the go-to person for information, so he came straight for him. But upon meeting him, Deputy Town Chief Wu didn't get straight to business. Instead, he asked privately, did you cross the director of the county livestock farm? Chapter 80, ever seen a goose army? Not the director. I've never even met the breeding farm director. You must be referring to Deputy Director Qian Sanling. Qian Sanling was Tiezhu's biggest rival here. Deputy Mayor Wu, is there something you need? It turned out that when Deputy Town Chief Wu led the inspection team, they had first visited the county breeding farm. Qian Sanling was quite attentive at the time, immediately saying, Deputy Mayor Wu, our director is attending a meeting in the city. Since you're here today, I'll be your host. Feel free to ask me any questions. As she spoke, she discreetly pulled a red envelope from her pocket and slipped it into Deputy Mayor Wu's hand. Deputy Mayor Wu, known for his integrity, would never accept bribes. He immediately retorted sternly, we're here to work. Take back your little tricks. Don't even think about trying to bribe us. We'll document everything about your work accurately. Qian Sanling, however, was experienced. She promptly withdrew the red envelope and adopted a proper attitude. Yes, we will certainly report everything truthfully. Deputy Mayor Wu had initially suspected some issues at the farm, which was why Qian Sanling had slipped him the red envelope. But after thorough inspection, the farm showed no major problems, only some hygiene standards were subpar, and a few young birds lacked vitality. Deputy Town Chief Wu had his team document everything he observed accurately, then asked, where should we inspect next? His subordinate replied, according to today's schedule, we still have 3 villages to visit. We'll head to Taihan Village first. Qian Sanling, who had been following them closely, felt a pang of unease upon hearing the destination. Everyone in the village knew she sold diseased chicks and engaged in illegal lending there. If Deputy Town Chief Wu visited this village and the villagers, especially Tiezhu, said anything to him, what kind of life would she have left? She hurriedly stepped in front of Deputy Town Chief Wu, smiling ingratiatingly. Deputy Chief Wu, please don't go to Taihan Village. It's notorious for its troublesome residents. There's no livestock farming there, it's not worth the trip. But wait, there's definitely a pig farm in this village, and I believe some villagers raise chickens and geese too. Deputy Town Chief Wu held a stack of papers detailing the livestock farming situation across the villages, including Taihan Village. Deputy Mayor Wu's expression turned stern as he said, don't get the titles wrong. Call people what they should be called. Now, tell me what's going on with that village. Qian Sanling had braced herself for a scolding, but unexpectedly, Deputy Town Chief Wu gave her a chance to explain. She immediately replied respectfully. Yes, Deputy Town Chief Wu. Taihan village does have a pig farm, but the villagers simply can't raise pigs properly. The pig pens are not only dilapidated but filthy and stinking. Last time I went to introduce farming practices to them, they actually kicked me out of the village. Especially their so-called village veterinarian. What's his name? Tiezhu. That Tiezhu claims to be a vet, but he's just a con artist. He can't treat sick pigs at all. The moment a pig shows the slightest sign of illness, he tells them to slaughter it immediately and eat it. Honestly, what's there to inspect in a village like this? Among all the villages in our county, theirs ranks dead last in livestock farming. You'd be better off not going. Deputy Town Chief Wu listened to Qian Sanling's words and felt a pang of doubt. He had met Tiezhu before. The man's appearance, speech, and knowledge didn't match Qian Sanling's description at all. He wondered if Qian Sanling harbored a grudge against Tiezhu or against Taihan village itself, and why she would say such things. But he didn't show it. Instead, he insisted on going to see for himself. We absolutely must inspect such a village to see how they're actually doing. If it's truly as you say, we'll have to shut down their farming operations and prohibit them from raising livestock any longer. Ignoring Qian Sanling's repeated protests, he ordered the car to drive straight to Iron Hero Village. Upon arriving at Iron Fist Village and seeing the conditions there, plus the village chief coming out to greet them, Deputy Town Chief Wu knew Qian Sanling had been making up slanderous lies. He specifically requested to meet Tiezhu. As soon as Tiezhu arrived and explained the situation, Deputy Town Chief Wu grasped the facts. No need for formalities, he said. Tiezhu, we're here to inspect livestock farming practices across the villages. Lead the way and give us a tour. Realizing it was just an inspection, Tiezhu felt completely at ease. He took the lead, walking ahead and explaining as they went. Our village's largest livestock operation is this pig farm. It has 5 pens, each housing a controlled number of pigs. We clean daily and replace feed regularly. Breeding sows of appropriate age receive special care. Tiezhu first led Deputy Town Mayor Wu on a tour of the pig pens, showcasing the renovated and newly added facilities. The current pens bore no resemblance to those from his early days as a veterinarian. Both old and new pens were bright and airy, with optimal ventilation. Not a trace of manure marred the floors, and the straw bedding remained dry and clean. The pigs greeted Tiezhu like long-lost relatives, crowding up against the iron bars either begging him to come play or demanding extra meals. Tiezhu hummed a few words back, taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention. Some people are coming to inspect things now. I'll come back to keep you company later. You guys wanted some fruit, right? I'll bring you some fresh apples. Just behave yourselves for now, okay? The pigs, satisfied with their reward, immediately quieted down. The more perceptive ones, seeing Deputy Town Mayor Wu reaching into the pen, nudged him gently with their snouts. This amused Deputy Town Chief Wu into hearty laughter. This pigsty is impressive, clean, hygienic, and the feed looks nutritious. The pigs are well kept, with smooth, rosy skin, and the piglets are lively too. Tiezhu, after this, share your farming expertise with everyone. Sure thing, no problem. Tiezhu readily agreed, not because he wanted others to learn his secrets, but because Deputy Mayor Wu was giving him face by letting him show off. After inspecting the pigsty and several households' cattle and sheep, they walked to the lakeside, where a cluster of goose pens stood. Ever since everyone decided to follow Tiezhu's lead in raising geese, over a dozen goose pens had gradually sprung up along the lakeshore. For aesthetic consistency and easier management, which also benefited goose rearing, Tiezhu specifically instructed everyone to build identical structures. His goose pen design was the most scientifically sound in the village, so naturally everyone followed his lead. At that moment, over a dozen flocks of geese, large and small, were swimming on the lake. Some were pecking at fish near the bottom, while others played in the water, presenting a delightful sight. Standing by the lake, Tiezhu spoke mysteriously. Deputy Mayor Wu, have you ever seen a goose formation? Shall I show you? Oh? Can a flock of geese form an army? Have you seen it? Deputy Town Chief Wu turned to ask the subordinates following him and the other villagers. Chapter 81, Your geese are here to defend the nation. We've heard of big geese attacking people, but never of a goose army. Tiezhu, your geese are meant to defend the homeland. You absolutely can't eat them. The villagers' outburst sparked a wave of laughter. It wasn't mockery, just amusement at the absurdity of the statement. Deputy Town Mayor Wu joined in the laughter. After they finished laughing, he asked Tiezhu to show them around. After all, none of them had ever seen a goose army before. Tiezhu smiled faintly, stood by the lake, and called out to the geese, "Come on, come on." Instantly, the geese scattered across the lake gathered around Tiezhu, tilting their heads to look at him. Wow, that's amazing. Hey, are all these geese yours? They listen to you so well? No, that flock is mine, but these 10 belong to OU. Tiezhu, I never knew you had this kind of talent. Tiezhu, you're not seriously planning to enlist this flock as soldiers, are you? What would be the point of raising them then? But, they're so human-like now. Can we still eat them? Tiezhu chuckled and shook his head. Of course we can eat them. No matter how human-like they are, they're still just geese. You think that's all? Wait and see. Next, Tiezhu had the geese form a square formation, call out their numbers, and even solved a few addition and subtraction problems within 10. To the astonishment of the inspection team and villagers, every goose completed the tasks flawlessly. Even Cuihua hadn't realized Tiezhu possessed such skills. Deputy Town Chief Wu praised them repeatedly with satisfaction. Excellent. Truly excellent. Your village's farming practices are top-notch. He gave a thumbs up, and that finger never came down. Originally planning to visit 3 villages that afternoon, the inspection of Taihan village stretched into the evening after Tiezhu's presentation. The village chief had prepared a meal early, hoping to host Deputy Mayor Wu and his team for dinner. Though they hadn't planned to stay, after some discussion, they agreed to remain on the condition that Tiezhu join them. Tiezhu not only agreed but specially selected 2 geese from his own pen to enhance the meal. He hadn't forgotten that Deputy Town Chief Wu loved goose. After 3 rounds of wine, Deputy Town Chief Wu rubbed his satisfied belly. One of the 2 geese had ended up in his stomach. He set down his chopsticks, and everyone followed suit, watching him expectantly. Deputy Mayor Wu did indeed have something to say. He lifted his wine cup, took a small sip, and spoke. Has your village considered establishing a livestock cooperative? The village chief glanced at Tiezhu and asked, what is a livestock cooperative? Someone immediately explained briefly, this livestock cooperative is just a pilot project. The main idea is to give rural areas a place to buy young livestock for breeding, and also to buy back mature livestock. The town will take over the livestock bought back and send them to the slaughterhouse. However, Deputy Mayor Wu had one requirement: Tiezhu would serve as the cooperative's technical advisor. All livestock entering or leaving, whether young or mature, would require Tiezhu's inspection and approval before any transactions could occur. The village chief's eyes lit up. That's great. That's great. Our village has been cheated before. We bought a lot of sick chickens. After treating them and raising them back to health, no one wanted to buy them. Now with this cooperative, it'll be perfect. From now on, we can sell our pigs and geese to the cooperative. Sick chickens? What happened? Deputy Town Chief Wu frowned upon hearing the village chief's story. The village chief hesitated, unsure whether to mention Qian Sanling. Worried that doing so might anger Deputy Town Chief Wu, he shifted his gaze toward Tiezhu. Tiezhu, however, had none of those reservations. Seeing the village chief hesitate, he spoke up. He spilled everything: how Qian Sanling had tricked villagers into selling sick chicks and secretly lent money at exorbitant rates. Deputy Town Chief Wu slammed his fist on the table several times in anger. The village chief hurriedly interceded. It's all in the past now. Our chickens were sold thanks to Tiezhu's help, and the villagers who borrowed money have all repaid their debts. We'll be more vigilant from now on and won't let ourselves be deceived again. Deputy Town Chief Wu's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth gritted. It finally clicked. No wonder Qian Sanling had refused to let him inspect Taihan village initially. There was more to it than he'd known. He grasped the village chief's hand, apologizing repeatedly. Old chief, it's all because our work fell short, causing the villagers of Taihan village to suffer unfair treatment. Xiao Lu, go to the county office immediately and bring Qian Sanling here. She must publicly admit her mistakes and apologize. Afterward, thoroughly investigate her actions and compile a report for me. She must be punished, suspended from her position without pay. Deputy Town Chief Wu's subordinate, Xiao Lu, immediately drove to the county seat. Seeing Deputy Town Chief Wu's arrangements, the village chief sensed trouble brewing and tried to dissuade him. Deputy Town Chief Wu, this is all in the past. Village chief, no more words. This matter will be judged as it should be. Having Qian Sanling apologize to you is the least she can do, but this step cannot be skipped. She must come and apologize. The drive to the county seat was swift, and within an hour, Xiao Lu brought Qian Sanling back. Realizing her actions had been exposed, she walked in with a slumped posture, looking utterly defeated. By now, night had fallen. Villagers who'd heard the news gathered one by one, calling everyone to the village threshing yard. A bright light illuminated Qian Sanling, who stood silently with her head bowed. Deputy Town Chief Wu sat high on a concrete platform, ordering Qian Sanling to stand facing the villagers. He scolded her. You should seriously reflect on your actions. As the deputy director of the county livestock farm, don't you know what you should and shouldn't do? I thought you were just a bit clever, but I never imagined you'd go so far as to harm the villagers. Stand up straight and apologize properly to them. Qian Sanling turned her head, lowered her gaze, then looked up at Deputy Town Chief Wu, still trying to justify herself. Those chicks, I sold them, weren't diseased, they were just stressed and listless. I was trying to help the farm minimize losses. Is this how you reduce losses? Stop claiming they weren't sick. I've pieced together the entire story, including your loan dealings. First, apologize properly. I'll settle every other matter with you later. Seeing there was no turning back, Qian Sanling sheepishly apologized to everyone. Deputy Town Chief Wu, listening to her, pushed her angrily. All these villagers are listening. Apologize properly. If even one villager can't hear you, you'll keep apologizing right here. Only then did she give up resisting and apologize loudly. It's all my fault. I lost my conscience. I was blinded by money. A gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. I'm no gentleman, I'm a villain. I apologize. I shouldn't have sold you sick chickens, and I certainly shouldn't have refused to take the chickens you raised with such hard work and care. I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. Chapter 82, Model Breeder. Qian Sanling apologized on the cement platform for a full half hour before stepping down, her clothes and hair now covered in rotten vegetable leaves. Deputy Town Chief Wu's anger hadn't subsided. After bidding farewell to the village chief in Tiezhu, he ordered his driver to leave immediately without taking Qian Sanling along. With no other choice, Qian Sanling had to walk home, swinging her legs. The villagers were overjoyed. For days, they showered the village chief in Tiezhu with gratitude. One day someone brought radishes and cabbages, the next, winter melon and eggs. Tiezhu protested that they couldn't possibly eat it all and would just go to waste, finally managing to stop the flood of vegetable deliveries. Even when he helped Cuihua tend the fields, someone brought sweet soup, urging him to drink it and insisting Cuihua have some too. The old woman handing him the sweet soup teased, Drink up and be sweet as honey. Cuihua, you're a lucky girl. With Tiezhu by your side, your life will be nothing short of bliss. Oh, why didn't I find a man like Tiezhu? I'm so jealous. Dog Egg's mother, why don't you take a look at Dog Egg's father? The woman turned to find her husband glaring at her with shifting expressions. She hurried over to placate him. Li Fangfang, huddled in the corner, watched the commotion unfold. The lively scene felt completely detached from her existence, her mind swirling with jealousy and resentment. Ever since she'd been humiliated in the fields last time, she'd been plotting revenge day and night. Her mind was consumed by one thought: if she couldn't have Tiezhu, then no one else should either. Cuihua crouched by the field ridge, with a ditch behind her. A large rock lay beside the ditch. If she could just bump Cuihua into it, making her fall onto the stone, especially if it hit her head, she wouldn't survive. Even if she survived, she'd be half dead. The more Li Fangfang thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. She didn't consider the consequences or the fact that people were all around. She charged straight at Cuihua, colliding directly with her. A bowl of sweet water spilled all over Cuihua's clothes. The impact knocked Cuihua off balance, sending her reeling backward. Tiezhu, startled, immediately reached out to catch Cuihua and pull her into his arms. But it was Li Fangfang he kicked with a swift motion, sending her tumbling into the ditch. Only when Cuihua steadied herself in his arms did his frantic heartbeat begin to slow. Turning to see Li Fangfang, covered in mud and water, struggling to rise from the ditch, his composure shattered. He shouted angrily, Have you lost your mind? If I hadn't been here, Cuihua wouldn't be alive. Cuihua, still trembling from the shock, clutched Tiezhu's shirt tightly, her whole body shaking. The elderly onlookers who witnessed this harrowing scene were also scared half to death. No one helped Li Fangfang out of the ditch, instead, they all condemned her. Fangfang, you're being foolish. If something really happened to Cuihua, you wouldn't escape blame. Just because Tiezhu dumped you, why not find another man? Why keep fixating on him? This is practically attempted murder. This is unacceptable. Have you considered what happens if Cuihua gets hurt? What if she hits her head on the rocks? You stubborn child, you'll get yourself killed one day. Tiezhu wrapped his arms around Cuihua with heartache, lifting her horizontally. He couldn't tell if she was hurt yet, they had to get her to the clinic. Li Fangfang crawled out of the ditch, ignoring the people around her. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glared at Tiezhu and Cuihua. I'm warning you, stay away from us. If Cuihua gets hurt in the future, I'll hold you responsible. Cuihua and I are already engaged. You're nothing but a clown in my eyes. This isn't over. After I take Cuihua to the hospital and find out how much compensation she needs, I'll come to your house to collect it. You just wait. With that, he scooped up Cuihua and ran off. After the doctor's examination, thankfully Cuihua was only shaken, no visible injuries. Tiezhu had shielded her just in time. She'd recover once she calmed down at home. Upon learning of Li Fangfang's vicious act, Xiulian and Tiezhu's mother stormed straight to her house, turning it upside down in revenge for Cuihua. This time, Li Fangfang had truly gone too far. Even Aunt Wang, seeing her home ransacked, dared not utter a word. Not demanding compensation was already letting them off lightly. Ma Chang wouldn't let Cuihua go out again, fearing Li Fangfang might cause more trouble. He kept her home to rest for several days. Besides tending to the geese and treating the villagers' livestock, Tiezhu stayed at the Ma residence to keep Cuihua company. Anyone seeking him out had to come to the Ma residence. That day, Xiao Lu, the secretary to Deputy Town Chief Wu, returned to Taihan village just days after leaving, seeking Tiezhu. Villagers guided him along the way, and the car pulled up directly in front of the Ma residence. As soon as Xiao Lu got out, he unloaded a long, white object wrapped in cloth from the car. Tiezhu, are you home? Come out quickly. Seeing the item in Xiao Lian's hands at least a meter long, she hurriedly called out for Tiezhu to come out and help carry it. Tiezhu, unsure of the situation, came out and saw it was Xiao Lu. He quickly stepped forward to help carry the object. Brother Lu, what's this? Why did you go out of your way to deliver it to me? He reached out to help hold it, noticing it was surprisingly heavy and solid. Little Lu chuckled, absolutely fantastic stuff. Saying this, he grabbed the cloth wrapping it and pulled it off forcefully, revealing what was inside. It was a stainless steel plaque engraved with 5 bold characters, model breeder. Deputy Town Mayor Wu personally wrote these characters. After returning that day, he instructed me to expedite its production and then urged me to deliver it to you. This is such a pleasant surprise. A plaque like this was proof enough of Tiezhu's exceptional farming skills. The people who had come with the truck murmured among themselves, saying Tiezhu was bound for great things now. I've delivered what I came for. I'll be on my way now. Xiao Lu's sole purpose was to deliver the plaque. With the task completed, he was ready to depart. Wait a moment, I'll catch a couple of geese for you to take home. And here, this is for Brother Lu's trouble. Tiezhu pressed a pack of cigarettes into Xiao Lu's hand. He'd noticed during Xiao Lu's previous visit with Deputy Town Mayor Wu that the young man enjoyed smoking. His index and middle fingers were slightly yellowed, a telltale sign of a long-time smoker. Xiao Lu accepted the cigarettes and geese without hesitation before leaving. As soon as he was gone, the villagers swarmed into the Ma residence, clamoring to touch the plaque and soak up some good fortune. Tiezhu, we're taking this back to your place, right? Let me help you. Me too. I can help. Where are you gonna hang it at home? At the courtyard gate or your house entrance? Won't it rust if it gets rained on? Are you stupid? It's stainless steel. Tap it and listen. Immediately, someone reached out, curled their finger, and tapped the plaque with their knuckle. It rang out with a clear, metallic clang. Chapter 83. The villagers cheered. No, don't let iron pillar knock it out of shape. What if it gets dented? That'd be so ugly. Tiezhu paid no mind. Just a few taps, it won't break. Folks, give me a hand. Help me carry this plaque home. Heave-ho. Let's all lift. Several people strained together, hoisting the plaque high above their heads as they made their way from the Ma family's doorstep to Tiezhu's home. Along the way, everyone who had been at Ma's house and even those who hadn't got a glimpse of the plaque. They showered Tiezhu with congratulations and joined the procession. Such a grand procession caught the village chief's attention. Seeing the exquisite plaque adorned with red flowers, he too felt joy. Clapping his hands, he suggested to Tiezhu, Tiezhu, this is a great blessing. Let's host a banquet and treat everyone to a feast. Sounds great. I'll cover the costs. Please arrange it, village chief. Let's hold it at the threshing field and treat our fellow villagers to a meal. The villagers who overheard the banquet plans cheered in unison. Tiezhu's got real spirit. Following you really pays off. Getting 2 banquets in 1 month, life's definitely looking up. We owe it all to Tiezhu. Tiezhu, you've got to keep leading us well, save us some chances to host banquets. You will. You'll all get your turn. It must be said, this time the entire village was genuinely happy. The threshing field was filled with nearly 30 tables. Of course, Tiezhu didn't foot the entire bill. The village chipped in generously too. Villagers with vegetable plots dug into their gardens, contributing plenty of produce. The feast left everyone in high spirits. Except for Aunt Wang's family, the 2 of them didn't have the nerve to freeload. Basically everyone got to sit at the banquet tables. At the banquet table, the village chief drank a few too many cups. He wrapped his arm around Tiezhu's neck and chattered incessantly. The village chief's wife finally persuaded him to let go, restoring Tiezhu's freedom. Tiezhu went table to table with his wine cup, toasting everyone. The villagers who came to the banquet were all giving him face, and he had to thank them all. In a corner, a group of villagers drank and chatted, their conversation drifting to the neighboring county. With all this boozing and feasting, won't we attract bandits? You're overthinking it. What era is this? The 80s. There are no bandits anymore. Of course there are. The neighboring village of Fengtian was just raided by bandits. Several families were robbed, and their houses were burned down. You're kidding, right? If they were bandits, they'd be living in the mountains. Chen Xiaoquan never mentioned any strangers in the hills. Nah, it'll be fine. If there were bandits, the police would have come to crack down on them by now. Our place is miles from that Fengtian village. Even if there were bandits, they wouldn't come here. Come on, drink up and eat. Isn't all this food and drink enough for you? Stop scaring people. You're right. Let's eat. Our village chef really knows his stuff. None of the people gathered around the table noticed that when Tiezhu passed by to offer toasts, he overheard every word they said. He needed to find time to check the mountains. If bandits weren't real, just rumors, then all would be well. But if bandits were truly lurking there, it would threaten not just Iron Hero Village but all the surrounding villages. He had to find a way to resolve this sooner rather than later. 2 days later, at dawn, before the sky had fully brightened and the air still held a hint of moisture, Tiezhu slipped on a coat and set off alone into the mountains. He needed to confirm whether bandits were indeed lurking in the mountains. Following the path he'd taken before, he first found the mother wolf who was staying home with the cubs. The 4 cubs had been weaned and were now ready to learn hunting from their father. The moment they spotted Tiezhu, the pups all rushed over, leaping onto his legs and trying to climb up his trousers. The mother wolf called them down and asked, "Why did you come up the mountain? Didn't you say if you wanted wild game, we could help you find it? You don't need to come up yourself. Tiezhu patted each cub on the head as he explained, I heard there are bandits in the mountains and wanted to see if it's true. Have you seen any strangers up here? Take me to see them. The mother wolf thought for a moment. Yes. Last month, 5 strangers appeared in the mountains. They've been hiding in a cave. Since they haven't attacked the wolves, we haven't bothered them. Are these bandits you're talking about? I don't know. Which cave are they in? Over here. I'll take you. The mother wolf instructed the pups to stay home and guard the den while she led Tiezhu to the cave where the strangers lived. The path to the cave was quite treacherous. Iron Pillar followed the mother wolf through the winding mountain trails, walking and climbing for nearly half an hour before they finally spotted a cave. That's the cave. Those people rarely leave. I only know there are 5 men. The mother wolf pointed out the cave to Iron Column through the thick layers of branches and undergrowth. Iron Pole nodded upon seeing the cave. Alright, wait here for me. I'll go check things out. Leaving the she-wolf behind, he cautiously crept toward the cave. As soon as he neared the entrance, he heard voices inside. Boss, when are we going to raid that goose farming village? I crave meat last time we didn't find any in that village. You think I don't want to? I do. But I hear that goose farmer's got some tricks up his sleeve. What if he catches us and commands those geese to attack us? What's the big deal? Boss, why are you so indecisive? They're just geese. We'll catch one and kill it, they won't even be scared. Worst case, we just avoid the goose farmer. Old Zone's got a point, boss. Let's go tonight. We haven't had meat in ages. If wild beasts in the mountains were easier to catch, we wouldn't be so desperate for meat. The cave fell silent for a moment before the leader finally decided, alright, tonight it is. But don't make a scene the moment we enter the village like last time. Only burn the village if absolutely necessary. Burn the village. That's too brutal. Hearing the bandits' plan, Tiezhu slowly backed away from the cave. Man and wolf quickly retreated from the location, hurrying back to the wolves' den. Tiezhu made a request, could you do me a favor? Go guard the woods near my goose pen today. These bandits have knives, and I'm afraid they might hurt my fellow villagers. Sure thing. The she-wolf agreed without hesitation. If the Wolf King hadn't been away, I'd have sent him straight out. Why wait for those villains to do their dirty deeds? Right, where is the Wolf King? Iron Pillar hadn't even thought of the Wolf King until it was mentioned. He hadn't seen the Wolf King since coming to the mountains this time. At the mention of the Wolf King, the she-wolf's expression softened. He went to hunt small prey for the pups. There are too few small animals around here, and the pack still needs to eat. So he ventured farther afield to find some small game for the pups to learn how to hunt. Chapter 84, Wolves, Wolves. After exchanging a few words with the mother wolf, Tiezhu left the mountains and headed straight to the village chief's house. He informed the chief about the bandits he had spotted in the mountains. Village chief, we must prepare quickly. Those bandits said they'd attack the village tonight. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Are you certain? Bandits in the mountains? Absolutely true. I heard it with my own ears. Would I lie about something this critical? Did they say when exactly they'd come? No, just that they'd come after dark. Village chief, hurry and tell the villagers, get everyone ready. The village chief, being the village chief, wasn't fazed by the news. He hurried to the village broadcast station and summoned the villagers to the threshing field. The villagers who gathered at the threshing yard didn't know what the village chief wanted to discuss. With so many good things happening lately, they chattered and laughed, thinking it must be another piece of good news. The village chief stood on the platform and loudly called for silence. Quiet down, everyone. Listen carefully. Tiezhu went up the mountain today and spotted bandits. He heard they planned to raid our village tonight to steal geese. Everyone, every single one of you, get ready tonight. Grab your weapons. If we really encounter the bandits tonight, we'll catch them off guard and capture them all. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd below. Bandits. Real bandits. Good heavens. We've only had a few days of peace, why must they target us? I have a knife at home, would a kitchen knife work? Good heavens. What if bandits attack my home with elderly and children inside? Amidst the chorus of panicked voices, one discordant voice cut through. Who says there are bandits? Just because Tiezhu says so, does that make it true? Does he claim they'll definitely come tonight? The speaker was Wang Hu, who'd had plenty of run-ins with Tiezhu. He was the first to doubt Tiezhu's claims. Our village has so many people. Those bandits are just a handful. How dare they come into the village to steal geese? Anyway, I don't raise geese, so it's none of my business. To be honest, Wang Hu's words seemed somewhat reasonable. The village chief believed Tiezhu's claim about bandits in the mountains, but he remained skeptical about them returning to the village in the dead of night. Still, this concerned the safety of the entire village. He couldn't be as indifferent as Wang Hu. He decided to have everyone prepare. Anyway, everyone stay alert these next few days. Keep a stick or something handy. If the bandits don't come, we'll be safe. But if they do show up, we won't be afraid. The villagers all agreed. That day stretched into night and everyone felt uneasy. They hoped the bandits wouldn't come, but also wished they'd come sooner so they could be dealt with quickly. With these thoughts, night slowly fell. Some villagers waited at home clutching sticks, while others, unable to stay awake, drifted off to sleep. Tiezhu hid in the goose shed, without even a lamp, surrounded by mosquitoes. Just as boredom began to lull him into drowsiness, a rustling sound reached his ears. Tiezhu's alertness shot up. He cracked open the door of the goose shed just a crack and peered out through the gap. In the moonlight, 5 figures crept toward the shed. Tiezhu couldn't tell if they carried knives or whether they were villagers or bandits. He dared not make a sound. Suddenly, geese from the neighboring pen began honking loudly. Iron Pillar, who understood the language of geese, knew these intruders were bandits without a doubt. He pulled out a large gong and began striking it loudly, drawing the attention of the villagers who were still awake. Those who had been sleeping were startled awake and hurried toward the goose pen. The villagers who arrived surrounded the 5 bandits, who were fleeing in panic. Everyone holding flashlights and sticks pointed their weapons at the bandits. Tiezhu stood at the front, shouting loudly, "Drop your knives. We won't harm you." Others shouted in unison, "Seize them. Take them to the police station." The bandits stood back to back. A short one spat on the ground. "Big brother, it's come to this. Let's just rob them." The flock of geese was right beside them. These villagers had no guns. Even if they came at them with sticks, the bandits would have time to escape. The bandit leader considered it and agreed. 5 bandits lunged straight at the flock. With swift, decisive swings of their blades, they severed the necks of 3 large geese. The terrified owner of the slaughtered geese cried out, "No, no! Don't hurt my geese!" The bandit leader, knife in one hand and a goose in the other, snarled menacingly, "I'm warning you, all know your place. If you push us too far, we'll kill people and burn your entire village to the ground." As he spoke, he lit a torch with a match and held its flame close to the goose pen. If the villagers took a single step forward, the torch would set the pen ablaze. "No, no! We won't come near. Please spare our geese." The bandits' actions terrified the villagers. If the bandits really burned down the goose shed in the village, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. Wang Hu, who had been hiding behind the crowd, saw this as his chance to prove his heroism. In a few quick steps, he pushed his way to the front. Ignoring the words exchanged between both sides, he raised his long stick and charged toward the bandits. "I'll fight you to the death. Don't even think about harming our villagers. As long as I'm here, you'll never take our geese." The bandit, unfazed by Wang Hu's aggressive charge, kicked him squarely in the stomach. With a swift swing of his knife, he sliced a deep gash across Wang Hu's arm, blood gushing freely. "Watch this. This is what happens when you disobey. Know your place and back off." The villagers instantly recoiled several steps. Wang Hu, his arm bleeding, dared not advance either, crawling backward on the ground. Tiezhu frowned at the bandits who showed no fear despite being outnumbered 5 to 1. He whistled sharply, and a pack of wolves burst out of the woods by the lake. The pack surged past the villagers and stood before the bandits, baring their teeth and growling menacingly. Both villagers and bandits were terrified. "Wolves! Wolves! Let's run! It's a pack of wolves, we can't handle them. Don't panic, everyone. We have knives, let's fight them." The bandit leader tossed aside the decapitated goose, pointing his knife directly at the wolves. The other bandits followed suit, raising their blades to confront the pack. Neither side dared to move. The villagers retreated several more steps. With the bandits still unresolved and now a pack of wolves upon them, fear gripped their hearts. It seemed inevitable they would suffer losses. Suddenly, wolves emerged from behind the bandits. With a snap of their jaws, they seized the bandits' wrists, causing their knives to clatter to the ground. A larger female wolf pounced directly on the bandit leader, pinning his shoulders down with her front paws. Her jaws hovered just above his head. He could smell the foul stench emanating from her mouth. Chapter 85, Building a Mixed Farm. Sharp wolf teeth pressed against his carotid artery. If the jaws closed, his life would be lost in an instant. The bandit leader's legs buckled, and a pool of yellow liquid spread beneath him. 4 cubs charged forward, biting into the bandit's sleeves and pant legs, shaking their heads violently as they tore at the fabric. The other bandits fell to their knees in terror. These were wolves, wild wolves they'd never seen in the mountains. Seeing the wolves subdue the bandits, the villagers relaxed a little, but they still dared not make a move against the wolves before them. "Tiezhu, what's with these wolves? Could they move away? With them here, we can't even move." A bold villager pinned their hopes on Tiezhu. After all, he was the only one in the village who had ever demonstrated the ability to command a flock of geese. What if he could communicate with these wolves? With the wolf pack encircling the bandits, crouching low and baring their teeth in warning, the bandits began begging for mercy. "Please, make these wolves leave. We won't dare again. Yes, we were forced into banditry out of desperation. We never intended to harm anyone, we only wanted to steal a few geese to eat. We've never done anything truly wicked. Please, spare us. With so many wolves here, it's no wonder they're terrified. The bandits have lost control, we can order the pack to back off." Tiezhu walked over to the bandits, kicked all their fallen knives aside, then whistled for the wolves to step back a few paces. Several men beside the village chief rushed forward, binding the 5 bandits tightly with sturdy, coarse hemp rope. Seeing the wolves obey Tiezhu's commands, the villagers could scarcely believe the scene they just witnessed. Tiezhu, your skills are truly remarkable. You can even command a pack of wolves. How did you acquire this ability? Could you teach me? Those are wolves. How could you dare? Tiezhu quickly offered a vague explanation. It wasn't me. It was the torches in their hands that scared the wolves. A few children, seeing the wolf cubs as harmless as puppies, recklessly approached, trying to touch them. The mother wolf guarding the pups suddenly whipped her head around, baring her teeth at the children and growling twice. The children backed away in terror, tumbling backward onto the ground. The children's parents quickly scooped them up, pointing at the mother wolf and shouting, "This wolf can still attack people. Hurry up and chase them away. The torches. Bring the torches. Drive these wolves away." Villagers picked up torches dropped by bandits, relit them, and waved them at the wolves. Tiezhu stepped forward in front of the wolves, blocking the villagers' torches as they gradually approached the pack. "No, don't scare the wolves. They may be wild, but they won't harm us. They're helping us. Have you all forgotten? It was these wolves who helped us just now. They helped subdue the bandits. If it weren't for the wolves, we'd have been injured long ago. Those bandits even cut Wang Hu." Even Cuihua pressed close to Tiezhu, speaking up for the wolves. The mother wolf led the pack to settle quietly behind Tiezhu. They looked up at him, neither moving nor making a sound. "See? They're well behaved. No need to fear them. How about this? The goose feed is still outside the shed. I'll have these wolves help carry it inside." As he spoke, Tiezhu exchanged a few words with the wolves and pointed to several sacks of feed outside the pen. The wolves promptly dragged the feed into the pen. The geese, who should have been terrified of wild beasts, didn't panic or scatter upon seeing the wolves enter their pen. Instead, they seemed utterly accustomed to their presence. The villagers marveled at the sight. Taking advantage of the fact that no one wanted to kill the wild wolves, Tiezhu quickly sent the pack back to the mountains. He promised the wolves he'd bring them several plump geese later, and only then did the pack reluctantly depart. The village chief locked the bandits in an empty office, planning to send them to the police station at daybreak the next day. This raid by the bandits into the village resulted in the loss of 3 geese, with only Wang Hu sustaining injuries. The damage was minimal. The 3 geese were taken home by their owner to be stewed. No food goes to waste. Some villagers who fancied goose meat even bought 2 of them outright, so it wasn't really a loss after all. Early the next morning, the village chief borrowed the Ma family's ox cart. He bound the bandits tightly and hauled them to the police station. When they returned, it wasn't just the village chief and the ox cart. 2 police officers were with them. They came to investigate the details. After gathering the facts, the police returned once more. For Iron Village's brave fight against bandits, our police station awarded a certificate of commendation and a cash reward. Of course, we don't encourage villagers to confront criminal forces themselves. In future situations like this, you should contact the police immediately. The village chief grinned so widely his teeth showed. We absolutely listen to the police. We don't want to fight them either. It was forced upon us. But when we encounter them, we have to stand up. Next time if something like this happens, we'll come straight to you. The officers departed satisfied, leaving behind a large certificate and a 500 yuan reward. Villagers who saw the chief receive the 500 yuan bonus shouted, "Chief, we get a share of that bonus, right? You'll split it with us, won't you? How much is that? 4 or 500, right? If we split it among every household, won't we each only get a few yuan?" The village chief considered the money in his hand and decided to give it all to Tiezhu. Last night was all Tiezhu's doing. If he hadn't been there, those wolves wouldn't have helped us. We might have ended up as wolf food. Immediately, some villagers objected. "Sure, he helped out, but we're talking hundreds of yuan here. Just give him a token amount. We stayed up all night too. Can't we get a single penny?" The village chief patiently reasoned. If Tiezhu hadn't gone up the mountain yesterday to scout the situation, who would have known the bandits were coming to our village tonight? If we hadn't known, do you think your geese would still be safe? Or that they wouldn't get stolen? Some sensible villagers agreed. I think the village chief is right. We're standing here safely now, and we got the police commendation and reward money all thanks to Tiezhu. I agree he should get the entire reward. Once one person agreed, most followed suit. So the village chief posted the certificate in the village office and took the reward money to Iron Pillar. Tiezhu hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Seeing the villagers gathered to watch, he felt a bit embarrassed. Is this money really for me? Shouldn't we share it with everyone? No need. Everyone in the village who has a say agreed. The few who weren't present last night, their opinions don't matter. Then I'll add some more money. I want to lease that vacant lot west of the village to build a mixed species farm. What? A mixed breeding farm? That western plot is sizable, and the rent isn't cheap. 500 won't cover it. Do you even have the funds? Chapter 86, Tiezhu's Occult Skills. The idea for the mixed breeding farm came to Tiezhu when Deputy Town Chief Wu suggested establishing a livestock cooperative. The cooperative wouldn't just handle pigs, geese, and chickens from their own village. Once it opened, livestock from over a dozen surrounding villages would come to trade. With livestock from over a dozen villages, the variety would be vast: chickens, ducks, geese, fish, cattle, sheep, pigs, donkeys, and even rabbits. A small cooperative couldn't handle it all. Better to build a large, mixed breeding livestock farm on a grand scale. Then he could accept any livestock people wanted to trade. Even if the town's farm didn't want them, he could take them. After hearing his explanation, the village chief felt uneasy. I'm not saying I won't rent you the land, but setting up such a large-scale farm all at once, can you really take good care of all the livestock? If something goes wrong, you might lose a lot of money. Rest assured, I've thought this through. All you need to do is lease me the land. Seeing Tiezhu was determined to lease the land, the village chief summoned the village accountant. After discussion, they finalized the area and rent. This western plot totals about 15 mu. It's too rocky and overgrown for farming, so the rent is lower than for farmland, still 40 yuan per mu annually. Are you renting the whole thing? Or consider the eastern plot? There's vacant land east of the village under 10 mu at a discount. Tiezhu quickly calculated, 15 mu was roughly 1,000 square meters. The annual rent would be 600 yuan. For the first year, besides the rent, he also needed to budget for the construction costs of the farm, workers' wages, and the purchase of livestock. It should be just enough. He shook his head, then nodded. The eastern plot's too far from my home. Besides, this western vacant lot borders the lake. I'd prefer to lease the western land. I just have 2 requests I'd like the village to agree to. Alright, speak up. Building a farm benefits the village's development. Anything within my authority, I'll agree to. First, I want to lease the lake along with the land. Second, I need to set aside funds for the farm construction, so I'd like to sign a 50-year contract with the village up front. But I don't have enough cash on hand right now. I can only pay the first year's rent now, with subsequent payments made annually. Is that acceptable? Sure, no problem. I can handle that. The village chief had expected some major issue, but these 2 conditions didn't even require him to lower the rent. Of course he could approve them. But nearby villagers overheard the discussion. Upon hearing the lake was being leased entirely, they immediately realized their goose pens were still by the lakeside. If the lake was leased to Tiezhu, would they still be able to raise geese? This question was promptly relayed to Tiezhu. Tiezhu smiled and replied, your goose pens aren't on the western open land, so of course you can keep raising geese. As for the lake, I plan to raise both geese and fish. Your geese won't interfere with my plans, so everyone just keep raising them. The villagers finally relaxed. They'd feared Tiezhu would ban their geese after leasing the land and lake, but this outcome actually benefited them. Even those who'd initially objected now had no complaints. Those geese entering the lake would eat fish, so Tiezhu was indirectly providing his geese with extra meals. With all terms settled, the village chief escorted Tiezhu back to the village office to sign the lease agreement. The contract specified Tiezhu's rental of 15 mu of vacant land west of the village and the adjacent lake, with an annual rent of 700 yuan payable yearly. The contract bore the village office's official seal, Tiezhu's signature, and his red fingerprint. Once the rent was paid and the receipt issued, the matter was settled. Incidentally, Tiezhu borrowed the village loudspeaker to broadcast a job recruitment notice. Tiezhu's family was about to build a breeding farm and needed workers. The farm would also require breeding staff in the future. Anyone interested in working could sign up at Tiezhu's house over the next couple of days. This was a golden opportunity. Once it was gone, it wouldn't come again. Everyone should seize this chance. The moment the announcement aired, the threshold of Tiezhu's home was nearly trampled by the crowd. The first to arrive was Yu, who had been his first goose-raising apprentice. Yu now followed Tiezhu's every command. At Tiezhu's word, he'd fire a gun. Once enough hands were gathered, Tiezhu arranged for materials to be purchased. Construction of the breeding farm began in full swing on the vacant lot west of the village. Wang Hu, recovering from a bandit/wound on his arm, watched the daily bustle at the site. His eyes grew red again. After every meal, he'd rush over to the empty lot to watch the others work. One day, Tiezhu was out and not supervising the site. Wang Hu shuffled over in his shoes. Unfazed by the dusty construction site, he plopped down at the edge and began rambling. Old Uncle Jen, you still dare work for Tiezhu? That guy's got a wicked streak. Don't let him drag you down someday. Little dog egg, what are you doing here? You're only 18 this year, aren't you? How dare you be here? Aren't you afraid of Tiezhu? He can control wolves. Aren't you afraid he'll control you? What nonsense! Don't you remember that day when he commanded the wolves? A normal person couldn't possibly control wolves. He must be up to no good, practicing some kind of dark magic. Of course he can. If he couldn't, how would those wolves and geese ever listen to him? Who's ever seen wild wolves obey a human? And a whole army of geese. He just sits by the construction site spouting nonsense, doesn't care who's listening, just keeps talking. Stone had long disliked him. Hearing these words, the pent-up anger in his heart burst forth. Stop spouting nonsense. Brother Tiezhu treats us well. He couldn't possibly know any dark arts. Even if he could command a pack of wolves, it's because wolves understand human nature. Oh, Stone, you've clearly been bought off by Iron Pillar. He must have paid you handsomely to speak for him like this. Don't you remember when Iron Pillar first came to our village? He had nothing, absolutely nothing. He dragged his parents here out of desperation. If the villagers hadn't taken pity on him, how could he have stayed? How could he possibly afford to build this so-called breeding farm now? Don't you wonder where he got all this money? Unless he's practicing witchcraft or black magic, who could make that much cash overnight? That's all I'm saying. Think about it yourselves. Most of the workers didn't believe it, but several who had been working stopped what they were doing. The more they thought about it, the more they felt something fishy was definitely going on. A penniless man became a veterinarian in just a few months, defeated bandits, and now runs such a massive farm? They couldn't believe there wasn't some trickery involved. After huddling to discuss it, they decided to confront Tiezhu. Tiezhu, we can't handle the work here anymore. You'll have to find someone else. Sorry about that. Chapter 87, Get your boss out here. Tiezhu was puzzled. What's the matter? Is the work too hard, or is the pay too low? That shouldn't be the case. His wages were among the highest in the surrounding villages. But those large boulders in the clearing were indeed troublesome. It seemed like a dozen or so stones were deeply buried underground, and the workers couldn't figure out how to deal with them. Tiezhu was also trying to find a solution. The foreman shook his head. The work isn't too hard, and your pay is good. It's just, we can't do it anymore. Tiezhu considered it. He'd hired over 20 villagers for the construction site, originally planning to finish the livestock farm in half a month. Losing a few workers wouldn't be a big deal, it would just extend the timeline a bit. Still, he wanted to know why. If you truly can't do it, I won't force you, he pressed, but can you at least tell me why? The men exchanged nervous glances, shuffling awkwardly before finally relaying Wang Hu's words to Tiezhu. Lots of folks in the village think you're practicing some kind of black magic that you can control animals. They say you can make livestock sick just by saying so, and cure them just as easily. Your flock of geese isn't all yours, but they all listen to you. And then there's that pack of wolves. Well, if it weren't for all this, we wouldn't be afraid. We wouldn't have refused to come work. Only then did Tiezhu learn of the rumors circulating about him in the village. He chuckled softly and shook his head, settling the workers' wages for the past few days before dismissing them. Afterward, Tiezhu noticed that every day for the past few days, people had been sneaking around the construction site to peek at the progress of the farm. These people didn't seem afraid, rather, they appeared curious about him, wanting to get to the bottom of things. This observation sparked an idea in his mind. That afternoon, he summoned the wolf pack. More than a dozen wolves stood in perfect formation on the open ground. Standing at the front of the group, Tiezhu addressed them loudly. I hear some say I practice black magic, using dark arts to control animals. I won't name the source of these rumors, but today I'll show you all this so-called black magic. Stone, bring the ropes. Oyu obeyed, gathering several of the strongest, thickest hemp ropes to bind the large boulder in the field securely. The wolves approached one by one, each biting down on one end of the rope. At Tiezhu's command, they pulled together with all their might. Within 2 short minutes, the boulder which had defied all human efforts was pulled free from the earth by the wolves. After repeating this several times, every boulder half buried in the field was pulled free. Tiezhu had the stones pushed aside and then attached wooden plows to the wolves' backs. The pack ran back and forth across the field 3 or 4 times, transforming the once rough, uneven ground into a perfectly leveled field. See, if I practice dark arts, why would I bother having wolves plow fields? I could just make them bite people and steal money instead. Regarding the rumors about me practicing dark arts, I trust everyone here is sensible. Wolves that understand human speech and can assist people aren't creatures that can be commanded or manipulated with a few words. I hope the rumors stop here today. If anyone has grievances against me, come find me directly. No need for these underhanded tricks behind my back. Anyone wanting to cause trouble is welcome to try. Tiezhu, walk tall and stand firm. I fear nothing. As Tiezhu finished speaking, cheers erupted. Tiezhu, I believe you. I believe you too. I'm counting on you to help me make money. I believe you too. You've never done anything wrong in this village. Even if you practice dark arts, I'll accept it. It's not black magic, it's divine magic. I'd rather believe it's divine magic. Hearing this, the village chief quickly intervened. No superstitious nonsense. What black magic or divine magic? None of that exists. Tiezhu is leading our village to prosperity. No black magic or divine magic involved. Disband. Everyone, disperse. The crowd finally dispersed, though some nosy folks still whispered to Tiezhu, can we keep these wolves? Imagine walking out with a wolf on a leash, how impressive would that be? Get lost. Aren't you afraid of getting bitten? They're real wild beasts. Tiezhu laughed as he shooed them away, then led the wolves back into the mountains. He dared not let the villagers get close to the wild wolves. If anything happened, he wouldn't be able to handle it. With fewer people causing trouble, the breeding farm was completed on schedule. Tiezhu took Ou to the town's animal husbandry station to apply for a breeding license. Following the requirements, he brought his ID card, a certificate issued by the village, and the farm's design blueprints to the animal husbandry station office to wait. The clerk had him fill out an application form, then took the form and materials to the back office. Returning shortly, the clerk slammed the documents on the desk. Application denied. You may leave. Tiezhu carefully examined his application materials and confirmed there were no issues. Could you tell me exactly which part of my documents didn't pass? He had consulted the village chief about these documents and confirmed they were all in order before bringing them. But the clerk refused to answer, instead impatiently shooing Tiezhu away. I said it didn't pass, so it didn't pass. Now get out of here. No way. I won't leave without a reasonable explanation. Tiezhu refused to leave without clarity. He slammed his hand on the table and sat down across from the clerk, refusing to budge. Even Ou stood his ground, arms crossed firmly across his chest. No explanation? What explanation? I'm warning you not to cause trouble here. If you keep this up, I'll call security. Call security or whoever you want. If my application was rejected, you owe me an explanation. If you can't explain it, get your supervisor to explain it. Where's your supervisor? Get your supervisor out here. Tiezhu wasn't being unreasonable, he simply wanted a fair explanation. But the clerk's attitude and responses felt odd, as if someone behind the scenes was directing the clerk's actions. Otherwise, the clerk wouldn't behave this way. Ou chimed in from the side, right. Where's your supervisor? Get your supervisor out here. At the mention of calling the supervisor, the young clerk panicked. She knew she'd be reprimanded for failing to handle such a minor matter properly. Sure enough, before the so-called supervisor even appeared, the scolding began. You can't even handle a simple task. Don't bother coming in tomorrow. Hearing the voice, the young clerk's eyes immediately welled up with tears. When the so-called supervisor finally emerged, Tiezhu knew exactly why his application had been rejected. This supervisor was none other than Qian Sanling, who had repeatedly opposed Tiezhu. Tiezhu stared at Qian Sanling for a few seconds, fully aware of the situation. He wasn't some young clerk, he wasn't going to be intimidated by her words. You say it didn't pass? What are the regulations? What's the reason? If you don't explain clearly, I'll file a complaint with your superiors. Chapter 88, I'll give you the green light. Qian Sanling hadn't expected Tiezhu to be so persistent. Her eyes darted around as she quickly concocted an excuse. Setting up a farm requires a quarantine deposit. For your scale, it's 500 yuan. I won't hold up your review, pay it, and I'll approve it immediately. Before Tiezhu could react, Ou exploded. What 500 yuan? What guarantee deposit? Our village has set up farms before, you're just extorting us. You've got it in for my brother Tiezhu, you're trying to swindle him out of money. Stone's finger nearly jabbed Qian Sanling's nose as Tiezhu rushed to intervene. This wasn't their problem to begin with, but he couldn't let Ou ruin things by directing the conflict toward their own people. Tiezhu gave a cold laugh. Deputy Director Qian, I hear you're under investigation. Aren't you afraid your actions today will just add another black mark to your record? Qian Sanling's eyes flickered, but she stubbornly retorted, whether I'm under investigation is none of your business. Anyway, without paying the epidemic prevention guarantee, your application can't be reviewed. Epidemic prevention is the most crucial matter for every farm. If you refuse to pay, it proves you're not serious about running a farm. That means I must strictly review your application. Epidemic prevention, strict review, what nonsense. My brother Tiezhu's capabilities speak for themselves with just one certificate. Only you would use such baseless accusations to make things difficult for him. Ah! The geese are attacking. Whose geese are these? Help! Just as Ou was defending Tiezhu, a sudden shriek echoed from outside. 4 or 5 people dashed into the office hall, followed by over 30 large geese. The geese attacked anyone in sight, their beaks capable of tearing chunks of flesh. 2 people had blood streaming down their legs, clearly victims of the geese's beaks. Tiezhu rushed forward, shouting at the geese, Stop! Stop! Shut up! Shut up! Why are you hurting people? Fortunately, the geese weren't rabid. Hearing this unfamiliar yet somehow familiar voice, they halted their pursuit of the crowd and turned their gaze toward Tiezhu. After a moment of head shaking among the geese, a larger one stepped forward from the flock. You're speaking? How can you understand our goose language? That's not important. Why are you hurting people? Tiezhu steered the conversation back, walking closer to the goose for a detailed inquiry. The person bitten by the goose hurriedly tried to stop him. Watch out, that goose bites. It won't. I just need to understand the situation first. The goose, simple-minded, stated plainly, they want to kill us, so of course we bite people. Tiezhu asked the man, whose geese are these? What are they doing at the livestock station? They belong to that fellow villager. He brought them for quarantine. But as soon as they got off the truck, they went berserk and started biting people. If you hadn't yelled, we'd all be in trouble. As they spoke, a farmer wearing a straw hat rushed in. Seeing his geese had injured people, he flew into a rage and tried to drive them out. But the geese paid no attention to their owner, instead lunging at the hand waving at them. Tiezhu quickly intervened, they just need to be inspected. Let me help you. The farmer took off his straw hat and fanned himself with it. What's your solution? These are big geese, they don't listen to anyone. He was truly at a loss. His goose farm required regular sampling and quarantine, and just getting the geese onto the truck had been a huge struggle. Without ropes or similar restraints, controlling them was impossible. Getting them to cooperate for quarantine was next to impossible. But what seemed impossible to him was no problem at all for Tiezhu. He crouched down and exchanged a few words with the geese. To everyone's astonishment, dozens of geese obediently formed a line, marching out one after another. The villager stared in disbelief, his hand frozen mid-fan under his straw hat. Tiezhu quickly urged, don't just stand there. Your geese need to go for quarantine. Lead the way. Watching the geese follow someone out and the injured man being taken away for treatment, Oyu asked curiously, Brother Tiezhu, what's going on here? Yeah, what's going on? I want to know too. Suddenly, Deputy Town Chief Wu entered from outside, followed by several people. One of them carried a camera pointed at him. Tiezhu exclaimed with surprise, Deputy Mayor Wu. What a coincidence. Deputy Mayor Wu shook his hand and laughed, ha, exactly. What a coincidence. Secretary Xiao Lu explained with a smile, Deputy Mayor Wu brought reporters here for an interview today. We never expected to witness you resolving the goose situation. Right. Quick, tell us what happened with those geese just now. How come they obediently lined up for quarantine the moment you spoke? Tiezhu laughed heartily as he explained, you forgot? I can mimic the geese's language. Those geese thought they'd arrived at the slaughterhouse, about to be laid out on the cutting board. How could they stand that? Of course they rebelled. I just told them plainly, this is a health inspection station, not a slaughterhouse. The checks ensure they're healthy. Once they understood they were here for health checks, the geese cooperated right away. Deputy Town Mayor Wu burst out laughing, so that's how it was. Little Lu, you filmed everything just now, right? Make sure to write up Tiezhu's heroic deed, later we'll publish it in the newspaper for publicity. Got it, all noted. After giving his instructions, Deputy Town Chief Wu finally asked Tiezhu, why did you come here today? Tiezhu quickly explained, I've set up a farm in the village. Thinking ahead to when the cooperative launches, having a larger scale farm with more diverse livestock would be better for operations. I came today to apply for the breeding permit. Oh? Any difficulties? Just as Tiezhu was about to mention the issue with Qian Sanling's card review, the young clerk behind him immediately interjected. No difficulties at all. Mr. Tiezhu's paperwork is complete. Here's your aquaculture permit. It turned out to be Qian Sanling. Spotting Deputy Town Mayor Wu approaching, she instantly ducked into the back office and instructed the clerk not to mention the earlier review, simply handing the permit directly to Tiezhu. Tiezhu glanced at the permit handed to him and let out a cold chuckle. Since they'd already handed it over, there was no point dwelling on the issue. He accepted the permit. No problem. With this in hand, what could possibly go wrong? Deputy Town Chief Wu nodded with satisfaction. Alright, no issues then. Your approach is sound. If you encounter any difficulties running the farm, have Xiao Lu come see me. Whatever I can assist with, I'll give you the green light. That's too kind of you, but I'll thank Deputy Town Chief Wu in advance. Since the leader had offered, he couldn't refuse. Chapter 89, It Takes Two to Tango. While those outside were delighted, Qian Sanling in the back office was seething with anger. Once everyone had left, she quietly summoned her subordinate. Tiezhu had ruined so many of her plans. If she didn't make life difficult for him, she wouldn't be Qian Sanling, deputy director of the town livestock farm. It took Tiezhu 3 days to secure all the permits the farm needed, the business license, the epidemic prevention qualification certificate, the wastewater discharge permit, and the environmental protection paperwork. That evening, Tiezhu brought all the certificates back to the farm office, gesturing around to figure out where they should be hung. Suddenly, Oyu burst in, Brother Tiezhu, bad news. The police are coming to arrest you. Tiezhu was baffled, what? Why would the police come for me? I haven't done anything wrong. Forgetting about hanging the certificates, he gathered them all, locked them in a cabinet, and turned to leave the office. Where are those cops? I need to find out what's going on. No need for Oyu to lead the way. 2 police officers had already arrived at the farm entrance, accompanied by the village chief. The village chief kept speaking up for Tiezhu. Officer, surely there's been a mistake. Our Tiezhu is a good man. Not long ago, he even got our village an award, all thanks to his efforts. How could he possibly have done anything wrong? Villagers who knew the police had come to arrest Tiezhu also tried to exonerate him. You must have the wrong person. Everyone in our village is a good person, and Tiezhu is the best of the best. He wouldn't do anything wrong. Don't arrest Tiezhu. He definitely didn't do anything wrong. If you must arrest someone, take me instead. The 2 officers, blocked by the villagers, could only keep explaining, we're not saying he did anything wrong. Someone came to report Tiezhu for a crime. They have witnesses and evidence. We have to take him in for now. That's right. Don't interfere with our official duties. We're taking him in for investigation. Stop crowding around obstructing officers is a crime punishable by arrest. Tiezhu emerged just as the officers spoke. Stepping forward, he asked, "You're here for me, but could you tell me what the informant accused me of?" The police officer visibly relaxed upon seeing Tiezhu emerge. Since the complainant was asking, there was no need for secrecy. He stated plainly, "The report alleges you laced feed with poison at the livestock station, causing the geese to fall ill. The villager lost over 100 geese. How could we not arrest you?" For most families, owning a dozen or two geese was already a sign of relative wealth. If what the police said was true, that Tiezhu had caused the deaths of over 100 geese, he had effectively destroyed the future of a family. It was no wonder people wanted him arrested. Still, some refused to believe it, defending Tiezhu. Impossible. Tiezhu raises geese himself. How could he poison someone else's flock? Absolutely not. Exactly. If he were that ruthless, why would he help us? We bought all our geese from him, every single one was healthy and lively. Tiezhu adores animals, whether livestock or pets like dogs and cats. He only ever treats them, he'd never poison them. You must have the wrong person. I get it now, someone framed Tiezhu. You absolutely must clear his name. The old woman clutched the police officer's arm, insisting they clear Tiezhu's name. The officers sighed helplessly. "We understand. We know Tiezhu is your village veterinarian. But the accuser has presented solid evidence, both physical and testimonial, which is now in our custody. They claim Tiezhu laced the feed because he feared fellow villagers would compete with him for business. Their story holds plausibility, so we had no choice but to arrest him. Rest assured, everyone. We'll get to the bottom of this. If Tiezhu didn't do it, we won't let him suffer for something he didn't do." With such a large crowd gathered at the farm entrance, things were indeed chaotic. Worried they might cause trouble by crowding there, Tiezhu hurriedly urged them, "Everyone, please disperse. I know you're all concerned about me. I know I haven't done anything wrong. The officers are surely just asking me to cooperate with the investigation. Once it's cleared up, I'll be back. Let's all go now. Let me accompany the two officers back first, okay?" Before the crowd dispersed, Cuihua arrived late upon hearing the news. "Brother Tiezhu, what's really going on? You wouldn't have done what they're saying, right?" "Of course not. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Go to my house and reassure my parents, don't let them worry too." Cuihua's eyes welled up with tears as she nodded in agreement. She couldn't be a hindrance to Tiezhu now. She believed he was innocent, he wouldn't poison the geese like the police claimed. Night had fallen, and Tiezhu's parents still didn't know the police had come to the village. She really needed to go back and calm the two elders down. The elderly are fragile, it wouldn't do for them to worry themselves sick. Shilian, who had followed behind, reassured him, "Tiezhu, just go and sort things out. Don't worry about your family, we're here for you. We'll all be waiting at home for your return." Tiezhu nodded and followed the two officers to the police car. The two officers settled into the front seats. The one in the passenger seat turned to look at Tiezhu in the back. "You're well liked in the village, aren't you? So many people spoke up for you." "Yeah, the villagers treat me well. I usually help them treat their livestock, so they respect me." Tiezhu paused, then asked, "Officer, do you know who reported me?" He figured the officers probably wouldn't say, but what if they didn't mind or let it slip? At least he'd know who was targeting him. Unfortunately, the officer wouldn't say. "How could I tell you that? I can't give you a chance to retaliate against someone. You're overthinking it. I'm not that kind of person. But when I go to the police station, will I be able to see the witnesses and evidence you mentioned?" "We'll see when we get there. No need to ask so many questions. You'll find out the truth when the time comes." Alright, Tiezhu wouldn't pry further. It was a rare chance to experience a police car ride, and he intended to savor it. He leaned back into the seat, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in the police car. The officer watching him was astonished. Ever seen anyone fall asleep in a police car? The officer in the driver's seat glanced at him through the rearview mirror and chuckled. Never seen that before. How can someone be so carefree? Not the least bit scared. Ah, maybe he really hasn't done anything wrong. Yeah, right. It takes two to tango. Maybe he's a repeat offender. The two officers shook their heads in disbelief, regardless of how soundly Tiezhu was sleeping. Tiezhu fell asleep instantly because he was genuinely exhausted. He'd been running around for 3 days getting his documents sorted and hadn't slept properly the whole time. No sooner had Tiezhu been led away by the police than someone else came to the village looking for him. Chapter 90, Who poisoned your family's goose? Hey, village chief, where's Tiezhu? I've got something good for him. Xiao Lu held up a cloth bundle, keeping it hidden from the village chief. The village chief looked awkward. Xiao Lu's arrival surely meant good news after all. He'd been seen coming and going with Deputy Town Chief Wu, and every time he sought out Tiezhu, it was for something positive. But what could he say now? That Tiezhu had been arrested? How embarrassing. If Xiao Lu relayed to Deputy Town Chief Wu that Tiezhu had poisoned the geese, how could Deputy Town Chief Wu continue supporting Tiezhu's work with the village's livestock industry? But if the village chief didn't say it, someone else would. The moment villagers spotted Xiao Lu's car, they rushed to find Cuihua. Cuihua was at Tiezhu's home comforting his parents. She'd initially wanted to keep this incident quiet, but Tiezhu's arrest had happened right in front of the villagers. More people knew about it than didn't. There was no way to hide it now. She had no choice but to tell the truth. Ever since Iron Pillar's mother found out, she hadn't stopped wiping away tears. Just when things were finally looking up for the family, Tiezhu got arrested. How could she not be worried? Tiezhu's father was already irritated by the situation, and seeing his wife's unceasing tears only made him more agitated. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Enough! Tiezhu is just cooperating with the investigation. Nothing serious has happened. Stop crying as if he's gone forever. Stop it." Just then, a villager came running to find Cuihua. "Cuihua, the town mayor's secretary is here again. Go beg him for help. Maybe if he steps in, Tiezhu will be fine." Cuihua's eyes lit up. "You mean that Lu guy? He's in the village? Is he here for Tiezhu? Where is he now? I'll go find him immediately." She fired off a barrage of questions before the villager could answer. Before the villager could speak, Cuihua left Tiezhu's parents behind and dashed out. The villager shouted after her, "Go to the village chief's house. Find someone there." Tiezhu's parents walked to the door, their faces etched with worry. The villager hadn't followed Cuihua but stayed behind to comfort them. It'll be fine. Little Lu will definitely help Tiezhu get justice." Tiezhu's parents nodded in agreement. Their only hope now rested on Cuihua and Xiao Lu. Cuihua moved quickly. When she reached the village chief's house, Xiao Lu hadn't left yet. Panting, she grabbed his sleeve, refusing to let him go. Seeing it was Cuihua, Xiao Lu lowered his foot, which had been raised to go out and find Tiezhu. No rush. Let's talk this through calmly." Cuihua caught her breath. Tiezhu's been arrested. He's at the police station. Please help us get him out." "What? What do you mean Tiezhu was arrested?" Xiao Lu's face stiffened. He turned to the village chief. "Why didn't you tell me Tiezhu was arrested by the police? What's going on?" The village chief rubbed his hands together, opened his mouth, then said, "This is so embarrassing. If Tiezhu really did drug those geese, how am I supposed to explain this as village chief?" "Bull. What do you mean? How would you explain it? You didn't tell me about Tiezhu's situation, so how would I know how to explain it?" Xiao Lu was furious at the village chief's behavior. This was a matter of life and death. How could he keep it secret just because he felt embarrassed? If Cuihua hadn't come over, he'd still be foolishly thinking Tiezhu was at home. Xiao Lu didn't bother arguing further with the village chief. He grabbed Cuihua and headed toward his car. "Let's go. I'm driving straight to the police station. We'll talk in the car." The village chief hurried after them. "I'm coming too. Take me along, I can testify for Tiezhu." Xiao Lu shot the village chief a withering look but didn't refuse. The three of them got in the car and headed for the police station. By the time they arrived at the station, Xiao Lu had pieced together most of the story. Upon entering the station, Xiao Lu immediately asked where Tiezhu was. The officer on duty happened to be one of those who had arrested Tiezhu. When Xiao Lu arrived, he was busy at his desk. Hearing Xiao Lu demand to see Tiezhu, he looked up and frowned at him. He asked bluntly, "Hey, what are you doing here? Causing trouble at the station?" Lu suppressed his inner anger. He resented the police for arresting Tiezhu, but he couldn't vent his frustration on them. He shifted his tone and said, "I'm Lu Guozhong, Deputy Town Mayor Wu's secretary. I heard you arrested Tiezhu and came to understand the situation. This is the village chief of Tiezhu's village and Tiezhu's fiancé. If there's any misunderstanding, I hope we can resolve it on the spot. Hello, Secretary Lu. Tiezhu is in the back. This way, please." The officer immediately stood up upon hearing he was connected to Deputy Town Chief Wu, leading him toward the interrogation room. Even the police played favorites. Lu Guozhong's position wasn't high, but he was Deputy Mayor Wu's subordinate. If he reported anything to Deputy Mayor Wu, the police officers' jobs would become difficult. When they found Tiezhu, he was alone in the dark interrogation room. He seemed fine, quite calm and composed, sprawled in a corner fast asleep. The officers pulled the light cord, and the bulb in the interrogation room flickered on. Tiezhu frowned and rolled over. It was already dark outside. Whoever came couldn't disturb his sleep. The officer raised his hand to knock on the iron bars, but suddenly remembered Lu Guozhong standing behind him. He quickly lowered his hand and called out, "Tiezhu, wake up. Someone's here to see you." Cuihua pushed her way to the front, gripping the iron bars as she called out to Tiezhu, "Brother Tiezhu? Brother Tiezhu, how are you?" Tiezhu heard Cuihua's voice and sprang to his feet in one swift motion. "Cuihua, what brings you here?" The police opened the iron gate, letting Cuihua and the others enter. Cuihua grabbed Tiezhu's hand and explained, "I was worried about you. Secretary Lu went to the village looking for you, so I told him I wanted him to take you out." Only then did Tiezhu notice Lu Guozhong and the village chief standing behind Cuihua. Lu Guozhong didn't question him directly but instead addressed the police, explained the specifics. "Why did you arrest him? What evidence do you have?" The police recounted the incident. Lu Guozhong confirmed with him, the fellow villager you mentioned, is he the one who brought geese to the livestock station for disease inspection a few days ago? Yes, that's him. Alright, go bring him here now. And bring the physical evidence you mentioned. It's so late. That's not appropriate. The officer glanced outside. It was already dark. How could they possibly summon the fellow villager to the station now? Lu Guozhong grew impatient. What's wrong with it being dark? Didn't you arrest Tiezhu after dark? Why can't we bring the fellow over? Oh, and lend me your phone. The police had no choice but to agree. They sent someone to fetch the fellow villager and handed the phone to Lu Guozhong. Before long, the fellow villager and the person Lu Guozhong had called arrived. Lu Guozhong cut straight to the chase. Take a good look, he demanded of the villager. Did this man poison your geese? Chapter 91, this is just what I wanted. The villager opened his mouth to say yes, but the police officer quickly intervened. This is the secretary to our town mayor. Think carefully before you answer. You must tell the truth. Hearing he was speaking to such a high-ranking official, the villager shuddered violently, a sudden chill running through him. He stammered, my geese were poisoned, but it wasn't him. The officer's eyes widened in surprise. Grabbing the villager by the collar, he demanded, didn't you say it was him before? What did you tell us when we came looking for you? Why are you changing your story now? Well, he's the town mayor's man. I couldn't lie. Then you were able to lie before. The officer released his grip, and the villager collapsed to the ground without support. Shaking his head, he stammered, she said lying wouldn't matter. She didn't say such high-ranking officials would get involved. I had no choice. Hearing the villager had lied, the village chief raised his fist and lunged at him. Lu Guozhong quickly stepped in to restrain the village chief and help the villager to his feet. Hey, if I remember correctly, you came to the livestock station 3 days ago to get your goose inspected, right? Tiezhu even helped you out. Why did you lie and get him in trouble? With Lu Guozhong's support, the villager sat down on a nearby stool. He glanced at Lu, then at the police, swallowed hard, and remained silent. Lu Guozhong sat beside him and reassured him, don't be afraid. We're all public servants here, not thugs. We won't hurt you. But lying is wrong. We're giving you a chance now to tell the truth. Seeing him still silent, the village chief grew impatient, nearly wanting to slap him. Speak up. Tell us. Were you forced into this? The town mayor's secretary is here, and so are the police. They can all stand up for you. Not just the village chief, but the police in Cuihua were all staring intently at him. His eyes reddened as he spoke, almost like he was complaining, I had no choice. She's holding up the quarantine inspection for our family's geese. She said if I didn't help her out, my geese would never get the quarantine certificate. Who is this she you're talking about? Lu Guozhong asked. Tiezhu narrowed his eyes slightly, beginning to piece it together. Could it be that Deputy Director Qian Sanling? The only person with enough clout at the animal husbandry station to pull strings and who was actively working against Tiezhu was Qian Sanling. Sure enough, upon hearing the name, the fellow villager snapped his head up to stare at Tiezhu, stammering, why yes, it's her. She said if I handled this, our geese wouldn't need quarantine next year, and she'd even give me 200 yuan. Officer, I didn't take her money. She hasn't paid me yet. And to make sure this looked real, I even drugged my geese. The villager, terrified the officer would accuse him of taking bribes and harming others, grabbed the officer's hand and explained frantically. The officer patted his hand, motioning him to let go. His testimony alone couldn't prove Tiezhu had been framed after all, his geese had indeed been drugged. His implication was clear, there was no physical evidence. Lu Guozhong hurriedly waved to the person behind him, did you bring what I asked for? The man nodded and pulled a black box-like tape from the large bag on his back. This is the footage from that day, the original recording. The police station had a VCR and television. The officer took the tapes and led everyone to the screening room, turned on the TV and VCR, and inserted the tapes. Immediately, black and white images appeared on the screen. The footage showed the day the geese went wild, Tiezhu calming them down, and the geese lining up for quarantine. In the corner, the footage captured Qian Sanling sneaking into the office. This is the footage from that day. Look, not only did Tiezhu not drug the geese, he actually helped manage the villagers' geese. This evidence clearly proves Tiezhu wasn't the one who administered the drugs, right? The police officer nodded. Such compelling evidence speaks louder than any witness or physical proof. We originally came to investigate Tiezhu as well. Can we keep this evidence? I need to report this to our superiors. Lu Guozhong turned to the person behind him, is that okay? The man nodded, not really. There's other content inside, and we can't take our work materials. But you can have your supervisor come take a look. After they review it, I'll take it back. With that settled, the officer stepped out to fetch his superior. Meanwhile, Lu Guozhong said, Tiezhu, regarding Qian Sanling's case, will give you a proper explanation. The previous investigation is nearly concluded. When the charges are consolidated and the verdict is reached, we'll inform you specifically. What outcome will she face? Demotion is certain. All compensation owed to the victims will be fully paid, no need to worry about that. Tiezhu felt no lingering unease. A grasshopper in autumn won't jump for long. Oh, and here this is for you. I actually came to your village specifically to give you this. Saying this, Lu Guozhong took a long cloth bundle from his back, unwrapped it, and handed the contents to Tiezhu. Tiezhu was curious. What is this? Unfolding it revealed a silk banner sent by Deputy Town Chief Wu for Tiezhu. Emblazoned across it were 8 bold characters: Master Breeder, expertise unmatched. Its red background, gold border, and gold-threaded characters dazzled the eyes. The village chief's eyes lit up. Wow, this is truly something special. You bet. Lu Guozhong said proudly. After Deputy Mayor Wu left that day, he asked me to make this banner. I had it crafted with the finest materials and the best techniques. Tiezhu, do you like it? I love it. I absolutely love it. He had already decided where to hang it in the office of the breeding farm, facing the window and the main gate. That way, anyone passing by would see it. The village chief couldn't bring himself to let go of the banner. Why wasn't it his? If only he had one like this. But it was Tiezhu's, and that was good enough. Tiezhu was one of their own, a member of Iron Hero Village. He touched it twice, then dared not touch it again, afraid his rough old hands might snag the embroidered threads. He did, however, make a suggestion: when we head back to the village later, don't rush off. I'll grab a gong and drum from the village office. We should make some noise to welcome you home. That seems a bit too much fanfare. Tiezhu felt a little embarrassed. It'll be late when we get back. Won't the noise disturb everyone's sleep? What's wrong with that? It's perfect. The villagers care about you. Making a big fuss will show them you're innocent. Tiezhu wouldn't do anything wrong. Plus, coming back from the police station calls for a bit of luck cleansing. Drumming and gongs are just the thing. And everyone should see this commendation banner, right? The village chief truly intended to claim the commendation banner as his own, convinced that even setting off firecrackers in the dead of night would be too quiet. Chapter 92, The Big Poultry Buyer. It seemed Tiezhu's attempts to dissuade the village chief were futile. Even Liu Guozhong chimed in: a bit of commotion is fine. If we don't make a big fuss, who do you know you return safely? Tiezhu had no choice but to accept it. After the police finished their investigation and documentation, Lu Guozhong, undeterred by the hassle, drove the 3 of them back. They left before witnessing the village chief's grand spectacle. As the village chief dashed into the village office, Tiezhu urged Cuihua, let's go back quickly. If the village chief actually calls people out, we won't be able to get home. He could almost picture the scene of everyone crowding around him. It wouldn't be any less chaotic than when the police had taken him away. The 2 of them ran toward Tiezhu's house, laughing and joking. But before they had gone far, they heard the village chief behind them banging loudly on a big gong. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile and kept running home, leaving the village chief chasing after them, along with a growing crowd of villagers who had come out to watch the spectacle. In the following period, Tiezhu's farm, guided by the system's comprehensive evaluations, procured batches of livestock, both breeding stock and meat-producing animals. The cooperative also began operations, attracting inquiries from villagers in neighboring villages about buying and selling livestock. Tiezhu was stretched thin juggling both operations, but luckily Cuihua helped him at the farm. His parents and Xiulian pitched in whenever they could, freeing up his time to manage the cooperative. Early that morning, he arrived at the cooperative to find a line of people already waiting to sell their livestock. Each animal had to be inspected by him before acceptance. The village chief had been waiting for him at the cooperative since dawn. The moment he saw Tiezhu walk in, he pounced. That commendation banner of yours, don't just keep it hanging at the farm. Bring it over to the cooperative to display for a while. Look at our cooperative's walls, they're bare. We need your banner to brighten things up. The one I made myself can't compare to the one Deputy Town Mayor Wu gave you. Yours was presented by Deputy Town Mayor Wu, you know. Tiezhu, just let me borrow it for a few days. Rent? Renting it out isn't right. You're not short on cash now, so don't bring up money with me. Cuihua came to bring Tiezhu his lunch and happened to catch him teasing the village chief again. She laughed and said, Brother Tiezhu, stop teasing the chief. The banner can hang anywhere. Since you work at the cooperative anyway, why not hang it there for a few days? That said, Tiezhu still wanted to tease the village chief about the banner, but Cuihua cut him off. Village chief, I agree. Go get the banner from the farm. The village chief's gaze darted between Cuihua and Tiezhu. Tiezhu, is this okay? I really will go get it myself. Tiezhu nodded helplessly. Go ahead, go ahead. Have OU fetch it for you. The village chief completely ignored the latter part of the sentence and stormed out of the cooperative. Zhao Meiwan, a cooperative employee working ahead, ran inside. Seeing the village chief dash out, she asked curiously, what's up with the village chief? He's so happy he's running. Cuihua, nothing much. Just went to pick up Brother Tiezhu's commendation banner. Tiezhu set down the ducklings he'd just inspected and asked, why are you here? Perfect timing, bring me the livestock registration form. Zhao Meiwan handed Tiezhu the forms from the table by the door, then suddenly remembered, a man named Li Guodong came by earlier. He wants to buy livestock and poultry, a large quantity and variety. He said he wants to learn about our village's farming situation. Tiezhu, should you go meet him? Zhao Meiwan usually handled poultry purchases from villagers herself, but villagers typically bought in small quantities. This Li Guodong claimed to be from another province and wanted to diversify his village's livestock, hence his exceptionally large demand. Zhao Meiwan lacked both experience and the authority to handle such a request, so she went into the back livestock storage room to ask Tiezhu for help. Upon hearing about such an important guest, Tiezhu rushed out to greet him without even finishing his meal. Li Guodong, who had been waiting in the front hall, looked bored as he glanced at the chickens and ducks. Tiezhu recognized him immediately upon exiting. It was rare to see someone dressed formally in the village. Li Guodong wore a brown suit and polished leather shoes that gleamed, making him stand out starkly against the rural backdrop. Tiezhu grabbed a rag from the side to wipe his hands, then extended his own to Li Guodong. Hello, I'm Tiezhu, the technical advisor for this farming cooperative. Hello, Consultant Tai. You should know my name by now. I'm Li Guodong. I'm here to assess our village's livestock situation and make some purchases. Li Guodong looked somewhat eager as he grasped Tiezhu's hand firmly with both of his before releasing it. May I first understand how many poultry farms you need to visit? What categories are required? Li Guodong gave detailed figures, quite substantial quantities: 100 roosters over 3 months old, 300 hens, 200 drakes, 500 ducks, 800 meat geese, 200 breeding geese, plus several pigeons, quails, and mandarin ducks. This quantity was enormous for their farm. Even the newly purchased poultry at Tiezhu's farm wouldn't cover it all. They'd have to transport supplies from the town's poultry farms. Tiezhu asked curiously, with such a large quantity, why not just buy from the town's farms? I've heard that the poultry raised in the village is free range, so the meat quality and health standards are better than what you get in town. Of course, I'm not here to buy immediately. I still need to see your farming conditions first. I'll only make a purchase if I'm satisfied. Tiezhu thought it over. This man spoke with reason and logic, not blindly making purchases. It seemed highly likely this deal would be struck. How exactly do you plan to assess it? Could you show me how your poultry is raised? What do you feed them? How is disease prevention handled? Tiezhu considered it. Since the buyer was making a large purchase and wanted to see the birds' living conditions, there was no issue with that. He replied, sure. Most of the poultry are at my farm. Have you had lunch yet? We can visit the farm and then have a simple meal over there. Li Guodong nodded with satisfaction. Perfect. That'll give me a chance to taste your poultry. I'll pay for it. You're our guest, how could I let you pay for this meal? Come on, the farm is a bit of a distance from the cooperative. I'll take you there. Great. To get to your farm, we'll pass through your village. That'll give me a chance to see the surroundings. Tiezhu turned to Cuihua behind him and instructed her to follow him back. She would prepare a meal at the farm and select a few plump chickens and ducks for the guest to sample. Then he led Li Guodong out of the cooperative and toward his farm. Li Guodong asked questions along the way. Do you raise many livestock in your village? Where are they kept? Could I see them too? Chapter 93. Sorry, we can't provide human testing services. Tiezhu was slightly puzzled but answered, besides my farm, our village also has a pig farm, and some villagers raise geese. A pig farm? That one? Can I take a look? Li Guodong pointed to the white roof in the distance that was the village pig farm, specifically the experimental pig pen Tiezhu had later constructed. Tiezhu hesitated before saying, they're cleaning it up right now. Better not go, it stinks to high heaven. No need to subject yourself to that. It shouldn't be a problem to take a look. It'd be a good chance for me to see your farming techniques. You can tell how good the techniques are just by looking at the condition of the pigs. Since he insisted, Tiezhu reluctantly brought him to the pig farm, though he didn't let him inside. They only looked around from the outside. After briefly explaining the farm's setup, Li Guodong said he needed to use the restroom. Tiezhu pointed him in the right direction and waited for him at the farm entrance. Before long, old Chang, who'd been working in the pens, emerged. Glancing warily over his shoulder for any followers, he approached Tiezhu to speak. Tiezhu, what's that guy dressed all proper doing here? He looks respectable, but something about him seems off. What's wrong? Did he do something? Tiezhu was puzzled. Ever since he'd met Li Guodong, he'd sensed something off about him, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Old Chang replied mysteriously, he just saw us and started asking how long we've worked at this pig farm, how many people are in our families, how many households are in our village, the total population of the village, and whether we've ever gone hunting wild boar in the mountains behind us. Tiezhu's heart sank. You didn't answer him, did you? Old Chang waved his hand dismissively. No way. We don't know what he's up to. Why would we tell him anything? If he hadn't asked to use the outhouse, I would have kicked him out. Alright, good that you didn't. I'll take him to my farm later. He says he wants to buy poultry, but the quantity's a bit large, so he wants to check out the breeding conditions. Ah, but did I make a mistake by not answering his questions? Tiezhu shook his head. Absolutely. No matter who it is, if you don't know them, don't talk about this stuff. Even if you do know them, don't just blab about it. I suspect he's here to scout out our operations and steal our business. Steal our business? What business? Chickens, geese, pigs? Old Zhang suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh my god. I'll kick him out right now. If he steals our business, how will we sell our livestock in the future? As he spoke, old Zhang started toward the pigsty to chase Li Guodong away. Tiezhu quickly stopped him. Hold on. He said he wants to buy poultry, with clear reasons and specific quantities. I'll take him to our farm first. If he actually pays for it, no problem. If there's any shady business, I'll have you call the police right away. Alright, you're the one with the solutions. I'll head inside to work now. Tiezhu nodded. Old Zhang turned back toward the pigsty. Li Guodong brushed past him, catching old Zhang's disapproving glare but saying nothing. He walked to the entrance and asked Tiezhu to continue showing him around the farm. The rest of the way, his questions were all perfectly normal. How many poultry did Tiezhu raise? What breeds? Were there any rare ones? He also collected uncommon poultry. He also inquired about the age of the birds at Tiezhu's farm and their egg-laying performance. This put Tiezhu at ease, but Li Guodong's eyes never stopped scanning the surroundings. He seemed intent on taking in every detail, essentially surveying every spot they passed. This made Tiezhu a bit suspicious again. Upon arriving at the farm, Li Guodong fired off another barrage of questions. When the farm opened, how much it cost, how many employees worked there, a relentless stream of inquiries. Tiezhu answered his questions half-heartedly, picking and choosing which ones to address. When Cuihua announced dinner was ready, he quickly ushered Li Guodong to the table. Here, try our farm's chickens and geese. They're all fed with feed I carefully formulated myself. The geese even go down to the lake to eat fish. Li Guodong chuckled in agreement. Well, these geese must be delicious. Fish-fed geese have the most tender meat. Is that lake over there where they swim? How big is it? Must be 3 or 4 mu, right? Tiezhu shook his head. No idea, never measured it. What do you think? His eyes sparkled with amusement, yet a chill lingered beneath the surface. Noticing that look, Li Guodong felt uneasy. After a hearty meal, he handed over a 200 yuan deposit to reserve the poultry, instructing Tiezhu to prepare everything he needed within 3 days. He promised to drive back to collect the order and settle the balance then. Tiezhu was genuinely excited and pleased that the newly established cooperative had secured such a substantial order so quickly. However, he remained wary of Li Guodong. As soon as Li Guodong left, he summoned a wolf and instructed, keep an eye on that man coming to the village this afternoon. If he acts suspiciously like coming alone or heading into the mountains, report it to me immediately. The wolf nodded in agreement. Tiezhu then took out the 200 yuan Li Guodong had given him, letting the wolf sniff it to memorize the scent, making it easier for the wolf to track Li Guodong. Tiezhu carefully stowed the money away and returned to the farm with a worried look on his face. Cuihua noticed his troubled expression and asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you worried about something? Tiezhu slumped into his office chair, placing the 200 yuan on the desk. He was genuinely troubled. That Li Guodong has me suspicious. A normal poultry buyer wouldn't ask so many questions about the size of our village, the number of houses, the lake's dimensions, and the villagers. It's not normal. Not at all normal. But it wasn't just that. Even the 200 yuan sitting before him felt off. The bills were too new and too neatly arranged, 20 consecutive numbered notes of the big unity denomination. These days, it was rare to see someone carrying around a stack of consecutive numbered new bills. Li Guodong was a walking contradiction. He claimed to be from a neighboring province, but villagers were country folk. How could he be dressed in a full suit? Even in the city, such a suit was rare. Tiezhu had only seen it on Deputy Town Chief Wu. Even Lu Guozhong wore only a shirt. Plus, he claimed to be buying poultry, yet he didn't seem to know much about it. The questions he asked appeared poultry-related, but were actually about village conditions and farm scale. Tiezhu sighed in frustration, lowering his head to ask his system, why can't you scan humans yet? System, apologies, human detection services are temporarily unavailable. Tiezhu sent Cuihua home first, choosing to stay alone at the farm that night. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, he was beginning to think he was overthinking things when suddenly, the office door rattled. A series of sharp scratches echoed outside the door. Chapter 94, You're a werewolf. Tiezhu, open the door. Tiezhu, something's wrong. It's a wolf. The one I spotted this afternoon. Tiezhu sprang up from his chair and flung the door open, letting the wolf inside. So? Did you see that person? The wolf shook its head twice, then ran ahead to lead the way, guiding Tiezhu deeper into the mountains while recounting the results of its tracking. I didn't pick up any scent at first, not even after dark. But once night fell and everyone in the village went home, I caught it. The man you told me to track was sneaking around the village, running non-stop. I followed him. After circling the village twice, he headed into the mountains and entered a cave. My good brother is watching it now. Let's hurry and not let him escape. Tiezhu had no idea where all these caves in the mountain came from, but since Lang had said so, he could only quicken his pace, following closely behind Lang as they raced into the mountains. The mountain path was treacherous at night, but thanks to the wolf's warning ahead, Tiezhu managed to run safely all the way to the cave's vicinity. As they neared the cave entrance, the wolf halted and nudged forward with its snout. This is the place. My brother is still guarding the entrance. As it spoke, it softened its pace and approached another wolf, asking, "So, has the person inside come out yet?" The other wolf shook its head. "No, he's still inside." Tiezhu patted the wolf's head and praised, "Good work. Tomorrow I'll bring you a sheep." Then he instructed the two wolves to summon their pack, they might be needed for backup. He cautiously ventured inside. The entrance was narrow but the path was smooth. After winding left and right for about 10 meters, he began to see a faint light ahead. Beyond this passage lay a cavernous space over 10 square meters in size. Li Guodong was inside this chamber. Li Guodong was busy scribbling and drawing on a makeshift platform built from stacked boxes, using a flashlight to illuminate his work. The surroundings were dim, but Tiezhu could make out something covered by an oilcloth in the corner. The light wasn't strong enough for Tiezhu to see clearly, but the man's actions alone were enough to indicate something was amiss. He stood quietly at the passageway entrance, observing while waiting for the two wolves to bring the others. Suddenly, Li Guodong, who had been drawing, stood up straight and lifted the oilcloth covering in the corner. Beneath the tarp lay a telegraph machine. Li Guodong was a spy. He intended to transmit information to his accomplices. Though he didn't know what Li Guodong was drawing, it was clear that if this information got out, it would be detrimental to Tiezhu, Taihan village, and even the entire nation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tiezhu couldn't wait for the wolves to arrive. He couldn't let Li Guodong send the message. He lunged forward immediately. He sprinted forward, landing a punch squarely on Li Guodong's jaw. After knocking him down, he pinned Li Guodong to the ground. "Don't move. I know what you're doing. The police will be here any minute." Li Guodong was momentarily stunned by Tiezhu's sudden charge. Only when Tiezhu pinned him down with his knee did he begin to comprehend. "Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai, what are you doing here? What are you talking about? I don't understand." He was still playing dumb, pretending to know nothing, hoping to bluff his way out of it. But Tiezhu was close enough now to clearly see what Li Guodong had just drawn. The papers were covered in detailed maps of Taihan village's terrain. Beyond Taihan village, they included several surrounding villages and the mountain range they were currently in. Several sheets clearly marked the village's population and animal populations. He had no idea how he'd gathered this intelligence, but it was all there. How many households in the village, how many elders and youths, and even the combat strength of each person was recorded in meticulous detail. Tiezhu pressed down hard, not letting up for a moment. "Stop lying. This stuff proves who you are. You're a spy." "I knew it. A merchant wanting to buy large quantities of poultry. Why would he wander around our village asking about our population instead of the poultry? Now I understand everything. Speak. Which faction sent you here as a spy?" Seeing his cover blown with no chance of reversal, Li Guodong let out two hollow laughs, refusing to answer Tiezhu's question. Instead, he gathered his strength, flipped himself over with a powerful roll, sending Tiezhu tumbling off him. Ignoring the items scattered on the ground, he sprang to his feet and dashed toward the cave exit. Caught off guard, Tiezhu let Li Guodong slip away. By the time he scrambled to his feet, Li Guodong was already sprinting down the passageway. "Damn it! I'll show you running." Tiezhu grabbed a nearby flashlight and took 2 steps forward, hurling it at Li Guodong's retreating figure. Unfortunately, the passage wasn't straight. The flashlight slammed into the wall, and Li Guodong spun around and vanished into the tunnel. Tiezhu felt a pang of frustration, but his expression shifted to a grin as he gave chase. Li Guodong had run out of the cave entrance only to freeze in place. A ring of green eyes surrounded the opening. It was the wolf, leading its pack. The wolves stared at Li Guodong standing in the middle of the cave entrance, baring their teeth. "Ha! Run, then. Let's see how far you can get." Tiezhu roared with laughter, leaning against the cave entrance, unconcerned that Li Guodong might flee again. Li Guodong glared back, snarling, "I can't escape, but neither can you. These are wolves, wild wolves." "Exactly, they're wild wolves. Brothers, attack. As long as he doesn't die, bite him however you want." The pack obeyed Tiezhu's command, swarming forward to kick and bite Li Guodong. Though their jaws looked sharp, they only inflicted superficial wounds. Terrified, Li Guodong collapsed completely. The foul-smelling wolf jaws were inches from his head, and wolves were tearing at his body everywhere. He screamed in terror, "Help! Mr. Tai, help me! I was wrong. Spare me! Please save me! Take me to the hospital! Take me to the police station! All right, everyone, stop biting." Seeing Li Guodong was no longer moving, Tiezhu ordered the wolves to cease. He stepped forward, stripped Li Guodong's clothes off, and bound his hands and feet tightly. Though the wolves had been biting Li Guodong relentlessly, they hadn't actually inflicted severe injuries. The most significant wound was likely the loss of half his ear. His paralysis stemmed entirely from sheer terror. Tiezhu casually instructed the wolves, "I'll go inside to retrieve the items. Afterwards, you'll help me drag him down the mountain." The wolves yelped and whined, demanding sheep. Tiezhu hurriedly agreed, "All right, I'll add another one tomorrow. How about I bring you 2 sheep? Tiezhu's interaction with the wolves terrified Li Guodong, who kept screaming, "You're a werewolf! You're not human, you're a werewolf!" Chapter 95, Trouble in Town. Tiezhu paid no heed to his shouts. He entered the hut and carried out the flashlight, blueprints, and generator. He had to deliver both the people and the goods to the police station. With no vehicles in the village, he had to borrow a horse-drawn cart from the Ma family. In the dead of night, Tiezhu rushed to the Ma family's door, banging loudly to borrow the cart. He woke several families. By the time Cuihua helped him harness the oxen, they were already heading toward the town police station. The villagers were still discussing what exactly had happened. It wasn't until early the next morning, when the police entered the village with a great clamor of gongs and drums, that everyone learned what had transpired. At the police station, the officer on duty saw a blood-soaked man on the cart and assumed it was another brawl. When Tiezhu arrived, a familiar face to Zhang Qin, who had seen him several times. Zhang Qin assumed Tiezhu was a good Samaritan bringing the assailant to report the incident. He even scolded him for coming. "He's injured this badly, why didn't you take him to the hospital?" Tiezhu shook his head and began unloading the man and his belongings from the cart. Taking him to the hospital was out of the question. He was a spy. The word spy made Zhang Qin's eyes nearly pop out of his head. He poked his little finger into his ear. "Say that again." "What is he?" "A spy, so what?" "A spy. What else? Do you have any idea what capturing a spy means for our country?" Tiezhu shook his head. "All I know is that everyone has a duty to catch spies." Zhang Qin gave him a thumbs up, but upon seeing Li Guodong's expression, he asked, "Are you sure this guy's a spy? Did you wound him?" Tiezhu shook his head, recounting their encounter with wolves in the mountains. He patted the telegraph machine and papers beside him. "Everything's right here. This telegraph machine and these documents should be enough proof he's a spy, right?" Zhang Qin was nearly certain, but his word alone wasn't conclusive. After placing Li Guodong under arrest, he told Tiezhu to go home first. He would inform Tiezhu once Li Guodong's identity was confirmed. The next morning, barely dawn had broken when two police cars pulled into Taihan village. The officers immediately began banging gongs and drums, waving a banner even larger than the last one, demanding the village chief summon Tiezhu. Tiezhu felt a bit awkward at first, standing on that same cement platform where grain was once dried. The police chief himself arrived, thrusting the banner into Tiezhu's hands while announcing to the gathered villagers the momentous news: Tiezhu had apprehended a spy. The sight of a police chief standing on a concrete platform expressing gratitude to Tiezhu was a truly awe-inspiring event for the villagers below. "We thank Comrade Tiezhu for his contribution to our efforts in apprehending spies and for his support of our work. We hope our fellow villagers will follow Comrade Tiezhu's example and promptly contact the police upon discovering any unusual circumstances or suspicious individuals. Now, please give a warm round of applause to congratulate Iron Pillar on receiving this banner of honor and a reward of 1,500 yuan." Alongside the banner embroidered with People's Hero, Tiezhu received a thick red envelope containing the full 1,500 yuan reward. The villagers clapped until their palms were sore. "Good heavens! Last time we caught bandits, the reward was 500 yuan. This time, catching a spy earned us 1,500. Why didn't I get to experience such good fortune?" "I did. Hey, both me and old Chang encountered that spy, but we didn't recognize him." "What a shame." Someone even shouted, "Tiezhu, teach us. How did you spot the spy?" "Yeah, teach us. Maybe we can spot spies too if we ever run into one." The police chief, officers, and village head nearby nodded in agreement, egging him on. "Tell us. Tell everyone how you spotted the spy." With no other choice, Tiezhu recounted how he noticed Li Guodong acting suspiciously and kept a close eye on him, omitting the wild wolf's role entirely. The officers who knew Li Guodong had been injured by a wolf chuckled to themselves, keeping the wild wolf's contribution to themselves. Some things didn't need to be shared. Tiezhu talked until his throat was parched, recounting the story for the entire morning before the crowd finally dispersed. The police chief clasped Tiezhu's hand tightly, not releasing it until they boarded the police car. News of the livestock cooperative's technical advisor capturing a spy and receiving commendation from the police station spread rapidly throughout the town and neighboring counties and villages. Villagers from many different hamlets flocked to see this hero who had captured a spy and received a personal commendation from the police chief. For a time, the livestock cooperative bustled with visitors. Villagers who met Tiezhu often bought livestock before leaving. The number of adult livestock sold to the cooperative because people trusted him also increased significantly. To facilitate transporting the acquired adult livestock to town, Tiezhu specifically purchased a tricycle and had OU assist daily with the deliveries. The tricycle had limited capacity, so OU made 7 or 8 trips to town every day, yet he never complained about the fatigue. Ever since he started working at Tiezhu's goose farm, his family had never been short of money. That day, OU rode his tricycle into town as usual, loaded with freshly caught rabbits. On his return, he was frantic. He parked the tricycle at the co-op entrance without locking it and rushed straight to Tiezhu. "Brother, something's wrong. There's trouble in town." He grabbed Tiezhu's arm and shook it violently. OU was a strapping young man with a strong grip, and the shaking nearly knocked Tiezhu off his feet. Tiezhu gripped the hand clutching his arm, steadying himself before asking, "What's got you so flustered?" OU looked panicked. He swallowed hard before saying, "They're saying there's bird flu in town." The town's poultry farms said they won't be taking in any more birds for a while because of it. Now chickens, ducks, and geese aren't worth anything. I went to the farm today to deliver rabbits, and this farmer was selling chickens. A big old hen was only worth 50 cents 50 cents. That's what a chick used to cost. The farmer was desperate but couldn't bear to sell them so cheaply, so he just hauled them back home. The farm workers also said they'd only take healthy chickens, any sick ones would be slaughtered and burned on the spot. Brother Tiezhu, your farm has plenty of chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, and the villagers' geese too. Surely they haven't caught bird flu? Tiezhu frowned as he looked at OU. He was an honest man who wouldn't lie to him. Could it be that the town really had an outbreak of bird flu? For now, he could only reassure OU, it's fine. Our poultry is perfectly healthy. We've never brought in birds from other places to mix with ours. There's no way it could be bird flu. But just as he finished reassuring OU, a crowd from the cooperative swarmed in. Each one demanded to sell their chickens and ducks, insisting on the previous market price. Chapter 96, Tiezhu's poultry faced slaughter. In an instant, the cooperative erupted into chaos. Everyone was shouting that avian flu was about to break out, that chickens, ducks, and geese would soon be unsellable. They had to sell now, before things escalated, or else these birds would die in their own hands. Tiezhu raised his hand and pressed down, bellowing, "Quiet! Everyone, quiet down!" The villagers quieted down a bit, but some still murmured, "How can we be quiet? Our chickens are sitting unsold, and you want us to be quiet? Instead of telling us to shut up, why not tell us how to get rid of our chickens?" Yeah, you wouldn't believe it, old Wu from our village went to the town's poultry farm today to sell his chickens and got turned away. "Hey, Tiezhu, listen, we won't ask for 3 yuan per chicken. Just 2 yuan each. Will you take them?" Tiezhu watched everyone haggling over prices, feeling a headache coming on as he pondered how to get the poultry to the cooperative. With so many people, he couldn't possibly buy up all the villagers' poultry at once. He could only try to calm them down with kind words. "Everyone. Fellow villagers, please calm down. First, our cooperative is still accepting poultry, that's certain. There's no official notice telling us to stop buying. Second, I believe everyone's poultry is healthy and free of avian flu. Healthy poultry will definitely sell. No official news has been released yet about culling poultry, so everyone should be patient and wait. Once the situation stabilizes, we'll reassess, okay?" His words did indeed quiet the villagers. Someone agreed, "That's exactly right. The bird flu rumors are just spreading around town. Remember when the quarantine station said our chickens had bird flu before? Turned out to be false alarm. I trust Tiezhu. He's always reliable. I'll follow his lead. Let's all head home and wait for accurate news." The man waved his arms, signaling the villagers to head home first. Tiezhu bowed his hands in gratitude toward the man, thanking him for helping disperse the crowd gathered at the cooperative. Some people did listen to him, discussing with those around them as they started to leave. They realized that even if they stayed here, they might not sell their chickens and ducks. Selling now at a lower price meant that if the bird flu rumors turned out to be false, they would be the ones losing out. The crowd thinned considerably, leaving only 4 people determined to sell their poultry. After inspecting them and finding no issues, Tiezhu had no choice but to take them. Fortunately, only these 4 persisted. If more had insisted on selling, he wouldn't have had anywhere to store the poultry. Once these vendors' poultry was collected and they departed, the cooperative finally returned to calm. OU, still troubled by the earlier incident, leaned half his body on the counter, barely lifting his eyelids to glance at Tiezhu. Even Zhao Meiwan had lost her enthusiasm for work, staring worriedly at the freshly collected poultry before her. Everyone back in town said the township farm wasn't accepting poultry anymore. But they took so many today, surely the township can't just refuse them now? Tiezhu felt helpless about this too, but he insisted on delivering them. "We haven't received any notice from the township yet, so we'll continue accepting poultry as usual. If they need to be delivered, then deliver them. OU, once I've finished inspecting these, you'll take all these chickens and ducks to the township." Hearing this, OU rose as if half his spirit had been drained, obediently loading the inspected poultry onto the tricycle. Before he could load much, the village chief arrived. As soon as he entered the cooperative, he urged Tiezhu, "Enough, stop loading. The town's notice has come down, all poultry collections are suspended during this period. Don't send these over either. They'll just come back the same way. Why make the trip?" Saying this, he handed Tiezhu a red-headed document to look at. Tiezhu took it and saw it was indeed a notice suspending all poultry collection until further notice. He sighed. He had just inspected all the newly acquired poultry himself, confirming they were free of avian influenza before letting OU deliver them to town. He hadn't expected the town to issue the notice first. It seemed these birds would have to stay in his hands. He instructed, "OU, keep moving them. We won't send them to town this time. Take them to my farm instead." There was no other choice. His farm still had space for the birds, he couldn't just leave them cooped up here. The cooperative wasn't suitable for long-term poultry housing, and since the town wouldn't accept them, he had no choice but to have Tiezhu take them in for now. A gloomy mood hung over the village as everyone waited for official word from the town. Early the next morning, when the village loudspeaker broadcast the central news, a shocking announcement sent the villagers into turmoil. They all rushed to Tiezhu's farm. Tiezhu heard the broadcast too. This avian flu outbreak wasn't confined to the town, it was nationwide. Outbreaks of varying severity had emerged across the country, and all farms were now required to undergo specialized inspections. Any signs of avian flu would necessitate a complete cull. The villagers were in a panic. They didn't know if their current geese were infected, but their previous chickens had indeed contracted avian flu. What if they hadn't handled things properly somewhere, leaving the virus lurking in some corner of their homes? Who knew if their current geese were infected too? That's why they all came to find Tiezhu first, to have him re-examine their poultry, and second, to have him take their birds off their hands. But before the crowd at the farm entrance could cause any trouble, a car arrived from town. Four burly men emerged from a van and headed straight for Tiezhu's farm, banging loudly on the still-closed iron gate. Is the farm manager here? Who's in charge of this place? Tiezhu had been about to open the gate anyway. Hearing the commotion, he hurried over and unlocked it. Seeing dozens of people gathered at the entrance, with 4 strangers at the front, he first addressed them. Excuse me, who are you? What do you want with me? The man produced an ID badge, waved it before Tiezhu, and stated, Hello, we're from the town's disease control station. Your farm is registered with us. To our knowledge, you raise at least 500 birds here. With the nationwide avian flu outbreak, farms of your scale are priority inspection targets. We're here to assess your poultry operations. Should any avian flu risks be detected, we'll implement a full cull. After the visitors stated their purpose, nearby villagers who overheard began murmuring among themselves. If Tiezhu's birds get culled, ours probably won't, right? I think it's highly likely. So many people in our village raise geese, and they all swim in the same lake. If just one gets infected with avian flu, won't the others catch it too? Hush. Quiet down for now. Let's see how Tiezhu's situation turns out. Chapter 97. When trouble strikes, call Zhong Wuyan. When all is well, call Xiang Chun. Tiezhu took the man's work ID. Li Ming, his workplace was indeed the town's disease control station, no forgery there. As for the poultry in his own farm, he had run a system check last night after returning from the cooperative. All the birds were healthy, with no issues whatsoever, let alone avian flu. Unfazed by the inspection, Tiezhu threw open all the doors and let the 4 officials inside. They began with the outermost chicken coop, then moved to the duck shed, goose shed, and pigeon cages. It took the group over 3 hours to complete the inspection of the entire farm. Li Ming asked his 3 colleagues, So, what's the verdict? Any signs of avian flu or other infectious diseases? The 3 exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Tiezhu stepped forward and said, I take meticulous care of every bird in this farm. Not a single one can be sick. Any sick bird is immediately isolated and treated. There's absolutely no chance of a deadly disease like avian flu. Li Ming scribbled notes on his paper and replied curtly, You're lucky. But don't get complacent, we'll be conducting regular inspections going forward. Inspections? I'll cooperate fully. Tiezhu grinned as he saw the 4 men off. The villagers waiting outside, seeing the 4 leave without taking any poultry, all rushed over to ask what was going on. Tiezhu, are your poultry okay? What were those people checking for just now? Are they going to inspect our geese too? The radio keeps saying bird flu is spreading nationwide. Does that mean it'll hit us here too? We've been raising our geese exactly as you instructed, you've got to take responsibility for them. You're something else. How exactly do you expect Tiezhu to take responsibility for your geese? Marry them off? Or marry them himself? What kind of responsibility is that? What's the big deal about being responsible? I'm not wrong. If I hadn't trusted Tiezhu, I wouldn't have raised so many geese. Tiezhu answered their questions one by one. They came to inspect my poultry quarantine measures. They didn't take any of my birds because they're all perfectly healthy, no signs of avian flu whatsoever. As for your geese, they didn't mention them specifically. But as long as you feed them scientifically, they won't get sick. Everyone can raise them with confidence. Surrounded by villagers asking questions, Tiezhu didn't notice Wang Hu pushing his way through the crowd. One moment he'd say to someone, they're banning poultry sales now. You won't be able to sell your geese either. Shouldn't Tiezhu be held responsible? Then he'd say to others, no one will buy your geese for even $1 now. You've lost everything on your flock, haven't you? Moving to another spot, he'd say, who knows how much Tiezhu will lose this time? You're still following him to raise geese? Better prepare to lose so much you won't even have pants to wear. After making the rounds, he hid at the back of the crowd, watching as everyone began demanding Tiezhu take responsibility. The first villager to hear Wang Hu's words thought he made sense and immediately asked Tiezhu, I don't want to raise my big geese anymore. Tiezhu, you take them off my hands. Once one person spoke up, the others started thinking the same way. You're right. With this bird flu panic, how are we ever going to sell our geese now? Tiezhu, if we hadn't trusted you, we wouldn't have raised these geese in the first place. Now they're unsellable, you're responsible. We've got 10 geese. Tiezhu, we won't ask for much, just take them all for $50. $5 a piece? That was the price before avian flu. Can you still offer that now? What? I'm not selling at a loss. My geese are in great shape, vet, exactly as you instructed. Why shouldn't I sell them for 5 yuan each? Tiezhu, you have to take responsibility. If we keep raising these geese, who knows what changes might happen in the future? What if we really can't sell a single one later? What about my family's money then? Wang Hu chimed in from behind, eager to stir the pot. Exactly. He told you to raise them, so he should take responsibility. If it weren't for Tiezhu, you wouldn't be raising geese at all. He's got money, he runs such a big farm and even got a bonus recently. Buying a few of your geese is nothing. No matter how capable Tiezhu was, he could only speak for himself. Faced with the villagers' relentless questioning, he couldn't keep up with their demands, let alone pay attention to Wang Hu stirring trouble behind the crowd. But even if he hadn't noticed, someone else had. Cuihua, standing nearby, saw Wang Hu stirring up the crowd. She grabbed a chair from the office, climbed onto it, and pointed at Wang Hu, shouting, "Wang Hu! What are you telling everyone? Did you incite them to make brother Tiezhu buy their geese?" Wang Hu hadn't expected Cuihua to catch him. He tried to hide, but everyone's gaze was fixed on him because of her words. Escape was impossible. His face flushed crimson as he straightened his back. "I did say it. So what? I wasn't wrong." Cuihua's finger remained fixed on him, not budging an inch. "You're not wrong? Every single word you said was wrong. What's wrong with that? I was thinking of everyone." Wang Hu refused to admit fault, his expression still insisting he was right. "You are wrong. Completely wrong. Did Iron Pillar force everyone to raise geese? You bought the goslings from him because you saw he was making money from it. Did Iron Pillar tell you to raise a lot? No, you calculated how many you wanted to raise and bought that many. When you bought too many, Iron Pillar even advised you not to bite off more than you could chew. Have you all forgotten? When the deputy director of the town's breeding farm refused to take your chickens, it was brother Tiezhu who pulled strings to help you sell them all. Every single one of you made money. Now that you feel your geese have no market, you let Wang Hu sweet-talk you into making brother Tiezhu responsible. But he's innocent too. You all saw how many birds we raised at our farm. You think you lost money? Brother Tiezhu lost way more than you. Our geese were perfectly healthy, even the quarantine station people came to confirm it. Why are you singling out brother Tiezhu to fleece? Where's your conscience? Has Wang Hu, that dog, eaten it? You treat brother Tiezhu like Zhonghui and only need him when you want something, then dump him when trouble hits. What's the deal? Does brother Tiezhu owe you? When brother Tiezhu needed help, who among you stepped up? Not even a finger's worth of assistance when he needed it? Did anyone? No. Chapter 98, this meal shouldn't be a banquet of betrayal, right? Cuihua's words left the villagers feeling utterly ashamed. Upon reflection, it was true. When Iron Pillar first suggested raising geese in the village, no one listened. Only after seeing him profit from selling his geese did they all rush to follow suit. Every single goose pen by the lake, every last one, was built by someone who volunteered to raise geese. The recent avian flu outbreaks elsewhere certainly had nothing to do with them, at least their geese were healthy now. Though a crowd had gathered at the farm entrance, no one spoke now. Tiezhu didn't want to see everyone lose money, so he spoke up. Your geese are thriving now. Even though avian flu has broken out, it's still far from us. Are people across the country going to stop eating goose meat forever? That's impossible. So I suggest we keep raising geese for a while longer. Once they start laying eggs, you can either sell the eggs or hatch them. The flock will only grow, and eventually, you'll be able to sell them all. If you're worried your geese won't nest, bring them to me. I'll guarantee you hatching services. This avian flu business will be over in 6 months at most. After that, it'll be absolutely fine. The most crucial point, which many may have overlooked, is that the broadcast didn't say we can't raise geese or suspend poultry markets. What does this mean? It means that although avian flu has appeared in multiple regions nationwide, we're currently only in the epidemic prevention and quarantine phase. It hasn't escalated to the point where we can't raise or sell poultry. As long as everyone waits patiently for a while, things will return to normal. Tiezhu's words made the villagers realize he was right. The broadcast only mentioned epidemic prevention and stopping the spread of avian flu, not banning poultry farming or sales. His words reassured most villagers, who dispersed after expressing their trust in Tiezhu's explanation. Only a few villagers remained behind. They remained anxious that avian flu would wipe out their entire flock of geese, leaving them unable to recoup their initial investment. They kept pleading with Tiezhu to buy their geese, even if it meant lowering the price by 50 cents. They'd sell them for 4 yuan 50 each. Cuihua felt uneasy seeing everyone's persistence and asked Tiezhu, "What should we do about them? They insist you buy their geese. But you already have so many geese yourself." Tiezhu felt a headache coming on. It seemed these people wouldn't listen to reason. The people demanding he take their geese had pens right next to his. After some thought, Tiezhu made a proposal. "Fine, I'll take your geese. But you must give me your coops for free, and you can't raise geese anymore. If you agree, I'll take them." His demand was admittedly excessive, but given their insistence on forcing him to take the geese, it was a case of giving them a taste of their own medicine. Sure enough, the villagers hesitated upon hearing the demand. They were only worried about not being able to sell this batch of geese, but keeping the coops meant they could raise geese again later. As long as it benefited Tiezhu, Cuihua was all for it. Seeing their hesitation, she added fuel to the fire. If you're worried about selling these geese now, who's to say you won't face the same problem with future batches? Just hand over the pen to brother Tiezhu. Take the money from selling the geese and find other ways to make a living. Hearing Cuihua's words, the others conferred and agreed. Sell the geese, give away the shed with the money, what couldn't they do? Why stubbornly stick with goose farming? So, whether they had over 20 geese or just 5, all 5 families sold their geese and even gave their coops to Tiezhu. After receiving the geese and paying for them, Tiezhu called Ou over. They dismantled the netting separating his pen from the others, merging them into one large pen. It was a way to expand his own operation. But he couldn't just sit idly by about the bird flu situation. After thinking it over all day, Tiezhu decided he needed to find someone in the know to ask for details. Among his contacts, there was one person who could provide insider information. That person was none other than Deputy Town Mayor Wu. He had Lu Guozhong's contact information, given to him by Lu Guozhong during the previous false accusation incident. Deputy Town Chief Wu had a phone number, and since the office phone was usually handled by Lu Guozhong, Tiezhu went to the post office in town to call Deputy Town Chief Wu. After the operator connected the call, Tiezhu waited a few minutes before the line picked up. Lu Guozhong himself answered. After some discussion, Tiezhu had planned to invite Deputy Town Chief Wu to dinner in the coming days to inquire about the avian flu situation. Unexpectedly, Deputy Town Chief Wu had learned about Tiezhu's recent capture of a spy and was eager to discuss it with him. With both sides agreeing, Tiezhu booked a private room at the town's largest restaurant that very evening, preparing a banquet table in anticipation of Deputy Town Chief Wu's arrival. Around 7 p.m., Deputy Mayor Wu arrived late with Lu Guozhong. As soon as he entered the private room, he said, "My apologies for being late. I've been swamped with work." Tiezhu hurried to the doorway to greet them, not late at all. Perfect timing for the waitstaff to start serving. As the Deputy Town Mayor, you're constantly running around for the public, truly hard work. Deputy Town Chief Wu laughed heartily, clasping Tiezhu's hand and patting it twice. Enough with the pleasantries, we're old friends here. Sit down. Is there goose tonight? I've been craving your farm-raised geese lately. We do. Since I'm treating you, goose is a must. I specially brought it here for our chef to prepare. You'll see it's still got that same flavor. Tiezhu pulled out a chair for Deputy Town Chief Wu. That goose was brought specially for him. The restaurant owner initially refused to prepare it, but after Wu insisted it was for the Deputy Town Chief and ordered several other premium dishes, the chef finally agreed. Tiezhu motioned for Lu Guozhong to sit down, then continued his flattery with a thumbs up. That's why Deputy Town Chief Wu is so special. Everyone says avian flu is rampant these days, yet you still dare to eat goose. I wouldn't necessarily dare eat others, but I trust your geese are fine. You wouldn't harm me, would you? This meal isn't some kind of ambush, is it? Deputy Town Chief Wu quipped. Tiezhu waved his hands hastily. Of course not. Rest assured, even if someone else's poultry has issues, mine will never have any problems. The conversation opened up, leading to the recent avian flu outbreak that had everyone on edge. Thanks to Tiezhu inviting Deputy Town Chief Wu to dinner, he finally learned the full picture of the nationwide avian flu situation. Although outbreaks were occurring in many areas, poultry procurement and disease prevention efforts were proceeding normally. As for the town's livestock station buying chickens at low prices earlier, that was their own initiative. Deputy Mayor Wu had already punished them after learning about it. However, after the meal, Deputy Town Mayor Wu brought up another matter. Chapter 99, That's a Wolf. Rumors are spreading that you captured bandits and spies by controlling wild wolves in the mountains. They say you colluded with wolves to harm villagers. Are you aware of this? Tiezhu's expression stiffened. He had indeed enlisted the wolves' help, but that was through his own system using the beast speech ability granted by the system to communicate with the pack and secure their assistance. If others discovered his ability to speak with beasts, he might be arrested and subjected to dissection and investigation. This must remain secret. Tiezhu shook his head instinctively. Impossible. How could I possibly conspire with wild wolves? Then why did that spy call you a werewolf? Werewolves are supposed to be monsters, right? You don't look like one to me. Lu Guozhong added, recalling how he personally witnessed the spy and heard him shout that Tiezhu was a werewolf when the police reported the arrest. He naturally refused to believe it, but now he brought it up hoping Tiezhu would finally tell the truth. It seemed there was no way around telling the truth. The spy and the villagers had seen him commanding the wolf pack to capture people with their own eyes. If Deputy Town Chief Wu investigated the village, most people would reveal they'd seen him controlling the wolves. This won't do. He had to think of a way out. Tiezhu's mind raced. He blurted out, I do train animals. I've tamed a few wolves, but to say I colluded with the pack? That's utter nonsense. Lu Guozhong exclaimed in surprise, you can train animals? What kind? Like circus trainers who make wild beasts perform? I never heard you mention this before. Of course I have, Deputy Town Chief Wu interjected. Didn't you forget when we visited their village for the inspection? He was the one directing the geese. Oh, right. Lu Guozhong slapped his forehead as he remembered. Back then, those big geese could even form formations and do math. People even called it the goose army. Tiezhu felt this rumor wasn't entirely baseless. Someone who knew the situation must have spread it. He couldn't help but ask, who said I colluded with the wild wolf? The only people who know I asked the wolf for help are from our village. It couldn't have come from someone in our village, right? Deputy Town Chief Wu shook his head. Think carefully. Who has a grudge against you and enough influence to spread such rumors around town? Tiezhu lowered his head, his mind racing through everyone he'd ever clashed with. In the village, his main adversary was Wang Hu, followed by Aunt Wang and Li Fangfang. But they were all rural folk with no connections in town. They couldn't have spread rumors in the county seat. Could it be Qian Sanling? Deputy Town Chief Wu slammed his hand on the table. Of course it's her. Speaking of Qian Sanling, Deputy Town Chief Wu was seething with anger. She was merely the deputy director of a county-level breeding farm, yet she had the audacity to smuggle diseased chickens, run a private high-interest loan operation, and act as if she owned the animal husbandry station. Even after he had her thoroughly investigated and stripped of every position she held, she still hadn't been arrested or detained. If she didn't have powerful connections backing her, he'd gladly hand over his deputy township chief title. Deputy Mayor Wu opened his mouth, glanced around the private room though only the three of them were present, and lowered his voice to avoid prying ears. I hear an investigation team from the city will soon arrive to probe your collusion with wolves. Prepare yourself early. Find a way to solidify your wolf hunting claims so they can't pin anything on you. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. Tiezhu immediately shot him a grateful look. How could he not be grateful? Deputy Town Chief Wu had just saved his life. I don't have much to offer in return, but whenever you visit our village, you can pick any of my geese. Our pigeons are also quite nourishing. I'll select some plump meat pigeons and pigeon eggs for you later. You and Secretary Lu work so hard every day. As your junior, I should look out for your health. Ha, alright, young man. Your uncle won't hesitate to take you up on that. No problem. Brother Lu, don't be so polite either. If you ever need anything from me, just say the word. That single meal brought Tiezhu a dangerous warning while also strengthening his bond with Deputy Town Chief Wu and Secretary Lu. What's this called? This is called no meal is ever eaten for free. Upon returning to the village, Tiezhu's first move was to slip into the mountains after dark. He found the mother wolf and had her assign him 2 pups to bring back to the breeding farm as guard dogs. Early the next morning, he had OU by 2 chains. Crouching before the wolves with the chains, he coaxed and pleaded until they finally allowed him to fasten them. Just a few days, okay? Once my troubles here are sorted, you won't have to wear them anymore, right? The 2 wolves had already been named. That was humiliation enough. How could he possibly make them wear chains too? The wolf named Qiang lifted his head haughtily and declared, I refuse. Only dogs wear chains. I'm a wolf. The other wolf, Liang, the one who helped Tiezhu track Li Guodong last time, was tempted by Tiezhu's offer. Brother Qiang, he says we'll get a whole chicken every day. Just for us, no sharing with the other guys. I think wearing chains for a few days is no big deal. Qiang raised a front paw and smacked it squarely on Liang's head. Are you stupid? That's a dog leash. A dog leash. No wonder you're the only one who listens to him. You even helped him track someone last time. Liang felt a bit wronged. He curled up on the ground, covering his sore head with both paws, mumbling indistinctly, but didn't you help guard the den last time? Wasn't that for those 2 sheep? True, Qiang agreed. Eating someone's food makes you indebted. The wolves aren't exactly known for their short tongues. Once you've eaten someone's stuff, you're bound to them. Tiezhu seized on this, egging him on relentlessly. Put it on. Last time you ate the sheep. Once this business is settled, I'll give you one of my geese and 3 chickens. How about that? Mandarin ducks. I want to try mandarin ducks. Mandarin ducks were the rarest among Tiezhu's livestock. He could usually breed other poultry and send some to the wolves periodically, but he had never given them mandarin ducks. Tiezhu gritted his teeth and agreed, no problem. Once my troubles are resolved, you'll get a pair of mandarin ducks, plus chickens and geese. Only then did Qiang reluctantly nod, allowing Tiezhu to fasten the chain around his neck. The moment the chain was fastened, the village chief arrived with 5 men seeking Tiezhu. Tiezhu, this is the investigation team from the city and a TV reporter. They want to talk to you about your ability to control the wolf pack. Hearing the voices, Tiezhu stood and turned. The group's demeanor was distinctly different from the villagers, and one of them was even carrying a video camera. As he turned, the 2 wolves previously hidden behind his body came into view. 2 women among them gasped, their pupils contracting as they took a few steps back. Wolves! Those were wolves. The rumors were true. He really could control wolves. Chapter 100, Wolfpack Performance. Hold on, don't be afraid, they're all chained up. Tiezhu feared the sight of the wolves might cause them to blurt out something that would confirm the rumors about him conspiring with the pack, so he hurried to explain. These 2 are indeed wolves, but I've trained them. This is a farm, and these 2 sheep help guard the place. He patted Gang's head as he spoke. Gang, who had been baring his teeth and adopting an aggressive stance toward the strangers, relaxed. One of the women, her voice trembling, hid behind a man and asked, "Will it bite? It won't hurt us, will it?" Tiezhu chuckled. "Are you bandits?" The woman shook her head. "Then are you spies?" The woman shook her head again. "Then why would it hurt you? They only harm bad people. Unless I give the order, they won't hurt anyone." The woman finally relaxed. One of the men stepped forward, not daring to get too close, but still reaching Iron Pole's side to introduce himself. Tiezhu didn't even notice that the cameraman, upon seeing the two wolves Gang and Liang, immediately turned on the camera. Two men had maintained stern expressions from the start, scrutinizing Tiezhu with piercing gazes. The visitors didn't beat around the bush. The man with the crew cut who introduced himself wore a slight smile as he pointed at the two wolves and asked, "We've heard that you commanded wolf packs to help you twice, once against bandits and once against spies. Are these the two wolves? Have you truly formed an alliance with the wolves?" Tiezhu hadn't expected such direct questions. His face froze for a moment before he regained his composure. "Of course not. I'm human, a living, breathing human. How could I conspire with them? These wolves did help, but that's because I trained them." He would never reveal that the system had granted him the ability to speak animal tongues. He mustn't give himself away. But the other party wasn't convinced. The curly-haired woman hiding behind the man didn't believe him. "You claim to be a beast tamer, but have you only tamed these two wolves? As far as we know, there should be a whole pack, including pups. If you truly tamed them, you should be able to summon the entire pack." After listening to the strangers chatter on for a while without understanding a word, Gang and Liang whimpered at Tiezhu. "What's that long-haired guy saying? Mumble, can't understand a word. I know. She's talking trash about us. She wants me to go bite her to death." Gang, fiery-tempered as a young wild wolf, opened his jaws wide, ready to pounce on the curly-haired one. But the chain around his neck restrained his movements, holding him back and preventing him from breaking free. Even this restrained movement startled the curly-haired woman. She stumbled backward, tripping over her own feet and nearly falling. Luckily someone caught her. The shock made her tremble all over, right down to her fingertips. She pointed at Gang, refusing to believe Tiezhu's words. "And you say it doesn't hurt people? If it weren't for that chain, it would have bitten me." The man who caught her scoffed dismissively. "Beasts are beasts. They never lose their instinct to bite." Though the two wolves couldn't understand their words, they could read their expressions and sense the tone in their voices. Liang, who had been relatively calm, suddenly bared his teeth and snapped at Tiezhu. "What did they say? Are they insulting us? Those bastards have no manners." Tiezhu quickly stepped in to mediate. He addressed the five men. It's fine. They do retain their nature. As long as you don't provoke them, you won't get hurt." Then he turned to Gang and Liang. "They want to see the wolf pack up close." Gang's eyes lit up instantly. "Experience. Let them experience it. I'll call my brothers and sisters right now." Tiezhu heard this and couldn't stop him in time. "Don't call them. Don't call them. Don't call them. Let them come." Gang's howl had already carried out. Within 2 minutes, the 5 people and the village chief were completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Now, whether man or woman, they all had to scream. But even Gang found the noise unbearable. The screams of the 5 drew the villagers. A large crowd rushed to the farm and witnessed a painfully familiar scene. It was the same location as last time, the same number of people surrounded by wolves. Old Chang charged forward with his hoe. "Tiezhu, are they bandits or spies? Do we need to help?" Uncle Lu grabbed his arm. "Are you dumb or blind? That guy's got a machine on his shoulder, he's definitely not a spy. Don't mess around. Listen to Tiezhu." Seeing the situation escalate, the village chief quickly interceded. "Tiezhu, stop this. Tell the wolf masters to disperse, they're here to investigate." That last line was a reminder to Tiezhu. Rumors still swirled about him colluding with wolves. Having the wolves surround the investigation team would only prove those rumors true. Tiezhu understood and called out to the wolves. "Everyone, stay calm. Line up here. They're not bad people, they're just here to get to know us." The she-wolf turned her head and commanded, "All right, line up over there. We'll listen to Iron Pillar for now. He won't let us down for our cooperation." The pack turned as one, forming a neat square formation on the open ground to the left of the farm entrance. "Holy cow, these wolves really listen to you. You're a real animal trainer." Little Flathead was stunned by the pack's behavior. "Quick, did you capture everything just now? You absolutely have to get this footage, these wolves are protecting their master." Got it. My camera's been rolling since the start, didn't miss a thing." Old Chang understood. This wasn't a spy, they were here to promote Tiezhu and his wolf pack. He set down his hoe, resting his hands on the handle. "You think Iron Pillar's only talent is taming wolves? He can even tame geese. What good is all this praise? Just let him show us what he can do." Curly-haired sneered sarcastically. She was ready if the wolves made any mistake, she'd write all about Tiezhu's collusion with the pack. The 2 expressionless people beside her were witnesses. Once she submitted her report, Tiezhu would be finished, and so would his farm. The villagers nearby had seen Tiezhu enlist the wolves' help, but they'd never witnessed any animal performances. They began to clamor, "Tiezhu, just have the wolves put on a show. Let us see what they can do. What could wolves possibly perform? Eat chickens? Ha! Hope they don't end up getting their necks wrenched instead. Last time the geese were counted, so why can't the wolves be counted? Tiezhu, show us something impressive, let them all witness it. Enough already. Tiezhu runs a farm, not a circus. What kind of show is this? These aren't just any wolves. If we provoke them and they go wild, we'll all be in trouble." Chapter 101, Deep Mountain Date. Stone and Cuihua kept peering out from the office. Seeing everyone egging him on, Cuihua feared Tiezhu might get carried away by their words and do something reckless. If the wolves really hurt someone, it would be disastrous. She hurriedly urged, "Tiezhu, control yourself. Don't cause trouble." Tiezhu turned and reassured them, "It's fine. Trust me." Then he called out loudly, "Everyone, quiet down. Since you all want to see the results of my animal training, I'll give you a demonstration." The crowd immediately quieted down. The man with the crew cut signaled the cameraman to seize the moment and capture every frame. Tiezhu then issued his commands, "Please send 2 wolves in to retrieve 1 chicken, 2 geese, and 3 pigeons. Then bring out the same number of ducklings, make sure they're yellow-feathered ducklings." The female wolf responded with 2 barks, and 2 wolves sprinted out of the pack formation into the farmyard. The villagers murmured among themselves at his request. Was he making things too difficult for those 2 wolves? Could they really bring out chickens, ducks, and geese as requested? No problem, right? The first question was to send out 2 wolves, and 2 wolves did indeed come running out. This problem at first glance it seems simple, but it's actually split into 3 parts. That adds some difficulty. Honestly, even my 6-year-old son might not grasp it. How could wolves understand? Forget your son, I didn't get it either. How many birds did he want the wolves to bring? 1 chicken, 2 geese, 3 pigeons, what else? The person who said this got a withering look from the person next to them. Big dummy, big dummy. Can't even figure this out. 6 little ducks too. Curly-haired guy curled his lip, letting wolves into the farm? That's like opening a buffet. If they just bring out a bunch of dead chickens and ducks, you'll be lucky. Soon someone shouted, "They're coming out. Look, those 2 wolves are coming out on their own." 2 wolves? Curly-haired girl exclaimed happily, "Ha! I told you so." Those wolves went in just to eat. Expecting them to bring out chickens and ducks? That's just a pipe dream. Reality slapped her in the face. Trailing behind the wolves was a procession, first a chicken, then a goose, followed by 3 pigeons and 6 ducklings. The ducklings were still covered in yellow down, not fully grown yet. They waddled out one by one, taking forever to make their way out. Curly-haired girl's face paled momentarily. Seeing the numbers didn't add up, she immediately shouted, "One's missing. Hey, 1 goose is missing." "Too bad," someone with better eyesight called out from behind. "Not missing. Not missing. It's right behind." A large white goose emerged behind the ducklings. It turned out the goose had been following at the rear of the line, herding the ducklings along to ensure they didn't fall behind. The guy with the crew cut tugged at the cameraman's arm, bouncing up and down excitedly. "Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Not a single wolf was missing. The chickens, ducks, and geese all came out obediently in the right numbers. They even lined up. As soon as the poultry emerged, Tiezhu sent them back inside. He then crouched before the wolf pack, whispered a few words to them, and rose to deliver a stunning performance. 7 wolves stepped forward and lined up. With Tiezhu directing from the front, they dared to perform farewell for the crowd, arranged by the pitch of their howls. This scene had long since transcended mere collusion with wolves. Colluding with wolves meant using them to terrorize the countryside, but this was clearly genuine wolf training. After the performance, Tiezhu led the pack, including Gang and Liang, back into the deep mountains. The villagers, still buzzing with excitement, headed home, discussing the spectacular show all the way. Zhaoping stepped forward, grasping Tiezhu's hand and exclaiming, "Running a breeding farm is such a waste of your talent. If you could train animals for the nation, you'd make so much greater contributions. Who says you're colluding with wolves? This is scientific animal training. How did you train them? Do you have any techniques to share? If someone came to learn, would you teach them?" Even the 2 stern-faced men were stunned, standing before Tiezhu, eager for him to share his teaching methods. Tiezhu shook his head. "My taming process can't be learned by others. It's best not to try." The man with the short haircut looked slightly disappointed, but quickly perked up. "We just recorded your entire beast taming performance. Would you mind if we turned it into a documentary to air on TV programs in the future?" A program could help Tiezhu clarify the rumors swirling around him. Of course he agreed it wouldn't harm him, and it would expose Qian Sanling's schemes. Tiezhu even inquired which channel would air it. The village chief had a black and white TV they'd worked hard to afford, so they planned to gather there to watch the broadcast. After getting the details, the 5-person investigation team left, some happy, some disappointed. Tiezhu entered the farm, selected chickens, ducks, pigeons, and mandarin ducks, then turned to Cuihua. Come on, let's go to the mountains together to thank the wild wolf. I'll take you along to clear your mind. He'd been so busy with the cooperative farm lately that he hadn't had a proper date with Cuihua since their engagement. Now that all his burdens were lifted, he planned to take Cuihua to the mountains for a little date and a change of scenery. Cuihua had never been on a date before. She helped carry 2 mandarin ducks, then let Tiezhu take her hand as they walked into the mountains. The deep mountains in autumn offered crisp, fresh air. Villagers gathered mushrooms and fruits along the mountain's edge, but Tiezhu guided Cuihua around their area toward the wolves' habitat. The wild wolves leaped with joy upon seeing the poultry Tiezhu brought as promised. While feeding the wolves, Tiezhu told Cuihua how he had met the she-wolf, how he had helped deliver her pups, and how he had come to know the entire pack. He shared every detail with Cuihua, except for his ability to communicate with the wolves. Hearing about the mother wolf's difficult labor, Cuihua gently stroked her several times, then deliberately handed her the mandarin duck she was holding. The wolf cubs, now lively and energetic, practiced hunting skills around a pigeon whose wing feathers had been clipped, leaving it flapping helplessly on the ground. They were completely different from the fragile newborns they had been. After feeding the wolves, Tiezhu continued to take Cuihua through the mountains, enjoying the tranquility. The two wandered aimlessly toward the mountain's edge, discussing their future plans and arrangements. As Tiezhu walked, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. Wide paths were rare in these mountains, and this one had hardly any trees at all. Tiezhu wondered, where is this? How can there be a place in the mountains where neither grass nor trees grow? Cuihua recognized the surroundings. Up ahead is the old mine shaft from our village. It was used for iron or mining. The few families in the village who had some money back then earned it working in that mine. The village chief's family bought their television with money earned from the mine. But now it's abandoned, and no one comes here anymore. The road is barren because it was constantly driven over by carts hauling iron ore out back then. Want to take a look? Chapter 102, Fish Farming in the Cave. Sure, I've never seen a mine before. Any man would be fascinated by mines, even an abandoned one. Cuihua led Tiezhu forward, and within minutes they reached the mine entrance. The entrance was barren and bare, propped up by a few sturdy logs. Inside, it was pitch black, no clue what lay beyond. Can we go in here? Tiezhu peered inside, but the visible area was empty. Cuihua had brought a flashlight. They hadn't arrived in the mountains too early, but she'd brought it just in case it got dark before they could leave. She switched it on and handed it to Tiezhu. This mine has never collapsed. When the village chief and others mined here, they installed thorough safety measures. It's only been abandoned for 3 years. I used to tag along with the adults when I was young and didn't know any better. I'll go in with you. Tiezhu took the flashlight, illuminating the path inside the mine, and led Cuihua further in. After walking about 10 meters, he thought he heard a faint tinkling sound, as if coming from deep within. Tiezhu's attention perked up. System, scan for nearby lifeforms. After a few seconds, the system relayed its findings. Scanning. Scan successful. Target scanned, mine cave lifeforms. Scan results, a natural cave lies deep beneath the mine shaft. Fish inhabit the underground river within the cave. Fish species description, golden threadfin, Cyprinidae family, Cypriniformes order. Endemic to China, a rare and endangered species. Multi-scaled white-armored fish, Cyprinidae family, Cypriniformes order, nationally protected species, rare and critically endangered. The tinkling sound Tiezhu had heard was actually dripping water from the cave. The unique acoustics of the cavern amplified the sound, though it originated some distance away from their location, making it faint when reaching Tiezhu's ears. However, the knowledge of the cave and underground river beneath the mine sparked an idea in Tiezhu's mind. Using the system, he pressed forward until he reached the tunnel's dead end, blocked by a pile of rocks. Most people would hesitate to disturb such a pile, but Iron Pillar, aided by his system, identified an undisturbed section. He cleared away the rocks to reveal a small opening. Shining his flashlight inside, he indeed caught glimpses of the cave's interior. System, would this cave and underground river be suitable for fish farming? Scanning the cave environment. Scanning complete. Scan results, this cave's temperature is suitable for fish farming. The underground river has low water volume, requiring mountain spring water to be diverted. Recommended fish species, Chinese giant salamander Andreas davidianus, prized for its tender meat and rich nutritional value. Drawback, slow growth rate. Sturgeon, rich in protein and unsaturated fatty acids, offering high nutritional value. Waterfall fish, excellent taste, low fat, high protein. Drawback, requires advanced farming techniques. Tiezhu stood up straight, turned around, and embraced Cuihua. Tiezhu burst into loud laughter, planting several kisses on Cuihua's face and sucking on her lips a few times. Cuihua's face flushed bright red. What's up, Iron Pillar? Did you find something? Cuihua, you're truly my lucky star. Do you know what I discovered in this mine shaft? Underground, there's a karst cave. And the cave has an underground river. Cuihua seemed familiar with this. I know. Back when they were mining, the village chief led a team that dug into the cave, but they feared trouble and sealed it off. What's the problem with this cave and underground river? Ha! Fish in the underground river means this place is perfect for fish farming. I plan to lease this area and divert the water for fish farming. He just realized it wasn't a good time to sell poultry. The birds in his farm were just sitting there, costing him money with no income coming in. He couldn't let this situation trap him, he had to find other ways to make money. The moment the system mentioned an underground river with fish, Tiezhu had already decided to start fish farming. The fact that the underground river could support rare fish species meant the environment was temperature controlled, with excellent water quality perfect for fish farming. Once he dug an opening and converted the underground river into a fish farm, then purchased fry suited for raising in the river's caves, he wouldn't have to worry about future profits. As the saying goes, heaven never abandons those who strive. As a transmigrator with special advantages, how could Tiezhu be trapped by a mere avian flu outbreak? But Cuihua wasn't convinced by his cave fish farm idea. Brother Tiezhu, the caves are all rock, and the underground river has barely any water. You can't raise fish in there. She didn't mean to discourage him, but she'd never heard of fish being raised in water flowing through mountain rock. This wasn't like the lakes and rivers on the mountain surface, even rivers couldn't support many fish. Besides, they weren't completely without fish farming, there were fish in the lake next to the fish farm. That lake in our village, aren't they already raising fish there? Sure, the fish never grow very big, but someday, they'll still have a harvest. Speaking of which, Cuihua felt a bit awkward. Whether it was because ducks, geese, and mandarin ducks all waded in, or because they'd stocked carp and silver carp fry, every time they went to harvest, the fish caught were tiny. Probably the bigger ones got eaten by the poultry. Tiezhu couldn't explain it to her. The system had told him this cave's underground river was perfect for fish farming, even specifying the species. He'd simply said, I want to try. I never intended to make money from the fish in the lake. They were just a supplement for the poultry. Ducks and geese that eat fish and insects produce better meat. Only in this cave do I want to raise fish on a large scale. With no way to sell poultry lately, I can't keep raising them indefinitely. Cuihua couldn't dissuade Tiezhu, so she could only watch as he went to see the village chief. When the village chief learned of his plan to raise fish in the cave, he also refused. That cave is nothing but rock. Even if there's a trickle of water in the crevices, you couldn't possibly raise fish there, let alone the large-scale operation you're planning. Visitors to the village chief's house all thought Tiezhu was dreaming. They spread the news of his cave fish farm as a joke throughout the village. The rumor even reached Deputy Town Chief Wu in the town center. At that time, Little Flat Top had finished editing the video of Tiezhu taming wolves and brought it to Deputy Town Chief Wu. He mentioned that the men who had accompanied them had gone back to settle accounts with Qiang Sanling. Without hesitation, he blurted out that he'd learned about Tiezhu's fish farming plan from villagers while inquiring about other matters with the village chief. Deputy Town Chief Wu had just finished watching the program and was about to offer praise, but his words died on his lips. Tiezhu isn't the type to dream up impractical schemes without grounding them in reality. There must be more to this. Find time to visit Taihan village and advise Tiezhu to focus his efforts on the fish farm and the cooperative. The fish farm still holds real promise. The man with the short haircut accepted the order and made time to specifically seek out Tiezhu. Unfortunately, he arrived too late. Tiezhu had already found workers and begun excavating the tunnel to divert water. Chapter 103, The Mountain God Must Not Be Angry. People kept coming and going at the mine entrance. Tiezhu had managed to recruit 5 villagers to help expand the tunnel. They took turns hauling the excavated rocks out. Once a sufficient amount was gathered, it would be transported elsewhere. When Little Flat Top arrived, he happened to see Tiezhu also transporting stones. Tiezhu paid no attention to his arrival. He dumped the stones from his basket and turned to head back into the mine to continue hauling. Zhaoping Tu stepped forward and called out to him, Tiezhu, hold on a moment. Deputy Town Chief Wu asked me to deliver a message to you. Tiezhu hadn't expected Little Flat Top to be Deputy Town Mayor Wu's man. After hearing the advice he was delivering on Wu's behalf, he sighed. He hadn't expected even Deputy Town Chief Wu, who was always known for his long-term vision, to be pessimistic about the cavefish farming venture. Iron Pillar couldn't explain it away, and could only say, I've already spent the money. More than half the stones in the mine have been excavated. Once you start a project, you can't turn back. I can't get that money back now. Given the situation, the bald-headed man could offer no further persuasion. Instead, Tiezhu asked Little Flat Top to relay a message to Deputy Town Chief Wu, tell him I'm confident in this venture. Thank him for his concern and care. Once my fish are grown, I'll invite him over for a fish feast. Zhaoping Tu had no choice but to leave, and the village chief who had brought him along followed suit. Tiezhu shook his head, readjusted his bamboo basket, and re-entered the cave. He didn't notice that during the time he'd been talking to Little Flat Top outside, only 4 of the 5 villagers had come out to dump rocks. Before he even reached the pile of rubble inside the mine, he heard someone trying to persuade him. Come on, get moving. Everyone else is hauling rocks. Isn't it a bit much for you to just sit here resting? The resting man shrugged indifferently. So what? I'm tired, can't I take a break? Besides, Tiezhu isn't inside yet. As long as he doesn't notice, I've got nothing to worry about. The man resting was Huan Lei. He hadn't wanted to come, but Tiezhu had offered a generous wage to find help, so Huang Lei had agreed. He wasn't exactly a hard worker to begin with and figured he could slack off since he wasn't the only one working. But he hadn't counted on Tiezhu working alongside them the whole time. Now that he finally had a chance to slack off, he was definitely going to take it. Tiezhu emerged from the bend with a dark expression. Several lamps hung in the mine shaft, and the men inside saw his grim face. Without a word, they immediately hoisted their stones and started heading out. Tiezhu blocked the passageway, preventing them from leaving. "I'm putting up a lot of money here, and I'm paying you daily. Is this how you treat your work?" Huang Lei felt like crawling into a hole. "If you don't want to earn money, you shouldn't have come in the first place. I used to think our village hadn't produced many wealthy people because of external circumstances, but it turns out some people have issues of their own. You're always shouting about wanting to make big money, but when you get the chance, you don't put in the effort. How do you expect to get rich like this? If you can't handle it, quit. I can find someone else." Tiezhu was genuinely furious. His money didn't grow on trees. How could someone treat work like this? It wasn't easy for Huang Lei to find such a high-paying job. Over the years, only Tiezhu offered 2 yuan a day. If he worked for a month, he could earn 60 yuan, far more than those working in town. Factory workers in town only made 40 yuan. When Tiezhu announced the pay rate, many wanted the job. If the mine hadn't been so small, he wouldn't have settled for just 5 workers. Huang Lei was terrified Tiezhu would fire him, so he filled his backpack with stones and hauled them out. After a day of exhausting labor, he returned home and began complaining about Tiezhu to his family and neighbors. "You tell me Tiezhu isn't exactly penniless. He's got over 1,000 yuan to his name. I was just taking a break, and he treats me like this. Isn't that going too far?" But when the neighbors weighed in, they certainly didn't side with Huang Lei. "Tiezhu's got it tough too. He's poured every last penny into this fish farm. How could you just slack off? Honestly, why don't you just quit and let me take over?" "I won't slack off. If we can't help Iron Column, fine, but let's not hold him back. He's right, our village is poorer than the ones nearby. Making money isn't easy. Our village really has it tough. If that mine shaft were just a bit bigger, more people could earn a living. Hey, what do you think? If Tiezhu's fish farming really takes off, could we join him? I don't know about the others, but Tiezhu definitely could. When he raised geese, he let everyone join in. It's just that luck wasn't on our side back then. Otherwise, we'd have made money long ago. I don't care about you guys, I'm joining him." Tiezhu was unaware of the villagers' discussions. All he knew was that fish farming in the cave was his last-ditch effort. He had to make it work. Most of the rocks in the mine shaft had been cleared, but the entrance remained too narrow both for bringing in water and transporting fish out. So Tiezhu sought help from the village's sole stonemason, Zhao Tiancheng of the Zhao family, to enlarge the opening. Zhao Tiancheng initially refused, insisting that disturbing the mine would offend the mountain deity. Since the cave belonged to the deity, helping Tiezhu enlarge it would surely invite punishment. But Tiezhu wasn't about to let a few words deter him. He turned to the village chief for help, arguing that superstition had no place in this world. There was no such thing as mountain gods. Only after offering a high price did Zhao Tiancheng finally agree to help enlarge the cave. Expanding a mine shaft within a karst cave proved challenging. Precise measurements were essential to pinpoint the excavation points and calculate the scope of the work. Zhao Tiancheng muttered to himself as he carried his measuring tools into the mine shaft. But the moment he placed the measuring tool at the edge of the cave entrance, it snapped. He tried another tool, which also broke inexplicably. He went through 4 or 5 tools, all failing. Zhao Tiancheng knelt on the ground in terror, repeatedly kowtowing toward the cave entrance. "Great Mountain Spirit, please do not be angry. Great Mountain Spirit, I was wrong. I should never have helped Tiezhu. I will persuade him to stop this work immediately." He stood up and declared, "Tiezhu, you saw it yourself. It's not that I don't want to do this, I simply can't do it. There's definitely something wrong with this." Tiezhu didn't believe a word of Zhao Tiancheng's talk about the mountain god. No spirits allowed after the founding of the nation. What mountain god? It's all a scam. Tiezhu bent down and pulled the damaged tools from Zhao Tiancheng's toolbox. Zhao Tiancheng tried to stop him but couldn't. After inspecting just 2 or 3 tools, Iron Column spotted something suspicious. The breakpoints on the tools showed either missing screws or clean, mid-shaft fractures. The screws showed no signs of rust or wear, and the breakpoints were clean and even. What does this indicate? It indicates the tools were deliberately sabotaged. Zhao Tiancheng, if you insist on refusing to help, just say so. Why resort to such methods? Tiezhu stood up, holding the tools as he confronted him. Chapter 104, The Mountain Spirit Manifests. Zhao Tiancheng's face flushed alternately pale and crimson as his scheme was exposed. Zhao Tiancheng, I've never wronged anyone in this village, let alone provoked you. Why are you doing this? Tiezhu was baffled. Why was his path to honest earnings so fraught with obstacles? First, no one supported him, not even Deputy Town Chief Wu advised against it. Even Cuihua, the closest person to him, didn't believe in it. Then the workers weren't putting in the effort, and those who did show up tried every trick in the book to sabotage the operation. He hadn't cut off anyone else's money-making opportunities, had he? Tiezhu, I'll be honest with you, I took money from Wang Hu. He told me not to help you. Wang Hu again. Always Wang Hu. Why is he so determined to oppose me? So what do you want to do now, return the money and leave, or what? Zhao Tiancheng did take Wang Hu's money, no question about it. But he also took mine. If he returned the money and left, Tiezhu would find a way to spread the word about his actions throughout the village, ensuring he couldn't find work anywhere within 10 miles. Don't underestimate Zhao Tiancheng. Just because he's a stonemason, his work depends on his character too. No client would want to hire someone who teams up with others to rip people off. Zhao Tiancheng clearly understood this. A moment of awkwardness lingered on his face before he said, I'll mark the areas that need clearing and the spots requiring reinforcement. But I won't be doing the stone chipping work for you. You'll have to find someone else. If they refuse, there's no point in forcing the issue. I expect you to do the work you agreed to properly. If chiseling stones according to your plans causes the mine to collapse or results in casualties, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, I have that much professional integrity. For the stone cutting, you can hire people who've worked in mines before, they'll have the experience. Zhao Tiancheng was confident that the sections he surveyed and marked were flawless. As long as the tunnelers didn't hack away blindly, there would be no issues. By only handling part of the job, he could still give Wang Hu a satisfactory account. Tiezhu took his advice and asked the village chief to introduce 3 former mine workers to excavate the cave passage. This work demanded meticulous care, not a single misstep could be tolerated, so it took considerably longer. The season had turned to late autumn, and rainfall began to increase. That afternoon, the sky was overcast with drizzling rain that showed no sign of letting up. Cuihua finished her tasks at the farm and came to the office to pour herself some hot water. She saw Tiezhu standing by the window, frowning. Approaching him, she asked, Are you worried about something? You don't look well. Or have you caught a chill these past few days? I can make you some ginger tea later. Tiezhu shook his head. I'm worried about the mine shaft. It's been raining for 2 days now, and it's getting heavier. If the rainwater floods in, I'm afraid something might happen to the workers inside. Rainwater flooding should drain into the karst caves, it shouldn't cause much trouble. What Tiezhu truly feared was mudslides or something similar. Cuihua reassured him, it'll be fine. We've had much heavier rains in past years, but the mine has never had an accident. Worst case, if it gets worse, just let everyone take a couple days off. That's the only option. Though it'll delay the schedule, prioritizing the workers' safety makes a 2-day break perfectly reasonable. Alright, I'll head to the mine. Starting today, we'll suspend work. We'll resume once the rain stops. Cuihua fetched a black rain umbrella. Tiezhu opened it and set off toward the mine entrance. The damp dirt path was treacherous. After every 2 steps, mud splattered up his trouser legs. He carefully avoided puddles as he pressed forward. Before he'd gone far, he encountered someone sprinting toward him, heedless of the downpour. He recognized the figure as Uncle Chang, one of the miners. Tiezhu called out urgently, Uncle Chang. Why are you running? What's happened? Uncle Chang heard the voice, moved the arm he'd been using to shield his head from the rain, and saw Tiezhu. He quickened his pace and stopped beside him. Without pausing to catch his breath, he urged, It's bad. The mine collapsed. The rain was too heavy, causing a landslide that buried the tunnel. Shaolin and Xinghua are trapped inside. I need to get help immediately. It's over. Tiezhu's immediate thought was doomed. A mine collapse trapping workers underground meant rescue time was limited. He had to hurry to save them. Tiezhu tossed his umbrella aside and sprinted toward the mine entrance. Tiezhu, don't go alone. It's too dangerous. Uncle Chang shouted from behind. But Tiezhu didn't stop. He could only hurry back to the village to gather help. Tiezhu ran headlong toward the mine entrance, not even having a rescue plan yet. Fortunately, he encountered the wolf pack along the way and sought their help to rescue the trapped workers. The main tunnel section, properly reinforced, remained intact. But collapse occurred in the newly excavated intersection. Excessive rainfall had loosened the tangled stones and tree roots within the cave. Combined with delayed reinforcement work, the collapse occurred inside the cavern. Tiezhu felt his way to the collapsed section. He tapped the boulder blocking the entrance with a rock. After 2 strikes, a similar tapping sound echoed back from the other side. Uncle Shaolin. Uncle Xinghua. Can you hear me? How are you holding up? Though the cave entrance was solidly blocked, Shaolin and Xinghua inside could hear the voices. We're fine, just trapped inside. This is a limestone cave, and the rock here is quite solid. We're safe for now. With that confirmation, Tiezhu could direct the wolf pack to begin the rescue. The wolves dug ahead while he shoved prepared wooden planks into the gaps behind them to prevent another cave-in. They kept digging until the villagers arrived for rescue, but the passage still wasn't clear. The rescuers couldn't keep up with the wolves' digging pace, so they helped carry out the soil, rocks, and tree roots. They worked until dusk before the passage was finally cleared, allowing Shaolin and Xinghua to be rescued. Fortunately, the cave connected to a limestone cavern, allowing air to circulate. Otherwise, the two would surely have suffocated. Just as everyone was relieved that the men were unharmed, people outside the cave suddenly shouted, "Come out and see! The mountain god has appeared! There are fish! The mountain god has sent us fish!" Tiezhu led the group outside to investigate. The mountain god was a myth. How could such a thing truly manifest? Upon reaching the cave entrance, they discovered that the mountain spring intended for irrigation had been connected to the karst cave's underground river by the landslide and cave collapse. The fish fry from the karst cave had swum out with the gushing water. The Zhao Tiancheng family, who had come to help, witnessed this scene and immediately knelt before the mountain spring, repeatedly kowtowing while chanting, "The mountain god has manifested! The mountain god has manifested!" Chapter 105, The Fish Are Sick. Recalling Zhao Tiancheng's earlier behavior, Tiezhu sneered, "Didn't you just claim the mountain god forbade me from raising fish in the cave? Now suddenly it's the mountain god's divine intervention?" Zhao Tiancheng's face drained of color as he apologized profusely. "I was wrong. I was deceived. I'll go refund his money right now." Without revealing the man's identity, he bolted away. Those who came to help all believed the mountain god was aiding Tiezhu, supporting his fish farming. But only Tiezhu knew the truth about those fish. The fish in the underground river were all rare species, and Tiezhu certainly couldn't sell them. The system had provided suitable fish species for breeding. He carved out time, traveling to numerous locations to find giant salamanders and sturgeon. Before the workers arrived or during their breaks, he released the fish in batches into the underground river, hoping they would acclimate to the breeding environment sooner. Unexpectedly, the autumn rains proved beneficial, connecting the underground river to the mountain spring. This meant that by simply enlarging the spring and constructing a live water fish pond, he could ensure the successful cultivation of the fish species. By the time Deputy Town Mayor Wu arrived to inspect the landslide damage, the fish pond was already under construction. To prevent mountain spring flooding from rainwater, Tiezhu even enlisted the wolf pack to help reinforce the spring's embankment. Deputy Mayor Wu first followed Tiezhu to inspect the original landslide site. The area had been reinforced with numerous wooden supports. He tapped the beams to confirm the reinforced cavern was sturdy and secure. He nodded and said, "No matter what kind of production or business you're running, safety always comes first. Tiezhu, you must keep safety in mind at all times." "Yes, I'll keep that in mind." Tiezhu felt rather innocent about it, but he knew the problem was indeed his responsibility. "Alright, go check on your fish ponds. We won't go into the cave, it's pitch black in there, and we wouldn't see much anyway." What Deputy Town Chief Wu wanted to see was the passage connecting the mountain spring to the underground river. Arriving at the mountain spring, the left side showed a dam under reinforcement, while the right featured a fish pond already half built. The wolves carried stones one by one to the dam site, where workers made minor adjustments to ensure its stability. Deputy Town Chief Wu marveled again. "This underground river fish farming operation is the first I've ever seen, and wolves helping reinforce a dam is another first. Tiezhu, your story is truly extraordinary, good enough for a newspaper feature on remarkable people and events." Tiezhu chuckled sheepishly, "Nothing magical about it. Things just happened to line up. And not all good. The landslide trapped the workers. Misfortune may be the precursor to fortune, and fortune may hide within misfortune," chimed in Lu Guozhong, who had accompanied Deputy Mayor Wu. "The workers are unharmed and even profited from this. Your luck is yet to come, young man." Tiezhu didn't argue, just laughed along. The fish pond construction and dam reinforcement were completed in just a few days. Half of the fish fry Tiezhu had purchased were placed in the underground river, and the other half in the fish pond. Cuihua, unfamiliar with giant salamanders, stared at the oddly shaped creatures and asked, "Are these fish? Why do they look so different from other fish?" "They have claws." Tiezhu explained with a smile, "These are giant salamanders. When they mature, their meat is delicious, nutritious, and commands a high price. It just takes a long time, several years. That's why I also bought sturgeon, which can be sold once they reach 2 pounds. "Oh, I see. But aren't you keeping too few fish?" Cuihua crouched by the fish ponds. Only a few dozen fish swam along the bottom of the several ponds of varying sizes, making them look rather empty. Tiezhu glanced over and agreed it was a bit sparse. "I'll buy some more fry in a few days. I'll also get some mandarin fish. You like that, right? How about keeping them in the pond next door?" Cuihua loved sweet and sour mandarin fish, but since it was rare in Taihan village and tricky to prepare, she'd only tasted it once at a town restaurant with Tiezhu. That sweet and sour flavor had captivated her completely, and only then did Tiezhu realize how much she loved it. Cuihua blushed slightly upon hearing this. "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" "Not at all. The fishmonger where I buy fry has mandarin fish. They won't compete with the fish in the pond. When I feed the regular fish, I'll just add a little extra for them." That's the theory, but in practice, mandarin fish require meticulous care. This pond just happens to be perfectly suited for them. Perch need to be fed small fish and shrimp. Tiezhu could just raise some carp and crushing carp alongside them. With the system helping out, raising perch, the fish others least wanted to raise, wasn't a bit of a hassle for him. Moreover, the fishmonger's perch fry were practically unsellable. If Tiezhu bought them, he could get them at a fraction of the price. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Why wouldn't Tiezhu jump at the chance? With her beloved mandarin fish now in the pond, Cuihua visited the fish farm far more often than anyone had anticipated. Before the mandarin fish arrived, she visited the ponds once a day. After they were introduced, she came both morning and afternoon. Each time she came, she would check on the mandarin fish, anxious that they might not thrive and disappoint Tiezhu's promise to ensure she never went without fish. But that afternoon, the moment Cuihua approached the pond, something felt off. The fish that had been swimming happily at the bottom of the pond were all floating on the surface, their heads poking out of the water. It wasn't just the fish in the pond, the fish in the larger pond were the same. As she got closer, she saw some of them covered in pus and festering sores. Had she failed to care for them properly? Cuihua hurried to fetch Tiezhu. You know I check on the fry every day. They weren't like this morning. They only swim to the surface when I feed them. But just now, something was off with them. Several were swimming sideways. Our fish raising methods can't be wrong, right? Cuihua feared their lack of fish-keeping experience might be why the fish weren't thriving. If they suffered any losses because of this, she'd blame herself forever. Don't panic. Let me check. Tiezhu reassured Cuihua while instructing the system to conduct a thorough inspection. Scanning. Scan complete. Target scanned, fish pond. Scan results: excessive lime powder added to the fish pond caused elevated pH levels, resulting in skin burns on the fish, abnormal mucus secretion, respiratory distress, damaged gill tissue, and metabolic disorders. Resolution as follows. Upon hearing the findings, Tiezhu's face turned pale. He hurriedly drained the empty fish pond and relocated the fry. Gritting his teeth, he declared, the fish getting sick has nothing to do with you. Someone else added too much lime powder. While Tiezhu did pre-treat ponds with lime powder for disinfection and pH balancing, the quantities used were nowhere near sufficient to disrupt the pond's ecological equilibrium. The lime powder used in the ponds was strictly managed by Tiezhu himself, precisely to prevent accidental overuse. The excessive lime powder in this pond must have been deliberately added by someone. Chapter 106, You'll be cursed by heaven. Fortunately, the ponds and fish tanks were fed by live mountain spring water and underground streams. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resolve this issue anytime soon. But Cuihua, hearing Tiezhu's words, grew furious too, so furious she began to cry. Who could it be? Why can't they stand to see us doing well? Tiezhu shook his head. The person who scattered the lime powder had been meticulous, leaving no footprints or other traces. The timing was also chosen when no one was near the fish ponds. It must be someone who's been watching them for a long time. They knew when the fishers rested and when they'd use the lime powder. And they must harbor a grudge against them. Tiezhu could think of only two people who fit that description. Cuihua, let's go home. I believe there will be a way. Tiezhu wasn't sure. At this very moment, someone might be watching them from a hidden spot. That's why they had to leave first. Night had fallen deep into the darkness. By the deserted fish pond, a shadowy figure appeared. He dragged a burlap sack by its rope, loosening it to spill its contents into the pond. Suddenly, a bright light, like a spotlight, shone down on the figure. Wang Hu? Why are you here? What have you gotten yourself into? The village chief and over 20 villagers, each holding a flashlight, simultaneously shone their beams on Wang Hu. Unable to dodge, Wang Hu frantically tried to bury his head in his chest. Tiezhu rushed over in a few strides, yanking Wang Hu's hair with one hand while snatching the sack from behind him with the other. Everyone saw it. Wang Hu, dumped tons of lime powder into my fish pond, causing nearly 1,000 yuan in property damage. I'm taking him to the police station, and you all need to back me up. Tiezhu shouted to the villagers who had gathered. The moment the word police was uttered, Wang Hu dropped to his knees, pleading desperately, Tiezhu, I'll pay whatever compensation you want. Just don't send me to the police station. I can't go to jail. I'm my father's only son. He relies on me to support him in his old age. It's all Qian Sanling's fault. She made me do it. She has a grudge against you and knew about our conflict. She promised that if I helped her this one time, she'd get me a job in the city. I was completely blinded by greed. I shouldn't have agreed to her. Please spare me. My family has money, I can pay you back. Tiezhu harbored no small amount of resentment toward him. Every time something went wrong, Wang Hu was somehow involved. Today, he could confirm Wang Hu would come to dump lime powder tonight, all thanks to the frogs in the nearby pond. While he was busy changing the water in his fish pond that afternoon, a frog perched on a lotus leaf in the neighboring pond had complained to him. They said that after Wang Hu dumped his lime powder, all the mosquitoes and insects vanished from the area, leaving them starving for half a day. They also overheard Wang Hu planning multiple visits tonight, tomorrow afternoon, and tomorrow evening. Since the fish pond used flowing water, he knew Tiezhu would check the water changes, so he de-strike repeatedly. That's why Tiezhu called the village chief and some close villagers to catch him red-handed tonight. Tiezhu stared at Wang Hu, who was tearfully begging for mercy, his face darkening. Villagers nearby interceded, Tiezhu, why not spare Wang Hu this final time? He truly is the only child in his family. All the money they have comes from his father's earnings. His father will definitely compensate you. We're all from the same village. Don't push this too far. No matter what Wang Hu did, he didn't kill anyone. Don't call the police. This cycle of revenge you retaliate against me, I retaliate against you will never end. Tiezhu, don't turn our families into sworn enemies. Tiezhu listened to the villagers' words and took them to heart. They were right. As outsiders, the Tiezhu family had worked hard to establish themselves in Taihan village. Though only Wang Hu represented his family's current generation, his father had many siblings, meaning their clan held considerable influence in the village. If they really sent Wang Hu to the police station, who knew how his father might retaliate against their family? If Tiezhu were alone in Taihan village, he wouldn't fear them. But he had parents and a fiancée to consider. Even if he didn't think of himself, he had to consider his family. Yet this grudge, if he didn't repay it, it would gnaw at his conscience. With that thought, he kicked Wang Hu hard in the back, forcing him to lean over the edge of the pool with his head dangling just an inch above the water surface. Since you're begging for mercy, I won't call the police. But you must compensate me for my losses. The villagers are all witnesses. If it weren't for you, the fish in this pond wouldn't have died. You've caused so many fish to perish you'll be cursed by heaven. Here's the deal, you must catch and eat every single dead fish in this pond. If you devour every last one, I won't call the police. Wang Hu was already terrified of falling into the water. Hearing Tiezhu's words, tears welled up in his eyes as he glanced at the village chief standing nearby, hoping the chief would speak up for him. What does the village chief say? The culprit and the evidence were caught red-handed. The fact that he wasn't reporting it was already generous enough. Eating some raw fish to appease Tiezhu's anger wasn't such a bad idea. So he turned his head away, waved his hand dismissively, signaling Wang Hu to comply. With no other choice, Wang Hu jumped into the fish pond. He scooped out the fish that Tiezhu had deliberately left sick in the pond, fish that were now dead one by one, shoving them into his mouth. He took a bite, couldn't swallow it, and spat it out. Another bite, and the fishy stench mixed with the taste of lime powder assaulted his nose, forcing him to spit it out again. After repeating this several times without managing to swallow even a few bites of raw fish, Wang Hu begged for mercy while vomiting. He truly couldn't stomach this fish at all. He'd probably develop PTSD from it. Unfortunately, Tiezhu showed no mercy. Wang Hu had no choice but to continue. Frogs by the pond watched the spectacle with relish, croaking twice before hopping onto Wang Hu's head and croaking loudly. Villagers laughed and scolded, Wang Hu, Wang Hu. Even a toad can't stand watching this. Tell me, how utterly heartless are you? Only Tiezhu understood the frogs were cursing Wang Hu, though the language was too crude to translate. Tiezhu bought new fry and raised them for months using the most scientifically sound methods provided by the system. By year's end, the sturgeon had grown to about 2 pounds each. At this size and time of year, it was the perfect moment to harvest them. Tiezhu called on Cuihua and Ou to help him catch the fish weighing over 2 pounds. He planned to sell them in town, using the money to celebrate the new year. This time, he rode the tricycle himself, heading straight for the fishmonger's district in town. With so many fish in hand, selling them individually would take too long. It would be better to find a wholesaler to buy them all at once. But when he reached the fishmonger's area, he found things weren't as he'd expected. For these fish, I can only offer 20 yuan per pound. Fishmonger glanced at the sturgeon and casually tossed the fish he'd been inspecting back into the rear cargo area of the tricycle. What? How much per pound? I pay 15 yuan per fry. You're offering 20 yuan per pound? Chapter 107, Sturgeon are poisonous. This is sturgeon, though not a rare variety. The normal market price is 50 yuan per pound, and mature sturgeon over 4 pounds can fetch 200 yuan per pound. And this fishmonger is offering only 20 yuan per pound? Did you misread? This is sturgeon, not some other species. I know. 20 yuan per pound. Tiezhu suspected the man was deliberately driving down the price and turned to ask someone else. At 20 yuan per catty for sturgeon, he wouldn't even break even. Sturgeon are notoriously difficult to raise. Even with the system's assistance, Tiezhu had invested heavily in his sturgeon. But after asking one after another, the highest offer he got from a fishmonger was only 25 yuan per pound. Tiezhu couldn't understand it. They had sturgeon too, and their sturgeon was selling for as high as 60 yuan per pound. Yet they were only offering him this meager amount. Could you tell me why your offers are only around 20 yuan? He had to get to the bottom of this. After asking the final price, he grabbed the fishmonger's arm and insisted on a reason. The fishmonger shook off Tiezhu's hand and snapped, "Everyone here knows your fish are contaminated. They're poisonous. We'd only use them as fertilizer if we took them back." What do you mean toxic? How could they be toxic? Where did you hear that my fish are poisonous? His fish might not be packed with nutrients, but they certainly weren't poisonous. They weren't even raising puffer fish. Who started this rumor about his fish being poisonous? The fishmongers paid no heed to his protests, chiming in, "Whoever said it, your fish are poisonous. We can't sell them even if we take them. You'd better haul them back and dispose of them." Exactly. You just haul in a truckload of fish expecting us to buy it at a high price? If you want top dollar, produce a report. Do you really think we'll take anything? But fair's fair, his fish do look plump. What good is plumpness? No matter how plump, the weight is still here. The flesh is poisonous, would you dare eat it? I wouldn't dare, but maybe someone else would? Tiezhu overheard them discussing his fish behind his back. From their conversation, he caught one key word: report. His fish hadn't been tested. Without proper documentation, he couldn't prove they were healthy and toxin-free. Well then, he'd get a report. With a report, he wouldn't have to worry about them refusing to buy. Tiezhu acted on his thought immediately. He rushed straight to the only health clinic in town that could issue fish quality inspection reports and sent his sturgeon from his tricycle for testing. Following the testing requirements, Tiezhu brought his relevant documents and materials, along with the two most important fish, into the clinic. He stated immediately, "I need a quality inspection report for the sturgeon I'm raising to confirm their quality." The receptionist took his documents, glanced up at him, who knows what crossed her mind, then handed him a basket to place the fish inside. After quoting the testing fee, she collected the payment and took the fish to a back room. As the staff member walked away, Tiezhu faintly heard him mutter something about the testing being pointless, about paying money to prove the fish were poisonous. Shaking his head, he dismissed it as a misheard remark. The fish quality inspection took some time. After waiting several hours, the staff member emerged with the report. The report listed the submitter, species, quantity, and testing items at the top. Tiezhu skimmed past all that, going straight to the results. Test results: 2 samples submitted. Both contain toxin 75. This batch of live fish is confirmed inedible. Impossible. Is this report wrong? How could my fish be poisonous? You must have made a mistake. Did you mix up someone else's fish with mine? This report is definitely flawed. Tiezhu refused to accept it, shouting at the staff. The staff responded bluntly, "Only your fish were tested today. Where would we have gotten the wrong fish? Get out of here, that's your report." "No, that's impossible. Are you fabricating reports? I'm going to find your supervisor. Get your supervisor out here to explain this to me. This report is definitely flawed. His fish clearly underwent system testing, and the system explicitly stated his sturgeon has high nutritional value, its meat is delicious and couldn't possibly be toxic. The report says it's toxic? That must be the report's fault." He trusted the system, it had never been wrong before. A bespectacled man emerged from the back room, clad in a white lab coat. He frowned at Tiezhu. "I tested your fish and issued this report. There's definitely a problem. I advise you to leave immediately. If you cause any more trouble, I'll call security." This man wasn't afraid of Tiezhu causing trouble. If it escalated, it would only make the news that Tiezhu's fish were toxic spread far and wide, making them unsellable. Tiezhu clenched his fist around the fish inspection report, then reluctantly left the clinic. The report bore their official seal. Anyone seeing it would trust the report's findings, not his word. Outside, the fishmongers saw him emerge and sneered, "Well, got the guts to show us the report?" Tiezhu tucked the report behind his back. He couldn't let anyone see it. If the fishmongers saw it, it would prove his fish were poisonous. He hopped on his tricycle and headed home first. The fishmongers, unconcerned with the details, saw only Tiezhu fleeing in defeat and began jeering. He ran off. "That report must say his fish are poisonous, he's too scared to show it to us. Better head home now. Why bring out poisoned fish? Got the guts to eat it yourself? Hey, give us your fish for free." "Free for me? I'll take it. What do you need poisonous fish for? Humans won't eat it, dogs can't eat it, and feeding it to pigs would poison them too. Take it home to poison rats. Rats don't care if the fish is poisonous." The fishmonger's words reached all the customers buying fish. A man named Tiezhu, all his fish were poisonous. Word spread like wildfire through the city, "Don't buy sturgeon from that tricycle cart, it's poison fish." Tiezhu's fish lost all market value. He knew who was targeting him. There was only one health clinic authorized to issue fish inspection reports, and he couldn't find another. Returning home, he shut himself in his room, neglecting even the sturgeon in his tricycle cart. Cuihua saw him return home with his head hanging low, unsure what had happened. When she helped transfer the fish from the cart to a basin, she spotted the inspection report. She took the report to confront Tiezhu, who slumped in his chair and recounted the entire fish-selling ordeal. Cuihua wanted to comfort Tiezhu but didn't know where to begin, so she just shared his gloom. When Cuihua returned home that evening, her gloomy demeanor caught the attention of her brother and sister-in-law. After hearing the full story, Chang asked, "Do you believe Tiezhu?" "Of course I do. Brother Tiezhu has never done anything wrong. That report must be someone trying to frame him. I believe him too. Tell him to bring the fish to the market tomorrow. I'll help him resolve this issue." Chapter 108, Chang steps in. Tiezhu had no idea what solution Chang could offer. Though Chang had a wheelchair, he hadn't left the village in ages. But since his brother-in-law had spoken, he obeyed. He brought the same sturgeon from the previous day back to the fish market where the fishmongers operated. "Oh, you're back? What, giving them away for free? Nobody wants your fish even if you're giving them away. Don't say that. Someone might want them if they're turned into biological weapons. Honestly, I'd love to know how you raise fish that are poisonous yet don't die." You know those poison masters in martial arts novels? They feed poison to their fish from birth, so even their breath becomes toxic. Could he be doing the same? Stay away from him. If he laces our fish with poison, we're in big trouble. Tiezhu flushed crimson with rage at the fishmonger's words, yet felt powerless against them. Just as he was at a loss, Xiulian pushed Tiezhu's wheelchair, with Cuihua following alongside. They'd taken the bus, and Iron Pillar's wheelchair was a bit of a hassle to carry, so they were running a little late. Brother Chang. Seeing Ma Chang, Tiezhu felt a wave of hurt wash over him. After enduring such mockery, the sight of a relative only made his sense of injustice surge even stronger. Ma Chang gave him a reassuring look, then rolled his wheelchair over to Tiezhu's tricycle and shouted at the fishmongers, "Is this poisoned fish really inedible? Will eating it kill you?" The fishmongers didn't know what he was up to, but someone answered, "Yeah, the meat's full of poison. You'd get poisoned if you ate it. Not sure if you'll die immediately, but without prompt antidote, you definitely won't survive. What is this guy trying to do? Doesn't everyone know poisoned fish isn't safe to eat? Hey! Stop talking. He's going to eat the fish." Someone gasped in shock at Ma Chang's actions. Ma Chang reached into the rear basket of his tricycle, grabbed a sturgeon, and shoved it straight into his mouth, taking a huge bite. Chewing, he spat out the skin and scales, swallowing the flesh. Tiezhu, witnessing Ma Chang's actions, lunged to grab the fish. "Brother Chang, what are you doing? That's a live fish. How can you just eat it like that?" Tiezhu genuinely hadn't expected Ma Chang to do this. Not only him, but neither had Xiulan, Cuihua, nor the fishmongers and passers-by gathered around. Ma Chang held the fish tightly. Tiezhu tried twice to snatch it but failed. He raised his arm to block Tiezhu, took 2 more hearty bites, then declared, "You all say this fish is poisonous. I'll eat it right here in front of you. If nothing happens to me, it proves the fish isn't poisonous. What test reports? They're all fake. Is this enough? If not, I'll keep eating." The crowd fell silent. Someone dashed to the clinic to report Ma Chang eating the live fish. The bespectacled man who had delivered the report yesterday arrived, his face green with anger. "What nonsense about eating raw fish? How dare he call our report fake? They must have swapped the fish. Since you won't admit it, let's run another test. The fish are right here, pick any one. I'll eat half while you test the other half. If I survive, it proves your report is flawed." In Tiezhu's mind, Ma Chang now towered 3 meters tall. This kind of thing should be handled by him personally. How could he let Ma Chang do it? "Brother Chang, you really don't have to. Tiezhu, you've always been the one helping us. I've been thinking about how I could repay you. Isn't this the perfect chance? Clearing your name of those poisoned fish rumors is far more valuable than any report." Tiezhu clenched his jaw, fighting back tears, but a single tear still escaped. He knew Ma Chang's family was the kind of people who deserved genuine kindness. Otherwise, why would they go out of their way to help him like this? His emotional moment didn't last long. Ma Chang's actions proved beyond doubt that Tiezhu's fish weren't poisonous, they were fresh. Fishmongers swarmed around him, bidding higher and higher for the sturgeon. The price shot up from 45 yuan to 70 yuan. Tiezhu scrambled to handle the vendors, while Cuihua pitched in to help. Ma Chang stepped back, having done his part, and waited nearby with Xiulan until all the fish were sold. After Tiezhu successfully sold the sturgeon, one group was furious, while another admired the outcome. Deputy Town Chief Wu praised Ma Chang's selfless act of eating the fish to prove its safety, though he remained somewhat dissatisfied. After Tiezhu sold the fish, Deputy Town Mayor Wu approached him again, and together with Ma Chang's family, they joined Tiezhu for a meal. After the meal, he pulled Tiezhu aside and asked, "Why didn't you come to me when the fish weren't selling and there was a problem with the report? If there's an issue with the health station, you should come to me for a solution." Tiezhu felt awkward. He hadn't dared approach Deputy Mayor Wu simply because it hadn't occurred to him at the time. Without waiting for an answer, Deputy Town Mayor Wu pressed on, "Never mind that. I have a favor to ask of you." Tiezhu immediately pledged his loyalty, "Just tell me what you need. Whatever you require, I'll see it done. I have several anonymous letters alleging problems with the salted fish sold by vendors recently. Several people in town were hospitalized after eating it, but the vendors refused to admit their fish is the cause. I've investigated several times, but my identity is too obvious. You've been interacting closely with the fishmongers lately. I hope you can help us investigate what exactly is wrong with the salted fish they're selling." Tiezhu immediately agreed. If the fish can poison people, there must be something wrong with how they're processed. I can investigate where the fishmongers store their fish, but I probably can't handle this alone. Manpower isn't an issue. I'll send people to accompany you. Deputy Town Chief Wu had connections beyond his known associates. He'd already arranged for reporters. Once Tiezhu agreed to help, they'd be ready to deploy. So Tiezhu took the reporters, borrowed an extra tricycle, and returned to the fish market with sturgeon that met the weight requirements. This time, the fish sold much more easily. Without him even having to speak, the fishmongers eagerly sought to buy his sturgeon. Tiezhu didn't know which vendor was connected to the matter Deputy Town Chief Wu was investigating. The reporter pointed to a man with a bushy beard and whispered, "Don't be fooled by how these vendors seem to operate independently. They actually work together to sell fish. While they compete with each other, they collaborate on the salted fish business. This man is the most crucial figure in the middle. This bearded man happened to be the one offering the highest price. He must possess some means to command a premium or reduce other costs to justify such a bid. Tiezhu decided to target him, selling all the sturgeon to this vendor. Boss, I've brought a lot of fish this time. You wouldn't want to leave it all here, would you? Where do you need it shipped? I can deliver it directly. The man with the bushy beard was alone at the stall. Since he didn't intend to sell the sturgeon he'd bought at the fish market, he asked someone to watch his stall while he took Tiezhu and the other man to his warehouse. Chapter 109, The Arrest. This warehouse was precisely the location Deputy Town Chief Wu and his team sought. Despite repeated inquiries, they couldn't locate the warehouse. Unexpectedly, Tiezhu stepped in and led them straight there. A thick iron chain wrapped around the warehouse door, secured by a large padlock. Ventilation windows high on the walls meant ordinary passers-by couldn't see inside. The man with the bushy beard pulled out a key, unlocked the padlock, and clanked the chain aside. He walked into the open space inside, pulled out several large iron basins, and said, "Just put your fish in these. Then wait outside until Tiezhu and the others finish loading the fish." Tiezhu and his partner rode their tricycle straight into the warehouse, parking it beside the basins. Their hands busied themselves unloading fish while their eyes darted around the space. Their position allowed them to see a corner of the warehouse stacked with over a dozen white burlap sacks. Nearby sat several iron basins filled with a pure white substance. Tiezhu gave a quick warning to his partner. Spotting the man with the bushy beard smoking with his back turned, he quietly made his way toward that corner. He plunged his hand into the basin, pulled out a fish, and casually scooped a handful of the white substance back to the reporter. "Look," he said. "This is industrial salt. They're using industrial salt to cure the fish." The reporter's expression changed slightly as he examined the contents of Tiezhu's open palm. The substance in his hand was white with grayish impurities. Pinching it between his fingers, he found it coarse and hard, moist yet compact, refusing to crumble. It is indeed industrial salt. Fish cured with this stuff can poison people. Eating too much of it can even cause cancer. Those damned bastards, they do something so heinous. What do you say? Should we call Deputy Town Chief Wu and his team over? No rush. Deputy Town Chief Wu and his men have been following us. You figure out how to keep him occupied so he doesn't get away. I'll have Deputy Town Chief Wu and the others come over. Tiezhu agreed. Once most of the fish had been unloaded, he sent the reporter away alone. He then approached the man with the bushy beard and offered him a cigarette. "Big brother, where do you sell all this fish? I see you've got salted fish in your warehouse too." "That's salt." Before he could finish, the man with the bushy beard's expression hardened. "Mind your own business. Have you finished unloading your fish? If you're done, get out of here." "Come on, boss." Tiezhu eagerly fished out a match to light his cigarette. "I was just wondering, besides sturgeon, do you want carp or crushing carp too?" "Sure, I didn't realize you raised so many varieties. When you have mature fish, come straight to me, I'll take them all." "Thanks, big brother. I also have giant salamanders, Chinese giant salamanders. Want any?" The man with the bushy beard paused mid-puff. "You have Chinese giant salamanders? Selling?" "Of course. If you'll take them, I'll sell them." "All right, follow me. I can't handle this deal myself. I'll take you to see my boss." Tiezhu hadn't expected this guy had a boss behind him. But if he left now, the reporter and his crew would come back and find no one here. Quick-witted, he immediately said, "Could you ask him to come over? My buddy just got a stomachache and went to find a place to take care of it. We have 2 tricycles, and I can't ride them alone." The bearded man had his own bicycle, and 2 people couldn't possibly ride 3 tricycles. "This is troublesome. Wait here then." The bearded man had them pull out the tricycles, lock the warehouse door, and went to fetch someone. Before he returned, Deputy Town Chief Wu and the reporter arrived. Seeing only Tiezhu there, they urgently asked what was going on. After Tiezhu explained, they learned the fish vendor had a boss above him. They decided to hide in a corner and wait for this so-called boss to arrive so they could take him down in one go. Fortunately, the bearded man acted quickly, riding away on a bicycle. Soon after, a small black van arrived following behind him. Tiezhu waved cheerfully at them. As the black sedan's door opened and the occupants stepped out, Deputy Mayor Wu and his team rushed forward, taking them into custody. "Deputy Town Mayor Wu? What are you doing here?" "Me? I'm here to investigate the toxic salted fish, of course. But what brings you two here?" The person who stepped out of the black van was none other than the one from the health clinic who had tested Tiezhu's fish. No wonder those salted fish had test reports. No wonder Deputy Mayor Wu sent people to test them and found no issues. This man wouldn't budge without proof, stubbornly insisting, "What toxic salted fish? That has nothing to do with us." "Tiezhu!" Deputy Town Mayor Wu called out. Tiezhu understood immediately. He stepped forward, took the keys from the man with the bushy beard, unlocked the warehouse, and led the group inside. They dragged out the industrial salt and fish currently being cured. With the evidence laid bare, the man, unable to deny it, immediately begged for mercy. "Mayor, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let greed cloud my judgment and used industrial salt to cure the fish." Deputy Mayor Wu ignored his pleas and pressed, "Were you the final decision maker in this? Were others involved?" "No, it was all me. I ordered it all. Seems like this guy's got a mouth on him." Noticing Tiezhu was still present, Deputy Mayor Wu dismissed him to go home, explaining that the people here needed to be thoroughly interrogated and dealt with. Tiezhu understood his presence hindered their work, so he rode his tricycle home. A few days later, the village chief summoned Tiezhu. His family had seen the news on TV. Fishmongers had used industrial salt to cure salted fish, causing multiple people to become poisoned. The fishmongers involved had been severely punished, with several families fined into bankruptcy and forced out of the business. Tiezhu, who had helped uncover the truth, gained publicity. His fish farming was featured as a model of scientific aquaculture, with live fish of exceptional quality and high nutritional value. Suddenly, people eager to buy fish began flocking directly to Tiezhu and Tiezhu village. His supply couldn't keep up with demand, and orders for sturgeon stretched out months ahead. Envy spread among the villagers, and some came to probe Tiezhu's fish farming secrets. Questions swirled about pond dimensions, feeding methods, and water-changing frequencies. With so many inquiries, Tiezhu decided to establish a live fish cooperative right next to the poultry cooperative. Anyone interested in fish farming could come to him for guidance. Fish raised by members were sold collectively through the cooperative. Even with strict requirements, fish must meet specific size and weight standards. Many villagers joined the venture. Tiezhu's business grew so large that his family and the Ma family couldn't handle it alone. He hired villager Zhang San to manage sales orders. He packed the fish according to the orders Cuihua received and had them delivered to customers. Business ran smoothly for a while at first. But when Cuihua tallied the orders, she noticed they started dwindling over time. Where they once received over a dozen orders daily, after more than half a month, they were only getting 3 or 5 orders per day. Finding this odd, she took the order records to Tiezhu and showed him the numbers. Chapter 110, Short Wait Orders. Brother Tiezhu, what do you think is going on? Our fish supply has always been stable. Why are the orders dwindling? Half the fish they shipped came from Tiezhu's ponds, and half from the villagers' farms. The fish from our ponds carry Tiezhu's quality guarantee. There's no way they're the problem. Could it be the villagers' fish? Tiezhu reassured Cuihua and personally went to the cooperative to investigate. At the live fish cooperative, 2 people were busy at work. One was Xiao Wei, who was supposedly tallying orders, though in reality, she was counting the fish received from the villagers. Another was Zhang Shan, packing fish according to the sales orders. Both men had been recommended by the village chief and came from poor families. Tiezhu had inspected their work before, and the two showed no unusual reaction to his arrival. After exchanging greetings, they promptly returned to their tasks. Tiezhu first approached Xiao Wei, watching her weigh and record the villagers' fish before paying them according to species and weight. She was meticulous in her checks, sending back fish that didn't meet the weight requirement and separating dead fish from live ones before settling accounts with the villagers by species. Xiao Wei showed no issues, so Tiezhu stood beside her and turned to observe Zhang Shan. He happened to see Zhang Shan casually tossing fish into a packed bucket. The fish twitched twice in the bucket before going still, hardly the sign of a fish fit for sale. Tiezhu slowly approached him, intending to grab the fish Zhang Shan had just placed in the bucket. But Zhang Shan, crouched beside the bucket, reached out and stopped Tiezhu. "What? Why won't you let me see?" Zhang Shan offered a sheepish grin as he explained, "Nothing to see here. These fish all smell fishy. Don't touch them, or the stench won't wash off." The more he tried to hide it, the more suspicious it seemed. Tiezhu grabbed the arm Zhang Shan was using to block him and plunged his other hand into the bucket, snatching the fish out. The fish clearly lacked vitality and was near death. Tiezhu grabbed its gills, and its tail hung limply in the air, utterly motionless. Tiezhu's face darkened as he snatched the order from Zhang San's hands. He weighed the fish he'd packed earlier. Out of 5 orders, only 2 were properly weighed. Yet those 2 orders were clearly filled mostly with dead fish. According to the rules Tiezhu had set, this was unacceptable. Fish sold by their cooperative had to be live and meet the exact order weight. Zhang San had clearly tampered with every order. No wonder the orders had been dwindling lately. Tiezhu violently tossed the fish into the water bucket, sending splashes of water flying onto Zhang San's face. "Why did you do this? I clearly stated our cooperative absolutely cannot sell dead fish to these major clients. Why did you include dead fish in these orders and shortchange them?" Zhang Shan offered no explanation. He wiped the water from his face and stood silently to the side. Tiezhu called out loudly for Xiao Wei. "Do you know what he's been doing?" Xiao Wei avoided Tiezhu's gaze, glancing left and right before nodding after a moment's silence. "Then why didn't you tell me?" His gaze shot at Xiao Wei like fire. Tiezhu had hired 2 others besides Cuihua precisely to keep each other in check. But now? Where was that oversight? Speak up. Gone dumb? Did I hire you all to cover for each other and slack off? Xiao Wei pressed her lips together, gathering her courage before speaking. "He wouldn't let me say anything. He said if I snitched to you, he'd fire me and break my brother's legs. Are you stupid? Whether you keep your job is up to me. Besides, this is a society governed by law. He wouldn't dare lay a finger on anyone. Tiezhu's temper flared instantly. He never imagined the village chief would recommend such a person, nor had he vetted him properly before hiring. Pointing at the cooperative's door, he yelled at Zhang Shan, "Get out. You don't need to come back here anymore." Hearing he was fired, Zhang Shan yelled back, "What did I do wrong? I'm doing this for our cooperative. Your fish might be alive when I collect them, but they'll suffocate after 2 days. If I don't do this, what am I supposed to do with all these dead fish? And the order weights? How could they ever be that precise? If he asked for 50 pounds, I'd weigh out exactly 50 pounds. If he asked for 80 pounds, how could I possibly weigh out exactly 80 pounds? If I added even one extra fish, it would exceed the order weight. I was just trying to get the quantity as close as possible to the order requirement." He felt wronged. Seeing all those dead fish unsold these past days, he'd only wanted to avoid losses for the cooperative. That's why he came up with these solutions. He never expected Tiezhu would not only fail to praise him but instead blame him. How is this for the cooperative's sake? The cooperative's orders have been dwindling lately precisely because of your actions. You've ruined our reputation. I can't afford to keep someone like you. You should leave. I'll settle your wages later. His actions were selfish anywhere, but especially unacceptable at the cooperative. Zhang Shan glared at Tiezhu with hatred, tossed his gloves into a bucket, and stormed out. At the doorway, he saw a line of villagers waiting outside the co-op to sell their fish. He stopped and shouted fiercely, "Everyone, stop selling your fish here. Tiezhu buys your fish and sells them himself. He wants to be the fish farming tyrant of our village. He buys your fish cheap and sells them high in town, pocketing all the profit. Don't give him that chance." Some doubted him and defended Tiezhu. "Don't spread rumors. Tiezhu hasn't been in our village long, but he helps us with everything." "That's right. If not for him, we wouldn't even be raising fish or making money from selling them." "I heard that. You were driven out because you messed up. Stop stirring up trouble here." Zhang Shan didn't mention his own actions, only saying, "Think about it yourselves. If it weren't for him flipping them at high prices, where would the money have come from to start his fish farm, his ponds, and this cooperative? Bunch of fools. Let someone buy you out, then help him count the money." With that, he walked away, ignoring the villagers' murmurs behind him. His final remarks sparked heated debate among the villagers. It was true that since Tiezhu arrived in Iron Hero Village, he had grown increasingly wealthy, while the original villagers remained as poor as ever. Many shared this view. They gathered their fish and left, deciding never to sell to the cooperative again. They reasoned that transporting their fish directly to the county town would surely fetch a better price than selling to Tiezhu. Chapter 111, Escape. Cuihua, who had hurried over, saw the villagers leaving and rushed into the cooperative to ask Tiezhu, "Everyone's gone. What should we do?" "Nothing," Tiezhu replied calmly. "My cooperative's bottom line is non-negotiable. Transactions must follow my standards. Besides, they don't understand the challenges of selling fish or bear the risk of dead fish losses. Once they realize this, they'll come back to me." Cuihua genuinely cared about the villagers and worried they'd face setbacks selling fish. But since Tiezhu had spoken, she naturally supported him first. Still, seeing the dead fish that perished due to inadequate care after arriving at the cooperative, Cuihua couldn't help but feel uneasy. "What should we do about these dead fish?" Tiezhu rubbed his temples, then suggested, "Could you ask your sister-in-law to help me for a few days? She could carefully tend to the newly arrived fish. I'll thoroughly evaluate the situation and hire 2 new people." Of course that was no problem. Cuihua went straight home and called Xiulian over. Ever since Chang had regained mobility in his wheelchair, he could handle all the household chores like washing and cleaning. Hearing Tiezhu needed Xiulian's help for a few days, he immediately sent her over. 4 months now, Taihan village had been plagued by relentless rain. It started last autumn and continued well into the spring after the new year, with showers still common. The rain came in fits and starts, with hardly a single day of sunshine in sight. Standing under the eaves at the village office entrance, the village chief watched the unrelenting rain and worried aloud, "This year's rainfall is far heavier than usual. I hope nothing bad happens." The cooperative wasn't far from the village office. After tending to the livestock farm and fish ponds, Tiezhu took a stroll in the rain and arrived at the village office. Hearing the village chief's worries, he reassured him, "Nothing will happen." "Has this area ever experienced natural disasters caused by excessive rainfall?" "That's true. They say spring rain is as precious as oil, but this year's spring rain is just too much. It really is. Never seen anything like it rain that could last for months straight." Tiezhu was also worried about potential problems, so he had added several temporary fish ponds in the cave earlier. With the heavy rain outside these days, he moved all the fish ponds into the cave. He'd even dug several drainage channels at the farm. That's why the village roads were flooded these days, but his fish farm remained dry. As the two were talking, several wolf howls suddenly echoed through the air. Tiezhu's face paled instantly. He watched as a wolf sprinted toward them from the distance, howling as it ran. Tiezhu understood its cry, "Mountain flood. There's a mountain flood." Tiezhu hurried forward and asked, "Where's the flash flood? What's the situation now?" The wolf shook its head and wagged its tail, saying, "The flood came from the eastern mountains and will soon reach the village. Our leader sent me to warn you, you must flee immediately." With that, the wolf dashed off. With no time to ask more questions, Tiezhu turned and rushed to tell the village chief about the flood. Knowing Tiezhu's abilities, the village chief immediately turned back to the village office, grabbed 2 gongs, thrust one into Tiezhu's hands, and ordered, "You take this one, I'll take the other. Make sure everyone knows about the flood on the eastern mountain. It's coming fast. Tell everyone to run westward and seek refuge on the western mountain." Tiezhu agreed. Taking the large gong, he began beating it while shouting, "Flash flood on the eastern mountains. Everyone, save your lives. Run to the western mountains. Run for your lives. Run. Don't go home. What's more important, money or your life? Save yourselves first." He raced toward Ma Chang's house. Everyone else had already left. His home lay in the direction the village chief had run, but Ma Chang was still confined to his wheelchair and couldn't move quickly. Ma Chang, Xiulian, and Cuihua heard Tiezhu's shouts from inside. The 2 women pushed Ma Chang's wheelchair toward the door. After all, this wheelchair was handmade by Tiezhu. It was fine for everyday use, but it was completely useless for escaping. Tiezhu dashed into Ma Chang's courtyard, shoved the gong into Cuihua's hands, swiftly lifted Ma Chang from the wheelchair onto his back, and sprinted westward. "Cuihua, keep banging that gong. Make sure everyone hears it." Ma Chang watched as everyone raced past them, gradually leaving them behind. "Tiezhu, put me down. Take Cuihua and Xiulan to safety, don't worry about me." "No way. I won't leave you behind." Thanks to Tiezhu's help lately, Ma Chang's family had been eating well. Though Xiulian and Cuihua hadn't gained weight from housework, Ma Chang had put on quite a bit. Carrying him, Tiezhu couldn't run very fast. But he wouldn't abandon Ma Chang. If he did now, Cuihua would resent him for the rest of her life. He clamped his hands tightly around Ma Chang's legs, which were wrapped around his waist, refusing to let go no matter how fiercely Ma Chang struggled on his back. Watching Ma Chang struggle desperately to get down from Tiezhu's back, Xiulian reached out and slapped him across the face. "Brother Chang, if you die, what will happen to me and Cuihua? It's hard enough for Tiezhu to carry you. Don't burden him. Just stay still." Ma Chang hadn't expected the usually gentle Xiulan to strike him. Stunned by the blow, he finally quieted down. As long as he stopped struggling, Tiezhu's feet moved a little faster. Running and shouting all the way, they fell behind the others. They confirmed everyone had gone ahead to the western mountains. The village chief and his parents saw Tiezhu carrying Ma Chang up the mountain and hurried over to meet them. Tiezhu caught his breath and asked, "How's it going? Did we leave anyone behind?" "No one. You did well. Everyone's here," the village chief replied. Tiezhu's mother asked anxiously, "What about your farm?" "Brother Tiezhu, I did as you said and opened the farm gate. Will the poultry come up to the mountain? What if they run off and don't come back?" Yu was a bit worried. Tiezhu had previously instructed him that if any problems arose, he should just leave the farm gate open, the poultry would find their own way. Tiezhu reassured him, "It'll be fine. Once this mountain flood passes, the birds will come back." He'd repeatedly warned the birds about potential natural disasters lately. While the system couldn't predict specific calamities, it had informed him of their likelihood. Flooding was the most likely scenario, so he'd already discussed evacuation plans with them. Villagers on the mountain looked down and saw the surging torrent approaching from the east in the distance. Someone pointed at their homes and cried, "My home! My house! It's all gone! Everything's gone! My fish have all been swept away too!" Someone rushed forward, fists clenched, pounding iron pillar, "It's all your fault! You wouldn't let me bring my money! My money! It's all gone! Gone!" Cuihua and Tiezhu's mother shielded him from the blows. The village chief pulled the man away. "What's the matter? Did Tiezhu save you wrong? Look at this mountain flood. If you'd gone back for your money, would you even be alive to run out? What if? The man gazed at the houses below, already submerged by the floodwaters, still wondering if he could have escaped with his money. The village chief ignored him and turned to Tiezhu. "Tiezhu, our place isn't high enough. What do you think we should do next?" Chapter 112, Rescue. "We have to head further up the mountain. This terrain isn't high enough. If the floodwaters surge, we'll be in trouble here too." The village chief hesitated. Going higher means deeper into the mountains. There are so many wild beasts in there. With all of us and no weapons, what if we encounter one? Wolves. More wolves. The villagers watched the pack of wolves approaching them. Could it be that whatever they feared would come to pass? Fortunately, they'd witnessed Tiezhu interacting with wolf packs before, so they weren't overly shocked or frightened. Sure enough, the wolves were heading straight for Tiezhu. Several of them howled and rolled on the ground, signaling to him that the mountain wasn't entirely safe either. Tiezhu thought for a moment and commanded, "The mountain stream over here is running pretty strong, and the beasts on the mountain are restless. They're likely to come out. Let's head to my fish pond cave first. I've modified the waterways there, so it's less likely to flood." The cave can also shelter us from the rain. If everyone keeps getting soaked, we'll all get sick sooner or later. There was no other choice. The rain continued to fall, and everyone had fled in such haste that they hadn't brought umbrellas. Finding a cave or similar shelter was their only option. Compared to unfamiliar caves, the abandoned mine shaft at least had iron pillars for reinforcement, so we didn't have to worry about it collapsing. Tiezhu led the way, with Oyu helping carry Ma Chang behind him. The entire village followed behind them. The cavern barely accommodated the crowd. The village chief stood at the entrance and called out, "Everyone check yourselves. Has anyone gotten lost or fallen behind?" Getting lost seemed unlikely, but the village chief still heard someone cry out, "One's missing. What do we do if one person is missing?" Then came the wails of Zhang Shan's mother, "My son. Where have you gone? Where am I supposed to find you now?" As she wailed, the village chief rushed to her side and asked, "When you went up the mountain, wasn't your son Zhang Shan with you?" "He did. He helped me up the mountain, but now he's gone. I can't find him." Outside, a heavy downpour was flooding the mountain's base. The only accessible route was the mountain path, though it too risked becoming impassable. Where to search for Zhang Shan? The village chief turned and saw Tiezhu arranging for his parents and Ma Chang's family. He squeezed his way over and pleaded, "Tiezhu, take a few people to look for Zhang Shan. He doesn't know where to go." Tiezhu remembered Zhang Shan's shady dealings at the cooperative cutting corners and passing off inferior goods as quality work, so he wasn't too keen on going out to look for him. He declined, saying, "He's a grown man. He knows what he's doing. If he's not here, he probably found another cave to take shelter in. But nowhere is as safe as here." Just as the village chief was pleading with Tiezhu, Zhang Shan's mother rushed over and knelt before him. Tiezhu, if my son Shanzi has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. I'll kowtow to you, please find him. Help this old woman save him." As she spoke, she began bowing her head repeatedly before Tiezhu. Tiezhu hurriedly helped her up, stepping back to avoid her. Tiezhu's mother came over to help Zhang Shan's mother up and reasoned, "Zhang Shan's mother, look at the situation outside. The rain is pouring down so hard, the roads are washed out. Ask the villagers who could possibly go out and help you find Zhang Shan." Asking him to do this is putting Tiezhu in a difficult position. "But he's my only son. If he's gone, what will become of me?" Tiezhu looked at the old woman, thinking how his mother would never recover if he were gone. After a moment, he asked the villagers, "Zhang Shan is missing. Is anyone willing to go out and search with me?" Not a single person sitting or leaning against the cave walls responded. Oyu looked around, then stood up and said, "Brother, I'll go with you." Stone's mother grabbed his arm. She opened her mouth to speak, but seeing Zhang Shan's mother there, she held her tongue. Oyu patted his mother's hand reassuringly. "It's okay, Mom. Brother Tiezhu will take good care of me. We'll just go out and search for a bit. If we don't find him, we'll come right back." "All right, Stone, come with me." "Village chief, you all stay here and wait." With that, Tiezhu turned and walked out of the cave. Behind him, several carp leaped out of the water in the pool behind him, chattering away that they could help. Tiezhu crouched down. The carp swam closer, explaining they could scout ahead. Only they could move freely through the terrain outside, only they could navigate unimpeded. With that, they followed the school of fish out of the cave. The carp analyzed the ripples in the water, seeking out unusual spots to swim toward. Tiezhu followed the carp upstream toward the mountains. Muddy water flowed over Tiezhu's feet, reaching as high as his calves in the deepest spots. Walking through the mountains proved difficult for the two men, forcing them to clamber forward by grabbing onto tree branches. Without the carp leading the way, they would have had no idea where to search for Zhang Shan. After searching for over half an hour, the sun began to dip below the horizon. Oyu wiped the rain from his face and asked, "Brother, do you think we can still find Zhang Shan? Could he have been swept away by the flood in the village?" Tiezhu halted, panting. "He's up in the mountains." Zhang Shan's mother said he came up here first, but then ventured further alone to scout for safe ground to lead his mother to safety. Come to think of it, he's still selfish. He didn't say he'd take the villagers with him, just his mother. The carp paid no heed to their conversation, flapping their tails to alert Tiezhu, up ahead. Someone's up ahead. It seemed the fish had found Zhang Shan. Tiezhu grabbed a long stick to steady himself as he moved forward. After walking over 10 meters, he began to hear faint cries for help. "Stone, keep up. I hear voices." The rain was heavy, but he managed to make out the path beneath his feet as he pressed on, occasionally turning back to help Stone. Fortunately, they spotted Zhang Shan soon enough. Zhang Shan was lying in a large, water-filled pit. His hands were frantically pulling at the weeds along the edge, and keeping his head above water was already taking all his strength. This was a trap set by hunters for large beasts. He must have accidentally stepped into it. Such a large pit, thankfully filled with water, had sharp spikes at the bottom. It was unclear if Zhang Shan had been pierced by them. Zhang Shan bobbed up and down in the water, constantly spitting out the water that kept flooding his mouth, his cries for help coming out in broken gasps. He felt feverish, his hands weak. He'd already pulled most of the weeds around the pit's edge. To find something to grip, he'd have to dig into the mud. In a hazy daze, Zhang Shan forced his eyes open a crack. He thought he saw a pair of feet approaching him. Before he could make out who it was, he passed out. Chapter 113, Model of New Rural Construction. Tiezhu saw Zhang Shan's hand stop grasping at the weeds and knew the man had lost all strength. He quickened his pace and grabbed Zhang Shan's hand just before he sank beneath the water. Stone rushed over to help, and together they hauled Zhang Shan out of the water. A fully grown man, soaked through and through. Exhausted themselves after half a day of struggle, it took them considerable effort to haul Zhang Shan onto the pit. Yu slapped Zhang Shan's face. Seeing he showed no signs of consciousness, he asked anxiously, "He's not dead, is he?" Tiezhu shook his head. "I don't know. He's definitely passed out. We should carry him back first and let the village chief and the others take a look." Finding Zhang Shan was all he could do. Whether the man lived or died was beyond his control. They retraced their steps, taking turns carrying Zhang Shan. It took tremendous effort to haul him back to the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, Tiezhu and Yu set Zhang Shan down and left him. Zhang Shan's mother rushed over, calling out Shanzi several times. Seeing no response from her son, she turned to Iron Pillar and demanded, "What's wrong with him? What happened to my son? What did you do to him? Did you knock him out?" Hearing this, Cuihua, who had been wiping rainwater from Tiezhu's face and body, couldn't stand it anymore. Pointing at Zhang Shan's mother, she snapped, "How can you be like this? With such heavy rain, there are flash floods on the mountain. No one else in the village helped you, only brother Tiezhu brought Zhang Shan back. How dare you question him? Instead of wasting your breath, you should be taking care of your own Zhang Shan. He chose to wander off on his own instead of staying with the group. If something happens to him, he has no one to blame but himself. How dare you accuse Iron Pillar of knocking him unconscious? He saved your son, and you don't even say thank you. Instead, you accuse brother Tiezhu of assault. I don't know what you're thinking. You'd be better off taking care of him. Wait until he wakes up to ask questions." With that, he grabbed Tiezhu and walked away, leaving the mother and son behind. There was nothing on the mountain. The entire village was cold and hungry, with only the fish Tiezhu kept in his pond to eat. The village chief's children were crying out of hunger, so he bought a few fish from Tiezhu, grilled them, and fed them to the kids. Following the village chief's lead, other villagers also bought fish from Tiezhu, managing to scrape together a meal. Seeing this, Tiezhu decided not to charge anyone. Surviving this ordeal safely was the greatest fortune of all. As night fell, the rain gradually lessened, and by dawn, it had stopped. The wolf pack returned to report that the floodwaters down the mountain had receded, and only then did the villagers descend to return home. Most of the village houses remained intact, though floodwaters had swept away or damaged household belongings. The worst hit were the villagers who had stopped raising fish with Tiezhu. Since they no longer sold their fish to the cooperative, they had ceased asking Tiezhu to care for their fish. The floodwaters had swept every last fish from their ponds. Each of them wailed and lamented, blaming the heavens for their misfortune. Faced with this situation, the village chief could do nothing but urge everyone to first clear out their homes. Only after everyone could return to live in their houses could they discuss other matters. However, he did have an idea. He'd ask Tiezhu for help later. His farm was truly remarkable. All the livestock had returned after the flood receded. News of Taihan village's flood devastation reached the township. Applications for flood relief were submitted through the proper channels, and provincial disaster funds were promptly allocated to aid villagers through this crisis. Meanwhile, news of Tiezhu's flood warning and his heroic rescue efforts, which resulted in only one injury, reached provincial leaders. Soon, as the reconstruction of Taihan village began, provincial leaders arrived to visit the villagers and meet Tiezhu, the hero who had saved lives. The village chief distributed the funds to the villagers according to the extent of damage to their homes. Each household repaired their own houses, and by the time the officials arrived, most of the houses had already been restored. The village chief received the officials, providing a detailed report on the disaster's impact. He then led them on a tour of the village, allowing them to witness the post-disaster repairs firsthand. The officials praised the village chief for his prompt response to the flood and then expressed interest in meeting Tiezhu. Tiezhu happened to be by the lake near the fish farm, counting his fish. After the village chief introduced him, a curious official asked, "We heard you can train animals. It's been featured on TV several times. You even used animals to rescue people during this flood. Could you show us what you can do?" This wasn't nitpicking, it was pure curiosity, a desire to witness something remarkable. Tiezhu smiled and replied, "No problem. My fish have just returned to this lake. Why don't I have the school put on a little show for you? Fish can perform too? I've only seen wild wolves and domesticated animals on those TV programs." "No problem." Tiezhu crouched by the lake, smiling. A few whistles summoned the fish. He whispered to them for a moment, then stood up and traced circles in the air with his finger. The fish scattered and sank to the bottom. At Tiezhu's long whistle, they leaped out of the water in unison. "Look!" The fish spelled out two words. "Common prosperity." It's common prosperity. The character for wealth has more strokes and is harder to make out than common, but it's still recognizable. Excellent. Shared prosperity, exactly right. Collective prosperity for the villagers is the true goal of social development. This iron pillar is quite the young man. Village chief, you've raised a fine lad. Immediately, the provincial leaders announced that Tiezhu would be nominated as this year's model for new rural construction. They invited him to attend the provincial award ceremony. This was undoubtedly inspiring news. But the news about the commendation banner wasn't the only development. Deputy Town Chief Wu compiled all records of Qian Sanling's misconduct and submitted them to the town chief. Enraged by Qian Sanling's actions, the town chief launched a thorough investigation into corruption at the town's livestock farm, uncovering numerous cases of collusion, embezzlement, and dereliction of duty among officials. At a town-wide cadre meeting, the investigation findings against Qian Sanling were publicly announced. The entire management team, including Qian Sanling, was removed from their posts. With the farm already corrupted beyond repair and operating at a loss, the town immediately decided to auction it off through a public tender, seizing the opportunity to privatize the state-owned facility. Deputy Mayor Wu informed Tiezhu about the auction, suggesting it was the perfect opportunity for anyone interested in acquiring the farm. After several days of consideration, Tiezhu, having sufficient funds, participated in the bidding, waiting to secure the farm. When Tiezhu arrived to submit his materials that day, he had assumed he was the only one daring to bid for the farm at this time. Instead, he encountered another bidder. The other bidder was an out-of-town developer who coveted the farm's land. The provincial government was reluctant to sell the town-owned farm to an out-of-town developer, but since they had participated in the bidding, the province deliberated and insisted that the farm could not be repurposed. An additional criterion was added to the bidding standards, a competition on pig farming improvements. Chapter 114, Blind Luck. The town farm housed both adult pigs and piglets. Due to poor management, the animals' living conditions and mental states were subpar perfect for evaluating the bidders. On the day of the assessment, a young man arrived from the provincial government, Wang Hu, a technical official dispatched by the province. He immediately began arrogantly critiquing the pig pen renovation proposals submitted by several parties. First, he called Tiezhu forward to explain his plan, interrupting constantly, "These are livestock, not horses or sheep. Why do they need space to walk around? Just feed them some greens? How can they get proper nutrition without feed? This pig pen is well built. What's the point of adding soil inside? You said you wanted to keep it clean, yet you're making it dirtier. TSK, this won't do. What kind of primitive farming is this? How can it compare to scientific farming?" When it was the out-of-town developer's turn, he nodded incessantly. The out-of-town developers planned to take over the farm first. With such a large facility, they could relocate it to an uninhabited area later and use the land for construction. So they specially brought in so-called scientific farming experts from out of town to provide an analysis plan. At first glance, it seemed well organized and thorough. Wang Hu had nothing but praise for this rectification plan. Hearing Wang Hu's approval, the developers were overjoyed, as if the town's farm was already theirs. "My assessment is currently based on the proposal you submitted. The final decision will depend on the actual results of your implementation." The provincial government gave both parties 1 week to implement their respective plans for rectifying the pig farm. The winning bidder would be determined based on the final condition of the pigs. This approach was cumbersome, but the provincial government wanted to preserve the town's breeding farm, making such an assessment method necessary. During this week, each party was assigned 1 pig pen. The pigs in both pens had to be in similar conditions to ensure fairness in the assessment. Tiezhu had the system evaluate the pens as usual before formulating the rectification plan. He practically lived in the pig pens with the pigs for the entire week. After a week, a noticeable difference emerged between the pigs from each side. The pigs under Tiezhu's care had firm, lean meat and were lively and active, lining up one by one to await inspection by Wang Hu. In contrast, the developer's pigs lay listlessly on the ground, unmoving. While they appeared noticeably fatter, their eyes were dull and lifeless, making them indistinguishable from dead pigs. Given this choice, everyone knew Tiezhu's pigs were healthier. Ultimately, Tiezhu won the contract for the farm. Wang Hu, observing these pigs that defied his own farming principles yet were healthy and lively, curiously asked Tiezhu why they were so much better. Tiezhu explained that fresh vegetables and grains were what pigs needed most, far superior to the artificially fortified feed. The dry soil spread in the pens allowed the pigs to wallow freely, a vital way for them to groom themselves. Wang Hu remained skeptical but recorded these details nonetheless. He also brought the farming plan and results back to the provincial authorities, where experts thoroughly studied them. Whether such a farming plan was temporary or sustainable required time to prove. Meanwhile, the provincial government dispatched a batch of breeding sows. Taking over the farm wasn't just about rectifying operations for Tiezhu, it also meant maintaining and ideally expanding the breeding scale. This new batch of breeding stock would provide Tiezhu with the perfect opportunity to validate his farming techniques. Tiezhu gladly accepted free breeding stock was too good to pass up. However, after a thorough inspection, he found something wrong with these pigs and didn't want to accept them. Wang Hu, who delivered the pigs, questioned him, "These are newly bred pigs. We sent the first batch directly to you, and now you say there's a problem? No way. You have to take them whether you like it or not." Provincial leaders hold you in high regard, which is why they sent this batch to you. Tiezhu felt awkward and explained, these breeding pigs have genetic defects. In a few months, they'll break out with swine fever. Bull. These pigs are perfectly healthy and lively. What genetic defect? How could an outbreak possibly happen? I'm telling you, I really can't keep them. I'd advise the provincial experts to dispose of this batch of breeding pigs as soon as possible. Tiezhu refused to accept them under any circumstances, leaving the pigs trapped in the truck. With no other option, Wang Hu had to take the pigs back. While the township farm was busy with rectifications, recruitment efforts were in full swing in Iron Hand Village. Mr. Zhou, the out-of-town developer competing with Tiezhu for the town farm project, hadn't given up on his real estate development plans here. After losing the bid, Boss Zhou went to visit the town mayor. Over drinks, he proposed plans to build an electronics factory. The mayor initially disagreed. After all, these were outsiders. If they could establish a factory, the town would have done it themselves. But Mr. Zhou insisted he was investing to bring prosperity to the local community, offering much-needed employment opportunities for nearby villagers. He had specifically inquired that Taihan village had recently suffered a flood, leaving villagers without income and in urgent need of funds. He proposed building the factory on vacant land east of Taihan village, which would boost employment for its residents while generating revenue for the township. Indeed, since the flood, Taihan village's villagers had lost their income. Their farmland was submerged, and their income-generating aquaculture had ceased. The town couldn't keep allocating funds to them indefinitely. With this explanation, the village chief agreed. With the provincial government's support, Boss Zhou first went to Taihan village to recruit workers. Any household with suitable candidates could send members to work at the electronics factory. However, building an electronics factory here required more than just the town mayor's approval. In this day and age, the village chief still held significant influence. Ultimately, a village assembly must be convened to secure the villagers' consent before establishing the factory. Every household in the village could participate in the assembly. While most remained cautious, Mr. Zhou promised to provide at least one job opening per household. Wang Hu was the first to support selling the eastern land for the factory. With this backing, Mr. Zhou gained an opening. He then took advantage of unnoticed moments to frequently circle around Tiezhu's breeding farm, secretly documenting its construction layout. Tiezhu remained completely unaware of the village affairs. The town farm required constant attention, and after taking it over, he was perpetually occupied with its operations. The farm renovation demanded his full attention, leaving him unable to assist even when Wang Hu sought help from the provincial farm after an outbreak of swine fever. Seeing his refusal, Wang Hu snapped, "You just got lucky, didn't you? You're ungrateful. I offered you breeding stock and you turned it down." Put. Tiezhu couldn't care less. He was too busy to bother with Wang Hu's affairs. Until this day, when Cuihua came to town looking for Tiezhu. "It's bad. The water level in our fish ponds is off. I thought it was just low water after the flood, so I kept filling them up, but the water level stays lower than before no matter how much I add." Tiezhu frowned. His fish ponds were built perfectly, this shouldn't be happening. Fortunately, arrangements at the town's fish farm were nearly complete. The remaining adjustments could be handled by the staff left behind, allowing him to step away temporarily. Chapter 115, Diagnosing Sick Pigs by Listening to Their Heartbeats. So he followed Cuihua back to the village first, reassuring her, "I'll look into it over the next few days. Maybe the flood damaged something, we'll just need to fix it." He reasoned that aside from flood damage to the fish ponds, there was no other plausible explanation. But the outcome was somewhat unexpected. The fish pond's water channel had been damaged. Judging by the traces of destruction, it didn't appear to be caused by floodwater impact, but rather seemed to be man-made. Last time, the frogs had helped out, but this time, they were nowhere to be found. Tiezhu circled the fish pond several times. The receding floodwaters had left thick layers of silt around the perimeter. The culprit had left footprints in the mud. Though he couldn't identify the owner of those prints, Tiezhu carefully made paper casts of them. He'd investigate further when the opportunity arose. He worried the culprit might be like Wang Hu, returning repeatedly to cause trouble. So that night, he kept watch by the fish pond, waiting to see if anyone would come to cause trouble. As the night deepened and silence fell, Tiezhu felt a chill creeping over him while crouched by the fish pond. Suddenly, a liang darted out from the side. "Tiezhu, you're finally back. Someone's up to no good on the mountain. What happened? Tell me slowly." These wolves never sought him out unless something was seriously wrong. Their visits always signaled either natural disasters or human calamities. This time, something must have happened again. Sure enough, as a liang led the way, he explained, "A few days ago, we spotted strangers coming into the mountains. They always wait until dark to arrive. At first, they were just surveying the area, but today they started digging a well." Tiezhu frowned. "Digging wells? Is there a water shortage? But there was a flood just recently. How could there be a shortage? But why would strangers come to dig a well? Never mind that for now. We'll see when we get there." A liang led Tiezhu deep into the mountains, where they hid among the trees and peered inward. Sure enough, 3 men were digging a well. Perhaps to avoid making too much noise, they weren't using electric drills but were slowly chiseling away with shovels and other tools. As they worked, they muttered among themselves, "Why did Boss Joe want us to dig a well here? And why must it be in the middle of the night? Probably building a house here. Those bosses from Hong Kong all love villas, saying they want a vacation or something. You know what? If there were a villa here, it would be pretty comfortable for a vacation. Only big bosses would think of building here. Maybe he's afraid the village won't let him build, so he made us come in the middle of the night. Who knows? We got paid, so we just do what he says. Looks like these guys are all from that out-of-town developer. Just wonder if all their theories are true or not." Tiezhu played it safe, instructing Liang and the others to keep an eye on the place. If anything seemed off, they were to head to the farm and find Cuihua and Ou. They'd pass the word to Tiezhu. He also needed to report this to the village chief. But before Tiezhu could find the village chief, Wang Weiming showed up with someone. "Tiezhu, please help us. This is expert Chen from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. There's definitely something wrong with that batch of breeding pigs we got last time. Please help us out and take a look." Wang Weiming had come to plead with Tiezhu. When he brought the breeding pigs back last time and shared Tiezhu's suspicions with the experts, not a single one believed him. Some even dismissed the idea of swine fever as utter nonsense. Only this Chen expert took Tiezhu's words to heart. After serious research, he indeed discovered that the breeding pigs had fallen ill with a contagious disease, exactly as Tiezhu had described. That's why he'd sent Wang Weiming to bring him to Iron Pillar. "Comrade Tiezhu, while we don't know how you knew the breeding pigs would get sick, could you please go take a look and then tell us about your findings? Rest assured, we won't let you work for nothing. We'll pay for your labor and knowledge." It would be foolish to turn down money, especially when an expert personally came to invite him. Tiezhu figured it wouldn't hurt to go, so he agreed. "Comrade Wang Weiming, if you'd mentioned the payment up front like the expert did, I would have gone with you last time." Last time, Wang Weiming had begged him, but he refused and even made threats. Now look at him, red-faced and begging for help. Wang Weiming's face was beet red. If he hadn't needed to drive, he would have dug a hole to crawl into. At the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, where the breeding pigs were kept, Tiezhu had the system run a check and proposed a treatment plan. Though treatable, the genetic defect remains. This batch can no longer serve as breeding stock. Expert Chen clicked his tongue in disappointment. What a shame. We spent so long breeding this batch. Never thought it would come to this. Comrade Tiezhu, could you tell me how you discovered the problem with these pigs? That wasn't difficult. The system had previously informed him of the distinguishing features between these pigs and normal ones. Based on heart rate, normal pigs exhibit a steady, strong pulse, with adult pigs typically ranging from 70 to 80 beats per minute. But these pigs had a faster heart rate, with one slightly stronger beat every 10, and a brief pause every 25 beats. That's how I determined there was an issue. So that's how it was. I never realized pig heartbeats could differ from normal ones. Expert Chen excitedly recorded these findings. They had checked the pigs' heartbeats before, but the 2 distinguishing points Tiezhu mentioned weren't very obvious, so they had assumed they were normal. Who would have thought that precisely these points allowed Tiezhu to detect the abnormality? Can other pigs be identified using the same method? Dr. Chen pressed. Tiezhu nodded, yes, but besides heart rate, we also need to consider factors like body size, skin color, overall condition, and appetite. After all, problems with pigs aren't necessarily only detectable through heart rate, other aspects must be compared as well. Pigs can live up to 20 years. Are we supposed to study them for 20 years? How many years would it take to improve their genetics? The question came from a technician at a large breeding enterprise. They were part of a county-organized study group visiting the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, coinciding with Tiezhu's presentation on analyzing pigs through heart rate and behavioral patterns. Though his question was ill-timed, such considerations do exist in pig research. Expert Chen stared at Tiezhu with wide eyes. The goal of genetically modified pigs is to grow large quickly for early market release. They simply don't have that kind of time for research. Tiezhu paused before explaining, it depends on your intended purpose for the pigs. For example, if the pigs are intended for breeding stock, then the focus would be on whether they develop serious illnesses during their growth period, whether they contract infectious diseases or genetic disorders, and how many generations they can produce. If it's raised for slaughter and meat consumption, then test whether the meat has any adverse effects on humans once it's fully grown. Chapter 116, Wang Hu realizes his mistake. You call yourselves experts? You didn't consider any of this? This pig isn't a pet. The ultimate goal is still to eat it. As long as it tastes good and isn't harmful to humans, that's all that matters. As long as it doesn't get sick like that pig, it's fine. Right, you're absolutely right. That way we won't have to spend so much time researching. As long as the pig meets our goals, that's all that matters. Expert Chen muttered to himself, deep in thought. Seeing the experts busy, the delegation leader turned to Tiezhu. We heard you took over the town's breeding farm and also run a poultry farm in your village. Might we arrange a visit to learn from your methods? Tiezhu hesitated. To be honest, his 2 farms weren't really suitable for others to learn from. The farming methods and techniques he used were systematically taught to him and had a certain uniqueness. Not only might others struggle to master them, but these techniques weren't something he could simply teach to anyone. Noticing his hesitation, the leader persuaded him, "We're not just any random delegation. This visit is arranged by the county government. We won't be observing for free. How about we pay a fee per person?" That was acceptable. Knowledge comes at a cost. Tiezhu agreed to let them observe, though how much they actually learned would be their own responsibility. So he first took them to tour the town's breeding farm. There wasn't much to see there yet, as it was still undergoing renovations. The village-built farm offered a more detailed look. Having operated for over half a year, its operations were well established. The delegation saw plenty, finishing their tour just as dusk fell. The next day, just as Tiezhu was heading out toward town, he was stopped not far away by Wang Hu. "Wang Hu? We've got some unresolved issues between us. What are you stopping me for?" Ever since the lime powder incident, Wang Hu had avoided him like the plague. After receiving his compensation, Tiezhu hadn't seen Wang Hu for quite some time. Wang Hu glanced around nervously, making sure no one was nearby before speaking. "Tiezhu, what happened before was all my fault. I get jealous easily. I envied you, and that's why I did all those wrong things. My dad really laid into me. I truly know I was wrong. Can I work with you from now on?" Who would have thought Wang Hu would actually apologize? Tiezhu wasn't exactly eager to accept it, but after a moment's thought, he asked, "I heard the village is planning to build an electronics factory. Every household can get jobs there. Why aren't you working at the factory? That factory's run by outsiders. I don't want to work for them. What if they fail and just take off? Your business is more stable. I've figured it out. You've got a solid foothold in the village and keep growing. I'm determined to work for you." Wang Hu's usual fierce glare vanished. Tiezhu almost thought he was seeing things. Could that really be a glimpse of sincerity? Tiezhu shook his head. Probably just his imagination. "So how do you plan to work with me? Raising geese or fish?" After the lime powder incident, Wang Hu had been fired from the pig farm by the village chief. Tiezhu understood his desire to join him. But he hadn't expected Wang Hu's ambitions lay elsewhere. "After my family compensated you last time, there's been nothing else. Whether it's raising geese or fish, there's no money. I want to work for you like OU does. You need people wherever you go. Just let me follow you. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." Tiezhu was taken aback. This wasn't the kind of follow he'd expected. After some thought, he realized he could indeed use an extra pair of hands. Juggling the village farm and the town farm was becoming overwhelming. Having someone who would follow his orders and run errands for him was actually a viable option. But he didn't trust Wang Hu. If he had to choose someone to follow him, Wang Hu would be the better option. After weighing his options, he turned and headed toward the village farm. "Follow me. My farm and the cooperative do need extra hands. But I can't fully trust you yet. Start by working at my farm and the cooperative. Follow Cuihua's instructions for now. I'll call on you when I need you. Sound good? Can't I just follow you directly?" "Sure, of course." Tiezhu didn't know why Wang Hu insisted on tagging along, but since he'd agreed, it was fine. He figured he was giving the guy a chance to make amends. He brought Wang Hu to the farm, where Cuihua and OU were already feeding the poultry. Tiezhu called out to them, "From now on, Wang Hu will be working under Cuihua. OU, you'll need to teach him the ropes. When I need him out in the field, OU will come with me. If Cuihua needs anything, have OU come find me." Cuihua found it odd that Tiezhu had Wang Hu come to work, but she always trusted his decisions and agreed. Still, she had OU first check Wang Hu to make sure he wasn't carrying anything he shouldn't have. Only after confirming he was clean did they assign tasks, starting with cleaning the goose and chicken coops. For the first few days, Wang Hu worked quite diligently. Whatever Cuihua asked him to do, he did. Though his work wasn't perfect, he didn't make any mistakes. To Tiezhu and Cuihua, that was good enough. At least he seemed genuinely committed to the work. But that night, Wang Hu caused trouble again. Cuihua usually sent everyone home around 8 o'clock at night and locked up herself. But that evening, just as she was about to lock up, Wang Hu suddenly complained of a stomachache. He said he needed to use the outhouse at the farm before leaving and asked Cuihua to go ahead without him. Cuihua found this odd, but she still let OU leave first. She pretended to leave but secretly stayed behind, suspecting Wang Hu was up to something at the farm. Her footsteps were light and the night was dark. She walked away a distance before returning, so Wang Hu didn't notice her. Cuihua then saw Wang Hu sneak into Tiezhu's office. She didn't know what he was searching for, but he pried open Tiezhu's drawer, took out a stack of something, and was laughing. The things Tiezhu locked away must be important. Cuihua couldn't just stand by and watch Wang Hu steal them. Without a second thought, she stepped out and confronted Wang Hu. Wang Hu tried to flee. Seeing only Cuihua blocking his path, he shoved her aside and ran off. No one noticed Cuihua had fallen when he shoved her, slamming her head against the wall and knocking her unconscious. It wasn't until Chang and Xiao Lian noticed Cuihua hadn't returned that they went to look for her at the farm. There they found her collapsed, her head bleeding profusely from a gash at the back. This terrified Ma Chang and Xiulan. They immediately called for help to take Cuihua to the town hospital and sent someone to find Tiezhu. When Tiezhu received the news, he was at the town breeding farm. By the time he rushed to the hospital, Cuihua had already come out of the operating room. How is she? Has Cuihua regained consciousness? Chapter 117, I want him to pay with his life for my fiancé. His first words upon arriving at the hospital were to ask Xiulian about Cuihua's condition. Xiulian shook her head. The doctor said Cuihua hit her head. She got 6 stitches in the back of her head. There's blood in her brain, and we don't know when she'll wake up. Tiezhu sat beside Cuihua, his heart aching, and gently stroked her head. Cuihua lay pale on the hospital bed, her lips colorless. Just 2 days ago when he'd visited, Cuihua had still called him Brother Tiezhu. How could she now lie unconscious in this hospital bed? He turned his head and asked, do you know how she fell? Was she hurt by someone? Xiulian shook her head, then added, you went to pay the hospital fees. He might know. Just as he mentioned you arrived. Tiezhu quickly asked if he knew what happened, but to his surprise, Yu shook his head too. But he suddenly gasped, when we finished work last night, Wang Hu said his stomach hurt and needed to use the restroom, telling us to go ahead without him. Sister Cuihua fell at the farm, it must be connected to him. I checked the farm later. The office door was open, and the lock on your desk drawer had been pried open. It was definitely Wang Hu. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Wang Hu had never done anything good to begin with. Why did he insist on working with Brother Tiezhu? He must have had ulterior motives. He never imagined the guy would steal and hurt people. Yu felt an urge to run back. He was going to settle the score with Wang Hu. Tiezhu quickly called out to Yu. We don't have proof it was Wang Hu yet, and I don't even know what's missing. Let me go back and check first to confirm what's gone. Then we'll go find Wang Hu. He then turned to Xiulan. Thanks for taking such good care of Cuihua, sis. I'll have mom bring her meals over daily. Don't worry about brother Chang, I'll have him eat at our place. Xiulian had already prepared to care for Cuihua. What are you saying? Cuihua is like my own sister to me. It's no trouble at all. Rest assured, I'll take good care of her. As soon as she wakes up, I'll come find you. Tiezhu nodded and led Yu back to the village. He first returned to the farm, inspected the premises, and discovered that the materials he'd written based on the system, the breeding techniques and feed formulae had been stolen. He immediately reported it to the police. Cuihua's injury and the office theft were undoubtedly connected. This matter needed to be blown up as much as possible, and reporting it to the police was a necessary step. The police cars roared into the village, drawing the villagers' attention. Cuihua's fall and hospital trip had happened at night, so few knew about it in the dead of night. But the sound of police sirens quickly spread the news far and wide. Zhang Qin, who had visited several times before, got out of the car with his colleagues. He took out a small notebook and asked Tiezhu for details. After hearing the account, Zhang Qin frowned and said, well, this loss is going to be tough to estimate. The stolen items are documents, there's no way to put a price on them. Tiezhu retorted, the loss of materials is minor, the injury to my fiancé is major. My documents contain confidential information about my farm. No amount of money could ever outweigh my fiancé's life. Officer Zhang, please help catch the culprit as soon as possible. I want him to pay with his life for my fiancé. It's not quite a matter of life and death, your fiancé isn't in mortal danger now. But we'll apprehend the culprit swiftly and give you closure. Do you have any suspects? Anyone who's held a grudge against you? Wang Hu. It must be Wang Hu. Before Tiezhu could speak, Yu blurted it out. Zhang Qin asked, just because he was the last to leave, you suspect him? That doesn't seem reasonable. It's not just that, Tiezhu explained Wang Hu's grudge briefly. The beef between us goes way beyond a single incident. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else in the village who'd do this. But I have no idea what he'd want with the stuff he stole. That stuff is classified to me, but it might be useful to the villagers. He might not have stolen them for their value, it could have been pure revenge. Either way, we'll take him in for questioning first. We'll notify you once we have results. With that, Zhang Qin and another officer headed to Wang Hu's house, knocking on his door in the middle of the night. But Wang Hu wasn't home. Only his parents were there, unaware of what he'd done or why he was gone. With no choice, the two officers returned to the station, vowing to continue searching for Wang Hu. While the police were temporarily unable to locate Wang Hu, Tiezhu also tried to find him. He specifically asked Wild Wolf to help search, but they combed the entire area and still couldn't find him. To make matters worse, the cooperative suddenly faced trouble. All their orders were cancelled, and no one was willing to buy livestock from Tiezhu's cooperative anymore. With one problem piling on top of another, Tiezhu could only tackle them one by one. First, he sought out Boss Jin, the cooperative's biggest client. Carrying 2 bottles of liquor, he arrived at Boss Jin's doorstep. When Mr. Jin opened the door and saw Tiezhu, he didn't say a word, he just slammed the door shut. Tiezhu was baffled. He knocked on the door and asked, Mr. Jin, have I done something wrong? If I've made a mistake, please point me in the right direction. Mr. Jean, at least tell me why you've stopped doing business with our cooperative. Please, tell me. He called out several times in succession. Mr. Jean, probably annoyed, opened the door with a sour expression. Your cooperative farm raises livestock using banned drugs. What else is there to explain? Prohibited drugs? That's impossible. He raised his livestock using feed formulations guided by the system, never using banned substances. At most, he used vitamins, and even then, he rarely administered medication, even when the animals were sick. Tiezhu hurriedly explained, this must be some misunderstanding. I've never purchased banned drugs, how could I possibly use them? Someone must be spreading rumors. It's not rumors. We have evidence, we all saw it. Your purchase orders for banned drugs and feed formulation records clearly show you added banned substances to every type of feed. Impossible. I don't have any of those things you're talking about. Tiezhu had a vague idea of what was happening, but he needed to get to the bottom of it. How could it be impossible? Your stuff has been circulating throughout our industry. It's stamped with official seals, it's definitely real. Alright, you better get out of here. If you're going to waste time here, you'd be better off rushing home to deal with your farm. Damn Wang Hu. This must be Wang Hu's doing. I don't know how he faked the documents, but he's definitely involved. Mr. Jean was right, he needed to get back to the farm immediately. Losing this order meant trouble for the farm and the cooperative, with so many villagers waiting to sell their poultry. Tiezhu left the wine behind and turned to leave. He had to hurry back to the village. Chapter 118, Wang Hu is a fool too. But accompanying him to Taihan village was a group of people, an investigation team dispatched by the township. The villagers didn't know what trouble had befallen the cooperative. But suddenly, the cooperative had no orders, stopped collecting poultry, and now an investigation team had arrived. Something was definitely wrong. What do you think happened? Why did all the orders suddenly disappear? No idea. It's really strange. Just a few days ago there were plenty of orders, but suddenly they all got cancelled. Now I can't even sell my geese. Did Tiezhu do something wrong? Why else would they cancel the orders? I think it's possible. Those people were wearing badges. The village chief said they're an investigation team from the town. What could they be investigating? They're here to investigate Tiezhu. Something must be up with him. Tiezhu's been up to no good. That investigation team is here to look into his cooperative. You guys don't know, but now nobody in town wants poultry from the cooperative. Everyone's saying he used banned drugs to feed his livestock. If they catch him, he'll go to jail. You think why there's an investigation team? It's because of this. I advise you to seriously think about what to do with your livestock. I reckon all these cooperative farms like Tiezhu's are going to have to shut down and go out of business. Wang Hu suddenly appeared out of nowhere, seemingly unafraid of the police arresting him, and started making reckless comments in the crowd. Now, everyone was too preoccupied to care about the police trying to arrest Wang Hu. They were all worried about the cooperative going under. After all, Wang Hu's claims didn't sound fabricated, at least the investigation team was real, already on site at Tiezhu's cooperative. Tiezhu, unaware that Wang Hu was among the villagers, was busy receiving the investigation team and cooperating fully with their inquiries. The team conducted extensive inspections, checking feed reserves at the farm, examining breeding conditions, and taking various livestock samples for testing. These were all essential for the investigation, and Tiezhu provided everything they requested. After all, the team was dispatched by the township authorities. For outsiders to interfere would be next to impossible. Just as he saw the team off, Xiaolian received a call from the hospital saying Cuihua had regained consciousness. Tiezhu's heart leapt with joy. He hurriedly instructed Ou to tidy up the farm and rushed to the hospital himself. He strode purposefully toward Cuihua's ward. The moment he entered, he saw her wide eyes fixed on him. Cuihua, how are you feeling? Does your head hurt? Are you still dizzy? What did the doctor say? Will you have any lasting effects? His questions came in rapid succession, leaving Cuihua unsure which to answer first. Brother Tiezhu, I'm fine now. The doctor said I had a mild concussion, and the blood clot in my brain has been absorbed. It still hurts a bit, but that's normal. I'll be okay after resting for a while. As she spoke, Cuihua suddenly remembered what happened before she fainted. She grabbed Tiezhu's arm urgently. Tiezhu, Wang Hu stole stuff from your office. He pushed me down too. Go catch him. It was him after all. Tiezhu's hunch was right. He reassured her, don't worry, I've already called the police. They'll help catch him. The most important thing now is for you to focus on getting better. Did the doctor say when you can be discharged? Xiaolian said, it'll be ready soon. She just needs to rest quietly at home. Alright, wait here for me. I'll go ask Brother Chen for help, he has a truck. We'll borrow his vehicle to take her home. Brother Chen is Mr. Chen, the goose seller. He has a truck, so helping Cuihua get home won't be a problem. The car pulled up at the village entrance. Tiezhu helped Cuihua out, just as villagers gathered there discussing whether Tiezhu's cooperative could continue operating. While Tiezhu was away, Wang Hu had spread rumors among the villagers that Tiezhu had committed illegal acts at the farm, embezzled cooperative funds, and that investigators had already gathered evidence. Both the cooperative and the farm were about to collapse, he claimed, urging everyone to find new livelihoods quickly. Tiezhu acted as if he hadn't heard a word. Supporting Cuihua, he tried to navigate around the crowd, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot, refusing to budge an inch. Cuihua, ignore them. The truth will clear our names. But brother Tiezhu, I can't let them slander you like this. Cuihua edged closer to the crowd and shouted, all the wrongdoing was done by Wang Hu. He pretended to apologize and came to work at the farm, but he not only stole vital materials from the farm, he also pushed me down, causing my injuries that left me hospitalized. This was all Wang Hu's doing. It has nothing to do with brother Tiezhu. That's not true. Wang Hu said he did work at the farm, but once he started, he discovered you were feeding livestock and poultry with banned drugs and colluding with spies to sell our village's secrets. You're reaping all the benefits while making Wang Hu take the fall. Immediately, villagers jumped up, pointing at Tiezhu and demanding answers. One voice led to two led to many, all demanding answers from Tiezhu. Why did you do this, Tiezhu? The village hasn't treated you badly. How could you associate with spies? No wonder getting a job at the cooperative was so hard. It was all because you were up to no good and didn't want anyone to find out. Was Zhang Shan kicked out because he uncovered your schemes? That lazy, greedy, and cunning bastard Zhang Shan? Maybe he didn't leave because of Tiezhu and the others. Maybe it was his own fault. Anyway, you're all scum. Call the police. Everyone, call the police to arrest Tiezhu. Everyone believed Tiezhu had done nothing good in the village. Some wanted to call the police to arrest him, while others offered him advice. Tiezhu, you better figure out a way to get out of here fast. Once the cops show up, you won't be able to escape. Yeah, get home and take your families with you. Go wherever you can. Wang Hu got away, so you can too. Or just you two run first. Your families didn't do anything wrong, they'll be fine. Save yourselves first. Cuihua looked at Tiezhu anxiously. She hadn't expected that not only had she failed to clear his name, but people were now accusing her of being involved. It's fine. An upright person fears no shadow, Tiezhu reassured Cuihua. He caught a name in the villagers' conversation and asked, did you see Wang Hu come back? Do you know where he is? Tiezhu hadn't expected Wang Hu to dare return. The police station was actively searching for him. But since he'd been spreading lies among the villagers, he must be nearby. Sure enough, a villager chimed in, seems like he went up into the mountains. When he came out earlier, I told him the police were coming for him. He said if he hid in the mountains, they wouldn't find him. So yeah, he must have gone into the mountains. Honestly, Wang Hu's a fool. The stuff he stole wasn't worth much. Why did he have to hurt people? Look at him now, he's going to get caught. Chapter 119, they have guns. Regardless of what the villagers said afterward, it was certain that Wang Hu had likely gone into the mountains. Tiezhu first took Cuihua home. She still needed proper rest. Chang waited at home for 2 days before his sister returned. Heartbroken, he insisted on making chicken soup for Cuihua himself, refusing to let Xiulian help. Xiulan then took the soiled clothes from the past few days to wash them, leaving only Cuihua and Tiezhu in the room. Cuihua, don't worry about anything these next few days. Just rest at home. You had so many stitches in your head, you need to nourish yourself properly. I'll buy you some tonics later. Tiezhu was heartbroken that his woman had been hurt, and he was determined to make Wang Hu pay for it. Cuihua wasn't concerned about any supplements. Instead, she grabbed Tiezhu's hand, her face filled with worry. Brother Tiezhu, Wang Hu went up the mountain. Will the police still go after him? What if they can't catch him? What about your evidence? Could other problems arise? The villagers called the hills bordering their village the back mountains, but in reality, these mountains stretched for dozens of kilometers. Even the most experienced hunters had never ventured into their deepest recesses. With Wang Hu hiding deep in the mountains, finding him would be no easy task. But Tiezhu didn't see it that way. Have you forgotten I can control wild wolves? Sure, it's hard to find people in the mountains, but the difference is we're humans, not wild wolves. I'll have that wolf help me find Wang Hu. There's no way he'll escape. He had it all figured out. As soon as he left the Ma family, he'd head into the mountains to find the Wolf King. He was determined to track down Wang Hu. And that's exactly what he did. He went up the mountain, instructed the wolf pack to help search, and ordered the wolves to bring the man straight to him once found. He'd then lead the police to capture Wang Hu. Wang Hu was surprisingly patient, but he could only hide. He couldn't escape the wolves' search. In just half a day, the wild wolves found him. However, the wolves told Tiezhu that Wang Hu wasn't alone in the mountains. 2 other people were approaching him, heading deeper into the mountains toward Wang Hu's location. Can you identify who they are? The wolves shook their heads, never seen them before. They're carrying some kind of device that beeps. Every few steps, they stop to check it. Tiezhu speculated that it might be some kind of tracking device, likely pinpointing Wang Hu's location to lead them to him. Such equipment wasn't something ordinary people could possess. These individuals must have some kind of status. But why would people of such standing be looking for Wang Hu? According to Wild Wolf, the two wore leather jackets, had medium-length hair, and spoke in a slick, unrefined manner, definitely not good people. After considering this, Tiezhu told Wild Wolf to wait there while he went to call the police to enter the mountains together and apprehend the suspects. The two men on the mountain were still some distance from Wang Hu. The police had vehicles, and with Wild Wolf leading the way into the mountains, they wouldn't be too late. Tiezhu hurried to the police station first to find Qiang. Since he was handling the case, reaching him would be the quickest route. Quick! I know where Wang Hu is. He's not alone, there are others with him. Probably the people who took my materials from him. Qiang shot to his feet. You're serious? We've been searching for Wang Hu for 2 days without a trace. You know where he is? Tiezhu was anxious, but he had to explain. He pulled Qiang outside. I really found him. He's in the mountains. You know I can train animals, right? The wolves are watching Wang Hu, waiting for us to come. Qiang knew full well about Tiezhu's animal taming skills, they'd seen it on that TV show too. He called another officer and they drove straight up the road behind Taihan village. The wild wolf was waiting at the foot of the mountain. Spotting them, it turned and sprinted uphill. Quick, follow it. It's leading the way. Tiezhu took the lead, sprinting ahead, with the two officers hot on his heels. When they arrived, the pack of wolves surrounded Wang Hu and the two men, howling incessantly. It turned out that although the two men were unfamiliar with the mountains, they had a tracking device and headed straight for Wang Hu's location. They had met up with Wang Hu before Tiezhu and the others arrived. The two men scolded Wang Hu. What's your problem? Didn't we tell you to bring the stuff to us? Why did you make us come find you? Not only that, but you made us run through the mountains. Do you even know how rough these trails are? Wang Hu felt wronged by their complaints, but he explained, what choice did I have? The cops were after me outside, so I had to hide up here. Besides, weren't you the ones who said you could come find me for the stuff? It's not like I didn't want to give it to you. Enough with the excuses. Where's the stuff? Wang Hu patted his chest. The stolen materials were tucked close to his body and countered, the goods are right here. You better give me the money I'm owed. The man across from him pulled a brick-like object wrapped in newspaper from his pocket. If you give us everything this time and stop messing with us, this money is all yours. If you try to trick us again, you can leave a limb behind as compensation. Last time, they'd only gotten part of the materials. Clearly, besides the secrets of the Iron Pillar farm, they also wanted information on Iron Hero Village. But Wang Hu had only given them half the materials about the farm. This time, they wouldn't be fooled. Rest assured, I guarantee all the materials are here. Wang Hu pulled the documents from under his coat hem and handed them over, while his other hand snatched the newspaper-wrapped brick, stuffing it into his chest without counting. After confirming the contents were complete, the two men whispered among themselves. When Wang Hu saw they still hadn't left, he sensed something was off. He turned to flee, but the wild wolf he'd intended to escape from emerged from the woods and blocked his path. Wolf! There's a wolf! The two men, who had originally intended to silence Wang Hu, panicked upon hearing his cry and seeing the wild wolf. They pulled pistols from their pockets, abandoning Wang Hu, and fired 2 shots at the wolf. The wolf wasn't about to stand there and let them shoot it. It leaped twice to dodge the bullets. More wolves emerged, and even the alpha wolf appeared. Seizing the moment, the Wolf King leapt high, its jaws snapping down on the man's pistol-wielding wrist. The gun clattered to the ground as the man was pinned beneath the Wolf King's massive frame. Seeing the men fire their guns, the pack surrounded both men and Wang Hu, howling incessantly. When Tiezhu and the 2 police officers arrived, they found the Wolf King and others pinning the 2 men down. Wang Hu knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to the wild wolves, begging for mercy. Qiang, fearing the wolves would attack, urgently ordered Tiezhu to command the pack, get those wolves away. Don't let them hurt anyone. Hearing the voice, the wolves ceased their howling. One wolf picked up the pistol from the ground and brought it to Tiezhu, placing it in his hand. Tiezhu, initially unaware of what it was, suddenly felt a heavy object in his hand and hurriedly handed it to Qiang. They have guns. Quick, arrest them. These wolves won't hurt anyone. Qiang's face paled at the sight of the pistol. Without hesitation, he drew the silver handcuffs from his waistband, strode forward in 2 strides, and clamped them onto one man's wrist. Chapter 120, Good News. The other officer did the same to the remaining man. Wang Hu was now sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing Tiezhu was like seeing his savior. He immediately knelt down, begging Tiezhu to save him. Tiezhu, lacking silver handcuffs, swiftly grabbed Wang Hu's belt and tightly bound his hands. As he pulled Wang Hu to his feet, he spotted the newspaper-wrapped brick that had fallen from the man's body. He handed Wang Hu over to Qiang, picked up the newspaper-wrapped brick, and opened it. Inside was a thick stack of brand-new 100 yuan notes. Officer Qiang, this is an illegal transaction. Wang Hu is selling state secrets. Whether or not it was state secrets, the materials from his farm and information about Taihan village were state secrets in Tiezhu's eyes. The materials that fell from both men's hands were seen by everyone present. There was no room for denial. This time, Wang Hu had no chance of escaping. The police car entering the village again drew a crowd of onlookers. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Wang Hu and the two others were taken away by officers Zhang and Qin. Tiezhu followed them out of the mountains. After seeing the police cars off, he was immediately surrounded by villagers. Tiezhu, you're something else, you even tracked down Wang Hu hiding in the mountains. What's the big deal? Last time during the flood, he even tracked down Zhang Shan in the mountains, let alone Wang Hu. But Tiezhu, how come you weren't arrested? Can't you guys figure it out? The cops didn't arrest Tiezhu, which means he didn't do anything wrong. I'm more curious about those two strangers. Who were they? Yeah. How come one who was with two strangers and got arrested? They must be crooks. I get it, Tiezhu, you caught another mole, right? Another reward coming your way? No offense, Tiezhu, but you didn't even call us to share in this good fortune? That's really not cool. What? You all want a cut now? When you were calling Tiezhu a bad guy, why didn't you think he could catch a mole? Who said anything about splitting the money? I just want a commendation banner. Yeah, a commendation banner. Think of the glory it'd bring to my family. If I got one of those, my ancestors' graves would be smoking. If you want a cut, just say so. I'll be straight, I want the money. Heh, Tiezhu, next time something like this comes up, call me. I can fight. I can help you take down the mole. Seeing everyone talking more and more, Tiezhu quickly defended himself. Stop guessing wildly. I don't know who they are either. They were just hanging out with Wang Hu. They must not be good people to get arrested by the police. As for who those two were, the police will announce the results once they finish their investigation. Everyone, let's call it a day. We'll know then. After Tiezhu repeated his explanation 2 or 3 times, the crowd finally dispersed, though they lingered in small groups, still discussing Wang Hu's mountain escapades. With no one crowding around him anymore, Tiezhu took off running. He headed straight for the Ma family to tell Cuihua the good news about Wang Hu's arrest. Upon hearing Wang Hu had been apprehended, Cuihua finally let out a sigh of relief. But her worries weren't limited to Wang Hu's capture. What about the farm? Would the police clear his name? Her greatest fear now was whether Tiezhu's farm and cooperative could continue operating. He had invested his entire fortune into them. If they couldn't keep going, he would be left completely bankrupt. He couldn't guarantee it, but Tiezhu believed there wouldn't be a problem. Rumors were circulating in town about his use of banned substances, but he had cooperated by handing over all the feed samples to the town quality inspection station. After the incident involving the health clinic staff member, the town had established this new inspection station to fill the gap in quality control. Results should be available in a couple of days. After a thorough investigation, the police confirmed both men were spies, and Wang Hu had indeed been conducting classified sales transactions with them. Upon learning this, the county leadership flew into a rage. They personally presided over Wang Hu's trial, sentencing him to life imprisonment with deprivation of personal liberty and political rights. Tiezhu received another commendation from the police station. This time, the award ceremony wasn't just attended by local police officers and the chief, even provincial leaders were present. Along with the commendation banners, certificates, and monetary rewards came the inspection results from the town's quality inspection station. After a series of tests, the Inspection Institute confirmed that Tiezhu's cooperative farm had not used any banned drugs. All poultry and livestock were raised healthily and scientifically, with meat quality and nutritional value surpassing those from other villages and towns. Additionally, the purchase orders for banned drugs and the feed mixing records containing prohibited substances were exposed as falsified materials. Several pieces of good news arrived simultaneously in Taihan village. Upon learning the truth, several business partners rushed to Taihan village, first to apologize to Tiezhu, and second to reaffirm their commitment to continuing cooperation with the village cooperative. Orders poured in like snowflakes over the cooperative's farm, leaving Tiezhu and several employees working themselves to the bone. Cuihua, disregarding her own convalescence, rushed to the cooperative to help Tiezhu, but he sent her home. Cuihua insisted, "You can't handle it all yourselves. I'll just lend a hand, it won't be too tiring." Tiezhu firmly refused, "You don't need to help. Just stay home and focus on getting better. If you don't recover properly, I'll have to punish you. Don't worry about the cooperative. Many people want to work here now. After I properly assess them, hiring 2 will be enough." Even Ma Chang tried to persuade Cuihua, "If you're really worried, I'll go help. Sure, I'm in a wheelchair now, but my mind's sharp, handling orders won't be a problem. Your sister-in-law is taking care of you at home, so she doesn't need me. Going to the co-op will keep me busy and save her the hassle of me meddling around the house." That was true enough. Ma Chang cared deeply for his sister and always wanted to help her, but while he could work, he wasn't particularly skilled at it. While Xiulian had no choice but to tolerate Ma Chang's efforts when caring for Cuihua at the hospital, now that they were home, she couldn't bear to watch him work. She insisted he go out for exercise every day. Joining the cooperative would let Ma Chang escape Xiulian's nagging. Tiezhu thought it over. True, he didn't trust the villagers much right now, and having Ma Chang help would indeed make things easier. So he let Ma Chang go to the cooperative. County officials reviewed the quality inspection results and recognized the merits of Tiezhu's farming model. They sent representatives to invite him to promote his methods in other villages, teaching fellow farmers. Tiezhu was swamped with work, but he had to accept the task assigned by the county leaders. He planned to start with the neighboring village. Unexpectedly, however, his mission ended before it even began. Before he could even leave Iron Hero Village, protests erupted. Several major fish and duck farmers from the neighboring village, upon learning of Tiezhu's visit to promote his farming model, immediately gathered a group of people to confront him. Chapter 121, Refuse the offer, face the consequences. Kid, you're the one teaching us farming? Have you grown any hair yet? How dare you be so bold? This man was Li Guofu, the owner of the neighboring village's farm. His operation raised over 100 chickens, more than 50 pigs, and over 30 sheep, considered fairly large scale. Tiezhu's farm might not match Li's in numbers, but it boasted a wider variety of breeds. Seeing the 5 burly men who had come, Tiezhu showed no fear. He answered boldly, yes. Go back and prepare. In a couple of days, I'll come to your village to promote my farming model. Damn it, you're asking for a beating. You think you can teach us? I'll show you. One of the men lunged forward to punch Tiezhu, but Li Guofu stepped in to stop him. Hey, we're all businessmen. Let's not resort to violence. But I'll give you some advice, keep your head down. We don't need your so-called model. Don't let us catch you in our village, or else we can't guarantee your farm will stay open. They were just here to make threats. After saying that, they left. Cuihua, who had come to check on Tiezhu, worried, Brother Tiezhu, you'll be okay, right? They're just trying to scare you, right? Of course not. They wouldn't dare. Promoting this farming model is a task assigned to me by the county leadership. It's not something I chose to do on my own. Tiezhu didn't care whether they listened to his promotion. He just completed his task and returned. But the county seemed intent on verifying the results of his promotion. Within days, word spread that a livestock breeding skills competition would be held, and the county leaders specifically named Tiezhu as a mandatory participant. Tiezhu had no choice but to enter. The other participants included owners from nearby farms, 5 or 6 in total, all from major daxing farms recognized by the county leaders. The competition was straightforward. Within half a month, they would raise the same batch of poultry, fish, and shrimp. The winner would be determined by comparing the final condition of the livestock. This posed no challenge for Tiezhu. Upon receiving his allocation of 10 chickens, 10 ducks, and 10 crushing carp, he first communicated with them using animal language. The poultry and fish were already in good condition, but the competition site required some adjustments. Tiezhu spent some time changing the water quality and reorganizing the environment. He then prepared feed according to scientific ratios, ensuring the animals had ample food and high-quality water while allowing them to move freely. Li Guofu and other farm owners nearby watched his actions and mocked him constantly. This is a farming competition, not a contest to fix up your farm. Typical kid, all talk and no action. No wonder he can't raise his poultry properly. Exactly. All that effort? We'd be better off using some tech solutions. You guys, do you think the inspectors will catch us doing this? We don't want our competition eligibility revoked. Relax, I've already talked to the examiners. As long as we win this competition, we'll get to participate in the city's trade fair. Then we'll rake in huge orders. The thought of the competition rewards made them desperate to fatten up their injured chickens and ducks by any means necessary. Tiezhu also wanted the rewards, but he knew forcing growth wouldn't end well. Following the system's scientific farming plan was best. He believed heaven rewards diligence. His chickens, ducks, and fish would be no worse than anyone else's. Fortunately, none dared to tamper with the competition grounds. The poultry under Tiezhu's care enjoyed the most comfortable period of their lives during this time. Half a month passed quickly. County leaders and evaluators jointly inspected the results. All the chickens, ducks, and fish raised by the contestants were gathered together, and the results were starkly evident. While the chickens, ducks, and fish under others' care had also grown plump, Tiezhu's poultry not only matured faster but also appeared more spirited and visibly healthier than the others. After inspection by the Quality Control Institute, Tiezhu's poultry was deemed the highest quality among all contestants. The reward ultimately went to Tiezhu. The owners of the other farms who hadn't competed watched Tiezhu, now full of vigor and confidence, with gloomy expressions. Brother Guofu, are we just going to let him take this prize? That kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Who knows how he raised those birds? This man, unlike the other farm owners, actually admired Tiezhu a bit and began regretting not listening when Tiezhu had promoted his farming model earlier. Li Guofu shot him a withering glance. Just wait. Once he gets injured, we'll be the only ones attending that city trade fair. Brother, you wouldn't be thinking. What are you thinking? Accidents happen in life. If he gets hurt later, what does that have to do with me? Alright, head back first. Wait for me to bring you good news. Tiezhu had no idea what Li Guofu was planning. All he knew was that in a few days, he'd be heading to the city for the trade fair. Such a golden opportunity, he planned to bring several poultry to the city. Who knows? Maybe someone at the fair would take a liking to his birds and place an order. Before heading to the city, Tiezhu needed to properly arrange the cooperative and farm operations. With only employees left at the farm and cooperative, he felt uneasy. That night, he specifically asked Lang to come over and help keep watch. After arranging for Lang, he was the only one left at the farm. Locking the farm gate, he stepped into the moonlight, intending to head home. Just as he turned, 7 shady-looking punks surrounded him. Tiezhu, right? You're the one who won the county breeding competition and is heading to the city? Tiezhu sized up the 7 men. Their clothes and hairstyles screamed thug. He nodded. That's right. You're not from our village, are you? What do you want? Protection money or something? I don't need your protection here. The leader, gripping a thick iron bar, spat out coldly, oh, protection money? You could hand it over willingly, but we're not here for that. We're here to cripple you. With that, he gave a signal, and all 7 men charged forward. Iron Pole could handle 1 or 2, but 7 was beyond him. Fortunately, he'd just given the pack a warning. The wolves hadn't gone far. Iron Pole whistled, and the wolves immediately turned back. The wolves, seeing the thugs about to beat Tiezhu all armed with iron rods and wooden clubs, charged forward, biting and tearing at the punks. They focused their attacks on the arms holding the weapons. The punks had never seen anything like this. Their clubs whirred through the air, but few blows landed on the wolves. Instead, they were the ones getting hit, their arms and legs torn by the wild beasts. Tiezhu feared the wild wolves might get the short end of the stick, so he turned and opened the iron gate, releasing the most aggressive flock of geese from the farm. Chapter 122, Watered Down Pork. The thugs stood back to back, fending off the wolves' attacks, never expecting the geese to join the fray. In the thugs' minds, the geese's attacks were no weaker than those of wild wolves. Once a goose latched onto you, it wouldn't let go easily. The young thugs clutched their arms or legs, watching the growing number of geese. Boss, let's get out of here, they cried. They're terrifying. Even the leader of the thugs now dared not confront Tiezhu. Nodding, he took off running. The rest scrambled to follow. From behind, Tiezhu called out with amusement, leaving already? Come back next time. The thugs snarled back, come back? That. 7 hoodlums, their bodies wrapped in bandages, stood before Li Guofu, brotherly, that Tiezhu is some kind of freak. We can't handle him. We advise you to give up. Li Guofu's face darkened. His methods, which had never failed before, had hit a wall with Tiezhu today. What could he do? The guy had a pack of wild wolves and geese as his army. Who could fight a pack of wolves? Tiezhu, clutching the recommendation letter from Deputy Town Chief Wu, traveled to the city by green skin train with Cuihua, carrying chickens, ducks, and fish from the farm. Stepping out of the station, Cuihua felt a bit out of place amid the bustling city. She rubbed her hands together nervously and asked, Brother Tiezhu, we're here for that trade exchange meeting, right? We're in the right place? Don't worry. Deputy Town Chief Wu wrote the address clearly. It's at the municipal state-owned hotel. The exchange starts at 3 p.m., so we'll arrive just in time for lunch. He held the letter of recommendation in his hand, which clearly stated the address and time of the city trade exchange. After double-checking it, he tucked it back into his coat. Then he hoisted the bamboo cages filled with chickens and ducks and the bucket of fish, took Cuihua's hand, and flagged down a tricycle to head toward the state-owned hotel. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a taxi, it was just that taxis in those days weren't available on demand. You had to book them in advance. Rickshaws, however, were plentiful. The city's state-run restaurant was much larger than the one in their county, a 3-story building whose glass doors alone looked upscale. After paying the fare, Tiezhu stepped off the tricycle and strode toward the entrance. The waitstaff at this state-run hotel showed no sign of favoring the wealthy over the poor. Being a hotel, they were swamped with work. Seeing a guest enter, they casually called out, "Find an empty seat yourself, and come to the front to order." Fortunately, a corner table was vacant. Tiezhu set down the bamboo basket and water bucket, asked Cuihua to wait there, and proceeded to the front desk to order. It was no wonder the city's state-run restaurant offered a much more extensive menu than the county one. Tiezhu casually ordered preserved vegetable pork belly, sweet and sour spare ribs, a seasonal vegetable dish, and 2 large bowls of rice before returning to their seats. The dishes arrived shortly, smelling delicious and looking tempting, though it remained to be seen how they tasted. Cuihua took a bite of the greens first, nodded, then tried the preserved vegetable pork belly. Something seemed off. Cuihua whispered in Tiezhu's ear, "Brother Tiezhu, try this pork. It tastes much blander than the pork from our village pig farm." Tiezhu picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, then tried a piece of spare ribs. It was true the meat wasn't firm at all. With each bite, his mouth filled with broth. Whether it was the dishes he ordered or the pork itself, the preserved vegetable braised pork belly tasted overwhelmingly of pickled mustard greens, while the sweet and sour spare ribs were dominated by the sweet and sour flavors, leaving little trace of the meat's natural taste. Tiezhu frowned slightly, glancing at the bustling restaurant. He decided to finish his meal with Cuihua first. After all, this state-run restaurant would host a trade exchange meeting in the afternoon. He could address this issue with the manager later. He ordered 2 extra bowls of plain noodles to fill his and Cuihua's stomachs first, leaving the 2 meat dishes untouched. After finishing their meal, Tiezhu asked a waiter for an old aluminum lunchbox to pack up the meat dishes. That way, he could bring them to the manager later that afternoon. Then he took Cuihua outside to wait. Waiting inside would take up space and draw unwanted attention. Customers came and went inside the restaurant. By 2:30 p.m., the crowd had finally thinned out. The manager hurriedly ordered the waitstaff to clear the dining hall quickly. The exchange meeting starts at 3 p.m. Move all these tables and chairs out now. Seeing the time was right, Tiezhu re-entered the restaurant. Hearing a waiter call out to the manager, he recognized the pot-bellied middle-aged man as the restaurant manager. "Hello, are you Manager G?" Manager G turned around. Seeing Tiezhu dressed in peasant clothes, he showed no sign of annoyance but asked, "That's me. Who are you? What can I do for you?" After introducing himself, Tiezhu pulled out the aluminum lunchbox filled with meat dishes and said, "The pork served here doesn't taste like normal pork. I suspect the pork your restaurant buys has been watered down." "Impossible. Our pork is all sourced from out of town, it couldn't be watered down pork." Before Manager G could respond, a waiter nearby blurted out. He knew this pork best the pig farm owner was his relative, so naturally he'd side with the farm owner. Manager G frowned and told the waiter to get back to work, but the man didn't leave. G didn't pursue it and instead countered Tiezhu, "Our pork comes through dedicated procurement channels and is inspected before purchase. What makes you say there's a problem with our pork? The proof is right here. This is the dish I ordered from your restaurant at noon. Just taste it yourself." Tiezhu opened the aluminum lunchbox, revealing the preserved vegetable pork belly and sweet and sour spare ribs inside. Manager G, skeptical yet curious, had someone fetch a pair of chopsticks. He needed to taste it first to confirm it was indeed from their restaurant. The male waiter scurried over with the chopsticks, already certain that half the dishes in Tiezhu's box were prepared by their restaurant's chef. But he retorted, "Who knows if you cooked this somewhere else to scam us? Watered down pork? More like your brains watered down. You talk too much. Get back to work." Manager G frowned and shooed him away. Though he'd only taken a couple of bites, the flavor was unmistakably their restaurant's chef's work. Yet the pork tasted off. Not only did it taste off, but it was different from what he ate every day. Manager G ate at the restaurant daily, but his meals were always brought to his office by waitstaff. He had never dined in the main dining hall like the customers. He never imagined the chef's cooking for him would be different from what the guests ate. His hand tightened around the chopsticks into a fist as he called out to the waiter, "Xiaoli, get Chef Wei over here." Xiaoli's heart sank. It was over. Manager G had definitely tasted the difference. It was all this country bumpkin's fault. If not for him, how would Manager G have discovered the pork issue? He shot Tiezhu a fierce glare before heading toward the kitchen. Chapter 123, Securing the Order. Chef Wei, who worked at the state-run restaurant for over a decade, heard Xiaoli say Manager G wanted him and had discovered the watered-down pork. He tried to reassure him, "It's fine, it's fine." So Manager G found out. "We're good friends. I'll put in a good word for you, and he'll forget about it in a few days." Xiaoli dared not believe his words. Manager G was notoriously strict in his management. They never dared make mistakes in front of him, dreading most of all when he'd tell them to go home and reflect, or order them not to come back for a week. Regardless, they had to face Manager G. The moment Manager G saw Chef Wei, he handed him Tiezhu's lunchbox. "Try it. Tell me what's wrong with it." Chef Wei already knew what this was about. He chuckled as he took the chopsticks from Manager G's hand, took a bite of the braised pork belly, and casually replied, "Nothing wrong with it. Just a bit cold." Manager G slammed the lunchbox onto the nearby table at this response. "You can't even taste that? You're not coming to work anymore. Hand the chef duties over to Xiao Fan." Chef Wei's face froze upon hearing this. He'd been working as the head chef for nearly a decade. How could they just replace him like that? He truly hadn't expected Manager G to be so ruthless, dismissing him outright. He glanced at Xiaoli, thinking better the devil you know than the devil you don't. Steeling himself, he declared, "The pork. There's something wrong with this pork, Manager G. It's not that I couldn't taste it. This pork was delivered by our supplier. I can't just ignore it completely, can I? What courtesy are you talking about? This is a state-run restaurant, not your family business. If you have any issues, report them directly to me. What courtesy are you referring to?" Manager G was genuinely furious. In all his years running the state-owned restaurant, he'd never imagined his staff would do something like this. Thankfully, the trade exchange hadn't started yet. If word got out at the meeting that their state-run restaurant was using watered-down pork, this place would never survive in the city. He shot a glance at Tiezhu before fixing his gaze back on Chef Wei and Little Li. "Old Wei, I'm docking 2 months' pay for past negligence. Any future incidents like this must be reported to me immediately. Xiaoli, you don't need to come in tomorrow. Bring that pork supplier relative of yours to see me. I want to ask him why he did this. If he doesn't show up, I'll go to the police myself." After dismissing the two, he instructed the other waitstaff to continue setting up the dining hall while he took Tiezhu to his office. Tiezhu first went outside to fetch Cuihua. He didn't know what kind of person Manager G was. If the manager didn't want him meddling and had him thrown out, accidentally hurting Cuihua would be trouble. Now it seemed Manager G was someone who could tell right from wrong. No wonder the state-run restaurant had been in business for over a decade. With such experience, it would be hard not to last. Inside the office, Manager G repeatedly thanked Tiezhu. "Thank you so much. If not for you, I'd never have known someone here was deceiving superiors and customers, serving watered-down pork to guests and hiding it from me." Tiezhu gave a sheepish grin. "No need to thank me. Just don't blame me for sticking my nose in where it doesn't belong. I can't handle all that gratitude. How is that meddling? Come, let's sit down and talk." Manager G pulled Tiezhu over and had him sit down on the sofa with Cuihua before continuing. "If you hadn't told me about this pork today, it wouldn't have been long before other customers complained. If this had been reported to the media or reached higher-ups, I'd have been in serious trouble as the manager of the state-owned restaurant. I'm truly grateful to you. Oh, and you mentioned you're here for today's trade exchange event, right? So these chickens, ducks, and fish are for the exhibition?" When Tiezhu and Cuihua entered Manager G's office, they placed the cages and buckets by the doorway. Manager G had already spotted the chickens, ducks, and fish inside. The chickens and ducks were lively and energetic, while the fish seemed a bit sluggish in the bucket, likely lacking oxygen. But Manager G could tell that the poultry Tiezhu had brought were of excellent quality. Following Manager G's gaze to the chickens and ducks, Tiezhu pulled out the quality inspection report from the last visit and said, "Here you go. This is the quality inspection report for our farm's poultry. I came to this exchange meeting on the recommendation of Deputy Town Mayor Wu, hoping to secure some orders." Manager G took the report, reviewed it, and nodded. "Your poultry and fish are of excellent quality. Unfortunately, I already have long-term suppliers for chickens, ducks, and fish. Unlike pork suppliers, these partnerships have been established for years. I'm afraid I can't place an order for your poultry." But then he quickly changed his mind. "Do you have any pig farms around there? Could you supply pork? We're currently short on suitable pork suppliers. If your village raises pigs, we could discuss a pork order." Taihan village did have a pig farm, but after thinking it over, Tiezhu declined. "Our village farm only has about 50 pigs. I roughly calculated your restaurant's daily pork consumption. It would take at least 5 pigs. Even if we slaughtered our entire herd, it wouldn't last your state-run restaurant 10 days. "Oh, well, that's too bad." Manager G lowered his head, racking his brain for a solution. He genuinely wanted to secure business for Tiezhu. Tonight's exchange event would draw many leaders, and they'd be hosting a dinner for them afterward. Tiezhu had helped uncover the watered-down pork issue, sparing him considerable trouble. Therefore, he absolutely had to secure several orders for Tiezhu. After pondering the details in the quality inspection report and the scale of Tiezhu's farm, he suddenly slapped his thigh. "The state-run restaurant is out of the question, but would you mind if the supply and marketing cooperative's order volume is smaller?" "Not at all. Of course not." Tiezhu's eyes lit up. If Manager G had asked him to supply the state-run restaurant, he might have hesitated. The state-run restaurant could buy out his entire poultry farm in a single month. Frankly, it wasn't a good fit for his operation. But the supply and marketing cooperative was different. The supply and marketing cooperative's poultry was for the general public. Citizens didn't buy every day, and not everyone bought every time. That would ease his pressure considerably. He nodded eagerly. "Which supply and marketing cooperative are you referring to? What's the approximate order size?" Manager G chuckled. "It's not a large order, about 30 poultry and 20 fish per day. But it's a long-term supply arrangement. I think it would suit you quite well." The supply and marketing cooperative he mentioned was located in Manager G's hometown county, a bit distant from Taihan village. But for Tiezhu, it was just right, a first step out of the county. By the time Manager G finished writing his letter of introduction, it was exactly 3 p.m. Tiezhu successfully attended the exchange meeting, securing not only the supply cooperative's first long-term order but also short-term orders from other business owners. Chapter 124, Ma Chang's Leg. Carrying the orders home, Tiezhu immediately dispatched workers to fulfill them. This batch of orders kept him busy for 3 straight days. After finishing, Tiezhu collapsed into a chair as Cuihua brought him hot tea. "Rest a bit first. You've been working non-stop on these orders without proper rest these past few days." Tiezhu downed the strong tea in one gulp, leaning back in his chair. "Cuihua, what do you think about me registering an individual farming company?" "Individual farming company? What's that for?" Cuihua hadn't heard the term before. Though news about individual entrepreneurship had been everywhere lately, Taihan village still had no individual businesses. Tiezhu sat up straight and explained simply, "An individual farming company means applying for a national individual business license. Once I have that certificate, doing business will be much easier. Then go ahead and apply. Does it cost money? Is it complicated?" "No, just register at the Administration for Industry and Commerce. I'll go tomorrow. Once I'm back, I can officially hire our villagers as workers. That real estate developer from out of town, Mr. Zhou, who said he was going to build an electronics factory. He disappeared after the police caught 2 spies here. He never said what happened to the factory. Anyway, he just vanished. Forget about villagers working for him, even the village chief said Mr. Zhou was unreliable. If Tiezhu starts his own business, he might not be able to hire every household, but he could certainly help out the villagers. Cuihua agreed with Tiezhu's idea of starting a private business. But today, she had some good news of her own. She pulled up a stool beside him, rested her chin in her hands, and said, "There's something I want to tell you." Tiezhu smiled and ruffled her hair, messing up the top of her head. "Go ahead, what is it?" "Need my help? My brother, he can stand up now. He still needs a cane, but he doesn't need me or my sister-in-law to help him up anymore. He said he wants to go to the hospital tomorrow for a checkup to see when he'll be fully recovered." "Really? That's fantastic." This came as a surprise to Tiezhu too. "Tomorrow, I'll take Brother Chang to the hospital first, then go apply for an individual business license. Once I'm done, I'll come back to the hospital to pick you both up." He nodded in agreement. This arrangement worked perfectly. Not many people are applying for individual business licenses at the Administration for Industry and Commerce right now, so the process should be quick. By the time he finishes and returns to the hospital, Ma Chang should have just finished his checkup. Cuihua didn't want him to take Ma Qiang and refused. No need. We'll just take the bus. You should focus on your own business first. When we come back tomorrow night, we'll just tell you the good news then." "That won't do. I must personally take Brother Chang to the hospital." Over the past half year, he'd gathered many medicinal herbs from the mountains. After Ma Chang had applied the ointment for so long, he needed to see for himself whether it was the ointment that had enabled Ma Chang to stand again. Cuihua couldn't persuade him otherwise, so she let him ride a tricycle to take them to the county town. At the county hospital, Cuihua stayed with Ma Chang to see his attending physician while Tiezhu went to apply for an individual business license. The process went exactly as he'd expected. No fees were required. He simply submitted the necessary documents, and within half an hour, the license was ready. Tiezhu paid the processing fee, collected his business license, and hurried back to the hospital without pausing to examine it. At the hospital, Ma Chang had already completed all his tests. After receiving the reports, the attending physician walked straight out of the consultation room, leaving Ma Chang and the others behind. When Tiezhu arrived, he saw only the three of them in the room, no sign of the doctor. "Where's the doctor? Did he step out or something? Why are you guys the only ones here?" Cuihua shook her head. "The doctor just left with the report. He didn't say whether brother's test results were good or bad." Ma Chang felt uneasy. Though the doctor hadn't said anything, his expression seemed to suggest something was wrong with the report. Xiulian placed a reassuring hand on Ma Chang's shoulder. "It's fine. You're able to walk now. The results must be good." Tiezhu agreed. "It must be because your recovery is so astonishing that the doctor was surprised." Not to brag, but his ointment formula came straight from the system. Anything made according to its instructions was guaranteed to work wonders. Sure enough, the attending physician returned with an elderly doctor in tow. The old doctor grabbed Ma Chang's arm as soon as he saw him. "That report is yours, right? What medicine have you been using these past few months? Could you show me that ointment? Maybe we can mass produce it. I have 2 patients with back injuries who can't stand up. Could they use your ointment?" Ma Chang looked helplessly at Tiezhu. The ointment had been given to him by Tiezhu, and he really couldn't explain it clearly. "Oh, that ointment is a family recipe passed down through generations, made with fresh herbs from the mountains. If you find it useful, I can give you the formula." He was more than willing to contribute to helping others. He immediately wrote down the formula. The old doctor nodded repeatedly in agreement, snatched the formula, and dashed out. The attending physician gave an embarrassed smile. "Sorry, that's a provincial expert specializing in cases of hemiplegia and loss of mobility." He got a bit excited seeing an effective rehabilitation method. No problem. It's understandable." The 4 of them were also delighted, pleased that Ma Chang's legs had shown such a positive outcome. The attending physician returned to his seat and began explaining Ma Chang's medical report. It turned out Ma Chang's legs had suffered damage from nerves to bones. Although the doctors had performed surgery at the time, they couldn't guarantee he would be able to stand again, given the abnormal nerve reflexes. However, after treatment with the ointment, the neurons in both of Ma Chang's legs were now functioning normally. Although he still had a way to go before a full recovery, he could now walk with crutches without any problems. With continued medication, he would be able to run again in the future. Hearing the news, Ma Chang's eyes welled up with tears. Cuihua exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, see? I told you listening to Brother Tiezhu was the right choice. You'll be back to your old self in no time. Tiezhu, I owe you everything. If not for you, I might still be bedridden. Thank you." Tiezhu quickly took Ma Chang's hand. "Brother Chang, let's not be so formal. With you better, my wife has someone to rely on now. And if Cuihua argues with me, I'll be afraid of getting scolded by you. She'll have someone to lean on too. This is all good news. Let's go home and celebrate." "Right, celebrate. Tiezhu, tell your parents not to cook tonight. Come over to my place. I'll whip up something special for you both. Let's celebrate properly." Xiulian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Such joyous news deserved a proper feast to celebrate. She was sure Tiezhu's parents would be happy for them too. Chapter 125, Speculation and Profiteering. Tiezhu's parents were genuinely happy for Ma Chang. Over dinner that night, both families envisioned their future together. Ma Chang drained his small glass of white liquor, his cheeks flushed as he said, "Tiezhu, you and Cuihua should get married soon, right?" "That's right, Tiezhu. Now that our circumstances have improved and the house is renovated, you should marry Cuihua soon." Tiezhu's mother always loved urging him to marry. Normally, she feared pestering him too much, but since Ma Chang had brought it up first, she joined in the urging. Tiezhu turned to look at Cuihua. Her face was flushed crimson, and he couldn't help but reach under the table and take her small hand. "Alright, you two decide the date. I'll leave it up to you." With his broad agreement, Tiezhu's mother and Xiao Lian hurriedly fetched the perpetual calendar, flipping through page after page to find an auspicious date. The 18th of next month, that day is auspicious. Too late. The 28th of next month is also good, favorable for weddings. After much discussion, they still couldn't decide. Finally, Tiezhu's father stepped in. "Tomorrow, go ask the old man at the village chief's house to pick a date. He knows these things. Tiezhu, you shouldn't just sit around either. Start gathering and buying the things needed for the wedding: new clothes, furniture, whatever you need." "Right, we don't really know what young people need for weddings these days. Tiezhu, you go buy it, your father will cover the cost." Tiezhu's mother chimed in. How much money could his parents possibly have? It was all the living expenses Tiezhu gave them. Tiezhu chuckled, "No need for your money. I earn it for this very purpose. Tomorrow I'll take Cuihua into town. I promise we'll buy everything we need, not a single item left behind." Early the next morning, Tiezhu took Cuihua into town. Spending money on the wedding and on Cuihua he was more than willing. "We'll buy a TV so you can watch at home. And a washing machine that'll make laundry so much easier. No need for a radio, who buys one when you have a TV? And a refrigerator, I wonder if they even sell those around here. Last time I went to the city, the state-run restaurant had several. In summer, we could freeze some popsicles, so refreshing. Oh, and I'll get you a bicycle. Is there anything big you want? You definitely need a new dress, and matching leather shoes just like the women in town who play clack down the streets. And don't forget new clothes and shoes for brother Chang and his wife." Tiezhu kept rattling off things to buy, while Cuihua covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. "You want to buy everything? Do we have enough tickets and money?" "Haha, we've got plenty. I've been preparing for months now. Whatever you want, I've got the tickets." He hadn't just started preparing months ago, he'd been scheming to get tickets the moment he started earning money. Tickets for TVs, refrigerators, he'd already secured them from Boss Chen or Lu Guozhong. But their home was still that dilapidated shack, the conditions were too poor. He worried about where to store the appliances. When they arrived at the state-run store in town, a long line stretched outside. Tiezhu inquired and learned that the store was so crowded that customers had to queue to enter. Tiezhu and Cuihua had no choice but to join the end of the line, otherwise they wouldn't get inside the store. Standing in line, the two whispered about what they planned to buy. At some point, a man wearing a hat appeared beside Tiezhu, head bowed. He squeezed close and whispered, "Got any treasury bonds? I'll take them for 105 yuan, all you've got." Tiezhu paused, shook his head, and the man turned to approach someone else. Cuihua asked curiously, "Why would someone want to buy treasury bonds from us? Do we look like the type who have them?" Probably heard we're buying a lot of stuff, so he guessed we must have some. Tiezhu had been raising livestock in the village and had never heard of anyone owning treasury bonds. This man's appearance reminded him of something. Right now, treasury bond prices varied across the country. Most people venturing into business went south to buy goods and shipped them north to sell, rarely thinking about treasury bonds. If he remembered correctly, treasury bonds were cheaper in the south than here. If he could buy bonds down south and bring them back to sell to the bank. Tiezhu glanced at the line ahead of him. There were still over 30 people waiting, and only one person emerged from the store every 3 or 5 minutes. By the time it was their turn to enter, it would easily take at least an hour. Turning his head, he glanced again at the man who wanted to buy treasury bonds, now growing increasingly distant. After a moment's thought, Tiezhu whispered, "Cuihua, stay in line here. I'll be back soon." Then he went to find that man. "You want treasury bonds? Got some inside scoop?" Hearing Tiezhu's question, the man's eyes widened momentarily before he pulled Tiezhu toward the edge of an alley. "Brother, you're looking to buy or sell treasury bonds? I do have some information, but it doesn't come cheap." The man cautiously scanned the surroundings twice before speaking in a hushed tone. This felt more like it. Even though individual businesses were starting to develop now, reselling treasury bonds was still considered illegal speculation. Better safe than sorry. Tiezhu pulled out 20 yuan and shoved it into the man's hand. Without even looking, the man stuffed the money into his pocket. "Let me tell you, around here, we buy 100 yuan treasury bonds for 105 yuan, but if you take them to the next province and sell them to a bank or exchange, you can get 115 yuan. So you're buying these bonds here to sell them in the next province?" "Exactly. But you can't do it like me, there are too few people with treasury bonds around here. If you want to get into this, I suggest you head to Fei City. I hear bonds there are only 92 yuan. Take them next door and you can make a 20 yuan profit either way. Tiezhu had already considered flipping treasury bonds and the man's words made him even more tempted. But he didn't know the exact price, so he had to keep asking the man. Is your info reliable? As reliable as it gets. My cousin works at a bank far away, she told me. Otherwise, why would I be asking around for treasury bonds? I'm not looking for trouble. So do you know where the prices are lowest and highest? Of course. Didn't I just say Feisher has the lowest prices? For the highest, you'd have to go to Wang Hu. I hear the supply is scarce there, so the prices are high. Why don't you go to those two places? The man looked a bit awkward and hesitant. It's too far away, and if something happens, I'd lose both my money and my life. That's true. If I only have a few thousand yuan, even if I could make a 30 yuan profit difference by running between the two places, a round trip would only net me a few hundred yuan. Not worth it. Tiezhu thanked her and returned to Cuihua's side. Cuihua asked curiously, Brother Tiezhu, where did you go just now? Nothing much. Just found someone to talk to. He wouldn't tell Cuihua he was planning to resell treasury bonds. That sort of thing was best done discreetly, without worrying his family. Chapter 126, Eliminating a Public Nuisance. Tiezhu was a man of action. With some cash on hand and plans to expand his farm and upgrade its technology, he knew he couldn't do it without money. After spending a day arranging matters for the cooperative, Tiezhu pocketed all his savings 18,000 yuan and headed out. The entire sum was in 10 yuan notes, taking up nearly all the space in his trunk. He wrapped the stack layer upon layer newspaper, short-sleeved shirts, long-sleeved shirts, a cotton coat, almost wishing he could add a layer of sheet metal. Once aboard the train, he clutched the suitcase to his chest. No matter the stares from fellow passengers, he refused to let go. At every stop along the way, his hands never left the suitcase except to buy a newspaper from the train window. His excessive vigilance deterred many thieves from approaching. Though the contents in his arms clearly held great value, his constant alertness made them too difficult to steal. Tiezhu bought newspapers mainly to track treasury bond prices across different regions. It wasn't that he doubted the man's word, but the information in the papers was more precise. By the time the train reached Feisher, having stopped over a dozen times, he'd bought just as many newspapers. He'd initially wondered if the man's information might be inaccurate, but the bond prices in the papers confirmed it. Wang Hu bonds were indeed the most expensive along this route. His mind made up, Tiezhu safely exited Fei City Station. He immediately inquired at the local exchange, confirming they sold treasury bonds at just 94 yuan. He then checked into the nearest guest house for the night. Early the next morning, he staked out the exchange entrance before it opened. The exchange resembled a prison at that hour. Staff sat behind iron bars, with small oval windows through which money or treasury bonds could be passed. As soon as the staff settled behind the bars and the small window opened, Tiezhu placed his money-filled parcel on the counter and pushed it forward, 18,000 yuan. Buy all in treasury bonds. His bundle was too large to fit through the window, so he had to open it and stuff in wads of cash by hand. The clerk inside twitched his ears, thinking he'd misheard, and pressed, How many do you want? What did you just say? 18,000. This is $18,000. I want to buy all of it in treasury bonds. Today's treasury bond price was lower than yesterday's, only 90, so he could buy 200 bonds. Such a large sum of cash caught the manager's attention. After confirming Tiezhu intended to buy all the treasury bonds, he opened the iron gate beside him. Come on in. Take your money and come through here. Tiezhu picked up his bundle and entered through the iron gate. People behind him murmured in speculation, why was Tiezhu allowed inside? Or why was he buying so many treasury bonds? Tiezhu paid them no mind. Once inside the inner office, he confirmed his investment with the manager and exchanged the large bundle of cash for 200 treasury bonds. After borrowing the exchange's restroom to tuck the bonds into the small front pocket of his underwear, Tiezhu left the exchange and headed straight for the train station. There was a train today that could take him directly to Wang Hu. Calculating the time, he could arrive just before the exchange closed. At the Wang Hu exchange, he sold the 200 treasury bills he'd acquired. This trip netted him 6,000 yuan. What a windfall! 6,000 in a single day. In an era when the average monthly wage was around 100 yuan, he had earned in one go what others made in 5 years, truly staggering. But Tiezhu didn't stop there. He had told his family he'd be away on business for half a month. For the next 2 weeks, he crisscrossed the country, selling newspapers wherever he went. By the time he returned home with 230,000 yuan, his suitcase was stuffed with newspapers, while the money was safely sent home via postal money order. On this final train journey, he carried little cash. Once aboard, he relaxed considerably. He stowed the bundles of newspapers under his hard sleeper berth, made sure the money order was safely tucked away, and then drifted off to sleep on the hard berth. The green train clattered along its tracks as Tiezhu slept soundly on his bunk. He had no idea how long he'd been asleep when suddenly, Tiezhu was slapped across the face. Iron Pillar reacted quickly. Though he'd been sleeping, his sleep was light. He'd even noticed the person in the next bunk getting up for water. The slap made him snap awake. He grabbed the hand that had struck him and shouted, "Catch the thief! Someone's stealing! Everyone, wake up! Help, call the conductor!" His cry roused the passengers who had been sleeping through the night. The quiet carriage erupted into chaos. Several people checked their luggage and shouted, "My money! My money's been stolen! Heartless thief! That was my life savings, my father's medical money!" Some passengers moved to attack the thief. But Iron Column held him fast, and the thief couldn't break free. He swung his fists at Iron Column. All the while, he yelled, "You poor schmuck! If you hadn't wrapped that newspaper so thickly, I wouldn't have gotten so angry. I wouldn't have beaten you up, and I wouldn't have gotten caught by you." Too bad he never got his chance. Not only did the flight attendant and police officer rush over, but all the passengers who'd been robbed crowded into Tiezhu's compartment. The police officer took the thief away, while the attendant helped verify the passengers who had been robbed. All the victims followed the attendant to her compartment, and only then did Tiezhu breathe a sigh of relief. He never imagined a bundle of newspapers collected over half a month would catch a thief's eye. The bundle, dragged out from under the hard sleeper by the thief, lay exposed on the floor. A deep slash cut through the newspapers. The thief had likely assumed Tiezhu had hidden the money inside, which is why more than half of the upper layer of papers had been slashed open. The old man in the adjacent hard sleeper berth watched Tiezhu tidy up the parcel and newspapers. He pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Tiezhu. "That was a bold move, luring the thief out like that. You've rid the public of a menace." Tiezhu waved it off. "Thanks, sir, but I don't smoke. This was unintentional. I never meant to catch a thief. Just a coincidence, nothing more. Why buy so many newspapers? Are you reselling them? Why not just get today's paper?" Seeing he declined, the old man tucked the cigarette behind his ear and lit one for himself. Despite his age, his eyes were sharp. He immediately noticed the different dates on the newspapers. Half a month's worth of papers, over a dozen copies each day. Tiezhu could practically open a newsstand with all those papers he was carrying back. Tiezhu just chuckled without explanation. He was still relieved that he'd sent the money back, otherwise he'd have regretted it terribly. But this little incident had its silver lining. He helped the conductor catch a thief, and before he got off the train, the attendant gave him a small gift, nothing valuable, just some specialty snacks sold on board. Chapter 127, Dividing the Money. Upon arrival, Tiezhu didn't discard the slashed newspapers. He carried them to the post office, presented the remittance slip, and withdrew his share of 230,000 yuan. From the manager down to the staff, everyone at the post office gathered to watch when they learned such a large sum was being withdrawn. The most they'd ever seen withdrawn was a 4-digit sum. A 6-figure withdrawal was unheard of. Had Tiezhu not called ahead to confirm with the originating post office, which provided verification, they might not have had enough cash on hand to fulfill the withdrawal. 23,000 yuan in large denomination notes, packed into 2 black leather briefcases. The post office manager kindly inquired, "How about it? Would you like us to send someone to escort you home with the money?" This was 230,000 yuan. If anyone knew the black leather briefcases in Tiezhu's hands contained cash, they'd surely get evil ideas. If it got snatched, it would be disastrous. Tiezhu shook his head. "No need. You've already arranged a taxi for me, right? As long as it gets me to my destination." Taxis were notoriously hard to hail around here, and the post office had gone to great lengths to secure one for him. The manager felt a bit disappointed that Tiezhu didn't need his help. An individual with that much cash must have a reliable source of income, whether through business or other means, and making connections with such a person would certainly be advantageous. Tiezhu smiled as he bid farewell to the post office staff. Shouldering a large bundle of newspapers and carrying 2 black briefcases, he hopped into the taxi and sped off home. As soon as he got home, he called his parents and Cuihua into his room. After drawing the curtains, he turned on the lights. Tiezhu's parents and Cuihua had no idea what he was up to. His mother chuckled, "What's going on here? Is it something you can't show people?" "It really is something I can't show anyone. I'm afraid if I do, someone might try to rob or harm me." Tiezhu opened the black leather briefcase on his bed and tipped it upside down. Money spilled out in a shower, scattering across the mattress. "Tiezhu, what is this? What have you been doing these past months?" Tiezhu's father was stunned by the sight of the money. The mountain of cash piled on the bed was more than he could have imagined even 10 years from now. Tiezhu had been sending home 500 yuan each month, which his father thought was already plenty. But this mountain of cash on the bed, just how much money was it? Cuihua saw the money and immediately grew worried. "Tiezhu, you didn't earn this through anything shady, did you? Or did you get into some dangerous situation? Are you hurt? Let me check you over." Tiezhu rolled his eyes and ruffled her hair. "Is this how you think of me? Do I look like the type to do bad things?" Only then did he recount his 2-week adventure in scalping treasury bonds to the 3 of them. Tiezhu's father's eyes grew brighter as he listened. "By the end," he said, "if it's such easy money, why did you come back after only half a month? Why not make more?" "Oh dear, you just don't understand your son's mind. He makes it sound simple, but it must have been incredibly difficult." Tiezhu's mother felt heartbroken just thinking about him spending every day on trains, eating poorly and sleeping badly. Though the money on the bed was substantial, she could tell from his words that Tiezhu had been queuing outside the exchange before dawn every day, sleeping only on the train. Earning money this way had worn him thin. Just look at the dark circles under his eyes. This money doesn't come easy. Originally, Tiezhu's father had considered trying this himself. But upon reflection, he realized he lacked Tiezhu's sharp instincts and endurance. He could only give up the idea and stay home to help Tiezhu manage the farm. On the bed, Tiezhu divided the money into 3 piles. This pile is 130,000 yuan. Mom, take it to the bank to deposit. If our family needs anything later, or if I need something, I'll come to you. These 80,000 yuan, I'll use them in a couple of days to buy supplies for the farm. There's still a lot needed there. Once I get everything, managing the farm will be easier for you both. The remaining 20,000 yuan, Cuihua, is for you. Consider it extra betrothal money. Use it to renovate your family home. Keep the rest. Should any urgent need arise when I'm away, at least you won't worry about funds. If Chang wants to start something, you can give him this as seed money. Tiezhu's mother happily stuffed the money back into her black leather purse. Seeing the Time bank was still open, she hurried off to deposit it. Cuihua, however, dared not take the 20,000 yuan. Earlier, they'd agreed 500 yuan as a dowry was more than enough. She never imagined Tiezhu would return after half a month, pull out 20,000 yuan without batting an eye, and demand it as additional dowry money. She'd never seen so much money in her life. How could she possibly accept it? Tiezhu's mother urged her, take it quickly. Tell your brother to renovate your house, immediately tear it down and rebuild it if necessary. Then you can marry from that new home. It'll be perfect. She genuinely wanted Cuihua to accept the money. Though it was a substantial sum, it wouldn't have been possible without the Ma family's initial kindness to the Tai family. Without that, Tiezhu wouldn't be where he was today, and they certainly wouldn't have seen 230,000 yuan in cash. Besides, she knew Cuihua genuinely cared for her son Tiezhu. In the future, even treating Cuihua like royalty wouldn't be too much. Alright, take it home now. I'll go with you to the bank. Tiezhu's father urged her twice, then Tiezhu's mother followed them out, insisting on going to the bank together. He couldn't rest easy. An old woman carrying that much cash, what if she got robbed? Robbery was one thing, but knowing his wife's temperament, if she ever faced a robber, she'd fight to the death rather than let go. If someone got killed in a botched robbery attempt, that would truly be the death of him. But Iron Pillar's mom found his nagging and fussing annoying and refused to let him tag along. Watching his parents bicker their way out the door, Tiezhu stowed away the remaining cash. He tore a dozen newspaper sheets and wrapped the 20,000 yuan in several layers. Stop hesitating, he said. I'll drive you home. The money meant to be distributed couldn't be opposed by Cuihua, and the 20,000 yuan was ultimately delivered to the Ma family. As for the 80,000, Tiezhu had already planned how to use it. The next day, he went straight to Deputy Town Chief Wu. Wu oversaw economic affairs, so if Tiezhu wanted something, asking him was the right move. He went straight to Deputy Mayor Wu without an appointment, and Wu really didn't have time to see him. But Lu Guozhong did. In the town government building, Lu Guozhong's office, the secretary's office, he poured Tiezhu a cup of hot tea. Bad timing. Deputy Mayor Wu was called away for a meeting by the mayor. If you have anything, you can talk to me first. Tiezhu didn't drink the tea or beat around the bush. He stated his purpose directly. I'd like to ask where I can buy a feed processing machine. The feed at the farm is manually mixed and processed twice, and it takes one person half a day just to prepare a day's worth of feed. It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. I've been wanting to find a way to improve this for a long time. Moreover, it wasn't just for their own use. Seeing how well his poultry thrived, villagers from Taihan village also bought feed from him. Without a feed processor, it was truly inconvenient. Chapter 128, Braised Goose in an Iron Pot. He had inquired at the machinery factory in town, but they neither produced nor researched feed processors, otherwise he wouldn't have come to Deputy Town Mayor Wu. Fortunately, Lu Guozhong knew exactly which machinery factory sold feed processors and gave him a direct lead. Mingtai County Machinery Manufacturing Plant makes feed processors. I don't know what kind you need, but there should be what you're looking for. With the address and factory details, Tiezhu could handle it himself. Thanks a ton, you've really helped me out. Once I get the processor, I'll treat you to a meal, you and Deputy Town Chief Wu together. With that, he prepared to leave, needing to hurry to Mingtai County to buy the feed processor. Lu Guozhong called after him, you started a company, right? Go get a phone line set up ASAP. It'll make staying in touch much easier once you have a phone. Tiezhu had genuinely forgotten about telephones. Aside from using them a few times in town, he'd completely overlooked this communication tool. He planned to apply for a landline at the post office after buying the feed processor. If he could get one for home too, he'd apply for two. A direct minibus ran to Mingtai County. The minibus was packed to the brim. Tiezhu squeezed his way onto the crowded vehicle. Seeing the cabin filled with passengers and the poultry, eggs, and vegetables piled on the floor, he gave up on finding a seat. Instead, he found a spot to stand, gripping the handrail tightly to keep from falling. The minibus took a full 2 hours to reach Mingtai County. Even after arriving, Tiezhu had to ask for directions before finally finding the Mingtai County machinery manufacturing plant. The factory offered two types of feed processors, a large one and a small one. The large model was unnecessary for Tiezhu's farm, as it was designed for operations handling thousands of poultry. It cost 4 or 5 times more than the smaller one. But after considering the scale of his farm and anticipating future expansion, Tiezhu decided to buy the larger feed processor. He didn't have to squeeze onto a minibus for the return trip. The machinery factory arranged for delivery, sending a truck to transport the feed processor to Taihan village. Tiezhu rode back in the truck. The truck's cargo bed held this heavy, imposing machine. As soon as it arrived in Iron Hero village, villagers gathered to watch. Tiezhu directed the machinery factory crew to unload the machine at the farm. After the truck departed, he began testing it. He simply needed to load various feed ingredients into the machine according to the prescribed ratios. The machine would then chop and mix the feed. Following the process, it could also perform high-temperature cooking. Villagers gathered outside the farm's fence pointed and chattered about the massive contraption inside. Someone called out to Tiezhu inside the yard, "Tiezhu, what's this big thing for? It took a huge truck to bring it here, did it cost a fortune?" Tiezhu poured a sack of corn grits into the machine, stood up, and replied with a smile, "This is a feed processor." It was indeed quite expensive, but it makes mixing feeds so much easier and saves on labor. "Hey, but you just leave this machine out here at the farm? Aren't you worried it'll get stolen?" Someone nearby chuckled, "Who could even move a machine this big? Unless they dismantled it, but thieves wouldn't know how to take it apart. Come on, even if they stole it, they probably couldn't sell it. Our whole village only has one machine like this. Anyone daring to steal it would definitely be caught." The speaker meant no harm, but the words struck a chord with Tiezhu. Though he trusted his neighbor's integrity, too many people disliked him now. The owner of the neighboring town's farm, Wang Hu's family, who knows? Maybe one day someone really would come to steal his machine. Better to prepare early. After fine-tuning the machine, Tiezhu hired workers to reinforce the farm's fence with an extra layer of thorny brambles. The iron thorns were covered in sharp spikes impossible to cut or dismantle without welding them shut. Let the thieves try their luck. But beyond physical defenses, Tiezhu actually formed an army of geese, just as he'd once boasted. Nearly 200 geese were divided into 3 squads, patrolling the farm in shifts every day. If they spotted strangers on the premises outside working hours, they'd attack. Guaranteed to leave those intruders with a few chunks of flesh missing from their mouths. With this double layer of protection, Tiezhu finally felt somewhat at ease. Even when he wasn't around, his parents could keep watch over the farm. He replicated the same security measures at the county farm, though without geese, he had to deploy the pigs to patrol instead. Having promised to treat Deputy Town Mayor Wu and Lu Guozhong to a meal, Tiezhu spent a whole month getting the telephone line installed. As soon as it was set up, he called Lu Guozhong to invite them over for a meal. This time, they wouldn't go to the state-run restaurant. Instead, they would gather at Tiezhu's home, his newly renovated house, where his mother and Cuihua would cook the meal. Deputy Town Chief Wu readily agreed. He hadn't visited Tiezhu in a while and was actually craving his big geese. Lu Guozhong drove Deputy Town Chief Wu to Taihan village. The two first toured the upgraded farm with its new equipment and improved facilities before heading to Tiezhu's home to savor an authentic, locally prepared goose stew. It's still your geese that do it best. Not only is the meat firm, but it's stewed to perfection. Deputy Town Chief Wu took a bite of the goose leg Tiezhu had served him, tearing off a juicy piece of meat. The flavorful goose was fragrant and delicious. He hadn't had this in ages. Tiezhu kept scooping plump, tender goose meat into their bowls, asking curiously, "What's got you so busy lately? You wouldn't be too busy to even eat a goose, would you?" "You bet we're busy," Lu Guozhong replied, taking a bite of goose and a sip of wine. "Remember when you went to see Deputy Town Chief Wu last time? He was in a meeting. Since then, we haven't had a moment's rest. The town chief keeps harping on the directives from the higher-ups about boosting the economy and ensuring every citizen and villager lives a moderately prosperous life. But that's not something we can just talk our way into." Lu Guozhong got tipsy easily, and since Tiezhu was no stranger, he spilled all his recent troubles in one go. Deputy Town Chief Wu was still lucid. He let out a sigh, warning Lu Guozhong not to speak recklessly. But he was annoyed too. When it came to development, he hadn't shirked his responsibilities. Yet the more he did, the more the mayor demanded of him. Lately, he'd been on the verge of collapse. Today, coming over to Tiezhu's place was a welcome chance to slack off. But after a few more cups of wine, he gradually opened up. "Tell me," he mused, "why is it so hard to find anything worth selling in this town? Where to sell it?" Tiezhu asked purely out of curiosity. He'd come to realize that the higher the rank, the more troubles one had. Deputy Mayor Wu sipped his drink and said, "Sell it elsewhere. Sell it farther away. Sell it to other provinces. We have our own trucking companies and transport teams here. Why is it so hard to find something to sell?" He was deeply troubled. He kept talking about developing the economy, helping people secure business deals, and promoting policies. Why was it so hard to boost their town's economy? Chapter 129, Zhao Jinbao, the transport team boss. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could Lu Guozhong. He'd witnessed Deputy Town Chief Wu's recent struggles firsthand, but not knowing how to help, he could only offer more care and support in their daily interactions. Tiezhu asked curiously, "Do you have any news about the transport team?" "Yes," Deputy Town Chief Wu nodded. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he looked up at Tiezhu. "Right. You need one. Your farm is." "Yes. Could you connect me? I really need a transport team." Earlier, the state-run restaurant in the city had referred an order to him. He went to negotiate. Previously, they handled their own deliveries, and when the order volume was low, they were willing to make the trips themselves. But now demand had surged, and they lacked the manpower to expand their order capacity. This was Tiezhu's worry. He'd considered delivering goods himself, but he couldn't drive and hadn't bought a vehicle. Acquiring a car wasn't something he could just do. Only state-owned enterprises had the authority to purchase vehicles. Otherwise, he'd need some capital backing. As a small individual entrepreneur, he had no such resources. There was no other way. He could only deliver as much as he could manage, barely keeping the orders going. When he heard Deputy Town Mayor Wu had connections to a transport team, he knew he had to use them. His demand was huge. He now supplied over 10 supply and marketing cooperatives, and a truck to haul goods would be perfect. Deputy Town Chief Wu immediately responded, "If you need it, that's great. I'll make some calls in a couple of days. Arrange a proper meal, and I'll bring the people from that side. You two can discuss it properly." With Deputy Town Chief Wu acting as the intermediary, what else could he possibly worry about? 2 days later, he dined at the county's state-run restaurant with Zhao Jinbao, the big boss of the transportation industry. Zhao Jinbao was tall and sturdy, with a generous demeanor. After greeting Deputy Town Chief Wu, he introduced himself to Tiezhu and sat down. Deputy Town Chief Wu had business to attend to, so after introducing everyone, he excused himself. Tiezhu, always blunt, kept urging everyone to drink throughout the meal. Halfway through, he cut straight to the point, "I need a truck. The main route will be to supply and marketing cooperatives in these towns, transporting chicken, duck, and goose eggs, plus live fish. Can you handle that?" Zhao Jinbao didn't seem to have any issues. "A truck? I've got a fleet here. Pick any one you like. But what's the cost?" "Cost? Why use that word instead of price?" Tiezhu was puzzled but didn't press. He waited for Zhao Jinbao to name his price. Zhao Jinbao wasn't one to beat around the bush like Tiezhu. He changed the subject. "I hear your farm's doing quite well. Must be raking in some serious cash." "Fair enough. If you're shipping chickens, ducks, and geese by truck, you're definitely making a pretty penny daily. I wonder if your farm could use another owner." Tiezhu didn't answer. He lifted his wine glass, took a sip, and tilted his head. "Are you the one who wants to be that partner?" Zhao Jinbao chuckled twice. "You're sharp, kid. That's exactly what I mean." It seemed Zhao Jinbao wanted quite a bit. Tiezhu lowered his head. "How much of a stake are you looking to take?" Zhao Jinbao didn't speak. Instead, he placed his palm flat on the table and tapped it 3 times with his fingers. 30%, he said. 30% means an investment of 20,000. Tiezhu estimated the farm's current market value. Though not the largest in the surrounding villages, it boasted the best and most abundant live poultry. With a market value of 70,000, 30% would be around 20,000, so he quoted 20,000. But unexpectedly, Zhao Jinbao, who had been smiling moments before, suddenly changed his expression. His face went blank as he said, "I've never once paid real money for a stake in a business." His meaning was crystal clear. He wanted a free ride on Tiezhu's shares. There was no way Tiezhu would agree to that. He raised his wine glass to toast Zhao Jinbao. "Mr. Zhao, with your vast business empire, you surely wouldn't bother with my little farm. I'll continue managing my modest operation myself. No need for your concern. If feasible, I'd be happy to pay you transportation fees based on mileage. If not, we can still part ways amicably. I hope you enjoy this banquet." With that, he downed the entire glass in one gulp. Zhao Jinbao's expression darkened with each word from Tiezhu. He'd never encountered such an uncooperative individual before. "Don't think I'll let you off just because you were introduced by Deputy Town Chief Wu. That dry share in the farm, whether he gives it or not, he's giving it." He stood up, about to show Tiezhu the reality of the situation, but before he could do anything, the door to the private dining room swung open. Deputy Town Chief Wu walked in from outside. He shed his coat as he walked, apologizing profusely. "My apologies, my apologies. The mayor called me away on business. I'll drink to that. How about you? Have you settled things?" Zhao Jinbao, who had been about to discipline Tiezhu, suddenly hesitated. Instead of acting rashly, he immediately hooked his arm around Tiezhu's neck. "Great, excellent. We've settled everything. I'll send a truck tomorrow to transport your goods. You can rest assured." Tiezhu could tell this man still had some dignity left, mainly because Deputy Mayor Wu was present. Had Wu not come, he might not have been able to walk away unscathed just now. However, Deputy Town Chief Wu, hearing Zhao Jinbao's words, felt quite pleased with himself. He hadn't expected that even in his absence, the two had managed to seal the deal. He was quite satisfied. Even after the meal ended, Deputy Town Chief Wu remained unaware of what had transpired at the table. Tiezhu simply hadn't bothered to tell him no need to upset Deputy Mayor Wu over it. The next morning, Zhao Jinbao actually had a truck sent over. He insisted his vehicle must assist, reasoning that since everything had been done openly in front of Deputy Mayor Wu, it wouldn't be right not to provide a truck. As he spoke, Zhao Jinbao's driver stepped forward to help Tiezhu load the poultry, eggs, and fish onto the truck. Cuihua watched the overly familiar driver and didn't know what to do. She anxiously asked Tiezhu, "Is he here to help with the transport? Are we just letting him take our things like this?" Tiezhu half opened his eyes, watching the driver load the poultry onto the truck according to the order. He said, "It's fine. I'll be getting on the truck soon. He is indeed transporting what we need to send out. Don't worry about it." Cuihua wanted to intervene, but as a woman, how could she possibly stand up to this driver? She could only watch anxiously as Tiezhu boarded the truck and the vehicle drove away. Tiezhu climbed in, offered the driver a cigarette, and asked, "What's your name, sir? Do you know where I'm supposed to deliver this?" "Just call me Xiao Li. It's all written on your order slip. I'll deliver it to the address on there." Xiao Li took the cigarette, lit it with Tiezhu's match, and took a couple of puffs. Smoking while driving is the best, at least it keeps the drowsiness away. Seeing the driver wasn't being difficult, Tiezhu relaxed. But as soon as the truck hit the road, it jolted several times. He could hear the boxes of eggs rattling in the cargo bed behind him. Chapter 130, Wild Donkeys Love Soybeans. "Driver Li, could you steady the truck a bit? There are eggs in the cargo hold." Master Li didn't respond, just kept driving in silence. But his driving seemed deliberately to seek out every bump and pothole. Tiezhu half expected to find himself on a bumper car ride, already imagining the state his eggs were now in. Once they arrived, Xiao Li dumped the cargo on the ground and started driving off without waiting for Tiezhu to handle the delivery. Seeing several boxes of shattered eggs, Tiezhu grabbed him and demanded, "How are you going to compensate me for these eggs after driving like that? How I make up for it is none of your business. Our boss said we don't charge you anything. As long as we deliver your stuff, it can be as broken as it wants. What you do about it is none of my concern." Xiao Li shook off Tiezhu's arm and tried to drive off. He'd fought hard to snatch this job from a bunch of veteran drivers. Boss Zhao had promised a 300 yuan bonus if everything arrived shattered, a month's pay in one trip. What a deal! Others might drive well, but his skills were mediocre. He deliberately chose the bumpiest roads to drive on. How could the eggs possibly survive that? Tiezhu was seething inside. He thought Zhao Jinbao was helping out because of Deputy Town Chief Wu's influence. But no, this was sabotage, a deliberate attempt to ruin him. Fine. He'd seen through it. He'd get his revenge, no matter what. Tiezhu returned home in silence. Cuihua noticed his downcast expression and late arrival, prompting her to ask, "Did something happen? Why are you home so late?" Tiezhu lowered his head and told Cuihua how the eggs had all been smashed. Xiao Li had driven off and he'd taken the bus, transferring twice, which was why he'd been so late. Cuihua flushed with anger at the mention of broken eggs. "If you didn't want to transport them, you could have refused. Why waste hundreds of eggs like that? Squandering nature's bounty will get you struck by lightning." She turned and suggested, "Brother Tiezhu, why don't you let our old ox handle deliveries from now on? It might not carry much per trip, but the ox is steady, it'll never shake the eggs to pieces." Tiezhu shook his head. "No ox carts. They're too slow. I can't have goods leaving in the morning and arriving at night. Plus, their capacity is limited. Our orders keep growing day by day. You only have one ox. It'd work itself to death and still not handle the volume." He hadn't dismissed ox carts entirely. Initially, they worked fine. One load could supply an entire supply and marketing cooperative. But that wasn't enough anymore. A truckload was barely enough to fulfill all the orders. He had to find a solution to the transportation problem. Zhao Jinbao was absolutely out of the question. It would be good enough if he didn't get involved at all, no more shenanigans. Otherwise, Tiezhu would end up footing the bill. After pondering, he wondered if the wild wolves on the mountain might hold the answer. While daylight still lingered, Tiezhu climbed the mountain to seek out the Wolf King. Months had passed and the cubs had grown considerably, nearly half the size of the Wolf King. No longer needing to hunt small prey, the Wolf King spent his days cozying up with the she-wolf. When Tiezhu reached the mountain, the Wolf King was lying with the she-wolf, grooming each other. He crouched before the pair and asked, "Help me think, is there any way you could assist with transporting my goods?" The Wolf King, still licking his mate's fur, shot Tiezhu a withering glance. "Don't you have horses, donkeys, or mules in your village?" Tiezhu shook his head. The village didn't keep such animals. There were 2 mules, but they belonged to others and were used for farm work. He couldn't very well buy someone else's heavy-duty workhorse just for his own transport needs. After pondering, Tiezhu asked, "Have you ever seen wild donkeys or mules on the mountain?" The Wolf King didn't even hesitate before answering, "No." But the she-wolf suddenly lifted her head, pushing Wolf King aside. "Actually, there is a place with wild donkeys. Wild donkeys? That makes things easier. Tiezhu's eyes lit up. Where? Can you take me to find some wild donkeys? Sure. The she-wolf rolled over and stood up. The Wolf King shook his head and followed behind her. The pair led the way, venturing deeper and deeper into the mountains. Tiezhu followed them into uncharted territory. Before he knew it, the landscape opened up before him. In the heart of the dense forest lay a grassy meadow, with a lake nestled within it. There, the wild donkeys grazed and drank. Tiezhu counted them from afar, more than 20. If he could tame this herd, his transport team would be secured. Unfortunately, he carried nothing to lure them. He decided to head home first, gather some supplies, and then negotiate with the wild donkeys. Tiezhu returned home, then brought back about 10 pounds of soybeans and a large bundle of wheat straw to the lakeside. The wild donkeys scattered in panic at the sight of a human. Tiezhu hurriedly opened the sack of soybeans and shouted, "Don't run! Don't run! I've got something tasty here." The lead donkey heard him, halted its fleeing stride, and turned back curiously. "You speak our donkey language? What tasty treats do you have?" Sure enough, this donkey was a good eater. Tiezhu knew he hadn't shouted the wrong thing. He scooped up a handful of beans and held them close. "Beans, straw. You mountain donkeys only graze on grass, never tasted beans? Try these." The herd hadn't been tricked by humans before, so they didn't sense danger. The lead donkey sniffed at Tiezhu's hand, then opened its mouth and gobbled up the dozen or so soybeans. "How about it? Tasty?" Tiezhu asked with a smile. "Delicious. Really delicious." The wild donkey chewed the soybeans with a satisfying crunch. Born and raised in the mountains, these wild donkeys had never tasted soybeans before. Hearing this, the others swarmed over, each clamoring for a taste. Once they tasted them, it was all over. The wild donkeys were instantly captivated by the texture and flavor of both the soybeans and the wheat stalks. Tiezhu hadn't brought many soybeans. Each donkey could only eat about half a pound. Half-pound was devoured in just a few bites. The leader of the wild donkeys nudged Tiezhu with his large muzzle. "Is there any more? This isn't enough. There are so many of us donkeys, you should have brought more." Tiezhu sighed helplessly. "I wish I could, but I'm human. I can't carry heavy loads. Why don't you come home with me and get more soybeans?" Just as the donkeys were about to agree, before they could nod, Tiezhu added, "Or better yet, why not come home with me? If you follow me home, you'll get soybeans every day, plus other things: corn, wheat bran, black beans, red beans. You could even try steamed buns. They're delicious too." With each item he mentioned, the wild donkey's eyes lit up brighter. They kept asking, "Is corn tasty? Is wheat bran tasty? What does a steamed bun taste like?" Clearly captivated by these unfamiliar delights, the once hesitant wild donkeys all nodded in agreement to follow Tiezhu home. But Tiezhu put on an act for a moment longer. "With so many of you, I couldn't possibly feed you all. Unless..." Chapter 131, Blocked. "Unless what?" "Unless you help out with some work." Seeing the doubt in the lead donkey's eyes, Tiezhu quickly added, "It won't be for free, and it won't be hard. Just help transport goods from here to there. You guys roam around all day anyway, right?" Tiezhu gazed expectantly at the herd. From what he knew, donkeys were curious about new things, not as inquisitive as the silly roe deer, but they'd usually agree if there was tasty food involved. Sure enough, the donkey wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. It asked only one question: "Does this mean we won't have to worry about food anymore?" Tiezhu's simple yes was all it took for the wild donkeys to agree. Training the donkeys to haul cargo would take time, but orders from the farm and the cooperative couldn't be delayed. Tiezhu went to the county seat to ask Boss Chen for help, renting a truck for 2 days. While he trained the wild donkeys here, he had OU help deliver goods by truck there. After just 2 days of deliveries, OU came back crying. "Bro, those transport crew guys are bullying us. They're going to let our fish die from being kept waiting too long." What happened? Tiezhu had just finished feeding the donkeys when he heard OU's sobs. He was a grown man who had never cried, no matter how difficult the situation or how hard it was to handle. This time, for some reason, OU was actually crying. Tiezhu hurried to comfort him. It's okay. Sit down and tell me slowly. Whatever it is, we can figure it out together." OU wiped his tears with the handkerchief Cuihua handed him, blew his nose, and finally began speaking haltingly. It turned out that early this morning, Mr. Chen's truck had helped load the goods. After picking up OU, they headed toward the supply and marketing cooperative in the neighboring county. There was only one delivery route. They had barely left the village when they got stuck in traffic. 2 large trucks were driving side by side on the 2-lane road, moving at a snail's pace. The truck driver had no choice but to follow behind them, moving just as slowly. Seeing that this pace was barely faster than his own running speed, OU grew anxious and urged the driver, "Sir, can you go any faster? Half of what's loaded in the back is fish. If they get too hot, they'll die soon." The driver sighed helplessly. "What can I do? Look, those 2 trucks are blocking the way. The gap between them is barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I can't exactly fly over them. This isn't an airplane." He honked repeatedly. "See? No matter how much I honk, it doesn't help. We can't pick up speed at all. Hey, do you think they're doing this on purpose? Deliberately blocking us so your goods can't get to market? Oh, you couldn't say for sure, but it certainly looked like it. Instead of speeding up in response to the driver's honking, the two trucks ahead slowed down even more, eventually coming to a complete stop in the middle of the road. The truck had no choice but to stop in the middle of the road too. Why don't you go ask them? This can't go on. Never mind your delivery, I've got other things to do later. Hearing this, OU grew anxious too. He jumped out of the truck and ran up to the two vehicles ahead. Both drivers had gotten out. One went to relieve himself while the other stepped out to smoke. The smoker seemed to be waiting for OU on purpose, crouching by the roadside with a cigarette in his mouth, watching OU approach step by step. When OU reached him, the man turned his head back, seemingly focused entirely on his cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward in rings. Sure two ran up to the man, crouched down beside him, and blurted out, "Sir, could you please drive faster later? This car is stuck in traffic, we can't move forward or backward." The man glanced at OU. "Can't help it. This is as fast as we can go." "In a hurry? Then crawl underneath us." With him speaking like that, could OU possibly misunderstand their meaning? They were deliberately blocking the road to prevent them from passing. This road was in the middle of nowhere, with no villages ahead or behind, no side roads either. Normally, hardly any vehicles pass through here. These two trucks could easily block them for half a day. OU had no choice but to lower his tone. "Bro, if we've done anything to offend you, just say the word. Whatever I can do, I'll make it happen." The man had been waiting for this. 500, he stated bluntly. "What? 500? You want 500 just so I'll drive faster and not block the road?" This guy clearly came to extort. He opened his mouth and demanded 500. The entire truckload of fish was only worth a few hundred, yet they dared to ask for that much. OU definitely couldn't come up with that kind of money. Not only did he not have it on him, but even if he did, he wouldn't pay it. But glancing back at the truck, at the fish piled inside, he softened his tone again. "Bro, that's way too much. We really don't have it. Please let us go." "What bull about no money? Go back and get it from your boss." The man flicked his cigarette butt to the ground and motioned for the man who'd been draining the water to get back in the truck. But once they were inside, the truck didn't move. They just sat there after starting the engine. OU clung to the window, begging, "Bro, I swear I don't have that kind of money. Please, show us a way out." "Want a way out? Have your boss talk to our boss, Xiao? We'll lay out the terms. Whether he accepts is his problem." With that, the man rolled up the window. With no other choice, OU returned to the truck side and sat back in the passenger seat. The driver saw his dejected look and knew the matter hadn't been resolved. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll just ram right through them. Their car is clearly empty. They're just here to block you for no reason." Stone hurriedly protested, Driver, we can't do that. Your truck cost tens of thousands to buy, we couldn't afford to pay for the damage if we crashed it. Plus, theirs is a truck bigger than ours. If we rammed through, we might get away, but what if someone got hurt? That would be a huge loss for us." His reasoning made sense. The driver felt defeated and could only wait it out. Let them stall. He was determined to see how long those two trucks could hold up the road. If they really stalled for a whole day, he'd stall with them. After they'd stalled for a full day, the fish in the truck were mostly dead by the time they arrived. The buyer refused them outright and ordered them to return and restock. OU had no choice but to bring the dead fish back with his master. The more he thought about it, the angrier and sadder he became, which was why he burst into tears upon returning. "Bro, do they have a grudge against you? Are they trying to get back at you? You have no idea how heartbroken I was seeing all those dead fish in the truck." OU had spent countless hours feeding those fish. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he'd watched them grow. Seeing so many fish that had been lively and energetic when he loaded them onto the truck now dead after just one day, he felt a deep ache for them. Tiezhu patted OU's back, soothing him, "It's okay. I understand. I won't let this happen again." His donkey was about to come in handy. Chapter 132, Donkey Meat as a Great Tonic. That night, he stayed up all night, leading the wild donkeys along the route used by the traveling merchants. They walked until dawn. When the donkeys finally reached Tiezhu's goal, carrying two large buckets on their sides, they marched in single file to their destination. These two large buckets were specially crafted by Tiezhu for transporting live fish. They were double-layered, with the fish placed inside the inner layer. The outer layer had numerous small holes drilled along the top to allow the fish to breathe. The next day, he arranged for the wild donkeys to transport poultry and fish along the same route at the same time. Unlike vehicles, the donkey herd wasn't easily blocked. Two trucks still blocked the way ahead, but the space between them and along the roadside offered enough width. While the truck couldn't squeeze through these gaps, the donkeys could. Even with two buckets attached, their combined width was less than a meter, making it perfectly feasible to pass between and alongside the two trucks. If they wanted to stop, let them stop. Tiezhu rode the last donkey past the trucks, even pausing to tell them to go back and relay to Zhao Jinbao that wasting time like this was pointless. They'd be better off returning to pick up more work. With that, he strode off. When Tiezhu returned home and recounted the day's events to Cuihua, both OU and Cuihua laughed. But after the laughter subsided, Cuihua couldn't help but worry, if that Zhao boss was capable of blocking your path with his car, might he also try to harm the donkey? Tiezhu frowned. It was indeed a problem. Though their route was a mountain village road with little traffic, their actions were still illegal. If they dared to break the law, what wouldn't they dare to do? Tiezhu needed to devise a plan. Fortunately, he soon came up with one. To deliver the chickens, ducks, and fish to the buyers as early as possible and to avoid Zhao Jinbao's retaliation, Tiezhu set the donkey herd in motion at dawn. Some things had to be planned ahead. Just as Tiezhu followed the donkeys to the village entrance, he ran into trouble. 3 men wielding large machetes leaped out from behind a roadside field embankment as Tiezhu's donkeys approached. "Bro, I hear donkey meat is super nutritious. Can we take some? I'd love to try it." "No problem. There are over 20 here. The boss only wants 20, so the extra ones are ours." "Heh, big brother, I want a tail, is that okay?" "Sure thing, you can have 2. Stop dawdling and get to work." Without a single word of warning, the 3 men charged forward, swinging their machetes. The lead donkey, spotting the gleaming blades, brayed and backed away. Tiezhu quickly blocked the donkey's path, whistling sharply. A pair of green eyes peered out from behind the herd. The Wolf King strode forward with wild abandon, baring his teeth and growling. The other wolves beside him charged, snatching the men's machetes and chasing after them, tearing and biting. Seeing the ferocious wild wolves and realizing their machetes were gone, the 3 men fled toward the village, wailing like ghosts. "Help! Help! Wolves! Is there anyone to save us?" As they fled for their lives, they had to wrestle their clothes back from the wolves' jaws. By the time they reached the village, they were left wearing only their underwear, with a few ragged strips of cloth hanging from their bodies. By then, dawn was breaking. The early rising elders had already gotten up and, seeing the trio's wretched state, couldn't stop laughing. Some even teased them, "Haven't you seen the news? Tiezhu can tame wolves. You dared to mess with him? You must be out of your minds." Zhao Jinbao had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at Tiezhu's hands, leaving him deeply frustrated. To make matters worse, Tiezhu had reported Zhao Jinbao's truck blockade to the authorities, resulting in penalties for his entire transport team. Not only could he no longer cause trouble for Tiezhu, but even his normal business operations were now in jeopardy. Tiezhu could finally relax. But donkey teams could only handle short-distance deliveries for long hauls. He still needed reliable solutions. Long-distance delivery demanded trucks. Tiezhu sought help from Boss Chen and spent 35,000 yuan to buy a used truck. He then asked around and found Li, the guy who had initially driven trucks to transport chickens and ducks. He went straight to Li's house, where Li had already lost his job. At Zhao Jinbao's place, several drivers had lost their jobs due to the transport team being investigated. Xiao Li, who had the least driving experience, was the first to lose his job and faced criticism from his family while staying home. His family wasn't blaming him for losing his job, but rather felt ashamed that he'd mentioned Zhao Jinbao's retaliation. After all, in these times, a skilled driver was still in high demand. Even without Zhao Jinbao's job, he could find other work. When Tiezhu arrived carrying his things, Xiao Li was being berated by his father. Only after Tiezhu knocked on the door did the shouting inside cease. Hearing the knock, Xiao Li felt like he'd been saved. He rushed to open the door, only to feel awkward upon seeing Tiezhu standing there. Thinking Tiezhu had come to cause trouble, he scowled and snapped, "What are you doing here? If I need to apologize, I'll do it. You didn't have to come to my house." Xiao Li's father, hearing this, stormed out again and slapped him on the back of the head. "How dare you speak like that? What's wrong with him coming over?" He said this, but he too was puzzled as to why Tiezhu had come to their house. Tiezhu handed the fruits he'd brought to Xiao Li's father and said, "I need a truck driver, so I came to invite Xiao Li to work at our company." Xiao Li's father's eyes lit up. "You need a driver? My son would be perfect. Even though he's been driving for Zhao Jinbao, he's got 2 years of experience. He's perfectly capable." Then he glanced down at the items in his hands, looked back at Tiezhu, and hurriedly motioned for him inside. "Look at all this stuff you brought. I completely forgot to invite you in. Come on in, sit down. We can discuss the job details later." Little Li's father beamed as he welcomed Tiezhu inside. He'd never worried about his son finding work. Look, a job opportunity had practically come knocking. He was delighted, but little Li remained sullen. How could Tiezhu offer him a job after he'd helped others bully him? There must be some scheme behind it. What scheme could Tiezhu possibly have? He just needed a driver. After finally talking it out and enduring a long lecture from Xiao Li's father, Xiao Li actually felt remorseful and agreed. Regardless, Tiezhu had achieved his goal of hiring someone. The only catch was that the used truck Tiezhu bought wasn't the same make and model Xiao Li had driven before. It took Xiao Li 2 days to get used to it before he could finally drive the truck back. The last time the villagers had seen such a massive iron contraption was when Tiezhu bought the feed processor. This was only the second time they'd seen someone in the village buy a vehicle, and it was a big truck at that. As soon as the truck rolled into the village and parked outside Tiezhu's cooperative, villagers swarmed around it, some patting the cab, others pointing and gasping. "It's solid iron, you know. How heavy do you think this thing is?" No telling how heavy, but it must be able to haul some serious weight. Chapter 133, The Stolen Truck. Tiezhu, can I sit in it? Haven't you ever ridden in a vehicle? Take the bus or a coach, this isn't meant for people. What's the big deal? It's not your truck, so why do you care? Tiezhu, can I? Tiezhu understood. These villagers only ever rode buses to get around, so it was only natural they'd want to try riding in a truck. He waved his hand generously. Hop on, everyone who wants a ride. Let's take it for a spin. One by one, the villagers climbed aboard until the truck bed was packed full. Seeing the sheer number of people, Tiezhu grew concerned. Shaoli, is this really safe? We can't have any accidents. Why not just circle the village square? After all, this isn't a passenger vehicle. He hadn't imagined so many would want to experience the truck ride. Regardless of the vehicle's capacity, they all climbed aboard, packing in a tight squeeze nearly 30 people. Shaoli felt uneasy too. This wasn't a cargo run. If any of these passengers got hurt, he couldn't afford the compensation. So he listened to Tiezhu and drove the truck around the small square just twice before stopping. Wang Hu's usual hangout buddy, Peng, watched the excited villagers on the truck and spat contemptuously on the ground. It's just driving a truck. What's so great about that? If I were in the driver's seat, I could do it too. His sidekick flattered him, of course. Who do you think Brother Peng is? But seriously, can you really drive? Sure. It's just left foot on the clutch, right foot on the brake and gas. Floor the clutch, release the handbrake, shift gears, press the gas and release the clutch, the car starts moving. Not hard. My uncle taught me. Taught me? He'd only ever sat in the passenger seat of his uncle's car and watched him drive. He'd never actually learned to drive. Claiming he could drive was just him showing off in front of his little brother. Sure enough, the moment the kid heard he could drive, he came up with a shady idea. Here's what we'll do. Tonight, I'll steal the keys. Then you can take me for a drive, right? You can steal the keys? Peng was skeptical. Tiezhu's house and the farm were so well fortified now even the fence was impossible to climb over. How could he possibly steal the keys? Little brother nodded. Just wait and see. You wait by the truck for me. He made it sound so convincing. Since he had nothing better to do that night, he decided to wait and see. Peng hooked his arm around the kid's neck and threatened, if you dare to swipe them, you're done for tomorrow. After dark that evening, Peng finished his meal and arrived at the truck as promised. The truck was parked in the small plaza, a convenient spot for picking up poultry and fish from the cooperative. He circled the truck, feeling the sides of the cargo bed, patting the hood, and standing beside it to gauge its height. Weird. The tires were up to his waist, pretty damn tall. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Peng muttered, "Where is this guy?" His younger brother ran up, holding out the truck keys. "Brother Peng, what do you think? I snagged the keys. You got the guts to drive it? You little bastard, you actually stole them." Peng took the keys from his sidekick. They had a big black but on them definitely truck keys. He felt them as he asked, "Where'd you steal them from?" "From the driver's place." "Enough about that. Brother Peng, are you gonna drive it or not? If you're scared, I'm putting it back." Peng stopped fiddling with the keys. Truth be told, he was a bit scared, but now his little brother's taunts made him want to prove himself. After a pause, he asked, "I'll drive. But where do you want to go? We need a destination, right?" The younger brother had already decided, but hadn't dared to say it at first. Hesitantly, he stammered, "Well, let's go to the county seat. Brother Peng, my mom found me a match there. I have a blind date tomorrow, and I want to go check it out early." "You little guy, acting all shy now? Fine, we'll go to the county." Saying this, Peng unlocked the car door with his key and got in. After the younger brother climbed in too, he turned on the headlights and cranked the engine 4 or 5 times. The younger brother was nearly speechless. "Bro, are you even capable? Don't tell me you don't know how to drive?" Peng's face flushed red then pale. "What do you know? This is a truck. Trucks are like this." He mustered his courage, and to his surprise, the engine roared to life. Muttering clutch, release the handbrake, press the gas pedal, he actually got the truck moving. With the headlights blazing, the massive truck rolled out. The truck rumbled down the village road, its bright headlights sweeping past several households. Some people found it odd and came out to see what was happening, only to see the truck passing right before their eyes. The interior was dark, making it hard to see clearly, but they could tell the driver wasn't the youngling who drove during the day, and certainly not Tiezhu. Oh no! Tiezhu's truck had been stolen. The villager slapped his thigh, rushed to Tiezhu's house, and banged loudly on the door. "Tiezhu! Tiezhu, wake up! Your big truck's been stolen. Someone drove off with your vehicle." The light in Tiezhu's room flashed on instantly. He threw on some clothes and came out, asking what was going on. "You'd better go check it out right away. Someone drove off with your car. I saw the driver wasn't the one you hired, it must have been stolen." Tiezhu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be Zhao Jinbao's people who stole his car? He hurriedly asked for details. "Did you get a good look at the driver? Do you recognize them?" The villager shook his head, then nodded. "I didn't see clearly, but there were 2 of them. They looked like people from our village. At the thought that someone from the village might have stolen his car, Tiezhu suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. This was worse than if Zhao Jinbao's men had sent someone to steal it. No one in the village seemed to know how to drive. He hurriedly asked, which way did they go? Out of the village. Judging by the headlights, they seemed to be heading toward the county seat. Oh no. The road from the village to the county seat is treacherous. It winds through mountain passes. Even seasoned drivers get nervous on those mountain roads, and at night it's even worse. If the thief isn't a good driver, there could be an accident. A wrecked car is just a financial loss, but if someone gets hurt, that's a huge problem. Tiezhu didn't have time to think about that. He whistled to summon Wolf King, mounted its back, and directed it to chase after the car on the road to the county. The villagers, fearing the worst, gathered the village chief and others still awake after Tiezhu left. They set off toward the county road. Those with bicycles rode bikes, others rode mules or oxen. Everyone who could go, went. The Wolf King galloped wildly with Tiezhu on its back until they reached the mountain path, where they finally spotted a distant light. The light remained perfectly still. Seeing it, Tiezhu's heart instantly sank with dread. Something was wrong. If it were a car, its headlights would illuminate the road. Why wasn't it moving? He urged the Wolf King onward, racing forward. Chapter 134, Cliffside Rescue. Back to Hupang. The moment he successfully started the car, he was overcome with excitement, convinced he was a driving prodigy. His sidekicks kept flattering him. Bro, you really know how to drive. Heh, let's hurry up. At this pace, how long will it take us to get to the county seat? Though excited, Hupang still had some sense. No way. It's too late and too dark. We'll be hitting mountain roads soon. If we go too fast, we'll flip the car. He dared to drive confidently on other stretches, but once they hit the mountain roads, he really didn't dare. The mountain road ahead was a figure-8 loop around the mountain, featuring a sharp, wide curve with a cliff edge right beside it. If he lost control of the steering wheel, there was a real risk of plunging off the cliff. His expression turned serious. The younger driver who had been about to tease him fell silent, sitting quietly in the passenger seat as the road stretched out behind them. The car fell silent as both men remained quiet, the only sound the hum of the truck's engine. Hupang drove cautiously, not daring to make a single wrong move. Gradually, his initial excitement faded, and drowsiness began to creep in. His foot eased off the accelerator, and the truck began to lose control. By the time he snapped back to reality, the truck was already nearing the winding mountain road. In another 2 minutes, it might have careened off the hairpin turn. In that instant, cold sweat broke out on Hupang's back. He slammed on the brakes, sending the truck crashing into the guardrail along the mountain road. Half the front end plunged over the cliff's edge. His younger brother, who had long since fallen asleep beside him, slammed into the dashboard from the force of the sudden stop, completely unaware of what had happened. The sudden pain jolted him awake. Opening his eyes to the pitch-black cliff below, he screamed and flailed wildly. Don't move! Stop moving! If you keep moving, we'll both fall. The cab swayed slightly with the passenger's frantic movements, and Hupang felt as if he were about to tumble headfirst over the cliff. Hearing his terrified shouts, the younger brother froze instantly. If they really fell off the cliff, there would truly be no place to bury their bodies. Brother! Brother Pang! My own brother! Think of something. Quick, think of a way to get us up. Hupang had no solution. He was scared half to death himself. He was slightly better off than his younger brother. He had fastened his seatbelt, which held him securely, though his upper body hung precariously over the edge. The younger brother, lacking any safety awareness, hadn't fastened his seatbelt when he got in. Now he was pressed flat against the windshield, staring through the glass at the pitch-black cliff below. He was scared out of his wits. Hupang gripped the nearby handle tightly. In his daze, he thought he heard someone shouting outside, calling out, "Is anyone there?" When Tiezhu reached the truck, his heart nearly leapt out of his throat. The front wheels of the truck were already at the cliff's edge. The cab jutted out over the precipice, swaying precariously as if either the wheels below were shaking or someone inside was thrashing about. It felt like it could plunge over the edge at any moment. Tiezhu patted Wolf King's neck, halting at the cliff's edge. He inspected the vehicle. The front right had slammed into the guardrail, half a wheel dangling over the precipice, but otherwise it seemed intact. He walked to the door, had Wolf King bite his clothes to prevent him from accidentally falling, and began pounding on the door with all his strength. Anyone there? Who's in the car? After several shouts, he finally heard a reply from inside. We're here. We're here. Help us. We don't want to fall. Hold on, I'll figure something out. Tiezhu confirmed 2 people were in the driver's compartment. He first gathered large rocks from the roadside, enlisting Wolf King's help to wedge them under the wheels to block the car's forward movement. He then turned to the rear compartment, where he found ropes used to secure bamboo baskets and water buckets. He took out the hemp rope, walked to a large tree on the inner side of the mountain road, and first tied one end of the rope tightly to the tree. Then he went to the car window and knocked on the door. Open the door. I've got the rope. One at a time, tie it around your waist and I'll pull you up. Hupang cautiously opened the door, caught the rope tossed over by the iron pillar, and secured it around his waist. Seeing Hu Peng only secure his own rope, the younger brother beside him desperately shouted, "Brother! Brother Peng, save me! Don't leave me behind!" Though Hu Peng wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, seeing his frozen subordinate hesitating, he hesitated too. But hearing Iron Pole's impatient shouts from outside, he finally untied the rope from his waist and tossed it to his subordinate, instructing him to secure it around himself. Once the younger brother had the rope secured around his waist, Hu Peng tugged on his end and shouted, "Please rescue my brother first." Tiezhu didn't care who came out first, anyone who could escape had to get out immediately. He feared the truck might fall if they waited too long. Once everything was set inside, he pulled the rope back with all his might. Even Wolf King helped from behind, biting the rope and pulling it back. The younger brother was pulled out smoothly by Tiezhu, who then used the same method to rescue Hu Peng. Both men collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. A large wet patch spread beneath Hu Peng's younger brother. Tiezhu surveyed the truck's position. Only half a wheel of the cab was hanging over the cliff edge. Since this spot wasn't on a slope, the vehicle wouldn't tumble down anytime soon. During the rescue, they'd realized that if the truck lost stability, the slightest movement from the two men could send it tumbling over the edge. Tiezhu thought for a moment, then tied the loose ropes around his own waist. He began moving toward the left door, intending to climb into the driver's seat. Hu Peng, still panting heavily, spotted Tiezhu's movement and shouted urgently, "What are you doing? Are you trying to die? The truck's in such a precarious state, climbing into the cab is suicide." Just as Tiezhu was about to respond, the village chief on his bicycle and several young men caught up from behind. Hu Peng urgently shouted to the village chief, he's trying to get himself killed. Stop him. Seeing Tiezhu's determination, the village chief rushed over to stop him. Tiezhu, don't try to do this alone. It's far too dangerous. One slip and you'll fall right off the cliff. Don't worry. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll find help. We'll get a truck to haul your bike back. The village chief kicked a loose pebble at his feet. The stone tumbled clattering down the cliff, startling him so much he dragged Tiezhu back several steps. Tiezhu knew the village chief meant well, but he couldn't just leave the truck there. It had stopped at a sharp end, and even with help tomorrow, this spot would be impossible to rescue from. Moreover, 2 buses headed for the county town passed daily. If his truck couldn't be moved, no vehicle could get through. After a moment's thought, Tiezhu decided to try moving the truck back up the slope. He pointed to the wheel for the village chief to see. The wheel is already up there. It'll just be a bit of a struggle to climb into the driver's seat. Once I'm up, I can back the truck out. As long as I get it back on the road, it'll be fine. The village chief's repeated attempts to dissuade him proved futile. They could only have several hemp ropes tied back and forth between the truck and the tree, and help illuminate Tiezhu's position with a flashlight. Chapter 135, The Procurement Officer Demands Kickbacks. Under the worried gazes of the crowd, Tiezhu successfully climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, backed up a few steps, and maneuvered the truck onto the safe mountain road. Whoa! Tiezhu, you're amazing. You managed to save us in this situation. Tiezhu, are you okay? Weren't you scared? Tiezhu, so you can drive after all. Why hire a driver then? Your skills look pretty solid to me. Tiezhu certainly knew how to drive, but he couldn't explain where he'd learned it. He didn't have a license either. Driving on empty roads was one thing, but delivering cargo was another matter entirely. Only after confirming Tiezhu and the truck were safe did the village chief turn to see who'd been bold enough to steal the truck. He turned to see Wolf King watching the 2 boys. In the beam of the flashlight, he instantly recognized them. Hu Peng, you 2 kids have some nerve. You dared to mess with something this big and nearly caused an accident. If Tiezhu hadn't arrived, you'd have died at the bottom of that cliff tonight. Now realizing their mistake and filled with fear, the 2 knelt before the village chief and Tiezhu, weeping bitterly and begging for mercy. Tiezhu shook his head. These 2 have caused nothing but trouble for the entire village. We'll see what punishment they get tomorrow. Many came to help. Tiezhu loaded everyone who could fit into the truck and drove them and their mounts back to the village. Early the next morning, Hu Peng and the other boys' parents arrived carrying gifts to apologize. They were genuinely remorseful for their children's actions and relieved the truck hadn't been damaged. More importantly, they begged Tiezhu to spare the boys. This was theft, after all. Though they hadn't succeeded in stealing the truck, their attempt had been witnessed by many villagers. Only if Tiezhu chose not to pursue the matter could they be spared. Tiezhu had genuinely considered calling the police. However, with the truck returned and the village chief interceding on their behalf, he had no choice but to drop the matter. However, he enforced strict control over the truck keys. Employees had to collect them from him when starting work and return them to him when finishing. Only with such strict management could he feel at ease. With Shaoli's help, Tiezhu's business boomed, requiring multiple trips daily to transport goods. After installing a phone in his office, he received multiple orders daily. The phone rang here, and Tiezhu picked it up. Hello? Tiezhu? This is Lu Guozhong. Did you set up some kind of automatic feeder at the factory? Clear your schedule for the next couple of days. Deputy Town Mayor Wu wants to bring a team to inspect your setup. It turned out Deputy Town Mayor Wu had heard about Tiezhu's automatic poultry feeder, which had caught the attention of the machinery factory. They wanted to come take a look. The so-called automatic poultry feeder was half machinery, half poultry, a contraption Tiezhu had cobbled together to save himself the trouble. The so-called automatic feeder simply involved adding a track above each feeding trough, then placing a frame on the track. When the frame passed over each trough, it paused briefly, allowing the feed inside to automatically pour into the trough. While termed automatic, it was actually an arrangement between Tiezhu and the poultry. They would nudge the frame to pull the rope controlling the feed dispenser. This method saved a great deal of labor. Tiezhu naturally had no objections to Deputy Town Chief Wu's request for an inspection. Each visit from Deputy Town Chief Wu brought him benefits, and this inspection would undoubtedly be advantageous for him as well. The very next afternoon after agreeing to the visit, Deputy Town Mayor Wu arrived accompanied by several officials from the Machinery Bureau. Originally, only the machinery factory was supposed to be involved, but considering the potential for widespread adoption of Tiezhu's automatic feeder, officials from the Machinery Bureau joined the machinery factory representatives. This time, Tiezhu didn't serve Deputy Mayor Wu a stewed goosebatter to avoid any appearance of impropriety. Instead, he demonstrated all his small inventions at the breeding farm to Deputy Mayor Wu. Deputy Town Chief Wu burst into laughter upon seeing the automatic feeder. This contraption doesn't it look like a train? Tracks and carriages. If only you'd added a locomotive. Tiezhu hadn't built one because his feeder's frame wasn't pulled by a locomotive. Instead, it relied on a mechanical mechanism at the bottom and the poultry's own efforts. He didn't elaborate, merely nodding. You're right. This little contraption took me ages to figure out. Just getting it moving took a lot of tinkering. Finally, I got the idea from a truck. What? Is it that difficult? It shouldn't be hard for a machinery factory, right? Deputy Town Chief Wu's tone carried an unusual edge. Whether he was joking or speaking for the Machinery Bureau remained unclear. Tiezhu nodded and detailed the immense difficulty, the time invested, and how he overcame the challenges. Deputy Town Chief Wu listened and could only say, "Goodness. I had no idea." Hearing this makes it sound incredibly difficult. Here's what we'll do: whenever you have an idea for a machine, just contact the Machinery Bureau. Have them help with development. It'll definitely be faster than you tinkering around on your own. Later, he told the Mechanical Bureau staff, "You guys need to learn from this. Put more brainpower into your daily RD, otherwise, if people are designing their own stuff, what's the point of your machinery factory?" Heaven knows, Tiezhu never meant to steal the spotlight. It wasn't until he received the Agricultural Innovation Pioneer Award from Deputy Town Chief Wu that he realized he might have upstaged someone. Deputy Town Mayor Wu didn't say anything, though. Instead, he asked, "With this feed formula, do you need to feed the animals a lot every day? How exactly do you prepare this feed?" That was indeed a major expense, but he sourced most of it by contacting local food factories to purchase their substandard raw materials. Food processing plants discard surplus ingredients daily, materials too stale for their products but perfect for poultry feed. Tiezhu bought large quantities of these discarded ingredients. This approach earned him praise from Deputy Town Chief Wu. Solving the food factory's material waste problem and preventing grain wastage, he hadn't misjudged Tiezhu after all. While sourcing materials from the factory, he also secured a new business deal. The factory's procurement officer expressed a strong need for chicken and goose eggs, hoping to secure a supply contract with Tiezhu's company. Tiezhu readily agreed. Why wouldn't he sign such an effortless deal? But just before signing, the buyer made a discreet gesture, rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Tiezhu froze upon seeing the gesture. What's that supposed to mean? The buyer, ensuring no one was nearby, whispered, "I helped you secure such a large order. Don't you think you should thank me?" Oh, Tiezhu understood. This was a request for a kickback. He immediately replied with a smile, "We're a small operation. Don't be fooled by the contract's high demand for eggs and goose eggs. Our costs are high too. Every egg and goose egg comes from chickens and geese fed only natural feed, making them superior to anywhere else. Asking for a kickback now is simply impossible for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the buyer's face turned cold. "What kickback? When did I ever ask you for a kickback? This is a thank you fee, do you understand? When negotiating deals and signing contracts, giving a thank you fee is only proper. How can you be so unreasonable?" His wrinkles bunched together as if Tiezhu had refused something of immense importance. Tiezhu wasn't about to be pushed around. He promptly took his leave. "I've never heard of such a thing as a gratitude fee. If a contract can't be signed without one, then I'd rather not have it." With that, he walked away, completely oblivious to the embarrassment etched on the other man's face. Tiezhu initially thought this was just a minor hiccup in his farming career. But within days, rumors spread throughout the city. His chickens, ducks, fish, even pigs and cattle all were raised on hormone-laced feed. His livestock were essentially pumped full of steroids, and even the eggs they laid were unsafe to eat. Chapter 136, Tax Audit. Tiezhu initially knew nothing of this until the city news agency caught wind of the story and came knocking on his door, requesting an interview. Only then did he learn of the rumor. Once informed, Tiezhu proactively invited reporters to tour his farm and take photos, ensuring complete transparency. But after the news aired, some people started saying, who knows if he colluded with the reporters, putting out only the best parts for them to photograph? This news once again impacted Tiezhu's business. Many buyers stated they would suspend contracts until the matter was resolved, as they needed clarity before deciding whether to continue fulfilling agreements. If it turned out he really had used hormone-laced feed, he would also have to pay contract breach penalties. The best way to prove the facts was through quality inspection. Tiezhu took livestock, feed, and manure samples from his farm to the Municipal Quality Inspection Institute for testing. On the day the results were released, Tiezhu specifically called several buyers to witness the announcement. Alongside the buyers, a reporter from the news agency that had interviewed him was also present. As soon as he received the inspection report, Tiezhu showed it to everyone. It clearly stated that the livestock contained no hormones whatsoever. The buyers immediately shook Tiezhu's hand and apologized. "We were just being cautious. Without inspection reports, we couldn't take responsibility for our customers." Tiezhu responded with understanding, "It's fine. If I were in the same situation, I would have handled it the same way." The reporter pushed forward and asked, "Can I take a few photos?" "Sure. Could you please publish a clarification in the newspaper?" Tiezhu handed over the quality inspection report and casually asked, "Does this count as defamation? Can I sue them for compensation?" "Absolutely. You should do this and that." The reporter, having seen this kind of thing many times before, was more experienced than Tiezhu. He was happy to see the news blow up, as it was more suitable for them to report on. So he laid out the steps for Tiezhu. Tiezhu was absolutely certain that the rumor about his farm using hormones had been leaked by that food factory's procurement officer. Their initial claims gained credibility precisely because they leveraged the fact that Tiezhu sourced raw materials from them. Tiezhu took the reporters and quality inspection report straight to a lawyer, suing the purchaser for false accusations. With solid evidence, Tiezhu won every case. However, regarding compensation, he didn't demand much money. What he wanted was a public apology, the kind published in the media, and he only requested 1 yuan as compensation for damage to his reputation. The news report caused an uproar. Readers widely agreed that defending one's rights through legal means was justified. Moreover, Tiezhu's refusal to make excessive demands earned him respect for his integrity. As a result, more buyers came to purchase from him or the cooperative. Yet as his business flourished, envy grew. Just as Zhao Jinbao had finally gotten his transportation business in order, someone informed him that Little Li had been poached by Tiezhu. Regardless of whether Zhao Jinbao had actually fired Xiaoli, in his eyes, Xiaoli was his man. If Tiezhu took him away, that was poaching. Plotting his revenge, Zhao had men stake out the farm for days. When he learned Tiezhu was caught using hormone-laced feed, he thought his chance had come. But before he could devise a plan, Tiezhu had already resolved the issue. He had to devise another plan, and soon enough, he had one. Early that morning, Zhao Jinbao arrived at the farm with a group of men. The visitors were quite impolite. Seeing the farm gate open, they walked straight in. OU rushed over and asked, "May I ask who you're looking for? What brings you here?" The other party presented an ID and explained, "Tax audit." Their words were concise, and OU didn't suspect anything amiss. This was beyond his authority, so he led them to Tiezhu's office. Tax audits were definitely Tiezhu's domain. Tiezhu understood immediately upon seeing them these were the people Zhao Jinbao had sent. But that wasn't important. What mattered was dealing with the tax bureau officials. The tax officials were equally direct with Tiezhu, tax audit. Faced with this task, Tiezhu had no choice but to cooperate. He handed over his income statements for the period and records of 0 tax payments. The tax officials frowned at the 0 tax payments that didn't match his income. Before they could speak, Zhao Jinbao jumped up beside them. "See? I told you. He hasn't set foot in the tax office since he started his company. He's never paid taxes. Fine him. Fine him hard." The official shot Zhao Jinbao a slightly annoyed glance, but his response wasn't quite what Zhao Jinbao expected. He asked Tiezhu calmly, "According to your income records, you should be paying corresponding taxes each month. Why haven't you paid for 3 consecutive months? Your income is already several times above the threshold." Tiezhu nodded, offering no denial. "I haven't paid taxes, but I'm doing it legally." "Compliant? This is tax evasion. Paying taxes is every citizen's duty. How can you be so smug about it?" Zhao Jinbao stood firmly on the righteous side, condemning Tiezhu. He was already envisioning the scene of Tiezhu being fined and his company collapsing. He'd even planned to acquire Tiezhu's company, farm, and expertise at rock-bottom prices once Tiezhu went under. He intended to make Tiezhu surrender everything, forcing him to work for profit. He had given Tiezhu a chance back then, offering only a non-voting share in return. Now that Tiezhu faced bankruptcy, he couldn't blame Zhao Jinbao. It was all Tiezhu's own doing. Zhao Jinbao stood nearby, nearly laughing out loud, his wrinkles crinkling with amusement. Tiezhu noticed every expression on his face, but he ignored him for now, instead pulling out newspapers and relevant documents from his desk drawer and handing them to the staff. These were reports on tax exemption policies for new livestock enterprises over the past 3 years. My failure to pay taxes was entirely in compliance with regulations. These documents, obtained for him by Lu Guozhong, were absolutely solid. The staff member reviewed them, then called Tiezhu's office to verify. Indeed, such a tax exemption policy existed. With that confirmation, there was nothing more to be said about Tiezhu's non-payment. Zhao Jinbao hadn't anticipated such a policy existed. He painstakingly had someone stake out the place for over 20 days, only to end up with this outcome. He felt utterly disappointed and defeated. Tiezhu escorted the man out, offering only this advice: instead of causing trouble for others, you'd be better off focusing on your own business. Zhao Jinbao could only storm off in anger. What could he do? He couldn't exactly pick a fight with Tiezhu right in front of the tax bureau. He couldn't touch Tiezhu, but soon enough, someone else would come to deal with him. Not 2 days after the tax audit, when Tiezhu arrived at the farm for work, he suddenly noticed a large character for demolish spray painted on the farm's wall. Chapter 137, Demolishing the Farm. Stone stood staring at the character, completely oblivious to Tiezhu and Cuihua arriving for work. Frowning, he started to enter the farm only to find the two standing beside him. Bro, look at this. Who did this? The bright red demolish character was circled and slashed through. Tiezhu recalled no rumors of village demolition. This must be some vandalism by someone who disliked him. He glanced back at the nearby villagers' houses. None had the demolition character painted on their walls, only the farm's wall bore it. Oh, you shook his head. No idea. It was already there when I arrived. Bro, I'll go paint it over. Leave it for now. I'll go ask the village chief what's going on. Tiezhu told Ou and Cuihua to continue working as usual while he headed to the threshing yard to find the village chief. If the chief wasn't at home, he was almost always at the threshing yard. At this hour, when everyone was at work, the village chief was surely at the village office by the threshing yard. After saying this, Tiezhu headed toward the threshing yard. As he approached, he saw a makeshift shack being built in one corner. The village chief stood beside a stranger, chatting with him. Tiezhu couldn't tell if they were discussing the construction or something else. Tiezhu didn't recognize the man. Since he'd come to ask the village chief about something, he walked straight up to him. Before he could speak, the village chief spotted him and looked at Tiezhu with a hint of awkwardness. See, I knew it, Tiezhu. You're here to ask about the demolition, aren't you? Tiezhu was a bit surprised the village chief knew, but that was precisely what he wanted to ask. Village chief, is someone playing a prank? Why is someone scribbling all over the wall of my farm? If kids want to draw, that's fine, but they shouldn't write demolish. It was currently the period for promoting rural economic development and family planning. Many walls in the village bore slogans like "one child is good" or "have fewer children, plant more trees." Some children, seeing these, had copied the style and started scribbling on the walls. Tiezhu didn't mind kids scribbling on his farm walls, but demolish was crossing the line. Unexpectedly, the village chief pointed to the stranger beside him and said, "This gentleman is Director Gong from the demolition office. He says the county is undergoing expansion as part of a new development plan, and the approved scheme requires expropriating your farm and that goose breeding lake. So the farm must be demolished." Tiezhu glanced at Director Gong but ignored him, addressing only the village chief. "I don't know anything about expropriation. All I know is that I signed an agreement with the village and paid my dues. That farmland is mine for at least 50 years. Now, less than a year later, you come telling me it needs to be demolished? I absolutely refuse to agree. What right do you have to say yes or no? This is a county-level expansion plan. It's not something you can just refuse and stop." The village chief chimed in with a laugh. "Hold on, let's talk this over. Tiezhu did sign an agreement with the village and prepaid several years' worth of rent. We can't just expropriate it on a whim. Let's discuss this further." "What's there to discuss? You've been talking my ear off all morning without even offering a cigarette. What could we possibly talk about? If you really want to chat, at least bring over a couple truckloads of fish. You raise Chinese giant salamanders, right? Those look pretty good. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, hey, I'll reroute the expansion and find you another spot." Tiezhu frowned. This guy was openly demanding something, but his giant salamanders weren't even fully grown yet. Even if they were, he wouldn't give them up. "Show me your plans. I want to see if this expansion and land acquisition are legit. What are you staring at? Think you can understand it and demand my plans? No fish, no deal. Get lost." Director Gong didn't even glance at the village chief or Tiezhu. He watched the prefabricated office being quickly assembled, then followed the reporting worker inside. The shack was crude, just a makeshift office cobbled together from wooden planks. Tiezhu eyed the interior, which didn't look like a proper office at all. The village chief stood beside Tiezhu, growing anxious. "What are we supposed to do? We can't refuse this expropriation. If they demolish your fish farm by force, what then? Don't worry. I doubt they'll move so quickly. That so-called plan might not even be real. If there really were plans, Deputy Town Chief Wu would have had someone inform me beforehand. I'll head back now and call Deputy Town Chief Wu to ask." With that, Tiezhu turned and ran off. The village chief called after him, but he didn't even pause. Tiezhu returned to the farm and immediately dialed Lu Guozhong's number. No matter when, reaching Deputy Town Chief Wu might be impossible, but getting hold of Lu Guozhong was a sure thing. As soon as the call connected, Tiezhu described the demolition situation and asked, "Is there really an expansion plan for our Taihan village?" Lu Guozhong sounded puzzled. No. We've never received any notice about expansion, let alone expropriating your farm. So this demolition business is pure fabrication? Are you certain? Yes, I'm certain. If there were any demolition plans, we'd know about it. For something this significant, there would be a proposal at least 2 weeks in advance, followed by a compensation plan. It's impossible for them to forcibly seize property without discussing compensation like this. There is a director Gong at the demolition office. There is someone surnamed Gong at the office, but I don't believe he holds the position of director. Got it. Thanks, Brother Lu. Tiezhu hung up the phone, having pieced together the situation. This director Gong from the demolition office didn't even hold a legitimate position, let alone have any plans. He was probably just another bully sent to intimidate people. The only question was whether he'd been specifically hired for this or had stumbled upon the farmland by chance. But that wasn't for Tiezhu to speculate on now. He needed to figure out a solution fast. Since Director Gong claimed they had expansion plans that included demolishing the farm, Tiezhu needed to find a way to steal those plans and hand them over to Deputy Town Mayor Wu. Wu could then forward them to the relevant authorities for a thorough investigation. But this wasn't something to do in broad daylight. He'd have to wait until nightfall. Tiezhu waited until nightfall, when everyone had left the prefabricated building, before approaching to inspect the door lock. Though the structure was crude, the lock proved surprisingly sturdy. Picking it was out of the question. He'd have to devise another approach. Tiezhu circled the shack twice. The windows were glass, allowing him to see inside, but he couldn't break them. The roof was also nailed down tightly with wood, making it impossible to dismantle. The only place he could work on was the floor. Fortunately, the shack was built on solid earth. Though the soil was firm, he could figure out a way. Tiezhu ventured into the mountains, searched extensively, and enlisted Wild Wolf's help to finally find 2 pangolins. Chapter 138, Director Gong's Arrest. Returning to the shack with the moles, they dug a small tunnel underground. Iron Pillar then enlisted a nimble squirrel. Guiding the squirrel through the window, he instructed it to steal the planning documents from the table via the tunnel. After burying the tunnel, the squirrel departed. Back home, Tiezhu scrutinized the so-called planning document. It indeed stated that all structures in the area where the farm was located would be demolished for the county expansion. But the seal stamped on the document looked fake. It might fool the village chief and others who'd never seen a planning document or experienced demolition before, but it wasn't enough to fool Tiezhu. After all, he'd seen plenty of materials from Deputy Town Chief Wu and knew what a proper official seal on a planning document should look like. After reading the plan, Tiezhu was certain the demolition was pure fabrication. He planned to take the document to Deputy Town Chief Wu first thing in the morning. Deputy Town Chief Wu knew even more about the plan. Seeing the document Tiezhu brought, he slammed his desk in anger. How dare someone forge documents about demolition? He immediately sent the plan to the relevant authorities. Tiezhu returned home to await news. No sooner had he returned to the village than he heard Director Gong cursing, shouting that something was missing. The planning document was gone. Spotting Tiezhu, he rushed over, grabbed his collar, and unleashed a torrent of abuse. Was it you? It must be you, you little bastard. How dare you steal our planning documents? Are you out of your mind? I advise you to hand it over immediately, or I'll call the police. Tiezhu knew exactly what the planning document was about, but there was no way he was going to admit it. What planning documents? I was out running errands since early morning. Who has time to steal your planning documents? This is slander. I can sue you. You have the nerve to sue me? I work for the demolition office. What grounds do you have to sue me? I'm the one who lost something here, not you. I warn you, hand over the blueprints now, or I really will call the police. Director Gong's face flushed crimson with rage. He knew full well the shady dealings tied to that planning document. If it fell into the hands of any higher up, from him all the way up the chain, no one would escape unscathed. His grip on Tiezhu's wrist tightened, squeezing so hard it nearly cut off his breath. Seeing this, the village chief rushed forward, grabbing Director Gong's hand to pry it loose while pleading, "It can be found. Probably just blew away through an open window last night. The winds have been strong lately. It could easily have been carried off. Someone might find it and bring it back soon." Director Gong reluctantly released his grip. "I certainly hope so. You, and the rest of you get out there and search. If it isn't found, I'll hold the entire village responsible." The few people he singled out all grimaced, clearly unhappy. It had nothing to do with them, yet they were being made to do the work just for watching the spectacle. Tiezhu, however, wasn't one to take orders. After handling the cooperative's affairs, he sat at the entrance, watching Director Gong pace frantically, unable to find the planning documents. He sipped his tea leisurely, and at noon, Cuihua even brought him lunch. Cuihua, unaware of Tiezhu's late-night escapades, saw Director Gong's distress and asked, "Still haven't found that plan?" "No, he'll never find it. Cuihua whipped her head toward Tiezhu, then realized and asked, so that plan really was? Tiezhu nodded, glancing at his watch. It should be about time. Whether it's for the verdict or the discussion, someone should be here by now. Who's coming? Cuihua didn't know, but she was about to find out. Tiezhu saw the approaching vehicle and stood up. Judging by the appearance, it must be someone from the relevant department. Sure enough, the vehicle pulled up on the threshing floor. Director Gong instinctively tried to flee upon seeing it, but the men exiting the car moved swiftly. They rushed straight toward him and seized him in one swift motion. No one explained what was happening, nor did anyone say where Director Gong was being taken. But Tiezhu knew soon everyone would know. The next day, news appeared in the papers. The demolition office had used the county's street renovation project as a cover to fabricate an expansion and renovation plan. The sites slated for demolition were all factories, farms, and similar facilities in the surrounding villages. The goal wasn't genuine demolition, but to extract benefits from these business owners. Just as Director Gong had bluntly demanded fish from Tiezhu, they would take what they wanted and then send people to sell it off. Not every owner fell for it. Whenever someone resisted, Director Gong sent teams to forcibly demolish their property. But these demolitions rarely went through. The mere threat of action was enough to terrify the owners into handing over supplies. Then they could withdraw, ensuring no one would accuse them of fabricating evidence to extort goods. Little did they know they'd meet their downfall at the hands of Tiezhu, or rather, they'd never learn who brought about their demise. This incident had far-reaching consequences, bringing down a large number of corrupt officials before it was finally resolved. Deputy Town Chief Wu received commendations and rewards from the city and even provincial authorities for his role in the incident. Seizing the opportunity, he proposed establishing a new farming district. To compensate the affected farm and factory owners, the district would be centrally developed, with land provided free of charge to those business owners. The proposal was swiftly approved by all leaders. Tiezhu, who had provided crucial evidence, received the largest plot well located, with convenient transportation and ideal for livestock farming. Even the village chief was green with envy. Had he been bolder back then and delivered that planning proposal to the government leaders, such a reward might have been his. But opportunities only come once. No one else dared to step forward, and only Tiezhu could claim such a reward. Tiezhu seized the momentum to expand his operations, diversifying and increasing his livestock and poultry. With systematic support, his animals became top quality, and his agricultural products sold like hotcakes. Envious villagers murmured, "Expanding now? You'll regret it soon. With feed prices skyrocketing like this, he won't be able to afford all those animals for long." One person said this, and immediately others joined in with sighs. "Don't even mention soon, we can barely afford it now. Just the other day we sold a piglet. Those things eat like they're starving. Before, our family could scrimp and save enough from our own meals to cover the piglet's feed costs, but now no matter how we calculate it, it's not enough. I don't know what to do. You only have one pig. I've got 3. I was planning to raise them for the New Year feast, but now I'm tempted to slaughter them right away. But I can't bring myself to do it, they're still too young for much meat. Keeping them means no money. I'm even more worried than you are." "You're absolutely right. If only someone would take the piglets off our hands, I wouldn't even ask for much, just enough to break even." Chapter 139, The Heartless Merchant. Tiezhu knew about the villagers raising pigs. After expanding his own operation, Tiezhu consolidated the village's pig farms. Seeing his business thrive, some villagers bought piglets hoping to raise them for meat or resale. After a month or so, the piglets had gained several pounds each. Then suddenly, prices skyrocketed nationwide. Everyone watched helplessly as pig feed prices skyrocketed to triple their original cost. At first, they thought they could just stop buying feed, using household leftovers and foraging for grass on the hills instead. But after switching feed, the pigs stopped gaining weight, leaving them utterly perplexed. Now the plump little pig felt like a useless burden in their hands, too costly to keep, yet too precious to slaughter. They were utterly at a loss. Cuihua came back, having picked up the villagers' way of speaking from Tiezhu, and she too was troubled. "They only have a few piglets, but we have so many chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and sheep. We buy feed by the hundred, and soon we won't be able to afford it either." Tiezhu tried to reassure her, "The country is developing. Price fluctuations are normal. Things will stabilize soon. Even if feed prices stay high, we'll be able to sell our livestock and poultry at higher prices too." Cuihua nodded. He had a point. Prices were rising nationwide, it wasn't just feed. Other things would inevitably follow suit. Fortunately, they still had some savings. Even if prices doubled, they could manage. Even if feed prices quintupled, they could hold out. But the villagers genuinely felt their households were on the brink of collapse. With everything getting more expensive, it seemed they had to find a way to sell their piglets. For a while, though, they couldn't find buyers for their piglets. The half-grown pigs weren't ready for slaughter yet, but raising them further wasn't profitable. So the villagers approached many buyers but couldn't sell their piglets. With no other options, they finally came to Tiezhu. Several pig-raising families discussed it and then all came together to Tiezhu's breeding farm office. Tiezhu looked at the villagers in his office with resignation and said, I really urge you to keep them a little longer. It's not the right time to sell the pigs now. The villagers had no choice. We'd love to keep them, but we simply can't afford it anymore. Feed costs keep climbing every day. We calculated based on the prices before the hike, thinking we could just barely make it until the piglets were grown. But now it's impossible. We can't starve ourselves to raise pigs, can we? Tiezhu nodded. That's true, but are you absolutely certain you want to sell now? The villagers nodded vigorously. Selling them early would ease their worries. Well, I need to make this clear, I can only sell them at the original piglet price. After all, I didn't choose to buy them. The original price was for tiny piglets weighing much less than these now, and it was dozens of yuan cheaper. The villagers hesitated. They'd hoped Tiezhu would buy them at today's market price. Just take another look. Raise the price a bit more, at least don't let us lose out. I can't raise the price. I'm a businessman too. Buying your pigs means I'll have to spend a lot more on feed. If you don't agree, I won't take them. No. We'll sell them to you, all of them. Hearing Tiezhu refuse their pigs, the villagers panicked. Selling now meant losing only the feed costs, but holding out would cost them far more. They had no choice but to sell at Tiezhu's price. 1 or 2 sold, then 4 or 5 came. After counting, Cuihua found 8 families had sold 23 piglets. This batch matched the number of piglets Tiezhu had collected earlier. Yet there were still more who wanted to sell their pigs. Many who sold their pigs accused Tiezhu of being heartless and a black-hearted merchant. Hearing these voices, Cuihua returned home and fumed. These people really are like those who eat from the bowl and curse the cook when they put it down. You kindly bought their pigs at this critical moment, and they still accuse you of being heartless. How could they be like that? Tiezhu put his arm around her and soothed her. It's fine. Who can blame them when I really did drive down the price? Feed costs are high now, and piglets sell cheap. Of course they'll grumble behind my back when they lose money. Let them complain. Just wait a while. When meat prices rise, the pigs we've stockpiled will turn a profit. You mean it? These pigs will really turn a profit? Of course it's true. Feed is the most basic cost, but its price hike came before meat prices. Once meat prices rise, the pigs we have will fetch a good price, and will definitely make money. Cuihua didn't think that far ahead, but she trusted Tiezhu. If he said it would work, she'd follow his lead. Sure enough, feed prices kept climbing. But as feed prices skyrocketed, so did the prices of everything else. Everyday necessities, food, clothing, household items, nothing was cheap anymore. And pork prices began to rise too. Though Tiezhu's pigs weren't yet fully grown, the daily price hikes made villagers who'd just sold their piglets start to regret their decision. If they'd known pork prices would rise so quickly, they should have held on longer. Some grew increasingly suspicious. Tiezhu must have known something inside information to dare buy piglets when feed prices were skyrocketing. A group who had sold piglets to Tiezhu discussed it and went straight to the cooperative to confront him. Though Tiezhu didn't know why they'd come, seeing the group enter the cooperative with grim expressions told him it couldn't be good news. Sure enough, the moment they entered, they shouted at Tiezhu, did you know pork prices would skyrocket? How could you have the heart to buy our piglets at rock-bottom prices when you knew? You've no conscience. Yeah, exactly. How could you do this, Tiezhu? Isn't your greed getting a bit ugly? Making money off your fellow villagers? I'm not selling. I'm buying my piglets back at the original price. I want mine back too. I'll raise them myself. Cuihua turned ashen-faced at the commotion. Brother Tiezhu warned you all back then that pork prices would rise. He told you to hold on, but you insisted on selling. How can you expect to buy them back now? Besides, we've spent a lot on feed these past few months. Even if we don't make a profit, you still owe us for the pig feed. Now you want to buy them back at the original selling price? That's too good to be true. You just want us to raise pigs for you. And you all accuse Brother Tiezhu of being heartless? I say it's you who are heartless. You're all scheming to use our money to raise your pigs. Let me tell you, buying those pigs back now? Not a chance. Chapter 140, Forced Buying and Selling. Cuihua's words made their faces turn red, then dark with anger. But she wasn't Tiezhu. She swallowed her anger and asked him, Tiezhu, give us an answer. Are you selling these pigs or not? Tiezhu had seen their true colors. He scoffed. Cuihua said exactly what I was thinking. But if you want to buy them back at the original price even without paying for feed, I won't sell. Unless you up the price by 30. What the hell? A price hike? Tiezhu, you're trying to rip us off and take our money. No way, absolutely not. You have to sell it to us at the original price. At most, we'll cover the feed costs. No way. I won't even cover feed costs. Who knows what you've been feeding our pigs lately? I'll pay the original price, exactly what I paid you when I bought them. Cuihua heard them and immediately started arguing with them. Their voices grew louder and louder until the room couldn't hold them anymore, so they were chased out into the courtyard to continue their shouting match. Someone suddenly shouted, if you don't give us back our pigs, we'll shut down your business. No sooner had the words left their mouths than they pushed down the cooperative's wall, startling the onlookers gathered outside. The commotion was so loud that the village chief heard it from the village office and rushed out to see what was happening. Seeing the cooperative's wall toppled and a crowd shouting at Tiezhu and Cuihua, he rushed over to first shoo them away before asking what had happened. Once he understood the details, the village chief's face turned ashen. He first berated the villagers. "Is this the kind of behavior we tolerate in our village?" he thundered. "Who started this? You regret a deal after it's done, then try to force a purchase? When that fails, you resort to smashing the cooperative? Look at this wall, this is your handiwork. Every single one of you, none of you will get away with this." Tiezhu and Cuihua were seething inside. If they hadn't stopped them, the cooperative's entire contents would have been smashed to pieces, not just this one wall. "Village chief, you'll have to figure this out. What about the wall?" The wall had a huge gap torn in it. Leaving it unrepaired was out of the question. Before the village chief could speak, the villager who had knocked down the wall retorted, "Pfft. You deserve it. Unless you give us back our piglets, we won't fix your wall." A villager beside him tugged at his sleeve, trying to calm him down. The village chief had already spoken to them. Even if they wouldn't give face to Tiezhu, they should at least give face to the village chief. The man paid no heed, even shaking off the other's hand and retorting, "What's the problem? Don't delay me getting my pigs. If you don't want them, I still do." Tiezhu was so furious he nearly laughed. Pointing at the man, he demanded of the village chief, "Chief, you saw it all. It's not that I won't sell them their piglets, their demands are simply outrageous. You won't get a single pig. You must repair the fence yourselves. Chief, if you don't handle this properly, I'm calling the police." When it came to causing trouble, Tiezhu wasn't afraid of anyone. If it weren't for the fact that they were all villagers and the village chief had come to resolve the matter himself, he would have called the police long ago. Sure enough, the village chief didn't want Tiezhu to call the police over this. He sternly reprimanded the men and ordered them to repair the wall that very day. However reluctant they were, they dared not disobey the village chief's orders. They could only get to work repairing the fence and then slinked away, looking thoroughly dejected. Fortunately, they finished the repairs that very day. By evening, the sky began to drizzle. The rain continued unabated until they finished their work. Standing at the doorway, Tiezhu watched the rain, mesmerized as the water dripped steadily from the eaves. Xiaowei watched the rain outside the cooperative office, sighed, and bid farewell to Cuihua and Tiezhu. Cuihua watched the rain outside, which had grown heavier, and hurriedly asked, "You're just going back like that? Didn't you bring an umbrella?" Xiaowei shook her head. It hadn't been raining when she came to work, and since her home was in the village, she hadn't thought to bring one. Cuihua quickly grabbed an umbrella for her. "Take this. You can't go home in the rain." "But you saw, Xiaowei, they only have this one umbrella. If I take it, they'll have none." Tiezhu urged, "Just take it. It's getting dark and hard to walk. If you get soaked, you'll catch a cold for sure. If you get sick, who's going to come to work? You just know how to exploit me. I'm heading home now. You guys should get home early too." Xiaowei usually got along well with Tiezhu and the others. She never treated Tiezhu as an unapproachable boss, but simply as a colleague, so she spoke her mind freely. After she left, Cuihua also stepped out of the cooperative building and stood under the eaves. "The rain is getting heavier. How are we supposed to get home? How about I walk you home in the rain?" Tiezhu walked over to her, held his hand over her head, and pretended to shield her from the rain as if they were running home together. Cuihua laughed and gave him a playful shove before turning back inside. Moments later, she emerged carrying a white feed bag. He cut the bag open down the middle and draped it over both their heads. "This way, we won't get wet. You're so clever. When we have a child someday, I hope they'll be just as smart as you." Cuihua blushed instantly. "Who said I'd have a child with you? Come on, let's hurry home." She dashed out first, and Tiezhu hurried after her. Huddled under the woven bag, they ran home, sheltered from the downpour. The rain fell all night long and hadn't stopped by the next morning. It had even turned from a light drizzle into a heavy downpour. Little Lee, who came to drive the truck for the delivery, donned a raincoat and helped load the poultry cargo onto the truck bed. Tiezhu escorted him to the cab and asked with concern, "Can you really drive in this downpour?" The pounding rain drowned out his voice somewhat, so Xiaoli shouted back, "No problem. I've driven in worse rain than this before. Don't worry about this little bit. Alright, just be careful. If it gets too bad, come back, I'll figure something else out." Then he watched as Xiaoli drove the truck away. Not long after he left, the rain gradually began to ease. Tiezhu felt relieved. Thankfully, the rain was easing up. If it had kept pouring like this, not only would deliveries be a hassle, but the poultry at the farm would be hard to care for too. He turned back to the cooperative to get to work. Cuihua wasn't there today, so he had plenty to do. He'd only been working for a short while when Xiaoli's truck returned. Tiezhu found this odd. Glancing at his watch, he realized Xiaoli had been gone less than 20 minutes. Suspecting something was wrong, he hurried out to meet him. "What happened? Why is he back? The rain had eased, hadn't it?" Xiaoli opened the door and jumped out of the driver's seat. "The rain has eased, but the road is ruined. The one just outside the village, it must have been washed out last night. It's collapsed, at least 7 or 8 meters wide. There's no way this truck can get through. Chapter 141, Good Deeds in the Newspaper. With only one road leading out of the village, its collapse cut off all transportation. Tiezhu had no choice but to help Xiaoli unload the cargo from the truck and figure out another way to transport it out. As they unloaded, Xiaoli asked, "Boss, how did you transport goods before you bought this truck?" Before I bought the truck, the buyers would come pick up the goods themselves. But in between, I got a herd of donkeys to haul the cargo. Those donkeys are still at the farm. But they're not just sitting there. Anyone who needs help with work can rent one from him. Right. These donkeys can deliver goods, it just takes a bit longer. With that thought, Tiezhu hurried back to the farm and called the buyer. After explaining the situation, he led the donkeys out, reloaded 2 buckets with goods, draped them with makeshift rain covers, and sent the herd on its delivery run. The road washed out by the rain was impassable for vehicles, but the donkeys could still make their way. Tiezhu and Xiaoli rode 1 donkey each, leading the herd forward. The donkeys were indeed much slower than trucks. It took them half an hour to reach the washed-out section of the road. 2 trucks were parked on the opposite side, their drivers frowning at the severed stretch of road. "Lao Bai, what if we haul some rocks to fill the gap? Maybe we could just barely make it through?" Lao Bai extended his foot to probe the broken section. Though the soil beneath was solid, the collapsed area stretched quite far. He shook his head. "No way. It's too far. If our truck gets stuck down there, that'd be a real mess." After a moment's thought, he could only offer a less than ideal solution. "Alright, Xiaoqi, you drive 1 truck back. Ask the bosses what to do in our situation. Let them decide. Isn't that a huge waste of time? We're just a short distance from the supply cooperative. Going there and back will take hours. The truck is loaded with life-saving supplies. If we're delayed and it arrives too late, I can't take responsibility for that." Xiaoqi looked disheartened. Seeing his reluctance, Lao Bai grew irritated. "Fine. If you won't go back, I will." With that, he stood up and headed back to the truck, ready to drive away. Just then, Tiezhu's donkey team reached the edge of the collapsed road. Though the highway had caved in, the donkeys walked unimpeded along the dirt path beside it. Spotting Tiezhu and Xiaoli herding the donkeys, Xiaoqi hurriedly called Lao Bai back down from the vehicle. "Look, their donkeys can carry cargo. Can't we ask them for help?" Lao Bai was still angry with him. "Help? What help? Why would they help you when they have nothing else to do?" Though his words still carried some irritation, Lao Bai got out of the car. Seeing his expression, Xiaoqi knew he'd agreed. Smiling, he ran to ask Xiaoli, who was leading the way ahead, for help. "Hey, folks, could your donkeys help carry some cargo?" Xiaoli was a bit puzzled. He didn't recognize these two but nodded. "Sure, I'm transporting goods right now." "Great. Countrymen, we need your help. This truck is loaded with urgent supplies for the supply and marketing cooperative, salt, medicine, that sort of thing. Look at the road, it's in such bad shape we can't get through. Could you help us deliver it to the cooperative?" "Ha? I'm not the boss here, I can't make that call. I'll have to check with Tiezhu coming up behind us." "Boss, they need to get stuff to the supply and marketing cooperative, but their truck can't make it. They want to use your donkey to deliver the goods." Tiezhu looked at the 2 pickup trucks in front of him, asked about their organization and the nature of their cargo, then thought for a moment before making a proposal. "You've seen it yourselves, I'm also delivering goods. If I help you, I won't be able to get my own shipment out. But the road ahead should be passable for your trucks. How about we swap? You help deliver my goods to my buyer, and I'll help you get your supplies to the supply and marketing cooperative?" Lao Bai was still pondering, but Xiaoli reacted quickly. "No problem. Just give me the address, and I'll deliver it." Lao Bai couldn't stop him. Grabbing Xiaoli's arm, he whispered urgently, "Why are you so impulsive? Do you even know if he can deliver the goods? What if he steals some of the supplies? Why aren't you being more careful?" He thought his voice was low, but Iron Pillar had overheard everything. "You're worried I'll take your stuff, but I'm worried you'll take mine. Look, my buddy here can drive too. If the road wasn't blocked, we'd be delivering by truck. If you agree, send someone to ride with me. My buddy can drive one of your cars, perfect for guiding both of us. How about it?" Tiezhu actually hoped they'd agree. Having a car would shave at least 2 hours off his delivery time. While Lao Bai was still hesitating, Xiaoqi had already agreed. "We need to hurry back after delivering the goods, so having him help is perfect. Alright, you drive my car to help them deliver. Since it has less fuel, you can chase him if he drives off. I'll lead the way with supplies." That was precisely Lao Bai's concern. He feared the car might be driven away. But Xiaoqi's suggestion made sense. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "You can't just take my car because you say you can drive it. At the very least, I need to see your driver's licenses." Xiaoli acted fast, pulling out the license he carried with him to show Lao Bai. This license couldn't be fake. Xiaoli looked young, but he already had 2 years of driving experience. After weighing his options, Lao Bai agreed. Refusing wasn't an option. They couldn't just linger here forever. Both sides exchanged their goods. Tiezhu whispered a few words into the lead donkey's ear, and it turned, following the route Xiaoqi had described toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, they discovered an elderly man running a high fever, desperately waiting for medicine. Without the donkey team's help, the medicine couldn't be delivered, and the old man was nearly delirious from the fever. After Lao Bai and Xiaoqi returned and reported the road collapse, the city immediately dispatched crews to repair it. Once the road was fixed, supplies could flow normally between the village and the city. The mailman, delivering newspapers by bike with his big green bag slung over his shoulder, handed the village office a bundle of papers, exclaiming, "The folks in your village sure know how to do good deeds. Village chief, look, the newspaper's full of stories about your good people." Another good deed? Who's it this time? Here, this article right here. It says someone helped deliver medicine and saved lives when the highway collapsed the other day. The village chief took the paper. The article wasn't long, but it was clear, it was Tiezhu from Taihan village. He hurried next door to share the good news with Tiezhu. But it wasn't just the village chief and the mailman who saw the paper, Zhao Jinbao did too. The glaring good deeds hurt his eyes. Why is it always this Tiezhu? I refuse to believe I can't bring him down. Chapter 142, The Mule's Assistance. Fueled by resentment, Zhao Jinbao concocted another scheme for revenge. If there was one thing he knew best, it was trucks. Before starting his transport team, he'd driven them himself and even learned repairs, becoming intimately familiar with their mechanics. Everyone in the village knew that Tiezhu's truck was always parked at the entrance of the breeding farm when not in use. If he could rig the truck somehow, making it explode when Xiaoli started it, he could destroy the vehicle, injure Xiaoli, and blow up the farmhouse, 2-3 birds with one stone. Zhao Jinbao's plan seemed increasingly feasible. In the dead of night, he crept to the edge of Tiezhu's farm, pried open the truck door with small tools, and crawled into the cab to fiddle with something. Then he went under the truck to do who knows what. Suddenly, a terrifying roar split the dark night sky. Flames and thick smoke erupted from the truck. The deafening blast jolted the sleeping villagers awake. Those nearby saw the flames and thick smoke, Tiezhu among them. Spotting the flames outside his window, he shot upright, slipped on his shoes, and dashed outside. Tiezhu's parents came out too, shouting, "Tiezhu, what's going on? Is something wrong at the farm?" Tiezhu already had a hunch about what was happening. He turned back and shouted to his parents, "It's okay, go back inside. I'll go check it out." He continued running, joining several neighbors who had already reached the truck. They saw a wolf clutching a man's arm, dragging him out from beneath the vehicle. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Zhao Jinbao. Zhao Jinbao was barely recognizable now, clutching his legs and moaning weakly. The flames and smoke weren't from the truck burning, they came from a pile of straw beside it that had caught fire. Spotting someone approaching, Zhao Jinbao lifted his head and recognized Tiezhu. His feeble voice suddenly grew louder, "You're a murderer. You planted explosives in the truck. I'm calling the police to arrest you. Ouch, ouch. Help. Someone help me. That Thai guy planted explosives by the truck, he was trying to blow people up. And that wolf. He trained wild wolves to eat people. It bit my arm." Regardless, the man looked truly pitiful. Tiezhu ignored his ranting and kindly borrowed a cart from a villager, hitching it to a donkey to take him to the hospital. Zhao Jinbao still refused. "You're a murderer. Where do you think you're taking me? I'm not going with you, don't you dare harm me." Fine, if he didn't want to go, that was his problem. Tiezhu stood coldly to the side and whispered, "You should know exactly how that explosion happened and why it happened. Even if the cart isn't damaged, once I take it in for repairs, they'll find out what you did. Then tell me, will it be your bad luck or my misfortune?" Zhao Jinbao calmed down upon hearing this. True, he tampered with the truck first. Little did he know Tiezhu had set a trap, a firecracker fuel canister inside the vehicle. His accidental trigger caused the explosion and fire. Tiezhu pressed his advantage, the fire's still burning. Thankfully it's only 2 haystacks. If it had spread, how would you explain that? Also, did you injure 2 legs or 3? If you don't get to the hospital soon, do you think they can save you? Tiezhu had hit the nail on the head. Zhao Jinbao couldn't afford to lose a leg, not even one. Gritting his teeth, he climbed onto the donkey cart. But this wasn't over. He'd been injured because of Tiezhu's truck, and he'd get his due. Zhao Jinbao was hospitalized. Tiezhu didn't know how many legs he'd save, but he knew Zhao Jinbao's family had come looking for trouble. They claimed Tiezhu's truck had injured Zhao Jinbao and demanded he cover Zhao Jinbao's medical expenses, psychological trauma compensation, and lost wages. Tiezhu wasn't about to let them extort money. Instead, he went straight to the hospital to demand Zhao Jinbao compensate him for the truck. His reasoning was simple: if Zhao Jinbao wouldn't pay for the repairs, Tiezhu would find someone to fix it himself. Then they'd see exactly what went wrong, and when an inspection would reveal everything. With no other choice, Zhao Jinbao had his family tow Tiezhu's vehicle away for repairs. Tiezhu's car repair was a bit more complicated. As the head of a transport team, he knew the ins and outs of vehicle maintenance. But when the car was finally fixed and Zhao Jinbao was discharged from the hospital, another incident occurred. Zhao Jinbao's family, still resentful, refused to return the car after repairs. They claimed it was compensation from Tiezhu to offset Zhao Jinbao's medical bills. The truck remained parked in Zhao Jinbao's yard. Tiezhu and Shaoli stormed straight to the house, but he couldn't even get inside. He could only demand the return of the vehicle from the courtyard. If the Zhao family hadn't blocked the courtyard gate, he would have had Shaoli drive the car away immediately. But he could only seethe with anger as he demanded confirmation. Are you really not going to give me back the car? Return what? Our Jinbao is injured like that, lying in bed unable to get up. Isn't it only right that you compensate us with money and the car? Zhao Jinbao's mother stood at the gate, arms crossed, sneering, if you've got the guts, drive right over me. If you don't, then get lost. Tiezhu had never seen such shameless people before. Your talent for twisting black into white is truly unprecedented. I'm warning you to move aside quickly, or this won't just be about driving away. I've already called the police. Destroying my car and seizing it constitutes a crime. Who are you trying to scare? You're just a country bumpkin. What do you know about crimes? You think you can intimidate us? Ha! We're not easily scared. The mule in the Zhao family's yard chewed straw with its head lowered as it spoke. Their whole family isn't easy to deal with. Just the two of you? You can't handle them. Only Tiezhu heard the mule's words. Over here, Shaoli grew angry and started arguing with the Zhao family. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention to him, Tiezhu stood beside the mule and asked, do you know if there's any record of them repairing this vehicle? Where would it be kept? Whoever repairs a vehicle keeps records. Tiezhu was certain the Zhao family had them, but he didn't know if the mule knew. Mule looked up at him. Why should I tell you? What's in it for me? There is. Tell me, and I'll cause trouble at their place. I'll take the chance to set you free. You can run wherever you want, even to my place. I'll feed and care for you from then on. This sounded pretty appealing to the mule. He nodded in agreement and then said all his belongings were in Zhao Tiezhu's room at the Zhao residence. The man and the mule conferred briefly. Tiezhu loosened the rope around the mule's neck, letting it run into Zhao Jinbao's room to cause a ruckus. The group followed into the room, intending to stop the mule. Unexpectedly, the mule kicked over a chest and something fell out. Chapter 143, Sabotaging the Tools of Production. The object landed right at Tiezhu's feet. He picked it up and saw it was the maintenance log for his truck license plate number, model, repair dates, and details all recorded. Tiezhu now held the upper hand. What more can you say? These truck damage records prove Zhao Jinbao did it. If I hand this over to the police, you won't just lose my truck, you'll be in big trouble yourselves. Seeing trouble brewing, Zhao Jinbao's wife lunged forward to snatch the logbook. Tiezhu quickly darted into the courtyard, dodging everywhere. He couldn't risk losing the records, let alone getting touched by that woman. He'd feel like he'd lost out either way. Instantly, chaos erupted in the Zhao household. People scrambled to grab things, dodge others, fight, and chase, all jumbled together in a tumultuous mess. The chaos was so intense that for a moment, it was impossible to tell who was on whose side. Fortunately, just then, Cuihua arrived with the police. Seeing the scene in the courtyard, the officers quickly quelled the chaos. Tiezhu seized the moment to show the police the maintenance records. This is my car, and these are the repair records. It's clear here. If I hadn't known about the car's problems, I can't even imagine what would have happened if Shaoli had driven it out. The officer's expression darkened as he examined the records. It was exactly as Tiezhu had described. If this tampered vehicle had been driven, it could have overturned, exploded, or suffered brake failure. But instead of arresting Zhao Jinbao immediately upon receiving the report, the officer asked, how can you be certain Zhao Jinbao tampered with the car? Exactly. What proof do you have it was me? I could just as easily say you tampered with it trying to frame Shaoli for murder. Zhao Jinbao, his lower body swathed in bandages, crawled out, attempting to pin his actions on Tiezhu. But Tiezhu remained unflappable. If I were responsible, why would they help repair the car? Whether voluntarily or under my coercion, they spent a lot of money on the repairs. I doubt they'd be so kind as to fix it for free. The police officer pondered this. Iron Zhu was right. According to the repair records, fixing this car cost over 1,000 yuan. Over 1,000 yuan? Who would voluntarily spend that much to fix someone else's car? Even these police officers would need to save for half a year to scrape together 1,000 yuan. So the two officers took Zhao Jinbao away immediately. They had no choice. He was the prime suspect in the vehicle damage. Even the Zhao family's wailing and crying couldn't change anything. With the police's help, Tiezhu smoothly drove the truck back. The investigation into the truck damage concluded that Zhao Jinbao was indeed responsible. He was charged with destruction of production tools and sent to the detention center. With Zhao Jinbao behind bars and no one left to manage the transport team, Tiezhu seized the opportunity. With Li's persuasion, he quickly took over the transport team. Acquiring both the truck and its crew meant not only secure transportation for his cooperative farm's goods but also the ability to take on numerous transport orders, even snatching up Zhao Jinbao's former clients. However, with more businesses under his control, management became increasingly challenging. Tiezhu needed to hire additional staff to fill management positions. Word of the job opening spread quickly through the village, and soon people were lining up to apply. Tiezhu accepted anyone who seemed capable. Even Zhang Shan, who later learned that Tiezhu and Oyu had risked their lives to save him and now wanted to repay the favor by working for Tiezhu, was hired. But there was one man Tiezhu refused to hire. That was Zhang Depeo, the village's notorious slacker. True to his name, Zhang Depeo's reputation in the village boomed like a cannon blast. He was so lazy that even cannon fire wouldn't get him moving. Tiezhu had heard about him, and Cuihua was especially unwilling to take him on. When Zhang Depeo showed up seeking work in the transport team, they flatly refused him. Without Zhang Depeo, Tiezhu's transport team gradually got off the ground. With a full crew assembled, several surrounding villages reached out to them for transportation cooperation. Cuihua, after all, cared deeply for the villagers. She believed that a few prospering first could lift the majority later. Now that they had the means, they wanted to help the villagers. After thorough discussion, Tiezhu and Cuihua formulated a development plan. They would help transport the villagers' agricultural products to external markets, selling them in towns, cities, and even across the province. Tiezhu announced this initiative at a recent village meeting, also revealing plans to expand the farm. Beyond livestock breeding, they would eventually develop fruit and vegetable cultivation. This wasn't just for Tiezhu's family, it was also to help villagers increase their income, expand the cooperative, and elevate the entire village's economic level. The village chief, unaware of their intentions, was initially at a loss upon hearing the news. Should he cooperate or simply let Tiezhu run wild? He felt his own influence was limited, but he understood Tiezhu's vision and plans were driven by a desire to help the village. At the very least, he wouldn't stand in Tiezhu's way. At the meeting, one villager voiced his concern. "We don't have the money to invest in this expansion you're talking about. How exactly are you going to help us?" "Exactly. We're barely managing with our chickens and ducks at home. Who has the energy for your so-called expansion?" Except for the village chief, everyone else was skeptical of Tiezhu's cooperative expansion plan. They weren't part of the cooperative, its expansion had nothing to do with them. Cuihua patiently explained that expanding the cooperative would allow it to collect more agricultural products from the villagers and sell them to broader, more distant markets. There was no downside for the villagers. The villagers didn't understand, but the village chief did. He helped explain and persuade them, and eventually, the villagers accepted the plan to expand the cooperative. Still, someone asked, "Even if we agree, we don't know how to do it." Tiezhu pulled out the rural reform policy he'd seen at the village office and explained, "It says right here that we can apply for government subsidies or interest-free loans to develop our livestock industry. I'll handle that part. What I need from the village is support with land and manpower. As long as everyone agrees, when I need help, I just need you to volunteer. Lend a hand and put in some labor? That we can do." With the village chief and villagers backing, Tiezhu immediately began applying for subsidies and loans according to the policy. He needed to select a new location to launch the village-supported farming project, starting with setting up the farming facilities. To this end, he asked the village chief where else in the village might be suitable for farming or cultivation. The vacant land east of the village had previously been earmarked for a factory investment by an out-of-province real estate developer, but the project never materialized. However, after the flash flood, several villagers built their new homes there. Now it was no longer suitable for use as an aquaculture site. The village chief truly couldn't think of any other suitable location. To start a farm, they definitely need a large, flat area, but it seemed the village had none left. Chapter 144, No Digging at Ancestral Graves. How about this, go look for yourself. If you find a spot you like, just tell me, and I'll approve it for you. That's one way to go about it. Tiezhu handed over the farm and cooperative duties to Cuihua while he began scouting suitable spots around the village. The village fronted farmland, backed by mountains, and both sides of the open land were already occupied. Tiezhu had no choice but to venture farther afield. He favored the western side of the village. The farm was located there, as was the lake, making aquaculture more convenient. Besides the farm and lake, the west side also had an old graveyard. The graveyard itself was a bit far off, but right next to it was a fairly large stretch of wasteland. No one dared venture near this spot because of its proximity to the graves. It wasn't so much fear of disturbing the residents of the graves, but rather a sense of filial piety. After all, in this day and age, one couldn't afford to be superstitious. Tiezhu roughly measured the area. Though the wasteland was irregularly shaped and sloped, it was quite suitable for aquaculture. With no better alternatives available, Tiezhu sought out the village chief to request that patch of wasteland. After confirming the location, the village chief repeatedly asked Tiezhu, "Are you really sure you want that wasteland next to the graveyard?" Wasteland was indeed an apt description for that plot, and Tiezhu nodded firmly. However, the village chief continued, "Since I'm securing a government loan for this farming venture, I must report this land to the authorities. Only after their approval can I formally begin operations." This was a requirement for government rural loans. Livestock operations funded by such loans had specific stipulations regarding site area and pricing. Tiezhu's project had been closely monitored by the township authorities, so every subsequent step required official reporting. The village chief nodded. "Yes, that's proper. Policy requires it. I'll submit your request immediately." For village land use, approval must first be obtained from the village committee. Only after the village committee's consent is granted can the application be submitted upward. Upon receiving the application from the village, the relevant loan policy department will dispatch personnel to conduct an on-site inspection and review. As one of the few pursuing aquaculture loans, Tiezhu received a swift visit from the town deputy. Mayor Wu personally led the inspection team. Deputy Town Mayor Wu first met with Tiezhu and the village chief, then followed them to the wasteland. So your village did manage to find you a piece of wasteland? Yes. Otherwise, I'd have considered clearing the mountains. Without this wasteland, I'd have had to use the mountain slopes. Tiezhu had seriously considered clearing mountain slopes. While the outer reaches of the deep mountains had fewer animals, they were densely forested with steep inclines. Otherwise, farming on the mountainsides could have been an option. As they chatted, they reached the wasteland. Yet there was someone who shouldn't have been there. Zhang Depeo knelt before several mounds of earth, clutching a few spirit tablets. These mounds didn't look new, yet Tiezhu vaguely recalled they hadn't been there before. This spot was too close to the cemetery, and his memory was hazy. He could only ask the village chief, "Chief, are there any graves in this wasteland?" The village chief couldn't recall either, the cemetery's right next door. It's possible someone found open ground and buried here. I don't remember clearly. Deputy Town Chief Wu frowned at Zhang Depeo but addressed Tiezhu. If there are graves in this wasteland, you can't use it for farming. Didn't you investigate first? Tiezhu couldn't answer. He even suspected these mounds were just ordinary earthen piles, not graves. But Zhang Depeo, kneeling there, didn't seem to be faking it. Tears were streaming down his face as he sobbed. You can't use this land. My ancestors rest here. Tiezhu, are you trying to disturb their peace? If these mounds were genuine graves, Tiezhu would find it difficult to develop this wasteland. But some doubted their authenticity, and nearby villagers shared their skepticism. Depeo, I remember your family didn't have many ancestors buried here. Aren't they all in the cemetery? When did they move them out? Zhang Depeo's wailing paused. He turned and snapped at the man. What the hell do you know? My family has countless ancestors. The cemetery couldn't possibly hold them all. I'm just being filial, wanting our ancestors to rest more comfortably. Mind your own business. His words were strange, but Tiezhu couldn't tell if those 3 mounds were indeed Zhang Depeo's ancestral graves. However, someone else could. This area was close to the mountain. Tiezhu exchanged a few words with the village chief, asking him to accompany Deputy Town Chief Wu to explain things while he ran to the hillside to call over Wild Wolf. After a brief conversation with Wild Wolf, he returned to the wasteland. Wild Wolf moved swiftly. By the time Tiezhu returned, Zhang Depeo was already cowering fearfully nearby, and the mounds had all been dug up, clearly the work of Wild Wolf. Deputy Town Chief Wu was now scolding Zhang Depeo. Spotting Tiezhu's return, the village chief smiled and asked, "You arranged this, didn't you? You're the one with the brains." Tiezhu smiled but said nothing. It was his doing. He'd made it clear, wolves have keen noses that can detect the scent of bones. If the mounds carried the scent of bones, the wolves would return. If not, they would simply dig them up. After all, no one knew what lay beneath the mound. If Tiezhu showed up with a shovel to dig up the grave, people would point fingers and curse him behind his back. But wolves were beasts, they do their dirty work and run off, not giving a damn about curses. Deputy Town Chief Wu had been ranting for several minutes without letting up, his finger pointed at Zhang Depeo, his anger boiling over. Tiezhu's actions benefit your village and fellow villagers. He shoulders all responsibility and potential consequences himself, just to find ways for you to earn money and develop the village economy. And you stand in his way like this? What on earth is your motive for doing this? Are you trying to antagonize everyone in the village? I've never met someone like you. Can't stand seeing others do well and unwilling to succeed yourself. It harms others without benefiting yourself. Has your brain gone bad? Does your family not want to earn money? Are you rolling in cash or planning to pay the whole village? Since you're so capable, why don't you take over this breeding operation? Village chief, I suggest you consult him directly for future matters instead of always relying on Tiezhu. He's busy enough. Do you really think he's addicted to selfless service? How about this? I'll reopen the loan project for approval right now. He's the applicant. What's his name? Lu Guizhong, come take notes. If he fails to deliver on rural aquaculture development, he'll take full responsibility. No, I won't do it. I can't handle it. I'll never dare again. Hearing this, Zhang Depeo flung the fake memorial tablet he was holding and scrambled to his feet. But his hands slipped, sending him face first into the dirt pile. His entire face buried in the soil, he ended up with a mouthful of dirt. After scrambling to his feet, he found himself covered in mud and filth. Coming in the dead of night, he hadn't seen clearly and had shoveled up the waste left in the soil by the unscrupulous villagers. Now it was all over him. Chapter 145, Get out of here, you disgrace. The village chief, furious, kicked Zhang Depeo. Get lost. You're an embarrassment. The villagers nearby all burst into laughter. It had been years since they'd seen someone make such a fool of himself. Zhang Depeo's antics would likely be the talk of the village for years to come. Deputy Town Chief Wu was also amused by the fury, but he still had business to attend to. Turning, he gave instructions. Tiezhu, since your wolves can tell the difference between mounds of earth and graves, have them keep watching. Dig up any pure earth mounds nearby and mark off the graveyard. I'll allocate you an extra 5 mu of land on the other side of the wasteland, beyond the policy limits. That's fantastic. 5 more acres for the farm means we can raise a lot more livestock. With more space, we'll need more workers too. That'll put a few more villagers to work. Oh, and you probably haven't heard yet. The new policy just came down: tax exemption for developing wasteland. You're in luck, kid. Really? That's fantastic. This plot of wasteland isn't small. With the extra 5 mu, that's several hundred yuan saved in taxes for the year. Investing that money into the farm could make a real difference. Truly great news. With the land secured, Tiezhu threw himself wholeheartedly into his new farming venture. He bought poultry and livestock, expanded his operations, built a farm, and introduced newer feed machinery. He was so busy for months that he was hardly ever seen. Cuihua only got to see Tiezhu when she brought him meals. Watching him work tirelessly, growing thinner and darker, she felt both heartbroken and playful. By the time we get married, you won't even look like a groom in a suit. To this, Tiezhu would always wrap his sweaty arms around Cuihua. What? You're rejecting me? I'm contributing to the village, and you're rejecting me. Cuihua giggled at his teasing, finding a bit of joy amid the heavy workload. Tiezhu handed over his previous farm to his parents and Ma Chang's family to manage, while the new farm on the wasteland was entrusted to Oyu for assistance. After several days of hustle, Tiezhu finally brought back the new feed machine. This time, he hadn't bought it from Mingtai County but had crossed provincial borders to source the latest model. The workers who had traveled from afar installed the machine and left. Tiezhu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the new machine. It was more compact than the old one and could process twice as much feed. He had expected this machine to last a long time, but after just 1 week, it started malfunctioning. When he turned on the power, the machine took nearly half a minute to start up and ran sluggishly. Tiezhu called the machinery factory. After describing the issues, they said it could be repaired, but Tiezhu would have to cover the repairman's lodging, meals, round-trip travel expenses, and a hefty repair fee. Tiezhu was puzzled. Don't we have a 1-year warranty? The response was no, you purchased the latest model. Currently, only 2 technicians possess the skills to service it, making maintenance costs prohibitively high. Therefore, we cannot offer warranty coverage. Had you chosen one of our other 2 models, we could have arranged warranty service. The other 2 feed machine models were never even on Tiezhu's radar when he was choosing. He specifically wanted the latest model. But now that they wouldn't provide a warranty, he had no choice but to find someone else to repair it. Tiezhu first went to Mingtai County, where a machinery factory offered repairs. But upon hearing the model number, they quoted a price nearly identical to the manufacturer's, citing similar reasons. He then sought repairmen in his own county town, only to find identical pricing. The repair cost alone was half the price of a new feed machine, and there was no guarantee it would be fully fixed. Tiezhu felt disappointed. He hadn't expected the latest model to be the worst choice for machinery in this era. Seeing Tiezhu's predicament, a local repairman suggested, "You're from Taihan village, right? There are still a few educated youths who never returned to the city in the neighboring village. One of them is Chen Jiqiang. Yes, Chen Jiqiang. He knows his way around machinery and is quite skilled. We used to go out of our way to consult him on repairs, but that's no longer possible." What do you mean it's not possible anymore? He's unwilling now? It's not that Chen Jiqiang doesn't want to. It's just that 2 years ago, he got caught up in some illegal trading activities. He still has to undergo regular criticism sessions. The folks in his village worry that if we go to him, we might give him an opportunity to engage in those activities again. So we don't go anymore. Could I reach out to him? Would it affect him? We definitely can't approach him. You might need to find someone to write an introduction letter or something, at least get the village to let him go. Thanks a million. You've been a huge help. Even though I haven't met this Chen Jiqiang yet, as long as he finds the right person, he'll figure out a way to get help fixing the feed machine. As for who could write a letter of introduction that would carry weight with people from the neighboring village, Tiezhu thought of Deputy Town Mayor Wu. A town mayor held higher status than a village chief, and Deputy Mayor Wu would certainly grant him this favor. Sure enough, when he mentioned to Deputy Town Chief Wu that he needed to find a machinery repairman, a former educated youth from the same village, the deputy immediately agreed to write him a letter of recommendation. He even remarked that educated youths should have long since disappeared in this era, and helping that youth regain his freedom was a good deed. Thus, not only did he write the letter of introduction, but he also signed and stamped it. Tiezhu treasured the letter like a precious object, tucking it into his chest before cycling to the neighboring village. Upon arriving, he saw a man tied to an ancient tree in the village square. A broken wooden sign hung around his neck, denouncing him for speculating and profiteering, undermining social stability. People hurled clods of dirt and rotten vegetable leaves at him. With such an accusation, it had to be Chen Jiqiang, the mechanical genius. Tiezhu rushed over, not even stopping his bike, and stood in front of Chen Jiqiang, shouting, "Stop! How can you humiliate someone like this? You just pin any charge on him and bully him like this. Aren't you afraid he'll report you to the city authorities? Seeing someone suddenly appear before them, the villagers stopped their actions. The village chief stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you? This is our struggle session. What business is it of yours? I'm nobody special. I just came looking for Qiang. Seeing you bully him like this, I couldn't stand by and watch. Just anyone can interfere with our struggle session? Get lost. This isn't your business." A villager rushed forward, grabbing Tiezhu's arm to pull him away. Tiezhu raised his hand and slapped the person's hand away. The village chief snapped, "What exactly are you trying to do? This is serious business, not something you can just disrupt. I already said I'm here for Qiang. Here's my letter of introduction. I'm taking him away." Tiezhu handed the letter to the village chief. As the chief examined it, nearby villagers began shouting. "Take him away? No way. He's our village's educated youth. What right do you have to take him? He still has to undergo criticism sessions. You're nobody, you have no right to take him away. Qiang still has to fix our village's tractor. If you take him away, who's gonna fix our broken tractor?" Chapter 146. The next second, they'll start talking. It seemed taking Qiang away wouldn't be easy for Tiezhu. But after the village chief read the letter of introduction, his attitude changed completely. "You want Qiang to help repair machinery, right? That's acceptable. But whether he can leave depends entirely on his own decision. This letter doesn't authorize you to forcibly take him away." Yes, Deputy Town Mayor Wu only wrote in the letter that Qiang should cooperate with Tiezhu's work. It never said he had to follow Tiezhu. Still, the village chief didn't treat Qiang like a prisoner. After dismissing the villagers gathered nearby, he untied him and handed the letter to Qiang, letting them talk privately. Qiang was weak but still steady on his feet. After reading the letter, he asked Tiezhu, "Did Deputy Town Chief Wu send you to rescue me?" Tiezhu shook his head. "I heard from others that you understand machinery and can do repairs. I have a brand new feed machine that keeps breaking down, and I wanted your help fixing it. So you're not here to take me away? I can't run to you then." Tiezhu quickly explained, "You can join me if you want. I have a place for you to stay." The new farm had built a row of small, single-story dormitories to accommodate workers, including night shift personnel needing rest areas. Qiang didn't agree immediately. "Let me think about it," he said. "If I do join you, I'll come find you." Tiezhu had no choice but to leave for now. Cuihua saw him return alone. Glancing behind her to make sure no one was following, she asked, "Didn't bring him back? Did he refuse to help you?" Tiezhu shook his head. "He didn't say, but I suspect he'll come find me within 2 days. Qiang's life in the neighboring village was tough. No matter the hour, Qiang would surely come looking for him." Tiezhu's prediction proved accurate, though he didn't have to wait 2 days. That very evening, before Tiezhu had even finished his shift, Qiang arrived. Not only was Qiang carrying bedding, but 3 others beside him were also carrying bedding. Seeing Qiang approach, Tiezhu was overjoyed, though a bit curious. Who are these 3? Oh, they're educated youth too. They missed the chance to return to the city and, like me, are subjected to regular public criticism sessions. Qiang hastened to explain. These 3 had arrived in the neighboring village at the same time as him. In their daily lives, forget about eating well or dressing nicely, even getting enough to eat was a struggle. Their so-called speculation and profiteering amounted to nothing more than secretly raising chickens in the mountains and selling the eggs in town to fill their stomachs. In other places, this wouldn't even be considered profiteering, but in the neighboring village, they were labeled as such. Qiang hadn't returned with Tiezhu initially precisely because of his 3 companions. He couldn't seize an opportunity to leave while abandoning them. Upon hearing this, Tiezhu quickly arranged accommodations for them. Though the 3 educated youths weren't skilled in machinery repair, each possessed their own expertise. As Tiezhu confirmed their abilities, he decided to hire them. The rooms were bare since they hadn't expected guests, no furniture had been purchased. Tiezhu flipped on the light and said, "You'll have to make do tonight. I'll buy beds tomorrow." All 4 replied they'd brought bedding. Though simple, Tiezhu's newly built house was bright and airy, already far better than their previous lodgings. Despite their assurances, Tiezhu resolved to buy a bed tomorrow, 2 bunk beds, plus tables and chairs. While helping spread out the bedding, Tiezhu heard rumbling stomachs. They must be hungry, probably hadn't eaten all night. The 4 men watched as Tiezhu suddenly stood up and left. Qiang punched the person next to him. "What weird noise were you making just now? You scared Boss Tiezhu away." The man covered his mouth and frowned. "I didn't mean to. None of us ate tonight. I'm hungry, what can I do? Just tough it out. Didn't I tell you to drink water? What if Boss Tiezhu gets angry and kicks us out? But water doesn't fill you up. I drank plenty, who knew I'd still be hungry? What if Iron Pillar really does get angry and kicks us out? I'm telling you, just hold it in. Wait until he leaves before your stomach starts growling." Just as they were arguing, Tiezhu walked in carrying some things. "I finally got you guys to come over. Why would I kick you out? These steamed buns aren't much and they're a bit cold, but they'll tide you over. I've already told my wife to cook. We'll all have some hot food together in a bit. The four of them hadn't expected this at all. Coming to Tiezhu meant a decent place to stay, money to earn, and hot meals to eat. The good life they hadn't enjoyed in years was finally within reach again. Following Qiang was the right choice, but working with Tiezhu was even better. A few days later, Tiezhu brought his trained geese to the agricultural products exchange fair. He'd specifically asked Lu Guozhong to keep an eye out for this event. With the farm expanding, he needed to broaden his sales channels. He'd already covered all the nearby villages and towns, securing as many orders as possible. Now he needed new clients. Lu Guozhong had given him an invitation card for the agricultural products exchange fair and arranged a booth for him. He was told that many state-owned enterprises and visitors from other provinces would attend the fair. If anyone took a liking to his agricultural products, he could secure quite a few orders. Upon hearing this, Tiezhu immediately set to work with great enthusiasm. He planned to bring a flock of geese. Besides drilling them daily in formation, he had Cuihua make scarves and neck warmers for the geese, each embroidered with the character for fortune. Cuihua felt the exhibition shouldn't just showcase the geese's charm. Tiezhu couldn't be outdone either. After much thought, she realized Tiezhu would still need to work while tending the geese. He usually wore just an apron, so she stayed up late embroidering 4 large characters on a new apron, scientific farming. On the day of the exhibition in town, Tiezhu had Shaoli drive him to the venue in a truck. His booth covered nearly 20 square meters. The geese marched in formation past every other exhibit, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Upon reaching the booth, the geese formed a neat square formation inside, looking so orderly they could have been toys. Sure enough, someone mistook them for toys. They approached Tiezhu and asked, "This is an agricultural products fair, not a toy fair. How could you bring toys here? But your toys are quite advanced, they can actually form a formation. What kind of high-tech do they use?" Tiezhu chuckled, "These are real geese. Don't believe me? Feel them." The man hesitated, then cautiously extended his hand. "Aren't real geese supposed to peck people? Won't they peck me?" "Don't worry, my geese are very well behaved. Go ahead and touch them, they're actually quite warm." The man finally placed his hand on the largest goose at the edge, stroking its feathers. "Heh, they really are real. Live geese, warm as can be." The onlookers then began asking, "How did you train these geese? Why are they so well behaved? Strange indeed, they haven't defecated anywhere despite being here so long. These geese are intelligent, can we still eat them? With geese this smart, I feel like they're about to start talking any second." Chapter 147, Buying Geese as Pets. Tiezhu patiently answered each question one by one. 2 booths away was another poultry display, belonging to a state-owned farm. But their birds were all caged up, the geese bellowing incessantly, their cages littered with filthy droppings. In stark contrast, everyone flocked to Iron Pillar's geese, leaving their booth deserted. The booth was staffed by 2 people, a young guy and a middle-aged man. The young man, Ade, looked troubled at the situation. "Brother Wu, what should we do? No one is coming to our booth. We won't be able to sell our poultry." Wu Ji frowned as he glanced at Tiezhu's booth. He knew full well that without visitors, he couldn't secure orders. Without orders, he'd face criticism from his superiors back at the unit. If it weren't for these geese being so well behaved, all the customers wouldn't have flocked to Tiezhu's booth. He refused to believe it. These geese weren't humans, just a bunch of animals. There had to be a way to deal with them. After a moment's thought, he leaned over and whispered instructions to Ade. Ade's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He nodded and dashed off. Over here, after Tiezhu finished answering a question, someone heckled, "Do your geese only know how to line up and form formations under your command? Can they do anything else?" Tiezhu certainly hadn't trained the geese for just one trick. Just as he was about to answer, someone shouted, "It's running away! It's running away, hey! Your geese aren't so obedient after all." The geese scattered in all directions, starting from the one at the edge. Someone had scattered feet over the ground outside the enclosure, spreading it more than 10 meters away. Tiezhu's geese, drawn by the feed, dashed out over 10 meters. Ade returned to Wu Ji's side, silently giving him a thumbs up. "Bro, your plan worked like a charm. His geese are all drawn to our feed. Once they're stuffed, they'll start pooping everywhere. Just wait and see how embarrassing it'll be for him." Wu Go fought to suppress the smirk, threatening to curl his lips, clearing his throat softly. "Keep your voice down. Does that make us any better?" It must be said, the feed from the National Nutrition Farm was truly exceptional, otherwise, Tiezhu's geese wouldn't have run off to eat it. Unfortunately, the chaos they'd anticipated, geese running wild and defecating everywhere, never materialized. Instead, Tiezhu calmly produced a slender bamboo whistle. He placed it between his teeth and blew softly. Even the farthest goose stopped eating the feed. All of them returned to their pens, settling back into their original spots. "Wow, these geese are well trained, you could even take them home as pets. Do you sell that whistle? Does it work on all geese? Does having this whistle mean you can command geese? If I buy a goose, do I get the whistle too?" This whistle was specially crafted by Iron Pole to make commanding the geese easier. He'd agreed with the geese that different whistle lengths and frequencies would signify different commands. As soon as he blew it, the geese obeyed him. He'd already planned to sell geese with whistles included so they could not only be eaten but also follow commands. Naturally, he'd answer everyone's questions. But instead of answering right away, he opened a cage lined with several layers of straw paper, letting the geese take turns going inside to relieve themselves. This demonstration only fueled the crowd's desire to buy the geese as pets. More people wanted to purchase goslings to raise from young, seeing it as a more rewarding endeavor. Spectators clamored to buy Tiezhu's geese, with restaurants and supply cooperatives placing bulk orders. Tiezhu was so busy he wished he had 8 hands. Even with Xiaoli helping nearby, he couldn't keep up with the orders. Wu Gu and Ade were seething with frustration. They never imagined that their attempt to sabotage him would instead showcase his success. Were it not for their official status representing the National Nutrition Farm, both would have stormed over to tear down Tiezhu's display booth. But what could they do? They could only watch helplessly as Tiezhu sold every single goose he brought. He signed all the orders he had, ran out of blank ones, and even borrowed some from them. Tiezhu knew nothing of Wu Gu and Ade's schemes and had no desire to find out. All he cared about was fulfilling the orders in his hands as quickly as possible. Once the geese were sold out and no new orders came in, he cheerfully headed home with Xiaoli. Cuihua hadn't expected Tiezhu to bring back over 100 orders, many of them even long-term contracts. After counting them, she realized the geese from several farms barely added up to enough. She felt a bit troubled they couldn't sell all the geese at once, after all. Some had to be kept for laying and hatching eggs. After handing in the orders, Tiezhu leisurely poured himself some tea and stretched out on a recliner to rest. Turning his head, he saw Cuihua frowning and asked what was wrong. After hearing her concerns, he frowned too. It was indeed a problem their farm wasn't large enough. They had the space, but their poultry numbers hadn't kept pace. They needed to raise more quickly. But we don't have enough manpower. Villagers can manage raising a few chickens, ducks, or geese on their own, but farming like we do at the farm? First, they lack the education, and second, they don't have the relevant experience or skills. Where are we supposed to find experienced workers? Cuihua fired off one difficult question after another, each one seemingly impossible to solve. Tiezhu lowered his head and thought. Cuihua was right, these were real problems. In the past, villagers raised geese, few had more than 5, and even the most prolific kept fewer than 20. But his farm alone had over 1,000 geese, plus chickens, ducks, mandarin ducks, rabbits, sheep, pigs, cattle, and more. Though spread across 4 facilities, they all required manpower. Villagers with high school education sought jobs in the city, while those with junior high education were hired by him. Few of the remaining villagers could even read. Moving to the city or elsewhere to work at his farms wasn't practical. Why not teach the villagers instead? After all, he had promised to lead the villagers toward shared prosperity. They had helped clear the land, now other skills needed to follow suit. Thinking it through, Tiezhu spent 2 weeks collaborating with the system to write 3 textbooks. He then took the materials straight to the village chief. As soon as he saw the village chief, he pulled out the textbooks and declared, "I want to start a night school to teach everyone farming techniques. Do you have a place where I can hold it?" Night schools were something only found in cities. The village had never heard of such a thing. But the village chief knew about night schools. He took the textbooks to look them over and said, "The only place big enough for a night school is the ancestral hall." "But what exactly is this farming technique you're talking about? Haven't you been teaching everyone how to farm all along?" Tiezhu did casually share tips on feeding and letting livestock out for fresh air, but it wasn't systematic. These 3 textbooks were different. They covered poultry, livestock, and fish in detail: how to hatch, breed, feed, treat common diseases, slaughter, and more. They were incredibly thorough. With these 3 manuals, even without lectures, anyone literate could apply the knowledge, all thanks to Tiezhu's systematic approach in compiling them. Chapter 148, Loin vs. Spine. Tiezhu didn't care where the night school was held, any space would do. Learning the village shrine was available, he applied to use it. Using the ancestral hall posed no problem for the village chief. It was the finest and largest building in the village, especially after being repaired following the flood. The real question was whether people would actually attend. The village chief voiced his concern, "These textbooks are so thick, will anyone really want to come to class?" Tiezhu pounded his chest and declared, "Absolutely no problem. Once they learn the content in this book, even if they don't come work at my farm, they'll still have a skill to take with them, right?" While not everyone might choose to learn, Tiezhu's point was valid. The village chief could only agree, "All right, I'll help spread the word, but I can't guarantee everyone will show up." With the village chief agreeing to make the announcement, Tiezhu naturally wouldn't demand more. He nodded in understanding, "I know. Of course. We have to make sure everyone comes willingly." And so, the keys to the ancestral hall were handed over to Tiezhu. Every evening, he would hold classes for the villagers there. When the night school first started, hardly anyone attended. On the first day, only Tiezhu's parents, Chang and his wife, Cuihua, and the workers from the farm showed up. Tiezhu brought a large wooden tray filled with sand, sketching a pig's anatomical diagram on it to explain the animal's internal structure. The next day covered the different tastes and cooking methods for various pork cuts. Day 3 focused on disease prevention in pigsties, and Day 4 addressed feeding techniques and feed ratios. Attendance began to grow steadily, though Tiezhu couldn't pinpoint when or why. Ma Chang knew the secret. Ever since Tiezhu started the night classes, Ma Chang attended in his wheelchair at night. During the day, he did rehabilitation exercises with his crutches and chatted with people under the big tree at the village entrance. After 2 days of classes, Ma Chang chatted with villagers as usual after his rehab exercises. Sister Xia, who lived at the eastern end of the village, returned beaming with delight, carrying a piece of meat. Oldly, seeing her grin stretching from ear to ear, teased, "Hey, Xia, what bargain did you snag today that's got you grinning from ear to ear?" Sister Xia, who had been eager to show off, proudly displayed the pork in her hands. "You bet I got a bargain. This tenderloin only cost me 70 cents per pound, and this is a full pound. Regular pork usually costs 80 cents per pound, so getting tenderloin for 70 cents was indeed a great deal. Usually, pork tenderloin costs a whole yuan per pound at the market." Another auntie immediately asked, "Where did you get it? Do they have any left? I'll go buy some right now. This tenderloin is delicious whether stir-fried or stewed." Her eldest grandson absolutely loves it. But Sister Xia shook her head, "It's gone. The guy came selling it from a cart, and it sold out early, even the pigtails are gone. What a pity." The auntie slapped her thigh in regret. If only Sister Xia had come back sooner to tell them. Ma Chang examined the pork loin, feeling it didn't quite look like tenderloin. He ran his fingers over it and gave it a gentle squeeze. "This isn't tenderloin, it's pork loin. Pork loin is cheap, selling for no more than 70 cents per pound. You've been ripped off." Hearing this, Sister Xia's expression turned a bit cold. "What tenderloin? This is tenderloin meat." Oldly examined the cut closely. "Yeah, this is definitely tenderloin, reddish, long and strip-shaped." "Ma Chang, you must not eat much meat to not recognize it. Besides, what's tongji? We've never heard that term before." Ma Chang patiently explained to everyone, "The loin cut comes from the pig's back. It's not usually cut separately. It's the piece on top of the pork chop we usually eat. We also call that part the shoulder blade meat. The tenderloin is reddish white and springy to the touch, the most tender cut on the pig. A 200-pound pig might not even yield a pound of tenderloin. It's perfect for stir-frying, deep frying, or quick braising. The tenderloin, however, is more abundant. It has a darker red color, coarser muscle fibers, and is tougher. The best way to prepare it is to pan-sear it first before roasting." Sister Xia, even though you didn't get the tenderloin, you didn't lose out. It's just that the loin isn't the best cut either. Oldly, having examined the meat strips closely, nodded. "It matches, everything matches. The color is deep, and it feels rock hard to the touch. While it has some elasticity, it's barely softer than wood. Looks like it really is the top loin." Sister Xia gritted her teeth, ready to confront the seller. "Damn it. They tried to pull a fast one on me. I'm going to settle this with them." The other women hurried to restrain her. Calm down, calm down. You didn't lose anything. Besides, if you hadn't said anything, he'd be long gone by now. Where are you going to find him?" While they tried to calm Sister Xia, Oldly asked curiously, "Ma Chang, your leg's injured but your brain's still sharp, huh? You talk like a pro, where'd you pick all this up?" Seeing his chance to show off, Ma Chang quickly explained, "Tiezhu taught me all this. Remember when the village chief made that announcement? Tiezhu's running night classes at the ancestral hall, he wants everyone to come learn. You guys skipped it, but I went. Check out these notes I took." Everything he just said, Tiezhu drew it out for us. Ma Chang pulled out his notebook. He could read, and its pages were filled with content, not just words, but also sketches copied from the diagrams Tiezhu had drawn on the sand table. Even illiterate people could understand the diagram of the pig's anatomy. Great, this is really great. So he only teaches about pigs? Will he teach the stuff he's already covered? Does he charge tuition? No tuition, anyone who wants to learn can come. I hear he doesn't just teach about pigs, but chickens, ducks, fish, cattle, sheep, donkeys, everything. Hey, give me back my notebook. While he was talking to Oldly, the notebook had already been passed around among the older women. If he didn't call out soon, he'd lose it. An auntie grinned cheekily and asked, "Can I make a copy of your notebook?" "Why copy it? If you want to learn, just go to the ancestral hall. Tiezhu teaches for an hour every night, starting at 8:30. It's perfect after dinner." "Alright, I'll go tonight." "I'll come too." "Old Zhang, bring me a notebook? I'll buy you a new one later." "I don't have a pencil. Can someone lend me one?" And so it was that more and more people came to the ancestral hall for lessons. Within 5 days, the hall was packed to capacity. Even the village's 60-plus-year-old welfare recipients came to listen. The corners of the hall weren't bright enough, so the village chief provided several kerosene lamps free of charge. Everyone's enthusiasm for learning soared. Tiezhu was thoroughly satisfied with this approach. Beyond classroom learning, he personally took everyone to his farm to see, touch, and interact with the poultry and livestock firsthand. He even went out of his way to procure stethoscopes so they could listen to the heartbeats of healthy and sick pigs. The emphasis was on putting learning into practice. Coupled with Tiezhu's promise that top performers would get jobs at his farm, the villagers never missed a class. Chapter 149, Catching the Book Thief. Night school continued unabated. Even Chen Jiqiang pitched in, helping optimize the feed mixer by adding 2 extra steps to the original single-process machine. Originally just mixing feed, it now included proportioning, weighing, and grinding processes, tripling both the quality and speed of feed mixing. To help the villagers learn more, Tiezhu included instructions for operating the feed machine in the textbooks. To facilitate teaching, he personally visited the county printing factory and paid out of pocket to print a batch of textbooks. Each set contained 3 books, and he printed 50 sets in total. These textbooks weren't freely available. Their contents were practically his farming secrets, so he distributed one per person during classes. If there weren't enough, 2 people shared one, returning it after class. The textbooks were kept locked in the ancestral hall at all times. There were 2 keys to the hall, one held by the village chief and the other by Tiezhu. Following their usual routine, Tiezhu arrived at the ancestral hall first, accompanied by OU. The sand in the wooden tray needed replacing, and Tiezhu routinely had OU count the textbooks before class and check for any damage. If any books were damaged, he would record it, waiting until 10 damaged copies accumulated before requesting reprints from the printing factory. Getting books printed at the factory wasn't easy these days. It required an application, scheduling, and a certain minimum quantity. That's why this batch of textbooks had been so hard to come by. Tiezhu unlocked the ancestral hall and let OU inspect the textbooks while he refreshed the sand. With more students attending class, he made 2 new wooden boards to make it easier for everyone to see the patterns. During class, whatever he drew, Cuihua and OU would copy it onto the new boards. Just as he finished arranging the sand in the 2 new boards, OU gasped, "Brother, the books are missing. 3 copies of livestock breeding techniques are gone." Tiezhu frowned, stood up, and walked over to him. "Are you sure? Have you checked everywhere else?" To accommodate the villagers, the village chief had brought several tables into the ancestral hall. Could the textbooks be hidden behind a table or tucked away in a corner? Stone shook his head. "I checked everywhere. After class yesterday, I definitely put away 50 books. But just now, I counted only 47. Let's search again." Stone searched the hall again, and Tiezhu counted twice more. Only 47 books were present. This was truly baffling. They'd only ever scribbled on the textbooks before. This was the first time any had gone missing. With no immediate solution and class time approaching, Tiezhu could only instruct, "It's fine, start class. I'll take notes and reprint them later." That was the only option. Little did they know that once textbooks started going missing, it would happen again and again. 8 copies of livestock farming techniques were missing, and 2 copies of poultry farming techniques were gone. Though the numbers weren't large, constantly losing textbooks wasn't acceptable. Tiezhu decided to report the matter to the village chief. He speculated, could someone have stolen your key, opened the door, and taken them? He used that key daily. It couldn't have been lost or stolen. If someone had stolen a key to enter the shrine, it must have been the village chief's. "But my key has been on me the whole time." The village chief pulled the key from his waistband. Indeed, the shrine key was still with him. This puzzled them. Only 2 keys existed for the ancestral hall's door. If both keys were accounted for, how had someone managed to enter and steal the textbooks? The village chief grew anxious. Those textbooks absolutely cannot be lost. They're vital materials. If someone else got their hands on them, that would be stealing state secrets. Little did he know, Tiezhu had already figured out a solution. "No worries. I'll know who the thief is by tomorrow." "How exactly will you know? Are you planning to stake out the place tonight to catch the thief?" Tiezhu chuckled. "I wouldn't bother with such exhausting work. The ancestral hall is a public place after all. Even with keys, if I catch someone red-handed, they could just say they came to pay respects to their ancestors. Then how will you catch the thief?" "You'll see when you follow me tomorrow." Since Tiezhu had a plan, the village chief decided to just go along with the arrest. Worrying wouldn't help anyway. The next day in class, Tiezhu deliberately handed OU a modified flashlight, instructing everyone to shine it on their hands before entering the ancestral hall. Uncle Lu asked OU, "What's this for?" "Our hands are rough and ugly, why shine a light on them?" Tiezhu explained, "Uncle, this flashlight's been treated. See how it emits a blue light? Shining it disinfects your hands. It'll be more hygienic if you use it before feeding pigs or chickens, or assisting with livestock births." "What? Why didn't you mention this before? It doesn't seem to be written in your book either." "It wasn't written because he made it up. The blue light was just from smearing blue-black ink on the front glass of the flashlight. But it really does work." When the light hit Lu DeBayo's hands, OU grabbed his wrist and shouted at the iron pillar, "Brother! Brother! We've caught the book thief!" Under the blue flashlight beam, Lu DeBayo's hands glowed with a faint, luminous light. Why? How could this be? Lu DeBayo was one of the 3 who had entrusted their chickens to Wang Hu for sale but hadn't managed to sell them. Now, staring at his hands, he could scarcely believe his eyes. The village chief hurried over. Seeing the glow on Lu DeBayo's hands, he demanded, "Tiezhu, what's going on?" Tiezhu sneered coldly and replied, "This is the mark left by the thief after stealing the books. After class yesterday, I coated all the books with a special solution. This solution is usually invisible to the naked eye, but it becomes visible under light of a specific color. Lu Debao's hands are stained like this because he came to the ancestral hall last night to steal the books and got the solution on his hands. Lu Debao, tell us the truth. Why did you steal my textbooks? Where did you take them?" Everyone saw the fluorescent glow on Lu Debao's hands, the only pair glowing in the room. They all crowded around, staring at him. Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Debao felt his face burning. "Stealing himself," he stammered. Who stole your textbooks at night?" "I came to the ancestral hall today to burn incense for the ancestral tablets and happened to touch the textbooks." "Who would steal your books for no reason?" Indeed, the incense burner before the ancestral tablets on the front altar bore numerous traces of burnt incense. But Tiezhu didn't believe him. "You say you came to burn incense? How did you get into the ancestral hall? Where did you burn the incense?" "The incense had long since burned out. That's just incense ash." Stone laughed heartily. "You didn't burn incense at all. Those were from my previous visit. You definitely didn't come to the ancestral hall today. I've been guarding it all day, and no one else entered." Chapter 150, Taking Textbooks Isn't Stealing. This was Tiezhu's plan. He opened the door for OU to stay inside, then locked it himself. OU ate, drank, and relieved himself right there in the shrine all to confirm whether anyone entered during daylight hours. Stone was absolutely certain not a single soul had entered the ancestral hall all day. Moreover, Tiezhu had specifically instructed him not to touch the textbooks. He had lain beside them the entire time, not touching them at all. See? He caught the culprit red-handed. With irrefutable evidence, what excuse could Lu Debao possibly have now? Lu Debao wasn't about to confess so easily. He continued to argue. "You said you smeared the textbooks with a special solution." "I said I accidentally touched some weeds, and that's why my hands got like this from the weed sap." He was actually quite clever. Tiezhu wasn't going to deny him a chance to explain, so he asked, "Then tell me, what kind of weeds were they?" "Foxtail grass. I was stripping the seeds off foxtail grass to feed the chickens." "Didn't you say foxtail seeds can be shelled and fed to chickens?" "I just tried it. The juice got on my hands when I was shelling them." He'd actually found a reason. Tiezhu had mentioned in class the night before that when feed was scarce, you could gather foxtail grass, strip the seeds off the top, shell them, and feed them to chickens. But foxtail grass sap doesn't make your hands glow under blue light. To prove Lu Debao wrong, a mischievous kid dashed outside, grabbed a huge bunch of foxtail grass, rubbed his hands on it several times to make sure the sap was on, then held his hands up and shouted, "Shine it on me. Shine it on my hands. See if they glow." Sure turned on his flashlight and shone it on the child's hands. The juice-covered palms showed no trace of fluorescence. Lu Debao's face turned half cold. He hadn't expected this kid to be so inconsiderate, deliberately exposing his shortcomings at this moment. The child stuck out his tongue at him. "Ha! Serves you right for stealing my hoop." The child now had plenty of toys to play with: sheep's knuckle bones, large spinning tops, and hoop rolling rings. That iron ring was for playing hoop rolling. Usually, adults who liked to tease children would snatch their toys, but they'd always return them. Lu Debao was different. He was a big kid himself. Once he snatched something, he never remembered to give it back. After the child had his toy snatched, he went looking for his parents. But they said it was just a little thing, no big deal if it got taken. Now the child had found his chance, a form of payback. Tiezhu explained to the villagers gathered around them, "The substance I smeared on the textbook is a special kind of moss I found in the mountains. It doesn't grow in the village, so there's no way I could have faked it." The evidence was clear: those textbooks must have been stolen by Lu Debao. People nearby urged Lu Debao to confess. "Why did you steal the textbook? Tell us now. Didn't you want to work at the farm? How could you steal textbooks? Why did you steal them?" "Pfft, working at the farm? He's already resorted to stealing. How could the farm possibly hire him now?" Lu Debao muttered under his breath. "Taking textbooks isn't stealing, it's borrowing. I just didn't return them." The village chief heard this and flew into a rage. His thick palm landed repeatedly on Lu Debao's back. "What borrowing? How can it be borrowing without anyone's consent? Tell the truth now. Why did you steal the books? Where did you take them?" Lu Debao clutched his sore shoulder, groaning in pain before finally confessing. It turned out that Wu Gu from a state-owned poultry farm had asked him to steal the textbook. After studying for 2 days, he went out and bragged about the chicken raising techniques he'd learned, and Wu Gu overheard him. Wu Gu learned from Lu Debao that Tiezhu was running night classes and that he had the textbooks. Wu Gu promised that if Lu Debao stole the textbook for him, he would get Lu Debao a job at the state farm. The state-owned farm was far superior to Tiezhu's operation, so Lu Debao would naturally choose it. He agreed to the deal. But brother Wu knew Tiezhu had 3 copies of the textbook, so he asked for 30 copies. Lu Debao kept the stolen textbooks at his place for now, waiting to gather them all before delivering them. He dared not steal them all at once, taking them only a few at a time. He deluded himself that smaller quantities would be less likely to be noticed, and even if discovered, he could claim they had been lost. Unexpectedly, Tiezhu and his group had already discovered the textbooks were stolen and had devised a plan to catch the thief. Tiezhu sent Ou to Lu Debao's house to search for the textbooks. Watching Lu Debao, he pressed further, "So how did you get into the ancestral hall? There are only 2 keys to that place. Without a key, did you dig a tunnel?" Back in the day, Tian village fought in the War of Resistance, so digging tunnels was certainly possible. But the village chief said the tunnel in the ancestral hall had long been blocked off, no way to get in. Lu Debao pointed toward the window hidden behind the altar table's corner curtain, "Over there. The window latch is broken, so it's always been left ajar. That's how I got in, and I closed it again when I left." The village chief hurried over to check and found it true. Workers must have neglected to secure the latch during renovations. He needed to fix it immediately. After waiting about 10 minutes, Ou returned carrying the books, 10 textbooks. "They're all here." Lu Debao quickly exclaimed, "See? They weren't stolen. They're all back. You can't arrest me now." The village chief agreed, they belonged to the village anyway. He didn't take them anywhere. Let's just drop it. After all, they were all villagers. Reporting it to the police really wasn't worth the trouble. It was actually a good thing the textbooks weren't lost. Tiezhu followed the village chief's advice and let it go. But Lu Debao and his family were no longer welcome at the night school. What nonsense, book theft isn't theft. Lu Debao's parents were implicated by his actions. His father whipped him with his belt until he ran out crying for his parents. But Tiezhu realized the village hall wasn't safe. Carrying the textbooks home every day was too much trouble, so he got a big wooden chest, added 3 locks, and had the village head connect someone to fix the windows. Only then did he feel comfortable storing the textbooks in the village hall. After teaching for several months straight, they had only finished the first round of the 3 textbooks. Most villagers were illiterate. Those with good memories retained the material after the first round, while those with poorer recall needed to study it again. The teaching had to be repeated. Tiezhu entrusted the task to Chang, who could read and was perfectly suited to take over the lessons. Meanwhile, he headed to the county pork market. For several days in a row, he stayed at the market at dawn, hoping to find different breeds of pigs. The farms currently raise the common large white pigs, high in fat, low in lean meat, quick to market, but not top quality. Tiezhu sought premium pork to expand his business, needing products that would attract customers. Finding high-quality pork was his immediate goal. And this pork market was the quickest place to find superior pig breeds. Chapter 151, Trading Black Mountain Pigs for a Meal. The pork market teemed with all kinds of pork vendors, both retail and wholesale. Cart after cart, truck after truck, began arriving at the market from the early morning, delivering batches of large, fat pigs. Every time a truck arrived, Tiezhu would go over to inspect it. If there was a pig he liked, he would study it closely. After 3 full days of work, from dawn to dusk, Tiezhu finally identified the premium pork. This particular pork was the favorite among buyers from the county's high-end restaurants. Most importantly, this pork was extremely rare. Even when buyers scrambled to purchase it, they couldn't always secure a supply. The free-range Black Mountain pigs, bred from wild boar sires, boasted pure black coats, rounded builds, sturdy frames, and well-developed muscles. Their meat was exceptionally tender and flavorful, far superior to ordinary pork and commanding a much higher price. However, they require a longer rearing period than regular fattened pigs, and their feed costs are higher. Of course, this is well worth it considering the premium pork price. Tiezhu asked the owner of the Black Mountain pig stall for the breeding farm's address. He traveled 1,000 miles to that farm and brought back a batch of breeding pigs, both for cultivation and to improve the breed. A convoy of cargo trucks followed, their trailers packed with plump, glossy black pigs. As they passed through the city, passers-by pointed and whispered at the sight of the black pigs. Spotting the state-run restaurant ahead, Tiezhu had the convoy pause. He got out, entered the restaurant, and sought out Director Gong, whom he hadn't seen in ages. He brought Director Gong outside to view the Black Mountain pigs. Director Gong remembered him and, upon learning he had the pigs, immediately wanted to see them. "Are these Black Mountain pigs purebred?" Director Gong had his people keeping a close eye on the pork market. Ever since the watered-down pork scandal, he'd been on the hunt for high-quality pork. His newly appointed procurement officer had once sourced some Black Mountain pigs. Director Gong tasted them and couldn't stop thinking about them, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any more. So when he heard Tiezhu mention he had Black Mountain pigs, his interest was immediately piqued. However, he'd never seen what a Black Mountain pig actually looked like, and the only time he'd tasted it, it had already been processed. Seeing the pigs in Tiezhu's truck, he wasn't sure if they were the kind he wanted. Tiezhu motioned for Shaoli to get out of the truck. "Here, we've got some butchered pork ready. Let's take half a side of Black Mountain pork to Director Gong for him to try." Despite his youth, Shaoli was surprisingly strong. Together, they hauled the half side of pork straight into the restaurant's back kitchen, setting it aside for Director Gong to savor at his leisure. This must be nearly 100 pounds of pork. "How much is it?" "I'll pay you." This free pork meant he'd feel indebted eating it, and it spared him accusations of accepting bribes. But Tiezhu never intended to accept payment. The butchered pork in the truck was meant primarily for these restaurant managers to sample. So he flatly refused, no charge for the pork. How about you treat me and the drivers to a meal instead? These Black Mountain pigs had been transported back across provincial borders. The drivers hadn't eaten properly along the way. Now that they'd arrived at the state-run restaurant, even if Director Gong refused the exchange, Tiezhu would have paid to treat everyone to a meal anyway. But Director Gong felt he was getting the better end of the deal. He nodded eagerly, sure. How many of you are there? I'll have them prepare 2 tables of the best dishes. No need, no need. Including me, there are only 9 of us. 1 table is enough. Tiezhu had the drivers find a spot to park the vehicles. Xiaoli volunteered to watch the cars, and another driver said he'd finish eating quickly and take over for Xiaoli. Seeing they could manage, Xiaoli was quite satisfied. A round table for 10 would be perfectly full if Xiaoli joined them. Director Gong joined the table. He instructed the kitchen to prepare the wild boar so he could share the meal with Tiezhu and the drivers. Half a pig was too much for 1 table to finish. The chef prepared various cuts: braised ribs, sweet and sour pork, soybean stewed pig trotters, and grilled pork slices. He even enlisted all the kitchen helpers and waitstaff to make a batch of pure pork dumplings. While others might not have noticed, Director Gong was thoroughly satisfied. Each cut of the Black Mountain pork offered distinct flavors, leaving him craving more long after the meal ended. Right there at the table, he secured a long-term order with Tiezhu, waiting only for his Black Mountain pigs to mature before offering them as limited-edition gourmet dishes. After feasting and securing the order, Tiezhu sat in the passenger seat of the lead truck driven by Xiaoli, feeling overjoyed. He deliberately had Xiaoli and the convoy take a detour past Zhao Jinbao's house. This was so the Zhao family, who had vowed to buy back the truck, could see clearly that not only had he saved the transport company from collapse, but orders were now pouring in non-stop. Zhao Jinbao's legs had mostly healed, and he was resting in his courtyard. That evening, the family laid out their meal in the open yard. As Xiaoli drove past Zhao Jinbao's house, he deliberately slowed down, letting Zhao Jinbao see clearly how formidable the convoy leaving his home now looked. Seeing Tiezhu's transport fleet in their yard, the Zhao family seethed with rage. A cloud of dust drifted by, carrying the stench of pig manure, making the sight even more unbearable. They cursed loudly in the courtyard. Tiezhu heard their curses but felt no anger. Instead, he laughed heartily as he drove away. The 100+ newly transported Black Mountain pigs were placed in the renovated breeding pens on the wasteland. Several of the sows brought back were pregnant, giving Tiezhu the perfect opportunity to practice delivering piglets. Within just a week of arriving at the farm, the wild boars had already acclimated to their new life. Within that week, the first sow reached her due date. That day, Tiezhu specially invited the villagers attending night school to come and watch, as such an opportunity was indeed rare. The expectant sow lay in an empty pen lined with clean straw. Iron Pole, wearing rubber gloves, crouched beside her, explaining the process to the crowd while assisting with the delivery. The sow grunted and whined, the labor pains unbearable. If not for Tiezhu's constant reassurance, she would likely have caused a ruckus in the pen. Following the system's instructions, Tiezhu placed his hands on the sow's belly, coaxing her with treats while soothing her nerves. After a long while, he successfully helped the sow deliver her piglets, 6 plump, round little ones, each one a delight to behold. The villagers gathered around cheered. Amidst the applause, one woman's voice stood out, "How admirable! Truly astonishing!" Tiezhu arranged the piglets beside the sow's belly, then stood up and turned to look at the woman who had spoken. The village chief, who had brought the woman along, introduced her. "Tiezhu, this is Yang Yutong, a reporter from the provincial newspaper. She's here to interview you." "Oh, hello, hello." Tiezhu took off his gloves and extended his hand, but hesitated and withdrew it. Though it was the gloves that were dirty, he had just delivered the piglets. Shaking hands with the young woman without washing first would be impolite. To his surprise, Yang Yutong showed no sign of disgust and took his hand firmly. "Sorry for showing up unannounced. May I follow you around for a few days? I'd like to do a feature story on you." Chapter 152, Mud-Legged Vet. Tiezhu hesitated to refuse. He'd been in the news several times before. Wouldn't another feature story make him too much of a spectacle? But the village chief immediately agreed for him, explaining, "This is perfect. While they cover you, they'll also promote our farm and our village. Won't that attract more customers?" The village chief made such a compelling case that Tiezhu had no choice but to agree. However, he stipulated that the reporter could only follow him during work hours. Outside of that, he wouldn't cooperate. Yang Yutong agreed it was her job to shadow him anyway. For 3 full days, Yang Yutong carried her camera and notebook, documenting everything she witnessed and photographing anything she deemed noteworthy. Noticing the camera in her hands, Tiezhu asked, "Could you take a group photo of all our farm employees? Then print copies for everyone. I'll cover the cost." "Of course," she replied. It wasn't even her camera, it belonged to the provincial newspaper. And with Tiezhu offering to cover the printing costs, it was a no-brainer. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Yutong's film was nearly used up, and she returned home with a thick notebook. Not 2 days later, the village chief arrived with a newspaper, excitedly shouting, "Tiezhu, look! You're in the paper! Our farm's in it too, and our village! We're all in the paper. Tiezhu remained relatively calm. So what? Haven't we been in the paper before? It's different this time. It's the provincial paper, the provincial paper. Everyone in the whole province can see it. I almost missed it. If I hadn't specifically told the mailman to bring me a copy when he saw it, I wouldn't even know it came out today. Stone and the other employees gathered around. Village chief, what does it say? Read it to us. Alright, I'll read it. He flipped to the page featuring Tiezhu's special report, Mud-Legged Vet, Iron Village. There's an unsung veterinarian in Iron Village. Reportedly, when this reporter went to interview him, he happened to witness Tiezhu delivering a piglet. After finishing the article, the village chief and his listeners were left wanting more. Village chief, read it again. We haven't had enough yet. This is really well written. Why don't I have Tiezhu's skills? Village chief, go to the village broadcast station and read it. Have Cuihua read it, she has such a lovely voice. What do you think? That's a great idea. Reading it here only lets us hear it. Let's broadcast it so everyone can listen. That's a brilliant idea. The more the village chief thought about it, the better it sounded. He grabbed the newspaper and dashed off to the broadcast station. From that day on, the radio station broadcast the provincial newspaper twice daily for 3 consecutive days, reading it until everyone could practically recite it by heart before stopping. During this period, Tiezhu would blush whenever he went out. He felt compelled to tell everyone he met about the provincial newspaper broadcast, which embarrassed him so much he almost dared not leave the house. But the provincial newspaper story sparked a new idea in him. Although the village night school continued uninterrupted, the villagers weren't professional livestock experts. He still needed to find some specialists. Forget the county, there were hardly any aquaculture experts locally. He considered provincial or municipal options, but lacked recruitment channels. The moment the provincial newspaper article was published, he thought of placing a recruitment ad through it. He immediately called Yang Yutong, whose number he had saved, and explained his purpose. Yang Yutong paused briefly before asking, our paper has helped publish recruitment ads before, but we can only offer a small corner space. There's also an advertising fee involved. Are you willing to pay that? No problem. That advertising fee is only fair. What can we include in the ad? I'll tell you everything: address, phone number, salary and benefits, free meals and lodging. Can we list all that? Yes. Once the newspaper placement was arranged, Tiezhu sought his job ad in the provincial paper. Though tucked away in a corner of Section B, it covered an area as large as his palm and even included a photo. The advertising fee was well worth it. Calls started coming in that very afternoon after the paper was published. A week of continuous provincial newspaper ads helped Tiezhu recruit over a dozen young professionals in the farming industry, significantly smoothing the farm's operations. Meanwhile, his consistent presence in the provincial paper caught the attention of the Municipal Agricultural Expo. Invitations poured in from different cities for the agricultural fair. Tiezhu took each expo seriously, meticulously organizing and showcasing his farming techniques and management philosophy. This earned him official recognition and support, opening new opportunities for his business in both sales and policy. With this growing attention and backing, Tiezhu began attracting clients from outside the province, frequently hosting visits to his farm. One day, 3 clients from other provinces arrived at once, leaving Tiezhu scrambling to manage them. In the commotion, he failed to notice a troublemaker lurking outside the farm. Zhang Depeo noticed unfamiliar men in suits visiting Tiezhu's farm daily. After realizing they were all customers coming to purchase livestock, he began to harbor improper intentions. He lurked in a corner near the farm entrance, waiting to see if anyone would be left alone. Just then, a man in a suit stepped outside for some fresh air and a cigarette. Zhang Depeo hunched over and approached him. Sir, you're here to buy poultry and livestock from this farm, right? The boss eyed Zhang Depeo up and down. Of course. Everyone who comes here at this hour is here to buy, right? Completely unfazed by the man's disapproving gaze, Zhang Depeo chuckled. Sir, the owner of this farm is a real crook. You'd better not let him profit off you. What's the problem? The meat's no good? Or the eggs? The boss took a deep drag on his cigarette, flicked the butt onto the ground, and crushed it with the toe of his leather shoe. Zhang Depeo hurriedly explained, both meat and eggs are fine, but the owner's a real rip-off. I used to work for him. At first, the prices matched the quality, but after signing the contract, he started delivering the worst meat and eggs. If you don't pay top dollar, he won't deliver quality chicken or duck meat or eggs. Later on, he started demanding payment up front before delivery. The goods weren't exactly off-spec, they technically met the standards, but the quality was significantly worse. If you refuse delivery, he'll hold you to the contract and demand payment. Many business owners have gone under because of him. There's nowhere to even file a complaint. The boss had never heard of such a thing, but he despised swindling merchants most of all. Furrowing his brow, he asked, hasn't anyone taken him down? Zhang Depeo shook his head. No one can outsmart him. He's always one step ahead. Every business owner who partners with him ends up losing money, and they have to swallow their losses. The boss pondered for a moment before realizing, why are you telling me all this? What's your motive? Hearing this question, Zhang Depeo slapped his thigh, ready to speak loudly, but upon spotting the farm gate in the distance, he lowered his voice. Chapter 153, Revenge against Zhang Depeo. It's all because of that scoundrel Tiezhu. His farm is built right on top of our ancestral graves. To seize that land, he had people dig up our ancestors' graves in the dead of night. When officials came to inspect the site, he insisted those graves were just mounds of dirt. Our ancestors are still buried in a makeshift spot. Tell me, how could I ever let go of such a grudge? I want revenge too. But he's an outsider who built his business through scams and deceit. I can't compete with him. All I can do is urge you not to shop at his place for my sake and yours. You know, Zhang Depeo's words actually sounded convincing. Tiezhu really is from out of town, and he did start small and build his business bit by bit. But the way Zhang Depeo put it, it sounded like Tiezhu had made his fortune by swindling people. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Without a word, he turned and headed toward the farm. Zhang Depeo hurriedly called out in a low voice, "Boss, why aren't you leaving? Are you still going to buy from him? Don't fall for their tricks." The boss didn't even turn his head, just muttered, "Don't worry. Anyone who could scam me probably hasn't even been born yet." Tiezhu watched the boss return from his cigarette break to the farm, unaware of the business talk he just had with Zhang Depeo outside. He continued introducing the farm's operations, showcasing the nearly market-ready Black Mountain pigs, and successfully secured 3 long-term contracts. The smoking boss, in particular, placed an exceptionally large order with a wide variety of products. Tiezhu asked curiously, "With such a large order, can you handle it?" The boss waved his hand dismissively. "Whether I can handle it isn't your concern. Just tell me if you can supply it. Supplying this much is certainly within our capacity, but the deposit terms can't remain the same. Given the scale of your order, the first payment must be made in full upfront. Once the first batch is delivered, we'll collect the deposit for the second order simultaneously." Tiezhu noticed that the deposit percentage on this boss's contract was significantly lower than others. Normally, a deposit of no less than 40% is required upfront, but this boss only specified 20%. Even for a standard order size, he wouldn't agree to that. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Tiezhu's request to amend the contract, the boss not only refused but sneered, "Just as I suspected, you're cut from the same cloth as that other guy. Full of underhanded tricks, luring people into high-value orders only to deliver subpar goods. Trying to rip us off, huh? If you can't meet my order requirements, then forget it." Tiezhu frowned. Who was this person outside? "Oh, you," quick to pick up on the situation, dashed outside. Spotting Zhang Depeo lurking near the cigarette butt area, he understood immediately. Returning, he leaned close and whispered the identity of the person outside into Tiezhu's ear. Tiezhu understood everything at once. "Even if this deal falls through, I still need to clear my name." He then explained his history with Zhang Depeo. "If I were truly a dishonest merchant, how could the provincial newspaper have agreed to publish a feature on me and even help me place job ads?" "Yes, that's exactly right. Boss Tiezhu, we believe you." The other 2 bosses also voiced their support, saying they wouldn't have traveled all this way if they didn't trust Tiezhu. But even if Smoking Boss now understood Zhang Depeo was scamming people, he wouldn't agree to modify the order. "This order was indeed my original idea. If you don't trust me, we can discuss it again when the opportunity arises." With that, he turned to leave. Tiezhu hurriedly had OU escort him out. The other 2 needed to finalize their orders, signing, stamping, confirming addresses and shipping methods. Both were out-of-province clients. Though Tiezhu had a transport team, truck delivery would waste time and delay their goods' arrival that needed further consideration. Everything else was in order. After finalizing the contracts, Tiezhu casually asked the 2 clients for a favor. He needed to strike back at Zhang Depeo properly. As soon as the 2 clients left, he sought out Zhang Depeo. He recounted what the smoking boss had told him, expressing gratitude for Zhang Depeo's intervention that had helped them cut their losses in time. He then invited Zhang Depeo to come work at their mall. They gave Zhang Depeo an address in a remote area and a meaningless letter of introduction, telling him to report for duty on his own. Zhang Depeo took it at face value, emptied his family's savings for travel expenses, and was determined to go work in another province no matter what. The outcome was predictable. Upon arrival, the manager of the out-of-province mall wouldn't recognize such a letter of introduction and promptly kicked him out. Zhang Depeo returned home disgraced, penniless, having even begged for the last bit of his journey back. This only deepened his resentment toward Tiezhu, though Tiezhu couldn't care less about his plight. With Zhang Depeo gone from the village for months on end, Tiezhu finally enjoyed several months of peace and quiet. That said, he still needed to figure out a way to ship goods outside the province. Trucks were the fastest option currently, but there was something even quicker: the greenskin trains. However, greenskin trains were rarely used for transporting livestock. But Tiezhu had a solution. He knew Deputy Town Mayor Wu, who was the most enthusiastic about economic development. Knowing Tiezhu needed to ship livestock out of the province, he immediately took him to meet with the Railway Bureau leadership. After several rounds of negotiations and applications, they secured a dedicated railcar on a fixed route exclusively for transporting Tiezhu's livestock. This significantly sped up transportation, lowered costs, and satisfied the buyers. This was merely Tiezhu's first venture into interprovincial business. Beyond provincial borders, he also set his sights within the province. The provincial capital's demand for pork far exceeded that of the county and towns, and they preferred high-quality meat. While visitors from the provincial capital were more numerous than those from outside the province, nearly half of them were targeted by Zhang de Peo. Fortunately, after his temporary absence, Tiezhu's character and the quality of his farm's livestock had been thoroughly proven, leaving few customers susceptible to his influence. He then turned to the villagers, claiming Tiezhu was working for their benefit, organizing night classes to exploit their free labor, promising year-end profits that were nothing but empty promises. The villagers, like the provincial clients, didn't believe him, which ironically allowed Tiezhu's business to run smoothly. Not only did it go smoothly, but his farm, aligning with reform and opening up policies, partnered with businesses of various scales to develop a large-scale market. This market not only generated profits for his farm but also boosted sales for large-scale farms in several surrounding cities. It caught the attention of provincial and municipal governments, and his farm was even promoted as a model case. Tiezhu's farming achievements were featured in various newspapers, attracting admiration and emulation from a new generation of young farmers. Within just a few months, Tiezhu's farm expanded significantly, becoming a well-known enterprise in the province. To maintain his position as an industry leader, Tiezhu specifically applied for exhibition rights at the provincial agricultural fair, preparing to showcase his agricultural products and live poultry specimens. Chapter 154, Targeted. Manager Wu, is he the new farm owner from the county below? He doesn't look like much. What do you mean newly emerged in the county? It's just a village, some small village's farm. He only got publicity at the provincial level because he happened to be in the right place at the right time. His cages aren't like ours, and his chickens, ducks, and geese aren't any different. Why even let him come to the expo? What right does he have to attend our expo? He's just some small-town farmer. Boss Chen, I'm fine with it. We don't have many clients to begin with. If he snatches away a few more, what's left for us to earn? Hey, where's his booth? Let me see. Tiezhu hurriedly pushed the cart loaded with chickens, ducks, geese, and agricultural products into the exhibition hall, while Oyu followed behind pushing a large one. Oyu, just a little further. Hang in there, we're almost there. Tiezhu glanced at his booth number. It was a 40-plus square meter space, and he'd already planned how to arrange everything. He'd heard they could rent a freezer, which would be perfect for storing all his fresh meat and eggs. Zone B, booth 32. Judging by the sign ahead, this must be it. The location was actually quite good, right at the three-way intersection on the main aisle. But why was there someone already at the booth? Stone peered over the shoulder. Bro, we're not seeing things, right? Is that our booth up there? Why is there stuff already set up? Yep, that's the one. Don't worry, I'll go ask. Tiezhu handed the cart to Oyu to watch over and walked up to the booth to ask the person inside. Hello, this is Section B, booth 32, right? This should be my booth. You. The person turned to look at Tiezhu, then glanced at the booth number on his exhibition card and explained, oh, sorry. We had too much stuff, so we had someone switch it. Your items don't seem to be that many. Could you please move to this booth? Tiezhu frowned. But the other party had already placed 5 or 6 refrigerators in this booth, filled with various cuts of pork. It appeared to belong to a meat processing plant, but booth assignments weren't something you could just change on a whim. Sorry, but this is the booth we applied for. Could you please move? Tiezhu waved to the back, signaling Oyu to push the cart over. The man retorted immediately, I applied for this spot too. If you have a problem, take it up with the on-site manager. He pulled out a card, which indeed showed information about booth reassignment. His original spot was Section C, booth 58. Who knew where that was? Tiezhu's expression darkened. Looks like we really need to talk to the manager. Tiezhu told Oyu to wait there while he went to find the manager. He hadn't gone far when the manager appeared, wearing an ID badge that couldn't be faked. What's going on? Don't leave that card blocking the aisle. Move it to your booth immediately. Tiezhu hurried forward, presenting his card. Hello, I'm assigned to booth 32 in Section B, but it's currently occupied. How should we handle this? What do you mean occupied? We applied for this spot too. The other person showed their application to the staff. We brought too much stuff and specifically requested to swap this spot. The administrator compared both parties' documents, then returned them to Tiezhu and the other person. Correct, you applied for this. But we also make adjustments based on on-site conditions. That's standard procedure. So now you must switch according to our requirements. Section C, booth 58 is available. Move your cart over there immediately. Don't block the way here. Tiezhu understood that emergency swaps were possible and had no choice but to accept it. He returned to his cart handle and pushed it away. The attendant and the other man watched Tiezhu leave, then shook hands. Manager Wu, what do you think? I told you I'd get it sorted out for you. Alright. Thanks a lot. The rental fee for this freezer. I see he's brought fresh meat and such. He'll probably need a freezer too. Just charge it to his account. Alright, brother Wang. Once this is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Tiezhu had no idea he'd been deliberately pushed out. Following the new assigned number, he found the spot increasingly remote. And Zone C, Booth 58, it's the absolute farthest corner of the entire exhibition area. Not only is the location terrible, but the space is tiny too, only about 25 square meters. Fortunately, it could still fit all the poultry he brought, and he could rent a freezer. The freezers here were all uniform in size, with no clear price tags. Tiezhu rented one for 3 days, and the manager quoted him 50 yuan per day. Tiezhu's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What? 50 yuan a day? Isn't that too expensive? What's expensive about it? Do you even know how much a freezer costs? And electricity? A freezer uses at least 20 yuan worth of electricity a day, and we're not even charging you for that. If you're a country bumpkin with no money, don't rent it. The manager's nose wasn't a nose, his eyes weren't eyes, his gaze toward Tiezhu was pure contempt. No choice with the weather heating up, he had to rent a freezer. Otherwise, by the end of the 3-day agricultural fair, all the fresh meat and eggs he'd brought would go bad. He handed over 150 yuan and rented a freezer. Could you give me a receipt? Receipt? No such thing. Rent it or take your money back. Saying this, the manager pulled the money back out of his pocket and made a show of tossing it to Tiezhu. Fine, I'll rent it. No receipt needed. Tiezhu could only push the freezer toward his booth, faintly hearing someone else renting a freezer behind him. Brother Wang, how much is it? What do you mean, how much? Just push it over and use it. We'll talk about it when it's over. How could the gap between people be so vast? Tiezhu understood they were bullying him because he was a country bumpkin. But he could only swallow his anger. After pushing the freezer back into place, Tiezhu plugged it in and busied himself transferring fresh goods inside. Simultaneously, he instructed Ou, hang up the cured meats and hams if you can. If not, lay cloths in the cages and display them on top. Put the nicely boxed items out front, make sure passers-by spot them instantly. Ou followed Tiezhu's instructions while muttering under his breath, what passers-by? Who's even going to walk by our booth? They'd have to be teleporting or something to get here. I bet these 3 days will be a total waste. It won't be wasted. I saw this little trick coming. I've got something else up my sleeve. He frowned. Why is this freezer turning on and off? Ou, go find someone to ask. After Tiezhu plugged in the freezer, it started up. He tested it with his hand, it was definitely blowing cold air. But after we put the meat and eggs inside, it shut off again. 2 minutes later, it started up again, only to stop 2 minutes after that. This shouldn't be happening. Is the freezer broken? We need someone to check it. If it is broken, we'll have to get it replaced. He's already paid 3 days' rent. Chapter 155, Products exported to Hong Kong and Macau. When the technician arrived, he declared the freezer was fine, it was just unstable voltage. But how could they solve this? Stopping every 2 minutes, each time for 2 minutes, that couldn't be good for the freezer either. No choice but to make do for now. With over 100 booths at the entire exhibition, each equipped with freezers, some having over a dozen, voltage fluctuations were bound to happen. We'll try our best to regulate it. Alright, I guess I'll just have to put up with it. But Tiezhu couldn't help noticing the neighboring booths seemed unaffected. Once the inspector left, Ou kicked the freezer twice. Tiezhu quickly stopped him. Hey, you can't kick it. If you break it, you'll have to pay for the damage. Even though the freezer was only worth 1,000 or 2 at most, something he could afford, he couldn't let the expo organizers blame him. To his surprise, Ou's kick actually fixed the freezer. It ran non-stop for 10 whole minutes. Tiezhu exclaimed in amazement, how is that possible? How did your kick actually fix the freezer? When I went to the village chief's house to watch TV, his set had snowy static. He just tapped it with his hand and it worked. I figured since the freezer runs on electricity too, tapping wouldn't work, so I tried kicking it. See? It worked. In truth, he'd hit the nail on the head by accident. When someone saw Tiezhu was renting the freezer, they'd secretly loosened the sensor connector underneath it. The unstable contact caused the freezer's cooling cycle to intermittently shut down. Ou's kick tightened the connector and the freezer started working normally. With the problem solved and the exhibition underway, Tiezhu was ready to make his move. Among the 10 cages he brought, 3 held geese and 2 held ducks. Each goose and duck wore a small mesh pouch on its back. Cuihua had specially made these to hold flyers. Tiezhu had spent days commissioning these flyers. One side introduced their farm, the other showcased their agricultural products. After filling the pouches with flyers, Tiezhu took out his bamboo whistle and blew 2 sharp notes. The geese and ducks, previously crowded in the booth, swiftly formed a line and stood in formation in front of the booth. This display alone drew the attention of several passers-by. After giving a few instructions, Tiezhu waved his hand. Go on, then. Come back for more once you've handed them all out. The geese and ducks swarmed out en masse, turning to people and snatching leaflets from their backs to hand them out. Some who had initially feared the geese hesitated, but the sight was so unusual that even those worried about being pecked came forward to take a flyer before leaving. This idea had originally come to Tiezhu when he'd sold geese while carrying a bamboo whistle. If he could command the geese to assemble and march in formation, he could certainly direct them to distribute flyers. He'd also prepared this contingency because he feared his booth location might be unfavorable, and now it proved perfectly useful. The geese and ducks' long strides drew crowds of curious visitors. After inquiring about prices and details, many placed orders on the spot. Tiezhu's booth became more crowded than even the front row exhibits at the fair, and he was swamped with orders. During this time, several customers kept their eyes fixed on Tiezhu's booth, or rather, on Tiezhu himself. Yet they never approached him. From a distance, Tiezhu noticed several customers standing diagonally across from him, watching him with a hint of curiosity. Only after his agricultural products and poultry were nearly sold out and his orders neatly organized did the group finally approach his booth. "Gentlemen, what would you like to know? I can give you a detailed introduction." Tiezhu methodically packed the orders into his bag and turned his attention to the visitors. The four guests took turns asking questions about topics like ham quality, fresh meat grades, and the farm's daily output. Tiezhu answered each question to the best of his ability. After exchanging glances, the lead client inquired, "Are you free after the exhibition today? Might we treat you to a meal and discuss matters privately?" Talk privately? Tiezhu had never received such an invitation before. What would we be discussing? The man lowered his voice. "We'd like to discuss how your products are being exported to Hong Kong and Macau." Tiezhu's heart skipped a beat. His goods were actually reaching Hong Kong and Macau across the ocean? He quickly nodded in agreement. After the afternoon exhibition ended, he would take OU to the location provided for the meeting. The location provided was a private dining room number. When Tiezhu entered, only 2 clients were present. They had been seated, with food already laid out on the table. Seeing Tiezhu and OU enter, they stood up and shook hands. "My name is Kai Rui Qiang, and this is Kai Guoming. You can just call me Boss Kai." "Mr. Kai, hello. My name is Tiezhu, and this is my employee, OU. Come sit down and let's chat over a meal." Kai Rui Qiang was quite polite, and Tiezhu didn't stand on ceremony either, immediately gesturing for OU to sit down too. "This is a famous dish from your province. You must eat it often, right?" Kai Rui Qiang pointed to the ham dish on the table. While it's called famous, it's essentially a stew: ham, tofu, napa cabbage, egg dumplings, potatoes, greens all layered in a clay pot in a specific order. But this particular version also includes fresh shrimp, chicken wings, and handmade fish balls. Tiezhu nodded, then shook his head. "It's quite famous around here, but what we eat is simpler and not as tasty." He stewed it at home too, but usually only added 3 or 4 ingredients. Mr. Kai smiled and urged him to eat more before asking, "Can your farm supply enough for us?" Tiezhu took 2 bites, then set down his chopsticks. "I don't know how much you need, but we can supply over 100 poultry daily, and pork by the hundredweight." This was the quantity he had calculated after subtracting existing orders. The 2 Kai owners exchanged a glance and said, "That quantity is indeed sufficient, but is the quality consistently as good as what you brought today?" Stone quickly replied, "Of course. Our farm follows standardized breeding protocols for all poultry and livestock. What you saw today represents our typical output." "All right. I'll place an order for this batch. Deliver weekly for the first 2 months." The buyer made a quick decision, but Tiezhu faced a challenge. "Supplying the goods is no problem, I guarantee both quality and quantity. But when it comes to transportation, I might not have the capacity to handle it." He had no choice but to seek Deputy Town Mayor Wu's assistance in arranging rail transport. Shipping to Hong Kong and Macau isn't something you can just apply for via rail, it requires cargo ships. Tiezhu didn't have the connections to secure a cargo ship. As goods from his private enterprise, it was even less likely he could secure one. Hearing this, Kai Rui Qiang and Kai Guoming burst into laughter. "Forgot to introduce ourselves, we're Hong Kong residents who handle freight forwarding. Hand over your goods to us and we'll see them through to Hong Kong and Macau. You won't have to worry about that part." Chapter 156, First Kiss. Tiezhu could finally relax. Kai Rui Qiang even carried relevant documents, passes, ID cards, and such sufficient proof of his credentials. But while his problem was solved, the other party made a demand. "Customers in Hong Kong and Macau are very particular. While I can take your goods, I need to visit your farm first to confirm certain details before we can truly finalize the deal." This posed no problem for Tiezhu, no issue. "You can come with me today. But we arrived by truck, so we might not be able to give you a ride. We'll drive ourselves." "That's perfect." After the meal, Tiezhu drove back to Taihan village, followed by a black sedan. Tiezhu had initially thought that since Shaoli and the others were drivers, they could handle the driving. Later, he realized he also needed to drive himself, like today's trip to the provincial capital, where OU's help would be more convenient. Since there wasn't room for a third person in the car, he simply went and got his driver's license. It took some time, but it was worth it to him. With his license, he could eventually buy a sedan and take his parents and Cuihua on trips. The 2 cars pulled into the farm one after the other, and Cuihua came out to greet them. Noticing the black car behind them, she whispered to Tiezhu, "What's with that car? Is it for a client?" Tiezhu nodded. "Yes. Go to the office and prepare tea first. They're clients from Hong Kong and Macau. We've reached an agreement, this will bring us a substantial order." "Really?" Suehua's eyes sparkled with delight as she hurried off to Tiezhu's office. Meanwhile, Tiezhu introduced the two Kai bosses. This is my farm. I have 4 farms in total, 2 here and 2 elsewhere. Rest assured, all facilities and environments are identical. What you see now is completely authentic. Kai Ruixiang and Kai Guoming stood in the farm, following Tiezhu as he showed them the poultry section, livestock area, and fish ponds. Once they arrived, Kai Guoming became more talkative. He inquired about every conceivable detail: water sources, feed quality, environmental hygiene. After finishing his questions, he nodded to Kai Ruixiang. Brother, this place is much better than the others we've seen earlier. Alright, let's go with them. We probably won't find anything better. You still want better, bro? This place looks like the best we've seen. I never said I had to have better, but if it existed, I'd definitely choose it. Still, I don't want to pass up this one either. Tiezhu couldn't understand a word of the Cantonese they were using, but judging by their expressions, they seemed satisfied. After exchanging a few more words, Kai Ruixiang finally addressed Tiezhu. Alright, proceed as we discussed earlier. Deliver to our designated location weekly, and we'll wire the purchase funds in advance. But there's one part that needs adjusting? Which part? Tiezhu asked. I'll amend it directly when drafting the contract. Change the term to 1 year. I hope we can establish a long-term partnership. If our collaboration goes smoothly this year, I'll increase our purchase volume and extend the contract from annual to biennial renewals. That's great news, thought Tiezhu. He wouldn't have to worry about future orders anymore. He immediately led the way to the office. Come on, let's have some tea in my office. I can draft the contract quickly, it'll be ready in no time. His work was indeed swift, likely due to his extensive experience drafting contracts, and he finished the document within half an hour. After signing the contract in triplicate, Tiezhu called for Xiaoli to drive them to the county's finest hotel and book 2 rooms for the guests, with Tiezhu covering the expenses. He also loaded the trunk of their car with a full load of ham, cured pork, and sausages, all made from wild boar meat. The 2 men couldn't refuse and accepted with smiles, following Xiaoli's car away. Tiezhu watched them drive away, glanced at the contract in his hand, and in a surge of excitement, pulled Cuihua into his arms. A huge order. Just look at the size of this deal. The annual profit alone matched what he'd earned flipping treasury bonds before. How could that not be thrilling? Cuihua understood, but Tiezhu's thick arms were squeezing her so tightly she could barely breathe. She patted Tiezhu's back. I know you're excited, and I'm happy too. But could you ease up a bit? I can hardly breathe. Tiezhu looked down and saw Cuihua's face flushed crimson. He really had gotten too carried away. He quickly loosened his grip, letting Cuihua breathe properly. But her flushed little face was so pretty he found himself staring, mesmerized. Cuihua saw his dazed expression and giggled. How had she never noticed this childish side of Tiezhu before? So when he got excited or happy, he hugged people and hugged them this tightly. Maybe she should get a big doll later, something he could hug tightly when he got excited. That way, she wouldn't be squeezed so hard she couldn't breathe. But why was Tiezhu staring at her like this now? He didn't blink once. Didn't his eyes get tired? And why was he so adorable? The way he looked at her reminded her of a puppy. She remembered having a little dog when she was young that would stare at her just like this. Cuihua's thoughts fluttered wildly. Without thinking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Tiezhu on the corner of his mouth. The moment it landed, she realized what she'd done and flushed bright red all the way to her ears. I just, No explanation needed. Tiezhu understood. Any words could never match the directness of his deep kiss. Tiezhu wrapped his arms around Cuihua's waist and deepened the kiss. Cuihua's transition from surprise to acceptance to surrender happened in an instant. Tiezhu watched her sink deeper and deeper into his kiss, utterly helpless. Ring. The phone rang. Tiezhu couldn't care less about answering it. Cuihua patted his back several times before he finally released her. Watching Cuihua's rosy, glistening lips as she answered the phone, his eyes never leaving her mouth, he said, "Hello. Tiezhu, I've got some great news for you, ha? Secretary Liu? What's so good that you're laughing like that? I can hear your laughter all the way over here. The province has issued the 10 policies for supporting rural specialized households. Deputy Town Mayor Wu recommended you as an individual business representative to attend the meeting next week. Isn't that great news? Representative for individual entrepreneurs? Attend a provincial government meeting? That really is great news. Next week, remember to wear formal attire. The meeting is at the Provincial People's Hall. You absolutely mustn't forget. It's best to go a day early to avoid being late. Deputy Mayor Wu said you might need to speak, so prepare a speech. Can you write it? If not, I can draft one for you or find someone to write it. Also, make sure to take detailed notes during the meeting. You must report back to us afterward. Nothing from the provincial leaders' speeches can be omitted." Lu Guozhong's call lasted a full half hour before he hung up. Cuihua grew anxious. What about that speech he mentioned? Can you write it? Chapter 157. If he wants to marry Cuihua, he'll have to wait. Tiezhu certainly couldn't write it himself. He'd need help. But he wouldn't ask Lu Guozhong. He had someone else in mind. He pulled Cuihua onto his lap. I'll just ask that reporter from the provincial newspaper to draft one. We never thanked him for helping publish our job ads last time. This trip to the province is the perfect chance to treat him to a meal. Just a meal probably won't be enough, right? How about I prepare some of our factory's products for her too? Sounds good. Tiezhu gazed at Cuihua in his arms, her eyes sparkling with life. He smiled and buried his face in the crook of her neck. What's wrong? Nothing. Just thinking about how wonderful you are. I want to marry you right now. Ever since Tiezhu and Cuihua got engaged, Tiezhu's parents and Ma Chang stopped rushing them, insisting they must find an auspicious date before marrying. But there wasn't a single fortune teller for auspicious dates in the surrounding villages, so the wedding date remained undecided. No matter how much Tiezhu longed to marry Cuihua, he had to wait. Cuihua blushed, gently stroking Tiezhu's back, but in her heart she firmly resolved to make sure he attended the victory conference. She was determined to make her Tiezhu the most radiant presence among all the attendees. Attending a provincial-level meeting wasn't something just anyone could walk into. Lu Guozhong said the conference credentials sent by the provincial authorities would arrive the next day, but Tiezhu waited 3 days and still didn't receive them. Had they been misplaced? Had Lu Guozhong misunderstood? Or had the recommendation failed to yield results? That didn't make sense. Lu Guozhong was exceptionally reliable. He wouldn't have shared so much without confirmation. Something must have gone wrong in the process. Tiezhu opened his notebook, where Lu Guozhong had jotted down the contact information for a staff member at the provincial government, saying he could ask them any questions. Seeing it was still within working hours, he dialed the number. After introducing himself, he inquired about the conference pass. A young woman answered the phone. After hearing his question, she flipped through the documents in front of her. Oh, Mr. Tiezhu, right? Your name is listed, but it's been crossed off. Crossed out? Why? I'm afraid I don't know. Our manager ordered it crossed out, and I can only follow orders. That doesn't make sense. The number of attendees should be fixed. If someone's name was crossed off, someone else must have been added. Could you check again to see if anyone was added later? Young lady flips through the records. There is one, but I can't tell you the name. Sorry. No problem, thank you very much. Looks like someone replaced him. This is tricky to explain and hard to trace. When Cuihua entered the office to find Tiezhu, she saw him slumped over, looking dejected. What's wrong? You seem really upset. Tiezhu looked up at Cuihua. He never hid things from her. I can't attend the provincial government meeting. Someone else might have taken my spot. What? How could this happen? Cuihua frowned in dismay. She hadn't expected any changes. It had seemed like a done deal. Should we try to find someone? Asked Deputy Town Mayor Wu. Well, I do need to talk to someone, but I'll have to approach it differently. If he went straight to ask, it would feel like interrogating someone not good. Why not invite them to dinner again? Deputy Town Mayor Wu hasn't tried the Black Mountain pork yet. This time, we can invite them under the pretext of gratitude to sample it. Deputy Mayor Wu never turned down Tiezhu's invitations. He could enjoy his favorite roast goose and try something new, of course he'd come. Cuihua prepared a feast of Black Mountain pork dishes, complemented by the ever-reliable iron pot stewed goose. Tiezhu, Deputy Mayor Wu, and Lu Guozhong ate until they were stuffed to the gills. Sitting in Tiezhu's courtyard, Deputy Town Mayor Wu casually asked, "How did you find time to host us? Aren't you busy drafting your speech?" Tiezhu gave an awkward chuckle. Speech? I don't even need to speak. How can that be? Deputy Town Chief Wu was puzzled. He had indeed recommended Tiezhu's name and received confirmation that Tiezhu was a participant. Tiezhu shrugged. I don't know. I never got my conference pass. Secretary Lu gave me their contact info earlier, telling me to reach out if I had questions. But they said I didn't need to prepare a speech. Deputy Town Chief Wu, who had been reclining comfortably in his lounge chair, immediately sat up straight. What do you mean you don't need to prepare a speech? Does that mean you're not attending? You don't have a phone at home, do you? Come on, let's go to your office at the farm. I'll make a call and ask. This is such an important matter. How could they give such an answer? What do they mean, no need to prepare a speech? Could there be a change in plans? Lu Guozhong quickly stepped in. Sir. It's already evening. They've all clocked out. Let's call during the day. He agreed. It was already dark after their dinner. Calling now would only get an unanswered line. But he reassured Tiezhu, I'll ask tomorrow. Rest assured, this matter will be resolved. With that, he had Lu Guozhong drive him away. Tiezhu knew that regardless of whether he could attend the meeting, Deputy Town Chief Wu would inform him of the outcome. Sure enough, by the morning of the third day, Lu Guozhong delivered the conference pass. You wouldn't believe it, Deputy Town Chief Wu spent the entire day making a fuss at the provincial level. He even got reprimanded by higher-ups just to secure this pass for you. We've really put Deputy Town Chief Wu through the ringer. Tiezhu had shared his situation with Deputy Town Chief Wu, but never imagined Wu would personally plead his case to higher-ups and get punished for it. He felt terribly embarrassed. Lu Guozhong laughed. It's fine. Your situation at least made the leaders aware of how people at the grassroots level are treated. Then who's taking my spot? The nephew of an official from the County Animal Husbandry Bureau. Alright, don't worry about that. The conference starts in 3 days, just focus on preparing. Tiezhu agreed, alright, no problem. I won't embarrass Deputy Town Chief Wu or you. It doesn't matter if you embarrass me, my face isn't worth much. Just don't embarrass Deputy Town Chief Wu. As he turned to leave, he paused and turned back. You still need to write that speech. Forget it, I'll go back and write one for you. No need, no need. I got a reporter from the provincial paper to help. He said it's already done. I'll see the speech when I go to the province the day after tomorrow. Ha? You know a reporter from the provincial paper? Oh, right, you were featured in the provincial paper. Right, Tiezhu chuckled. It's the reporter who did that feature on me. I asked her to draft the speech. Alright, that's good. We can trust him to write it. That provincial reporter's writing skills are far better than ours. Only then did Lu Guozhong relax. Now he could go back and report to Deputy Town Chief Wu. Chapter 158, so happy and didn't even call me. 3 days later, Tiezhu arrived at the provincial capital wearing a brand new Zhongshan suit. Cuihua had rushed to make this suit for him, with a hammer emblem discreetly embroidered on the cuffs. Tiezhu looked especially sharp in it and couldn't have been happier. He didn't even consider the possibility of getting it dirty along the way and wore the new suit straight to the provincial capital. After meeting with journalists who treated him to a meal and receiving his speech draft, he checked into a hotel near the provincial People's Hall for the night. Fortunately, his suit remained spotless until the conference began, otherwise, it wouldn't have had time to dry after washing. The provincial government meeting was indeed grand and imposing. A banner stretched across the front of the venue, and the leaders' seats occupied the platform. Tiezhu's seat was one among thousands below, though it was still considered a front-row position. During the meeting, officials emphasized the importance of developing specialized rural households and outlined supportive policies benefiting the people. As the head of a key unit driving rapid rural economic growth, promoting prosperity for farmers across villages and townships, and elevating living standards, Tiezhu was indeed called upon to speak. Provincial reporter Yang Yutong's coverage was highly relevant to the theme. Tiezhu's speech was concise and to the point, briefly sharing his personal journey and reflections on developing the rural economy, prompting the leaders on stage to nod in agreement repeatedly. At the meeting's conclusion, one policy provision stated that any entity with legitimate, long-term agricultural sales contracts could apply for dedicated fresh produce freight trains from the Railway Bureau. Tiezhu's operation met the criteria perfectly, and he was immediately approved for 2 railcar quotas. This was in addition to the single car previously secured for him by Deputy Town Mayor Wu through negotiations with railway authorities. That earlier car operated on a different train route and direction and was designated for transporting live animals. These 2 cars were for frozen fresh produce. However, the only cars currently available were standard freight cars. To transport frozen or refrigerated fresh goods, Tiezhu would need to modify the cars himself. The Railway Bureau could provide old, decommissioned carriages, which saved them a huge hassle. With 2 carriages secured, Qiang, along with several educated youths who could lend a hand in Shaoli, spent the next 2 weeks immersed in the carriages. Tiezhu spent extra money to buy 2 used refrigerators. With the equipment secured, Qiang successfully modified both cars, finally enabling the smooth expansion of their cross-provincial business. Before they knew it, the cooperative and the village-affiliated breeding farm received their first ever year-end dividend. Tiezhu deliberately left 1 truck empty and took Shaoli to the Rural Credit Union to withdraw a full 100,000 yuan. He wrapped the money in red paper according to the list and stacked it directly in the village office, forming a mountain of cash. When the village chief called people to collect their shares, they had no idea what was about to happen. They only knew when Tiezhu called the first person forward. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard this year. Here's your dividend, 1,500 yuan. Uncle Lu's rough hands took the red paper packet and tremblingly opened it, revealing the large denomination banknotes inside. Dividends? Real money? This is actual cash. Standing before the mountain of cash, Tiezhu smiled and called out loudly, yes, today we're distributing cash. Everyone line up, the list is right here. The person with the smallest share will still get 800 yuan this year. As for the largest share, we'll save that for the last person to distribute. Sound good? Alright. How thrilling this payout was. Starting with the smallest amount and working up to the largest only heightened the excitement. The villagers chattered excitedly. As Tiezhu called out each name from above, the crowd echoed it below, otherwise, they might not hear their own names when they came. I wonder who got the most. I bet it's OU, he's been working at that family's place all year. I bet it's OU. He's been working at his place all year, it's gotta be him. No, OU's an employee. I think it might be Cuihua. What? Cuihua is part of his household, how can she get dividends? They're not married, how can they be family? Look at Cuihua and Tian working dawn to dusk with him, helping with everything. I bet it's her. Forget it, forget it. I was saying Tiezhu's parents work hard too, but is that even the same thing? Shoo. Quiet. We're down to the last one. The once towering mountain of cash now had only one red envelope left, the thickest one, probably holding 5,000 yuan. The villagers all fell silent, waiting for Tiezhu to call out the final name. Hey, you guys are having quite the party. What's going on? Why didn't you invite me to all this fun? Tiezhu looked up and saw it was Deputy Town Mayor Wu. Tiezhu didn't rush to hand out the last red envelope. He stepped forward. What brings you here? We're just finishing up the year-end dividend distribution. Too bad there's nothing left for you. Ha! Deputy Town Mayor Wu opened the item in his hand and laughed. You didn't give me anything, but I have something for you. Here, take it. Deputy Town Mayor Wu was smiling, so this must be something good. Tiezhu took it and opened it to find a metal plaque inscribed with 7 large characters, Provincial Model Cooperative. A red flower was even pinned to it. This is great. It's a commendation. What does it say? I can't read. Quick, read it for me. Provincial. Provincial. Our little village cooperative actually became a provincial model cooperative? Tiezhu, you're amazing. Everyone was showering praise. This was the first time the village had earned such a prestigious title, and the whole place was buzzing with excitement. How was this any different from Taihan Village being named the best village in the province? Then they'd be the last people in the province's best village. Don't get too excited just yet, there's more. Deputy Town Mayor Wu handed Tiezhu another document. Your cooperative will be exempt from agricultural taxes for the next 3 years. Wow! The crowd below the stage erupted in genuine excitement. 3 years of tax exemption. Just imagine the savings. With such generous dividends this year, the next 3 years would surely bring even more. Alright. You can savor this good news later. Isn't there another dividend you haven't distributed yet? Continue handing out your dividends. Right, there's still one person left. Cuihua, come here. You're the one receiving the largest dividend. Tiezhu's eyes crinkled with laughter as he handed the red envelope to Cuihua. Below the stage, villagers cheered their correct guesses, while others who had doubted were met with sharp retorts. Though Cuihua was Tiezhu's fiancée, she'd been more dedicated to the farm than anyone else lately, spending all her days working there, a fact everyone acknowledged. The only one who remained stubbornly unconvinced was Aunt Wang. Her eyes burned with jealousy, a look that frightened anyone who met it. But now, that wasn't the most important thing for everyone. After this wave of excitement, what everyone cared about most was how to hang the sign. Tiezhu chose a prime spot for the sign right by the entrance of the cooperative and hung it up immediately. Deputy Town Mayor Wu had delivered the supplies and witnessed the dividend distribution, so he left first. As his car drove away, the one driven by Little Li returned. Chapter 159, Showing Off. Seeing the truck return, Tiezhu quickly called back the villagers who were about to disperse and head home. Hold on. There's a surprise, more things to distribute to you all. Villagers already on their way home stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Tiezhu. What? Didn't we just get paid? Could it be meat? Right. Back in the day, when the village raised pigs for the new year, they distribute pork at year's end. Could Tiezhu be slaughtering pigs to share meat with us? That'd be great. If he's giving out pork, it'll definitely be wild boar. I've never had wild boar before. Wait, isn't that Tiezhu's transport team's truck? Why did only one come back? Is there something on it? The answer would be revealed in moments. The truck pulled up in the small square. Tiezhu opened the cargo door, climbed in, and started unloading boxes. These are New Year's goods sent by our Hong Kong and Macau clients from the farm. They called me ahead of time, so I had Xiaoli go pick them up at the train station. Come on, Xiaoli, help distribute them. Cuihua, you handle this one. Box after box of New Year's goods arrived, and no one knew what was inside. Tiezhu opened each box one by one. Inside were electronic watches, tin-boxed cookies, Dacron fabric, and more, enough to ensure every villager got a share. The box Cuihua got contained chocolate, also packed in a tin box. This was something no one had ever seen before. Upon opening the box, they found it filled with black pellets. An elderly villager sniffed it, finding the scent odd. He pushed it away and warned the children not to eat it. It must be poisonous. Why else would it be black? It smells bitter, like medicine pills. Impossible, the children protested. Sister Cuihua gave it to us, it must be good. How could it be poisonous? Exactly. And look at this pretty tin box, you're just trying to trick kids. Seriously, it must be some kind of medicine, probably a life-saving pill. I don't believe it. I'll go ask Brother Tiezhu. Soon, a child ran over clutching the chocolate box and asked Tiezhu, what's inside? Can I eat it? My grandma says it's medicine and I shouldn't. But I don't believe her. Brother Tiezhu, you must know what this is. Tiezhu hadn't expected the children to have never seen chocolate. Few villagers had, actually. Just as he was about to answer, the village chief spoke up. It's called chocolate, yes, chocolate. It's candy, you can eat it. I've had it before. I heard it's very, very expensive. Tiezhu burst into uncontrollable laughter. Chocolate candy? Old village chief, who told you that name? Chocolate candy? Ha! This is called chocolate, not chocolate candy. But the village chief was right about everything else. It really is candy, very expensive, sweet but with a hint of bitterness. It's different from the malt sugar, fruit candy, and milk candy you usually eat. Try some first. Some might like it, others might not. If you don't like it, give it to someone who does. At the mention of candy, the children wasted no time. Before the old man could even reach out, they'd already grabbed pieces and popped them into their mouths. The chocolate melted in their mouths, and the kids' eyes crinkled with sweetness. It's candy. It's candy. Grandma lied. I want to eat it. It's all mine. While the little ones munched on candy, the teens received digital watches. They all slipped them on, raised their arms, and circled the truck chanting, God of Wealth. Brother Tiezhu brought us the God of Wealth. The God of Wealth brought us New Year gifts. Thank you, God of Wealth. What a scene. Tiezhu felt so embarrassed by their cheers he wanted to go home. Young men and women in their 20s and 30s nearby also received digital watches. Li Fangfang was no exception. She snatched a pink digital watch. She immediately put it on her wrist and held her hand out to show off in front of Cuihua. Oh my, this pink one is so pretty. Tiezhu, thank you. If it weren't for you, that client wouldn't have given us such valuable New Year gifts. See, doesn't it look good on me? Tiezhu was busy distributing the gifts nearby and hadn't noticed Li Fangfang speaking. But he caught her question and glanced over, casually replying, yeah, it suits a young girl. Hear that? Tiezhu said it suits me. He. Li Fangfang gave a sly chuckle, then asked as if deliberately stirring trouble, Cuihua, why didn't you get a digital watch? Don't tell me there wasn't one for you. Cuihua calmly handed out chocolates. Didn't she know what Li Fangfang was up to? Just stirring trouble. She wasn't falling for it. Besides, she already had a watch. Cuihua couldn't reach far enough, so she rolled up her sleeve to reveal a watch on her wrist and continued handing out chocolates. A girl nearby saw this and understood Li Fangfang's intent. She deliberately shouted, wow, Cuihua, you have a watch on your wrist. It's so pretty much nicer than those digital ones. Is it expensive? Did you buy it yourself? The barrage of questions was clearly meant for Li Fangfang's ears. Cuihua understood the intent and answered loudly, this is a Shanghai brand watch. It's not that expensive, just 320 yuan. Tiezhu bought it for me when he was out of town. It's not as new as yours, but I hear it can last decades. After this lengthy exchange, Li Fangfang felt thoroughly embarrassed and slunk away. When it came time to distribute the goods, Tiezhu overheard the villagers' comments and took note. A couple days later, he specifically told the village chief that he had 3 large pigs ready for slaughter and wanted to share the pork with his fellow villagers. The villagers instantly lit up with joy. They'd only just received their rations a few days prior, and now they were getting pork too. They swarmed to the farm to watch Tiezhu slaughter the pigs. Tiezhu deliberately wanted everyone to see the Black Mountain pigs he'd raised for a year. He called on the Wolf King for help, driving the 3 plump Black Mountain pigs he'd selected into the empty pig pen. The boars charged wildly, wanting to lash out but afraid of Wolf King, so they were surprisingly easily herded into the empty pen. The village chief eyed the pigs, each weighing 200 or 300 pounds, and asked with concern, Tiezhu, you can't handle this alone, can you? Let's get a few more men to help you. Yeah, you need help. Back in the day when we slaughtered pigs in our village, even smaller ones took 2 people. You've got 3 to kill this time, there's no way you can handle it alone. These pigs look much stronger than the ones we used to have. Don't end up hurting yourself. Tiezhu gestured to show how much larger and stronger the Black Mountain pigs were compared to the white pigs they used to slaughter. Just now, one panicked and rammed into the pen fence, bending the bars out of shape. So, anyone with experience, come lend a hand. What help? We'll get our share of pork anyway. Getting pork for our families? We'd be crazy not to. The first to volunteer was old Chang, the former gatekeeper at the village pig farm. He's been helping with the annual pig slaughter for years, so he's quite the veteran. The other volunteer was Stone. Though inexperienced, he possessed brute strength. Having eaten well this year, he'd grown considerably taller. Chapter 160, New Year's Eve Feast. Alright, the 3 of us are enough. This pig pen can't hold any more anyway. The 3 pigs couldn't be put together just yet. If they saw the slaughter, the others still waiting would revolt. So Tiezhu had to assign another pig to the Wolf King. But now, the Black Mountain pig seemed to sense its impending doom. It squealed and bellowed in anguish, charging wildly left and right, refusing to obey the Wolf King. The Wolf King was so furious he wanted to bite the pig's rear, but Tiezhu wouldn't let him. Every single piece of pork was fair game. Though he'd promised the Wolf King half a pig, he couldn't let it claim any before the slaughter was complete. Seeing the pig's stubbornness, Tiezhu ordered Oyu, go fetch a hemp rope. I recall the thickest and longest one in our storage room, bring that one. Stone dashed off and soon returned with the hemp rope. Tiezhu looped the rope around the pig's neck, gripping one end tightly. The 3 men tugged at the pig like a tug of war, straining to pull it toward the clearing. Unexpectedly, the pig was so strong that the 3 burly men couldn't control it. Instead, they were jerked this way and that, bumping into things. Old Chang even fell to the ground, clutching his waist and groaning in pain. The wild boar was clever. Besides pulling, it charged forward. Its snout rammed into Stone's stomach, sending him flying. The onlookers were all startled, and several children began crying. Never had they seen a pig so violent and dangerous. Everyone was at a loss. In the critical moment, the Wolf King bit down on the rope around the pig's neck, then planted a paw firmly on its back, pinning it down completely. Iron Pillar seized the chance, flinging the rope toward the pig's hooves. He looped it in a figure-8 pattern, binding both hooves together. He yanked the rope several more times, looping it around the other 2 hooves as well. Finally restrained, the wild boar collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. "Come on, help me carry this one out. As long as its legs are bound together, it can't stand up and hurt anyone." The village chief called 2 men to rush inside, while others helped carry old Chang and Ou out. Meanwhile, they all worked together to haul the wild boar to the open area. "Tiezhu, you're a champ. And you're a champ too, Wolf. Yeah, if that were my wife, I'd never know if it was the person eating the pig or the pig eating the person. Yeah, Tiezhu's got the skills. Could you teach us that rope swinging move? I want to learn too. If I master that, I could slaughter pigs all by myself from now on." Tiezhu just smiled without answering. It wasn't that he didn't want to respond, he was simply too exhausted. This pig was only the first one, and they hadn't even started cutting yet. The bound pig lay on the long bench, its 4 hooves pointing upward. Tiezhu pulled out his bone-splitting knife, sharpened it twice on the bottom of a porcelain bowl, then rinsed it with water. Ou had recovered and was holding a large red plastic basin beneath the bench. The 2 men strained to hold the pig down. "Tiezhu, hurry up. We'll lose our strength if this takes too long." No sooner had he spoken than Tiezhu slashed the pig's neck with his knife, cutting deep enough to expose bone. Blood spattered all over him, and soon the basin was filled with pig's blood, which Tiezhu's father took away to process. "Just add some salt to this blood," he said. "It'll make delicious blood sausage or a tasty stew." Tiezhu repeated the same procedure twice more, and soon 3 pigs lay side by side. Slaughtering a pig isn't just about bleeding it out, you also have to cut it up and separate the meat, and the skin needs to be scalded. Someone nearby had already brought boiling water, the hottest possible, for scalding the skin. Everyone stood well back, afraid the scalding water might splash them except for one person. Li Fangfang pushed her way through the crowd, hot tea in hand, and approached Tiezhu with attentive care. "Tiezhu, you must be exhausted. Have some hot tea and rest. I just brewed this fresh." Though she claimed to offer tea, her body kept edging closer to Tiezhu, as if she wanted to press herself against him. The villagers nearby murmured at her behavior, muttering things like, "She'd give herself away for free, she's got no shame left." She pretended not to hear, focused only on getting closer to Tiezhu. Tiezhu paid her no mind whatsoever, not even sparing her a glance. He simply picked up the kettle, swung it around, and the hot water poured out from the spout. Only when it splashed onto Li Fangfang did she realize the pain. "Everyone back up. If you get burned, it's your own fault." He poured the kettle's contents over a pig, and the splashing droplets could scald people. No matter how quickly Li Fangfang dodged, she still got burned. 2 large blisters formed on the back of her hand where she held the teacup. Only when people nearby pointed and whispered did she realize she needed to move away. Without Li Fangfang's distractions, Tiezhu quickly finished scalding the pig's skin and cutting up the meat. Guided by the system, he swiftly cut the pork into different cuts, even separating the thigh bones. The offal was placed in a basin. Households receiving smaller portions of meat were given extra offal, a meat dish in its own right. Tiezhu didn't bother with the meat distribution, half the carcass had already been carried off by the Wolf King. Seeing the Wolf King carry off half the carcass, the villagers dared not speak up. After all, the Wolf King had put in a lot of effort, and it wasn't their pig anyway. As long as they got their share of pork, that was all that mattered. By the time Tiezhu returned home, bathed, and changed into clean clothes, his parents had come back with their share of pork. Their share was the best cuts, a whole tenderloin, half a rack of baby back ribs, and a slab of pork belly. Tiezhu's mother had already planned how to prepare them. With the spring festival just days away, she had her New Year's Eve dinner planned. The baby back ribs would be cut into small pieces and deep fried, the pork belly would be braised with pickled cabbage, and half of it would be set aside for making meatballs. Then there were sweet and sour spare ribs, Cuihua's favorite, and the tenderloin would be stir-fried. With that, she had meat dishes planned for all 5 days. Besides meat, vegetables were also stocked up. But a piece of news made Iron Pillar's mom abandon her plans for the New Year's Eve feast. The village chief announced that everyone had enjoyed a bountiful harvest this year. The village-run cooperative had distributed profits, and he planned to use those funds to host a New Year's Eve banquet for the entire village. Every household would gather at the small village square for the feast. The banquet was prepared by the village's renowned chef, who specially purchased an entire Black Mountain pig from the farm just for this New Year's Eve feast. With free pork and a banquet to enjoy, the villagers happily saved their own meat and brought their round tables and benches to the small square for dinner. Long strings of light bulbs hung over the square, which was packed with round tables and benches. Each table squeezed at least 12 people. The elderly and children were seated separately at several tables, and those who drank alcohol were seated apart from those who didn't. Tiezhu sat with his parents on his left and Cuihua on his right. Helping women served dishes from the center. By the time all the food was served, they were nearly full. Dad, slow down on the drinking. Don't go on a drunken rampage later. Tiezhu's father downed glass after glass, while Chang kept drinking nonstop on the other end. Chapter 161, Washing Board Figure. Brother Chang, you should cut back too. Your leg isn't fully healed yet, you still need to keep taking your medicine and applying the ointment. Chang gave an awkward laugh, just this once. It's only once a year. I'm just so happy. Let me have this one drink. Cuihua moved closer to Tiezhu. I'll go pour them 2 cups of hot tea. It'll help sober them up. Tiezhu nodded. She slid the stool from beneath her and went to the outdoor stove to fetch water for tea. As Tiezhu was talking with his parents, a figure stumbled and lunged toward him from behind. Tiezhu saw the light in front of him blocked and turned to look. It was Li Fangfang. Her face was flushed, as if drunk, and she stumbled straight into Tiezhu's arms. His parents were right beside him. If he dodged, Li Fangfang would fall onto them. He could only reach out to steady her shoulders, frowning as he scolded, drunk and wandering around? Get back inside. Li Fangfang squinted at Tiezhu. Don't be so mean. I just lost my balance. Ouch, I'm going to fall. Cuihua's stool was beside Tiezhu. Li Fangfang made a move to sit on it, so her upper body could lean into Tiezhu's embrace. But Li Fangfang's hips dipped downward as she sat back into thin air. With no one to catch her, she landed squarely on her butt, tumbling backward into the nearby haystack. Who pushed me? Li Fangfang scrambled out of the haystack, straw still stuck in her hair. Her disheveled appearance drew the attention of a large crowd of villagers. She scrambled to her feet and pointed at Cuihua, who stood before her. You! It was you! You pushed me! Others might not have seen clearly, but Tiezhu had. Just as Li Fangfang was about to sit down, Cuihua had walked over with a pot of hot tea. She had kicked the stool away with her foot, causing Li Fangfang to fall into thin air. But he couldn't let Li Fangfang blame Cuihua. He slapped away her accusing finger, snatched the hot tea from Cuihua's hands, and handed it to Chang and Tiezhu's father. Then he took off his own cotton coat and draped it over Cuihua, wrapping his arm around her as he led her home first. They had assumed that after being humiliated in front of so many people, Li Fangfang would avoid them. But the next day, Aunt Wang showed up at his house, demanding justice for her daughter, Li Fangfang. Last night, when my Fangfang came home, her clothes were all disheveled. It was you who touched her, you Tiezhu who undid her clothes. You have to take responsibility for my Fangfang. Tiezhu protested his innocence. He hadn't laid a finger on Li Fangfang. After escorting Cuihua home last night, he'd even returned to carry his father back. Just because Li Fangfang says she did something, does that mean she actually did it? Tiezhu found it laughable, but Aunt Wang insisted it was the absolute truth. She sat at the entrance of Tiezhu's courtyard, wailing and wiping her tears. My Fangfang was still a pure young maiden. When she came back yesterday, her clothes were all disheveled and the buttons were torn off. She said Tiezhu did it. Her words drew a crowd of over a dozen neighbors. Some said Tiezhu wasn't that kind of person. Others blamed Li Fangfang for getting drunk and letting herself be taken advantage of. Still others said it was a case of one willing to hit and one willing to be hit. Tiezhu gritted his teeth. He couldn't let them sling mud at him like this. He hurried to explain to the villagers, I carried my father home yesterday and didn't go out again. If Li Fangfang was bullied, it couldn't have been me. Her clothes were messy and she had straw on her. Several villagers saw that. She fell into a pile of straw herself. It had nothing to do with me. It's you. It has everything to do with you. Our families live right next door. You went home and then came back out, who could know? Our Fangfang said it was right here, by the shared wall between our houses, that you molested her. Wang. You need proof for your accusations. You keep saying my son tore your daughter's clothes. Your daughter's body's like a washboard. I find her repulsive, let alone my son. Put. You drunken old fool, go back to your room and sleep it off. The two arguing were Tiezhu's parents. Hearing the commotion outside, they came out to see what was going on. Tiezhu's father fired back a few retorts before his mother shoved him back inside. Li Fangfang had intended to step outside to testify, but upon hearing Tiezhu's father's words from next door, she was suddenly too embarrassed to come out. Her figure wasn't exactly a washboard as Tiezhu's dad claimed, but compared to Cuihua, she did fall a bit short. Stepping outside now would surely invite pointed stares. But Tiezhu wasn't about to let Aunt Wang's hysterics go unchallenged. Standing in his doorway, he pointed at the neighbor's gate and shouted, make Li Fangfang come out. Go on, make her come out. We'll face each other. If she utters a single false word, I'll call the police and report her for slander. Hearing this, Li Fangfang dared not step outside. Aunt Wang wailed, slapping her thigh, good heavens! How can this be? Now even thugs act with such brazen confidence. Who will stand up for my daughter? I don't know who can help your daughter, but I can help Tiezhu. The moment Cuihua heard Aunt Wang was causing trouble at Tiezhu's house, she rushed over. Along the way, she'd heard plenty about how Aunt Wang was slandering Tiezhu, and she was just waiting to vent her fury. She stepped in front of Aunt Wang and pointed at her, shouting, last night I didn't even say anything. Your daughter practically threw herself at him. What was there to touch? Even if she gave herself to my brother Tiezhu for free, we wouldn't want her. Is her face really that thick? After we taught her a lesson for throwing herself at us last night, she still doesn't know shame? Does she really need to be stripped naked in front of the villagers to learn what dignity is? She can't even control herself, yet she has the nerve to ruin others. If she's really desperate to marry, I wouldn't mind introducing her to a few men. Oldly at the village entrance, or Wang the carpenter from the West End, both are good men who cherish their wives. If your daughter won't have them, you could marry them yourself. Cuihua's words thoroughly humiliated Aunt Wang. Hearing the latter part, she snapped back in a rage. What kind of men are you talking about? A village ne'er-do-well and a child-rearing widower? Wanting my daughter? Put. What business is it of yours whether I marry or not? Oh, and what business is it of yours what brother Tiezhu does? Broaden your horizons a bit. Stop fixating on other people's husbands. If you've got the energy, focus on making your own household work first. Aunt Wang wasn't as quick-witted or sharp-tongued as Cuihua, and all the crying, tantrums, and rolling on the floor seemed to have no effect on her. Tiezhu stepped in, wrapping an arm around Cuihua's shoulder, and issued Aunt Wang an ultimatum. Today's trouble will be overlooked. But if this happens again, you'd better think carefully. If something happens that makes you regret it for the rest of your life, don't blame me. Tiezhu's gaze was as cold as ice arrows in the dead of winter, piercing Aunt Wang so sharply she flinched. Forgetting whatever she'd been about to say, she scrambled outside, bolted her own door shut, and retreated as though she'd seen a raging flood or a ferocious beast. Chapter 162, Grain and Oil That Never Arrived. The third day of the new year was for visiting relatives. Tiezhu's family had few connections, so there weren't many households to call on. Only Ma Chang's needed visiting. As both a close friend and the family of his fiancée, Tiezhu prepared twice as many New Year gifts as others. He made several small carts, harnessed them to the geese, and had the geese pull the carts laden with gifts. 8 geese, 8 carts. The procession stretched from Tiezhu's home all the way to Ma Chang's. Villagers visiting relatives along the way were utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! What on earth was this? They'd seen horses pulling carts, mules pulling carts, oxen pulling carts, but never geese pulling carts. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, so many things. 8 whole carts of gifts. Even the gods wouldn't expect more than this. What do you know? These are definitely for Ma Chang's family. What's the Ma family's connection to him? Giving extra gifts is only fitting. TSK, why didn't this good fortune come our way? Of course not. These gifts were specially prepared by Tiezhu for today's visit to Ma Chang's house. Even the goose-drawn cart was his ingenious idea. Hearing the commotion, Ma Chang leaned on his cane, supported by Xiulian, and stepped outside to see. Amidst the villagers' cheers, he watched the geese pull the cart through the gate. Tiezhu and his parents followed behind the geese. This unique gift-giving method certainly made them feel proud. Someone joked, Tiezhu, when you get married, will you have a goose procession to lead the wedding party? Other families have bicycle parades. Yours with a goose parade would be quite novel. Tiezhu laughed and replied, of course. I'll get 100 geese then. They'll walk from my house to here and then back home again. You'll all see something special. It was a joke, of course, but Tiezhu genuinely thought the sight of geese pulling a cart could be great advertising for their farm. Cuihua watched the geese pulling the cart and the villagers teasing, unsure whether to laugh or feel embarrassed. Once the geese were safely inside, they dragged Tiezhu into the room and proceeded to give him a thorough thumping on the chest. What were you thinking? Having geese pull a cart to deliver gifts? The whole village is laughing at us. Tiezhu quickly embraced her. Why would it be a laughingstock? I think it's a brilliant idea. Look, haven't you ever seen geese pulling a cart either? If I send them to haul things in the city, wouldn't that amaze the townspeople? Then we can do some advertising. Everyone will remember our cooperative and farm, and we'll bring back a pile of orders for sure. The more he talked, the more feasible it seemed. In his excitement, he planted a kiss on Cuihua's cheek. Cuihua blushed and gasped softly. Only then did Tiezhu snap back to reality, realizing what he'd just done. Gazing at the delicate Cuihua in his arms, he chuckled lowly, what? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Why the blush now? His words only made Cuihua resentful. Kissing her so casually, what did he take her for? But Tiezhu only held her tighter, whispering into her ear, if just one kiss makes you blush, imagine how red your cheeks will be when we consummate our marriage in the bridal chamber. Who's going to have a wedding night with you? This was getting completely out of hand. Cuihua struggled to break free from Tiezhu's embrace. Tiezhu wasn't about to let go. Seizing the moment, he planted a kiss squarely on Cuihua's lips. It's you. If not you, then who else do you want me to spend my wedding night with? With someone else? No way. Cuihua quickly covered his mouth with her hand, don't say it. And it can't be anyone else either. Only then did she realize her entire body was pressed against Tiezhu's chest, and his eyes reflected nothing but her own image. Unable to resist, they kissed again. After the 5th day of the new year, the farm resumed operations. Tiezhu had trucks haul the geese into town, with the geese pulling carts followed by the trucks. Both the carts and trucks displayed advertisements for their cooperative. Driving around like this drew attention and left a lasting impression. It was precisely this novel advertising display on the street that caught the attention of Louis Min, the director of the Municipal Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Impressed, he sought out Tiezhu to discuss a partnership. After touring the cooperative, he approached Tiezhu and asked, "Hello, you're the head of the cooperative, right? Would your cooperative be interested in supplying grain and oil products?" Tiezhu's cooperative specialized in poultry, livestock, and agricultural byproducts. They hadn't considered supplying grain and oil. As he pondered, Lu added, "I see you're the only cooperative serving several surrounding villages. Folks have to travel far to buy rice, oil, and grains. How inconvenient. If you supplied these staples, you'd gain extra income while saving everyone the trouble, right? What's more, I have a proposal. Look, this state-managed private enterprise model, your cooperative is currently privately run, but in terms of management and supply chain efficiency, it can't match state-owned operations. If you could partner with our supply and marketing cooperative, we could assist with managing your cooperative. With the backing of the supply and marketing cooperative, the villagers would trust your cooperative more, wouldn't they? That's certainly true. If the cooperative carried the state-owned label, villagers would be much more willing to come here. And getting grain and oil is a real hassle for the villagers. He knows this firsthand. Every time his family runs out, he has to hitch up Cuihua's old ox cart and trek over 30 miles to another village's supply and marketing cooperative just to buy supplies. If even he had to go through such trouble to borrow Cuihua's old ox cart, it was even harder for other villagers. Considering this, he nodded in agreement. This partnership was indeed feasible. He immediately finalized the cooperation plan with Louis Min. The supply and marketing cooperative would provide grain and oil based on the sales volume of his cooperative, while the cooperative would allow the supply and marketing cooperative to manage it. The first few days went smoothly. Every other day, Tiezhu would report his grain and oil orders to Louis Min, who would arrange for the supplies to be delivered to the cooperative the next day. Many more villagers began coming to the cooperative, each praising how convenient it was to buy grain and oil. No more long trips to procure supplies. But starting with the third order, things took a strange turn. Tiezhu submitted his order to Louis Min as he had done the previous 2 times, but no one delivered the grain and oil the next day. He waited at the cooperative all day long but never saw the supply and marketing cooperative's truck. By evening, he called Louis Min. "Director Lu, why weren't the grains and oils from yesterday's order delivered? Is there a problem?" Louis Min sounded flustered on the phone. "There is indeed a problem. Our supply and marketing cooperative's truck broke down. Not only can we not deliver your cooperative's grain and oil, but we can't deliver to over a dozen other cooperatives either. This has been delayed for 2 days now, and the phones are ringing off the hook with calls from the heads of the cooperatives. No rush. I'm not in a hurry here. Just send the supplies over once you've sorted things out on your end." Chapter 163, Taking Over the Transport Team. Tiezhu felt fortunate. His grain and oil supply had just begun, so even if there was an initial shortage, no one would complain. Besides, the cooperative still had some reserves that should last a few more days. But Louis Min on the phone had other ideas. No, I have to find a way to fulfill this order for you. Even if your cooperative can't deliver, there are others. Listen, Tiezhu, I recall you have a transport team, right? Could you lend me your transport team for a few days? Lend you the transport team to haul grain and oil? I have my own orders to fulfill. I can't spare the whole team. But I'll try to free up 2 trucks for you for a while. How about that? 2 isn't enough, Tiezhu. Please help me out. The volume is just too large. I'll have it sorted in a bit, but could you spare 1 more? 3 trucks would solve my problem. His words were filled with pleading. After all, he was a business partner, and refusing outright wouldn't be right. Tiezhu could only agree, assigning Xiaoli to lead the team and dispatch 3 trucks to assist the supply and marketing cooperative. He'd expected the supply and marketing cooperative to deliver the missing grain and oil quickly after borrowing his trucks. But a whole week passed without any sign of the shipment. Not only were the supplies nowhere to be seen, but even Xiaoli and the other 2 drivers had vanished. Tiezhu had been calling the supply and marketing cooperative daily, but Louis Min always claimed they were swamped with backlogged orders, and as a new partner, Tiezhu would have to wait his turn. There was nothing else to do but wait. Since the villagers couldn't buy grain and oil at the cooperative, they had to resort to the old way of traveling farther to the supply and marketing cooperative. But Cuihua was starting to worry. That day, she furrowed her delicate brows and asked Tiezhu, "Has that supply and marketing cooperative still not delivered our grain and oil?" Tiezhu shook his head. "No. They said as a new partner, we have to wait our turn." "Why? Is there a problem?" To Tiezhu, the lack of grain and oil was no different from before. Although the money had been paid in advance, waiting would eventually pay off. But Cuihua saw this as a problem. "Didn't we promise to give benefits to the cooperative and farm workers? We were counting on the supply cooperative to provide the grain and oil for everyone. Without it, how can we give them benefits? That would be breaking our word." Before the new year, when they distributed holiday provisions to employees, the workers asked if they could receive benefits comparable to urban workers. Urban workers receive food supplies like steamed buns and cookies from food factories, fabric from garment factories, or leather shoes from leather goods factories. Couldn't the farm also offer benefits like regular supplies of eggs or meat? This actually existed, though the quantities were small. After learning the supply cooperative partnered with the cooperative to provide grain and oil, Cuihua discussed distributing some to the workers with Tiezhu. Tiezhu had agreed at the time, and this good news was shared with the employees. But now, without grain and oil, she couldn't provide the benefits. Wasn't this breaking her promise? Tiezhu watched Cuihua pacing anxiously before him. He grabbed her arm, pulled her onto his lap, and urged her to sit calmly. If we can't get grain and oil, we'll substitute something else. Last year we gave everyone goose and chicken eggs. This year we could just give them live chickens, ducks, or geese. As for the grain and oil issue, I'll look into it. I'm sure I can find a solution. Don't worry. Here, have an apple first, okay? He reached across his desk and handed her an apple. It wasn't spring yet, and fresh fruit was scarce in the countryside. Apples were the only fruit they could eat daily. Cuihua took a bite from the apple held by Tiezhu's hand, her eyes unfocused as if lost in thought. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto the apple before her. Noticing her expression, Tiezhu teasingly moved the apple left and right. Watching Cuihua's pupils follow his movements, he found it rather amusing. I know what treat to give her. Cuihua suddenly grabbed Tiezhu's hand and turned to ask, how many apples are there? Quite a few. I remember having Shaoli buy some just the other day. There should be a few crates in the warehouse. Winter fruits keep well, so when he had Shaoli deliver goods, he had him pick some up from the supply cooperative that sells fruit. Upon hearing this, Cuihua hopped off his lap and dashed out before Tiezhu could ask where she was going. But he had more pressing matters to attend to now. Let Cuihua do whatever she wanted. He hadn't seen Shaoli in days, and since Shaoli's family didn't have a phone, Tiezhu went straight to Shaoli's house to find him that evening. To his surprise, when he arrived at Shaoli's house after 8 p.m., Shaoli wasn't home, only his father was there. Shaoli's father greeted Tiezhu with a complaint. Are things that hectic at your farm these days? My son hasn't been home before 10 p.m. for the past 2 days. He collapses into bed the moment he gets back, only to head out again before dawn. I told you, you can't work people like mules. It breaks my heart just watching. Tiezhu shook his head. Not particularly busy. Shaoli's been borrowed by the city supply and marketing cooperative these past few days. I haven't seen him in ages either. I just came by today to ask what's going on. It seemed Mr. Li didn't know the full story. Tiezhu would have to wait until Shaoli returned to get the details. Sure enough, just as Shaoli's dad had said, Shaoli didn't get home until after 10. The moment he walked in and saw Tiezhu sitting in the living room, he jumped in surprise. Boss, what are you doing here? Of course I came to see you. How can you be so busy you don't even come back to the farm? Shaoli sighed in resignation, plopping down on a stool. He grabbed a steamed bun his father had brought out and began recounting the events of the past few days while munching. You asked us to help Director Lu with his work, right? We've been assisting him these past few days. The supply and marketing cooperative has so much to transport out. We have to make 3 round trips a day, and each trip takes 5 hours. How could we possibly find time to go back? How could it be that busy? Wasn't it just delivering grain and oil to the cooperatives? Even if there are a dozen or so cooperatives, you shouldn't be this swamped. Tiezhu felt a twinge of suspicion not toward Shaoli but toward Lu Yimin. If Lu Yimin hadn't arranged it, Shaoli and the others wouldn't be this swamped. But Shaoli and the others were stubborn too. They weren't Lu Yimin's employees, so why did they listen to him so obediently? After finishing a steamed bun and drinking a cup of water, Shaoli continued, what cooperatives? The grain and oil he had us deliver wasn't going to any cooperatives at all. It was going from their supply and marketing cooperative warehouse to a warehouse in the neighboring province. No one knows whose warehouse it is. It's huge, packed with all kinds of goods. Even their own supply and marketing cooperative warehouse is pretty big, filled entirely with grain and oil. I wonder why they're stockpiling so much. Some of that grain looks like it's been sitting around for ages. This was even stranger. Tiezhu thought for a moment, gave Shaoli several instructions, and then left. Chapter 164, Selling all the live geese at a high price? The next day, Tiezhu arrived near the supply and marketing cooperative warehouse at the address Shaoli had given him. Around noon, Tiezhu waited at the agreed-upon restaurant for Shaoli. So? Tiezhu's question carried a hint of anticipation. Shaoli sat down across from him, panting slightly as he caught his breath. He pulled a stack of papers from his pocket. Boss, you were right. These orders were all held back by Lu Yimin and never shipped. Tiezhu took the stack of papers from his hand and flipped through them one by one. These papers were grain and oil supply contracts Lu Yimin had signed with various cooperatives under the guise of the supply and marketing cooperative. Tiezhu had specifically instructed Shaoli to find an opportunity to enter the supply and marketing cooperative and search for clues inside. These orders were the evidence of Lu Yimin's embezzlement. None of the orders Shaoli managed to obtain had been shipped. The thick stack included one dating back as far as 2 months ago. It seemed Lu Yimin had signed orders but never shipped the goods, instead collecting procurement fees. This way, he had siphoned off a huge sum of money. As Xiaoli ate the dishes Tiezhu had prepared in advance, he asked curiously, "Boss, how should we handle this?" Tiezhu chuckled softly, "How should we handle it? Of course, we'll hand it over to the appropriate authorities." After Xiaoli had finished eating, Tiezhu instructed him, "From now on, if any tasks he assigns you aren't related to order fulfillment, just ignore them. If he has any issues, tell him to come see me. Make sure to let those two know too." Xiaoli immediately agreed. Besides, Louis Min was unlikely to assign delivery orders anyway. He could finally get some rest. After all, if the sky fell, Boss Tiezhu would be the one to take responsibility. He was hired to transport grain and oil to the cooperative, nothing else. How much simpler that made things. Tiezhu didn't care how much Louis Min was agonizing over Xiaoli and the other two drivers' refusal to cooperate. He took his order list, tracked down over a dozen cooperatives, visited each one, and discussed matters with their managers. Together, they hatched a plan to retaliate against Louis Min. While Tiezhu was busy, Cuihua was also bustling about. With the grain and oil benefits gone, she needed to find a new perk. After seeing the apples that day, she thought of using them to make wine. She knew a little about it. Fermenting fruit wine was one of her skills. Fortunately, there were over a dozen crates of apples in the warehouse. Turning them into cider would take only 10 days to a fortnight at most. She washed the apples, peeled them, cut them into chunks, crushed the fruit, added sugar and yeast, sealed the container, and let it sit for 10 to 15 days. Cuihua's secret recipe involved precise measurements, allowing her to brew pure, fragrant apple wine in just 12 days. On the day of the employee benefits distribution, each worker received 3 bottles of cider. The liquid inside the glass bottles was crystal clear, revealing a pale yellow-green hue when held up to the sunlight. Most villagers were fond of a drink, and they'd sung the praises of this cider's taste. Taking a small sip, they savored the refreshing sweetness of apples mingled with a mild alcohol flavor, a taste unlike any other, especially suited for ladies to enjoy. While grain and oil could be bought with money anytime, this cider was impossible to purchase. Some even asked for extra bottles, but Cuihua had carefully measured out the portions. She didn't want to give away the 10 or so extra bottles she had. Those were reserved for her brother and sister-in-law, and her future in-laws. With the cooperative no longer struggling to supply grain and oil, Tiezhu wouldn't pressure Louis Min anymore. Louis Min assumed Tiezhu had abandoned the order. He'd been preoccupied these past few days with the troubles involving Xiaoli and the others. The truck that had obediently worked for him for days suddenly went on strike. This was unacceptable. His ultimate goal was to take over Tiezhu's transport team. If he couldn't even manage 3 trucks now, how could he handle more in the future? Already overwhelmed by the unresolvedly situation, his phone suddenly started ringing off the hook. All were from cooperatives that had signed contracts, either demanding shipment of their orders or requesting refunds. Once the money reached Louis Min's pocket, there was no way he'd just hand it back. Louis Min was already overwhelmed with frustration, but just then, the police and prosecutors arrived. After Tiezhu finished communicating with the heads of each cooperative, he took the orders to the procuratorate and filed a formal complaint under his real name. Seeing the prosecutors and police arrive, Louis Min never imagined his supposedly foolproof scheme would be reported to the authorities. He was arrested on the spot, and the supply and marketing cooperatives were given the choice to either fulfill the orders or cancel them. The heads of all the cooperatives were delighted with Louis Min's fate. Tiezhu cancelled the order and granted a short break to the 3 drivers, including Xiaoli, who had worked tirelessly for days. He also provided wage subsidies for their recent efforts and even gave them 2 extra bottles of apple wine. That was how the matter finally came to a close. Tiezhu had originally planned to take some time off for himself and Cuihua too. After such a long period of hard work, neither of them had had a chance to rest. He planned to take Cuihua out for some fun, but before he could implement his vacation plans, the farm office received a phone call. The caller was very polite and introduced himself right away. "Hello, this is Cuihua, purchasing manager of the Provincial Foreign Trade Company. May I speak with Mr. Tiezhu, owner of Taihan Village Farm?" Tiezhu was puzzled. How did a manager from the Provincial Foreign Trade Company have his number? Still, he had to answer. "Hello, this is Tiezhu. How may I assist you?" A hearty laugh came from the other end. "Ahaha. Well, it's like this. I saw your geese at the agricultural fair earlier. I'd like to buy all your live geese at a premium price. Our client is particularly interested in the geese you raise. Could you give us this opportunity?" The other party's tone was rather bold, asking for all the live geese right off the bat. Tiezhu's farm currently had nearly 5 figures worth of live geese, and the flock was still growing. He wasn't willing to sell them all. But since the buyer had made the offer, he couldn't just flatly refuse. He had to confirm the details first. "Are you certain you want to purchase all the geese from our farm? If you were to buy the entire flock, it would cost nearly 6 figures. Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I want to buy all your geese. Price is negotiable. I'll pay whatever it takes to get every single live goose, even if it's 30% more." The buyer was certain, but Tiezhu wasn't. No one ever came asking for all the geese at such a high price. Could this person have ulterior motives? He paused. "All right then, I'll take your contact information first. I'll tally the live geese at our farm and confirm the numbers before reaching out to you. We can discuss whether to proceed with a formal contract or other arrangements at that time. Is that acceptable? Yes, absolutely. Guo's voice over the phone was crisp and decisive, as if there were no issues at all. But Tiezhu remained cautious. The phone number was completely unfamiliar. He needed to look into it. The number did appear to be from the provincial capital, but he didn't believe the caller was from the Provincial Foreign Trade Company. Chapter 165, The Provincial Foreign Trade Company's Purchasing Manager. When Tiezhu attended the Rural Support Policy Conference in the provincial capital, he had met Director Wu from the Foreign Trade Company, a woman, and had her contact information. The best way to confirm whether this Cuihua was indeed the purchasing manager of the Provincial Foreign Trade Company was to contact Director Wu. The moment he hung up, Tiezhu flipped through the notebook he brought to the conference and dialed Director Wu's number. After several confirmations, it turned out Cuihua was indeed not affiliated with the Provincial Foreign Trade Company. Director Wu even stated that their company had no employee surnamed Hua. Moreover, it was impossible for them to purchase all the live geese from a farm at once. Such a move would create excessive inventory pressure for a foreign trade company. Typically, they would only buy a portion for trial sales. This confirmed Tiezhu's suspicion. Cuihua must be from elsewhere. His attempt to buy up all their live geese was likely an effort to force the farm to stop raising this type of poultry altogether. As for the phone number's origin, Tiezhu asked provincial reporter Yang Yuton to help trace it. Since their last trip to the provincial capital, where they'd treated Yang to a meal and brought her numerous gifts, she'd become much more communicative with them. She and Cuihua had even become close friends. When Tiezhu mentioned needing to trace a number, she patted her chest and declared she was the perfect person for the job. Indeed, among Tiezhu's acquaintances, Yang Yuton was the most suitable person to trace the phone number's origin, both in terms of her position and location. Within 2 days, she reported back, the number belonged to the provincial meat processing plant. The provincial meat processing plant wasn't doing well financially. Many restaurants in the province were now sourcing directly from Tiezhu's farm, leaving the plant unable to sell their geese. Tiezhu suspected the meat processing plant was jealous of his business and wanted to buy all the live geese from his farm, leaving him with no stock to deliver. This would then allow the provincial meat processing plant to seamlessly take over all his orders. Tiezhu was pretty sure that's exactly what the other party was thinking. In fact, this approach was devised by Brother Wu from Guoying Farm, the very farm whose products had been overshadowed by Tiezhu's geese at the previous agricultural exhibition. They had a partnership with the meat processing plant, which slaughtered and sold poultry and livestock exclusively from Guoyang Farm. When business slowed, Wu Ge proposed this scheme. Cuihua, the meat processing plant's sales manager, immediately agreed to this devilish idea. If they called to place an order, it would be awkward for Tiezhu to refuse. If word got out that Tiezhu was afraid to sell live geese or claimed there was something wrong with them, that would cause even bigger trouble. So Tiezhu called Cuihua, informing him that the farm agreed to sell all the live geese and requested they come to Taihan village to sign the sales contract on site. They agreed, and Tiezhu headed to the goose pens with a smile. He had something to tell the big birds. 2 days later, the buyers arrived in Taihan village as promised. They looked quite professional. Cuihua stepped out of a small black sedan, followed by a large truck, clearly intending to load the geese immediately after signing. Tiezhu approached the man stepping from the back seat of the sedan and extended his hand. "You must be manager Cuihua. I'm Tiezhu. This way, please." Cuihua shook Tiezhu's hand, but inwardly thought, once this contract is signed, your business will be ours. Tiezhu led the way. This signing needed to be a grand affair. He'd chosen the concrete platform in the village's small square as the venue. A 6-figure order, and the other party had even offered to increase it to 7 figures. Such a substantial sum demanded a grand spectacle. The village chief and others stood on the concrete platform. Tiezhu introduced them one by one. "Our farm is a cooperative venture for the entire village, so everyone's here to witness the signing. This is the village chief, this is the accountant, and this distinguished guest is Ms. Yang Yutong, a reporter from the provincial newspaper. I was featured in the provincial paper before she wrote the feature story about me." Cuihua stiffened upon seeing the reporter. What? A reporter? This is just a simple business contract, why bring a reporter? "Well, this signing isn't just any deal," Tiezhu replied, his expression brimming with excitement. "We're selling our entire stock of live geese, a massive transaction, the biggest since we opened. Ms. Yang is here as a witness, and we'll be taking commemorative photos shortly." "Photos? Forget it. Let's just sign the contract." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Cuihua's temple, as if he feared revealing some hidden flaw. Tiezhu gripped the other man's hand firmly. "Don't rush. We'll sign eventually. Why not inspect the geese first? You need to see their condition before you can buy with confidence, right? I get it, when we sell chicks, we do the same. We confirm everything before the sale." Without waiting for a response, he pulled Cuihua toward the breeding farm. His determination was clear. Cuihua had to see the live geese and confirm they were fine before signing anything. Cuihua had no choice but to let Tiezhu lead him along. The village chief and Yang Yutong followed along. Tiezhu remained unusually excited throughout, giving the impression he was genuinely thrilled about landing a big order. Upon reaching the goose shed, Yu thoughtfully opened the door. He needed to let the geese out. All of them had been pre-approved by Tiezhu. Cuihua had assumed a quick glance would suffice, but to his surprise, dozens of geese poured out of the shed and swarmed around him. He felt a sudden panic even when selling for the meat processing plant. He'd never encountered such a scene. Moreover, he harbored a deep-seated fear of geese. As a child, he'd been pecked by one, and he knew firsthand the power of a goose's beak. A single peck could tear off a chunk of flesh. Just as he thought of it, it happened. Just as Cuihua recalled being pecked as a child, the flock of geese lunged at him once more. Dozens of geese surrounded him in a 360-degree circle, leaving him no escape. He could only shout for help at the iron pillar. "Help me! Why are all these geese attacking me? Boss Tai, shoo them away. Get me out of here." How could Tiezhu possibly rescue him? Those geese were trained by him. They wouldn't truly harm anyone. He pretended to shoo away two of them, but by then the geese had already pecked all over Cuihua's body. One with an especially long neck plucked a badge from Cuihua's pocket, then flicked it with a sharp turn of its head, landing squarely in Tiezhu's hand. Tiezhu recognized it immediately, a meat processing plant work ID, complete with Cuihua's barehanded photo. He took the ID, herded the geese back to their pen with Yu, and confronted Cuihua with the badge in his hand. "Manager Hua, explain this. Why does this say you're the meat processing plant's sales manager? Why did you claim to be the purchasing manager for the provincial foreign trade company? What exactly was your purpose in buying my live geese?" Cuihua's face turned green as he fumbled in his pocket. He hadn't expected his identity to be exposed so quickly. Chapter 166, The Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences Expert. Before Cuihua could explain, Tiezhu revealed the meat processing plant's scheme in just a few sentences. Though not entirely accurate, it was close enough. The more Tiezhu spoke, the more grim Cuihua's expression became, confirming Tiezhu's suspicions. Yang Yutong snapped several photos of them with a click-clack of her camera. This would make for quite the news story later. In the end, Tiezhu took no action against Cuihua. Though the other party's motives weren't pure, at least the contract hadn't been finalized, preventing unnecessary losses. Days later, when the provincial newspaper ran the story, Director Wu from the provincial foreign trade company discovered someone had been defrauding others using their company's name. She stormed into the meat processing plant to make a scene, but that had nothing to do with Tiezhu. That evening, when Ma Chang's family heard what had happened at Tiezhu's place, they were both worried and relieved for him. Ma Chang asked curiously, "Tiezhu, how did you dare confront them? They came in cars, two of them. Weren't you afraid they'd get angry and ram you?" Tiezhu was certainly afraid. But he hadn't called Yang Yutong for nothing. If something went wrong, a single news report could ruin their reputations. But he wouldn't admit his fear at the dinner table. That would be embarrassing. He could only keep his head down and eat. Cuihua, sitting next to Tiezhu, felt waves of lingering fear wash over her. Cuihua hadn't come alone either. Two drivers accompanied him. If the other guy was truly reckless and fearless, a fight or a car crash would be a disaster. Watching Tiezhu wolf down his food, Cuihua thoughtfully ladled him a bowl of soup and placed it before him. "Slow down," she murmured gently. "Don't choke. Here, have some soup to help it go down." Her tender care made Xiaolian smile, and she couldn't help but tease. "Oh my, she really is a bride-to-be now. Her mind is completely occupied with her man. I don't have any soup in front of me, and neither do you, Brother Chang. We just can't compare to Tiezhu. No one even bothers to pour us a bowl of soup." Her words made Cuihua's face flush crimson, and even Ma Chang chuckled beside them. Tiezhu was so startled by the remark that he actually choked on his rice. He had to take several gulps of soup to clear his throat. Cuihua hurriedly patted his chest in alarm, then shot Xiaolian a coy yet slightly resentful glance. "Sis-in-law, can't you and my brother just be all lovey-dovey? The soup's right there. Why won't you pour my brother a bowl? Or maybe you could pour him one and I'll watch and learn? You little minx, learning to talk back now? Just wait till I teach you a lesson." Xiaolian chuckled, reaching out to grab Cuihua's waist. The sudden pinch made Cuihua double over in pain. Only after a flurry of pleas did Xiaolian finally let Cuihua off the hook. The newspaper story once again captured public attention. Many people flocked to the farm to see these supposedly miraculous geese, so extraordinary that someone would go to the lengths of impersonating someone else to sell them. Yu and the other employees were overwhelmed with visitors. Among the crowd was an unexpected visitor claiming to be from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He wanted to study the feed iron pillar used for the geese to uncover its secret. Hearing such an impressive credential, an expert from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences Yu welcomed him into the farm and showed him the specially formulated feed. While others had come seeking the feed before, Yu assumed this expert was no different. But after examining the pelletized feed, the expert seemed dissatisfied. He looked up and asked Yu, "Do you have any unprocessed feed? I'd like to see your feed formula." This was the first time anyone had asked for the formula. Yu couldn't decide on his own, so he said, "Please wait a moment. I'll go ask our boss." He then led the expert to the reception room while he went to find Tiezhu. Upon hearing this, Tiezhu knew revealing the formula was absolutely out of the question. Fortunately, he had previously instructed all employees that feed ratios were strictly confidential and must never be disclosed to outsiders. This was the farm's trade secret. Any breach of confidentiality would result in dismissal and compensation to the farm. There was no other way. His feed formula was the optimal blend developed through systematic analysis and research. Its nutritional content far surpassed ordinary feed, enhancing poultry health and preventing diseases and epidemics. Tiezhu followed OU to the reception room, where he saw the so-called expert. Unlike Cuihua, who had impersonated a manager from Chang Trading Company, this expert presented a genuine work ID, confirming he was indeed Li Jingyan, an expert from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Even after confirming his identity, Tiezhu remained unyielding. He flatly refused. "The feed formula is our farm's confidential information. I'm sorry, but I cannot provide it to you. If you need it, we can sell you the feed." He could sell the finished feed directly, bag by bag. Regardless of ingredients, the finished feed was ground into uniform round pellets, ensuring the raw materials remained undetectable. This was all thanks to the 2 upgrades Qiang had implemented later. He was willing to sell feed, but Li Jingyan refused. "Handing over your feed formula would benefit you. After studying it, we'll promote it across major farms, advancing poultry breeding everywhere. This serves the nation and its people. You must understand the value of selfless contribution." The other party spoke with righteous indignation, but Tiezhu wasn't buying it. He remained firm in his refusal. "Other farms also sell feed here. You needn't worry about other farms lacking quality feed. As for the formula, forget it. I absolutely won't reveal it. I wouldn't sell it even if someone offered to buy it." Li Jingyan had always been welcomed with open arms when visiting farms to study their operations. This was the first time he'd been turned down. And not just once, but twice in a row. His face flushed instantly as he raised his voice. "This is collective property. You should hand it over to us at the Agricultural Science Institute for research. That's contributing to the nation. Handing it over to the state?" Tiezhu wasn't about to be intimidated by his grand claims of representing the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He stood up and escorted the man out. "If you wish to purchase feed, you're most welcome. But if you insist on my feed formula, I'm afraid I can't provide it. If there's nothing else, then I'm sorry, we're quite busy and can't entertain you any longer." Left standing at the door, Li Jingyan watched Tiezhu's resolute stance and stomped his feet in frustration. But it was precisely because of Tiezhu's persistence that he had no choice but to leave reluctantly. But he wasn't about to give up so easily. The next day, Li Jingyan arrived with several men claiming to be from the county technical station. They stated they needed to inspect the disease prevention measures for the breeding pigs at Tiezhu's farm and specifically demanded to take away the Black Mountain pig breeding stock. Tiezhu had always submitted samples for testing on schedule, but the station did conduct random inspections. Moreover, the officials presented valid credentials, leaving Tiezhu with no grounds to refuse. Chapter 167, Renovating the School. But the moment he saw Li Jingyan, he knew this man had colluded with technicians from the county station to cause trouble. He whispered a few words into the ear of the Black Mountain boar they had selected, then loudly warned Li Jingyan and the technicians, "These pigs only feel safe here with me. If moved to a new place without familiar people, they'll go wild and rampage. If they act up at your place, it won't be because they're sick, it'll be because you've upset them. Just send them back here and they'll be fine immediately." He had already guessed that once these pigs fell into their hands, they would fabricate reports of swine diseases. When that happened, they would likely shut down his farm. He'd laid down the ground rules up front. He wasn't afraid of them stirring up trouble. Li Jingyan smirked without a word. Once that pig was in their hands, whether it was sick or not would be entirely up to them. Getting a pig for free? Not bad. The Black Mountain pig was hauled away, but within hours, under the moonlit sky, the technician and Li Jingyan rushed it back overnight. Before the truck even came to a complete stop, Tiezhu, who had come out upon hearing the commotion, could see the cargo bed rattling loudly and shaking violently. The technician didn't even pause to speak. He parked, flung open the door, scrambled out of the cab, and rushed to the rear to open the cargo door. Only then did the vehicle settle down. The black boar leapt out of the truck bed and strolled leisurely over to Tiezhu. The technician was stunned. The wild boar that had gone berserk moments ago had calmed down the instant it reached the breeding farm? He dared not recall the chaos at the technical station. The moment it arrived at the technical station, the pig went berserk, charging wildly and smashing everything into disarray. They had seen such pigs before, those that went berserk and charged at people. A single stab would have been enough. Yet the two burly men hadn't managed to catch the boar, they'd even been knocked flying by it. The station chief, seeing the wreckage, was furious. He ordered the technician to dispose of the boar immediately, threatening disciplinary action afterward. The technician dared not disobey. Even though they had initially wanted to eat the pig, encountering one like this meant they were lucky not to be eaten themselves. Suddenly recalling Tiezhu's warning that the boar might go berserk, he realized sending it back would suffice. He urgently shouted at the boar to return to the farm, and it instantly calmed down. But the moment he hesitated, the pig started causing trouble again. That SYHD brought the pig back overnight. The drive back had left him utterly exhausted. The pig, whether fearing he'd sell and slaughter it or not, hadn't stopped fussing the entire journey. Fortunately, the commotion was less intense than at the technical station, otherwise, his car would have been wrecked. Tiezhu sneered coldly. He knew firsthand the sheer power of the black boar, and now the technicians had gotten a taste of it too. He turned, opened the door, and let the pig return to the farm. Taihan Village's economic development had placed it at the forefront of the county. To identify areas worthy of sharing and learning from, the provincial capital dispatched an inspection team to conduct a survey in Taihan Village. Deputy Town Chief Wu was the first to hear about this and rushed over to tell Tiezhu. After relaying the news, he specifically urged Tiezhu to put on a good show, hoping the delegation would leave satisfied. If they were satisfied, perhaps new policies might be introduced. Tiezhu readily agreed, recognizing the importance of hosting the delegation properly. However, this inspection wasn't just about the cooperative and the breeding farm, nor was it solely Tiezhu's responsibility. He still needed to consult with the village chief. To ensure nothing went wrong, the village chief and Tiezhu decided to walk around the village, looking for any shortcomings that needed fixing before the inspection team arrived. And indeed, their inspection revealed some issues. Near the village entrance stood a courtyard. Its gate was dilapidated, hastily propped up with a few wooden planks. Inside stood two rooms, both with leaky roofs. One room had collapsed halfway, while the other had lost an entire wall. Inside, numerous desks and chairs were arranged neatly, though no two sets matched. Some had only one leg, others just half a tabletop, and some stools were simply bricks salvaged from the collapsed wall. Each piece of furniture held a child, while a teacher stood at the front leading them and reciting poetry. This was a school. Though dusk had fallen, not a single light illuminated the building. Before the children's desks stood candles, or they held flashlights in one hand while gripping pencils in the other. The village chief explained that this was their village-run elementary school, where fewer than 20 children were still attending classes. Tiezhu was puzzled. Hadn't the school been damaged by floods before and not yet repaired? It was clearly unsafe, it needed fixing. The village chief nodded. It does need repairs. One wall collapsed earlier, the one at the front. I recall heavy snow 2 years ago crushed half that room. The teacher used it as temporary living quarters and moved his room to make a classroom for the children. Then the flood came and washed away this wall. But it is our fault for not fixing the classrooms in time. It's just that we don't have the funds. To repair the school, we need to apply to the Education Bureau. We applied last year, but the Bureau never released the funds. It's been delayed until now. Just because the Education Bureau hasn't released the funds? Tiezhu couldn't have imagined that was the reason. With neither room in good condition, how could parents feel secure sending their children to study in such buildings? Even if the buildings don't collapse, what if a tile or brick accidentally falls and hits a child? The village chief is powerless. Without village funds, there's no way to rely on them to repair the school. The school teachers have approached him repeatedly, raising the issue of repairs countless times. He has relayed their requests to the Education Bureau just as many times. But there's been no response. Who knows why? The school repairs have been put off until now. If the education department won't fix it, I will. No, I'll build a new one. I'll give you the money tomorrow. Village chief, please take charge of this matter. Tiezhu's words stunned the village chief. Are you certain you want to build a new school? Have you considered this? It's not just classrooms, we need offices and teacher dormitories. Even if we only build classrooms and partition off a teacher's office, we'll still need to furnish them with student desks, chairs, and blackboards. Renovating would mean fully equipping the school. Building just a classroom would suffice, but if the inspection team came and saw a new classroom paired with the old student desks and chairs, they'd surely question it. Unexpectedly, Tiezhu wanted more. Build it. We must build it. Buy new desks and chairs for the students, and install lights in the classrooms too. It's too dangerous for them to study by candlelight. Don't worry about the money, I'll cover everything. With Tiezhu's assurance, the village chief took charge of the project. The school gave the students a week off, and all the able-bodied men in the village pitched in. 3 brightly lit classrooms rose from the original school site. The moment the classrooms were completed and equipped, the inspection team arrived at Taihan Village. Chapter 168, Village Women Don't Even Know Foreign Languages. To welcome the delegation, Taihan Village hung banners at the village entrance. As the delegation stepped off the bus, students from the village school presented them with bouquets of flowers. Villagers nearby clapped in unison, leaving the delegation members flattered and surprised. Tiezhu and Cuihua stood at the front of the crowd, ready to shake hands with the visitors. A woman in the delegation suddenly stumbled toward Tiezhu, her legs giving way. Seeing this, Tiezhu stepped to the right, while Cuihua stepped forward to catch the woman. The woman immediately straightened up with a look of disgust and muttered in English, "For village peasant woman." Tiezhu turned ashen-faced upon hearing this. Seeing that no one was hurt, the delegation's leader, Wu, introduced the 8 members of the group to the village chief and Tiezhu. The woman Cuihua had helped was the delegation's secretary, surnamed Shen. When Secretary Shen turned to Tiezhu, she immediately smiled warmly, extending her hand, waiting for him to shake hands with the others before offering hers. Tiezhu hadn't forgotten how she'd just spoken about Cuihua. He skipped over her and ignored her. He turned, took Cuihua's hand, and led the delegation forward, guiding them to tour the farm. Secretary Shen, trailing behind, saw the two holding hands and stomped her foot in frustration before finally catching up with the delegation. Knowing visitors were coming, the farm had been clean, spotless, not a single chicken feather on the ground, and the pig pens were so clean you could lie down in them. Not a single member of the delegation expressed dissatisfaction. A farm that maintained such meticulous hygiene clearly offered valuable lessons for others in the industry. Cuihua, with her presentable appearance, took the lead upon entering the facility to introduce their operations to the delegation. Secretary Shen, trailing behind, remarked with a sigh, "Is that all? No foreign language introduction? Thank goodness Professor Qiang isn't here today, he wouldn't understand a word. She's just a country bumpkin, doesn't even know a foreign language. Who knows where she got the nerve to run this place as the owner's wife?" Team leader Wu frowned at Secretary Shen. He had been reluctant to bring this secretary along on the inspection tour from the start, but she had connections. Higher-ups had parachuted her into the position, and they couldn't refuse. Little did he expect her to be such a troublemaker. And by the looks of it, she seems to have some improper designs on Tiezhu. Cuihua looked helplessly at Tiezhu. Foreign language introduction? What foreign language? How was she supposed to introduce it? She didn't know how. Tiezhu quickly stepped beside Cuihua. He hadn't thought this through. Though he didn't know who this woman was referring to as Professor Qiang, there were indeed two foreigners in the delegation. So he took over the English introduction of the farm, not just the facility, but the breeding techniques too. It was indeed more appropriate for him to handle it. Tiezhu's English was remarkably fluent. Secretary Shen, who had been about to mock Cuihua again, fell silent. She was stunned by Tiezhu. A rural man, who might not even have finished high school, possessed such excellent English and with a pure accent even better than hers. Both foreign inspectors gave Tiezhu a thumbs up, clearly impressed by his English skills. The day's inspection concluded without incident. That evening, as Cuihua accompanied Tiezhu on their moonlit stroll, she curiously asked, "How did you learn a foreign language? I heard that secretary say you were speaking English today, right? You spoke it so fluently." Tiezhu didn't know how to explain it. Should he tell her he learned it in a past life? He could only brush it off. "Yeah, I learned it before." To his surprise, Cuihua slowly fell silent beside him. Not only did she stop talking, but the corners of her mouth drooped, as if she were feeling a bit unhappy. Tiezhu didn't notice how dark it had gotten. After wandering around the village for a while, he walked Cuihua home. Upon returning home, Cuihua locked herself in her room. Sitting on her bed with her legs drawn up, she grew increasingly doubtful. Was she still worthy of Tiezhu? Tiezhu's business had grown steadily, from starting as a village veterinarian, to raising a flock of geese, then launching a cooperative. Now he owned two cooperatives, for breeding farms, and a fleet of transport trucks. Back when Tiezhu raised geese, she could still lend a hand. But after he started the farms, she felt increasingly useless. Watching Tiezhu become more capable, she felt him drifting further away from her. Tonight during their walk, even though Tiezhu was right beside her, she couldn't find anything to talk about with him. Talking about the farm? She didn't understand it. Talking about family matters? She feared Tiezhu would find it tedious. Li Fanfang had once said she wasn't good enough for Tiezhu. Maybe she was right. Should she just let go? Outside the room, Xiulian pushed at Cuihua's door, holding a bundle of neatly folded, sun-dried clothes. But after 2 pushes, the door wouldn't budge. This seemed odd. It wasn't even Cuihua's bedtime yet, and she never locked her door before sleeping. She knocked lightly and called out twice, "Cuihua, open up. I brought your laundry." After a moment, Cuihua came to open the door, then turned to let Xiulian inside. The moment Xiulian saw Cuihua, she sensed something was off. After setting down the clothes, she didn't leave right away but sat down beside Cuihua instead. She asked softly, "What's wrong? You look upset. Did someone bully you? Who was it? Was it Tiezhu? Tell your sister-in-law, and I'll go beat him up right now." Cuihua, who hadn't intended to speak, hurriedly reached out to stop Xiulian. In a muffled voice, she said, "No, it's not him. And I haven't been bullied either." "Then why are you so down? You didn't eat as much as usual today. You took a couple bites and said you were full. Something must have happened. Did you run into trouble? Tell your sister-in-law, and I'll help you figure it out." Cuihua looked up at Xiulian. Her big, round eyes were now slightly red, as if she'd been crying. Xiulian felt a pang of anxiety. The last time Cuihua had cried like this was when Chang had injured his legs. She didn't press further, instead hugging Cuihua and soothing her softly. "Don't cry, don't cry. I'm here for you, and so is your brother. We're all here. Whatever it is, just tell us. We'll figure it out together, okay?" When no one was comforting her, Cuihua had only silently shed tears. But now that someone was there, she suddenly burst into loud sobs. Chang, in the next room, heard the sobbing and hurriedly propped himself up on his crutches, wanting to come in and see what was wrong. Seeing Xiulian already comforting Cuihua at the doorway, he felt it would be awkward to enter now. He retreated to his room, waiting for Xiulian to calm Cuihua before asking what had happened. Cuihua cried loudly but stopped quickly. Within minutes, her tears dried up, and she explained, "Sister-in-law, I'm fine. I just feel so useless. Brother Tiezhu's career keeps getting better. He's getting better at making money, full of smart ideas, even attending meetings at the provincial level. But I'm just a poor country girl who knows nothing. It takes me forever to understand what Tiezhu is talking about. Sister-in-law, am I becoming less and less worthy of brother Tiezhu?" Chapter 169, We're a perfect match. Xiulian hugged Cuihua tenderly, wiping the tears from her eyes as she soothed her. "How could you be unworthy of brother Tiezhu? Haven't you forgotten? Everyone in the village said you two were a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. When they first got together, some villagers really did say that. But today, when Secretary Shin from the inspection team stood beside Tiezhu, Cuihua suddenly felt that only a woman like that was worthy of him. She wore a crisp white shirt and a plaid skirt, her feet in sturdy high-heeled leather shoes, a ribbon tied around her neck. Her high ponytail revealed curls beneath, and as she spoke, she occasionally pushed her gold-rimmed glasses up her nose with slender, pale fingers, the very picture of a highly educated woman. Today, people were saying she was just a country bumpkin who didn't know any foreign languages. True, she didn't know any, unlike Tiezhu, who could startle foreigners with just a few words. Cuihua couldn't help but interject, "That's because they hadn't met Secretary Shin before. Did you see her today? Standing beside brother Tiezhu, she outshone me completely, and she speaks foreign languages too. Sister-in-law, I truly don't deserve brother Tiezhu anymore. Shouldn't I just let him go?" "Nonsense. What's this about letting go? You're Tiezhu's fiancé, you're the perfect match for him," Xiulian blurted out without a second thought. Though she had seen Secretary Shin today too, truly stunning, and perfectly matched beside Tiezhu, that wasn't a reason they were meant for each other. In her heart, Cuihua was far more suited to Tiezhu than Secretary Shin. Seeing Cuihua looking a bit downcast, she patiently tried to comfort her. "Have you forgotten how good Tiezhu has been to you? Remember when your brother injured his leg and we wanted Tiezhu to help pull the cart? He flat out refused. That proves Tiezhu is a man of principle. Later, when you discussed marriage with him, how kind he was to you and how kind his parents were to you. Look at our family, the watches on our wrists, the clothes we wear, especially your brother's leg in that wheelchair. If he didn't care about you, how could he be so invested in our family's affairs? All this time, there's been that womanly Fong Fong trying to mess things up for Tiezhu. How many times has she caused trouble? Have you ever seen Tiezhu show her the slightest bit of weakness? And when you faced Li Fong Fong, you weren't as upset as you are today. That proves you know you're more than worthy of Tiezhu. The appearance of that Secretary Shin only made you feel inferior to her, not unworthy of Tiezhu. That's true, when Li Fong Fong caused trouble, she even stood up for Tiezhu. Come to think of it, even though she doesn't know much, she's been helping Tiezhu no matter how things developed these past months. Tiezhu never once said he didn't need her. Whether it was the cooperative or the farm, she knew her way around everything. So it wasn't that I wasn't good enough for Tiezhu, I was just intimidated. Yes, that must be it." Seeing the light slowly return to Cuihua's eyes, Xiulian added a few more words to bolster her confidence. "That Secretary Shin? She just dresses a bit trendy, that's all. So, tomorrow, I'll take you into town. We'll go to the city department store, or even the provincial one. We'll buy you a few trendy outfits and get your hair permed. What do you say? Hey, I hear tons of women in the province are getting perms now, little curls, big curls, all so pretty. And lipstick. We'll buy 2 tubes, one for you, one for me. Come back and dazzle your brother and Tiezhu." Her words made Cuihua laugh. Only then did Xiulian relax. "Don't worry. Tiezhu isn't the type to change his heart. He swore an oath before, and he's never changed toward you. If you're still worried, we'll just give him the cold shoulder for a few days and see how he reacts. If he turns out to be a chin shimmy, then we'll just ditch him. No, we can't abandon him. Where would she find another Tiezhu as good as this one?" The inspection team worked for several days before concluding their review. They were particularly impressed with the fish farm, the cooperative, and the newly built school buildings. Tiezhu had accompanied them throughout the visit. Only after the delegation departed did he finally finish his duties and find some free time. Once he had time to himself, he realized he hadn't seen Cuihua's smiling face in days. The only times he'd seen Cuihua recently were during meals. Each time he ate hurriedly, then had to attend to the delegation afterward. On the rare evenings he walked Cuihua home, exhaustion left him with no energy to chat with her. Suddenly it dawned on him, had he been neglecting Cuihua? Had his neglect made Cuihua feel sad and disappointed? Perhaps that was the reason. When Tiezhu went to the county seat, he bought a pile of gifts and presented them to Cuihua with great fanfare. Yet, Cuihua merely gave him a forced smile and nothing more. This was strange. Before, whenever Tiezhu gave Cuihua gifts, she would thank him with a bright, cheerful smile. Sometimes, when she was especially happy, she would even give him a kiss on the cheek. Now, after accepting the gifts, she merely gave him a perfunctory smile. Tiezhu bent down, bringing his face close to Cuihua's, and asked, "What's wrong? Did I do something wrong these past few days to upset you?" The sudden appearance of his large face startled Cuihua for a moment. She turned her head away and said, "No, you're fine." "Then why aren't you happy?" Her unhappiness made Tiezhu unable to feel happy either. Cuihua turned her back to avoid Tiezhu's advances, but he circled around her, determined not to let the matter drop until he got to the bottom of it. With no other choice, Cuihua turned back to him and asked, "Do you like that secretary Shen?" Her question startled Tiezhu. He took 2 steps back and protested loudly, "How could that be? That woman is unreasonable, sharp-tongued and vulgar. How could I possibly like someone like that? But she dresses so beautifully, wears trendy clothes, and speaks that foreign language." Cuihua's voice trailed off, her words dripping with self-doubt. "I can't do anything. She even called me a country bumpkin. I can't help you at all." Hearing this, Tiezhu finally understood. The little girl had been hurt. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close to comfort her. "Who said you're not good? If you weren't good, how come I don't like anyone else but you? How come I like you so much I want to devour you whole? And you are good, very, very good. You've already helped me so much. When I'm away, you take care of my parents and this whole farm, managing everything inside and out, people and animals alike. No one can be good at everything. Where you fall short, I step in. Where I can't manage, you're there. That's what complementing each other means. It shows we're a perfect match, meant for each other." Tiezhu's words made Cuihua's cheeks gradually flush. Her heart was filled with the confidence he gave her, though her words still betrayed a hint of self-doubt. Chapter 170, Farming Standards Manual. "But Secretary Shen is so beautiful. Standing beside you, she's so much more suited to you than I am." "Who said that?" Tiezhu's brows furrowed. How could this girl think such a thing? Had someone been whispering nonsense in her ear? But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He silenced Cuihua's protests with a kiss, rolling and turning until her eyes glazed over and her legs grew weak. Unable to stand steadily, she leaned against him for support. "You probably haven't seen how stunning you look standing beside me. The whole world only makes sense when you and I are together. It's just that you're dressed stylishly and look fashionable. How about I take you shopping later and buy you the best cosmetics and skincare products?" Whether he was telling the truth or not, all Cuihua could do now was nod. When she heard he wanted to take her shopping, she shook her head. "No need. My sister-in-law already took me shopping. They'd gone downtown a couple days ago and bought several new outfits, none of which she'd worn yet. Xiulian had also suggested she get her hair permed, but she thought it would be too much trouble to manage, so she hadn't done it. But Tiezhu countered, "Her accompanying you is her business. Me accompanying you is my duty." Then, without another word, he dragged Cuihua out the door. He'd made up his mind today he was taking her shopping to buy her a whole new outfit from head to toe. A man earns money, doesn't he? Isn't it to spend on women? Speaking of women, he had another one at home. He'd have to buy things for his mother too. After a full day of shopping, they didn't return to the village until dusk. As Cuihua entered the village, she dazzled the elderly folks gathered at the entrance. Everyone remarked that Cuihua looked even more beautiful, like a city woman. Some even suggested that Tiezhu should spruce himself up to be worthy of her. This restored Cuihua's confidence, and she never brought up the topic of being unworthy of Tiezhu again. After the inspection team returned, they used Taihan Village's economic development as a case study to introduce multiple reform and opening up policies, hoping to stimulate economic growth in more rural areas. Tiezhu kept a close eye on the policy announcements and seized the opportunity to expand his livestock operation once more. Around this time, in response to the rural economic policies promoted by the provincial inspection team, the county organized a competition to select leading figures in wealth creation. Tiezhu was naturally included in the list of nominees. After several rounds of competition, Tiezhu ultimately earned the county's first 10,000 yuan household title thanks to his integrated operations, the breeding farm, cooperative, transport team, and fish ponds. Tiezhu had no idea about this competition, let alone that he'd earned a new title. When the plaque for the 10,000 yuan household arrived at his home, Tiezhu even questioned it. Hadn't he already become a 10,000 yuan household? Why was it only now being discussed? But he quickly realized that others were unaware of his earlier dealings with treasury bonds. As for exactly how much money he had made, no one knew. Even the provincial selection committee didn't know the exact figures. To others, he was probably just becoming a 10,000 yuan household. Having just come to terms with this, Tiezhu felt it was actually quite good. At least no one suspected his money came too easily or too quickly, which could have caused trouble. Then news of his 10,000 yuan household status and his previous provincial inspection reached the city leaders. They began to ponder, how could the province have beaten them to it when their city hadn't even implemented any measures yet? Soon after, Taihan Village welcomed another inspection team, this time comprised of municipal leaders and experts from various city departments. The village chief and Tiezhu nervously received them once more, anxious about any perceived shortcomings in their hospitality. Fortunately, they weren't there to find fault. During their inspection, they even called a meeting with Tiezhu and the village chief, expressing their desire for Tiezhu to lead more villagers to prosperity and asking him to consider ways to achieve this. Originally, Tiezhu had only intended to lift the people of Taihan village out of poverty. But the city inspection team's vision was for him to lead the villagers of multiple surrounding villages toward shared prosperity. This was a daunting challenge. Who could possibly lead other villages toward prosperity? After 2 days of contemplation, Tiezhu recalled Chen Guofu's approach from the supply and marketing cooperative and proposed a cooperative alliance plan. This plan seemed simple on paper, but its implementation proved far from easy. Tiezhu envisioned uniting nearby cooperatives to establish unified farming standards and build a widely recognized brand for their alliance's agricultural products. But putting this into action was no easy feat. Tiezhu figured that since the city leaders had tasked him with coming up with the plan and had already approved the proposal, they would help him overcome any obstacles he encountered. What he hadn't anticipated was that his first hurdle would be funding a lack of support capital. Funding shortages were manageable for Tiezhu, but he couldn't cover them himself. For the city, it was even easier to resolve. They immediately had Tiezhu submit an application, established a special fund, and dispersed municipal agricultural support funds to him. Tiezhu's progress was smooth sailing. With the city's official special fund announcement, cooperatives from several surrounding villages agreed to join the cooperative alliance. However, a few troublemakers saw Tiezhu's initiative as unnecessary trouble. Not only did they refuse to join, but they also tried to dissuade other cooperatives from participating. Though Tiezhu knew the Tang cooperative leader opposed the alliance plan, he wasn't aware of their sabotage intentions and proceeded methodically with the initiative. The first priority was establishing breeding standards. He spent 3 days synthesizing his experience with the system's recommendations to create a breeding standard. On the day it was completed, he first brought the standards to his own cooperative, sharing them with the staff. This way, if any objections arose, he could anticipate how to address them. To his surprise, some of the newly hired employees did raise objections. He appreciated such individuals and directly addressed the concerns, making annotations in the standards document. After the employees finished reading the standards, they all went back to their tasks. Only the new employee who raised the objection, Xiaoyu, approached him and asked, "Boss, can I borrow this for a bit?" "Ha? This is meant for distribution to all cooperatives. What do you need it for?" Tiezhu carefully put the breeding standards manual away. He wouldn't lend it out until the project was completely finished, not even to his own employees. He casually locked it away in the cabinet. Watching it disappear into the cabinet, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with disappointment. He gave an awkward laugh. "Nothing, really. Just, I wanted to study it." Tiezhu tightened his resolve inwardly and said, "It's not like you won't be allowed to learn later. In a few days, once I prepared everything else, I'll have everyone study together. You'd better pay close attention then." The Farming Standards Manual wasn't meant to be handed out for people to glance at and forget. Tiezhu genuinely planned to explain its contents to his employees and those from the other cooperatives. But looking at Xiaoyu's expression, he couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Chapter 171, I want to open a food processing plant. So he prepared 2 extra copies of the Breeding Standards Manual. He left the one locked in the cooperative untouched, wanting to see what Xiaoyu was really up to. The cooperative allowed all employees to go home for lunch each day, but one person had to stay on duty in shifts. Today, it was someone else's turn, but Tiezhu found an excuse to have Xiaoyu stay behind to watch the place. Everyone left, leaving only Xiaoyu behind at the cooperative. In reality, Tiezhu had gathered everyone else at the breeding farm for training on breeding standards. When they returned in the afternoon, no one mentioned the matter. Only Tiezhu, upon returning, specifically mentioned that he would explain the breeding standards to everyone ahead of schedule. He unlocked the cabinet and took out the breeding standards manual from that morning. As for the scratches on the lock, he pretended not to notice. He flipped through a couple of pages and deliberately shouted loudly, "What's going on? Someone's been messing with my stuff. Several key figures here are all wrong. Xiaoyu, you were the only one here at noon. Did you see anyone come into my office?" Xiaoyu felt uneasy but calmly approached Tiezhu to explain, "No one. I was here the whole time. Did you perhaps misremember the figures? Wrong?" Tiezhu flipped to a specific page and asked the other employees, "Help me check when I taught you, was this number 10 or 20? 10. You specifically pointed it out during training, it's 10. Ha? How could it say 20 in the manual? Did someone change it? Xiaoyu, did you alter it?" Xiaoyu didn't know why everyone knew the correct number. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He frantically waved his hands. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't change this number. It clearly says 20 days here. You must all have gotten it wrong." Tiezhu smirked at his words, and someone nudged Xiaoyu. "How do you know it's 20 days? You weren't with us at the training session this afternoon, were you?" Tiezhu's guidebook was facing the other employees. Unless Xiaoyu had moved, it should have been facing the cover. Xiaoyu's heart sank at that. Indeed, he shouldn't have known what unit the number referred to. Earlier that morning, when Tiezhu had asked them questions, he hadn't shown them the manual. What could he do now? How could he explain this? Xiao Yu racked his brain but couldn't come up with a defense. This was too difficult. The manual was locked in a cabinet. If he hadn't picked the lock, how could he explain seeing the book? Tiezhu bellowed, "Speak! Who sent you here? What were you doing here?" The sheer force of his voice sent Xiao Yu reeling, knocking him to his knees. Shivering, he confessed that Xiao Tang, the cooperative owner who refused to join the alliance, had sent him undercover to tamper with the breeding standards. This way, when he promoted the standards to other cooperatives, they would all be flawed. Not only would they be useless to those cooperatives, but they would also cause irreversible damage. This would destroy Tiezhu's credibility in everyone's eyes, damaging his future business prospects and eroding his reputation as a wealthy entrepreneur. The employees nearby couldn't understand Xiao Yu's actions. Some angrily patted his shoulder, frustrated at his poor judgment. "Come on, man. Working at this cooperative is such a rare opportunity. Boss Tiezhu treats us so well, he never forgets to give us benefits and perks. How could you listen to others and do something like this?" "Exactly. You're the youngest in our middle-aged group. Tell us, did someone promise you something? Did they pay you? How could you do something so ungrateful? You're ruining the boss's business, destroying his life, and taking away our jobs too. Xiao Yu, I misjudged you." Xiao Yu realized his mistake and knelt down, kowtowing to Tiezhu. "Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have helped others do bad things. This was my first and only time, and you caught me. I made a mistake, please don't call the police or let them arrest me. If I get caught, I'll be ruined. Please, spare me this once. I'll never do it again. I swear I'll never help anyone do wrong again. I promise to only do good from now on." To say he did something wrong, well, he did. But it hadn't caused any irreversible consequences. Tiezhu sighed. "Fine, I won't call the police. But you'll stay kneeling here. Just don't let me see you again." This meant he was firing Xiao Yu. But after what he'd done, he truly had no face to stay at Tiezhu's cooperative. He could only rise and leave with his head bowed. Several cooperatives participating in the alliance program were highly motivated to learn. After raising their standards, their businesses improved. No sooner had Tiezhu wrapped up this matter than he began formulating new plans. The farm's products besides cured meats and hams were all ready-to-eat items. Such a business had limited profit margins. He needed to find ways to expand the product range and increase their value. What can be developed from the products at the farm? Chicken and duck meat could be cured, but the farm lacked facilities for curing poultry. They didn't even have the space or know how to make salted duck eggs. He still had to keep thinking of solutions. That day, while he was fretting, Cuihua brought Tiezhu a bowl of yellow peaches and oranges with sugar syrup. "Want some? These yellow peaches are the best. I really don't get why my brother likes oranges." Tiezhu was puzzled. "What yellow peaches and oranges? Did you cook these peaches? There aren't yellow peaches in season now, are there?" "Of course not," Cuihua replied with a smile, taking a bite of the peach. "These are canned. My brother just brought them over. Canned goods from the big factories up north are the best. I never get tired of these yellow peaches. The canned oranges my brother likes are from a small factory brand. I don't think they're as good, but he insists on buying them." Small factory, big factory. Tiezhu's eyes lit up suddenly. He chuckled, pinched Cuihua's chin, and planted a kiss right on her cheek. "Cuihua, you really are my little lucky star." "What? What's going on?" Cuihua had no idea about Tiezhu's recent troubles. Just then, Chang entered Tiezhu's office, leaning on his cane and carrying several cans. Spotting Tiezhu kissing Cuihua, he chuckled. "Oh my, aren't you too shameless? Getting all lovey-dovey in broad daylight like this. What public place? This is my office." Cuihua's bowl had only a few yellow peaches left, which she devoured in a few bites. Tiezhu casually took a can of yellow peaches from Ma Chang's hand, opened it, and casually remarked, "I'm planning to start a food processing factory." Ma Chang's eyes widened. "What? A food processing plant? Isn't that a bit ambitious for you, Tiezhu?" Chapter 172, Hiring My Factory's Veteran Staff. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Tiezhu was already swamped running his farming cooperative. How could he possibly have the time or energy to start a food processing plant? Besides, what does a livestock farmer know about food processing? Sure, the livestock and poultry raised could be processed into food, but these were two entirely different industries. Before the project even started, Ma Chang was already worrying for Tiezhu. "You should reconsider. Food processing isn't as simple as you imagine. Not only must the products be ready to eat, but you also have to ensure hygiene and shelf life. If someone gets sick from eating it, the compensation would be astronomical." His advice was sincere. Starting a food processing plant required serious consideration. One single problem could be fatal. What if the factory barely got off the ground and someone got sick from the food? That would be a total loss. Sure, Tiezhu had made some money now, but this wasn't the way to squander it. Tiezhu understood his concerns, but he believed all these issues could be resolved. He explained, "Don't worry, I'll thoroughly investigate these matters beforehand. We'll definitely get all the necessary certifications. For hygiene and production standards, we'll establish strict guidelines. Even Cuihua backed him up. Brother, I trust Tiezhu. What has he attempted lately that hasn't succeeded? I believe that with his confidence, he can achieve anything. Brother Tiezhu, just go for it. Whatever you need me to do, just tell me. I'll be your strongest support. What else could Chang say? He was Cuihua's brother, not Tiezhu's. Even though Tiezhu treated him like a real brother, he wouldn't presume to act like one and manage Tiezhu's affairs. He didn't have the right to do that. All he could say was, if you need anything, just call me. Though my leg isn't fully healed yet, I can still handle plenty of work. Ever since he no longer needed a wheelchair, he came to the farm every day to walk around, help sweep the floors, feed the chickens, and so on. Tiezhu nodded. He'd already made up his mind, even if his father forbade it, he would start this food processing plant. He didn't want to start from scratch. Finding a location, building a factory, purchasing processing lines, applying for licenses, hiring workers, and developing products would take months. His plan was to buy an existing food factory outright, but lacking connections, he had to ask around. Eventually, it was Mr. Chen, the same man who had bought his ducks, who told him about a nearby food factory struggling to stay afloat. With business so bad they couldn't even pay their employees, it was on the verge of closing. Mr. Chen suggested Tiezhu go talk to them if he was interested. Tiezhu got the address and headed to the factory alone. Standing at the factory gate, the desolation was palpable. Most factories had gatekeepers, and this one was no exception. But the old man guarding the entrance looked lethargic and didn't even bother to stop Tiezhu as he walked in. Tiezhu found this curious, but figured the factory was barely scraping by. The guard probably just wanted to coast through his days on duty. Still, the lack of interference made it easier for him to find someone inside. Over a dozen workers were lounging in the sun near the factory entrance, chatting idly. When Tiezhu approached, they merely exchanged a glance before returning to their conversation. Before Tiezhu could ask for anyone, a middle-aged man wearing glasses emerged from the factory building. Pointing at the workers chatting by the gate, he shouted, "What are you lot doing? Slacking off? Get back to work." The workers glanced at him lazily and replied, "What's the point of working? We're just chatting inside anyway. Might as well let us soak up some sun." Exactly. Since you can't pay us anyway, why bother us? If you've got the energy, go ask the boss for our wages. Get our pay? If Manager Lu could actually get us paid, we'd bow down to him. Manager Lu was at a loss with this bunch. He turned to leave but spotted Tiezhu again. Frowning, he snapped, "What are you doing? Where's old Xia? How could you not even guard the gate properly?" He started to head toward the gatekeeper. Tiezhu hurriedly stopped him. Clearly, this man had some standing. Since he wanted to talk to Boss Xiao, approaching him was perfect. He explained, "My name is Tiezhu. I heard your food factory isn't doing well. I was wondering if your boss has any plans to find someone to take over the factory." His words stunned not only Manager Lu but also the group of workers nearby. Manager Lu quickly turned and waved at the workers. "Can't you see we have a guest? Get back to your posts and get to work." Guest? Who knows what kind of guest this is? Anyone who shows up is called a guest. But if they buy the factory, they'll pay our wages, right? The workers grumbled but obeyed Manager Lu, returning to the factory floor. Only then did Manager Lu turn to explain to Tiezhu, "My apologies. Our factory's profits have indeed declined. They haven't had much work lately, which is why they were chatting idly here. You're here to acquire our factory, right? Our factory manager happens to be in his office. I'll take you to him right away." Manager Lu's eyes lit up as if he'd seen a glimmer of hope, staring intently at Tiezhu. He nearly tripped over the threshold as he hurried ahead. Tiezhu quickly reached out to steady him. It seemed this food factory truly had serious problems, otherwise, this man wouldn't be so eager to receive him. Sure enough, meeting the factory manager confirmed his suspicions. Business was indeed dire. No orders had come in for 3 months, and employee wages were a month overdue. Managers like Lu had gone 3 months without pay, which explained why he clung to Tiezhu like he'd found a lifeline. After an afternoon of negotiations with the factory director, Tiezhu finally settled on an acquisition price. Besides acquiring the factory, the director made one small request. He insisted he'd rather take a huge loss than refuse this one demand. Tiezhu inquired, "What is this non-negotiable condition?" He said, "Take on the veteran employees from my factory." Tiezhu frowned. Initially, he had intended to take over the entire factory with its workforce intact. But upon arriving at the factory and witnessing the attitude of the workers, including the old man at the gate, he had lost all desire to keep them. He didn't want people who were so lazy and only thought about cutting corners. Manager Lu, however, knew exactly what Tiezhu was thinking and quickly interjected, "They're acting this way because they think the factory is going under." He then whispered a few words in the factory director's ear, and the director immediately chimed in with an explanation, "They're all good workers. It's all my fault for not managing the factory well. They used to work very diligently. Even when my orders decreased, no one slacked off. It's only because we haven't had a single order in the past few days, while inventory has piled up, that they've become like this. But even so, not a single one of my workers has asked to quit. Last month, several workers didn't get paid, yet none of them came to me. Chapter 173, The Food Factory. Even Manager Lu spoke up for the workers. Don't listen to them telling me to demand wages from the factory director. When trouble hit the factory, they were the first to agree to delay their pay. Truth is, they've had it rough too with elderly parents and young children at home. They've likely been living off savings these past 2 months. Hearing this, both the factory director and Manager Lu felt a deep sense of obligation toward them. The director had already made up his mind. The very first thing he would do once the factory changed hands was to settle the workers' wages in full. He'd even relinquish the goods piled up in the warehouse, letting the workers take them all. Their factory produced cookies. In theory, the cookie market should be quite good, but their flavors couldn't keep up with market trends. Plus, their cookies were fragile, and even the customers they had gradually stopped ordering. Though easily broken, the crumbs were still edible. While hard to sell, the factory employees didn't mind. Given the circumstances, Tiezhu agreed and even included the provision to take on all employees in the contract. However, accepting them didn't mean he couldn't fire them if they made mistakes. After all, he wasn't the one emotionally attached to the factory's employees, so there was no need to keep those who made mistakes around. The old factory manager, however, possessed valuable management experience. Tiezhu didn't dismiss him outright. After consulting the manager about his preferences, Tiezhu directly appointed him as his assistant for the food factory. With so many businesses under his control, Tiezhu couldn't possibly devote all his energy to the food factory. After settling the purchase price for the factory, he gave the current manager, Mu, a week to pay off the employees' wages. He instructed Mu to clearly explain the current situation to them and have them wait for the new production line to arrive, as they would begin learning to produce new products. Tiezhu sought a production line capable of making marinated delicacies. With so many chickens, ducks, and geese at his own farm, the processed food he wanted to produce was naturally vacuum-packed marinated delicacies. Chicken wings, chicken legs, duck feet, duck necks, duck gizzards, duck tongues, salted duck eggs. The exact products would depend on which production line he could secure first. Since he wasn't very knowledgeable about production lines, he asked Qiang, who knew the most about machinery, to accompany him. After visiting every possible supplier, Tiezhu finally narrowed it down to 2 production lines. After Qiang inspected them, only one remained. One line it was. He bought it, hired workers to remodel the existing factory according to the blueprints Tiezhu drew based on the production line, and soon trial production began. The single line had limited capacity, so Tiezhu initially used it to produce vacuum-packed roasted chicken wings, starting with just the original flavor. After taste and shelf life were confirmed through testing, full-scale production commenced. Tiezhu hurried off to purchase additional production lines, register the company, and secure various permits, food production licenses, fire safety certifications, and more. By the time he finished all this, nearly a month had passed. With products ready for production, he still needed to find sales channels. This was familiar territory for Tiezhu, and he already had a perfect place in mind, the cooperative alliance. Once the cooperative confirmed sales, he would then push into various supply and marketing cooperatives and commercial markets. By then, sales channels wouldn't be a problem. Tiezhu was constantly on the go, either rushing to the food factory or spending time at the farm, while also squeezing in visits to the cooperative. He wished he could split himself into 10 people, barely finding time to return home each day. Seeing him so busy, Cuihua tried to help as much as possible at the farm, even though she was already handling a lot herself. She wanted to do more for Tiezhu. Finally, one day when she thought she might see Tiezhu home, she walked in to find him already collapsed on the bed, fast asleep. How long had it been since they'd had a proper conversation? The last time must have been right after the provincial inspection team left. Cuihua watched Tiezhu, who was sleeping so soundly he was snoring softly, and tenderly reached out to touch his face. He had lost weight. Days of constant travel had left him unable to eat properly, and the scorching sun had darkened his skin several shades. Cuihua sighed deeply, fetched a basin of hot water, wrung out a towel, and gently wiped Tiezhu's face and hands. Even with all that movement, he didn't stir. Then she removed his shoes and socks, carefully wiping his feet. What she saw made her heart ache so much she started to cry. On Tiezhu's size 42 feet, several large blisters had formed. How he managed to walk like this was beyond her. Even with calluses on his soles, he'd still developed blisters. Cuihua held back her tears, first washing his feet, then applying a thin layer of her own moisturizing cream to his soles. She stayed up late sewing 3 pairs of insoles for Tiezhu, using the softest, thickest materials to ensure his blisters wouldn't rub raw. When Tiezhu woke the next morning, Cuihua had already placed a pair of insoles in his shoes and was sleeping curled up beside his bed. Tiezhu didn't know why Cuihua was there, but he knew she couldn't be comfortable sleeping on the edge of the bed. He lifted her onto his bed so she could lie down and rest properly. He changed into fresh clothes and shoes and went back to work. The moment he slipped his feet into the shoes, he felt the difference. They were far more comfortable than before. He hurriedly took them off to look inside and found a new pair of insoles. He knew the old ones had long since worn through, so he hadn't bothered to replace them. As for the new pair inside his shoes, Cuihua was lying on his bed, the bruise under her eye still visible. He didn't need to be told, he knew Cuihua had done this for him. His heart softened, yet he felt a pang of guilt toward Cuihua. Once this busy period passed, he would make time to properly accompany Cuihua. With the new production line in place, he still needed to screen new products. He already had several items in mind he wanted to produce, but it depended on whether the food factory's technicians could develop them. Beyond that, Tiezhu had received an invitation to a provincial trade conference. This invitation was different from previous trade fairs. He'd heard many foreign investors would attend, so he needed to hurry. Before going, he had to perfect his vacuum-packed food products and apply for a food production license. Then he could bring finished goods to the conference. Investing time and effort into production research yielded rapid results. Moreover, Tiezhu possessed a secret weapon, his memories of vacuum-packed foods from his previous life. By tasting the results himself, he quickly finalized the ideal flavor profile. By the time the trade fair rolled around, he had 5 finished products ready to showcase. 3 flavors of chicken wings, 3 flavors of chicken wing drumettes, 2 flavors of chicken thighs, plus braised eggs and tiger skin chicken feet. He deliberately packed a large box to offer samples to the attending merchants. These flavors had all been market tested in his previous life, guaranteed to leave customers craving more. Sure enough, once the merchants tasted these products, they wanted more. Licking their fingers, they immediately placed orders. Most of these merchants owned shopping malls. They recognized the sales potential of vacuum-packed marinated snacks, confident they would sell well in their stores. Most importantly, the vacuum-packed braised delicacies had caught the attention of foreign merchants. Chapter 174, Foreign Merchants. Vacuum-sealed braised delicacies didn't release the same rich aroma as freshly prepared ones upon opening, so initially only local merchants were willing to try them. They too placed orders after tasting, while the foreign buyers didn't even spare Tiezhu a glance. The tiny packages contained chicken drumsticks smaller than half their fists. What was so tasty about that? It couldn't hold a candle to their roasted turkey. And what was that? Chicken feet? Why would they even eat chicken feet? Those things are so dirty, walking on the ground, and there's hardly any meat. How could they possibly want to eat chicken feet? The eggs, though, were convenient shell-free, ready to eat straight from the wrapper. 3 foreign businessmen huddled together, pointing and commenting on the braised snacks Tiezhu had brought. The tall, bearded one eyed Tiezhu's braised eggs with interest and asked his companions, "What do you think? He brought so much stuff, it must be for everyone to try. Aren't you going to taste it?" The only woman shook her head, clearly disgusted by Tiezhu's delicacies. She wouldn't even give Tiezhu or his food a proper glance, just a dismissive sideways glance as she said, "You go ahead if you want. I'm not tasting that country stuff. Yeah, chicken and stuff like that do seem to be more common among country folk abroad." Another man seemed tempted to try, but likely wanting to save face in front of the woman, he crossed his arms, matching her dismissive stance. "If you're so curious, go ahead. I just worry people will laugh at you if you bring this stuff back home." "How could that be? It's just marinated eggs, right? And chicken wings, though I'm not crazy about them myself, those people seem to be enjoying them quite a bit. They really were delicious." After placing orders with Tiezhu, several businessmen wanted more. Tiezhu simply gave each of them a dozen of each item to take home for their kids. He had no idea what those foreign buyers had said, and even if he did, he wouldn't bother refuting it. The primary goal of attending the trade fair had already been achieved. He'd secured orders for 1,000 units of each product. Given the current production capacity of the food factory's few assembly lines, that was just 3 days' worth of work. Though modest, once these clients opened the market, sales volume would surge rapidly. Seeing the merchants devouring and taking samples, the bearded man ignored his companion's protests and strode over to ask Tiezhu, "Excuse me, could I try some of these?" He deliberately used broken Mandarin, fearing Tiezhu might not understand. With someone a foreigner at that actively asking to sample his goods and speaking politely, Tiezhu was naturally happy to oblige. He laid out his products for the bearded man to choose from. The bearded man had his eye on the marinated eggs. Pointing at them, he asked, "Can I have these?" Sure. Tiezhu placed the marinated egg directly into his hand. No wonder they say foreigners have big mouths in one bite. The bearded man stuffed the egg into his mouth. After chewing twice, he mumbled, "Fragrant. Delicious." He even gave a thumbs up. Tiezhu chuckled, "If you like it, I'll get you a few more." The marinated eggs took up little space, so he carried the most of them. Giving a few to this foreigner was no big deal at all. A customer who had just ordered 500 chicken wings from him stepped forward to greet the bearded man. They seemed to be on good terms, and the customer held up a honey-flavored chicken wing he'd taken 2 bites from, recommending it to the bearded man. "Hans, you like sweet stuff, right? Try this. I guarantee you'll want more." He nudged Tiezhu with his elbow, signaling him to grab a wing for Hans. He likes sweet stuff. Seize the chance. Tiezhu understood his customer was helping him promote the product. He quickly grabbed one of the honey-glazed wings, tore open the packaging, and handed it to Hans. Hans's eyes clearly showed disdain. This dry thing, could it really be tasty? Pressured by his friend's enthusiastic recommendation, he reluctantly took the wing and gave it a half-hearted lick. That single lick's flavor made his eyes light up. He devoured the wing in no time. If the bones weren't so tough, he'd probably chew them to bits and swallow them whole. This one, and this one too, I'll take them all. I'm bringing them back across the ocean. Really? Tiezhu hadn't expected to sell anything to foreigners at this trade show, so this was great news. Hans thought to himself that since he'd already tasted the wings, he might as well try the drumettes and thighs too. The only part he absolutely refused to try was the feet. Though the drumsticks and wing roots didn't quite match his taste for the wings, he still placed orders for 500 boxes of each. One box could hold 300 packages of drumsticks or wing roots, 500 packages of chicken wings, or 1,200 marinated eggs. Tiezhu's food factory wouldn't have to worry about sales for nearly a month. He immediately signed a contract with Hans, agreeing to ship the goods to Hans's specified address in a month and a half. To express his gratitude, Tiezhu invited Hans to spend 2 days touring Taihan village. Though it was the countryside, its natural scenery was well worth exploring. Hans agreed, but mentioned he would bring his daughter, Fiorina, along. Tiezhu had imagined Hans's daughter to be a little girl under 10, but to his surprise, she was an 18-year-old beauty with fair skin. If it had been just Hans, it wouldn't have been a problem, but with Fiorina along, trouble was bound to happen. Perhaps rarely encountering someone as tall, young, and business-savvy as Tiezhu, Fiorina immediately wrapped her arm around his and wouldn't let go. Foreigners tended to be more open about such things. Hans not only saw nothing wrong with it but also chatted and joked with Tiezhu all the way. The moment Tiezhu returned to the village, a sense of unease washed over him. Trouble was brewing. Before he could even pull his arm out of Fiorina's embrace, he ran into Cuihua at the village entrance. First there was Secretary Shen, now there was Fiorina, but Cuihua's feelings this time were entirely different from last time. She stood gracefully before Tiezhu, a smile on her face as she asked him, "Brother Tiezhu, won't you introduce these two guests?" Tiezhu watched her performance, feeling both surprised and delighted. He quickly withdrew his arm and wrapped it around Cuihua's instead, introducing them, "Ladies, this is my fiancé, Cuihua." Then he whispered in Cuihua's ear, "They're a father-daughter pair of foreign investors. They've placed an order with the food factory, earning me a hefty sum in foreign currency. The father is Hans, and the daughter is Fiorina." He didn't dare introduce only Fiorina, fearing Cuihua might question him again like last time, feeling inferior and sad. To his surprise, Cuihua extended her hand instead. "Hello, welcome to Iron Man Village. Please come to our home as our guests." Her gesture delighted both Hans and Fiorina. Fiorina immediately took her hand. "Thank you for your welcome." Though Cuihua didn't speak any foreign languages, Hans and his wife knew some basic Mandarin. In just a couple of days, Cuihua showed them around Iron Hero Village and introduced them to Iron Pillar's animal training skills. When they departed, they loaded up with plenty of farm produce from the breeding facility, returning home with full luggage. Fiorina even felt reluctant to part, insisting they must correspond in the future. Only after Cuihua finally agreed did Shaoli drive them to catch their train. Chapter 175, Training Shaoli. After seeing off the two foreigners, only Tiezhu and Cuihua remained in the farm office. Tiezhu leaned back on the sofa, Cuihua nestled against him. Out of the blue, Cuihua piped up, "Teach me a foreign language, will you?" Why the sudden interest in learning a foreign language? Tiezhu looked at Cuihua curiously. She fiddled with his fingers as she explained, "Look, you've already started doing business with foreigners. You'll inevitably have to deal with them more in the future. But our whole village probably doesn't have anyone who knows a foreign language. If it's just you, you'll end up exhausted. How can I help you if I don't learn? Besides, Fiorina said she wants to correspond with me. I can't very well ask you to translate her letters when they arrive. You'll have to write them for me too." In just 2 short days, she'd befriended Fiorina and learned that while Fiorina spoke Mandarin, she couldn't read Chinese characters. Any letters would surely be written in English. Tiezhu, however, pondered that mastering a language required unwavering persistence and constant practice. He asked, "Can you stick with it? There will be countless words and grammar rules to memorize." "No way around it," she replied. "Vocabulary and phrases just have to be memorized by rote and used constantly." Tiezhu didn't believe Cuihua was a language prodigy who could pick things up instantly. Cuihua sat up straight, her eyes determined as she nodded. "Yes, I'll definitely keep studying. And my memory is great, I won't forget things I memorize for a long time. As for practice, can't you just use English with me more often?" "Alright, if you say so, why not?" Indeed, Tiezhu reflected. As the business expanded, Hans wouldn't be the only foreign client. Even if he handled all communication, someone would still be needed to review orders, fill out shipping forms, and verify foreign exchange transactions. If that person could be Cuihua, that would be ideal. So he fully supported her determination to learn English. Thinking it, doing it, Tiezhu started teaching her from the 26 English letters. Thus began their private English lessons at home. Meanwhile, the city government, learning that Tiezhu was conducting foreign trade and generating foreign exchange, presented him with a certificate honoring his enterprise as the city's first foreign exchange earning business. Only then did the entire village realize that the two foreigners they had assumed were tourists were actually foreign business partners of Tiezhu. The villagers had never seen foreign currency before and flocked to Tiezhu, eager to see what foreign money looked like. Tiezhu did have a few British pounds, the ones Hans had given him. People came daily to see the pounds, but he couldn't let them handle them freely. Though only a few notes, it wouldn't do if someone slipped one away. So he found a picture frame, placed the pounds inside, and hung it on the wall of the wide corridor behind the farm's main gate. Anyone who wanted to see them could just go take a look. As his business expanded and foreign clients began arriving, a major problem resurfaced. The food factory needed deliveries, and as the head of the transport team, Xiaoli realized they didn't have enough trucks. Tiezhu's fleet, sourced from Zhaojinbao, consisted of just one small truck and 5 cargo trucks at best. But now they needed to transport goods for 2 cooperatives, 4 farms, the food factory, and soon, foreign clients. Xiaoli calculated that making extra trips back and forth could barely keep up for now, but once the foreign goods started shipping, the vehicles would be seriously insufficient. Foreign goods were different from the rest, they had to be shipped to the port. There was no port near Iron Hero village. The nearest one was at least 800 kilometers away. A round trip without rest would take a full day. Moreover, 5 trucks per trip wouldn't suffice, several more would need to be added. Upon learning of the current issue, Tiezhu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he asked Xiaoli, "Do you have any solutions?" He wanted Xiaoli and his team to learn and grow through their work. With more and more enterprises under his management, he needed more managerial talent. Xiaoli was an excellent candidate for development. First, he understood Tiezhu's transportation needs. Second, he had already gained some experience in managing the transportation business. Plus, he was young and primed for learning and growth. Xiaoli hadn't expected Tiezhu to ask him this question, but instead of admitting he didn't know, he thought about it seriously. Regardless of his final answer, Tiezhu was highly satisfied with Xiaoli's attitude of taking the problem seriously. After about 10 minutes, Xiaoli presented 2 solutions. The first was to lease vehicles. He knew there were transportation companies in the city that could assemble vehicles and drivers as needed during peak periods. The second was outsourcing, handing over the export goods directly to a logistics company and having them take charge of the entire export process. Tiezhu found both of Xiaoli's approaches quite reasonable, but he had a better idea. "Why didn't you suggest buying a few more trucks, hiring some drivers, and expanding our own transportation fleet?" Xiaoli froze. He had considered it, but buying trucks and hiring drivers required significant capital, at least tens of thousands of yuan. Plus, there would be periods when the vehicles sat idle, likely for extended stretches, which would easily lead to wasted resources. He paused, then voiced all his concerns. Tiezhu was even more satisfied with his performance. However, while Tiezhu proposed expanding the transportation scale, he had different ideas about the problems Xiaoli had raised. "Your points are spot on. You've considered outsourcing drivers and vehicles, and even subcontracting logistics work. So why can't we also rent out our own drivers and vehicles? Or set up a dedicated logistics route to transport goods for others?" That was exactly it. Xiaoli hadn't considered that layer at all. He felt a bit embarrassed, realizing his perspective had been too narrow. Still, Tiezhu was satisfied. After all, no one could master everything overnight. "Alright, I'm putting you in charge of expanding our fleet and recruiting drivers. Go scout out suitable vehicles first. Compare them thoroughly: price, model, performance, cargo capacity, maximum range. Come back with quotes. We're initially considering 8 vehicles. If you can negotiate a good price, we'll buy 10. I'll even throw in a bonus depending on the deal. Then start recruiting drivers simultaneously. Once everything's ready, I'll handle the rest." Xiaoli understood. Tiezhu was placing his trust in him and granting him some authority. He left cheerfully. He didn't disappoint Tiezhu's expectations. He perfectly sourced the trucks on schedule and even negotiated a 15% discount. Tiezhu immediately upgraded the transport team into a full-fledged logistics company. This not only solved their own shipping needs but also landed freight contracts with several businesses in the county and even the city. What had seemed like a simple investment unexpectedly yielded double profits for the logistics company. The costs of purchasing trucks and hiring drivers were recouped within months. Chapter 176, the canned food production line. The food factory's original production lines couldn't be left idle. Since Tiezhu had no plans to produce biscuits, he considered selling or exchanging the 3 idle lines. His luck held out. Someone was interested in his lines, though the offer was low. However, the buyer had 2 canning production lines, so Tiezhu agreed to a trade-off with a price adjustment. The newly acquired lines differed from his fledgling food factory's focus, so Tiezhu converted another building on the premises to develop canned goods. With the factory expanding, more hands were needed. Tiezhu promptly posted job ads, hoping to recruit villagers. The villagers, who had been deceived once by the electronics factory's empty promises, were eager to apply. They hadn't lost faith in Tiezhu just because of one disappointment. After all, Tiezhu's livestock cooperative had genuinely helped them earn real money. The village chief watched as everyone in the village earned money, with several families renovating their homes. The village grew better and better, filling him with joy. He felt this progress was inseparable from his own tireless efforts. Had he not initially allowed Tiezhu to lease the vacant land, the first farm would never have been established. So when the neighboring village chief approached him for help recruiting villagers for Tiezhu's canning factory, he felt he owed Tiezhu a favor and readily agreed. The neighboring village had many unemployed youths. Their farmland had been damaged by the last flood and still hadn't recovered. These youths should have been working the fields, but restoring the land required money. Suddenly, without a source of income, they had to find other work. The neighboring village chief was deeply troubled by their situation. He spent his days at home smoking in frustration, racking his brain for solutions but coming up empty. The day before yesterday, a young woman from their village who had married into Iron Hero Village returned to her parents' home. She told her family that Tiezhu's newly opened canning factory was hiring and asked if they would be interested. With news of job openings, they were definitely going. Word spread quickly from one household to another. Yet, they felt it would be inappropriate for everyone to rush to Tiezhu all at once. Instead, they approached their own village chief, asking him to speak with Taihan Village's chief on their behalf. They hoped Tiezhu might be able to hire them all at once. Since this was for the benefit of their own villagers, the village chief didn't even consider whether it might be difficult for the Iron Fist village chief. He brought some canned goods and candies and came over, hoping the village chief would speak to Tiezhu on their behalf. The village chief didn't agree outright. Instead, he inquired about the neighboring village's workforce situation. Learning that over 30 young people in their village were currently unemployed and that these youths were diligent and capable, he agreed. After seeing off the neighboring village chief, Taihan village chief felt troubled. How should he broach the hiring matter with Tiezhu? After all, there were people in his own village waiting to get into the canning factory. Even his wife had complained about him agreeing so readily to another village's request. What if they couldn't fulfill it? What to do? Damn it! No matter how difficult it was, he had to make it happen. Learning that Tiezhu had been waiting at the breeding farm office these past 2 days to interview workers, the village chief grabbed a freshly delivered can of candies, tucked his hands behind his back, and headed straight for Tiezhu's office. Tiezhu was somewhat surprised to see the village chief make a special trip to his office. Rising from behind his desk to greet him, he said, "Chief, what brings you here today? Are you here to inspect me?" He made a casual joke, noticing the village chief's serious expression and deliberately trying to lighten the mood. The village chief forced a smile, handed over the items he'd brought, and instead of directly requesting to place someone, first inquired, "How's the hiring going at your canning factory?" Though he didn't state his intentions outright, the question immediately gave Tiezhu a clue about his purpose. "Everyone in the village looking for work has come by these past few days. I've hired as many as I could, but we're still short-handed. Village chief, if you know anyone suitable, would you recommend them to me?" The village chief's eyes lit up at this. Perfect timing. He immediately recounted the situation from the neighboring village. "There are 35 people, 22 men and 13 women. Could your canning factory take on that many?" Tiezhu nodded eagerly, "Absolutely. We're just shy of 40 people short." The canning factory's 2 production lines required nearly 50 workers, but only about 10 people from Taihan village had applied. Tiezhu was worried about not having enough hands to get his factory up and running. Unexpectedly, the village chief's timing couldn't have been better. With these 35 people on board, even if a few spots remained unfilled, the production lines could finally start operating. While the staffing situation was resolved here, Cuihua was curious over there. "Do the 2 canning lines you're taking over also produce yellow peach preserves?" If so, that would be perfect for Cuihua. She absolutely loved peach preserves. But Tiezhu shook his head. Even if he wanted to make yellow peach preserves, there were no yellow peaches available. What he wanted to produce would definitely be something related to his own farm. The chickens and eggs from the farm could already be processed and had found markets, but he needed to figure out how to process other products too. With 2 production lines, he should aim to make different products to better meet market demand. But the farm raised so many animals: ducks, geese, quail, fish, pigs, donkeys, and more. Excluding livestock with long breeding cycles, poultry and fish were viable options. But he hadn't tried canned goods himself, so he couldn't decide what exactly to make. Though he couldn't decide, he had a wise partner. Cuihua cooked up new dishes for Tiezhu every few days. Today, she made braised goose. Tiezhu loved Cuihua's cooking the most. He polished off every last bit of the goose she brought him, then sighed, "Your goose is still the best. What if you get too busy to cook for me later? How will I manage?" Before Cuihua started learning English, she cooked for him every day. But after Fiorena came, she stopped cooking daily. Instead, she and the family took turns, freeing up time for English lessons and of course, helping Tiezhu with work. To ease Tiezhu's disappointment, Cuihua reassured him, "Just tell me when you want it, and I'll make it for you." "But what if I'm out of town?" Tiezhu's business kept expanding, and traveling to other provinces for work became routine. Every time he left the province, he felt he couldn't eat well. But before Cuihua could say anything, he suddenly had an idea. "Right. I could just carry your braised goose with me." "Take it with me? How would that work?" "Winter's fine, but in summer, it'll spoil overnight, won't it?" Cuihua thought making braised goose for Tiezhu to take along wasn't hard, but she feared it might spoil and upset his stomach. Tiezhu chuckled and playfully pinched Cuihua's nose. "Silly girl, just make it into canned braised goose." Chapter 177, Truly Overestimating Oneself. Yes, that was exactly what he had in mind: braised goose canned food. The only issue was the flavor, but that could be easily resolved. Write down the exact process and ingredient ratios for this braised goose recipe. I'll replicate your flavor profile. Last night, I had all the employees taste it. If we get a 90% approval rate, we'll start mass-producing canned braised goose. Using Cuihua's recipe for factory-made canned goods made her question herself. Are you sure this will work? Everyone says my braised goose is delicious, but I know not everyone enjoys it. Seeing her expression, Tiezhu knew Cuihua's long-buried self-doubt had resurfaced. He wrapped his arms around her affectionately and coaxed, "Silly girl, you're not money, how could everyone possibly like you? I can't make most people like me either. But I can guarantee your braised goose is truly delicious. If you don't believe me, let's give it a try. If it doesn't meet the standards, we'll change the recipe." Tiezhu made his decision swiftly, leaving Cuihua no chance to object. He had her write down the recipe formula and sent it to the canning factory for development. For the other production line, he chose fish, opting to make clear broth canned fish. Per Tiezhu's requirement, every flavor adjustment underwent a tasting assessment by the entire staff. After 8 rounds of adjustments, the flavors for both the braised goose and clear broth fish canned goods were finally perfected, earning approval from 90% of the staff. The braised goose canned food tasted remarkably similar to Cuihua's homemade version, which delighted Tiezhu the most. Soon, Tiezhu introduced these 2 canned products to several business owners he had met at a trade fair, successfully securing shelf space in supermarkets. Without needing specific feedback from the business owners, the steadily increasing orders clearly indicated that both canned products were selling exceptionally well, quickly expanding their reach across the entire province. The cafeteria at the Provincial Light Industry Department was packed every day, and today was no exception. Qiang, head of the technical department, had been delayed by just half an hour, and by the time she reached the cafeteria, all seats were taken. Hating to wait for a table, she walked straight to the food counter and asked the lady serving meals, "Do you have any dishes that are easy to take away? There's no room here, and I need to take my meal back to eat." The woman immediately pushed out 2 cans. "Here, these 2 are both easy to take away. Just get some rice and a vegetable dish, and you can eat them anywhere." Those 2 cans were precisely the braised goose meat and clear broth fish canned goods produced by Tiezhu Canning Factory. Qiang had never seen these before and picked them up curiously. "New products? Did you make these?" The auntie chuckled. "How could we make canned goods? These are new on the market. You know Chef Lee doesn't cook outside this kitchen, right? Yesterday he went home not wanting to cook, so he went to the mall to see if there was anything ready-made to eat. That's when he spotted these 2 cans. He brought them home, tried them, and said they were quite tasty. Plus, they're easy to carry, perfect for someone like him who doesn't feel like cooking after getting home. Thinking about how many folks in our industry department don't like to cook, he bought a batch. Anyone who wants some can take a couple. Well, these 2 happen to be just right for you. Indeed, canned food is incredibly convenient." Qiang took the cans with her. After trying them, she found them genuinely tasty and even considered buying some after work. Just after finishing, her assistant informed her of an upcoming meeting, one focused on promoting rural deep-processing experiences. At the meeting, the leaders encouraged everyone to speak up. They were looking for rural areas with deep-processing products that could serve as model cases for study. Someone mentioned the braised goose canned goods, a product that had seen a significant sales surge in the province just days after its launch. The person who knew the most about it pointed out the factory name printed on the can, saying this was a prime example. When the leader inquired, nearly all department heads present were familiar with it. They immediately decided to contact Tiezhu Canned Food Factory for an inspection. The inspection team was composed of members from the technical and publicity departments. The team only needed ordinary employees, but Qiang, having just tasted the canned goods, was curious about the factory producing the braised goose. She volunteered to lead the inspection. After subordinates contacted the cannery's management, arrangements were made for the team to visit Hongqing village, where the factory was located. Upon learning that the Provincial Light Industry Department inspection team was coming, Cuihua arrived at the canning factory early with Tiezhu to welcome the delegation. She wore the new dress Tiezhu had bought her. They had barely arrived at the canning factory and hadn't even sat down to rest when the inspection team's minibus pulled up. The inspection team was small, consisting of only 7 people, 4 from the technical division and 3 publicity officers. Qiang was the last to step off the bus. Tall and poised with an aloof demeanor, Qiang drew the attention of Tiezhu and the factory staff waiting to greet them as she stepped down from the minibus. The employees behind her whispered among themselves. "She looks so aloof, definitely hard to get along with. She must be highly educated, I hear that's how learned people are. She must be from the provincial capital. I never see people like her when I go to the city. Who knows? But she's truly beautiful, I think only Cuihua could compare to her." Qiang's assistant, John Lele, overheard the workers' chatter. She lifted her chin and declared, "Our section chief Su graduated from a provincial university. Her father is an engineer who studied in the US and returned to work here. The Cuihua you're talking about must be from the countryside. For a country bumpkin to compare herself to our section chief Su, how utterly presumptuous." Her voice carried, reaching both Tiezhu's group and the survey team. Qiang frowned slightly. It was unclear whether she was displeased that the workers had compared her to a countrywoman or if she disapproved of Jiang Leilei's tone. Either way, she couldn't let her staff give others ammunition. She reprimanded Jiang Leilei. "What nonsense! How dare you call someone from the countryside presumptuous? You don't even know her background, how can you speak so carelessly?" "Director Tai, I apologize. My people are a bit out of their depth and spoke out of turn." Though her words rebuked Jiang Leilei, they also carried an air of arrogance and a hint of superiority. Tiezhu frowned slightly but said nothing. He couldn't very well nitpick with a lowly subordinate. He introduced Cuihua and the manager behind her to the inspection team, gave a brief overview of the workers, then turned and led them into the canning factory. Jiang Leilei, trailing behind, remained utterly unaware of her mistake, convinced instead that she was absolutely right. Watching Cuihua follow alongside Tiezhu, she muttered to her co-worker, "Her name's Cuihua? She's just average looking. But she's definitely no match for our section chief Su." Cuihua heard the latter part but pretended not to, focusing on her duties beside Tiezhu. What made her uneasy, however, was Su Wanqing, once quite haughty, whose eyes grew increasingly filled with admiration for Tiezhu the more she learned about him. Perhaps she hadn't yet sorted out whether it was admiration or something else, but either way, it made her uncomfortable to watch.